police academy student, while heroically attempting to save another, is grievously wounded by an assailant, losing copious amounts of blood. He then finds himself transported to the Douluo continent, where he acquires an omnipotent signing system. What legendary saga shall he inscribe upon this land? Chapter 1. The beginning of everything. Crimson blood gushed from his abdomen, staining the pristine marble floor of the shopping mall. Wu Xuanma lay on his back, the cacophony of screams and frantic footsteps echoing in his ears. His vision began to blur, yet he remained fixated on the knife-wielding assailant he had tackled, now subdued by the security personnel who had rushed to the scene. Hold on. The ambulance is on its way. His friend Li Ming's face appeared in his line of sight, filled with terror and tears. Wu Xuanma wished to utter words of comfort, but only a mouthful of blood escaped his lips. He felt his body grow lighter, his consciousness drifting further away. As a third-year police academy student, he had never envisioned that his act of valor would culminate in such a tragic end. The bright lights of the shopping mall gradually faded from his eyes, ultimately succumbing to darkness. Xuanma, Xuanma, wake up. Today is the day of your martial soul awakening. An urgent, aged voice roused Wu Xuanma from his stupor. He abruptly opened his eyes to behold a humble wooden cabin and the wrinkled visage of village chief Luo. Memories from 6 years surged like a tidal wave. He had traversed realms and arrived at the Douluo continent, becoming an orphan abandoned at the village's edge, fortunate to be taken in by village chief Luo of Shanhua village. I had a nightmare. Wu Xuanma rubbed his temples, the blood-soaked scene from the mall still vividly etched in his mind. Come on, rise and shine. The elder from the spirit hall has arrived, and all the 6-year-old children in the village are waiting, Chief Luo urged, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xuanma quickly donned his coarse clothing. This day marked his martial soul awakening, a pivotal moment to ascertain his ability to thrive in this new world. For 6 years, he had observed this unfamiliar realm, learning that it was the Douluo continent, a place where martial souls and soul power dictated one's fate. Outside the ancestral hall, a gathering of several children and their parents awaited. As an orphan, only village chief Luo stood by his side. The elder from the spirit hall, a man in his 30s adorned with 3 soul ring badges, was evidently a soul master. Form a line, one at a time, the elder intoned, devoid of emotion. Remember, whatever martial soul you awaken is your destiny. The first child stepped forward, placing a hand on the crystal ball. A faint glow flickered. Ho martial soul, no innate soul power. Next, disappointment instantly clouded the faces of the child and their parents. The absence of soul power indicated a life destined for the ordinary. Wu Xuanma observed silently, his heartbeat quickening. At last, his turn arrived. Stand in the center of the formation. The elder commanded, but Wu Xuanma complied, feeling a warm current rise from his feet. He extended his right hand, and a rusty iron spear gradually materialized. The spear, weathered and dull at the tip, appeared devoid of any potency. Rusty iron spear, a weapon martial soul, the elder frowned. Let us test your innate soul power. Wu Xuanma placed his hand upon the blue crystal ball, which illuminated with a faint glow. Innate soul power, level 3. The attendant's voice carried a palpable disappointment. Next. Level 3. Wu Xuanma's heart sank. In the Douluo continent, innate soul power determines a soul master's starting point and potential, that a level of 3 signifies that he may struggle throughout his life to transcend the great soul master realm. On the journey back to the village chief Luo attempted to console him. Do not lose heart, my child. At least you possess soul power, allowing you to become a soul master. It has been decades since a child with soul power emerged in our village. Wu Xuanma forced a smile, yet his heart brimmed with resentment. Having sacrificed his life in a previous existence to save others, must he now lead a life of mediocrity in this one? Upon returning to his humble wooden cabin, Wu Xuanma gazed at the rusty iron spear in his hand and sighed. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host's martial soul awakening detected universal sign-in system successfully activated. Wu Xuanma sat upright, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of what a system entailed. System? What functions do you possess? He inquired internally. This system is the universal sign-in system. The host must visit specific locations to complete sign-ins to receive corresponding rewards. It can also detect the strength of others, provide map guidance, and more. The novice gift package must be obtained at the first sign-in location, the Stardew Forest. Warning: the Stardew Forest has a high danger level. It is advised to prepare thoroughly before proceeding. Wu Xuanma clenched his fists, Where danger lurks, opportunity often follows. This was his chance to alter his fate. In the following 3 days, Wu Xuanma prepared in secret. He borrowed a short blade from the village blacksmith and fashioned a rudimentary backpack from old clothing, packing it with provisions and a water pouch. At dawn on the 4th day, while the entire village slumbered, he left a letter behind and quietly departed from Shanhua village. The Stardo forest lay 50 miles southeast of Shanhua village. Wu Xuanma traversed the hunter's path for an entire day, pausing only twice to rest. As dusk approached, he stood atop a high slope and finally beheld the legendary forest of Sol Biasa, boundless green, sea shimmering with golden hues under the setting sun. Both beautiful and perilous. I must find a safe haven before nightfall, Wu Xuanma murmured to himself. He cautiously maneuvered along the forest's edge, searching for a suitable place to rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from his right that Wu Xuanma's body tensed, and he turned slowly to find a wolf-shaped soul beast, its entire body of vibrant green and nearly 2 meters in length, fixated on him, its eerie green eyes glimmering in the twilight. The Gale demon wolf. Wu Xuanma recognized this soul beast. Although it was merely a 10-year soul beast, it posed a lethal threat to him at present. With a low growl, the demon wolf lunged. Instinctively, Wu Xuanma summoned the iron spear, rolling aside to evade the attack, the spear's tip grazing the wolf's hind leg. The wolf yelped in pain, growing more enraged as it charged again to end that critical moment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host has reached the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Would you like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Sign in immediately. Wu Xuanma shouted internally. Ding. Sign in successful. Novice gift package dispensing. A warm current surged throughout Wu Xuanma's entire being. The rusty iron spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance as the rust fell away in fragments, revealing a lustrous silver shaft beneath, with the spear tip shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Reward 1. Blessing of the Elemental God. The martial soul upgraded to Elemental Annihilation Spear. Reward 2. Innate soul power elevated to level 10. Reward 3. The innate abilities Elemental Mastery and Elemental Affinity activated. As the claws of the magical wolf approached menacingly, time seemed to slow for Wu Xuanma. Instinctively, he wielded the rejuvenated Elemental Annihilation Spear, the tip carving a brilliant arc through the air, conjuring a slender bolt of lightning. Crack! The lightning struck the magical wolf, sending it staggering back several meters. The creature howled in distress, fear evident in its eyes, before it turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Panting heavily, Wu Xuanma gazed incredulously at the Elemental Annihilation Spear in his grasp. The shaft gleamed like jade, with the spear tip swirling in 9 colors, an aura of elemental power faintly enveloping it. He could feel the surging soul power within him, fully brimming with innate energy. A new task was issued. Sign in for 3 consecutive days at the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Reward: a 1,700-year first soul ring. Wu Xuanma's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the lore of Douluo continent, the limit for a first soul ring is 423 years, yet the system directly awarded him 1,700 years. This signified that he would commence his journey with a significantly superior advantage compared to his peers. In the following 3 days, Wu Xuanma settled into a cave at the forest's edge. After signing in each day, he honed his newly acquired elemental mastery ability. He discovered that he could sense and subtly manipulate the 9 elements of fire, water, wind, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space. However, aside from the first 4, he could only vaguely perceive the others. At midnight on the 3rd day, as he completed his final sign-in, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Wu Xuanma. A purple halo gradually took shape, ultimately encircling the Elemental Annihilation Spear. The absorption of the 1,700-year first soul ring was successful. With no side effects, he obtained his first soul skill, Elemental Rift Strike, where the spear tip condenses multiple elemental energies, forming a spiral composite shockwave that, upon penetrating the target, triggers a localized elemental turbulence, inflicting both physical and attribute-based damage. That Wu Xuanma felt the surging power within him, the purple soul ring rotating slowly beneath his feet. He understood that he had embarked on a path entirely different from his former destiny. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest, Wu Xuanma prepared his belongings and set forth on the journey back to his village. He glanced back at the sun rising in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Douluo continent, here I come. Chapter 2. A journey awaits in the early morning. The village of Shanhua lay enveloped in a gentle mist, the air fragrant with the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass. Standing at the village entrance was Wu Xianhua, burdened by a coarse cloth bundle on his back and clutching a money pouch handed to him by village chief Luo the previous night. Within it lay 15 silver soul coins and 2 gold soul coins, representing the villagers' earnings over the past 6 months. "Child, take this," said village chief Luo, his hands calloused and worn, extending a small cloth bag. "This was found beside you 6 years ago when you first appeared at the village." Wu Xianhua accepted the bag and gently opened it, revealing a fractured jade pendant, no larger than half a palm, its surface radiantly white, etched with a blurred character for mist. The jagged edges suggested it had been forcibly broken. A shiver ran through Wu Xianhua. For 6 years, he had believed himself to have materialized in this world without a trace. He had not anticipated the existence of a personal artifact. "Perhaps it is connected to your origins," sighed village chief Luo. "I am but an old man and lack the means to uncover your history. Now that you are embarking on your journey, take it with you." Wu Xianhua carefully tucked the pendant close to his heart and bowed deeply to village chief Luo. "Thank you for your nurturing over the years." Chief Luo waved his hand, tears glistening in his murky eyes. "Go, and remember to write back often." Departing from Shanhua village, Wu Xianhua traveled southward along a dirt path, guided by the villagers' directions. His first destination was Fengxi City, 300 miles away, marked as the initial sign-in point by the system. Ding! The host has commenced their journey. The daily sign-in feature is now activated. Will you sign in today? Wu Xianyue's eyes brightened as he silently recited, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 storage ring of 5 cubic meters, soul guiding device, 15 gold soul coins." A quaint silver ring materialized in Wu Xianyue's hand. Upon donning it, he immediately sensed a spatial connection of 5 cubic meters intertwining with his consciousness. With a mere thought, his burdensome bundle was absorbed into the ring, and with another, it returned to his grasp. How convenient. Wu Xianhua was overjoyed. This storage ring resolved the greatest challenge of long-distance travel, the issue of weight. He stowed the money pouch, water flask, provisions, and the fragmented jade pendant, along with the newly acquired 15 gold soul coins, leaving only a small bag of food outside. Lightened and unencumbered, his pace quickened significantly. Around noon, Wu Xianhua rested beneath a grand tree, retrieving his provisions to quell his hunger. Suddenly, he keenly noticed the absence of birdsong, a harbinger of danger. "Hand over your valuables." 3 burly men emerged from behind the tree, the leader, a bald man, revealing 2 white soul rings at his feet. He was a great soul master. The other 2 men bore 1 white soul ring each, both at the soul warrior level. Wu Xianhua sprang to his feet, his elemental obliteration gun materializing in his right hand, a purple soul ring slowly rotating beneath him. A purple soul ring. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. It is impossible for the first ring to be of a millennium level. Without further ado, Wu Xianhua unleashed his first soul skill, Elemental Rift Strike. The elemental annihilation gun's muzzle suddenly radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors: fiery red, azure blue, verdant green, and earthy yellow, each element intertwining in a spiral formation, culminating in a magnificent beam that shot forth. The bald giant, taken by surprise, summoned a wooden shield for protection. Yet the beam effortlessly pierced through it. Upon striking his chest, the beam did not cease its trajectory, but continued onward, detonating with a thunderous explosion 10 meters away, unleashing a chaotic elemental storm. The bald giant was sent hurtling backward, his chest charred and clearly injured. The 2 other bandits, witnessing this, summoned their martial spirits, an iron staff and a hunting knife, and charged simultaneously towards Wu Xianhua. With a deft sidestep, Wu Xianhua swept the elemental annihilation gun, unleashing a gust of wind that forced the staff-wielding spirit master to retreat, while with a flick of his left hand, a wall of earth rose abruptly from the ground, obstructing the path of the knife-wielding spirit master. "This fellow is peculiar. Retreat." The bald giant gasped, struggling to rise. The 3 bandits turned and fled in haste. Wu Xianhua did not pursue. Instead, he exhaled deeply. This was his inaugural battle, and though he emerged victorious, his palms were slick with perspiration. Ding! Defeated the bandit group. Reward, external spirit bone, soft bone rabbit right paw. A piece of bone emanating a faint white glow appeared in his storage ring. Wu Xianhua examined it with his consciousness, discovering it to be translucent and adorned with intricate patterns, pulsating as if imbued with life. Wu Xianhua pondered its significance. It seemed prudent to retain it, for it might prove useful in the future. Before continuing his journey, Wu Xianhua reviewed the system interface. Host, Wu Xianhua. Age, 6 years, martial spirit, elemental annihilation gun, elements unlocked, fire, water, wind, earth, soul power, level 14, Soul Ring. Purple, 1,700 years. Soul Skill. Elemental Rift Strike. Talent. Elemental Control, Beginner. Elemental Affinity, Beginner. Equipment, Storage Ring, 5 cubic meters. Cities pending sign-in. Wind Whisper City, unlock next element. Blaze City, Icebound City, Vast Sea City, Heaven Do City. The subsequent journey was relatively tranquil. By day, Wu Xuanma traveled, and by night, he either sought shelter in roadside villages or camped under the stars. Each day's sign-in yielded various rewards. On the second day, his soul power increased by 2 levels, now level 16. On the third day, he acquired a black cloak that could self-repair. On the fourth day, his soul power rose by 1 level, currently level 17. On the fifth day, he obtained a vial of healing powder that could quickly staunch bleeding. After half a month, Wu Xuanma finally beheld the outline of Wind Whisper City from a distance. This city, built against a mountainside, boasted towering gray walls that undulated gracefully, with a bustling city gate teeming with life. At last, he had arrived. Wu Xuanma tightened the black cloak around him and joined the throng heading towards the city gate. Entrance required a fee of 5 copper soul coins. After paying, the guards conducted a cursory inspection and permitted him entry. Upon stepping inside, the cacophony of the marketplace enveloped him, vendors hawking their wares, patrolling city guards, and playful children, all painting a vivid tapestry of urban life. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at Wind Whisper City. Would you like to sign in? In a secluded corner, Wu Xuanma confirmed in his heart. Sign in. Successful sign-in at Wind Whisper City. Reward. Unlock the 5th element, Ice Element. New task. Stay in Wind Whisper City for 3 days and complete consecutive sign-ins. Reward. Soul power elevated to level 20, Great Soul Master. A surge of cold energy flooded into his martial soul, and among the iridescent light of the elemental destruction gun's tip, a striking ice blue glowed brilliantly. He attempted to harness the newly acquired power, conjuring a few crystalline snowflakes at his fingertips. Contemplating the utility of the ice element, Wu Xuanmo realized it could serve both offensive and defensive purposes by creating ice walls when necessary. Just as he was about to seek lodging at an inn, a commotion caught his attention. At the end of the street, a resplendently dressed middle-aged man was directing a group of guards to assault an elderly fruit vendor. Wu Xuanma narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the elemental destruction gun. The system promptly issued a notification, detecting an incident of oppression against civilians. Optional task. Punish the bully collector Lin Tianhao. Reward. Soul tools or soul bones based on performance. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xuanma lowered the hood of his cloak and strode toward the center of the conflict. He understood that his journey in Wind Whisper City was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 3. Breakthrough to Great Soul Master. Obtaining the 2nd Soul Ring. Following the sound, Wu Xuanma witnessed a rotund man clad in a satin robe commanding his subordinates to destroy a fruit stand, while the elderly vendor knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Lord Lin, spare me. This batch of fruit can be sold by tomorrow. I will surely repay you." Old fool. This is the consequence of not repaying my loan on time. The man referred to as Lord Lin kicked over a basket of fruit, the vibrant red fruits tumbling to the ground, crushed underfoot by his henchmen. Wu Xuanma squinted. Lord Lin wore a short sword adorned with sapphires at his waist, which emitted faint soul power fluctuations, an artifact. Among the 4 thugs, 2 bore white soul rings beneath their feet, indicating they were great soul masters of around level 20. The system analyzed the target. Lin Tianhao, 42 years old, a collector of soul tools in Wind Whisper City. Soul power level, level 31 soul master. Martial soul, iron balance, tool martial soul. Possession of soul tool, ice short sword, capable of releasing freezing rays. Wu Xuanma tightened his cloak. Confronting a soul master with his own level 17 soul power was ill-advised, yet he could not stand idly by as the elder was bullied. He felt the stirrings of his new ice element power, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Stop! Wu Xuanma approached in a hushed tone, the elemental destruction gun manifesting in his right hand, its purple soul ring slowly rotating. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A millennium's first soul ring had never been seen on the continent. Lin Tianhao squinted his small eyes into slits. Whose brat are you? Do you know the consequences of meddling? Wu Xuanma remained silent, lightly tapping the ground with the gun's tip, ice blue lights swirling around the weapon. Break his legs. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, and 2 soul master thugs immediately lunged at him. Wu Xuanma was already prepared. He swiftly brought his left hand down to the ground, and the ice element spread through the cracks in the stone slab. 2 henchmen suddenly found themselves atop a smooth ice surface, causing them to tumble head over heels. As 2 additional ordinary henchmen charged forward, they were swiftly dispatched to the ground by Wu Xuanma's sweeping strike. Incompetence! Lin Tianhao bellowed, drawing forth his ice short sword. unleashing a beam of blue light aimed directly at Wu Xuanma. With a nimble sidestep, Wu Xuanma evaded the attack, the beam grazing his shoulder and sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. He did not dare to hesitate, concentrating fire elements at the tip of his spear. He lunged towards Lin Tianhao's wrist. Lin Tianhao winced in pain, relinquishing his grip as the soul-guiding short sword clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xuanma deftly kicked the short sword towards the elderly man nearby. "Elder, is this sufficient for your debts?" The old man, in a daze, nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao's complexion darkened ominously. "Do you have any idea how much I spent collecting these soul-guiding devices?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Xuanma pressed the tip of his spear against Lin Tianhao's throat. "If you continue to bully others, next time at 1T, just be your hands at stake." As he spoke, the ice element activated, freezing Lin Tianhao's collar into a solid mass. The onlookers erupted in subdued cheers. Lin Tianhao, in a state of disarray, fled with his henchmen, casting a venomous glare at Wu Xuanma before his departure. Ding. Task to punish the bully completed. Reward, soul-guiding device, illusion mask, capable of altering the wearer's voice and appearance. A translucent film materialized within the storage ring. Wu Xuanma found a secluded alley to don the mask, instantly transforming his youthful voice into a rich baritone. Excellent. This will prove quite convenient. Satisfied, he removed the mask and settled into a remote inn. Sign-in successful. Reward, 25 gold soul coins. A small pouch of coins appeared at the bedside. Wu Xuanma weighed it thoughtfully before stowing it away and beginning to plan his next course of action. The system required him to sign in at Wind Whisper City for 3 consecutive days, and today marked the first. On the second day's dawn, Wu Xuanma, now appearing as a young man thanks to the illusion mask, roamed the city in search of information. In this era, soul-guiding devices were not manufactured by anyone, yet they were considered trifles by the major powers, thus becoming the playthings of collectors. Lin Tianhao had risen to power as a local tyrant through the trade of soul-guiding devices. Rumor had it that a mysterious soul master had taught Lin Tianhao a lesson just yesterday. Deservedly so. That fellow has been running rampant simply because he possesses a few soul-guiding devices. It was said that the soul master's first soul ring was purple. Shoo, keep your voice down. Wu Xuanma silently passed through the conversing crowd and arrived at a shop specializing in soul master supplies. Displayed in the window were several soul-guiding devices. Their price is astonishing. Even the cheapest was 200 gold soul coins. It seems I need to save up more, he mused. While signing in would grant him gold soul coins, it was far from sufficient to acquire quality items. Upon returning to the inn in the evening, his second sign-in yielded him 60 gold soul coins, more than double what he had received the previous day. On the third day, Wu Xuanmo ventured outside the city to test his soul skills. In a small grove, he unleashed his elemental split attack with all his might. The four-colored beam struck a boulder 30 meters away, leaving behind a bowl-sized mark of composite elemental erosion on its surface. The power was impressive, yet the consumption was significant. He panted as he calculated. With his current soul power, he could use it a maximum of 5 times in succession. At noon, he returned to the city to complete his final sign-in, and the system notification chimed promptly. Consecutive sign-ins in Wind Whisper City for 3 days completed. Reward 1. Soul power increased to level 20. Reward 2. 5,000 years second soul ring. A warm current surged through Wu Xuanmo's entire being, and he felt his soul power skyrocketing. Subsequently, a deep purple halo descended from the heavens, enveloping the elemental destruction gun. The absorption process was remarkably smooth, as if this soul ring had always belonged to him. He acquired his second soul skill, Elemental Annihilation Slash. Effect: the blade of the gun condenses elemental energy to form a slash, inflicting wounds that are difficult to heal and continuously eroded by elemental forces. Wu Xuanmo immediately tested his new soul skill. A crescent-shaped blade of light shot forth, severing 3 tree trunks the size of a bowl. The cut surfaces were ravaged by 4 forces: flames, ice, wind blades, and earth erosion. How formidable, he mused, stroking the rough cut surface, contemplating the practical applications of this effect. As evening approached and he prepared to depart, Wu Xuanmo tallied his gains, unlocking ice elemental abilities, advancing to level 20 Great Soul Master, acquiring the 5,000 year second soul ring, the illusionary voice mask, and 130 gold soul coins. His next destination, City of Blazing Fire, to unlock Thunder Element. Stepping out of the western gate of Wind Whisper City, Wu Xuanmo cast a final glance at the city walls bathed in the sunset's glow. For the next 6 years, he would wander the continent alone. The first leg of his journey was complete. The young man tightened his pack and embarked on a new adventure. Chapter 4. Journey to the City of Blazing Fire. Wu Xuanmo adjusted his black cloak, glancing back at Wind Whisper City, now a mere silhouette on the horizon. For the first time in 3 months, he was leaving the city that had fostered his significant growth. According to the map, it would take at least another 2 months to reach the city of blazing fire. Wuxuan scrutinized the rough map he had purchased from Wind Whisper City, tracing his finger along a winding red line. He opted for a route frequently traversed by merchant caravans. Although longer, it was relatively safe. Ding. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Wuxuan silently recited in his mind. Check-in successful. Reward. Fire attribute right arm soul bone, suitable for attack-type soul masters. A bone, entirely crimson and adorned with flame patterns, appeared in his storage ring. Using his consciousness to probe it, he felt the surging energy of fire elements within. This was the first elemental attribute soul bone he had acquired. Wuxuan pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the system intended for him to join Shrek Academy, having already provided soul bones suitable for 2 of the Shrek 7. Shaking his head, he stored away the soul bone. After securing the soul bone, Wuxuan continued on his journey. Since advancing to the level 20 Great Soul Master, he had noticed a significant decrease in the frequency of soul power boosts granted by his daily check-ins. In the past 3 days, he had only received a level 2 soul power increase, now at level 22, with more rewards being gold soul coins or practical items. This, in fact, relieved him. The rapid early-stage progress required time to solidify his foundation. At midday, Wuxuan rested beneath a large tree, taking out his provisions and water. Suddenly, he heard faint movements. Distant sounds of hurried footsteps and clattering metal reached his ears. Quickly stowing his food, he silently climbed the tree trunk, using the dense foliage to conceal his figure and don the illusionary voice mask. 5 minutes later, a ragtag but well-equipped group came into view. They were escorting 3 heavily laden carts, their surfaces marked with charred scorch marks. Hurry up. We must return to the camp before nightfall. At the forefront, a robust man rode a chestnut horse, his right arm bare, adorned with a tattoo of a blazing knife. Wuxuan held his breath. These individuals were unmistakably bandits, and it appeared they had just robbed a merchant convoy. He counted 12 of them. 6 bore visible soul rings, the weakest among them being around level 20. Great soul masters. The burly rider had 3 soul rings beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating he was approximately level 38, a soul venerable. Detecting the Flame Knife Bandit group, the leader was identified as Zhao Yan, level 38 Battle Soul Venerable, with a martial soul of the Fireblade, fire attribute. As Wuxuan pondered whether to intervene, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A bandit passing beneath the tree suddenly looked up, meeting his gaze. There was someone in the tree. In an instant, 6 bows were aimed at the treetop where Wuxuan concealed himself. Zhao Yan sneered, "Little brat, will you come down on your own, or shall I burn you down?" Realizing there was no way to hide, Wuxuan leapt down from the branch, the elemental annihilation gun materializing in his hand, 2 purple soul rings slowly rotating around him. Purple soul rings. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Yan's eyes, quickly replaced by greed. Capturing him would reveal the secret of his soul rings. 2 great soul masters lunged forward, one wielding iron claws, the other a long whip. Wuxuan concentrated the ice element at the tip of his gun and executed a sweeping motion, a wall of ice rising abruptly to block the Iron Claw Soul Master. The long whip arced around the ice wall, but Wuxuan deftly sidestepped. The tip of his gun unleashed a surge of lightning. Though he had yet to unlock the lightning element, he had recently sensed occasional flickers of purple lightning coursing through the weapon. Crack! A thin bolt of electricity surged through the metallic whip, causing the whip-wielding Soul Master to scream in agony, his arm going numb. Seizing the opportunity, Wuxuan thrust forward, the fire element erupting from the tip of his gun, sending the opponent flying several meters away. Useless, Zhao Yan cursed, leaping down from his horse, a flaming long knife materializing in his right hand. "Let me engage you." The fire blade swept through the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of flames. Wuxuan hastily erected an ice wall for defense, but the flame's temperature was exceedingly high, causing the ice wall to vaporize almost instantly. The scorching wave knocked him back several steps, leaving him breathless. First soul skill, Flame Slash. Zhao Yan seized the opportunity without granting a moment's respite. The first yellow soul ring illuminated, flames surging along the blade, 3 fiery lines shooting towards Wuxuan in a triangular formation, channeling all his strength into the ice element. Wuxuan spun the elemental annihilation gun, forming a frosty vortex before him. The fiery lines collided with the vortex, sizzling as they ultimately neutralized each other. Not bad. Zhao Yan sneered. Second soul skill, Explosive Flame Charge. The second yellow soul ring flashed, and Zhao Yan transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Wuxuan at great speed. Wuxuan barely managed to evade, but his left shoulder was grazed, igniting a searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated, activating his second purple soul ring, Elemental Annihilation Slash. Four colored light blades shot forth from the gun, and Zhao Yin raised his knife to block. The light blades detonated upon contact with the blade. For elemental forces eroding fiercely, the flames on the fire blade dimmed considerably. What in the world? Zhao Yin exclaimed in shock as he beheld his beloved weapon damaged. His fury boiling over. Third soul skill, Flame Blade Dance. The violet soul ring shone brightly, and in an instant, Zhao Yin wielded his flame blade, unleashing 6 blazing sword shadows that sliced toward Wu Xuanma from various angles. It was a wide-ranging assault, leaving little room for evasion. In a moment of crisis, an idea flashed in Wu Xuanma's mind. He concentrated all the ice elements at the tip of his spear and thrust it forcefully into the ground. Ice crystals erupted. From the spearhead, dozens of ice spikes burst forth in a radial pattern, colliding with the fiery sword shadows. The clash of ice and fire generated a vast amount of steam, obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xuanma advanced, gathering all his soul power at the spear's tip, aiming directly for Zhao Yin's chest. With a thud, the spear pierced 3 inches into flesh, but Zhao Yin managed to sidestep at the critical moment, avoiding a fatal blow. He roared in fury, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Xuanma's abdomen, sending him flying several meters. Wu Xuanma crashed into a tree, tasting blood at the back of his throat, while Zhao Yin grimaced in pain, his chest wound corroded by 4 elemental forces, blood oozing continuously. Boss. Several bandits attempted to rush in to assist. Stand down. Zhao Yin barked at his subordinates, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Xuanma. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. But today you must die? Just as Zhao Yin prepared to deliver a final strike, a distant horn sounded, the patrol team of the city defense forces. The bandits immediately fell into disarray. Retreat. Zhao Yin shot Wu Xuanma a reluctant glare before vanishing into the woods with his men. Wu Xuanma exhaled deeply, suppressing his pain as he swiftly exited the scene. This battle made him realize the significant gap between himself and truly experienced soul sovereigns. Ding. Bandit group vanquished. Reward. Fire Crane Left Leg Bone, Premium Fire Attribute Soul Bone. A soul bone, shaped like a crane's leg and radiating a brilliant red, appeared in his storage ring, resonating subtly with the fire attribute right arm bone he had previously obtained. Wu Xuanma could sense that both soul bones contained pure fire elemental energy, and he carefully stored them away. The subsequent journey was relatively tranquil. The rewards from daily sign-ins began to focus on soul bones. Day 2, Wind Attribute Left Palm Bone, suitable for agile attack types. Day 3, Water Attribute Skull Bone, suitable for control types. Day 4, Earth Attribute Right Leg Bone, suitable for defensive types. Each soul bone exhibited distinct elemental characteristics, and Wu Xuanma vaguely sensed a resonance among them within his storage ring, though the precise patterns remained unclear. 2 months later, when the towering crimson walls of Blaze City finally came into view, Wu Xuanma had already collected 7 soul bones of different attributes, and his soul power had risen to level 25. Blaze City was significantly larger than Windrest City, its walls constructed from unique red stones that appeared to blaze like fire from a distance. The entry fee was a hefty 5 silver soul coins. But Wu Xuanma was no longer short on funds. Ding. Host detected arrival at Blaze City. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Wu Xuanma silently thought as he joined the throng entering through the city gates. Blaze City sign-in successful. Reward. Unlock the 6th element, Thunder Element. Thunder Element characteristics. Purple electric arcs, possessing a paralyzing effect, can combine with fire, water, and ice elements to form combination skills. A tingling energy surged into his martial soul. Amidst the colorful radiance of the elemental obliteration spear's tip, a striking purple lightning stood out vividly. Wu Xuanma could sense a profound connection with the elemental forces of thunder that permeated the cosmos. After securing a secluded lodging, he eagerly set out to experiment with his newfound abilities. The interaction between the thunder element and others delighted him. Thunderfire Lance. The spear tip entwined with violet lightning and flames, creating an explosive effect upon piercing, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Thunderfrost Burst. A cone of ice harboring electric energy that triggered a secondary explosion upon impact. The strength was remarkable. Observing the charred remnants on the training ground, Wu Xuanma realized that the incorporation of the thunder element had significantly diversified his offensive capabilities. That evening, as he reflected on his accomplishments, he noticed a more pronounced resonance among the various attribute soul bones within his storage ring. Notably, a newly acquired purple thunder attribute spine bone caused a gentle tremor among the others upon its insertion, as if welcoming a new member. What were these soul bones anticipating? Wu Xuanma pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He resolved to refrain from absorbing any soul bones for the time being, choosing instead to wait until all 9 elemental soul bones were gathered. After all, the potential outcomes of such a collection intrigued him far more. New task: remain in the city of Shanhua for 5 days and complete consecutive sign-ins. Reward: unlock new combination skills based on performance. Gazing out at the night sky, Wu Xuanma noted how the lights of Shanhua resembled stars scattered across the earth. He understood that he had drawn closer to the realm of his dreams. Chapter 5: Confronting the Flame Blade Bandits again. At the abandoned training ground on the western outskirts of Shanhua, a whirlwind of crimson and azure spiraled into the heavens. Fueled by the ferocious winds, a towering fire tornado, reaching heights of 10 meters, turned training stakes to mere charred remnants, even stripping away layers of earth beneath it. Cease. Wu Xuanma pressed down on his spear with both hands, gradually dissipating the rampaging fire tornado. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This marked the 5th day of his sign-ins in Shanhua, culminating in the formation of his combination skill, the Windfire Inferno Vortex. By perfectly melding the fluid dynamics of the wind element with the ferocious energy of fire, he had created a wide-ranging area control skill, capable of countering overwhelming assaults. While the power was impressive, it demanded a substantial cost. Wu Xuanma felt nearly half of his soul power deplete, limiting the full-strength execution of this technique to a maximum of 2 uses. Nevertheless, the results were astounding. The fire tornado not only shredded enemies, but also left lingering flames that continued to scorch, resulting in secondary damage. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: Dark Attribute Left Arm Bone, suitable for agility-focused soul masters. A soul bone, entirely black with swirling dark patterns, materialized within his storage ring. Wu Xuanma probed it with his consciousness, realizing this was the 7th elemental soul bone he had acquired since his sign-in, corresponding to the attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, and darkness. Upon placing the newly acquired dark attribute soul bone into his ring, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. All 7 soul bones trembled slightly, emitting their respective elemental glows, which lingered for several seconds before gradually fading away. Was this resonance? A spark of excitement ignited within Wu Xuanma. It seemed that upon collecting all 9 elemental soul bones, he would uncover the true nature of this phenomenon. With his martial soul retracted, Wu Xuanma returned to Shanhua. Over the past few days, aside from cultivating, he had been secretly gathering intelligence regarding the Flame Blade Bandits. 2 months prior, that band of brigands had assaulted him. Now, having significantly augmented his strength, it was time to settle the score. Rumor had it that the lair of the Flame Blade Gang was hidden within the abandoned mines of the Crimson Flame Mountains. In a tavern, a drunken hunter divulged that Zhao Yin had recently plundered a merchant convoy from the Starfall Empire and was reveling in his triumph. Wu Xuanma silently noted the information and inquired, "Does the City Defense Army take no action?" The hunter scoffed, "Take action? Zhao Yin's cousin is the captain of the 3rd Squad of the City Defense Army. They merely turn a blind eye." Understanding the gravity of the situation, a glint of cold light flickered in Wu Xuanma's eyes. Such collusion between officials and villains had always repulsed him during his past life as a police academy student. On the 4th day of his attendance, the system rewarded him with 50 gold soul coins. With this sum, Wu Xuanma procured a detailed map of the Crimson Flame Mountains from the black market and prepared ample supplies. On the 5th day at dawn, he donned a phantom mask to assume the guise of a youth and quietly exited the city. Guided by the map, he discovered that the Flame Blade Gang's stronghold lay 30 miles north of the city, within an abandoned iron mine, an easily defensible yet challenging target. At noon, Wu Xuanma concealed himself atop a ridge, surveying the bandit camp below. The entrance of the mine had been fortified into a sturdy gate, with 4 sentinels patrolling back and forth. Through the gaping entrance, flickering flames and shadowy figures were visible. A direct assault would be unwise. As Wu Xuanma analyzed the terrain, he observed several fissures in the mountainside above the mine, with loose stones occasionally cascading down. A plan began to form in his mind. As night fell, he set his plan into motion. He circled to the top of the mine, identifying the weakest point in the mountainside. Inserting his elemental oblivion gun into the crevice, he unleashed the full force of the ice element. With a series of cracking sounds, the intense cold caused the moisture within the rocks to freeze and expand, gradually widening the fissures. Stepping back a few paces, he concentrated the fire element at the gun's tip, delivering a thunderous strike to the crack. A tremendous rumble ensued, shaking the mountainside violently, causing a deluge of debris to rain down upon the mine's entrance. The gate collapsed partially, and the sentinels fled in panic. "What is happening?" "The mountain has collapsed. Quickly, report to the boss." Seizing the chaos, Wu Xuanma slipped into the mine from the side. The interior was far more expansive than he had anticipated, with a vast lava pool at its center. This was indeed a volcanic vein. The bandits were preoccupied, attempting to rescue their comrades injured by the falling rocks, oblivious to the newcomer lurking in the shadows. Calm down. Zhao Yin's voice echoed from deeper within. It's just a minor collapse. There's no need to panic. Wu Xuanma followed the sound, spotting Zhao Yin, whose bare torso was wrapped in bandages from the wounds he had inflicted 2 months prior. Behind Zhao Yin, a dozen bandits were counting their ill-gotten gains, some chests even bearing the insignia of the Starfall royal family. Indeed, it was Yu who plundered the Starfall convoy, no longer concealing himself. Wu Xuanma stepped forth from the shadows, his elemental oblivion gun in hand, 2 rings of purple soul halos shimmering around him. It's you. Zhao Yin's eyes widened, then twisted into a malicious grin. You little brat, last time you escaped by sheer luck. Today you've come right to my door. This time, no city defense army would intervene. Wu Xuanma aimed his gun at Zhao Yin, declaring, it's time for us to settle this. Arrogant fool, Zhao Yin bellowed, brandishing his blazing blade. Everyone attack. Kill him. Over 20 bandits surged forward simultaneously, 6 of whom were soul masters. Without a hint of panic, Wu Xuanma summoned the elements of wind and fire at the tip of his spear, tornado of wind and fire. A ferocious fire tornado erupted, wreaking havoc within the cavern. The searing whirlwind ensnared the 5 foremost bandits, their agonized screams echoing throughout the mine. The others were compelled to retreat, their formation thrown into disarray. Damn little ghost. Zhao Yin roared in fury as his 3rd purple soul ring illuminated. Flame blade dance. 6 fiery blade shadows slashed towards Wu Xuanma, but were largely thwarted by an unexpectedly rising ice wall. The remaining 2 blades breached the ice barrier. And although Wu Xuanma dodged to the side, he was still grazed on the left arm, blood streaming forth. Frost thunder explosion. Wu Xuanma retaliated, launching 3 ice spikes imbued with lightning in a triangular formation. Zhao Yin swung his blade to block, but the ice spikes detonated, sending electric currents through the metallic blade and causing his arm to tingle with numbness. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xuanma advanced, aiming the tip of his spear at Zhao Yin's throat. Clang. In a moment of peril, Zhao Yin barely managed to lift his blade to defend, but was forced back several steps, his back nearly grazing the molten lava pool's edge. Did you think you were the only one with combination techniques? Zhao Yin suddenly grinned wickedly as his 1st and 2nd soul rings glowed simultaneously. Flame burst slash. He transformed into a blazing fireball, the fiery blade leading the charge like a flaming drill. In a state of urgency, Wu Xuanma erected 3 ice walls, only for them to be successively shattered. At a critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he plunged the spear tip into the ground. Earth wall. A sturdy earthen wall erupted, slowing the fireball's momentum upon impact. Seizing this chance, Wu Xuanma leaped, interweaving 4 elements at the spear's tip. Elemental annihilation slash. The 4-colored light blade struck Zhao Yin squarely in the chest, blood gushing forth. More critically, the wound was eroded by the powers of the 4 elements, rendering it incapable of healing. Zhao Yin staggered back, losing his footing. No, he cried out in horror as he fell into the lava pool, instantly consumed. The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's demise, scattered like frightened birds. Wu Xuanma exhaled a long breath, enduring his pain as he began to search the bandits' lair. Within a locked iron chest, he discovered the most precious of spoils, a completely white external soul bone shaped like a tiger's claw, emanating a sharp golden essence. White tiger's diamond claw, external soul bone. Characteristics: extreme sharpness, capable of tearing through most defenses, suitable for powerful attack-type soul masters. Truly worthy of the Star Luo Empire, but this soul bone is mine now. Wu Xuanma carefully stowed the soul bone, murmuring to himself, I still need the elements of light and space. He believed that once he gathered all 9 elemental soul bones, he would obtain the one most suited to him. Before departing, Wu Xuanma deliberately let a few bandits escape, ensuring they would carry the news of Zhao Yin's death back to the city. Such a tyrant was not worth mourning. Upon returning to Blaze City, Wu Xuanma recuperated at an inn for 3 days. Each day he signed in to continue receiving various rewards. On the 6th day, his soul power increased by 1 level, current level, 26. On the 7th day, he acquired the elemental combination technique Ice-Water Eternal Frozen Prison, which transformed water elements into cold mist and instantly froze ice elements, creating a domain-like low-temperature prison that significantly slowed and had a chance to freeze targets. Gazing at the next sign-in location, Wu Xuanma discerned where his journey would lead him next. He turned his gaze northward, towards the 5th city designated by the system for sign-in, the Ice City, the site for unlocking the elemental light. However, before proceeding, it was imperative to eliminate any potential threats. Chapter 6. Eliminate threats and head to Ice City. The morning light of the 7th day in the blazing fire city filtered through the window of the inn. Wu Xuanma sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his soul energy to stabilize the foundation that had slightly wavered after his fierce battle with Zhao Yin the previous day, defeating a level 38 soul master. Even with the advantage of terrain and strategy, was no small feat for him, a level 26 great soul master. Ding. Completion of the 7th consecutive sign-in at Blazing Fire City. Reward. Elemental Combination Technique. Eternal Frozen Prison. A crisp and profound understanding surged into his mind. Wu Xuanma opened his eyes, his fingertips moving unconsciously. His left hand gathered a gossamer-like pale blue mist, wisps emanating a chilling aura. While his right hand was enveloped in glimmering ice crystals, the coldness reigned in yet all the more lethal. Water and ice in harmony, a domain? His thoughts stirred as he attempted to merge the two elements. The mist from his left hand silently spread, enveloping a small area before him, the air temperature plummeting, and a thin layer of frost quickly forming on the ground. As the mist touched the leg of the table, Wu Xuanma tapped the point with his right fingertip, and an instant later, a layer of solid ice encased it. So that is how it works. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Wu Xuanma's eyes. The eternal frozen prison was not a direct attack technique, but rather a means to envelop an area with frigid mist created from the water element, significantly reducing the speed and perception of any targets within, before instantly freezing any contact points with the ice element. This was a formidable crowd control and restriction skill, particularly suited for dealing with multiple foes or creating opportunities. With this technique, combined with the fierce assault of the blazing sky spiral and the defensive breach of the elemental annihilation slash, his tactical repertoire had expanded significantly. Wu Xuanma was exceedingly pleased with his new skill. Over the past 7 days in Blazing Fire City, his soul power had risen to level 26, unlocking the powerful lightning element, developing a wind-fire combination technique, and now acquiring the ice-water combination technique, yielding rewards far beyond his expectations. He rose to gather his belongings, preparing to procure supplies for his journey to the northern ice city. A lengthy voyage of 4 months necessitated ample preparation. Just as he stepped out of the inn, a hushed yet deliberate murmur reached his ears, transformed by the illusionary mask he wore. Have you heard? The Flame Blade Gang is finished. Their leader, Zhao Yin, has fallen. And quite gruesomely at that. Serves them right. Those scoundrels had it coming. But this isn't over yet. What do you mean? Shoo, keep your voice down. Zhao Yin's cousin, Zhao Mang, who is a captain in the city defense forces, has gone mad searching for the perpetrator after hearing the news. He has vowed to dig 3 feet underground to find the culprit and tear them to shreds. Zhao Mang, that soul master in his 40s? This is troublesome. I've heard he is ruthless and has a band of desperate men under his command. Indeed, the atmosphere in the city has turned tense with even the slightest stir. I hope that Hero, who eliminates evildoers, has already fled to safety. Wu Xuanma did not slow his pace, appearing to be merely an ordinary passerby. Yet the brows beneath his mask were already furrowed in concern. Zhao Yan's cousin, Zhao Mang, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the City Defense Army, possessed a soul rank of considerable stature, presenting a significant dilemma. Although he was set to depart, Shanhua City served as a vital northern stronghold he may revisit in the future. Leaving behind such a formidable adversary, one imbued with deep-seated animosity and wielding considerable influence, would undoubtedly be an unwise decision, especially with the opponent fervently searching for the perpetrator. Any clue discovered during the investigation of merchant caravans or travelers could pose a grave threat. Hence, mitigating this latent danger became imperative. The mindset of a police academy student allowed him to swiftly arrive at this conclusion. To safeguard the populace was one motivation, while ensuring his own safety and eliminating future repercussions was another. Rather than retreating immediately, he adhered to his plan, calmly procuring an ample supply of non-perishable provisions, dried meats, water pouches, thick furs for warmth, as well as a more detailed map of the northern territories and some commonly utilized medicinal supplies at the marketplace. He presented himself as an ordinary adventurer preparing for an extensive journey. Upon completing his acquisitions, he stored the goods in a spatial ring, dined at an inconspicuous eatery, and patiently awaited the cloak of night. As midnight approached, the majority of Shanhua City succumbed to silence, save for the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards. Wu Xianmo donned a dark attire, employing a voice-altering mask to subtly adjust his facial features, transforming into a specter that melded with the night as he stealthily approached the barracks of the City Defense Army in the West District. Based on his observations from earlier that day and fragmented tidings overheard in the tavern, he knew that Zhao Mang, as the squad leader, possessed his own independent courtyard. Evading 2 patrols, Wu Xianmo stealthily positioned himself outside the rear wall of Zhao Mang's courtyard. A faint glow emanated from within, accompanied by the sounds of heavy snoring and the scent of alcohol. It was evident that an enraged and sorrow-soaked Zhao Meng had succumbed to slumber. His mental prowess quietly extended, confirming that Zhao Meng was alone and in a deep sleep. Rather than scaling the wall, Wu Xianmo gently pressed his palm against the shadows of the rear wall. Prison of eternal frost. Silently, the icy water element mist permeated through the crevices of the bricks, infiltrating the room's interior. The temperature within began to plummet dramatically, causing the slumbering Zhao Meng to instinctively draw his blanket tighter. As the chilling fog thickened, nearly condensing into frost at Zhao Meng's mouth and nose, Wu Xianmo's gaze sharpened. Freeze. Within the room, the thick quilt enveloping Zhao Meng, the breath he exhaled, and even the contact points of the mattress beneath him were instantaneously encased in a layer of solid ice. The sudden formation of ice crystals around his mouth and nose jolted him awake from asphyxiation, yet the extreme cold swiftly numbed his nerves and muscles, leaving him unable to muster his soul energy. Ugh! He could only emit a muffled whimper, his body futilely struggling beneath the ice layer. His soul rank rendered ineffective under the suffocating and frigid grip. Wu Xianmo refrained from entering the room, confirming that the target's presence rapidly dwindled under the icy confinement until it vanished completely. The entire process transpired without a sound. Devoid of any violent fluctuations in soul energy or traces of a struggle, the scene would merely suggest that Zhao Meng succumbed to fatal hypothermia from his inebriation. He meticulously erased the last vestiges of his presence and any evidence left on the outer wall, vanishing into the depths of the night as silently as he had appeared. By dawn the next morning, Wu Xianmo had restored his youthful visage, without the mask, carrying an unremarkable small bundle, and had arrived early at the northern gate of Chihua City. A caravan composed of a dozen beast-drawn carts is gathering, destined for the frigid ice city in the north. At the helm stands an experienced elder soul master, his soul power resonating at the esteemed soul master level. Young lad, is it just you heading to Ice City? The leader, surprised, gazes down at Wu Xuanma, whose height barely reaches the waist of an adult. Yes, uncle, I am going there to find relatives, Wu Xuanma replies, offering a shy smile befitting his age, and hands over 5 golden soul coins as fare and a measure of security. The leader weighs the coin pouch, then observes Wu Xuanma's unexpectedly composed gaze despite his youth, and nods in agreement. Very well. Stay close and be mindful. It's a long journey, taking 3 to 4 months. I am Chen Hai. You may call me Uncle Chun. Thank you. Uncle Chun, Wu Xuanma responds obediently, quietly positioning himself beside a cart laden with pelts in the middle of the caravan. Just as the caravan is about to set forth, a commotion erupts from the city, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of soldiers. Fragments of phrases such as Captain Zhao, sudden death, and accident can be faintly discerned. The guards at the city gate seem stirred, causing a ripple of unrest. Chun Hai furrows his brow, growing impatient with the chaos among the city guards, and waves dismissively. Do not concern yourselves with trivial matters. We shall depart. The horses bellow as they pull the vehicles, and the caravan slowly moves out of the grand northern gate of Fire City. Wu Xuanma sits atop the jostling cart, casting a glance back at the receding crimson walls. Fire City has unlocked the essential lightning element, granting formidable combination skills and resolving the threats posed by the Flameblade Gang and its hidden dangers. Most importantly, within his storage ring lie 7 soul bones, each emanating distinct elemental vibrations: the airy finger bone of wind, the fiery arm bone of fire, the supple rib bone of water, the weighty leg bone of earth, the icy shoulder blade of ice, the tempestuous spine bone of lightning, and the enigmatic skull bone of darkness. An invisible connection seems to exist among them, occasionally resonating faintly, akin to the gravitational pull of distant stars. Though the significance of this resonance eludes him, Wu Xuanma instinctively senses that their convergence promises extraordinary transformation. Just 2 more to go, he muses, caressing the ring, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon to the north, where the ice city lies, perpetually cloaked in snow and ice, marking the next checkpoint for his system prompt and the place to unlock the light element. He also does not forget the external soul bones he has collected, contemplating whether to join the Shrek Academy or to form his own team of soul masters during the course of his journey over the next 5 years. The wheels roll steadily over the frozen soil, carrying the caravan towards the north. At just 7 years old, Wu Xuanma embarks on a protracted journey of 4 months, bearing strength and secrets far beyond his peers. Chapter 7. The 4-month journey. The wheels grind over the hardened earth, emitting a monotonous, persistent creaking sound. Leaving the crimson soil of Fire City behind, the caravan plunges into the vast, gradually desolate expanse of the north. For months, 120 days and nights, this marks a long and silent journey. For the 7-year-old Wu Xuanma, this expedition is not a grand adventure filled with tumult, but rather an unfolding, chilling canvas, with him as a quiet ink in the corner of the picture. The caravan resembled a slowly moving centipede, meandering northward along the ancient trade route. The leader, Shanhua, was a seasoned soul master, his martial spirit being a defensive rock-armored rhinoceros. With a calm demeanor and decisive command, he guided the procession. Dozens of wagons laden with fabrics, spices, metallic tools, and, on the return journey, the bountiful specialties of the Ice City, deep-sea cold iron, snow spirit ore, and precious pelts from ice attribute soul beasts, trundled along. Most of the time, Wu Shuomal remained quietly beside his cart, which was piled high with heavy furs, wrapped in a bear fur coat procured before departure. His small frame was almost engulfed by the pelts, leaving only a pair of tranquil eyes visible, observing the ever-changing scenery and the eclectic individuals within the caravan. The initial leg of the journey traversed a vast, boundless forest of towering ancient trees, some reaching dizzying heights of several dozen meters and with trunks so stout that several people could scarcely encircle them. The canopies obscured the sky, allowing sunlight to struggle through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp humus and the refreshing aroma of greenery. Even during daylight, the caravan needed to ignite specially crafted beast-repelling lanterns, their dim glow flickering in the shadowy woods, dispelling the lurking low-level soul beasts. As night fell, the campfire crackled, mercenaries on watch conversed in hushed tones, while distant calls of unknown owls and the haunting cries of soul beasts echoed through the darkness. Wu Shuomal often sat in a corner away from the fire, quietly completing his daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 50 gold soul coins. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, resilient beast sinew rope, 10 zhong. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, soul power increased by 1 level, current level 27, a rare elevation during the journey. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, windproof and waterproof fire fluff box. Indeed, the frequency of soul power enhancements had significantly diminished. Wu Shuomal remained unperturbed, fully aware of the importance of a solid foundation. The monetary rewards and practical items obtained from check-ins allowed him to replenish consumed rations or acquire minor necessities, such as exchanging gold soul coins for a sturdier pair of snow boots at a town on the forest's edge. Within the caravan was an herbalist named Old Cook, who often sneaked into the woods during breaks, returning with herbs that shimmered with an unusual luster. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a rare star-dew herb but was pursued in a disheveled state by a guardian 10-year soul beast, the shadow mongoose. The caravan's guards intervened to drive away the mongoose, and Old Cook, cradling his injured arm, carefully wrapped the star-dew herb, murmuring to himself, "This will cure my little girl back home. I just need this key ingredient." Wu Shuomal silently observed, offering no words. Instead, after the evening check-in, he discreetly placed a vial of ordinary hemostatic powder, a reward from the system, beside Old Cook's bedding. At the forest's end lay the undulating Blackstone Hills, where vegetation was sparse and the exposed black rocks appeared particularly harsh against the biting wind. The sky grew high and gray, with a fierce wind howling over the ridges. Here, the caravan encountered another group, a band of miners from Blackstone Town's quarry. They toiled with laden beasts, hauling heavy or destined for the southern smelting center. The miners, mostly taciturn, bore the marks of toil and soot upon their weathered faces. The leading miner, a one-armed giant, is said to possess the martial spirit of a pickaxe. In his youth, he lost an arm in a mining disaster but persevered through sheer willpower and spiritual strength, becoming the steadfast support for his fellow miners. The two teams traveled together for a few days. At night, as they set up camp, the miners gathered around a basket fire, silently gnawing on their hard rations. A young miner, seemingly no more than 15 or 16, could not suppress his soft sobs. He longed for home and mourned his father, who had perished in the mine collapse. The one-armed leader said nothing, merely offering the last remnants of his meager wine from his water pouch. The flickering flames illuminated their weary and numbed faces. Wu Shuomal nestled within his leather coat, listening to the wind whisper through the crevices of the rocks. Feeling the faint yet steady resonance of the 7 elemental soul bones within his ring, as if reminding him of the significance of strength. As they journeyed northward, the temperatures plummeted, and the land gradually transformed into a grayish-white expanse of frozen tundra. Sparse moss and low shrubs tenaciously thrived between the glacial stones, and the horizon opened up into an infinite vista, blending earth and sky into a monochromatic palette. The sky often displayed an unusual leaden hue, occasionally breaking into clear skies where sunlight would strike the ice crystals, reflecting a blinding radiance. Here, the caravan encountered the most vexing predicament for Shanhua, an unexpected snowstorm. A sudden tempest trapped the caravan in a sheltered mountain hollow for 3 days and nights. The biting wind felt like a blade, and the snowflakes fell thickly, rendering visibility to less than 10 meters. The horses neighed restlessly, while the people huddled within the tents, relying on the campfire and each other's warmth. Food and fuel became scarce. Wu Xuanma, utilizing the beast sinew ropes acquired through sign-in rewards, collaborated with a few seasoned mercenaries to fortify the tents and cargo carts against the wind. His strength belied his youthful appearance. His movements were steady and efficient, earning him appreciative glances from the mercenaries. Amidst the storm, he silently signed in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. High-calorie meat fat, 10 portions. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Soul power increased by 1 level, current level 28. In the harsh environment, the system seemed to offer a slight encouragement. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. A thick bear skin sleeping bag. He distributed the meat fat to several mercenaries who had expended much energy, including Old Cook, while he himself nestled into the newly acquired bearskin sleeping bag, silently circulating his soul power to fend off the cold. Once the storm abated, the caravan resumed its journey, and on the expansive tundra, they encountered a small group of pilgrim travelers, dressed in thin linen garments and barefoot, wrapped in soul power. They prostrated with each step, advancing toward the ice city, reciting prayers with fervent and resolute expressions. Shanhua informed everyone that these were the ascetics unique to the far north, who believed that enduring such hardships would lead them to the eternal ice wall at the center of Ice City, granting them the blessings of the snow god. The caravan silently watched as they staggered past, disappearing into the vast white horizon, their hearts filled with an indescribable sense of awe. As the journey entered its final month, the chill in the air penetrated to the bone. The ground lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, every glance met with blinding white. Enormous glaciers loomed like slumbering dragons, nestled between distant mountains. Rivers had long since frozen into solid ice paths, and at times, the caravan would daringly traverse directly across the icy surface to shorten their route. Beneath the frozen surface, immense dark shadows occasionally glided by. These were the hardy water attribute soul beasts. The sign-in routine of Wu Xuanmo remained steady and unassuming. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, 100 gold soul coins. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, a pair of premium snow goggles. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, a small pouch of invigorating ice mint leaves. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, soul power increased by 1 level, current level 29. His soul power steadily and gradually ascended, with only 1 step remaining to reach the threshold of level 30. Most of his time was devoted to meditation, solidifying every increment of his soul power, while continuously familiarizing himself with the elemental forces at his disposal, particularly the newly acquired lightning element and the combination techniques, Heavenly Inferno Vortex and Eternal Frozen Abyss. The 7 soul bones within his ring resonated slightly more actively with the frigid environment, especially the ice attribute shoulder bone, which emanated a subtle chill, enhancing his sensitivity to the surrounding ice elements. The remaining 3 external soul bones lay quietly in a corner. Life within the merchant caravan was simple and repetitive. Wu Xuanma assisted the cook in chopping firewood, helped the driver repair a broken yoke, and had even repelled a small pack of ice wolves attempting to menace their horses with precise pebbles infused with a hint of wind elemental power. His assistance was always timely and unobtrusive, leaving others with the impression that this child was remarkably composed, strong, and fortunate. When a silhouette appeared on the distant gray-white horizon, more vibrant than the sky and more radiant than the glaciers, the entire caravan erupted in a long-suppressed cheer. Ice City, we have arrived. It was a magnificent city entirely constructed from some form of pale blue crystalline stone, reflecting a dreamlike halo under the thin polar sunlight, resembling a colossal sapphire embedded in a snowy crown. The towering walls were sharply defined, and a visible layer of cold mist enveloped the city. Even from afar, an intense chill that sent shivers through the soul rushed forth. Shanhai's face broke into a relieved smile as he patted Wu Xuanma, who was bundled up like a fur ball, with only his eyes visible. Kid, we've reached Ice City. Be careful on your way to find your relatives. It's much colder here than in the south, and the rules are quite different. Wu Xuanma gazed up at the crystalline city, its blue silhouette reflected in his clear eyes. He nodded gently. Thank you, Uncle Chun, for taking care of me along the way. His voice, muffled by the thick scarf, sounded somewhat subdued. The 4-month-long journey slipped by quietly amidst the creaking of wheels, the howling of wind and snow, the idle chatter of mercenaries, the silence of miners, and the piety of pilgrims. At the age of 7, Wu Xuanma had seen his soul power ascend from level 26 to 29. The wealth and resources he had gathered were sufficient for him to live comfortably in this frozen city for a considerable time. Most importantly, he had become a silent observer, imprinting the vastness, desolation, resilience, and faith of this northern part of the continent deep within his heart. Ahead lay his goal, the light element and the unknown light attribute soul bone, nestled within that mysterious, chilly city. Ice City was now within sight. A new sign-in, new elements, and new challenges were about to commence. His journey remains long and solitary. Chapter 8. Unlocking the light element and acquiring new skills. Icebound City. A colossal metropolis constructed from eternal ice and pale blue crystals, exudes a chill far beyond the imagination of Wuxuanma. Upon entering the city gates, it feels as if even the soul is on the verge of freezing. The air is dry and piercing, each breath accompanied by the sensation of tiny ice crystals brushing against the skin. The pedestrians on the streets are wrapped in thick fur from snow beasts, hurrying along as their exhaled breath crystallizes in the frigid air. The city's architecture is sharply defined, reflecting an ethereal blue halo under the unique cold daylight of the polar region, both beautiful and desolate. After bidding farewell to the caravan leader, Shanhua, Wuxuanma immersed himself alone into this crystalline palace. He first needed to find a place to rest. The cost of living in Icebound City is evidently higher than that in Blazing Fire City, particularly in the area near the city's core, the Eternal Ice Wall. Ultimately, he found a modest yet clean and called Cedar Lodge near the western city gate, in a relatively less bustling area. The inn was not large, but its thick walls effectively insulated against the harsh cold of the outside world. A month's lodging cost him 10 gold soul coins. Once settled, Wuxuanma did not immediately head to the designated sign-in location, the ice spirit goddess statue at the edge of the city center square. Like a truly curious traveler, he spent several days acclimatizing to his surroundings. Wrapped in a thick bear fur coat and wearing specially designed anti-slip boots, he navigated the labyrinthine ice streets. He observed shops selling materials from ice attribute soul beasts, deep-sea cold iron weapons, and various winter garments. He purchased fish cakes made from snowfish meat at a steamy street stall. Though bland, they provided warmth. He also gazed from afar at the monumental Eternal Ice Wall. Revered by countless ascetics, a towering, mirror-smooth ice wall over 100 meters high, emanating an ancient chill, said to be the heart of Icebound City and the source of its power. Ding. Completion of Day 1 sign-in at Icebound City. Reward, 50 gold soul coins. Ding. Completion of Day 2 sign-in at Icebound City. Reward, high-quality ice-fueled wolfskin gloves. Ding. Completion of Day 3 sign-in at Icebound City. Reward, soul power increased by 1 level, current level, 30. The enhancement of soul power remains gradual yet steady. Reaching level 30 signifies his formal entrance into the realm of soul sovereigns. At his age, achieving this status would send ripples across the continent. Yet in this cold border city, no one knows the secret of this silent child hidden in the shadows. On the morning of the 4th day, the sky presented an unusual pale purple hue. Wuxuanma felt the time was ripe. He donned a phantom voice mask, transforming into an ordinary young traveler, and joined the sparse flow of people heading towards the Ice Spirit Square at the city center. In the heart of the square stands the emblem of Icebound City, the Ice Spirit Goddess statue. The goddess, sculpted from a massive block of deep blue ice crystal, stands in an elegant pose, her features blurred yet imbued with compassion. Her hands cradling a circular crystal emitting a soft white glow. The statue towers 10 meters high, radiating a sense of sanctity and purity even in the biting chill of the morning. It is said that on certain nights of the aurora, the goddess statue resonates with the celestial lights, creating an indescribable beauty. As Wuxuanma approached the pedestal of the goddess statue, he observed a handful of early risers engaged in silent prayer. Feigning admiration for the sculpture, he inwardly intoned, "System, check in at the Ice Spirit Goddess statue." A notification chimed in response, detected that the host is at the designated check-in location, Ice Spirit Goddess statue. Would you like to check in? Check in. In an instant, an indescribable, warm and pure energy descended from the heavens, not a physical warmth, but a transcendent light that penetrated the soul, dispelling the gloom. This force disregarded the surrounding chill, surging directly into Wuxuanma's body and merging with his martial soul core. Check-in successful. Reward, unlock the 7th element, light element. The characteristics of the light element include purification, exorcism, mental amplification, and energy purification. Wuxuanma felt his perception elevate to a new echelon. The icy world around him appeared more vivid. The previously intangible ice element particles in the air transformed into tiny blue specks within his spiritual awareness, while the gentle white light emanating from the crystal in the goddess's hand became tangible streams of illumination in his sight. The elemental devastation gun within him emitted a joyful hum in the sea of his consciousness, as a warm and sacred golden light stabilized amidst the vibrant colors, harmonizing beautifully with the other hues. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from lingering in the square. The acquisition of the light element brought him a step closer to the perfection of his martial soul system. More importantly, the 7 elemental soul bones within his ring resonated with newfound clarity and intensity upon the awakening of the light element, particularly the dark attribute head soul bone, which seemed to grow more reserved and profound under the cleansing aura of the pure light element, fostering a tighter and more harmonious connection with the other soul bones. A feeling reminiscent of the final piece of a puzzle arose, though the ultimate destination of this resonance remained elusive. Upon returning to Cedar Residence, Wu Xuanma commenced a 7-day retreat in Ice City. Each day, he discreetly completed his check-ins. Ding. Ice City check-in day 4 completed. Reward. A small vial of sunlight potion significantly enhances cold resistance for a short duration. Ding. Ice City check-in day 5 completed. Reward. 80 gold soul coins. Ding. Ice City check-in day 6 completed. Reward. Soul power increased by 1 level, current level, 31. His soul power had risen to level 31. Yet he had not yet acquired a soul ring. Most of his time was spent meditating in his room, familiarizing himself with the newly acquired light element. The light and dark elements formed a delicate balance within him, akin to the 2 sides of a coin. Under the nurturing of the light element, his mental prowess expanded, enhancing both his perception range and acuity. He endeavored to integrate the light element into his existing attacks, discovering its additional restraining effects against shadow and mental energies, as well as a slight increase in the purity of other elements. On the 7th day, upon completing his final check-in, the eagerly anticipated reward arrived as expected. Ding. Consecutive check-in for 7 days in Ice City completed. Reward. Elemental combination technique. Thunder water. Thunderous water prison. A torrent of information flooded into his mind, encompassing deeper laws of interaction between the elements of thunder and water. With eyes closed, Wu Xuanma immersed himself in contemplation for a considerable time, a glint of fierce electricity flashing in his gaze. The thunderous water prison, a formidable combination technique. Its essence lies in 2 steps. 1. The water cage. First, one must harness the purest elemental water energy to instantaneously coalesce a high-pressure, dense flow of water around the target or within a designated area. This is not merely a simple encasement. Rather, it forms a water prison imbued with powerful binding capabilities. This prison significantly restricts the target's movements and can even disrupt their soul energy circulation. 2. The thunderous annihilation. Subsequently, one must summon the ferocious might of thunder and precisely infuse it into the water prison. Water serves as an excellent conductor. Within the confines of the water prison, the lightning spreads instantaneously, intertwining and erupting, creating a devastating strike with no blind spots. More alarmingly, this is not merely physical lightning damage. The high-voltage current, when conducted through water, can directly impact, disrupt, and even decompose the target's internal soul energy structure, inflicting deeper wounds. The crux of this technique lies in the synergy between the binding strength of the water prison and the timing and power of the thunder infusion. Should it succeed, the enemy trapped within the thunderous water prison will endure multiple strikes of physical paralysis, chaotic soul energy, and even damage to their martial soul. It is an exceedingly potent single-target or small-range control and destruction technique. It demands precise control, making it an ideal means to refine the newly acquired amplification effect of light elements on mental prowess. Wu Xuanma devised a plan in his mind. He needed to seek a sufficiently concealed location with a water source to experiment with this new skill. Days later, under the pretext of collecting scenic materials from the Ice City, Wu Xuanma inquired with the innkeeper about a small, abandoned ice harvesting site to the northeast of the city, where several frozen lakes and deserted shanties lay, rarely visited by humans. Battling the howling cold wind, Wu Xuanma arrived at this desolate ice harvesting ground. The massive pits left by the extraction of ice had formed several lakes of varying sizes. He chose a smaller lake, its ice layer relatively thin, along the edge. Drawing in a deep breath of the frigid air, Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened. The elemental destruction gun materialized, its tip aglow with intertwining blue light, water, and purple lightning. Thunderous water prison, Phase 1. The gun's tip aimed at the center of the ice lake, and a powerful surge of water elemental energy erupted forth. Crack! The ice surface shattered instantaneously, and the cold lake water surged upward as if controlled by an invisible giant hand, forming a colossal water column approximately 3 meters in diameter and over 5 meters in height, completely enveloping a small area. The water swirled at high speed, exuding immense binding power, simulating the effect of a water prison. Phase 2. Thunder Invocation. Wu Xuanma called out, his gun's tip radiating a brilliant purple light. A thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, actually manifested from his own soul energy, drawing upon the thunder elements of nature. Striking precisely into the swirling water prison. Zzz boom. The deafening roar of thunder erupted. The entire water prison transformed into a blinding purple electric sphere. The furious currents rampaged through the water, leaping and exploding. Within the region enveloped by the water prison, the icy water mixture vaporized instantaneously, with mist swirling and being pierced by the electric current. A powerful shockwave of energy radiated outward, causing the snow accumulated at the edges of the ice lake to tumble down in a flurry. Moments later, the electric light dissipated and the water prison collapsed, leaving behind a steaming pit at the center of the frozen lake. The walls of the pit were smooth as a mirror, bearing traces of charred electric marks. While the lake water could not immediately reclaim its surface, Wu Xuanma gasped slightly, his arms tingling. This strike had consumed nearly 40% of his soul power, its potency surpassing that of the single target elemental rift or elemental annihilation slash. Particularly striking was the sensation of lightning conducting through the water, erupting, and even resonating with soul power, an overwhelming force. He acknowledged the need for further practice. His control was insufficiently refined, and the range was too broad, posing a risk of collateral damage. Calmly assessing the situation, he deemed it sufficient as a trump card. After completing his experiment, Wu Xuanma meticulously erased the traces he had left behind, ensuring that no one would suspect anything had transpired in this location before quietly returning to the city. His objectives in Ice City had been fulfilled, unlocking the light element, acquiring the formidable new combination technique of Thunderstrike Water Prison, and steadily elevating his soul power to level 31. Within his ring, the resonance of 7 elemental soul bones, wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, and darkness, could still be sensed. The main storyline of Douluo continent would only commence at the age of 12. Standing by the small window of the inn, Wu Xuanma gazed out at the occasionally passing auroras above the city of ice crystals, which flowed like gossamer. With the space element also unlocked, all elemental attributes of his martial soul had been revealed. The youth murmured, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. His journey was destined to continue across this vast and enigmatic continent, searching for the final piece of the puzzle until he could assemble his own complete secret of the elements. The frigidness of Ice City was merely another stop on his lengthy expedition. Chapter 9. Surprises and New Departures. A month in Ice City passed quietly amid the prolonged polar day and fleeting night. Like a fish lying dormant beneath the ice, Wu Xuanma solidified his newly acquired powers in the small room of Snow Pine residence, beside the statue in Ice Spirit Square, and at the abandoned ice quarry outside the city, patiently awaiting the system's benevolence. Each day's sign-in occurred with the precision of a clock, taking place promptly at dawn. As anticipated, the rewards for soul power enhancement ceased, as if the system were consciously regulating the growth rate of his youthful body, redirecting its focus toward other accumulations. Ding. Completion of the 8th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, 100 gold soul coins. Ding. Completion of the 9th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, a finely crafted ice pick made from cold iron, usable for climbing ice walls or excavation. Ding. Completion of the 12th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, a box of 10 calming ice crystal incense sticks. Ding. Completion of the 15th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, a detailed map of the Eastern Sea region, fragment. This undoubtedly provided clues for his future journey eastward. Ding. Completion of the 18th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, a temperature-regulating soul guide pendant. Wearing it allows for minor adjustments to body temperature, resisting extreme cold and heat. Ding. Completion of the 21st day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, 500 gold soul coins. Wealth steadily accumulated. Ding. Completion of the 24th day of sign-in in Ice City. Reward, radiant elemental soul bone, luminous butterfly wings, attached soul bone, shoulder area. A fragment emanating a gentle, pure, and warm white light materialized within the storage ring. It is not a rigid entity but rather appears to be composed of solidified radiance, shaped like 2 miniature butterfly wings, their edges shimmering with a delicate golden halo. This marks the 8th elemental soul bone bestowed by the signing system, attributed to the light element. The moment it was placed within the ring's space, an unprecedented resonance erupted. Within the ring, the lightness of wind, the fervor of fire, the pliability of water, the weightiness of earth, the chill of ice, the fury of thunder, the enigma of darkness, and the sanctity of light. 8 distinct yet harmonious elemental fluctuations intertwined, akin to 8 stars bound by an invisible gravitational force, their radiance interlacing, energy circulating, forming a complex and profound 3-dimensional energy network. The blurred outline of wings re-emerged, clearer and more solid than ever before. as if ready to tear through the fabric of space and soar. An ineffable sense of completeness arose, merely awaiting the final cornerstone representing space to illuminate this grand blueprint entirely. Wu Xuanma was profoundly shaken, although the ultimate form remained unclear. The intensity of this resonance instilled in him an unwavering belief that the convergence of these soul bones would undoubtedly give rise to something extraordinary. However, the system's generosity was not yet concluded. As he reveled in the resonance of the 8 elemental soul bones, an ordinary signing yielded yet another precious gift. Ding. Completion of the 27th day of signing in Ice City. Reward: attached soul bone, sacred healing crystal armor, sternum area, suitable for support-type soul masters. A peculiar bone appeared in the ring, deviating from traditional skeletal shapes. It resembled a palm-sized, translucent crystal sheet, with a milky white glow seemingly flowing within. Its touch was warm, radiating a stable and vibrant energy fluctuation. The sacred healing crystal armor, attached soul bone, is designed for the sternum. Upon fusion, it covers the front of the chest and can be concealed when not in use. Characteristics: 1. Crystal Armor Guardian. Passively activates a layer of transparent energy armor covering the torso, front, and back, providing substantial physical and energy defense. The defensive strength increases with the Soul Master's own soul power enhancement. 2. Sacred Healing Reflux. When the Soul Master actively consumes soul power to provide healing or assistance to others, this soul bone can absorb a portion of the dissipated pure life energy, approximately 10 to 15, gradually restoring the Soul Master's consumed soul power. The stronger the healing effect, the greater the reflux amount, with a limit. Compatibility. Specifically designed for food-type and support-type soul masters, particularly suitable for those engaged in continuous healing or the creation of consumables. It does not interfere with the soul master's existing torso soul bone positions, such as potential future torso bones, and exists independently as an attached soul bone. The Sacred Healing Crystal Armor. Upon reviewing its effects, Wu Xuanmo realized this soul bone was exceptionally advantageous, offering not only defense but also the ability to restore soul power while casting soul techniques, and it remains an attached soul bone. Thus far, he had acquired 4 attached soul bones. 1. Soft Bone Rabbit Right Paw. Enhances close combat soft technique attack power and agility. 2. Fire Crane Left Leg Bone. Increases fire explosiveness and mobility in flight. 3. The Golden Tiger Paw Bone, bestowing unparalleled sharpness for tearing attacks. 4. The Holy Healing Crystal Armor. Located at the sternum, providing both defense and soul power sustainability. As the month drew to a close, Wu Xuanma's soul power remained steadfast at level 31. Without a soul ring, he could not transcend this level. However, he sensed that the soul power within him had become increasingly pure and refined, nourished by the light element, and sustained through continuous meditation. His mental fortitude had also made significant strides due to the equilibrium of light and dark. His mastery over the existing elements, particularly the newly acquired light element and the combined technique of thunderstorm water prison, had undergone rigorous refinement, rendering its application more seamless. It was time to depart. While Ice City was splendid, his ambition lay at the easternmost edge of the continent, in the city designated by the system, which required a lengthy journey to unlock the dark element. The next waypoint was an essential stopover to the east, a town known as Greystone. The system prompted that by completing a check-in there, he would receive his urgently needed third soul ring, a magnificent purple soul ring spanning a remarkable 500 years. After packing his belongings and settling the fees, Wu Xuanmo once again enveloped himself in thick furs. He made his way to the bustling eastern city gate of Ice City, where merchants and travelers bound for various eastern towns congregated. The biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against his face, stinging sharply. He soon found a mixed merchant caravan preparing to head towards Greystone. This sizable troop was transporting Ice City's local specialties, primarily ice attribute soul beast materials and some cold iron ores, while also bringing back goods from the east. The leader of the caravan was a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man named Shrek, whose martial soul was the rock bear, emanating a soul power fluctuation at the soul sect level, instilling a sense of stability and reliability. He glanced at the solitary, diminutive Wu Xuanmo, who bore no mask and revealed his true youthful visage, furrowing his brow. "Hey, kid, you're heading to Greystone all alone? The journey isn't exactly safe. There's a long stretch of desert to traverse." Shirley's voice was as robust as his martial soul. "Yes, Uncle Shir. I'm going to Greystone to find my distant cousin," Wu Xuanmo replied, lifting his small face with clear and calm eyes, presenting a pouch containing 20 gold soul coins. "I can take care of myself and won't be a burden." Shirley weighed the pouch, then scrutinized Wu Xuanmo's eyes more closely. The steadiness in this child's gaze was unusual for one of his age. Ultimately, he nodded. All right, stay close to the caravan and be sharp. If danger arises, seek refuge in the center of the formation. Just call me Captain Sure. Thank you, Captain Sure. Wu Xuanma expressed his gratitude politely, quietly positioning himself beside a cart laden with enormous mammoth hides. At the age of 7 years and 10 months, Wu Xuanma embarked on his eastern journey. Equipped with 8 resonant elemental soul bones, for external soul bones prepared for his companions, his soul power at level 31, and the promise of acquiring a 500-year third soul ring in Greystone. The cold wind howled at the city gate, stirring the travelers' cloaks. The caravan's pack beasts emitted low moos as the wheels rolled over the solidified, snow-covered streets, slowly departing through the grand eastern gate of Ice City. Behind him lay the translucent blue Ice City, while ahead stretched the vast unknown, a long road leading to the farthest eastern reaches of the continent. Within the confines of the ring, the ethereal light of 8 elemental hues flickered gently in resonance, as if to bid farewell to its distant master, while also heralding the forthcoming journey marked by the deep violet soul ring, a symbol of ascendant power, and the enigmatic dark and spatial elements yet to be unlocked. However, Wu Xuanma's gaze was resolutely fixed upon the eastern horizon, where the sun rose, imbued with a touch of warmth. Greystone Town would be the next milestone. Chapter 10, Journey to Greystone Town. Departing from the piercingly cold blue brilliance of Ice City, the merchant caravan plunged into the vast expanse of the east. 3 months and over 90 days and nights passed, a journey that transitioned from verdant greenery to desolation. For Wu Xuanma, who was on the verge of turning 8, this path resembled a silent pilgrimage, an unspoken dialogue with the wind, sand, gravel, and the profound solitude of the vastness. He was like a shadow cast by the caravan, silent and constant, unobtrusive yet ever-present. Under the guidance of Captain Shirley, the caravan meandered along the ancient Eastern Ridge trade route. In the initial stretches, remnants of Ice City's influence were still discernible: sparse, frost-resistant pine forests, tundras blanketed with a light layer of snow, and lakes scattered like stars, their surfaces frozen in deep azure. The air retained a chill, albeit lacking the bone-deep severity of the cold. Wrapped in a bare fur coat, Wu Xuanma sat beside the familiar cart laden with the pelts of ice-field mammoths, cushioned by thick felt beneath him. He had already replenished ample supplies of durable smoked meats. Hardtack, several large leather water skins filled with fresh water, and a substantial bag of invigorating dried fruits and salt blocks using gold soul coins in Ice City. These provisions were discreetly retrieved in batches from his storage ring, appearing to others as merely a resourceful and prudent child. As the journey progressed, the greenery visibly faded at an alarming rate. Towering coniferous forests gave way to low shrubs, which in turn transformed into the gray-green drought-resistant meadows that clung to the earth. The sky became exceptionally high in azure, sunlight pouring down unimpeded, rendering the days hot and dry, contrasting sharply with the sudden chill of the nights. The expansive terrain revealed a desolate earthy hue, with enormous weathered rocks scattered like silent giants across the undulating hills. Occasionally, herds of drought-resistant soul beasts resembling antelopes could be seen galloping in the distance, stirring up faint clouds of dust. As the caravan traversed this open expanse, the guards heightened their vigilance, their sharp eyes scanning the horizon. Wu Xuanma's daily sign-in ritual continued promptly at dawn, yielding rewards that were primarily practical, devoid of any enhancements to soul power. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: a large bag of chewy jerky, replenishment. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: durable canvas and rope for tent repairs. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: a jar of long-lasting frostbite ointment. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: 100 gold soul coins. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward: a soul guide device. Sandstorm charm passively generates a weak cyclone to disperse nearby dust. Undoubtedly, these provisions were in preparation for the impending Gobi Desert. He spent most of his time quietly seated in the carriage, either meditating with closed eyes to consolidate his soul power at level 31 or silently circulating his energy to counteract the discomfort brought about by the temperature fluctuations between day and night. Concurrently, he nurtured the 8 resonant elemental soul bones within his ring using his mental energy. Occasionally, he would unfurl the fragment of the sea chart obtained from signing in at Icebound City, studying its unfamiliar coastlines and island names, which provided vague hints towards his ultimate goal. His presence was scarcely felt. Apart from necessary exchanges, such as collecting the daily ration of hot soup, he rarely initiated conversations. The caravan members gradually grew accustomed to this taciturn yet remarkably low-maintenance child, who never caused trouble, merely considering him a scion sent by a minor family to seek kin in the east. As the journey progressed into its latter stages, the true test emerged: the Blackstone Gobi. This was an indispensable and arduous stretch leading to Limestone Town. The world before him transformed into a monotonous canvas of earthy yellow and grim gray. The endless expanse of gravel plains stretched to the horizon, while colossal, grotesquely shaped wind-eroded rock pillars, locally dubbed as the Devil's City or the City of Demonic Axes, towered over the wasteland, resembling the ancient ruins of a castle sculpted by the relentless sands over millennia. The sky was often shrouded in gray, dominated by a fierce, arid wind laden with grit, known as the Black Wind. Its howls echoed like the wails of countless vengeful spirits, resonating ceaselessly, day and night. The caravan's pace visibly slowed. The pack animals required more frequent hydration and rest. People wrapped their heads and faces tightly with cloths, leaving only their eyes exposed. The pervasive sand infiltrated every crevice. Even within the confines of the carriage, one could feel the irritating grains burrowing into nostrils and collars. Wu Xuanma silently donned the sandstorm talisman acquired through signing in, enveloped by a faint yet effective invisible cyclone that kept the bothersome dust at bay, allowing him to breathe and observe with relative comfort. Water sources became exceedingly precious. The caravan had established fixed points for water collection, several hidden beneath the shadows of immense wind-eroded rock pillars, where deep wells had been excavated and maintained by their ancestors. Each water retrieval operation resembled a minor battle, requiring guards to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from small sand-type soul beasts lurking in the shadows of the pillars, such as sand scorpions and stone lizards. Wu Xuanma never squandered his water reserves and actively participated in the water collection and guarding of the water bags. With considerable strength and nimble movements, he silently shared the workload, earning him appreciative glances from the guards. The nights in the Gobi were piercingly cold, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of the day. The campfire struggled to ignite against the howling winds. People huddled beneath the wind-sheltered rock faces or within reinforced tents, wrapping themselves tightly in whatever they could find for warmth. Wu Xuanma, however, burrowed into his thick bearskin sleeping bag, silently signing in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. A pack of efficient fire-starting fluff. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. A flask of invigorating and warming spicy medicinal liquor, which he handed over to the cold night watchman. Old Jean. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. 50 gold soul coins. During a brief sandstorm assault, the yoke of a cargo vehicle snapped. As the crowd busied themselves securing the cargo and soothing the startled pack animals, Wu Xuanma silently retrieved a spare iron hoop and ropes from his toolbox, actually drawn from his ring. In the astonished gaze of Captain Shrek, he deftly assisted the driver in reinforcing the load, thus averting potential losses. Subsequently, Captain Shrek merely patted his shoulder with a firm hand, offering no further words. Yet his eyes glimmered with newfound approval. Just as everyone succumbed to the exhaustion wrought by the desolation and harshness of the Gobi, a breathtaking splash of green emerged on the horizon. It was an oasis, nourished by an underground river. Though modest in size, the verdant poplar grove, the crystalline ponds, and the resilient grass growing at the water's edge transformed the barren wasteland into a divine sanctuary. The caravan rested here for 2 days, allowing the pack animals to quench their thirst and the people to wash away the pervasive dust, relishing the rare coolness beneath the shade of trees. At the edge of the oasis, Wu Xuanma discovered a secluded corner where he quietly experimented with the delicate manipulation of wind elements, causing a gentle breeze to lift a few fallen leaves into a graceful dance in the air. That was all. Upon departing the oasis, the terrain began to gradually rise. The ochre expanse was slowly supplanted by a rugged, deep gray rocky landscape. The air became infused with the faint scent of dust and some mineral essence. Finally, after 3 months since leaving the Ice City, the caravan crested a stony ridge, revealing a vast town nestled against the mountains, shrouded in a gray haze. Greystone Town had arrived. In stark contrast to the crystalline clarity of Ice City, this town appeared as if cloaked in a layer of gray stone powder, with its walls, buildings, streets, and even the air itself enshrouded in a dusty veil. Enormous mine shafts loomed like the gaping maws of beasts, scattered across the surrounding hills. Towering furnaces relentlessly belched black smoke and sparks, while the clinking sounds of hammers and the rumbling of or transport vehicles formed the perpetual backdrop of this bustling settlement. Here, raw, boisterous energy thrived, a hub for miners, blacksmiths, and merchants. Kid, we've reached Greystone Town. Captain Shrek reined in his steed, his voice hoarse from the long journey yet tinged with a sense of relief as he pointed towards the gray town below. Where can I find your uncle? Wu Xuanma lifted his small face, now slightly taller than 3 months prior, his gaze remaining serene. Thank you, Captain Shrek, for your care along the way. My uncle is in the blacksmith district to the east. I can find it myself. He leapt from the carriage, nodding his thanks to Captain Sher and several familiar guards. His diminutive figure quickly merging into the throng of people entering the town, disappearing into the swirling dust of Greystone. 3 months of traversing forests, hills, plains, and deserts had transformed him from a 7-year-old into a boy of 8. His soul power remained at level 31, yet his spirit, tempered by the trials of sand and wind, grew increasingly resilient. Within the ring, 8 elemental soul bones resonated with a profound harmony amidst the clamor of the world, awaiting their destined space. And there, in this gray mountain city, lay the promised third soul ring, forged over 500 years, awaiting his arrival. The air of Greystone Town was scorching and arid, mingled with the scents of coal smoke and metal. Wu Xuanma tightened the slightly thin clothing he wore, which was in stark contrast to the chill of Ice City. His gaze traversed the bustling streets and the distant chimneys spewing black smoke. The location for the check-in. He mused inwardly, allowing the system's guidance to lead him deeper into the town. A new check-in, a new soul ring, new power, was about to be unveiled in this town steeped in the essence of metal and flame. After a brief respite, his journey would resume towards Hanhai City, the farthest city to the east on the continent, to unlock the power of the dark element. Chapter 11, The Third Soul Ring and New Equipment. Greystone Town, shrouded in the dust of mines and the scent of furnace fires, served as a pivotal station for Wu Xuanma to acquire his third soul ring. Here, he needed to complete the system-designated check-in to obtain the coveted purple soul ring, which boasted an impressive age of 500 years, all while drawing no attention. He opted for a relatively secluded small inn, Blackstone Lodge, run by an old miner's family. Though modest, the inn's sturdy stone walls effectively shielded him from the outside clamor and dust. Once settled, he wasted no time and immediately followed the system's guidance to the check-in location. The destination was not the town's central square or any iconic structure, but an abandoned mine entrance located at the town's periphery, near a massive heap of mining waste. Rarely trodden by human feet, the air was saturated with the scent of sulfur and metallic oxidation, with only the sound of the wind weeping through the hollow depths of the mine. Ding. Host detected at the designated check-in location, Greystone Town abandoned mine. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Check-in successful. Reward, 500-year third soul ring, compatible with elemental destruction gun. A torrent of energy, far more potent and refined than that experienced during the acquisition of the first 2 soul rings, cascaded from above. This energy did not directly impact the external environment. Instead, it silently and precisely flowed into Wu Xuanma's body. This energy carried the weight of the earth's depths, the resilience of metal, and a certain ferocious aura of destruction, seamlessly merging with the elemental force at the core of his martial soul. Seated cross-legged upon the cold ground of the mine, the elemental destruction gun resting across his knees. A deep purple soul ring gradually coalesced beneath him, its hue so dark it approached black, signifying its terrifying age nearing 10,000 years. The process of absorbing the soul ring unfolded exceptionally smoothly, akin to water flowing naturally, devoid of violent fluctuations of soul power or blinding bursts of light. Only the faint whispers of wind from the depths of the mine bore witness to this moment. The immense energy gently washed over him, expanding his meridians and fortifying his physique, ultimately leaving a perfect imprint upon his martial soul. Acquired third soul skill, elemental destruction thrust. Effect: the tip of the gun instantaneously condenses various elemental energies, which can be freely combined with currently controlled elements, and launches a powerful linear thrust at extreme speed, ranging from 1 to several strikes, depending on soul power output. Each thrust inflicts composite elemental damage and possesses formidable armor-piercing and soul-breaking effects, interfering with soul power defenses. The single target lethality is exceptionally strong. Wu Xuanma opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, a flicker of purple lightning vanished in an instant. His soul power, having risen from level 31 to a stable level of 33 following the acquisition of the soul ring, surged with newfound vigor. He immersed himself in the profound essence of the new soul technique, which intricately compresses multiple elements into a singular point, aspiring for instantaneous and unparalleled penetration and destruction, a singular killing move. This perfectly compensates for the elemental Fissure Strike's excessive range, yet insufficient singular penetration, as well as the elemental Annihilation Slash's requirement for charging before delivering a blow. With a mere thought, the tip of his spear instantaneously emanated a few inches of condensed purple, gold, and blue light, representing thunder, light, and water, only to swiftly vanish again, as fleeting as an illusion. Excellent, he murmured softly, rising to dust himself off, silently departing from the abandoned mine without leaving a trace. The town of Greystone remained bustling, oblivious to the fact that an 8-year-old child had just acquired a soul ring potent enough to incite envy among most soul masters. In the days that followed, Wu Xuanma began a discreet 15-day retreat in Greystone. He diligently checked in each day, rewarded with practical items and gold, though there was no enhancement of soul power. Ding. Completion of Day 1 check-in in Greystone. Reward, 200 gold soul coins. Ding. Completion of Day 3 check-in in Greystone. Reward, a set of durable miner's gear, facilitating mobility. Ding. Completion of Day 5 check-in in Greystone. Reward, a soul-guiding dust-removing bead, which automatically attracts dust when worn, a veritable artifact in Greystone. Ding. Completion of Day 8 check-in in Greystone. Reward, a high-quality whetstone for weapon maintenance. Ding. Completion of Day 10 check-in in Greystone. Reward, a box of invigorating peppermint oil. Beyond the daily check-ins, 2 tasks held paramount importance for him. 1. Commissioning the crafting of equipment. Greystone is renowned for its mineral wealth and forging prowess. Wu Xuanma sought out a moderately sized blacksmith shop, Beijuanfang, known for its excellent reputation in the eastern part of the town. He was received by the shop's young master and chief blacksmith, a robust youth named Tangan, whose soul power appeared to align with strength or flame. "What would you like forged, young brother?" Tangan inquired, observing the plainly dressed child before him, whose eyes betrayed an extraordinary composure, piquing his curiosity. "Brother Tangan, I wish to commission 2 items." Wu Xuanma presented a pre-drawn blueprint along with a small bag of earnest money, 50 gold soul coins. The first item is a practice spear. Requirements: constructed entirely from refined black iron, with a minimum weight of 300 pounds, a stable center of gravity, a straight shaft, a blunt tip, yet sufficiently robust and durable to withstand high-frequency thrusts and strikes. Tangan examined the straightforward yet practical design on the blueprint and was taken aback upon hearing the 300-pound requirement. This weight is considerable even for an adult soul master, let alone a child. "Are you certain about the weight? This is no trifling matter." "Absolutely," Wu Xuanma affirmed. "Additionally, I require a set of weighted equipment, including wrist guards, leg guards, and a vest, also to be forged from black iron, with each piece weighing no less than 50 pounds and equally solid." Tangan scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. We have the materials for the black iron. However, given the weight and material requirements, the crafting period will be lengthy, at least 1 month. I will accept the earnest money, and the remaining balance is due upon delivery." "Not a problem. Thank you, Brother Tangan." In pursuit of his objectives, Wu Xuanma chose not to speak further. He awaited the 15th day for his sign-in, which was the core goal. At last, the 15th day arrived. Ding. The sign-in for 15 consecutive days in Limestone Town has been completed. Reward: elemental amplification, passive and active abilities. Effects: passive, slightly enhances the host's affinity and control precision over the elements they have mastered. Active, the host can actively select one of the currently mastered elements, wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, to amplify for a brief duration, approximately 1 minute. Amplification effects. 1. The host temporarily gains significant enhancements of the chosen element's characteristics. For instance, fire amplification boosts explosiveness and heat resistance. Light amplification enhances mental perception and purification resistance. Ice amplification increases defense and slows resistance, etc. 2. When the host activates any soul technique, if infused with soul power during this amplification state, the technique transforms into a fortified form of that element, significantly increasing its power, range, or special effects while exhibiting the distinct traits of the element. Cooldown: after each amplification, a period, approximately 15 minutes, must elapse before the ability can be reused or switched to a different elemental amplification. A torrent of information surged into his mind, encapsulating the essence of elemental amplification. An astonishing brilliance ignited in Wu Xuanma's eyes. This ability was tailor-made for his multi-elemental martial soul. It greatly enriched his tactical options, allowing his soul techniques to transcend their inherent forms, adapting fluidly to the battlefield environment and the characteristics of his foes. He immediately embarked on an intense practice regimen, returning to the uninhabited area near the abandoned slag heap outside the city. Fire amplification, elemental rift strike, inferno blaze strike, activating the fire element amplification. His aura instantly became fervent and unrestrained. His spear thrust forth, no longer a spiraling beam, but a roaring torrent of flames, erupting with the might to incinerate all, creating a charred pit in the slag heap, waves of heat radiating forth. Ice amplification, elemental rift strike, frigid soul strike. Switching to ice element amplification. A chilling aura enveloped him. The spear tip no longer emitted a light beam, but unleashed a rapidly spinning, icy tempest filled with countless ice shards. The struck slag was instantaneously frozen, then shredded to powder by the furious, icy winds. Light amplification, annihilation thrust, radiant judgment thrust. Under the light element amplification, the concentrated thrust at the spear tip transformed into an exquisitely refined golden beam, moving with unparalleled speed, imbued with the essence of purification and the banishment of evil. Effortlessly piercing through several stacked heavy slabs of slag, leaving behind smooth, mirror-like edges that emitted a soft glow. Lightning amplification, eternal frozen prison, thunderous ice prison. First, he conjured a misty domain of cold with the power of ice water. Under the lightning amplification, the unleashed force was not ordinary lightning, but a violent chain of bolts. The icy prison transformed into a tempestuous realm of thunder, where ice debris danced wildly amidst the electric flashes, displaying terrifying power. Every transformation of the soul techniques brought forth by the amplifications left Wu Xuanma elated. Not only did they significantly elevate the power ceiling of individual soul techniques, but they also endowed them with extreme elemental attributes tailored for diverse circumstances. The practice was immensely taxing, yet he reveled in it. His understanding and mastery of elemental power escalating at a breathtaking pace. A month swiftly passed amidst focused practice and anticipation. Upon his return to the blacksmith's forge, Wu Xuanma received 2 weighty pieces of equipment from Tangan. The Xian iron training spear, a sleek ebony weapon, felt frigid and heavy in his grasp. Its shaft, perfectly straight, was adorned with intricate forging patterns, while the unsharpened diamond tip glimmered with a metallic sheen. Weighing 300 pounds. Even with his 33rd level of soul power and physique enhanced by soul rings, he felt its substantial heft. It was indeed a superb instrument for honing strength control and fundamental spear techniques. The Xian iron-weighted armor set included a pair of wrist guards, a pair of leg guards, and a vest, all crafted from refined Xian iron, each piece weighing 50 pounds, totaling 250 pounds. Expertly designed with soft leather lining, it afforded relative comfort without hindering joint mobility. After settling the final payment, which amounted to 80 gold soul coins, Wu Xuanma stored the heavy equipment into his spatial ring. He expressed his gratitude to Tangan before departing. With his mission in Greystone City successfully accomplished, he secured a 3rd soul ring aged 9,500 years, acquiring the soul skill Elemental Annihilation Thrust and maintaining his soul power at level 33. He had gained a crucial ability, Elemental Amplification, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his combat prowess. He had customized heavy gear to aid in his cultivation. While his 4 external soul bones and 8 elemental soul bones remained intact, standing amidst the bustling streets of Greystone Town, he cast his gaze to the south. The system had already marked his next destination, a grand port city situated at the easternmost edge of the continent, near the shores of the Han Sea, Hanhai City. There, he would unlock the final foundational element, the dark element. The spatial element does not fall under this category. At the age of 8 years and 4 months, Wu Xuanma embarked on his journey once more, fortified with greater strength, enriched methods, and the burdens of heavy equipment for cultivation. His silhouette blended into the throngs of Greystone Town, resolutely advancing towards the eastern port, where the salty sea breeze mingled with the unknown shadows. Hanhai City, a realm where the vast ocean intertwined with profound darkness, awaited his arrival. Chapter 12, Hanhai City. Departing from the dust and metallic scent of Greystone Town, Wu Xuanma once again set forth on a journey alongside a merchant caravan, this time targeting the eastern jewel of the continent, Hanhai City. The caravan traveled eastward along a gradually moistening path, where rivers and lakes began to emerge. 2 months slipped by amidst the rolling wheels, the chill in the air dissipating, replaced by an increasingly palpable humidity and a faint whiff of brine. The flora transitioned from the drought-resistant species at the edge of the Gobi Desert to lush broadleaf forests and fertile wetlands. At 8 years and 3 months, Wu Xuanma maintained a tranquility that belied his age. He diligently checked in each day, reaping rewards in gold soul coins, practical travel supplies, such as insect repellent powder, waterproof tarpaulin, and long-lasting seafood jerky, and the occasional appearance of small soul-guided devices, like a luminescent shell emitting a soft glow. His soul power stabilized at level 33, showing no signs of growth. However, he sensed his internal soul power becoming increasingly refined and pure through the weight of the Xian iron and the rigors of daily practice. He often adorned himself with heavy armor, including wrist guards, leg guards, and a vest, weighing a staggering 250 pounds. Even amidst the jolting of the carriage, he diligently practiced the fundamental exercises of soul power circulation and muscle control. During his moments of respite, he sought secluded corners to wield a 300-pound iron training spear, refining his skills in thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, and smashing. Each swing of the weighty spear generated a dull whoosh, while sweat soaked through his garments. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, and his movements precise. The caravan members had long grown accustomed to this extraordinarily strong and remarkably disciplined boy, occasionally casting astonished or admiring glances, but refraining from undue interruption. As the humid sea breeze intensified, and the horizon shifted from undulating mountains to an endless expanse of azure shimmering under the sun, the majestic silhouette of Hanhai City finally emerged at the edge of his vision. This colossal city stood in stark contrast to the inland towns. Its towering walls were not entirely closed off. Massive water gates connected to broad canals, with countless vessels of various sizes scurrying like busy ants both within and beyond the gates. The port area was dominated by masts, casting shadows over the ground, while the docks buzzed with life, shouts from laborers, calls from vendors, and the cries of seagulls melding into a vibrant symphony of the sea. The air was infused with the briny scent of seawater, the pungent aroma of fish and shrimp, the essence of spices, and the unique fragrance emanating from sun-warmed wood. Wuxuan Mo bid farewell to the caravan and merged into the throng of this bustling coastal metropolis. He chose to reside at the conch inn, run by an old sailor's family, conveniently located near the port area. The room was modest, with a window that opened to a view of the busy docks and the expansive sea. The sound of waves crashing against the shore became a constant backdrop to his days and nights. Ding! The system detected that the host had arrived in Hanhai City. Would you like to check in? Yes. Check in at Hanhai City successful. Reward: 500 gold soul coins. New task: live in Hanhai City and check in for 3 consecutive months. Objective: unlock the 8th element, the dark element, and acquire a space soul bone. With clear goals set, Wuxuan Mo began his 3-month residency in Hanhai City. He assimilated into the local life like a true native child, maintaining a daily routine that was both disciplined and understated. His fundamental training remained unwavering. Each morning or late at night, donning his full set of iron weights, he practiced with the heavy iron spear in the inn's backyard or the deserted rocky shores. The sound of the waves provided a rhythmic accompaniment to his training. Sweat dripped onto the rocks, swiftly evaporating in the sea breeze. The burdensome gear significantly honed his physique and enhanced the precision of his strength and soul power control. Familiarizing himself with the environment, he wandered through the bustling fish markets and dried goods markets of the dock area, exploring shops that sold nautical supplies and rare treasures. He savored the rich flavors of seafood soup and sampled the hard, sun-dried salted fish. He observed the myriad of faces around him, weathered old captains, shrewd merchants, robust sailors, and dark-skinned pearl divers. Hanhai City thrived with a vibrancy and charm, distinctly infused with the essence of the ocean, setting it apart from the inland cities. Elemental insights. He often finds solace on a secluded cliff by the sea, seated alone during the twilight or dawn, gazing upon the vast, boundless ocean, at times tempestuous, at others gentle. He immerses himself in the surging and profound essence of the water element. The light element flourishes vibrantly amidst the hues of sunrise and sunset. Yet, as night descends and the stars adorn the celestial canvas, the abyssal sea consumes all radiance, allowing a presence of darkness, serene, encompassing, and brimming with infinite potential, to subtly permeate the atmosphere. He begins to explore this force that resides in the shadows of illumination, seeking to comprehend its existence. Daily sign-in. Consistent participation yields rewards, predominantly comprised of local specialties from the Oceanic City or Universal Supplies. Rewards include a substantial pouch of premium sea salt, a water-repellent bead for soul guides, which creates a faint membrane around the body, enabling brief underwater excursions, a sum of 100 gold soul coins, a canister of waterproof tar for repairing ship timber, later sold to a shipwright, a deep-sea luminous pearl that radiates with iridescent colors, a decorative item, and a stabilizing potion for soul power, in minute quantities, used to fortify the current realm. This is the only item associated with soul power, serving merely to consolidate rather than elevate. As the days of consecutive sign-ins accumulate, Wu Xuanma's understanding of darkness deepens. It is not malevolent, rather, it represents another facet of the cosmos, the shadow of light, a cradle of tranquility, a sanctuary for the furtive. Approaching 3 months of sign-ins at Oceanic City, the system finally revealed the designated location for unlocking the dark element, perched atop a cliff to the west of the city, the ancient Evernight Lighthouse. This lighthouse, long abandoned and supplanted by a larger structure, now exists as a mere remnant of crumbling stone and a half-standing tower, casting a silent silhouette against the night. On the final day of sign-in, at the stroke of midnight, Wu Xuanma stealthily arrived at the ruins of the Evernight Lighthouse. Here, far removed from the city's glow, only the celestial brilliance and the thunderous crash of waves against the cliffs accompanied him. Standing upon the dilapidated stone foundation, He faced the profound night sky and the immeasurable dark sea. Ding. Detection confirms the host's presence at the designated sign-in location, Evernight Lighthouse Ruins. Shall the final sign-in proceed? Sign in. There was no earth-shattering brilliance, no tumultuous surge of energy. A deep, tranquil presence, like the most profound shade of night, gently enveloped Wu Xuanma. It silently merged with his being, integrating into the core of his martial soul. The elemental destruction gun emitted a low hum in the ocean of his mind. As a hue so deep it seemed to absorb light stabilized beside the rainbow brilliance of the gun's tip. Sign-in successful. Rewards. Unlocking the 8th element, the dark element. Characteristics of the dark element: concealment, erosion, mental interference, energy absorption, spatial affinity, basic. Rewards: soul bone wings of flight, external soul bone, located at the spine. An external soul bone shadow rending claws, dual claws, suitable for agile attack type soul masters. The 2 soul bones instantaneously appeared within his storage ring. The wings of flight, a soul bone adorned with wings, resplendent feathers shimmering with luster, and classified as an external soul bone. The shadow-rending claws, a formidable pair. Crafted from the finest black crystal, its form is streamlined, featuring elegantly curved, razor-sharp talon blades. The backs of the claws connect to lightweight armor that envelopes the back of the hand and the forearm, with a soft, violet luminescence flowing along the edges. It emanates an aura of unparalleled speed, sharpness, and an essence that seamlessly melds with shadows. Location: both hands, from palm to fingertips. Attributes: 1. Speed of the rending void. Significantly enhances the wearer's movement and attack speed, excelling in short-distance explosive dashes and ghostly directional changes. 2. Shadow sharpness. The talon blades are infused with shadow power, delivering formidable piercing and tearing effects upon impact, with additional destructive capacity against energy shields, leaving behind wounds of shadow erosion that are difficult to heal. 3. Affinity for shadows. Passively enhances the wearer's ability to conceal themselves in shadowy or dark environments, thereby reducing the likelihood of detection. Compatibility. Specifically designed for agility-based soul masters, particularly those who rely on speed and claw strikes. As an external soul bone, it exists independently of the arm's soul bone location, not affecting potential future acquisitions of palm or arm bones. Wu Xuanma now realizes that the system intends for him to join Shrek Academy. This claw bone seems tailor-made for Zhu Zhuqing. Speed, explosiveness, armor penetration, and concealment, all perfectly aligned with her combat style. The currently acquired external soul bones correspond to each individual as follows. 1. Xiaowu, soft bone rabbit, right palm bone. 2. Ma Hongjun, fire crane left leg bone. 3. Dai Mubai, diamond tiger claw bone. 4. Oscar, holy healing crystal armor, chest bone. 5. Zhu Zhuqing, shadow rending claw, dual claws. Wu Xuanma is speechless. If the system wishes for him to join Shrek Academy, it could have simply stated so without all these theatrics. After unlocking the dark element, Wu Xuanma did not depart immediately. He lingered in Hanhai City for a few more days, discreetly familiarizing himself with this newfound power. The dark element flows like ink, effortlessly merging with shadows, concealing his presence, and even slightly disrupting the mental perceptions of others, non-aggressive. In the night or amidst shadows, his presence nearly diminishes to its lowest point. Simultaneously, he attempted to combine the dark element with others, discovering that its delicate balance with the light element significantly enhances the stability of his mental strength, while merging with the water element creates a more corrosive dark current. And its affinity with spatial characteristics sharpens his sensitivity to subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space. 3 months of life in Hanhai City have come to an end. Wu Xuanma's soul power remains at level 33, yet he has reaped immense rewards. The 9th element unlocked, dark element. 8 foundational elemental soul bones: wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, dark, have been gathered, achieving perfect resonance, awaiting only the final element of space. Obtain the 5th external soul bone, shadow rending claw. His mastery over elemental enhancement has become more refined, and his physical constitution and marksmanship have steadily improved through rigorous training. He checked out of the Tangan and returned to the bustling dock area. This time, he sought a land trade caravan heading to the heart of the continent, the imperial city of Tindo. Tindo City, the ultimate location for the system to unlock the final element, the space element. He located a large caravan, formed by multiple merchant guilds, destined for Tindo City. The leader was a refined and elegant middle-aged soul master with astute eyes. Wu Xuanmo, under the pretext of pursuing his studies at the Soul Master Academy in Tindo City, had paid a substantial fee to secure a position in the middle of the caravan. As he stood atop the cargo vehicle, poised for departure, He cast a final glance at the vast, boundless ocean and the bustling city of Hanhai. The sea breeze tousled the strands of hair on his forehead. Within his ring, 8 pieces of elemental soul bones formed a perfect cycle, quietly pulsating in the stillness, while the shadow rift claw emanated a chilling brilliance. The 3-month overland journey was about to commence. The destination, Tindo City. The aim, the elemental space. The ultimate piece of the final puzzle. At the tender age of 8.5, Wuxuan Mo, laden with secrets, heavy equipment, and an insatiable thirst for ultimate power, melded once more into the tumultuous world leading to the heart of the continent, accompanied by the rumbling of the merchant caravan. His legendary path would soon take a pivotal step in that grand city, a symbol of imperial power and the glory of soul masters. Though he remained unaware that this step would embroil him in a deadly pursuit. Chapter 13. The Shadows of Tindo, the First Sound of Space. The majestic silhouette of Tindo City, the heart of the empire, finally emerged on the horizon. After enduring 3 months of rugged travel, 8 years and 9 months old Wuxuan Mo, alongside the vast merchant convoy, entered this colossal city, emblematic of power, prosperity, and the honor of soul masters. The air was thick with a complex aroma, distinct from the salty tang of Hanhai, mingling spices, dust, and faint ripples of soul power. Towering city walls, a ceaseless flow of vehicles, opulently dressed soul masters, and hurried commoners together painted a vibrant yet oppressive tableau. The merchant convoy disbanded in the extensive cargo area of Tindo City's outer fortress. Wuxuan Mo felt no attachment. He lowered the brim of his cloak and, like a droplet merging with the sea of humanity, swiftly vanished into the intricate alleyways. He chose not to approach the bustling central area, but instead found a modest underground and named the Mole Hole in the relatively chaotic and mixed southwestern district of the outer city. It was dark, damp, and permeated with the scent of cheap ale and sweat, yet it afforded the necessary concealment, free from inquiries about his origins. In the inn's innermost small chamber, Wuxuan Mo retrieved his illusionary voice mask. With a slight shift of his thoughts, the reflection in the mirror no longer revealed the calm-eyed child, but rather a youth of around 20, with tousled purple hair. The young man's visage bore a hint of gloom and detachment, his gaze indifferent, and the corners of his mouth habitually turned downwards, as if lacking interest in all worldly matters. This was the identity he had crafted for himself in Tindo City, a reclusive and unappealing low-tier wandering soul master. Ding. The system detected that the host has arrived in Tindo City. Would you like to check into the city? Check-in. Tindo City check-in successful. Reward. Unlocking the ultimate element, space element, basic. Characteristics of the space element. Perception of spatial nodes, short-distance spatial flickering, initial, spatial storage, already possessing a storage ring. This is a basic extension of understanding. Spatial distortion, defense, interference, advanced applications, spatial cutting, attack, advanced applications. An unprecedented and profound understanding surged into his mind. Unlike any previous elemental sensation, the space element felt akin to a touch upon the fundamental rules of the world itself. As Wuxuan Mo felt his perception stretch and expand in an instant, it was as if he could visualize the flow of air within the room, the indistinct outlines beyond the walls, and even the subtle ripples in space caused by the footsteps of passers-by in the hotel corridor. He attempted to concentrate his thoughts, focusing on the corner at the opposite end of the room. With a hum, his figure vanished from its original position, and in the next moment, as if the scene had shifted, he appeared in that corner without warning. The distance was merely 3 meters, yet he had entirely bypassed the intervening space. Successfully executing space flicker for the first time caused Wuxuan Mo's heart to race, not due to exhaustion, for this flicker consumed almost no soul power, but because of the shock brought about by this extraordinary method of movement. This is space, he mused, gazing down at his hand, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The 9 elemental forces had finally been gathered. Within the ring, 8 foundational elemental soul bones formed a perfect cycle, and at the moment the space element was unlocked, they seemed to respond to some higher force, trembling slightly and exuding a sense of complete satisfaction, only to quickly fall silent once more, as if awaiting the arrival of a final opportunity. Disguised as a brooding youth with purple hair, Wuxuan Mo embarked on a 3-month period of seclusion in the city of Tindo. His life was exceedingly regimented, check-ins. Each day, whether in his hotel room or while out, he sought out secluded corners to complete his tasks, earning rewards primarily in the form of local specialties from Tindo City, such as palace pastry molds, imitation noble crests, etc., or a modest amount of gold soul coins, with nothing particularly exceptional. Cultivation. 1. Mastery of space. This was of utmost importance, primarily at night. He practiced space flicker within the complex and seldom visited abandoned pipelines and warehouses of the Mole Hole Inn, From initially struggling to flicker 3 meters without colliding with walls, he gradually achieved relative accuracy within a 10-meter range, progressing from merely moving himself to attempting to deflect incoming stones with subtle spatial distortions, and finally to tentatively perceiving more distant spatial nodes with limited range. Progress was slow but steady. 2. Elemental amplification deepening. With the newly acquired perception of space elements, his control over other elements also surged. He experimented with integrating space flicker into high-speed movement under the wind element's enhancement, or employing spatial distortion to briefly fold paths during bursts of fire element amplification, rendering his attacks more unpredictable and difficult to defend against. 3. Foundation consolidation. Daily training with heavy iron and practice with a firearm had never ceased, and his level 33 soul power, under extreme exertion, became more refined, akin to quicksilver. Discreet observation, occasionally venturing out in the guise of a purple-haired youth, he quietly gathered information on the influences within Tindo City and the movements of the Spirit Hall in bustling locales such as tea houses and lower-tier soul master taverns. His sullen and taciturn demeanor rendered him unapproachable, serving as the perfect disguise. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Xuanma's mastery of the space element had reached a significant level, with short-distance flickers executed with the utmost precision, and his spatial perception had sharpened considerably. He sensed he was on the cusp of a bottleneck, requiring an opportunity to break through to a higher application of space. That night, he practiced spatial perception, as usual, in the vast, abandoned water cellar deep within the inn. His mental energy stretched like invisible tendrils, permeating the cold stone walls and seeping cracks, extending further into the unknown. Suddenly, in a certain direction, perceived by him as northeast and approximately 2 miles away, an extraordinarily clear, stable, and potent spatial fluctuation source captivated his attention like a lighthouse in the darkness. This fluctuation, imbued with a peculiar allure, resonated intensely with the spatial elements within him. A soul bone. Moreover, a soul bone with spatial attributes. A profound shock coursed through Wu Xianmo's heart. He had never sensed such a pure spatial fluctuation elsewhere. Almost instinctively, he pinpointed the coordinates of the fluctuating source and, without the slightest hesitation, unleashed his most extended spatial flicker to date. Buzz. The space distorted violently, a fierce sensation of tearing coursing through him. The next moment, the scene before him transformed abruptly. Chapter 14, A Night of Terror, Shadows of the Void. The cold, dry air, saturated with the mingled essence of soul engineering energy and rare materials, surged into his nostrils. Wu Xianmo found himself in a vast, dimly lit warehouse. Before him stood rows of crystal cabinets and metal shelves, flickering with the luminous glow of soul power, displaying an array of items radiating formidable fluctuations, ores, medicinal herbs, weapons, and even some sealed organs of soul beasts. Clearly, this was the core treasury of a massive organization. And the source that had drawn him here lay on an independent crystal display ahead, a peculiar leg bone, entirely silver gray, with what appeared to be countless tiny stars revolving slowly within it. The intense spatial fluctuation emanated from it. A spatial attribute, soul bone. The left leg bone. Wu Xianmo's pupils constricted, his heart racing. This was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Without any hesitation, he enveloped his hand with spatial elements. Disregarding the weak protective soul engineering device of the crystal display, which was utterly ineffective against the force of spatial power, and instantly grasped the silver-gray soul bone. It felt warm in his hand, as though he were holding a solidified fragment of the void. However, just as he secured the bone, a voice boomed, "Who? Boldly trespassing on sacred grounds." 2 thunderous shouts erupted like thunderclaps at the warehouse entrance, accompanied by hurried footsteps and the sound of armor clashing. 2 elite guards clad in the official armor of the Spirit Hall, exuding an aura of Soul King level, rushed in like a whirlwind. They had evidently detected the abnormal spatial fluctuations within the warehouse through some sort of alert soul device or powerful mental perception. For piercing gazes instantly locked onto the purple-haired figure in the center of the warehouse, clutching the soul bone. Wu Xianmo's heart plummeted to the depths. He was exposed, and in the very heart of the Spirit Hall. He recognized the guards' attire immediately. Their distinct Spirit Hall insignia was clearly visible even in the dim light. "Put down the soul bone. Surrender at once." One of the guards barked, the long spear soul device in his hand illuminating with a blinding radiance. Aimed directly at Wu Xianmo. The other guard swiftly produced a whistle-like soul device, preparing to blow it. In a moment of peril, Wu Xianmo harbored no thoughts of resistance. 2 soul kings, especially in the core of the Spirit Hall, would mean certain death if he tried to fight. His eyes gleamed with silver light, the spatial elements operating with unprecedented intensity. With his mind intensely focused, He instantly locked onto the spatial coordinates from which he had come, the abandoned water cellar. At the same time, he forcefully enveloped the recently acquired left leg bone of spatial origin with his own spatial power. Block him. The spear of light shot forth from the guard, piercing through the air. Just as the spear was about to reach its target, a resonating hum erupted, a spatial distortion more violent than any before. Wu Xuanma's figure, along with the silvery gray soul bone, appeared as if erased by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. The spear merely penetrated the residual ripples of space and struck the shelf behind, setting off a cacophony of alarms. Spatial soul technique. Quickly, sound the highest alarm. Lock down the entire city. Target, a young male with purple hair and a gloomy demeanor. He has stolen the soul bone. The furious shouts of the guards echoed throughout the warehouse. At the Molehole Inn, in the abandoned water cellar. With a sudden puff, Wu Xuanma staggered into view, his complexion paling to the shade of parchment as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Forcing a powerful object infused with spatial energy through an extreme distance of teleportation had repercussions far beyond his imagination. His meridians felt as though they were being torn asunder, and his soul power was almost instantly drained by half. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his injuries. He had been exposed before the spirit hall. He had also stolen their exceedingly precious spatial soul bone. His guise, concealed by the illusion mask, had been seen through. He could not remain here. A profound sense of crisis surged through him, raising his adrenaline levels. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, stowing the silvery gray left leg bone and all items that could reveal his identity, aside from his ring, mask, and core equipment, into his storage ring. With scarcely a moment to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he activated his spatial flicker once more. This time, it was not mere practice, but a desperate flight for survival. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His figure flickered like a specter through the complex underground networks of Tindo City, darting through shadowy alleys and the darkness of abandoned buildings. Each flicker spanned hundreds of meters, with no discernible pattern. Driven solely by the urgency to distance himself from the Molehole Inn and the potential pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Each flicker brought with it a severe drain of soul power and agonizing pain in his meridians, yet he gritted his teeth, relying on his formidable willpower and acute perception of spatial nodes to endure. He sensed the atmosphere in Tindo City shifting rapidly. The sharp, piercing sound of alarms emanated from the central area, accompanied by powerful waves of soul power, likely at the Soul Saint or even Soul Douluo level, sweeping across the city. The number of city guards patrolling the streets surged, and inspections became exceedingly stringent. Out of the city. He must leave the city immediately. A singular thought consumed Wu Xuanma. Utilizing the unpredictability of his spatial flicker, he narrowly evaded several waves of patrols and their mental scans, ultimately flickering beneath the shadow of the immense city walls of Tindo City just before dawn. The defensive soul tools of the walls radiated powerful energy waves, making conventional methods of ascent utterly futile. But he possessed spatial power now. Concentrating his remaining mental energy, he meticulously sensed a spatial node located within a dense forest beyond the walls. The distance was great, far exceeding his usual limits. But it was the only path to survival. Give it to me, open. He roared within, draining the last vestiges of his soul power. Buzz crack. The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed deep within the soul, as space was forcibly torn apart, creating a rift. The figure of Wu Xuanma seemed to be drawn in, instantly traversing the physical and energetic barriers of the city walls, emerging hundreds of meters away in the woods beyond the city. Thud. He fell heavily to the ground, darkness enveloping his vision, gasping for breath as his meridians burned like fire, his soul power utterly depleted. Yet he had succeeded. He had escaped from Tindo City. Without the slightest pause, he struggled to rise, hastily tearing off the illusionary mask from his face. The guise of the gloomy, purple-haired youth vanished, revealing his pale yet youthful and innocent visage. He shed his blood-stained outer garments for a clean set of ordinary children's clothes, and retrieved fresh water and healing medicine from his ring, swiftly attending to his most grievous backlash injuries. Tindo City was no longer safe. The Spirit Hall's pursuit would encompass every direction. The Stardow Forest. He made his decision in an instant. Its complex environment and abundance of soul beasts made it the perfect natural barrier. Besides, it was there that he had initially acquired his powers. Perhaps there was a guiding hand in fate. Regaining a modicum of mobility, Wu Xuanma chose not to fly or run, but instead activated his spatial flicker once more. This time, the distance was short, merely a couple of 100 meters each time, but it was silent and elusive, making tracking nearly impossible. His figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the dawn light in the outskirts of the forest, each appearance taking him further from Tindo City, meticulously erasing the residual traces of spatial fluctuations with every jump. After a series of short-distance flickers, he was once again exhausted. Yet, he had already put several tens of miles between himself and Tindo City. Leaning against a large tree, he breathed heavily, consuming rations and water to quickly replenish his strength, while remaining acutely vigilant. Wait, something was amiss. He suddenly recalled that the Spirit Hall, knowing he could teleport, would likely have set up an elaborate net along the main paths leading to the Stardow forest, waiting for him to walk into their trap. He could not go to the Stardow. His gaze flickered, turning towards the southeast. Longxing City, the Longxing City of the Star Luo Empire. It was a significant stronghold in the north of the Star Luo Empire, with a delicate relationship to the Tindo Empire. The Spirit Hall's influence in Star Luo was relatively weak, and circumventing through Longxing City could also disrupt the Spirit Hall's search. With his mind made up, Wu Xuanma hesitated no longer. He consumed the last invigorating potion obtained from the system's sign-in, mustering his spirits, and once again transformed into a specter of space, heading southeast. Under the cover of dense woods and mountains, embarking on a more cautious and convoluted flight for his life. Within his storage ring, the silvery gray spatial element soul bone, left leg bone, lay quietly alongside the other 8 elemental soul bones. As the 9 soul bones converged, an unprecedented and terrifying resonance erupted, as if to tear the very fabric of the ring's space. The 8-colored elemental light intertwined frantically with the silvery gray spatial power, swirling and orbiting around the external soul bone like a flying wing, radiating an endless aura of mystery in a dazzling 9-colored glow, emitting a silent, desperate cry for liberation. With the 9 elements gathered and the spatial soul bone in hand, the embryonic form finally began to manifest. Yet, the cost was the enmity of the world. A relentless flight for survival. At the tender age of 8 years and 9 months, Wu Xuanma, burdened with wounds and depleted soul power, capable of shaking the very treasures of the continent, and pursued relentlessly by the shadows of the Spirit Hall, embarked upon a thorny path towards Longxing City. With an uncertain future ahead, his legend, carved in the blood and fire of his escape, opened a heart-stirring chapter. Chapter 15, Lurking, a New Beginning. The rainy season in Longxing City is perpetually long and damp. The alleys paved with cobblestones are filled with a mingled scent of mildew and cooking smoke, while the sound of dripping eaves echoes day and night. In the most inconspicuous corner of the northern civilian district, the attic room of an old 2-story wooden building glows with a dim yellow light. A few medicinal herbs, drying on the windowsill, droop under the rain, yet resiliently cling to life, much like their owner. 11-year-old Wu Xuanma crouched before a charcoal stove, carefully stirring the fish porridge boiling in a ceramic pot. The steam blurred his youthful features, now slightly matured, while his long, dark hair was casually tied back with a grass rope, a few strands falling over his forehead, glistening with tiny droplets. Salt, minced ginger, and finally, scallions, he murmured softly, his movements deft as if he had performed them countless times before. Indeed, over the past 3 years, the mundane responsibilities of cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, and bargaining at the market had become ingrained in his very being. The bloodied, soul-depleted child of 3 years prior had grown into a tall and slender youth. The injuries inflicted upon his meridians from forced spatial transportation during his flight were gradually healing after 3 months of rest. Once the most perilous pursuit had subsided, he even dared to visit the public soul master training ground in the eastern part of the city at dusk, practicing basic marksmanship to disguise his true strength. Naturally, the 300-pound black iron spear and full set of weighted gear had long been locked away in the deepest recesses of his storage ring, forever imprisoned by the Spirit Hall's bounty notice. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, a fresh river fish. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. For 3 years, this voice had been his only interlocutor aside from himself. Ever since settling in Longxing City that fateful night, the system had suddenly absorbed 9 elemental soul bones and the unexpectedly acquired external soul bone of flying wings into a special space, providing a prompt for a 3-year fusion period, after which all functions fell silent except for the daily sign-in. Wu Xuanma set down the wooden spoon, gazing at the river fish that had materialized on the countertop. Its gills still fluttered slightly, and its scales shimmered with a bluish-gray hue. He skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, pondering the delightful addition to his meal. The rewards from 3 years of sign-ins had mostly consisted of such living essentials, with occasional gold soul coins or common herbs, as if the system deliberately sought to maintain his presence at a minimal level. The rain outside intensified. Wu Xuanma served himself the porridge, quietly finishing it with pickled radishes. After washing the dishes, wiping the table, and checking the door and window barriers, set up with the most basic water and dark elemental warnings, he sat cross-legged on the mattress to commence his nightly soul power cultivation. Level 37. This was the level he had slowly attained through basic meditation and physical training, all without drawing any attention. The growth of his soul power resembled the slow crawl of a snail, yet the foundation was terrifyingly solid. Each ounce of soul power had been painstakingly refined, akin to steel forged through 100 trials. Having completed his cultivation, Wu Xuanma took out the fragmented jade pendant he always wore. This was the heirloom bestowed upon him by the village chief, a token of his lineage, and the sole remnant linking him to his past. The cracks along the edge of the jade pendant remained, and the indistinct character for mist flickered in and out of visibility under the light. The 3-year period culminated tonight. He caressed the pendant, gazing out at the diminishing rain. The system had alerted him 3 days prior that the fusion would be completed at midnight. As the clock's hands aligned at the stroke of midnight, the long-awaited system notification chimed. Ding! The fusion of the elemental wing of the universe is complete. System functions fully restored. Would you like to immediately fuse the external soul bone, elemental wing of the universe? Wu Xuanma took a deep breath. Yes. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. The system-generated shielding barrier isolated all energy fluctuations from the outside world. An indescribable soul bone emerged from the void, appearing both substantial and ethereal. Its core was a silvery gray spatial framework, adorned with swirling patterns of the 8 elemental colors: the azure of wind, the crimson of fire, the cerulean of water, the ochre of earth, the alabaster of ice, the violet of lightning, the golden of light, and the obsidian of darkness. The overall form resembled a sleek, elegant wing, constantly shifting between solidity and illusion. The soul bone descended gently, adhering to Wu Xuanma's back. An unprecedented agony surged through him. It felt as though his spine were being crushed inch by inch and then reassembled, each nerve ending steeped in the elemental furnace for refinement. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands gripping the edge of the bed with unwavering strength. The wooden slats creaked under the immense pressure. This was not merely a fusion of soul bones. It was a profound metamorphosis of body and spirit. The 9 elemental forces surged through his veins, while spatial energy reshaped every cell within him. His skin oozed a copious amount of dark, foul impurities, remnants accumulated within over the years. His bones emitted faint cracks. Muscle fibers tore and regenerated, while his organs underwent cleansing and fortification amidst the elemental tide. Time lost all significance. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. When the excruciating pain finally receded like a tide, Wu Xuanma collapsed to the ground, his body cloaked in a sludge of impurities, with only the heaving of his chest proving he still lived. Fusion successful. Elemental wing of the universe, external soul bone. Attributes unlocked. 1. Freedom of flight, ignoring environmental constraints. Speed increases with the enhancement of soul power. 2. Elemental resonance, significantly amplifies the effects of all elemental soul techniques. 3. Dimensional traversal, a mere flap of the wings can tear open a stable spatial passage, enabling instantaneous movement that disregards distance and planar barriers. It can even allow for brief entry into spatial crevices for evasion or surprise attacks. 4. Absolute elemental domain, upon the wings unfurling. A dominion of variable radius is automatically generated. Within this domain, all elements and spatial structures are wholly controlled by the wielder. Conventional space locking and teleportation abilities of enemies become utterly ineffective. 5. Growth potential continues to evolve alongside the host's increasing strength. After regaining his breath, Wu Xuanma struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way toward the prepared bathtub. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away layers of grime and revealing a transformed physique, tall and lean at 1.79 meters, with muscle contours as fluid as a cheetah's and skin as lustrous as jade, yet brimming with explosive strength. His originally delicate features gained a touch of sharpness. In the candlelight, his long black hair cascaded to his waist, radiating a healthy sheen. However, the most significant transformation lay behind him. With a mere thought, a pair of resplendent wings, nearly 3 meters in span, unfurled from his back. These wings shimmered with the essence of 8 elements: wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, and darkness, while the spine that connected them pulsed with silver-gray spatial energy, flowing like a river of stars. The wings danced between reality and illusion, each feather seemingly forged from the purest elements, sending gentle ripples of elemental energy into the air with every subtle flap. These were the elemental universe wings. As Wu Xuanma reached out to touch them, a faint tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips. He cautiously attempted to flap the wings, and to his astonishment, his body instantly levitated, devoid of any clumsiness, as if flight was an innate instinct. Even more wondrous was the transformation of the soul power within him. The once disparate 9 elements, now harmonized under the elemental universe wings, formed a perfectly cohesive cycle. With a mere thought, he could summon any element instantaneously, switching between them with ease. His innate abilities of elemental control and elemental affinity surged to a higher echelon, drastically enhancing his perception and precision in manipulating the elements. As he retracted the wings, which dissolved into shimmering light and merged back into his spine, Wu Xuanma donned clean garments and stood before a weathered mirror. The reflection of the youth appeared both strange and familiar, having shed the roundness of childhood, yet not fully embodying the ruggedness of manhood, caught between youth and maturity. His handsome visage bore eyes that held a depth of calm and intensity far beyond his years. A voice from the system resonated. It is now necessary to inform the host that the Douluo continent has diverged from the original narrative, and various circumstances differing from the original plot may arise. Wu Xuanma pondered this revelation, realizing the significance of the auxiliary soul bone that matched the attributes of the Shrek 7 monsters. The current developments would differ from the original storyline, leading to unforeseen situations. Thus, staying close to the main protagonist group seemed the wisest choice. Firstly, it would ensure relative safety, and secondly, it would facilitate the investigation of these new occurrences. Outside, the rain in Longxing City had ceased without notice. The dawn broke in the east, heralding the arrival of a new day. Wu Xuanma packed his modest belongings, taking one last glance around the small room he had inhabited for 3 years. The wanted poster hidden beneath the bed had faded, its image of a brooding youth with purple hair now devoid of any connection to him. It is time to depart, he murmured to himself. Shrek Academy. In the morning light, a black-haired youth with a simple satchel emerged from the northern gate of Longxing City, swiftly disappearing along the path leading to the Balak Kingdom. No one noticed how he occasionally paused to gaze at the birds soaring in the sky, his eyes sparkling with yearning. Nor did anyone suspect the extraordinary power concealed beneath his seemingly ordinary attire. The elemental universe wings trembled slightly in the void, as if anticipating the moment when he would truly soar high above the heavens. Chapter 16, Journey to Soto City. A veil of morning mist cloaked the official road outside Longxing City as a freight cart, drawn by 4 robust gray horses, slowly departed from the city gates. Amidst the burlap sacks piled at the rear of the cart sat a youth with dark hair, draped in a gray-brown travel cloak. He cradled a long, wrapped object in his arms while spread before him lay a volume titled Chronicles of the Starry Empire. Presenting himself as an ordinary young soul master traveling with a merchant caravan in pursuit of knowledge. "Young lad, why not take a seat in the front cabin?" called the bearded driver, glancing back. "You are the only passenger. It seems a waste for it to remain empty." "Thank you, sir, but I'm quite comfortable here," replied Wu Xuanma with a smile, closing the book. As the breeze tousled his fringe, it revealed his eyes, deep and steady, bearing a maturity beyond his years. His dark hair, loosely bound with a leather cord beneath the cloak, swayed gently with the cart's motion. The driver shook his head and cracked the whip, urging the horses onward. The wheels crunched over the gravel-strewn road, while the towering walls of Longxing City gradually receded into the horizon. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 300 gold soul coins. A familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Seizing the opportunity to organize his belongings, Wu Xuanma stowed the newly acquired gold coins into a ring transformed by spatial elements. Within the ring lay an impressive fortune of 150,000 gold soul coins, amassed over 3 years through check-ins and the resale of rewarded materials. Additionally, he possessed 3 sets of lightweight combat attire crafted from the system-rewarded ice silkworm fabric, a variety of potions and tools, 5 external soul bones prepared for the Shrek 7 monsters, a fragment of a jade pendant he always carried with him. As the cart traversed the sunlit fields, the May breeze carried the scent of dandelions and wildflowers, with wheat fields on either side undulating like golden waves. Wu Xuanma unwrapped the cloth package in his lap, revealing the weapon he had custom-made in Longxing City, a long spear, entirely black, with an unsharpened tip. Compared to the weight of the mysterious iron spear, this one emphasized speed and soul power conductivity, making it suitable for practicing the intricate transformations of elemental annihilation. In the following month, he contemplated Soto City and Shrek Academy. At noon, the caravan paused at a roadside inn to rest. Wu Xuanma ordered a stew and black bread, choosing a quiet corner to dine. Nearby, several merchants animatedly discussed the recent shifts in the 2 great empires, and he keenly caught words like Spirit Hall and Search, causing his grip on the spoon to tighten slightly. 3 years had passed, and the turmoil of Tindo City should have long since settled, yet caution had become second nature. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, Soul Guidance Device Breath Concealment Brooch, slightly reduces presence. The check-in reward for the following day raised his eyebrows. This seemingly ordinary copper brooch was quickly pinned to his inner lining, enhancing his unassuming demeanor cultivated over the years. On the third day of travel, the caravan began to follow the Emerald River. The river shimmered under the sun, reflecting a translucent emerald hue. While practicing his spear technique by the riverbank, Wu Xuanma fortuitously rescued a child from a merchant caravan who had fallen into the water, earning a package of honeyed fruit as a token of gratitude from the child's mother. That evening, he checked in again. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. External soul bone, Lioli mirror jade bone, located in the spine, suitable for enhancement-type soul masters. The name itself reveals its intended recipient. Wu Xuanma felt a surge of excitement. The soul bone, resting in his storage space, was as clear as crystal, with a spectrum of colors flowing within, resembling 7 interlinked prisms. He meticulously read the system's description, Lioli mirror jade bone. Dual casting. When releasing enhancement-type soul skills, there is a 20 chance to randomly bestow an equivalent enhancement on another teammate, without consuming additional soul power. Mirror reflection. When a teammate suffers a fatal attack, the soul bone can be activated to teleport them to his side and grant them 3 seconds of invincibility, with a cooldown of 72 hours. Characteristic. As an external soul bone, it exists independently and does not affect the potential acquisition of a torso main soul bone. It felt tailor-made. The system was indeed generous. Wu Xuanma sighed lightly. This soul bone could fetch millions of gold soul coins at an auction, yet recalling the system's previous counsel, he decided to keep it safe. On the 7th day, the convoy entered the Mist Valley on the border of the Star Luo Empire. The ever-present fog slowed their progress. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xuanma practiced the combination of light and wind elements. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Soul Guidance Device Mist Concealing Goggles. Enhances visibility in fog. The system always seemed to be quite timely. On the 12th day, an unexpected downpour forced the convoy to halt in Maple Leaf Town for 3 days. Wu Xuanma rented a house with a courtyard and repeatedly practiced the combination technique of elemental disruption thorn and spatial flicker amidst the sound of rain. That night, the check-in was exceptionally generous. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. External soul bone ice palm bone, located in the palms, suitable for control type and concealed weapon soul masters. This was the final external soul bone prepared for the Shrek 7 monsters. The soul bone appeared semi-transparent, with frost-like patterns naturally forming on its surface. Wu Xuanma attempted to grasp it lightly, feeling the chilling essence within. Ice palm bone. Penetration. When using concealed weapons, there is a 15 chance to ignore 30 defense and apply freezing slow. Ice deform. Can consume soul power to condense various ice crystal concealed weapons. Daily limit of 12. With this, all 7 external soul bones were gathered. Wu Xuanma stored them carefully, envisioning the expressions of the Shrek 7 monsters upon receiving them. Outside, the starry sky after the rain was particularly clear. The latter part of the journey was more tranquil. The convoy traversed the wine-producing Rose Hills. Utilizing the high-grade sewing tools he obtained from the check-in, Wu Xuanma transformed the system-rewarded fireproof cloth into a form-fitting inner armor. At the iron suspension bridge spanning the Emerald River, he tested the newly acquired Soul Guidance rangefinder. And while passing the renowned 100 Beasts Valley, the check-in rewarded him with the rare Soul Beast Illustrated Handbook. On the 25th day, the convoy began to progress along the edge of the sunset Great Forest. At dusk, Wu Xuanma witnessed a pack of gale magic wolves chasing the setting sun, suddenly recalling the scene of his first check-in at the Star Do Great Forest when he was 6 years old. That night as check-in, ding. Check-in successful. Reward, Soul Guidance Device Wolf Fong Pendant, slightly enhances night vision. In the final 3 days, the terrain gradually leveled, and the air began to fill with the unique warmth of the Balak Kingdom. As Soto City emerged on the horizon, Wu Xuanma diligently practiced his soul power manipulation at the rear of the carriage. He orchestrated a gust of wind element to spiral into a miniature whirlwind at his fingertips, infused it with a hint of fire element, transforming it into a petite fire tornado, and finally adorned its center with light element, creating a resplendent vortex of radiance. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, 10,000 gold soul coins. Special reward for reaching the destination. Wu Xuanma withdrew his soul power and gazed at the increasingly distinct outline of the city. Soto City, Shrek Academy. The final journey was about to commence. Within his storage ring, gifts prepared for his 7 companions lay quietly. 1. Xiao Wu, right bone of the soft-boned rabbit. 2. Dai Mubai, bone of the diamond tiger claw. 3. Ma Hongjun, left bone of the fire phoenix. 4. Oscar, holy healing crystal armor. 5. Zhu Zhuqing, shadow rending claw. 6. Ning Rongrong, glazed mirror jade bone. 7. Tang San, ice cold palm bone. Behind him, the wings of elemental cosmos gently trembled in the void, seemingly anticipating the moment of reunion with these companions. As the carriage rolled past the boundary stone outside Soto City, Wu Xuanma lowered the brim of his cloak, revealing a faint smile. He arrived just in time, before his 12th birthday. Chapter 17. First Encounter, Heading to Shrek. The morning in Soto City was more boisterous than that of Longxing City. Wu Xuanma stood by the window on the second floor of the inn, observing the bustling crowd on the street, where the shouts of vendors echoed amidst the air filled with the sweet aroma of toasted bread and fresh fruits. He exhaled softly, his fingertips subconsciously caressing the storage ring, which contained 7 external soul bones prepared for his future companions. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, disguise skill mimetic multiform. Effect, allows adjustment of soul ring color, shape, and appearance, capable of simulating detection at the soul fighting level. Wu Xuanma raised an eyebrow. This skill arrived just in time. With a thought, 3 deep purple soul rings gradually appeared beneath his feet, and under the influence of mimetic multiform, their colors began to shift. The first soul ring transformed into a light yellow, the second into a deep yellow, and the third, once nearly black, morphed into an ordinary light purple. This way, he would not stand out too much. Satisfied, he nodded and donned a newly purchased dark-hued fitted robe, cinched at the waist with a patterned belt, presenting a clean and sharp appearance, imbued with the youthful charm of a young man. For the next 2 days, Wu Xuanma did not hasten to Shrek Academy, but instead ambled quietly within Soto City. He visited several Soul Master supply stores, acquiring a few books on soul beasts and soul skills theory, and discovered a fine piece of refined iron at an old blacksmith shop, intending to forge it into equipment. On the evening of the second day, he settled at an outdoor tea stall, ordered a cup of clear tea, and casually scanned the street. His gaze momentarily paused. At the end of the street, a boy clad in blue attire walked alongside a girl in a pink dress. The boy had a handsome visage and steady eyes, while the girl was lively and animated, bouncing around and observing her surroundings. Tang San and Xiao Wu. A subtle smile graced Wu Xuanma's lips. He did not approach. Instead, he remained quietly seated, observing as they entered a structure known as the Rose Hotel. According to the original narrative, a confrontation with Dai Mubai was imminent this evening. He lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. As night fell, Wu Xuanma stood on the rooftop opposite the Rose Hotel, his form shrouded in shadows. His spiritual energy expanded quietly, attuning to the movements within the hotel. Soon, a surge of soul power resonated through the air. Bang! Inside the hotel lobby, Dai Mubai shattered a table with a single punch. His evil eye white tiger martial spirit manifesting, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiating beneath his feet. Tang San swiftly entered a combat stance, the blue-silver grass entwining around him. Just as in the original tale, Wu Xuanma's gaze remained tranquil, silently observing the battle between the 3. Dai Mubai's offensive was ferocious and domineering, the white tiger's radiant light wave erupting with might, while Tang San evaded with ghost shadow perplexing track. The blue-silver grass continuously constricting and limiting. If it were me, Wu Xuanma's thoughts drifted momentarily, without utilizing the wings of elemental universe. Relying solely on his soul techniques and close combat prowess against Dai Mubai, what were his chances of victory? He swiftly simulated the encounter in his mind. Dai Mubai boasted immense strength and explosive power, yet his speed was somewhat lacking. By enhancing his evasion with wind elements and augmenting his attack speed with lightning elements, he might gain an advantage. However, if Dai Mubai activated the White Tiger's diamond transformation, a direct clash could yield unfavorable results. And as for Tang San, the control of the blue-silver grass was formidable, especially when coupled with hidden weapons, rendering him nearly indefensible. Wu Xuanma narrowed his eyes slightly, without employing spatial flicker. Relying solely on the elemental annihilation gun and soul techniques, the outcome remained uncertain. At that moment, the battle neared its conclusion. Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Dai Mubai's body, who unleashed his 3rd soul technique, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, shattering the entangled blue-silver grass completely. You performed admirably. Had I not possessed a 3rd soul ring, I would have already lost. He retracted his martial spirit, a smile gracing his lips. If anyone troubles you at Shrek Academy, invoke my name, Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger. Observing this, Wu Xuanma chose not to linger, swiftly vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the inn, Wu Xuanma meticulously recounted the items within his storage ring: 7 external soul bones, 150,000 gold soul coins, several sets of spare clothing, and a few theoretical tomes for soul masters, including the freshly acquired fine iron. Tomorrow, he would set out for Shrek Academy. He had no intention of presenting the external soul bones to the 7 monsters immediately upon entering the academy. Such treasures were too precious, and unwarranted generosity might raise suspicion. He resolved to observe first and act when the opportune moment arose. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes to rest. Yet his mind replayed the battle between Dai Mubai and Tangan incessantly. The 7 monsters of Shrek, indeed, were not mere characters of simplicity. The following day at Shrek Academy, in the early morning, Wu Xuanma checked out of his room, donning a set of streamlined black attire. His long hair tied back, presenting a clean and sharp appearance. He adjusted his phantom veil, ensuring his soul ring colors conformed to the standard of 2 yellow and 1 purple, before heading towards the southern gate of Soto City, en route to Shrek Academy. Traversing through a stretch of farmland, he caught sight of the dilapidated village from afar, the very location of Shrek Academy. At the entrance of the village, behind a tattered table, sat a weathered old man, the teacher responsible for registration. A queue had formed, comprising over a dozen individuals, including Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who stood a short distance behind Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai lingered at the entrance. Wu Xuanma did not rush forward, but instead stood a short distance away, observing quietly. At last, the moment had arrived. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Chapter 18, Shrek Academy. Outside Soto City, a modest and somewhat shabby queue had formed at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Wu Xuanma stood quietly at the back of the line, his long, ink-black hair cascading to his waist, his deep-set eyes calmly surveying the scene ahead. Not far in front of him stood a girl of ethereal grace, Ning Rongrong. A boy clad in blue, Tang San. A girl in pink, Xiao Wu, and a strikingly voluptuous girl in black, whose demeanor was as frosty as her attire, Zhu Zhuqing. At the entrance, an elderly man with white hair and beard presided over the preliminary test, Li Yusong. As 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black slowly emerged beneath the old man's feet, announcing the renowned phrase, "We only accept monsters and the standards of the Monster Academy." The crowd erupted in astonishment, with 2/3 of the applicants vanishing in an instant. Wu Xuanma remained unfazed, patiently awaiting his turn. Soon, it was Ning Rongrong and the others' turn. They appeared to pass the old man's preliminary test with ease, entering the inner sanctum of the academy. At last, only Wu Xuanma stood alone in the queue. He approached the old man, presenting 10 golden soul coins. Li Yusong lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Extend your hand." Wu Xuanma complied, extending his long, slender fingers towards the old man. Li Yusong's bony fingers brushed against his wrist, a gentle yet probing soul power surging within him. After a brief moment, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed the old man's eyes, and he withdrew his hand. "Bone age is no issue. 11.5 years old. Release your martial spirit." Wu Xuanma nodded, his thoughts stirring. In an instant, an indescribable sharpness and vastness emanated from him. A spear, shimmering with a cold silver light, materialized in his grasp, its shaft straight and its lines fluid, exuding a sense of strength. Most astonishingly, at the spear's tip, 9 distinctly different, yet harmoniously coexisting elemental energies swirled, colliding in a perpetual dance of creation and destruction. The energies of wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and a silvery gray force that seemed capable of devouring light, rippled with spatial distortions. These 9 elements formed a miniature cosmic star cluster around the spear's tip, radiating an exhilarating aura of intertwined annihilation and genesis, the elemental destruction spear. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, manifesting in a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, in accordance with the mimicry of myriad forms. The tranquility etched on Li Yusong's face shattered in an instant. He gazed upon the unprecedented 9 elements martial soul, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the weapon, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial soul. Upon noticing the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, he sensed a subtly discordant feeling regarding their colors, which eluded precise articulation due to his extensive experience. Even with his composure as a soul emperor, his eyes were filled with unmistakable astonishment. The complexity and power of this martial soul were utterly unheard of. A mere child of 11.5 years old had already attained the rank of a 3-ring soul master, and such an extraordinary martial soul at that. The elder stood in stunned silence for several breaths before abruptly regaining his composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart, and made an effort to steady his voice. "Very well, please proceed." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Wu Xuanma to enter. Wu Xuanma nodded slightly, retracting his martial soul and soul rings, causing the suffocating aura to dissipate in an instant. He walked steadily through the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy. Upon traversing the somewhat desolate courtyard, he quickly located the venue for the second assessment. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had entered before him, gathered around the instructor responsible for the second round. The tall Dai Mubai was also present, his peculiar eyes observing the testing process with keen interest. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing each placed their hands upon a white crystal ball used for testing soul power, which illuminated in brilliant hues. Ning Rongrong, level 26. Tang San, level 29. Xiao Wu, level 29. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27. Dai Mubai's voice, tinged with admiration, rang out. 2 at level 29, 1 at 26, and 1 at 27. Excellent. As long as one's soul power exceeds 25, they are exempt from the second and third assessments. His gaze swept over the 4 exceptionally talented newcomers. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the 4 new students naturally turned their attention to the approaching Wu Xuanma. This young man, with waist-length black hair and a serene demeanor, instinctively evoked a sense of intrigue among them. Wu Xuanma spoke calmly as he approached the elder in charge of the second assessment. I wish to use the crystal designated for testing levels above 30. This declaration momentarily stunned everyone present, including Dai Mubai. Above 30? That was the crystal meant for soul masters. The boy, appearing to be of similar age, had made such a bold claim. Though the instructor was taken aback, he complied and handed Wu Xuanma a larger blue crystal ball, specifically designed for testing soul master levels. Under the focused gaze of all, Wu Xuanma supported the blue crystal ball with one hand, and with a subtle mental command, he poured forth his unreserved soul power of level 37 into it. 37. The instructor responsible for the test exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Dai Mubai's earlier relaxed demeanor and charm were instantly replaced by incredulous shock. As a 37-level soul master, he fully comprehended the significance of that radiance. This brightness indicated that not only had the individual reached level 37, but the refinement and quality of their soul power were also among the pinnacle of their rank. 37. Tang San and Xiao Wu gasped in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Wu Xuanma. A 37-level individual at such a young age? This has completely surpassed their understanding of genius. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her small mouth slightly agape. The little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, who was well versed in the world, was utterly stunned at this moment. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually exuded an air of aloofness and indifference, displayed turbulent waves in her icy gaze, fixated on Wu Xuanma and the resplendent crystal ball in his hand. The entire arena for the second trial was enveloped in a profound silence of shock. Only the blue crystal ball continued to radiate its brilliance, silently announcing the arrival of a monstrous presence that defied all logic into Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai took several deep breaths to quell the tumult within his heart. He cast a deeply complex glance at Wu Xuanma, a mixture of astonishment, scrutiny, and exhilaration at encountering a true powerhouse. What an impressive 37th level. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he addressed Wu Xuanma and the others. You 5, follow me directly to the 4th trial. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the 5 individuals, each exhibiting a variety of emotions, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, still reeling from their shock, alongside the perpetually serene Wu Xuanma, departed from the second trial, advancing deeper into Shrek Academy towards the ultimate assessment venue. Wu Xuanma understood that the true test was only just beginning. Chapter 19, Battle against Zhao Wujia. Guided by Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing traversed the somewhat dilapidated grounds of Shrek Academy, arriving at a relatively open area. There, a remarkably sturdy and imposing middle-aged man, resembling an iron tower, reclined on a bamboo chair, feigning sleep. His bare torso displayed bulging muscles akin to granite, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive strength that radiated an almost suffocating pressure even in repose. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai spoke respectfully, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of resignation. I have brought individuals for the 4th trial assessment. Zhao Wujia slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a blend of languor and latent vigor. He glanced at the 5 individuals behind Dai Mubai, and upon observing their remarkable composure, particularly Wu Xuanma's, combined with their outstanding appearance and demeanor, a flicker of interest passed through his gaze. This year, 5 little prodigies have made it directly to the 4th trial, and they've bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials? Zhao Wujia sat up, the bamboo chair creaking under the strain. His rugged voice resonated with intrigue. In previous years, having even one individual bypass the 4th trial was a rarity. Dai Mubai, step aside. I shall personally assess them in this 4th trial. Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he hastily replied, Teacher Zhao, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Zhao Wujia waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. The dean is not here. I am in charge. I want to stretch my limbs for just a stick of incense this time. Hurry up, no dawdling. Daimubai, well aware of the vice president's uncompromising temperament, could only force a smile and retreat to the edge of the arena. He quickly whispered to Wu Xuanma and the others. Be cautious. This is Vice President Zhao Wujia, a formidable level 76 assault system battle spirit saint. His martial spirit is a top-tier defensive beast martial spirit, the mighty golden bear. The power is truly terrifying, and the defense is astonishing, earning him the moniker of the unmoved king. As he takes the stage personally, you all, alas, may your fortunes be in your own hands. Remember, enduring for the duration of a stick of incense shall be deemed a success. Dai Mubai's tone was laden with concern. The unmoved king, Zhao Wujing? Ning Rongrong's delicate face instantaneously turned pale, and she gasped in shock. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she was evidently aware of this fierce individual who once stirred a tempest in the spirit master realm, who fought his way out even when besieged by 16 bishops from the spirit hall. How could he possibly be here as a teacher? Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of utmost seriousness. A soul sage at level 76. This was an entirely different caliber compared to the opponents they had previously encountered. Wu Xuanma narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly assessing in his mind, a top-tier defensive beast martial spirit, the epitome of strength and defense. It was an opportune moment to test the penetration limit of the elemental annihilation gun. However, a level 76 disparity was far too great. The soul power within him began to accelerate its flow silently, and his mind became highly focused. Zhao Wujing paid no heed to their thoughts, lazily rising from his chair, stretching his neck with a series of cracking sounds, as an even more ferocious and violent aura enveloped the space, making it difficult for others to breathe. Little monsters, state your names, soul power levels, and martial spirits. I do not strike at nameless individuals. The five introduced themselves in solemn tones. Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass. A level 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, martial spirit softbone rabbit. A level 29 assault system soul master. Ning Rongrong, martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. A level 26 support system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, martial spirit nether cat. A level 27 agility system soul master. Wu Xuanma, martial spirit elemental annihilation gun. A level 37 assault system soul venerable. Upon hearing elemental annihilation gun and level 37, Zhao Wujing's languid eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of interest. Akin to a beast that has locked onto its prey, lingering on Wu Xuanma for several breaths, his gaze filled with scrutiny and profound curiosity. Level 37? Interesting. Elemental annihilation gun? I haven't heard of it, but I relish a challenge. He licked his lips, his battle spirit evidently ignited. The duration of a stick of incense begins now. Zhao Wujing casually lit a stick of incense prepared nearby and placed it in the ground. The action nonchalant, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You five, come at me together. If you can endure for the duration of this incense, you shall pass. Of course, you may also attempt to attack me. If you can land a hit, it will demonstrate your skills. Begin. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Wujing did not even release his martial spirit. Instead, relying solely on his terrifying physical prowess, he slammed his right foot down onto the ground. Boom. The entire arena seemed to tremble violently. A visible wave of earthy yellow energy erupted from him, spreading outward like a tsunami. The ground cracked inch by inch, dust swirling in the air. Be careful. Tang San reacted swiftly, issuing a low shout as his body was already in motion. In the instant the shockwave approached, he stepped lightly, skillfully evading the frontal impact, while simultaneously wielding his hands. Countless resilient blue-silver grasses emerged from the ground like ethereal serpents, some coiled around Zhao Wujia's lower body in a bid to restrict his movements, while others intertwined before his comrades, forming a rather insubstantial vine barrier aimed at diminishing the shockwave's potency. Following closely behind Tang San, Xiao Wu leapt gracefully, her agile form embodying the soft-bone rabbit spirit, her long scorpion braid flicking as she sought an opportunity to engage. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a blurred black shadow almost concurrently with Tang San's utterance, darting swiftly from the side, her sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, targeting the relatively vulnerable areas of Zhao Wujia's ribs. Ning Rongrong called out sharply, 7 treasures, shine with Lioli. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. 2 radiant beams of 7-colored light erupted from the 7-layered Lioli treasure tower in her hand, enveloping Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing with precision. As for Wu Xuanma, she hesitated for a moment, uncertain of his exact positioning, and thus did not provide assistance immediately. In the moment Zhao Wujia stomped his foot, a fleeting flash of 9-colored elemental light flickered in Wu Xuanma's eyes. He did not choose to withstand the shockwave, nor did he evade as swiftly as Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, his seemingly unhurried steps carried a peculiar rhythm, his form swaying gracefully amidst the dust and debris of the oncoming shockwave, akin to feathers dancing in the wind. Each movement artfully avoiding the strongest points of force. His garments billowed, and his dark hair floated, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Meanwhile, the elemental demolition gun had manifested in his hand, its silver body shimmering with a cold luminescence, the gun's tip swirling with 9 colored elements, emanating a dangerous aura. He refrained from launching an immediate attack, his gaze firmly fixed on Zhao Wujia, searching for the optimal moment and weakness to strike. Oh, there is something to it. Zhao Wujia noted with increasing interest as he observed Wu Xuanma's unique evasive maneuvers. Casually, he lifted his leg, causing the resilient blue-silver grass entwined around his ankle to snap as if made of paper. In the face of Zhu Zhuqing's swift claw attack, he merely responded with a nonchalant backhand. That strike, seemingly languid, was imbued with terrifying power and suffocating pressure. Zhu Zhuqing felt an irresistible force bearing down on her. As if the very air had been siphoned away, her proud speed appeared utterly feeble before such overwhelming strength. Just as she was about to be struck, her pupils constricted, and she had no choice but to forcefully twist her body, channeling the power of her ghostly thrust into her evasion, narrowly skimming past the edge of that colossal palm. The fierce wind from the strike stung her cheek painfully, causing her blood to surge. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Wujia was preoccupied with Zhu Zhuqing, Shawa utilized Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement to close in swiftly. With her waist bent, she wrapped her legs around Zhao Wujia's neck, attempting to fling him away. However, the moment her legs made contact with his skin, it felt akin to kicking a piece of red-hot iron. A tremendous backlash surged through her, rendering her legs numb. The strength of her hold was utterly incapable of budging this towering figure. Little girl, your strength is still far from sufficient. Zhao Wuji grinned widely, his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, lunging directly for Xiao Wu's ankle. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes widened in horror as the first soul ring radiated brilliantly, blue-silver vines entwining. More blue-silver grass surged forth frantically, attempting to restrain Zhao Wuji's arm. At that moment, the observant Wu Xianmo sprang into action. Rather than rescuing Xiao Wu, he astutely seized upon a minuscule weakness exposed by Zhao Wuji's grasp, right at the flank, the very point where Zhu Zhuqing had previously aimed to strike. First soul skill, Elemental Rift Strike. Wu Xianmo shouted, thrusting his elemental obliteration gun with fervor. The tip of the spear flared with elemental brilliance. A swirling azure wind intertwined with violet arcs of electricity, endowing the thrust with unparalleled speed and penetrative force. The spear tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, akin to a bolt of azure-violet lightning, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's waist. The timing of this strike was exquisite, and its speed astonishing. Even Zhao Wuji felt a modicum of surprise. Zhao Wuji maintained his grip on Xiao Wu, but his abdominal muscles tensed suddenly. A faint earthy yellow aura enveloping his body, his formidable defensive prowess. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. Wu Xianmo's elemental obliteration gun struck fiercely against Zhao Wuji's side. The tempestuous power of wind and thunder erupted violently, slicing and exploding. Yet, that layer of earthy yellow aura merely quivered violently. The spear tip penetrated the flesh by a mere half-inch before being firmly ensnared by the terrifying muscle and soul power, unable to advance further. A tremendous recoil surged back along the spear, numbing Wu Xianmo's grip and causing his arm to tremble. He felt a chill in his heart. Such formidable defense. My elemental rift strike, augmented by the dual elements of wind and thunder, could barely breach the surface. Not bad, kid. Quite the punch, Zhao Wuji remarked, feeling the sting at his side. Instead of anger, he grinned, his fighting spirit intensifying. With his other empty hand, imbued with even greater power, he swatted down towards the nearby Wu Xianmo as if swatting a fly. The palm's coverage was vast, its speed rapid. The gust of his hand nearly suffocating Wu Xianmo. The battle escalated to a boiling point. A mere incense stick had barely begun to burn. Chapter 20. The Dual Stars battle the King of Brightness. The ferocity of the conflict exceeded all expectations. Despite the presence of Wu Xianmo, a level 37 Soul Master, facing the 76 level Soul Sage, the indomitable Zhao Wuji, whose defense was unparalleled among his peers, the five remained firmly at a disadvantage. Over half an incense stick of time slipped away amidst the torrential storm of attack and defense. Zhao Wuji didn't even resort to using soul skills. Relying solely on the terrifying strength and defense bestowed by his martial soul, along with the casual gusts of wind from his swipes and the shockwaves from his stomps, he forced the five into perilous situations. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile shone unceasingly, accurately augmenting the strength and speed of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xianmo, striving to enhance their agility and power, aiding them in evading Zhao Wuji's overwhelming assaults while providing an additional threat during their own attacks. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, reflecting the immense consumption of her soul power. Tang San's blue-silver grass was nearly disregarded by Zhao Wujing, instantly snapping as it entangled him, while the parasitic spores failed to take effect, dissipated by his formidable soul power. He was compelled to rely on the exquisite footwork of Ghostly Shadow and the finesse of Mystic Jade Hand, deftly maneuvering between Zhao Wujing's assaults, seeking opportunities, while simultaneously directing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to create distractions and impede their opponent. Xiao Wu's graceful techniques appeared utterly futile against Zhao Wujing's ironclad physique. Her waist bends and supple maneuvers failed to budge him, and she was repeatedly jolted back by the force of his counterattacks. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Seizing the moment when Zhao Wujing was momentarily delayed by a strike from Wu Xuanma, infused with ice elements, she grasped her chance, her gaze ablaze with a rosy light. Bewitchment. This was her sole means of potentially influencing Zhao Wujing's mind. Yet, Zhao Wujing merely hesitated slightly, the mockery in his bear-like eyes instantly transforming into a cold, ferocious glare. A more ferocious mental assault surged back like a tsunami. Humph. Child's play. With a sickening thud, Xiao Wu was struck as if by a heavy blow. Her delicate face turning as pale as paper, a mouthful of blood spattering forth, her petite form resembling a kite severed from its string as she was hurled backward, unconscious even before she hit the ground. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes widened in fury. He executed Ghostly Shadow to its utmost, dashing forward to catch her falling body. Upon inspection, he confirmed that Xiao Wu had merely been rendered unconscious by a mental blow, her life not in imminent danger. Yet the flames of anger and concern roiled within him. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, utilizing Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement and her own ghostly agility as a spectral cat, darted around Zhao Wujing, her sharp claws continually probing for weaknesses. She successfully left several shallow gashes on Zhao Wujing's arm and back, though they did not inflict significant damage. They effectively provoked the colossal bear. Annoying little cat. Zhao Wujing growled, his third soul ring suddenly gleaming. The third soul skill, gravity amplification. An invisible, oppressive weight instantly enveloped the entire arena. Zhu Zhuqing's pride in her speed plummeted, as though ensnared in a viscous mire. Her expression shifted as she attempted to retreat. But Zhao Wujing was swifter. His enormous paw struck with a thunderous crack, moving with an unexpected swiftness that belied his massive frame, crashing down upon Zhu Zhuqing. Bamboo Qing. Be careful. Dai Mubai shouted anxiously from a distance, but it was too late for rescue. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted as she poured all her soul power into her arms, crossing them to shield herself. Bang crack. A dull thud accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones dislocating echoed through the air. Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled groan, her body feeling as though struck by a battering ram, her arms contorted in unnatural positions, dislocated, the overwhelming impact coursing through her, leaving her unable to withstand it. Darkness enveloped her vision as her soul power was depleted and the severe injury took its toll, causing her to collapse onto the ground. In mere moments, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both sustained grave injuries and exited the fray. Ning Rongrong's pallor deepened, her supportive light only able to focus on Tang San and Wu Xuanma. Tang San, Wu Xuanma. Tang San carefully entrusted the unconscious Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, take good care of Xiao Wu. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening with unwavering determination as he looked toward the composed yet slightly restrained figure of Wu Xianmo, who was similarly affected by the gravitational suppression. Brother Wu, this is our last stand, Tang San declared with resolute conviction. Wu Xianmo, with his spear inclined toward the ground, emanated an ever-flowing brilliance of 9-colored elemental light from its tip. He nodded slightly, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength. I will focus on containment while you seek an opportunity. Without the need for further words, an unspoken understanding was forged between them. Under the oppressive weight of a 76th-level soul sage, they became each other's sole reliance. Oh, do these two youngsters still wish to persist? Zhao Wujie grinned, revealing a menacing smile, his white teeth appearing even more fearsome within the gravitational realm. He cracked his neck, exclaiming, "You've got spirit. I admire that. Let me see what else you are capable of. Time is short." Tang San called out, stepping lightly as shadows danced around his feet. Despite the gravitational pressure, he maintained a peculiar agility, unleashing a multitude of blue-silver grasses that did not entangle but rather, like countless tentacles, intertwined upon the ground and in the air, creating obstacles to disrupt Zhao Wujie's vision and path. Meanwhile, he drew forth from the 24 bridge Mingyuan knight at his waist, several glimmers of cold light vanishing quietly. Wu Xianmo made his move. The elemental destruction spear in his hand erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Wind. Fire. The spear's tip surged with azure and crimson elements, intertwining and rotating to form a scorching fire tornado. The fiery vortex of wind and flames surged forth with an overwhelming force, howling toward Zhao Wujia. This was not intended to inflict harm, but to create a vast area of attack, compelling Zhao Wujia to confront it head-on, thus granting Tangan a precious opportunity. Interesting. Zhao Wujia did not flinch or evade, his first soul ring igniting, activating his first soul skill, Unmoved King Body. A yellowish light shield enveloped him entirely, allowing him to charge directly through the fiery vortex. The flame tornado collided with the light shield, producing a sizzling sound, yet it could not breach his defenses. However, at the very moment Zhao Wujia burst forth from the flames, Wu Xianmo altered his spear's momentum once more. Water. Thunder. The blue currents of water intertwined with violet thunder, forming a crackling, massive electric net water prison. Thunderstorm water prison. The electric net water prison swiftly enveloped Zhao Wujia, who had just emerged from the flames, a fierce sensation of paralysis freezing his movements. Ice. Earth. Wu Xianmo unleashed his soul power with fervor. The water within the prison instantaneously froze into solid ice, while the ground erupted with heavy soil and stone, securing Zhao Wujia's lower body along with the frozen water prison. Eternal ice water prison. Child's play. Zhao Wujia roared in fury, his fourth soul ring blazing brightly, activating his fourth soul skill, targeted tracking, ignoring the restraints. His massive form charged, colliding fiercely with Wu Xianmo, encumbered by the frozen earth and ice. His speed was astonishing, honing in on his target. Wu Xianmo's pupils constricted. Zhao Wujia's velocity, enhanced by his fourth soul skill, was too swift. He rapidly channeled spatial elements through the spear tip, attempting to evade the incoming threat with the dimensional shift of the universe wings, yet revealing his external soul bone was far too conspicuous. In that critical moment, Teacher Zhao, catch! Tangan's commanding voice rang out. He had awaited this precise instant when Zhao Wujia, heavily restrained by Wu Xianmo, would be momentarily distracted. A multitude of chilling glimmers, akin to phantoms, shot forth from remarkably acute angles, silent and swift as lightning. These were the hidden weapons of the Tang clan, bone-piercing needles, willow leaf blades, and golden money darts. Each projectile was meticulously aimed at Zhao Wujia's relatively vulnerable joints, eyelids, and the area behind his ears. The timing was exquisite. Zhao Wujia instantly felt a wave of lethal coldness. These seemingly insignificant objects posed a genuine threat. He forcibly twisted his body, encased in the icy earth, and swung his bare paw to block. Clang, clang. Most of the hidden weapons were deflected by his massive paw, sending sparks flying. However, a few cunning bone-piercing needles and willow leaf blades penetrated the weak points of his defensive shield, embedding themselves harshly into his arm and shoulder. Although the wounds were not deep, the sharp sting thoroughly enraged this immovable king. How audacious to employ such insidious devices. A fierce light surged in Zhao Wujia's eyes, fully igniting his wrath. The fifth soul ring, that profound black 10,000-year soul ring, erupted with a heart-stopping radiance. The fifth soul skill, Gravity Crush. Boom. An overwhelming pressure, tenfold more terrifying than the third soul skill's gravity enhancement, descended in an instant. The air seemed to solidify into tangible steel. The entire space groaned under the unbearable weight. The ground fractured and sank inch by inch. The first to bear the brunt, Tangan and Wu Xianmo, felt as if countless mountains were mercilessly pressing in from all sides. Their bones emitted a teeth-grinding creak. Blood felt as though it would burst through their veins. The circulation of soul power was instantly brought to a standstill. Tangan stifled a groan, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, as his body was forcefully pinned to the ground, nearly immobile. Wu Xianmo's expression drastically changed. His elemental obliteration gun braced against the ground, its barrel bending, his inky hair flowing without wind, while the nine-colored elemental radiance flickered wildly around him, resisting the terrifying pressure, with blood also seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Wujia advanced like a deity wielding gravity, step by step, toward the suppressed duo, casting a gigantic shadow over them. He grinned savagely as he raised his bare paw, capable of splitting mountains, directly targeting the helpless Tangan. In the incense burner, the last remnants of ash finally began to drift down, succumbing to the immense pressure. A wisp of green smoke ascended gracefully. Time had arrived. Chapter 21, the first sign-in at Shrek Academy. Just as Zhao Wujia's paw, imbued with colossal force, was about to strike Tangan, warping the very fabric of space under the gravitational pressure. A clear yet anxious female voice rang out. Teacher Zhao. The incense. It's burnt out. Time's up. It was Ning Rongrong. One hand supported the unconscious Xiao Wu, while the other pointed towards the incense burner at the edge of the arena. Her voice trembling from tension and exhaustion of soul power. Zhao Wujia's violent motion abruptly halted. His fierce gaze darted toward the incense burner, and indeed, the last trace of ash was delicately cascading down, with only a faint red glow flickering at the tip before extinguishing completely. A wisp of green smoke slowly rose. Humph! A muffled sound emanated from Zhao Wujia's nostrils, as if he felt a twinge of reluctance, akin to having his enthusiasm abruptly interrupted. Yet, he ultimately ceased his actions. The suffocating aura of terror receded like a tide, the black radiance of the fifth soul ring contracting, and the oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed the entire arena vanished without a trace. Thud, thud, released from the oppressive weight. Tang San and Wu Xuanma simultaneously felt their bodies weaken. Tang San could no longer maintain his stance and sank to one knee, gasping heavily. The blood at the corner of his mouth starkly visible, although Wu Xuanma's injuries were relatively minor. The forced resistance against the gravity exerted by a soul sage caused his vital energy to surge, leaving his face pale. He mustered a breath and swiftly supported the swaying Tang San. Are you all right, Tang San? Wu Xuanma's voice remained steady, yet it carried a subtle undertone of concern. Tang San shook his head, struggling to conjure a smile. I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Wu. His gaze towards Wu Xuanma was filled with gratitude and a hint of admiration. Were it not for Wu Xuanma's formidable restraint and control in the final moments, he would have never found the opportunity to employ his hidden weapons, nor would he have managed to endure until the end. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai cautiously lifted the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with anguish and self-reproach as he gazed at her dislocated and deformed arm. Ning Rongrong hurriedly steadied Xiao Wu, who remained weak after being awakened. Zhao Wujin moved his body, which had been frozen and pierced by hidden weapons. Those wounds were mere superficial injuries to him. His gaze swept over the disheveled five, lingering momentarily on Tang San and Wu Xuanma, particularly on Wu Xuanma's element-destroying gun that still exuded a menacing aura. All right, consider yourselves past. Zhao Wujin's voice regained its previous gruffness, lacking a touch of mockery, but infused with recognition. Dai Mubai, where's Oscar? Where did he disappear to? Hurry up and come here. Coming. A somewhat languid voice with a hint of mischief responded. A boy with a full beard and charming peach blossom eyes, holding several sausages, dashed over. It was Oscar, the food-type soul master with a sausage martial spirit. Hee, Teacher Zhao is imposing. Oscar flattered while swiftly preparing his restorative sausages. Come on, new junior brothers and sisters, try my sausages. They cure all ailments, restore soul power, and are remarkably effective. Dai Mubai deftly reset Zhu Zhuqing's dislocated arm. Although his movements were somewhat rough, his experience was evident. Zhu Zhuqing let out a suppressed groan from the intense pain, slowly regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, her expression turned complex as she turned her head away. Tang San, Xiao Wu, still weak after being awakened, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong all cast peculiar looks at Oscar's oddly shaped sausages. Yet, under Zhao Wujin's watchful gaze and their physical needs, they furrowed their brows and consumed them. The effects were immediate, and their complexions visibly improved. Wu Xuanmo remained unfazed, accepting the sausage offered by Oscar with a word of thanks before consuming it. A gentle energy quickly spread within him, mending minor injuries and replenishing expended soul power. He marveled inwardly at this extraordinary food-type soul technique. Under the guidance of Oscar and Dai Mubai, the group arrived at the even more dilapidated and simplistic dormitory area of Shrek Academy. Here, this is the boys' dormitory. Dai Mubai pointed towards two adjacent, seemingly dilapidated wooden cabins. Tang San, you and Oscar will share one. He paused, directing his gaze towards the academy's only slightly sturdier single room. You will reside in that one, Wu Xuanma. The dean previously instructed that accommodations be prepared for exceptional talents. Tang San and Oscar exchanged glances, neither harboring any objections. Wu Xuanma's prowess and martial soul indeed warranted such special treatment. He nodded in agreement with the arrangement, as a private room would facilitate the concealment of secrets and his cultivation. The girls' dormitory is over there, Dai Mubai indicated towards a slightly more distant, yet similarly modest structure. Albeit tidier. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you three will share a room. Conditions are tough, but you'll manage. Xiao Wu took Zhu Zhuqing, who still appeared a bit frail, by the hand, and Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. Although the accommodations were humble, gaining entry into Shrek Academy had already fulfilled their aspirations. Wu Xuanma entered his designated single room. The chamber was modest, furnished with merely a hard bed, a worn desk, and a chair. Nevertheless, it offered solitude and tranquility, with a small patch of open ground visible outside the window. After thoroughly inspecting his surroundings and confirming the absence of any anomalies, he settled cross-legged on the bed. His physical injuries had been alleviated by Oscar's nourishing sausages and his own formidable recuperative abilities, and his soul power had nearly returned to full capacity. In the stillness of the night, it was the perfect moment to complete his daily sign-in. System, sign in, he silently intoned. Ding. Detection confirms host is at a critical location, Shrek Academy Dormitory. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host has received the reward. Significant enhancement of elemental amplification capabilities. Specific effects include 1. Elemental amplification with no cooldown. When using soul skills, the host can instantaneously and freely switch amplification elements without any energy expenditure or buffer time. 2. Enhanced elemental effects. The mutated forms of soul skills derived from elemental amplification will have their corresponding elemental properties significantly enhanced. For instance, the first soul skill, Blazing Inferno Strike, augmented by fire elements, will have a higher flame temperature, stronger adhesion, prolonged combustion, and greatly increased lethality. The Ocean's Edge Strike, amplified by water elements, will see a marked increase in attack speed and range, with a stronger corrosive effect. The Dimensional Piercing Strike, enhanced by spatial elements, will feature sharper spatial cuts and a wider tearing range, capable of briefly disrupting the stability of small areas of space. Other elemental amplifications will also achieve qualitative leaps. A profound and ineffable understanding surged into Wu Shuama's mind like a clear spring, seamlessly merging with his comprehension of his martial soul and the 9 elements. He felt a deepening connection with the elemental obliteration gun, and his perception and control over the 9 elements elevated to an unprecedented level. It was as if those elements transformed from arduous energies to gentle streams flowing through his fingertips, responding to his every thought. With instantaneous elemental conversion devoid of cooldowns, coupled with the enhanced elemental effects, an extraordinary brilliance ignited in Wu Shuama's eyes. The 9-colored radiance of the elements danced ceaselessly within his profound pupils, reminiscent of a resplendent nebula. This heralded a transformation in my combat style, rendering it more versatile and dynamic, while exponentially augmenting the precision and power of my attacks. In the face of various adversaries, I can effortlessly switch to the elemental combination that best counters them. Shrek, this sign-in reward has indeed lived up to my expectations. A profound joy and a sense of immense power filled my heart. I attempted to concentrate, and a flicker of flame at my fingertips instantaneously transformed into a dancing arc of electricity, which then seamlessly morphed into piercing ice. The entire process was fluid and natural, as simple as breathing. A wave of fatigue quietly washed over me after the exhilaration. Wu Shuanma let out a long sigh, a satisfied and expectant smile gracing his face, as he reclined on the hard bed still clad in his attire. Outside the window, the clamor of Soto City had long since faded away, and the night at Shrek Academy was tranquil and profound. However, for Zhao Wuji, this evening was not as delightful. Life at Shrek was officially commencing. Embracing the joy of mastering elemental control and the anticipation of the future, Wu Xuanma slowly closed his eyes, entering his first dream since arriving in this world at Shrek Academy. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning. Chapter 22. The first day at Shrek Academy. The following dawn. As the horizon began to blush with the first light, the bustling city of Soto had yet to awaken fully. On the dilapidated training grounds of Shrek Academy, a figure was already drenched in sweat. Clad in a dark-hued outfit, Wu Xuanma's long black hair was simply tied back. In his hand, a silver-white elemental obliteration gun pierced the crisp morning air. Each thrust, flick, sweep, and strike resonated with a sharp wind sound, the gun's tip shimmering with the light of 9 elements in the dawn's glow. This was not the display of a soul skill, but the practice of the purest fundamentals of marksmanship. Sweat trickled down his temples, yet his gaze remained focused and tranquil, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and his spear. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the mist, Wu Xuanma gradually concluded his practice, the spear transforming into a stream of light that melded into his being. His breath was long, a faint mist rising from him. A night of cultivation coupled with the morning's exertion had brought him to an optimal state. Just as he prepared to return to the dormitory for a brief respite, he encountered a few companions at the edge of the training ground. Dai Mubai led the group, his golden hair shimmering in the morning light, and his devilish eyes carried a hint of lingering drowsiness, though his spirit was notably vibrant. Beside him stood the composed Tang San and the already lively, bouncing Xiao Wu. Alongside them was a slightly rotund figure clad in fiery red, with matching red hair and a pair of twinkling little eyes, exuding a touch of both curiosity and mischief. "Ah, Xuanma practicing so early?" Quite diligent. Dai Mubai greeted him with a smile, clearly recognizing Wu Xuanma's strength and dedication. Just a habit. Wu Xuanmo replied with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the red-haired, chubby fellow. Dai Mubai, understanding, patted the chubby man's shoulder. Come, let me introduce you. This is also an old student at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is the mutated top-tier beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, a powerful assault-type soul master. He then turned to Ma Hongjun. This is our newcomer, Wu Xuanma, with an elemental obliteration gun as his martial soul, a level 37 assault-type battle spirit. 37? Ma Hongjun's small eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. He had missed the shocking scene yesterday as he was absent from the academy. He gazed at the excessively youthful face of Wu Xianmo, then shifted his attention to Dai Mubai's serious expression, which brimmed with shock and disbelief. Goodness. Boss Dai, you aren't deceiving me, are you? How old could he possibly be? Absolutely genuine, Tangan interjected with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as he regarded Wu Xianmo. Hello. Wu Xianmo nodded courteously at Ma Hongjun, acknowledging him. He understood that this must be the famed evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, whose fiery soul power exuded a remarkable distinctiveness. Greetings, Brother Wu. Ma Hongjun promptly concealed his astonishment and responded somewhat awkwardly, feeling rather insignificant in the presence of a soul master of level 37. All right, stop standing there foolishly. Let's head to the cafeteria and fill our stomachs. Fatty is practically starving. Dai Mubai beckoned to the group. They arrived at the rather rudimentary cafeteria of Shrek Academy, where Oscar was already busy preparing his renowned sausages. After a simple breakfast, primarily consisting of Oscar's sausages and a porridge of steamed buns, Flander's distinctive voice, tinged with a hint of shrewdness, echoed across the plaza. All 5 of you new little monsters, gather around. In the center of the plaza, Flander adjusted his signature crystal glasses, his sharp gaze scanning the 5 who stood in a row. Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Wu Xianmo. His eyes lingered on Wu Xianmo for a moment, the depth of his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating facades, causing Wu Xianmo to feel a slight chill within. Ah, this year is quite promising. We have 5 more little monsters. Flander's voice carried a note of satisfaction, but he quickly shifted his tone. However, monsters or not, rules must be upheld. Teacher Lee. He waved to a seemingly honest middle-aged teacher who approached with a notepad in hand. Each of you, please register with Teacher Lee and pay a fee of 100 gold soul coins, Flanders stated matter-of-factly. Ning Rong Rong stepped forward without hesitation to pay. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit silently. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances before also retrieving their coin pouches. Wu Xianmo was even more decisive, producing 100 gold soul coins and handing them over without a second thought, as it was merely a trifling sum for him. Flander observed the coins being deposited, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features, before adopting a serious demeanor. Now that the fees are settled, let us discuss the main matters. Oscar. Ning Rong Rong. Step forward. Oscar immediately straightened up, and Ning Rong Rong turned her gaze toward Flander. You are both support-type soul masters, Flander noted, his eyes sweeping over them. Your role on the battlefield is monumental, but it also means you will be prime targets for enemies. Should you lose the protection of your companions, you will be exceedingly vulnerable. Therefore, the ability to flee is an essential quality you must possess, and it must be of the highest caliber. Without speed, even the most potent support soul abilities are rendered futile. He gestured toward the Academy's large, uneven training ground. Now, Oscar, you will take Ning Rong Rong and run 20 laps. No soul power assistance allowed. If you do not complete it before noon, you will forfeit your meal. What? Ning Rong Rong's face fell instantly. Oscar, wearing a look of despair, cast a mournful glance at Flander. Get moving. Flander snapped, his eyes widening in admonition. Oscar and Ning Rong Rong could only respond with a resigned acknowledgement before dejectedly beginning to run. Dai Mubai turned to Flander. Director, it is your responsibility to thoroughly explain the Academy's rules to these 5 new students. Understood, Dai Mubai replied. All right, everyone else is dismissed. Tang San. Stay behind and follow me, Flander concluded, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back as he walked into the academy. Tang San hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Wu and Wu Xuanma, his eyes reflecting both inquiry and a hint of concern. Xiao Wu clenched her fist in encouragement, while Wu Xuanma gave him a slight nod, signaling him to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Tang San quickened his pace to catch up with Flander. Dai Mubai began to elucidate the unique customs of Shrek Academy to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma. Wu Xuanma listened quietly, though his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Flander had singled out Tang San, presumably regarding Master Yu Xiaojing's matters. As for making Oscar and Ning Rong Rong run, it appeared to be a punishment, but in reality, It was Flanders' pedagogical method aimed at honing their abilities. Lastly, remember that the director's first lesson is scheduled for after sunset today. The specific location and time will be communicated to you later, Dai Mubai summarized. After the explanation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing left together. Perhaps to check on the still-running Ning Rongrong or to return to their dormitory for a rest. Wu Xuanma did not linger, nodding to Dai Mubai before turning toward his own private room. At the moment he turned, he distinctly felt a scrutinizing gaze, imbued with curiosity, fall upon him, none other than Flander, who had stopped some distance away to glance back. That gaze was sharp as an eagle, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Wu Xuanma continued walking steadily, feigning unawareness, yet within, he remained vigilant. This Director Flander was indeed remarkable. It seemed he held a particular interest in him. Upon returning to his quiet single room, Wu Xuanma sat cross-legged on his bed. Flanders' meaningful glance did not linger in his mind for long. He quickly gathered his focus and immersed himself once more in his cultivation. His soul power circulated along an intricate path, the ethereal image of the elemental destruction gun floating within his consciousness, the radiance of the 9 colored elements shimmering and flowing around him as naturally as breathing. He needed to swiftly familiarize and solidify the powerful ability acquired from last night's sign-in, which allowed for the amplification of elemental transitions without cooldown. Preparing himself thoroughly for the first lesson after dark and to establish a firm footing in this place teeming with extraordinary talents, Shrek Academy. The commotion outside seemed unrelated to him. Only the subtle sound of flowing soul power echoed in the quiet room. Chapter 23, revealing the true nature of the little demoness. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows from the dilapidated buildings of Shrek Academy, all students were once again summoned to the square. Oscar and Ning Rongrong finally returned, dragging their weary feet. Both were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Ning Rongrong's face was pale, her hair clinging to her forehead with perspiration, presenting an unusually disheveled appearance. The exhaustion and a hint of resentment were evident in her beautiful large eyes. Reporting to the director, "We have completed 20 laps," Oscar exclaimed, panting as he made an effort to stand upright. Flinder adjusted his crystal glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two individuals. "Oh? Have both of you completed your run?" Ning Rongrong's body stiffened slightly, her eyes flickering, while Oscar cast a glance at her. A cold smirk crept across Flinder's lips as he turned his attention to Oscar. "Oscar, have you finished?" A flicker of struggle crossed Oscar's face, but he ultimately steeled himself, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Dean, we indeed finished our run." "Humph." Flinder snorted disdainfully, an invisible wave of soul power instantly enveloping Oscar. Oscar felt his body grow heavy, his soul power completely sealed. "Trying to be clever in front of me? Oscar, since you possess such a spirit of camaraderie, you shall run 20 more laps. Furthermore, you are forbidden from using your soul power. If you cannot finish, you will forfeit your dinner." Oscar's expression instantly fell, and he wailed, "Dean, please no." But upon meeting Flinder's unyielding gaze, he could only resign himself to the task, laboriously setting his heavy legs in motion once more. Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong as he began to run again, Ning Rongrong watched Oscar's punishment with indifference. Flinder's gaze finally settled entirely upon Ning Rongrong, his eyes cold and piercing, seemingly capable of penetrating all her FA-aids. "Tell me, have you accomplished the task I assigned you earlier?" Ning Rongrong replied, "No, it was too far, and I was too hungry to persist. So you ventured into the city alone, indulging in a feast and strolling about, only to return just now to find Oscar. Am I correct? You were spying on me." Flinder, as the dean, asserted his responsibility towards every student, continuing, "Oscar's lie, out of fear of punishment, is somewhat understandable. However, your insubordination, fleeing without permission, and having a senior help you conceal it, any of these transgressions on the battlefield would warrant military justice and death." Ning Rongrong retorted, "But this is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy." Flinder chuckled softly, "True, but this is my Shrek Academy. Now, I offer you 2 choices. Either pack your belongings and leave immediately, or demonstrate your resolve to rectify your missteps." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong scoffed, "Flinder, who do you think you are? Merely a minor soul sage." Flinder smiled at her words. "Indeed, I am just a humble soul sage. Since you hold this place in disdain, then I shall not see you off." With that, a silent standoff ensued. Ning Rongrong broke the tranquility first, scoffing, "You think you can drive me away so easily? Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business, or you shall bear the consequences." Flinder turned to Dai Mubai, instructing him to assist this young lady in packing her belongings. Ning Rongrong pointed an accusatory finger at Flinder, exclaiming, "Flinder, how dare you?" Flinder calmly replied, "This is my territory, my word holds sway." Ning Rongrong, angered, declared, "In all my years, You are the first to dare address me in such a manner, Flender coldly retorted. Even if you are the pride of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In my eyes, you are merely a great soul master. Here, everyone surpasses you. Ning Rongrong loudly countered. You speak nonsense. I have transcended to level 25. Regarded as the most exceptional genius within the sect for centuries. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda boasts a martial soul unparalleled across the realm. Dean Flanders stepped forward, his formidable aura causing Ning Rongrong to instinctively retreat a step. Ning Rongrong, do you consider yourself remarkable? Flanders' voice dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Let me inform you now, at Shrek Academy, you are nothing. He raised his hand, pointing one by one at the students present. Dai Mubai, 15 years old. Level 37 Soul Emperor. His evil eye white tiger is a premier beast martial soul. Tang San, 12 years old. Level 29 Great Soul Master. Xiao Wu, 12 years old. Level 29 Great Soul Master. They are but a step away from becoming Soul Emperors. Flanders' finger finally rested on the quiet figure of Wu Xuanma, his voice suddenly rising. Filled with astonishment and emphasis, Wu Xuanma, just 2 months shy of 12. Soul power level, the same as Dai Mubai, 37. A formidable assault-type Soul Emperor. His martial soul, the Elemental Destruction Spear, commands 9 elements. Unprecedented, with potential that is nothing short of terrifying. In terms of talent and strength, which one of them does not surpass you? Ning Rongrong's body trembled slightly, the truth striking her pride like a heavy hammer. Flander continued, pointing at the innocent-looking Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun. His martial soul, an aberrant evil fire phoenix. Though slightly flawed, it remains an extraordinary and rare top-tier beast martial soul. Few possess such a martial soul across the continent. His future is limitless. His gaze shifted to the cold and composed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Soul power level 27, comparable to yours. Yet her unwavering determination far exceeds your capabilities. Flanders' voice resonated like thunder as he directly inquired of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, why have you come to Shrek? Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze met Flanders without flinching, her voice soft yet remarkably clear and resolute. To become stronger. Did you hear that? Flanders' gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Ning Rongrong. That is the attitude of a true scholar, that embodies the resolve to grow stronger. Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed by the barrage of comparisons and inquiries, gasped for breath, shame and indignation swelling within her as she retorted sharply. I am an auxiliary soul master. Of course, I cannot compare my combat prowess to those of the assault soul masters. However, once on the battlefield, the contributions of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda surpass those of any one of them. Contributions? Flanders scoffed as though he had heard the greatest joke. He mercilessly tore away Ning Rongrong's last fig leaf, declaring, a soul master devoid of willpower, reliant on others even for the basic 20 laps of physical training, who resorts to lies to muddle through. On the battlefield, the first to perish would be you. With your impetuousness, arrogance, inability to endure hardship, and lack of respect for your comrades, do you truly believe you can find teammates willing to entrust their backs to you? You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong's pride lay utterly shattered, tears welling in her eyes as she nearly screamed in hysteria. What about Oscar? He is merely a lecherous food-type soul master. Surely, I am better than him. A profound silence enveloped the square. All eyes were fixed upon Flander, including Oscar, who was panting from a distance. Flander regarded Ning Rongrong with a gaze tinged with a near-mocking pity, and he spoke slowly, his voice low yet resonant, striking deep into the hearts of all present. Oscar. Ning Rongrong, tell me, have you ever encountered a food-type soul master with innate full soul power? What? Ning Rongrong gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked from Flander to the figure in the distance. Oscar, he is the unprecedented food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Flander's voice was unequivocal, brimming with undeniable certainty and pride. He embodied boundless potential. His future accomplishments were limitless. Given time, he might even surpass the pinnacle of support-type soul masters in your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, becoming the sole and irreplaceable food-type Titled Douluo on the entire continent. At that moment, the esteemed status you hold in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may very well be shaken by him. Flander's voice reverberated like a mighty bell across the plaza. Now, tell me, Ning Rongrong, in the presence of Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xuanma, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Oscar, what pride can you, the so-called genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, still lay claim to? If you are not the weakest, then who is? I. Ning Rongrong's body trembled violently, as Flander's words cut through her pride and superiority, meticulously constructed over the years, shattering them into fragments. She glanced around, Witnessing the complex and silent gazes of her companions, Wu Xuanma remained a calm observer and saw Oscar in the distance. Exhausted yet persevering. The overwhelming sense of disparity and the despair of being utterly invalidated inundated her like a tidal wave. Unable to bear it any longer, all her grievances, anger, and shame erupted in an instant. She covered her face and let out a heart-wrenching cry, turning and stumbling towards the dormitory, tears streaming down her face. The plaza fell into a profound silence. Only the distant echoes of Ning Rongrong's sobs and Oscar's labored breaths could be faintly heard. Flander watched the direction in which Ning Rongrong had vanished, the severity on his face gradually softening into a subtle complexity. After a few moments of silence, he turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Mubai, go tell Oscar that he need not run anymore. Let him go and comfort Ning Rongrong." "Yes, Dean," Dai Mubai replied, and swiftly made his way towards the playground to catch up with Oscar. Flander's gaze swept over the remaining students, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, until it lingered for a moment on Wu Xuanma. Wu Xuanma met his gaze calmly and nodded slightly. A flicker of profound meaning passed through Flander's eyes before he waved his hand. "You may disperse. Remember, our first lesson after dark, be punctual." The crowd silently dispersed. The echo of Flander's thunderous words and the image of Ning Rongrong's collapse resonating in their hearts. The first day at Shrek Academy was indelibly marked in everyone's memory through this soul-stirring baptism. Chapter 24, Journey to the Grand Soul Arena. As night descends, the clamor of Soto City persists unabated, intensifying into a cacophony of voices from a particular direction. Dean Flander, accompanied by Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Wu Xuanma, arrives at the renowned landmark of Soto City, the Soto Great Soul Arena. The magnificent structure, illuminated by brilliant lights, resembles a slumbering behemoth. Engulfing a throng of fervent spectators, Flander adjusted his crystal glasses, the lenses reflecting the dazzling radiance within the arena. "Here lies an important classroom for you all in the time to come." His voice cut through the din with clarity. "One of the graduation requirements for Shrek Academy is to obtain the Silver Soul Badge." His gaze swept across the group. Momentarily lingering on Wu Xuanma, Dai Mubai, "Please escort them to register, and then each shall participate in a one-on-one soul battle." "Yes, Dean," Dai Mubai replied. Under his guidance, they successfully completed their registration and received Iron Soul Badges inscribed with their names. After signing up for the one-on-one battles, they settled in the waiting area. Soon, the announcement echoed. The next match, one-on-one soul battle, Iron Soul Badge holder Wu Xuanma versus Iron Soul Badge holder Bloodblade. Wu Xuanma stood calmly, rising as he walked towards the passage amid the curious gazes of Dai Mubai and the others. On the soul battleground, his opponent was a robust middle-aged man with a fierce gaze, wielding a pair of gleaming curved blades, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating he too was a soul master. "Kid, daring to step into the soul arena without even sprouting hair? Surrender quickly if you know what's good for you, lest I waste my time with you." Bloodblade sneered, licking the edge of his blade. Wu Xuanma appeared unfazed, calmly summoning his elemental annihilation gun. The silver-white barrel, adorned with swirling 9-colored elements at the tip, instantly captivated the entire audience. The disguised 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged. The match commenced. Bloodblade let out a guttural roar, crossing his blades to unleash 2 intersecting crimson arcs that tore through the air, reeking of blood, racing towards Wu Xuanma with blinding speed. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened. His feet remained planted while his spear moved like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Second soul skill, Elemental Annihilation Slash. The brilliance of the spear tip surged forth instantly. A colossal crescent-shaped strike, infused with 9 colors, surged forward with an unparalleled ferocity, boldly confronting the blood-red arcs. With a sound reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter, the seemingly ferocious crimson arcs were instantaneously torn asunder, vanishing into oblivion. The momentum of the strike remained unyielding, propelling directly towards Bloodblade. Alarmed, Bloodblade's countenance shifted dramatically as he crossed his blades to defend. With a resounding crash, Bloodblade felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. His blades nearly slipped from his grasp as he staggered backward, blood surging within him. First soul skill, Elemental Rift Strike. Wu Xuanma's voice rang out like a death knell. He moved like lightning, the spear tip bursting forth with thunder and shadow elements. Purple lightning entwined with profound darkness, transforming the spear into a violet-black streak of electricity, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and a consuming darkness, piercing towards Bloodblade's exposed chest with astonishing speed, far surpassing Bloodblade's reaction time. With precision, the spear tip found its mark at the center of Bloodblade's crossed blades. The furious thunder erupted instantaneously, a numbing sensation sweeping over him, while the profound force of darkness encroached upon his protective soul power. Ah! Bloodblade let out a wretched cry, his twin daggers slipping from his grasp, and he was struck by a tremendous force, lifted off the ground, and crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. Convulsing and momentarily unable to rise. Wu Shinimo, the referee's voice echoed with a hint of astonishment. The entire process was executed with precision, lasting less than 2 minutes. Wu Shinimo had not even employed his third soul skill or any combination techniques. He calmly retracted his martial soul and soul rings. And amidst the sparse applause from the audience and Bloodblade's venomous glare, he turned and descended from the arena as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Upon returning to the resting area, Dai Mubai and the others regarded him with a newfound seriousness and admiration. Shortly after he sat down, the announcement rang out once more. Next match, one-on-one soul battle, Iron Soul Badge Tang San versus Iron Soul Badge Zhu Zhuqing. Wu Shinimo also raised his gaze towards the arena. The outcome of Tang San's control type against Zhu Zhuqing's agility type was undoubtedly predictable. Under Tang San's exquisite manipulation of the blue-silver grass and the ghostly movements, Zhu Zhuqing's proud speed was severely restricted. After narrowly evading entanglement and parasitism several times, she ultimately found her ankle ensnared by the blue-silver grass, swiftly followed by more vines that bound her firmly. Zhu Zhuqing struggled for a moment, but ultimately had to concede defeat with resignation. Upon their return, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was frigid, remaining silent. Tang San merely nodded at her, indicating his acknowledgement of her effort. After a brief respite, the audience witnessed another match where Tang San and Shawa showcased their impeccable synergy, easily securing victory in a 2-on-2 battle. As they departed from the clamor of the grand arena, the night breeze carried a hint of chill. Dai Mubai remarked to Tang San and Xiao Wu, "The dean has gone to his shop. He instructed us to return on our own." Ma Hongjun sidled up to Dai Mubai, winking and lowering his voice to inquire, "Boss Dai, aren't you going to vent your frustrations?" He was, of course, referring to the matter of resolving his fiery affliction. Dai Mubai shot him an exasperated glare. "Not going. It's bothersome." Ma Hongjun, rebuffed, pouted and declared, "Then I shall go." With that, he dashed off towards a certain direction in the vibrant nightlife of Soto City. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing happened to walk by, overhearing Ma Hongjun's words. Connecting them to his usual lewdness, her icy gaze swept over Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, unabashedly uttering 4 words: "Filthy, disgusting." These words ignited the powder keg of Dai Mubai's pent-up frustration. Having already been irked by Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor earlier and Wu Xianmo's prowess in the arena, despite Wu Xianmo's lack of intent, her merciless disdain now served as the final spark. "What did you say?" Dai Mubai whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fury, his immense soul power erupting uncontrollably. His golden hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind. He fixed an intense gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing merely cast him a cold glance, her expression imbued with disdain and frosty disdain, akin to tangible ice shards, before resolutely striding away towards the academy, leaving behind a determined silhouette. "Scoundrel!" Dai Mubai roared in fury, his fist striking the adjacent wall with tremendous force, leaving a distinct imprint. His chest heaved violently, clearly indicating his intense anger. Wu Xuanma, Tang San, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. "Let us return," Tang San sighed, pulling Xiao Wu along. Wu Xuanma nodded, and the three made their way towards the academy. Upon reaching the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, they were met with the sounds of a fierce argument within. Dai Mubai's furious shout echoed, "This is Shrek Academy, not your home." Ning Rongrong retorted with mockery, "Is it not permissible for others to speak when you suffer? You can't even handle a little girl. How utterly useless." Her words struck Dai Mubai like a dagger. The scorn from Zhu Zhuqing and the derision from Ning Rongrong combined to ignite his fury. "Ning Rongrong." Dai Mubai's voice turned frosty, laced with a chilling intent to kill. "While others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Dare to provoke me again, and I shall not hesitate to end you." "And me? How frightening." Ning Rongrong's voice, tinged with a feigned sob, brimmed with provocation. "Come on, go ahead and kill me. You seek death." Dai Mubai was driven into a blind rage. The soul power of a soul master at level 37 erupted violently. A powerful wave of energy sent the unsuspecting Ning Rongrong hurtling backward. "Rongrong!" Oscar, who had been anxiously watching from the side, exclaimed, rushing forward just in time to catch Ning Rongrong. They stumbled back several steps before regaining their footing. Dai Mubai's eyes burned red, clearly consumed by rage. As he advanced once more, ready to unleash his wrath. "Mubai, stop!" Tang San and Wu Xuanma dashed forward almost simultaneously. Tang San seized Dai Mubai's wrist, which was coalescing with soul power, gripping it tightly, while Wu Xuanma calmly placed a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder. A gentle yet firm strength emanating to quell his explosive power. Mubai, let it go. We are all classmates. Tang San urged in a deep voice. Mubai, remain calm. Wu Xuanma's tone was tranquil, yet carried an undeniable persuasive strength. Dai Mubai gasped for breath, his crimson gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong, who was shielded behind Oscar, her face pale yet defiantly glaring at him. He glanced at the serious expression on Tang San's face, and then at Wu Xuanma's composed demeanor. After several intense breaths, he finally subdued his boiling bloodlust and soul power. Fine. Xiao San Xuanma, I shall grant you this favor. Dai Mubai's voice remained icy as he pointed at Ning Rongrong, articulating each word with precision. Ning Rongrong, heed my words. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall not care about your status. With that, he forcefully shook off Tang San's grip and brushed aside Wu Xuanma's hand on his shoulder, striding into the depths of the academy without looking back. As Dai Mubai departed, the stifling atmosphere lightened slightly, yet it remained cold. Ning Rongrong pushed away Oscar's supportive hand and stood up. Tears still stained her cheeks, but her eyes were filled with resentment and a hint of madness born from desperation. She turned to Tang San, her voice laced with both temptation and command. Tang San, help me kill him. If you assist me in eliminating Dai Mubai, you shall be honored as a guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will give you 10,000 gold soul coins. In the future, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will unconditionally support you. Tang San gazed at the girl before him, who appeared to be in a frenzy, his brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with disappointment and detachment. He slowly shook his head, his voice calm, yet resolute. Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for money and power. I am unaware of the discord between you and Dai Mubai, but if you continue to treat others with such an arrogant demeanor, I advise you to leave this place. It is not suited for you. With that, he turned away from Ning Rongrong, took Xiao Wu's hand, and strode through the gates of the academy. Ning Rongrong trembled at his blunt rejection and admonition, her final vestige of pride teetering on the brink of collapse. She abruptly shifted her gaze to Wu Xianmo, who remained rooted in place. However, before she could utter a word, he calmly shook his head, his voice devoid of emotion. I will not assist you. Without a glance back at Ning Rongrong, his dark figure vanished at the academy entrance. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong's gaze settled on Oscar, the sole companion still by her side. Tears glistened in her eyes, mingled with confusion and a lingering sense of grievance. Why? Even you, do you not have feelings for me? Oscar regarded the girl who had once stirred his heart, now transformed into a stranger. The playful smile that had once adorned his face was replaced by profound weariness and a semblance of acceptance. He forced a bitter smile. I cherished the you from our first encounter. Now, I find myself unworthy of the princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Rather than serve others, I prefer to remain true to myself. Tang San speaks wisely. Perhaps you truly do not belong here. If your mindset remains unchanged, friendship may be an everlasting luxury for you. He hesitated no longer, turning away and striding into Shrek Academy. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, elongating Ning Rongrong's solitary figure. She stood there dazed, the tear streaks on her face glimmering in the moonlight, surrounded by an oppressive silence. The murderous intent from Dai Mubai, Tang San's rejection, Wu Xianmo's indifference, Oscar's resolve, and Flinder's judgmental words echoed repeatedly in her mind, colliding within her thoughts. Among all, you are the least worthy. Friendship? That may truly be your eternal aspiration. An unprecedented, bone-chilling loneliness and despair, like a frigid tide, engulfed her completely. She gazed at the tightly shut gates, as if witnessing her abandonment by the entire world. The proud castle crumbled, leaving only endless confusion and coldness in its wake. The night breeze swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves, swirling past her feet. In the vast expanse of the world, it seemed she was the only soul remaining. She wrapped her arms around herself, slowly crouching down, burying her head deep in her knees, her shoulders trembling silently. The shattered pride and the taste of newfound solitude flowed silently in the tranquil night. Chapter 25. Oscar breaks through level 30. The following morning, as dawn broke, the dampness of the night dew lingered over the pockmarked playground of Shrek Academy. Wu Xianmo, as usual, concluded his morning practice early, his inky hair tied back, and with a steady breath, he walked towards the assembly point. However, as he stepped onto the playground, his pace faltered slightly. Someone had arrived before him. Beneath the familiar old tree, a slender figure stood quietly. It was Ning Rongrong, with her back turned towards the entrance. Her shoulders slightly hunched, the morning breeze tousled her somewhat disheveled hair. As Wu Xuanma approached, she seemed to sense his presence and slowly turned around. Those once proud and vibrant eyes were now slightly swollen, tinged with bloodshot veins and shadows of fatigue, clearly having wept for an extended period. Yet, what surprised Wu Xuanma was the absence of her former haughty demeanor. Instead, a complex emotion filled her gaze, lingering grievances, profound confusion, and deeper still, a sense of something ineffable. Serene. Perhaps it was a fragment of her spirit, forcibly shattered, now struggling to be reshaped. She remained silent, merely glancing at Wu Xuanma, before turning back to gaze at the horizon where the sun had yet to fully rise. Her figure appeared particularly fragile in the morning light, yet it emanated an unusual resilience. Wu Xuanma chose not to speak, standing quietly beside her, equally patient in his wait. He keenly sensed that this little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school had begun to undergo a transformation. Soon, others arrived in succession. Tangan and Xiao Wu walked side by side, their expressions reflecting mild surprise upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Wu Xuanma. Dai Mubai's demeanor remained somewhat somber. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong, he slightly furrowed his brows before averting his gaze. Zhu Zhuqing retained her icy composure, while Ma Hongjun yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Dean Flander appeared punctually, pushing his signature crystal glasses. His sharp gaze swept over the assembled crowd, lingering for a moment on Ning Rongrong's slightly swollen eyes. His expression inscrutable behind the lenses. "Where's Oscar?" Flander's voice rang out, tinged with his usual sternness. "Still sleeping in? We cannot proceed with today's lesson without him. Tang-san, go fetch him." Tang-san responded affirmatively and was about to turn to search. Dean, I'm here. An overly excited voice echoed from afar, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Oscar appeared, his face flushed, breathless as he dashed forward, the characteristic stubble on his chin trembling with his excitement. 2 freshly made sausages clutched in his hand. He reached the group, his chest heaving, but his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, brimming with elation. 30 levels. Dean, I've broken through to 30 levels. Oscar nearly shouted, his voice quivering with exhilaration. What? The stern expression on Flander's face was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. He stepped forward, grasping Oscar's wrist, probing with his soul power, and moments later, a radiant smile blossomed across his face. He vigorously patted Oscar's shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. Well done, my boy. You truly did not disappoint me." Flander's laughter resonated across the morning playground, filled with genuine happiness and pride. Dai Mubai, Tang-san, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and others all displayed expressions of surprise and congratulations. Even Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze flickered with a hint of emotion. As Wu Xuanma gazed at the ecstatic Oscar, a slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was a moment of joyous breakthrough. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, observing the excitement of Oscar, who was surrounded by others. His words tumbling out in a fervent rush. The pure delight on his face, a testament to his own hard work, flickered in her complex gaze. She recalled Flinder's words from the previous day. Given time, he might even surpass your 7 treasures glazed tile school. Looking at the spirited Oscar in this moment, an indescribable sensation welled up within her. Silence, Flinder commanded, suppressing his own excitement as he surveyed the crowd. His voice booming. Now that Oscar has broken through to the 30th level, the scheduled lessons are postponed. Tomorrow morning, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie will personally lead everyone to the Star Doe Forest to procure Oscar's 3rd spirit ring. Wonderful. Ma Hongjun was the first to cheer. Dai Mubai, Tang-san, and the others also displayed expressions of eager anticipation. However, Flinder's tone shifted as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze settling on Oscar. Before we set off, there is one task to be accomplished. Oscar, prepare a sausage for everyone present, 1 super recovery sausage and 1 detoxifying sausage each. Immediately, Oscar's elation faltered momentarily, replaced by a bittersweet smile. He was well aware of the others' reluctance towards his soul skill incantation. His gaze shifted uneasily among them. Indeed, apart from Wu Xuanma, who remained calm, Dai Mubai, Tang-san, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and even Zhu Zhuqing exhibited varying degrees of discomfort and resistance. The thought of that crude incantation, paired with the sight of Oscar's oddly shaped sausages, rendered them nearly unpalatable. As the atmosphere grew tense and Oscar braced himself to recite the incantation, a cool yet slightly husky voice broke through. "I'll go first." The crowd turned in astonishment. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. With an impassive expression, she approached Oscar, extending her hand. "Give it to me." Oscar was momentarily taken aback, losing his train of thought as he gazed into Ning Rongrong's slightly swollen yet remarkably serene eyes. She made no effort to hurry him, merely watching him quietly, her gaze rendering him acutely self-conscious, as though he were utterly exposed before her. Oh, all right. Oscar snapped back to reality, and hastily recited the incantation, handing 2 freshly made sausages to Ning Rongrong. Without a hint of hesitation, she seized the super recovery sausage and took a decisive bite. Her actions bore a certain forcefulness, and she chewed rapidly, as if she were not consuming mere food, but rather a resolve of sorts. Subsequently, she picked up the detoxifying sausage and consumed it just as briskly. Throughout the entire process, her expression remained unchanged, her gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, as though she were simply enjoying an ordinary meal. Watching her eat, Oscar felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she were not just devouring a sausage, but rather him, sending a chill creeping up from his toes, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Upon finishing, Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Her voice calm and unwavering. "I will stay." She offered no explanation for her change of heart, nor did she apologize, simply stating her decision plainly. Flander gazed at Ning Rongrong, his expression unchanging, maintaining the demeanor of a stern principal. Yet, deep behind his glasses, a trace of subtle satisfaction flickered, almost imperceptible. He recognized that this thorny rose, having weathered a night of storms, was finally attempting to root herself, albeit with great difficulty. Though the process would be painful, she had taken that crucial first step. Flander merely acknowledged with a faint response, tacitly approving. Next was Wu Xuanma, who approached Oscar with an expression of calmness. As the incantation fell, the sausage was in hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xuanma lifted the sausage, consuming the super recovery sausage and the detox small sausage with the tranquility of tasting ordinary fare. Upon finishing, he even nodded slightly, offering a calm assessment to the somewhat anxious Oscar. Not bad. His unremarkably natural reaction left Oscar and the others momentarily bewildered. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Wu Xuanma. Was he genuinely indifferent, or did he possess an exceptionally strong mental fortitude? With Ning Rongrong and Wu Xuanma leading the way, especially Wu Xuanma's overly nonchalant demeanor, the remaining members, though still displaying conflicted expressions, found it difficult to refuse. Tang Xin took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness and a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Gritting their teeth, they stepped forward, accepting the sausage, and quickly consumed it with closed eyes. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her stoic facade, though her fingers stiffened momentarily as she took the sausage, which she finished at an astonishing speed, as if completing a daunting task. Ma Hongjun, with a furrowed brow, muttered about doing it for his brother's soul rings, bravely swallowing it down. Lastly, Dai Mubai, under Flander's gentle gaze, twitched his mouth, nearly snatching the sausage. Gulping it down hastily, followed immediately by a large swig of water, his expression quite remarkable. As everyone completed Flander's pre-class preparations, Oscar let out a long sigh of relief. Though the process had been rather intense, they had all passed. Flander nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Very well. Return and prepare. We shall set off promptly tomorrow morning. Destination, the Stardo Forest." The morning sun finally ascended fully above the horizon, casting its rays upon the dilapidated playground of Shrek Academy and upon these young, promising individuals. Ning Rongrong stood among the crowd, her swollen eyes squinting slightly in the sunlight. She gazed forward, her expression no longer lost but imbued with an unprecedented determination. Oscar, meanwhile, was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough and the anticipation of the future. Chapter 26. Journey to the Stardo Forest. Where is Teacher Zhao? Could he have overslept? Ma Hongjun yawned, his round belly jiggling. "Patience, fatty," Dai Mubai replied in a low voice, though he too bore a hint of curiosity. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed. Everyone turned toward the sound, and there stood Zhao Wujin, his towering figure appearing at the entrance. However, upon seeing Zhao Wujin's appearance, everyone was taken aback, and they could not help but gasp in surprise. Before us stands Zhao Waoqi, his once rugged visage now marred by an array of dark bruises. One eye swollen to a mere slit, and the corner of his mouth split. His gait appears stiff, clearly indicating he bears significant injuries. This disheveled appearance contrasts sharply with his usual imposing demeanor, reminiscent of the immovable king of wisdom. "Teacher Zhao, what happened to you?" inquired Dai Mubai, his astonishment evident. Zhao Waoqi grunted dismissively, the movement aggravating his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "Humph, just tripped while walking. Why ask so many questions? Once you're ready, let's depart. Our destination is the Stardo Forest, to procure the third spirit ring for Oscar." He gestured grandly, clearly wishing to avoid discussing the humiliating lesson he received from the enigmatic Haoyin Douluo. The group exchanged glances, fully aware that his injuries could not have resulted from a mere fall, yet seeing Zhao Waoqi's grim expression, they dared not inquire further. Oscar, in particular, shrank back, fearful of incurring Zhao's ire. "Let us set forth." With a commanding shout from Zhao Waoqi, the 9 of them departed from Shrek Academy. embarking on their journey to the Stardo Forest. The distance to the forest from Soto City was considerable, and after a day of travel, they finally reached a small town bordering the forest as the sun dipped below the horizon. The town bustled with activity, its proximity to the Spirit Beast Forest attracting numerous shops, inns, and eateries. Zhao Waoqi led the group into a relatively clean restaurant. After a day of exertion, hunger gnawed at them. They ordered their meals and gathered around a large round table in anticipation. The restaurant was lively, and at one table sat a group clad in uniform moon-white spirit master robes, their left shoulders adorned with an emblem resembling a star crown, the insignia of Shanhua Academy. Their demeanor exuded a deliberate sense of superiority, their voices raised, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Such arrogance from a minor institution like Shanhua Academy. Dai Mubai muttered under his breath, though his words were sufficiently clear to the ears of spirit masters present. At the Shanhua table, a middle-aged man, presumably the leading teacher, frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He signaled to a youthful student, approximately 15 years of age, seated nearby. The young scholar understood and stood, feigning an intention to retrieve condiments, but ostensibly ambled toward the Shrek group. As a server approached Dai Mubai with steaming dishes, the young student suddenly stumbled, exclaiming in surprise as his body lurched toward the server. In that critical moment, Tang-san, seated beside Dai Mubai, acted with lightning speed. His wrist flicked, and an empty plate seemed to come alive, sliding precisely beneath the server's tray, deftly catching all the impending dishes without a single drop spilling. The Shanhua student, realizing his first attempt had failed, his eyes glimmering with malice, seized the opportunity as he neared Dai Mubai's chair. He raised his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to the leg of Dai Mubai's seat. The blow was powerful. If successful, it would shatter the chair, causing Dai Mubai to fall in utter disarray. However, Dai Mubai seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. With a cold grunt, his right leg struck back like a steel whip in a flash. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Dai Mubai's calf precisely intercepted the ankle of his opponent's kick. In the next moment, the power in Dai Mubai's hands erupted suddenly, his soul force surging as he forcefully pushed forward. The student from Shanhua Academy felt an overwhelming force surge from his chest, as if he had been struck by a stampeding bull, and with a scream, he soared into the air, crashing onto a distant empty table with a loud crash, drenched in soup and utterly disheveled. Scoundrels! The middle-aged teacher from Shanhua Academy slammed his hand on the table, his face dark with fury. Teach them a lesson. The remaining Shanhua students immediately unleashed their martial souls, most of which were ordinary beast martial souls like snakes and wolves, with soul rings predominantly of 10 and 100 years, as they roared and charged at the Shrek students. The outcome was utterly predictable. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Ning Rongrong sprang into action. With a swift motion, Dai Mubai sent one flying with a tiger's palm. Tang San's blue-silver grasp silently tripped two. Xiao Wu's agility took down another in an instant. Ma Hongjun unleashed a fiery phoenix breath that terrified his adversaries, and Zhu Zhuqing moved like a ghost, causing one student to clutch his wrist in pain as he fell to the ground. Ning Rongrong stood at the back, her 7-treasure glazed tile shimmering with light, skillfully enhancing the agility of her allies in need of support. Wu Xuanma sat quietly, not even rising, his dark hair gently swaying in the chaotic air, his profound gaze calmly observing the farce as if it bore no relation to him. The battle concluded within mere breaths, leaving the Shanhua students sprawled on the ground, groaning incessantly. The middle-aged teacher trembled with rage, stepping forward with a powerful surge of soul power instantly released. Beneath him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings spiraled upwards. The overwhelming pressure of a soul king enveloped the entire restaurant. Xiangui manifest, he commanded, and a massive, angular phantom of a dark turtle appeared behind him, his skin covered in a layer resembling turtle shell, greatly enhancing his defense. A soul king, Oscar exclaimed, his complexion shifting. The others also felt the pressure and became increasingly vigilant. Which sect do you belong to? How dare you be so brazen? The middle-aged teacher, Yi Zhiqiu, director of the External Affairs Department of Shanhua Academy, questioned sternly. He sensed that these young men and women possessed extraordinary strength, and their background was likely not simple. Ma Hongjun, ever blunt, scoffed, listen well. We are from Shrek Academy. Shrek? Never heard of it. Yi Zhiqiu frowned in contemplation, confirming that it was not a renowned advanced soul master academy, and his heart steadied slightly, although his anger intensified. How dare students from an unknown academy be so audacious? Dai Mubai declared proudly, that is your ignorance. Yi Zhiqiu, taken aback, turned pale with rage, exclaiming, good. A fine group of ignorant children. Where is your teacher? Bring your teacher out to speak. Children do not understand. This matter should be resolved by adults. At that moment, the quietly seated Wu Xuanma slowly stood up. His movements exuded a serene composure. Standing at a height of 1.79 meters, he was only slightly shorter than Dai Mubai. Yet he carried an ineffable aura of tranquility that instantly captivated everyone's attention. The youth's clear voice resonated distinctly within the somewhat noisy restaurant. Imbued with an undeniable calmness, "Director Yi, is it? You need not trouble our teacher to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's pupils constricted sharply. A surge of contemptuous anger racing to his head. "Arrogant brat. You," Wu Xuanmo interrupted, his tone remaining unperturbed, yet laced with a confidence that suggested he was in command of the situation. "However, this place is rather small. Damaging the tables and dishes would adversely affect the proprietor's business. If we must fight, let us do so outside." With that, he turned away from Yi Zhiqiu and took the lead, walking leisurely toward the restaurant's exit, his ink-black hair swaying gently with each step. Yi Zhiqiu felt a suffocating frustration at the youth's self-assured demeanor and tone, yet he acknowledged the truth in the words spoken. He too wished to teach a lesson to these audacious youngsters, so he snorted coldly and followed suit. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances. Though they had only been together for a mere 4 days, Wu Xuanmo's displayed prowess and his maturity beyond his years compelled them to instinctively place their trust in him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others promptly followed behind. Outside the restaurant, in the open space, the moonlight was chillingly bright. Yi Zhiqiu stood at one end. His Xiangui martial spirit manifested, 5 soul rings glimmering with an imposing aura. The 8 members of Shrek stood at the opposite end. Tang San instinctively began to analyze quickly. The opponent is a defense-type soul master. With the martial spirit Xiangui, his weakness may lie in speed, so we. Before he could finish his tactical arrangement, Wu Xuanmo interjected calmly, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly in every ear. "Just coordinate with me." He took a measured step forward, positioning himself 10 meters opposite Yi Zhiqiu. Although the others from Shrek were momentarily taken aback, Wu Xuanmo's tranquil confidence inspired them, and they collectively focused, ready to assist. Yi Zhiqiu gazed upon this remarkably handsome and composed youth, who appeared to be the youngest among them, and his sense of absurdity and anger reached a boiling point. "You alone? Good. Very well. I shall see what capabilities you possess to be so audacious. Xiangui, protect me." His first white soul ring glowed, enveloping him in a denser phantom of turtle shell, further enhancing his defenses. Without engaging in idle chatter, Wu Xuanmo summoned 3 soul rings beneath his feet. Yellow, and purple. A standard optimal configuration, mimetic transformation effect. He grasped his right hand into a fist, and a long spear, entirely silver white, with an archaic yet fierce design, materialized before him. The elemental annihilation spear. At the spear's tip, points of the 9 elements: wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, dark, and space, swirled like stars orbiting the moon, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Among them, the crimson fire element surged with unusual vigor. First soul skill, Raging Fire Heaven Strike. Wu Xuanmo called out. Rather than directly unleashing the original elemental rift strike, he utilized high-level elemental control and amplification to instantly mutate, enhance, and completely transform it into a singular fire attribute. In a flash, Wu Xuanmo's figure darted like lightning, the silver spear thrusting forward. At the tip of the gun, a furious crimson flame erupted suddenly, coalescing into an intensely brilliant fire that seemed capable of incinerating the very heavens. The temperature around surged instantaneously, the air warped, carrying an overwhelming force that charged fiercely towards Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted slightly. The power of this flame far exceeded his expectations. He hastily activated his second soul ring, yellow, summoning a torrent of cold, dark water imbued with freezing energy to confront the fiery assault, attempting to extinguish it. However, the searing heat contained within that celestial blaze was far beyond ordinary flames. The chilling essence of his ice water evaporated instantaneously into vast clouds of white mist upon contact, with the fiery lance merely dimming in hue, yet its speed remained undiminished as it crashed heavily against Yi Zhiqiu's protective tortoise shell. A resounding explosion echoed, flames scattering in all directions. Yi Zhiqiu let out a muffled grunt, forced to retreat several steps, the spectral tortoise shell enveloping him vibrating violently, revealing fine cracks. He felt a surge of intense heat penetrating his body, causing his blood to surge. The flames were formidable. Yi Zhiqiu was struck with astonishment. Before he could catch his breath, the second strike from Wu Xuanmo followed in quick succession. The second soul skill, Annihilation Red Lotus Slash. With a sweeping motion of the silver spear, a colossal crescent-shaped strike, forged from pure destructive flames, cleaved through the air. This attack was no longer a mere column of fire. It was highly concentrated, its edges resembling lotus petals, while the center harbored a terrifying heat and aura of destruction. This was a fire attribute variant of the elemental annihilation slash, enhanced to its utmost form. Sensing the terrifying destructive power contained within this blow, Yi Zhiqiu dared not delay. Illuminating his third soul ring, purple dark water surge. In an instant, several spiraling, powerful and corrosive dark water tornadoes coalesced before him, surging towards the red lotus slash. As water and fire collided, an even more intense burst of white mist erupted. Yet, the annihilating force of the annihilation red lotus slash surpassed all imagination. The swirling dark water was ruthlessly cleaved apart, evaporating. The residual momentum of the lotus slash struck hard against Yi Zhiqiu's protective tortoise shell. A distinct cracking sound rang out. The spectral tortoise shell enveloping Yi Zhiqiu could no longer withstand the onslaught, fracturing with a visible rift. He was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying backward. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his internal soul power violently shaken. Unbelievable. Yi Zhiqiu was filled with a mix of shock and fury. He was a soul king, a defensive soul king. How could he be so relentlessly besieged by a soul sovereign? Wu Xuanma's gaze was icy, his offensive relentless, offering no opportunity for his opponent to recover. Suddenly, his third soul ring, disguised purple, illuminated, and his soul power erupted like a volcano. The third soul skill, Celestial Starfall Piercing. With both hands gripping the spear, he melded with the elemental annihilation spear, transforming into a crimson meteor that pierced through the heavens. At the tip of the spear, the flames condensed to their utmost intensity, no longer a mere red but a terrifying dark crimson, as if capable of incinerating the very stars. Everywhere it passed, the air was utterly ignited, leaving behind a lingering trail of flames that refused to dissipate. This was the ultimate variant of the elemental annihilation piercing, perfectly combining penetrating power and the destructive heat capable of obliterating all. The might of this strike left the Shrek crowd standing behind feeling an overwhelming, suffocating heat. As Dai Mubai's pupils constricted, Tang San's expression grew grave, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong instinctively took a step back. Yi Zhiqiu sensed an imminent threat to his life. With a furious roar, he poured every ounce of his remaining soul power into his first and third soul skills. The protective light of the Xiangui radiated brilliantly, while the Xianshui surged and spun wildly in an attempt to fend off the assault. Yet all was in vain. The dark red burning star spike, imbued with the will of annihilated stars, effortlessly pierced through the layers of Xianshui's defenses, akin to a searing iron puncturing through butter, precisely striking at the most significant crack in Yi Zhiqiu's chest, where the tortoise shell's phantom lay. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed. Yi Zhiqiu's proud Xiangui defense utterly crumbled before the might of the burning spike. An indescribable wave of terrifying heat and penetrating force surged within him. Ack! Yi Zhiqiu emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground a dozen meters away. A large hole was burned through the fabric of his chest, his skin charred black, and blood gushed from his mouth, his vitality instantly waning. He struggled for a moment, but found himself unable to rise. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Only Wu Xianmo slowly retracted his gun, the silver barrel gradually extinguishing the crimson flames. He stood there, breath steady, as if the earlier earth-shattering 3 strikes had been mere frivolities. His inky hair danced in the night breeze, and his handsome visage appeared particularly tranquil under the moonlight. At the entrance of the restaurant, the group of students from Shanhua Academy, who had just been knocked down and were now struggling to rise, stood petrified, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the young man standing with his gun, and their Soul King teacher sprawled helplessly on the ground, their expressions filled with incredulity and shock. On the Shrek side, the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Although they were aware of Wu Xianmo's strength, witnessing him so decisively suppress and severely injure a defensive Soul King with merely 3 soul skills was an overwhelming visual impact. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, while Tang San's eyes sparkled with insight, as if analyzing the secrets behind that terrifying flame. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong covered their mouths in awe. Wu Xianmo regarded the incapacitated Yi Zhiqiu and silently pondered, utilizing only soul skills amplified by the fire element without relying on external spirit bones or combination techniques. It seems that with the mastery and enhancement of high-tier elements, combined with the inherent might of the destruction gun, it suffices to contend with a Soul King whose soul power is lacking and whose soul ring configuration is weak. His experimental objective was achieved. Under the moonlight, Wu Xianmo stood with his gun retracted, the silver element destruction gun dissipating into specks of light. He calmly surveyed the fallen Yi Zhiqiu, and the completely dazed Shanhua students before turning to walk toward the Shrek group. The young man's steps remained steady, as if he had merely swatted away a fly moments ago. Approaching his companions, his dark hair brushed over his shoulders in the night breeze, and his handsome face revealed no trace of fatigue or excitement from battle, only his ever-present calm demeanor. Let us head back. Our meal remains unfinished. After we eat, we should rest, for tomorrow we must assist Oscar in hunting for soul rings. The voice of Wu Xuanma was devoid of emotion, as if the recent battle against the Soul King had never transpired. This excessive calmness left Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others momentarily at a loss for words. The lingering shock resided deep within their hearts, yet Wu Xuanma's words carried an undeniable sense of authority. Instinctively, they nodded in agreement and followed him back to the restaurant. The members of Shanhua Academy no longer dared to obstruct them and hurriedly carried the unconscious Yi Zhiqiu away, vanishing into the night. In the shadow by the window on the second floor of the restaurant, Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, his swollen eyes glinting with excitement. What a remarkable young man. His power has surged beyond measure since the assessment 4 days ago. That overwhelming aura of destruction left me astounded. Wu Xuanma's 3 pure and ferocious fire-based soul skills have made a profound impression on me. To confront and severely injure a defensive-type Soul King at the 37th rank, truly a monster among monsters. I have struck gold this time. The night passed in silence. The following morning, under Zhao Wujia's leadership, the group officially ventured into the Stardow Forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the air was suffused with the freshness of foliage and the dampness of the earth, concealing unknown dangers. Each individual was on high alert. After approximately an hour of travel, Zhu Zhuqing, tasked with scouting from a high vantage point, gracefully descended from a large tree like a spirit cat. With her clear eyes focused on the group, she whispered, "There is movement ahead. To the left, approaching rapidly. Did you ascertain what it is?" Zhao Wujia inquired solemnly. Zhu Zhuqing succinctly replied, "It measures 6 to 8 meters in length, with a fan-shaped tail and a bright red fleshy crown atop its head. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent." Tang Sen interjected, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. This soul beast is known for its incredible speed, moderate aggression, and exceptional agility. Its fleshy crown stores substantial nutrients, crucial for evasion and acceleration. Based on the size description, it likely falls within the age range of 1300 to 1600 years, making it an ideal target for Oscar. Zhao Wujia waved his hand decisively. "Excellent. Prepare for engagement. Oscar, your soul ring is within reach. Zhuqing, keep a close watch on its movements. Rongrong, prepare to assist. The rest of you, heed Tang San's commands." The members of Shrek Academy swiftly entered combat mode. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile shone brightly, precisely enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's speed. Zhu Zhuqing darted like lightning, leaping back to the treetops to guide the group. Tang San's blue-silver grass silently spread throughout the forest. Suddenly, a pink figure streaked towards them with a sharp sound of slicing air. It was indeed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Its striking red crown unmistakable. Dai Mubai, Fatty, intercepted head-on. Xiao Wu, disrupt from the flank. Xuanma, block its retreat from above. Tang Sen commanded swiftly. Dai Mubai let out a fierce roar, activating his white tiger Vajra transformation as he lunged directly at the serpent's head. Ma Hongjun unleashed his phoenix fire line, sealing off the front. Xiao Wu sprang into action, appearing at the serpent's side, poised to strike. Wu Xuanma elevated his form, instantly wielding the elemental annihilation gun, its tip flickering with wind and lightning elements, creating an overwhelming presence that pressed down upon the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, instilling in it a profound sense of oppression that deterred it from ascending easily. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was exceedingly slippery, twisting its body in an attempt to slip through the encirclement of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass erupted like a meticulously laid net, suddenly springing forth from the ground and the surrounding trees. Wrapping around the body and fan-shaped tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, the resilient blue-silver grass abruptly halted its forward momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu teleported closer, her supple waist unleashing an astonishing force. With a swift arch, she sent the massive body of the snake crashing into a great tree, leaving it dazed. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun immediately lunged forward, firmly restraining the serpent's head. Victory! Oscar leaped up in excitement. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to command Oscar to deliver the final blow, a hoarse yet commanding female voice rang out. "Stop!" 2 figures emerged from the woods. At the forefront stood an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, wielding a serpent-headed staff, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. She was undeniably a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Following her was a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman, exuding an air of pride, with 2 yellow soul rings swirling at her feet, indicating she had just reached the 30th level. The elderly woman's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on the subdued phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, as she spoke in a deep voice. This phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was discovered and injured by us first. The wounds on its body attest to that. It is of great significance to us. Zhao Wujia's expression grew serious as he stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect. I am Zhao Wujia. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? Sensing the formidable nature of his opponent, he adopted a cautious demeanor. I am Chao Tianxiang, honored by friends in the Soul Master community with the title Snake Matriarch. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yiran. The elderly woman, Chao Tianxiang, fixed her gaze on Zhao Wujia, recognizing him. Ah, it is you, the unmovable King Zhao Wujia. It appears you lead this group. However, this snake is indeed our intended prey. Meng Yiran gazed at the restrained phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, her eyes filled with impatience and reluctance. Zhao Wujia's brows furrowed in concern. The opponent was the renowned snake matriarch from the legendary dragon snake duo, her husband, Long Gong Meng Shu, being a soul, Douluo-level powerhouse. Their combined martial soul fusion skill was immensely powerful. Forcing a confrontation was not an option. Stepping forward, Tang San spoke respectfully yet firmly. Esteemed Chao Tianxiang, I am Tang San. This phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was indeed captured through our combined efforts. However, your words hold merit. The injuries on it are not inflicted by us. Might I implore you to concede? Our companion, a food-type soul master, is in dire need of this soul ring. He gestured towards Oscar. A food type? Chao Tianxiang's eyes flickered with surprise as she regarded Oscar. A 30-level food-type soul master was indeed a rarity. Meng Yiran could not contain herself, speaking with a hint of defiance. Grandmother, this snake is one we have pursued for so long. How can we yield it to them? Moreover, I am also at level 30. It would suit me perfectly. Chao Tianxiang glanced at her granddaughter, then at Zhao Wujia and the Shrek group, especially noting the calmness and subtle danger emanating from Wu Xian Mo. Though she had not witnessed the battle from the previous night, a soul emperor's intuition is keen. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, very well. Since both parties desire it, let us allow the 2 young ones to determine the outcome through their own abilities. Once again, you shall compete with this young man named Tang San. The victor shall claim the soul beast as their own. What do you think? She discerned that Tang San appeared to be one of the central figures among the group of children, his soul power nearing the 30th rank. Zhao Wujia turned to Tang San, who nodded in affirmation. I am willing to give it a try. The clearing was made. Meng Yiran brandished a serpentine dagger, her gaze sharp and fierce. Tang San stood empty-handed, his expression focused and serene. Begin. With the command from Chao Tianxiang, Meng Yiran let out a fierce cry, launching her dagger toward Tang San's face with a swift, piercing motion, the speed remarkable and the angle cunning. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his figure moving with an ethereal grace, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Meng Yiran pressed on with an unrelenting assault, her dagger flashing with cold light, indicating she had received instruction from a master. Yet, Tang San's mastery of the ghost shadow perplexing steps, combined with the Xianyu hand, allowed him to deftly deflect or neutralize her force with remarkable precision. After a moment of fierce engagement, neither could gain the upper hand. Growing impatient, Meng Yiran suddenly withdrew her blade, her soul power surging within, clearly preparing to unleash a soul technique. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he made a decisive choice. Instead of retreating or defending, he stepped forward with determination, both palms thrusting outward, unleashing the full force of his internal power and soul energy to meet Meng Yiran's impending technique head-on. Bang! The 2 waves of soul power collided violently. The air surged, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Meng Yiran felt an overwhelming force, far beyond her expectations, crashing toward her. She stifled a groan, staggering back 5 or 6 steps before barely regaining her footing, her face pale, blood surging within her, her soul power thrown into disarray. In contrast, while Tang San also retreated a couple of steps, his complexion was slightly flushed, his breath steady, revealing he was in a significantly better state than Meng Yiran. The outcome was clear. You. Meng Yiran bit her lip, her eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. She had lost in a contest of soul power to a boy who appeared younger than herself? Chao Tianxiang sighed, stepping forward to support her granddaughter, casting a gaze at Tang San that held a tinge of complexity. Such pure and profound soul power. I speak with sincerity. This phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent is yours. She cast a deep glance at the members of Shrek Academy, especially at Zhao Wujia and Wu Xuanma, the unmoving king, until we meet again. With that, she took the aggrieved Meng Yiran and vanished into the depths of the forest in a flurry of motion. Zhao Wujia exhaled in relief and called to Oscar. Oscar, what are you waiting for? Hurry. Oscar responded with excitement, rushing forward to drive the short sword into the vital point of the phoenix, tail, chicken-crowned serpent. A purple soul ring slowly ascended. He sat cross-legged, beginning to guide the soul ring into his body. Meanwhile, Tangan also settled to sit cross-legged nearby. Although victorious in the recent clash with Meng Aran, it had stirred his soul power, and he sensed the threshold of the 30th rank beginning to loosen. He promptly channeled the Xian Tiangong, striving to seize this fleeting opportunity. As time ticked by, the purple glow surrounding Oscar gradually stabilized and converged. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, leaping up in exhilaration, shouting, "I've succeeded. Haha, my third soul technique, wishing to fly with the flying mushroom sausage. The effect allows me to fly at the speed of the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned serpent, for 1 minute." Eagerly, he intoned the soul incantation, and a translucent, crystal-clear sausage with a crown-like protrusion appeared in his hand. He swallowed it whole, and in an instant, a pair of illusory pale pink wings formed behind him. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, gracefully circling above the heads of the crowd before landing with a hearty laugh. "Marvelous, Oscar," congratulated Dai Mubai and the others. Just then, a noticeable fluctuation of soul power emanated from Tang San, who was seated nearby. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Sanyu." Xiao Wu gazed at him in delight. Tang San rose to his feet, feeling the surging soul power within him, and smiled. "Thanks to that earlier battle, I too have broken through to level 30. What?" The crowd was both astonished and elated. In the span of a single day, Oscar acquired his third soul ring, and Tang San also reached level 30. It was truly a double celebration. Zhao Wujing laughed heartily, patting Tang San on the shoulder. "Well done, my boy. It seems our mission in the Star Dough Forest has doubled. Let us rest briefly, and then set off to find Xiao San a suitable 1,000-year soul ring." Once again, everyone's gaze turned toward the deep forest, their eyes filled with renewed anticipation. Standing nearby, Wu Xuanma observed the excited Oscar and the newly empowered Tang San, a subtle glimmer of emotion flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. Chapter 28. The Titan Giant Ape approaches, Tang San's third soul ring. The quest to find a suitable soul beast for Tang San was fraught with challenges. The Star Dough Forest was vast and boundless, while there were many 1,000-year soul beasts. Locating one that matched the attributes and age requirements for blue-silver grass required a stroke of luck. Time passed as they searched, the golden rays of the setting sun filtering through the dense canopy, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon the forest floor. As dusk approached, Zhao Wujing assessed their surroundings and declared, "Let us camp here in this relatively open area." The group, feeling fatigued, settled down, preparing to light a fire and cook some food. However, just as they began to relax, a sudden rumble shook the earth. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently without warning, as if an ancient beast was rampaging nearby. A deep, thunderous roar echoed closer, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of dread. Towering ancient trees were easily toppled and crushed as if they were mere straw. An indescribable aura of primal ferocity surged forth like a tangible wave, causing the blood of everyone present to nearly freeze in their veins. "Stand guard," Zhao Wujing's voice rang out, filled with unprecedented gravity and alarm. He instantly summoned his martial spirit, 7 soul rings radiating with brilliance, and activated his true form of the immutable king, positioning himself like a mountain before the students. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others promptly released their martial spirits, their soul rings glowing as they stared, pale-faced, in the direction from which the terrifying aura emanated. Wu Xuanma's dark pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing under the weight of that pure force. "It's here, the Titan Giant Ape." He understood in an instant. Yet, he was also acutely aware that the king of the forest had but one target, Xiao Wu. It would not truly harm her. Through the gaps in the fallen trees, a colossal figure loomed into view. It was a giant ape, its body entirely covered in black fur, muscles rippling like granite. Standing upright, it towered over 15 meters high, with eyes resembling enormous lanterns, glimmering with a yellow crystal-like radiance, exuding brutality and majesty. Indeed, it is one of the sovereigns of the starry forest, the 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape. A deafening roar unleashed a tempestuous wave of force, sending the crowd reeling, with the weak-spirited Oscar and Ning Rongrong nearly swept away. "No!" Xiao Wu cried out in alarm, her voice swallowed by the cacophony. The Titan Great Ape had a singular focus, disregarding Zhao Wujia's full defense, its colossal arms sweeping toward Xiao Wu's location with an unimaginable swiftness. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San's eyes widened with desperation, the purple extreme magic eyes reaching their zenith as he attempted to activate the ghost shadow misty steps to intervene. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others instinctively sought to rescue her. At that moment, a silver-white figure erupted with astonishing speed, positioning itself before Xiao Wu. Third soul skill, Elemental Annihilation Spear. Wu Xian Maching shouted, as the faint purple gleam of the third soul ring beneath his feet blazed forth. The Elemental Annihilation Spear swiftly coalesced, its tip gathering 9 colors of energy, compressing into a brilliant beam capable of piercing through all, charging with resolute momentum toward the Titan Great Ape's descending hand. Boom! A blinding light erupted at the point of impact between the massive hand and the spear tip. A violent shockwave tore through the ground, sending Wu Xian Maching flying as though struck by lightning, crashing into a great tree before tumbling to the earth. The Elemental Annihilation Spear dissipated in his grasp, his countenance paling to a ghostly white, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his breath violently fluctuating, as if his soul power had been drained to nearly nothing. Struggling to stand, he epitomized the aftermath of an all-out attack met with devastating repercussions. Just as Wu Xian Maching was hurled away, the Titan Great Ape's massive hand broke through all obstacles and, in Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, seized her in a tight grip. No, Xiao Wu. Tang San's roar was filled with despair. After capturing Xiao Wu, the Titan Great Ape wasted no time, abruptly turning and dashing deep into the forest, each step causing the ground to quake, swiftly vanishing into the dense thicket, leaving behind chaos and a stunned crowd. Xiao Wu, Tang San, disregarding everything, was about to pursue, only to be grasped by Zhao Wujia. Are you mad? That is a 100,000-year soul beast. Chasing it is a death sentence. Zhao Wujia bellowed. Yet his own eyes betrayed a profound pain and helplessness. Tang San's eyes burned crimson as he whispered to Oscar, I must save Xiao Wu. Oscar, the mushroom sausage. Quickly, give me the mushroom sausage. Oscar, snapping out of his overwhelming fear, stared at Tang San's bloodshot eyes, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Swiftly chanting the soul incantation to conjure a mushroom sausage, Tang San snatched the mushroom sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. Ning Rongrong, fighting against her fear and the overwhelming fatigue from the soul power expenditure, summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda once more, its faint light glimmering. 7 treasures, famous for their second, speed. The last remnants of her soul power transformed into a speed enhancement that enveloped Tang San. Xiao San, wait for me to recover some soul power, and then we will go together, Oscar hastily exclaimed. Yet, Tang San could not afford to wait any longer. The ethereal wings of pale pink behind him coalesced in an instant, transforming him into a streak of light as he pursued the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished with astonishing speed. Damn it, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he pounded the ground with his fist. However, with the situation at hand, he swiftly made a decisive command. Oscar, immediately restore your soul power. Create a mushroom sausage for each person. The rest of you, meditate in place and prepare to follow. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Wu Xuanma struggled to sit up, leaning against a tree trunk with closed eyes, his complexion still pallid as he endeavored to recover his soul power. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others promptly assumed a cross-legged position, seizing every precious moment to regain their strength. Before long, Oscar had partially restored his soul power and swiftly produced mushroom sausages to distribute among the group. Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the weakened Wu Xuanma consumed the sausages, their ethereal wings unfolding simultaneously. Let us go, Zhao Wujia shouted, and the 7 figures soared into the sky, hastening after the direction Tang San had departed. Tang San, propelled by the speed of the mushroom sausage, soared for a minute before descending deep into the forest. His heart raced with urgency as he prepared to continue his frantic search for Xiao Wu. However, the moment he touched the ground, a chilling and malevolent aura locked onto him. Hiss! A giant spider, exceeding 3 meters in size, with 8 sharp legs resembling spears and a grotesque human face, suddenly lunged from the shadows. The millennial human-faced demon spider, drawn by the earlier commotion, had targeted the solitary Tang San as its prey. At this moment, Tang San's thoughts were solely consumed by Xiao Wu, with rage and anxiety nearly overwhelming him. As the demon spider launched its lethal assault, a fierce gleam ignited in his eyes. Retreating swiftly, his hands moved with the grace of a fluttering butterfly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several icy projectiles tore through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the spider's relatively vulnerable eyes and joint connections. This was the Tang sect's unparalleled skill in hidden weapons. The human-faced demon spider emitted a shrill scream, momentarily immobilized by the agony. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San's feet danced with elusive movements as his hidden weapons poured forth like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Sleeves of arrows, Penetrating needles, willow leaf blades. Various exquisite techniques were executed to perfection, specifically targeting the spider's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. Under Tang San's furious and precise onslaught, the ferocious millennial human-faced demon spider was reduced to a sieve in mere moments, its 8 eyes bursting, joints riddled with hidden weapons, convulsing on the ground, from which a purple soul ring gradually ascended. Breathing heavily, Tang San felt the toll of his recent exertion drain his soul power and stamina significantly. Yet, before he could catch his breath, 2 formidable auras instantaneously locked onto him. "You little brat, you have quite the audacity." An elderly voice, filled with wrath, reverberated through the air. Long Gong Meng Shu, Shipa Ko Xiangxiang, and their granddaughter Meng Yiran appeared before Tang San. Long Gong Meng Shu's gaze fell upon the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, particularly fixated on the purple soul ring, his expression darkening to an almost suffocating degree. "Grandfather, this is the one. The millennial human-faced demon spider we have been pursuing for so long," Meng Yiran exclaimed, pointing at the soul ring, a mixture of urgency and anger in her voice. Long Gong Meng Shu's gaze pierced through Tang San like a blade. "You wretched boy. This human-faced demon spider was prepared as the 3rd spirit ring for our family. How dare you slay it?" A wave of dread washed over Tang San. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he steadied himself and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Elder, it was not my intention to seize it. This human-faced demon spider attacked me unprovoked, and in the interest of self-preservation, I had no choice but to retaliate." "Self-preservation?" Long Gong scoffed, unleashing a formidable pressure characteristic of a soul Douluo, nearly suffocating Tang San. "How convenient. I offer you 2 choices. First, join the Ming family and pledge your loyalty to us. Second, relinquish an arm as restitution." The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Meng Yiran glared at Tang San with palpable disdain, while Chao Tianxiang, witnessing her husband's fury, refrained from interjecting. Tang San's complexion turned pale, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Betraying the Tang sect to join another family was utterly inconceivable. The notion of losing an arm was equally intolerable. He clenched his fist discreetly, his internal Xian Tian Gong surging with fervor, preparing for a desperate struggle. At that critical juncture, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Zhao Wuji, accompanied by Wu Xianmo, Daimu Bai, Oscar, and others, finally arrived. They swiftly encircled Tang San, forming a protective barrier. Wu Xianmo's face bore traces of pallor, yet his eyes scanned Long Gong and Shi Pe with sharp intensity. "Long Gong, Shi Pe, hold your actions." Zhao Wuji stepped forward hastily, bowing respectfully, his posture humble. He was acutely aware of Long Gong's terrifying prowess and the formidable combination of martial spirits wielded by the couple. "Zhao Wuji, you again." Long Gong Meng Shu's anger escalated upon seeing Zhao Wuji. "Your lot has persistently thwarted my endeavors. First, you snatched my granddaughter's phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. And now you've killed the human-faced demon spider we had our sights on. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, none of you shall leave." Zhao Wuji felt cold sweat bead on his brow. He pulled Long Gong aside and spoke rapidly in a tone only they could hear. "Elder Meng Shu, calm your fury. This child is named Tang San, and his master is the illustrious master Yu Shaojiang. His father is the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao." "What?" Long Gong Meng Shu's expression shifted dramatically. "The Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, who once single-handedly battled 3 Titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall and severely wounded the Pope, was a name synonymous with terror and power in the Spirit Master realm." He cast a disbelieving glance at the pale, yet resolute Tang San, then turned to Zhao Wuji, seeking confirmation. Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. Long Gong Meng Shu fell silent. The anger on his face receded like a tide, replaced by a profound wariness and complexity. Taking a deep breath, he returned to face Tang San, his tone considerably softened. "Humph, so you are the disciple of the master. Since you bear his lineage, I shall grant him this favor today. Yiran, we shall depart." "Grandfather," Meng Yiran protested vehemently, pointing at the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "What about my spirit ring? Is this how it ends?" Long Gong Meng Shu frowned, his expression darkening. It was already a considerable concession to spare Tang San, yet witnessing his granddaughter's distressed demeanor stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Meng Yiran discerned her grandfather's hesitation and suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Tang San. "Tang San, are you brave enough to compete with me once more? This time, it won't be about soul power. We'll measure our skills in another way. If you win, this soul ring will belong to you. If you lose, you shall not absorb it. What shall we compete in?" Tang San inquired gravely. This might be his only legitimate opportunity to acquire a soul ring. "Let us compete in this," Meng Yiran declared as she unfastened a small pouch from her waist, revealing a dozen gleaming flying daggers. Each of us will use 16 daggers. Standing 20 meters apart, targeting the tree trunk, my grandfather will shake with soul power. The one who leaves the most leaves on the trunk wins. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart steadied. Competing in hidden weapons was indeed one of his strongest areas. Very well, it is a deal. He agreed without hesitation. That is unfair, Oscar interjected, unable to contain himself. The spider is all ready. Before he could finish, Wuxuan Mo, standing beside him, swiftly covered his mouth, subtly signaling him to remain silent. Oscar blinked in surprise and swallowed his words. The contest commenced. Long Gong Meng Shu approached a large tree and shook its trunk with his soul power, causing the entire tree to sway violently, its leaves cascading down like rain. Meng Yiran was the first to act. Clearly skilled, she expertly hurled her daggers at the shaking trunk, and with several sharp sounds. 7 or 8 daggers embedded themselves into the trunk, each piercing through a few leaves. Now it was Tang San's turn. With a solemn expression, he flicked his wrist, summoning 16 ordinary willow leaf daggers to his fingertips. Without even glancing at the violently shaking trunk, his arm moved like a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 16 daggers were released almost simultaneously. They did not shoot straight but traced their own exquisite arcs, as if imbued with life, weaving through the falling leaves and striking the trembling trunk with remarkable precision. After a series of crisp sounds, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. There on the trunk were all 16 daggers aligned perfectly. Each dagger had penetrated 10 leaves. More astonishingly, the veins of the leaves at the impact points were clearly visible, as if meticulously selected. In contrast, Meng Yiran's best effort only managed to pierce 5 leaves, and they were scattered haphazardly. The outcome was unmistakable. The victor was clear. Meng Yiran stared blankly at the masterpiece on the trunk, her face alternating between crimson and pale. The skill she had prided herself on seemed trivial compared to Tang San's prowess. I have lost, Meng Yiran murmured, biting her lip, her voice heavy with disappointment. Long Gong and Sheeper exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. The boy's technique was simply extraordinary. Tang San stepped forward, retrieving a cloth pouch from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, and handed it to Meng Yiran. Miss Meng, I concede. Inside are some penetrating needles, exquisitely crafted with formidable piercing power. I can explain how to use them as a small compensation. Meng Yiran gazed into Tang San's sincere eyes, and upon glancing at the bag containing the bone-piercing needle, her feelings of resentment and dissatisfaction diminished significantly. Silently, she accepted the cloth bundle and murmured her gratitude. Thank you. Long Gong Meng Shu cast a deep glance at Tang San before not lingering any longer, turning with Shi Pei towards Tianxiang, accompanied by the complex emotions of Meng Yiran. As they vanished into the depths of the forest, the crisis was finally averted, and everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Tang San recognized the urgency of the situation. He cast a grateful glance at Wu Xian Mo and the others, nodded appreciatively, and immediately settled into a cross-legged position. The blue-silver grass martial soul was unleashed, guiding the purple soul ring to encircle him slowly. A surge of immense energy, wild and frigid, imbued with a vengeful aura, instantly flooded into his body. Ugh! Tang San stifled a groan as his body trembled violently. The surface of his skin erupted with bulging veins, clearly indicating the excruciating pain of the absorption process. The backlash from the man-faced demon spider's soul ring far exceeded that of the previous rings. Wu Xianmo observed Tang San as he began to absorb the soul ring, then turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest where the titan giant ape had vanished, a fleeting glimmer of perceptiveness flashing in his dark eyes. Tang San's external soul bone was on the verge of manifesting. He focused his mind, joining the others in silently guarding Tang San. Chapter 29. The Return of Xiao Wu. Successful soul ring absorption. In the dimly lit forest, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the air. Tang San sat cross-legged, his body quaking violently as he absorbed the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. It felt as though countless tiny insects writhed beneath his skin, the bluish-purple veins grotesquely protruding, and sweat had thoroughly soaked through his garments. The purple soul ring exuded a heart-wrenching ferocity and vengeful aura, causing Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and others who surrounded him in protective vigil to feel their hearts rise to their throats. Little San, he will be all right, won't he? Oscar's voice trembled with concern. It is solely dependent on him now. Zhao Wuji's expression was grim, his clenched fists betraying his inner turmoil. Wu Xianmo leaned against a tree, his complexion still somewhat pallid as he closed his eyes to recuperate, seemingly striving to regain his strength. However, the occasional flicker of light beneath his dark lashes revealed that he was not entirely lost in his own world. Amidst the suffocating weight, a clear and jubilant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, I have returned. The crowd turned abruptly, And there was Xiao Wu, nimbly emerging from the depths of the thicket, her fair face aglow with excitement. Though her clothes were somewhat tattered and dust-stained, her spirits were unmistakably high, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Xiao Wu, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exclaimed in a flurry of joy. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Ning Rongrong rushed forward to grasp her hand. I am fine. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Quickly elaborating, the Titan giant ape carried me for a while, and then suddenly, I heard an exceptionally loud bellow, seemingly coming from the heart of the forest. The Titan giant ape appeared to be frightened by the roar and tossed me aside. I fell and was a bit dazed, but when I got back on my feet, it had already vanished without a trace. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she continued. Moreover, I discovered that I have also broken through to the 30th level. She paused for a moment before adding, coincidentally, the commotion was so great that it stunned several soul beasts nearby. I stumbled upon a millennium soul beast that was perfectly suited for me. Its age is approximately 1,500 years. And I immediately dealt with it and absorbed its soul ring. As she spoke, 3 soul rings emerged beneath her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The purple 1,000-year soul ring was particularly striking. Wonderful, Xiao Wu. A double blessing. Oscar exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Wu's gaze quickly fell upon Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged. And upon seeing his pained expression, her smile instantly froze, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Is he still not finished absorbing? What kind of soul beast's ring is he absorbing? Why is the color so deep? Zhao Wujia spoke solemnly. It is the human-faced demon spider. What? Xiao Wu gasped, her fair face turning ashen. This human-faced demon spider had legs that spanned 3 meters and was over 2,000 years old. This exceeded the limit for a 3rd soul ring. Xiao San. She anxiously glanced at the others, but seeing their equally grave and helpless expressions, she knew they could only wait. Time passed second by second. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang San grew increasingly intense, at times raging like a tempest, at others faint as a wisp of smoke. Just as everyone thought he could no longer endure, his aura suddenly condensed, as if all his suffering had been forcibly suppressed. Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A series of sharp, tearing sounds echoed through the air. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, 8 deep purple spider legs, gleaming with a metallic sheen and a ghostly violet glow, erupted violently from Tang San's back, tearing through his clothing. The spider legs unfurled, resembling 8 scythes of death from the underworld, radiating a chilling and ghastly aura, gently swaying. Ning Rongrong staggered back, covering her mouth in shock. What on earth is that? Ma Hongjun stood dumbfounded. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions sharpened instantly as they assumed defensive stances. Zhao Wujia's pupils contracted, his face a mask of shock and confusion. Even Xiao Wu covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment and worry. Only Wu Xuanma slowly opened his eyes. He regarded the 8 horrific spider legs with an unperturbed gaze, as if observing a mere commonplace object, even hinting at a sense of understanding. This extraordinary calmness stood in stark contrast to the horrified expressions of his companions. Just after completing his absorption, with his consciousness still somewhat hazy, Tang San sensed the unusual sensation behind him. Instinctively, he turned to see the 8 spider legs extending like limbs, leaving him momentarily dazed. An indescribable sense of alienation and panic surged within him. He attempted to control them. The spider legs slightly retracted in response to his thoughts, yet remained. In his bewilderment, his gaze swept across the crowd, keenly catching sight of Wu Xuanma's unusually serene expression. Why was he so calm? Did he recognize this creature? A wave of profound confusion surged within Tang San, but the situation was bizarre, leaving him no time to ponder further. He tried to concentrate, striving to retract the 8 spider legs back into his body. A flash of purple light shimmered as the menacing spider legs slowly retracted, ultimately vanishing from his back. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a cacophony of rustling sounds suddenly erupted from the surrounding underbrush. Countless pairs of crimson eyes, gleaming with malice, flickered to life in the darkness. This is not good. It is the offspring of the human-faced demon spider. Drawn by the scent of blood and the aura of maternal death, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. After a series of fierce battles and relentless pursuits, the group found their soul power significantly depleted, leaving them in a dire state. With remarkable reflexes, Tang San quickly donned his attire and retrieved several sets of silent arrows from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Quick, put these on, he urged, swiftly distributing the silent arrows among the group. In a flurry, dozens of smaller yet equally ferocious spider-like demon offspring surged forward, akin to a tide, attacking the group. Fire! Tang San commanded sharply. The silent arrows were instantaneously released, striking down several of the foremost younglings in a heartbeat. With determination, Tang San hurled the massive corpse of the mother spider into a distant clearing. As anticipated, the majority of the younglings were instantly drawn to their mother's remains, redirecting their charge. Now, eliminate the ones nearby. The group united, finally managing to temporarily dispel this wave of menace. This place is no longer safe. We must depart immediately. Zhao Wujia waved his hand decisively. The group, heeding his urgency, hastily gathered their belongings and, under Zhao Wujia's guidance, retreated with utmost speed towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. After a swift journey, they finally returned to the dilapidated yet reassuring confines of Shrek Academy by the break of dawn, utterly exhausted. Once the tension eased, an overwhelming fatigue washed over them. Zhao Wujia offered a few succinct instructions before allowing everyone to return to their rest. As the golden hues of the setting sun once again bathed the academy, 8 students convened on the playground. Though still weary, the trials of life and death had imbued each with a newfound resolve reflected in their gazes. Dean Flander and teacher Zhao Wujia approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man of average build, slightly gaunt, with a crew cut. His ordinary features belied a profound depth and wisdom in his eyes. Clad in a simple gray robe, he exuded a calm and restrained demeanor. The moment Tang San laid eyes on this middle-aged man, his body jolted, an indescribable excitement and admiration igniting within him, prompting an instinctive exclamation, "Master." He instinctively moved forward. Dean Flander interjected with a hint of amusement. "All right, everyone is here. Allow me to introduce, this is the Master. From today onward, he will be entirely responsible for your education and daily training." The Master's gaze swept across the group, pausing momentarily on Tang San before nodding slightly, his attention lingering for a heartbeat longer on Wu Xianmo. He then spoke slowly. "Training will commence tomorrow morning. Remember, do not be late. The training details will be shared in class tomorrow." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. "Yes," the group responded in unison, their hearts brimming with curiosity towards their new instructor, especially upon witnessing Tang San's sincere respect. However, just as the master concluded his remarks and the group prepared to disperse, an unexpected twist unfolded. With a sudden and sharp pain surging through his back, Tang San felt the fierce agony as 8 deep violet, grotesque spider legs erupted uncontrollably from his body. Like 8 frenzied, venomous serpents, they lashed out violently, cutting through the air with a menacing hiss. "Be careful!" Zhao Wujia and Flander shouted simultaneously, but the incident transpired too abruptly to react. Before Tang San could react, Ma Hongjun, closest to him, felt a sudden chill in his left arm, followed by a piercing pain. A cry of anguish escaped Ma Hongjun's lips as he staggered backward, clutching his left arm. A long gash had appeared on his arm, its edges rapidly turning a sinister shade of purple-black, which spread like a living entity up his arm. His complexion turned ashen, lips turning purple, and after a few unsteady sways, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Fatty!" Zhao Wujia and the others gasped in horror. "Don't touch him. And avoid that spider leg." Master Yu Shaojing barked, rushing to Ma Hongjun's side to examine the wound, his expression grave. "It's highly toxic. Quickly, carry him to the nearest room. Tang San, control your emotions and follow." The others were instructed to remain in place, keeping their distance. Zhao Wujia stepped forward cautiously, avoiding the flailing spider spears, and lifted the unconscious Ma Hongjun. Flander led the way, with the master close behind. Tang San struggled to suppress his inner turmoil and the agitation of the spider legs, painstakingly controlling them to avoid harm, as he stumbled into an adjacent vacant dormitory. Inside the room, Zhao Wujia gently laid Ma Hongjun on the bed before exiting with Dean Flander. Ma Hongjun's face was cloaked in a pallid hue, the purple-black spreading to his shoulder, his breathing faint. "Tang San, focus." The master's voice carried an undeniable command. "Try to control one of the spider spears and gently touch the wound with its tip. Concentrate on absorbing the toxin. Quickly." Seeing Ma Hongjun's agony, an overwhelming sense of guilt and the urge to save him eclipsed Tang San's panic. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down, and directed all his attention to the restless 8 spider spears behind him. One of the spears quivered under his mental guidance, cautiously extending its sharp tip to lightly graze the gruesome purple-black wound on Ma Hongjun's arm. A low hum resonated. The tip of the spear glimmered with an eerie, deep purple light. A miraculous scene unfolded. The toxic purple-black aura emanating from Ma Hongjun's wound seemed to be powerfully drawn in, visibly swirling into the spear. The area of the purple-black rapidly contracted, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind only a standard flesh wound. The purple-black tint on Ma Hongjun's face and lips faded quickly, though still unconscious. His breathing steadied and his complexion regained a healthy hue. Tang San exhaled in relief. He felt that as the toxin was absorbed, the tumultuous 8 spider spears behind him had also calmed considerably, becoming easier to control. The master observed the spear, now glowing with a purple light after absorbing the toxin. His eyes sparkling with awe and complexity. He gestured for Tang San to retract the spear. Once the 8 spider spears slowly retracted into Tang San's body, the master turned to the still shaken and guilty Tang San and said solemnly, "Calm yourself. What you possess behind you is known as an external spirit bone." External spirit bone? Tang San echoed, hearing the term for the first time. Indeed, an external spirit bone. The master's voice resonated with a solemnity that conveyed the depth of knowledge. This was a particularly unique and precious form of soul bone, unlike others that stem from soul rings. It emanated from the profound essence of a soul beast at the moment of its demise, resulting in a corporeal soul bone through a remarkable resonance with the soul master's body. Its most distinguishing feature is its capacity for growth, evolving alongside the enhancement of the soul master's power. The human-faced demon spider you absorbed manifested this 8 spider lances from its primal force. When you reached the limit of energy absorption from the soul ring, at the brink of bodily collapse, it unexpectedly fused with you. Thus, it has become an integral part of your being, an extension of your skeletal structure. You must learn to control it as you would your own arm, rather than allowing its instincts to dominate you. Tang San felt a surge of emotions, an external soul bone. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, the terrifying potential for it to spiral out of control left him apprehensive. "Master, how should I control it?" "First, regard the soul bone as part of your body. Do not force it. Be natural, as effortless as breathing," the master explained patiently. At this moment, a thought struck Tang San, recalling Wu Xuanma's remarkably calm demeanor earlier. He could not help but inquire, "Master, you mentioned that external soul bones are exceedingly rare and precious. Is it possible that someone has encountered or understands it? Perhaps Wu Xuanma?" When the external soul bone first manifested, he appeared remarkably composed, as if he knew precisely what it was. The master's gaze sharpened. He recollected how, on the playground, while everyone else was struck with horror by the sudden appearance of the grotesque spider leg, the dark-haired youth exhibited not a trace of surprise, only a serene understanding. Coupled with Tang San's remarks, this detail became quite intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, the master spoke slowly. "Theoretically, it is possible. Although external soul bones are rare, they have appeared in history. Some ancient and powerful soul master families may have recorded fragments of knowledge regarding them in their hidden texts. Perhaps this classmate Wu Xuanma hails from an illustrious lineage and has encountered such esoteric knowledge." His gaze held a deeper significance. "Of course, these are merely conjectures based on your description. Regardless, Shao-san, possessing an external soul bone is an immense fortune as well as a significant responsibility. How you learn to harness and utilize it will be a pivotal aspect of your cultivation. As for Wu Xuanma, since he has not broached the subject, there may be reasons for his discretion. Focus on your own path." Tang San nodded, suppressing his curiosity and doubts regarding Wu Xuanma for the moment. In any case, he now understood what resided within him and how to confront it. Looking at the unconscious yet stable Ma Hongjun, he felt a swell of remorse and determination. "Master, I understand. I will strive to master it." The master patted Tang San's shoulder. "Indeed, the fatty needs rest. Let him sleep. We should step outside and not keep the others waiting too long." The 3 exited the room. The crowd waiting on the playground immediately surrounded them, inquiring with concern about Ma Hongjun's condition. "He is fine. The poison has been neutralized, but he requires rest," the master stated. Only then did the group fully exhale in relief. Flinder announced the dissolution of the gathering. Chapter 30, the training begins. At 5 o'clock in the morning, as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, the aroma of food wafted through the dining hall of Shrek Academy. Wu Xuanma was the third to enter, his gaze immediately falling upon the new master, not the academy's usual cook, bustling at the stove. Clad in simple linen garments, the master meticulously fried eggs, his expression focused as if engaged in a delicate experiment. 2 individuals were already seated at the dining table. Tang San sat upright, seemingly lost in thought, with little of his meal touched. Oscar appeared somewhat drowsy, yawning as he sipped his hot porridge. Wu Xuanma chose not to disturb them, quietly taking a seat at an empty table and beginning his meal. His dark hair was simply tied back, a few strands falling gracefully across his forehead, accentuating his serene profile in the morning light. The dining hall was filled only with the soft clinking of the spatula and the sounds of chewing. Before long, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun entered in succession. Upon seeing the master cooking, expressions of surprise crossed their faces, quickly replaced by delight as they were drawn in by the enticing aroma of the food, and they took their seats. "Master, you can cook too?" Ma Hongjun inquired, his gaze fixed on the golden fried eggs. The master, having placed the last breakfast portion on the table and wiping his hands, calmly replied, a fundamental skill necessary for survival. Eat up, and after half an hour's rest, assemble on the playground. He scanned the group, and only after everyone had begun to eat did he take his seat to enjoy his own portion. The breakfast concluded in a somewhat tranquil atmosphere. After their break, the 8 students gathered on the playground, lined up in formation. The master stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Today is commendable. No one was late for breakfast. His voice was steady, yet it carried an invisible weight. However, engaging in vigorous activity immediately after a meal is detrimental to the digestive system. Starting tomorrow, breakfast will be ready at 5 o'clock sharp. Anyone who does not appear in the dining hall within half an hour will forfeit their meal. A chill ran through the group, and they responded in unison, "Yes, master." "Very good." The master nodded, his gaze settling on Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma. Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, stepped forward. The two obeyed, advancing to the front of the line. "You both possess the highest soul power levels at 37. One of today's training tasks is for you to take turns defeating the others without causing injury to your companions. Dai Mubai, you shall go first. Your opponent is Tang San." At this, Tang San stepped forward to face Dai Mubai. The master then addressed Tang San. "In this match, you are prohibited from using any special hidden weapons. Additionally, your third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind, is temporarily disabled." Master, isn't that unfair?" Dai Mubai could not help but interject. Tang San's control ability is already formidable, further limiting his soul skills. The master glanced at Dai Mubai, pondering briefly. You have a point. Tang San, you are permitted to use your third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. Dai Mubai, is this fair?" Dai Mubai nodded. "Fair." Tang San replied solemnly. "Yes, master." "Begin," commanded the master. On the other side, the master turned his gaze towards Wu Xuanma, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. "You 3. Proceed to that vacant area. Wu Xuanma, your opponents are the 2 of them. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, you shall join forces." Master, are we really going to take him on together?" Ma Hongjun pointed incredulously at himself. Despite his confidence, Wu Xuanma was a formidable level 37. "Is there a problem?" The master cast a fleeting glance at him. "No, none at all." Ma Hongjun immediately straightened up. The trio moved to another open space. Without any preamble, Wu Xuanma clenched his right hand, and a dazzling silver light erupted. An ancient yet formidable elemental annihilation spear coalesced in his grasp, gleaming in pristine silver. At the spear's tip, 9 elemental orbs, wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, dark, and space, swirled gracefully like stars orbiting a moon, emanating an ominous aura of destruction. Beneath him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly, cloaked in disguise. The master's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Wu Xuanma's martial soul, his eyes reflecting a profound depth as he swiftly analyzed the peculiar characteristics of this extraordinary long spear. "Fatty, let's go," Oscar called out, immediately invoking his peculiar soul incantation. Requiring time to conjure a flying mushroom sausage for support, Ma Hongjun promptly summoned his martial soul, the illusory figure of the evil fire phoenix materializing. 2 yellow soul rings illuminating. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix. He intended to unleash his full power, employing the mightiest flames to suppress Wu Xuanma, thereby granting Oscar precious time. However, Wu Xuanma moved with even greater swiftness, as Ma Hongjun unleashed a searing ray of flames. Enveloped in the blazing aura of the phoenix, Wu Xuanma struck. Rather than clash head-on with Ma Hongjun's flames, he activated the deceptively disguised second soul ring, which shone with a deep yellow light. High-level elemental control and amplification surged forth, transforming the elemental annihilation slash into an ice attribute amplifying skill. Second soul skill, Eternal Frost Obliteration Slash. Wu Xuanma called out, sweeping the elemental annihilation spear through the air. A colossal, nearly transparent arc of ice sliced through the atmosphere, radiating an extreme chill that threatened to freeze all in its path. As the ice blade traversed, the air crystallized into fine ice shards, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of frost. This ice blade not only possessed terrifying cutting power, but also harbored a formidable freezing force. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line collided with the ice blade, emitting a hissing sound. The crimson flames and the frigid frost engaged in a fierce struggle, billowing clouds of white mist into the air. Ma Hongjun felt as if his flames had crashed against a moving iceberg. He could neither melt it nor withstand the overwhelming chill that swiftly suppressed and froze him. The ice blade advanced relentlessly, undeterred by the flames. Even more alarming, a miniature ice crystal storm was brewing. "This is bad." Ma Hongjun's expression shifted drastically as he summoned all his soul power to resist the oncoming cold wave and the imminent ice explosion, leaving him no time to spare. At that very moment, as Ma Hongjun was entirely ensnared by the eternal frost obliteration slash, Wu Xuanma's figure vanished like a specter from the spot. His true target was not the fully unleashed Ma Hongjun, but rather the unguarded support-type soul master, Oscar, who was diligently conjuring the mushroom sausage nearby. Be careful, Oscar. Ma Hongjun was engulfed in a tumult of anger and despair, yet he found himself ensnared by the icy blades and frigid air, utterly incapable of rendering assistance. Oscar had just conjured a mushroom sausage, still unconsumed, when he beheld Wu Xuanma appear before him as if by teleportation. The intensity of his gaze rendered Oscar momentarily paralyzed. Without a flicker of hesitation, Wu Xuanma unleashed his right leg with the swiftness of a whip. Utilizing no soul power, he relied solely on the precise combat techniques honed through rigorous training. Thud! His leg struck Oscar squarely in the abdomen. Ouch! Oscar cried out in pain. Soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, propelled beyond the boundary of the arena, the mushroom sausage falling from his grasp. One contestant eliminated. Wu Xuanma paid no heed to the flying Oscar, swiftly pivoting to launch himself at Ma Hongjun, who remained locked in a struggle against the ice blades. At that moment, the ice crystal storm of the eternal frost annihilation erupted. The deafening blast of icy fog enveloped Ma Hongjun instantly. Although Wu Xuanma had moderated its power to prevent actual frostbite, the bone-chilling cold and explosive force momentarily stalled Ma Hongjun's movements, causing the flames of the phoenix on his body to dim considerably. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Wu Xuanma closed the distance. The handle of the elemental obliteration gun sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, striking precisely at the back of Ma Hongjun's neck. With a sudden darkness engulfing his vision, Ma Hongjun collapsed without uttering a sound, rendered incapable of further combat. The battle concluded. From initiation to resolution, merely a few breaths had elapsed. It was executed with precision and without any superfluous delay. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle was drawing to a close. Tang San, employing the phantom shadows and the control of blue silvergrass, finally seized an opportunity as Dai Mubai's tiger claw approached. Activating his third soul ring with a flash of violet. Third soul skill, spiderweb binding. A massive, deep blue web woven from blue silvergrass unfurled, ensnaring the unsuspecting Dai Mubai. Its formidable resilience made escape momentarily impossible for him. Stop! The master's voice rang out at the opportune moment, declaring Tang San the victor. As the blue silver grass vanished, Dai Mubai awkwardly extricated himself, an expression of reluctant acknowledgement on his face. The master strode to the center of the arena, surveying everyone before commencing his critique. Dai Mubai, the master spoke solemnly. As a powerful assault-type battle soul master, your strength and explosiveness are sufficient. However, the crux of the matter lies in your complete deviation from the rhythm set by Tang San. He adeptly utilized the blue-silver grass and his agility to continuously restrict your movement, depleting your soul power and leading you into his predetermined trap, culminating in a decisive blow. Against a control-type soul master, your objective should not be to be led by the nose, but rather to disrupt his rhythm with absolute strength and speed, compelling him to confront you head-on. Remember, you are the spear of assault, not a shield of passive defense. Dai Mubai's cheeks flushed as he reflected on the recent battle, realizing the truth in the master's words. He had indeed fallen into Tang San's rhythm, ultimately succumbing to control. He nodded earnestly. Yes, master. I understand. The master's gaze then shifted to the dejected Ma Hongjun and the groaning Oscar. Ma Hongjun, the master observed. Looking at the portly figure, your issues are even more apparent. Knowing that the opponent's soul power level far exceeds your own, you still chose to recklessly engage his formidable attack with a mere combination of two soul skills? Such a strategy is utterly foolish. While your evil fire phoenix possesses remarkable explosive power, its endurance is lacking, and your soul power is significantly inferior to that of Wu Xianmo. What you ought to do is utilize the long-range harassment and area characteristics of your flames, maneuvering and evading, in conjunction with Oscar's flight assistance, to seek an opportunity, rather than charging in headlong like a reckless brute. Ma Hongjun, chastised, felt his face flush crimson, lowering his head in silence. And you, Oscar? The master's gaze fell upon the food system soul master. What are you doing? With Ma Hongjun evidently being entirely suppressed by Wu Xianmo's soul skills and unable to protect you, why do you remain foolishly stationary, chanting soul incantations? Why not immediately distance yourself from the combat zone, seeking cover or escape? The primary duty of a support-type soul master on the battlefield is to ensure their own survival. Standing so close only serves to offer the opponent an easy target. Wu Xianmo's objective has been clear from the outset, to first eliminate you, the most vulnerable support. Oscar, massaging his still aching abdomen, recalled Wu Xianmo's lightning-quick kick with trepidation, deeply acknowledging his error. Yes, master. I understand. The master cast one last glance at the calm Wu Xianmo, who was sheathing his weapon, saying nothing more, though a flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes. Wu Xianmo's tactical choices were astoundingly precise and efficient, restraining the high-threat assault point with a powerful area soul skill, simultaneously dispatching the unguarded support point with a thunderous strike, and finally effortlessly dealing with the restrained attacker. It was clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, showcasing a combat awareness and execution far beyond his years. This youth is truly remarkable. Now that the issues have been identified, reflect upon them thoroughly. The master's gaze swept over the group once more. The next match would feature Tang San against Xiao Wu, while Dai Mubai prepared to face Wu Xianmo. A new battle was about to commence, and Dai Mubai's gaze towards Wu Xianmo was filled with gravity and fierce combat intent. Two assault-type combatants, both at the 37th level. This would be a clash of titans. As Chapter 31 concluded, the atmosphere on the playground grew tense. Dai Mubai and Wu Xianmo stood 10 meters apart, their soul power fluctuations subtly colliding in the air. Begin. The master's voice rang out, crisp and decisive. The two unleashed their martial souls almost simultaneously. Dai Mubai let out a low roar, the evil eye white tiger manifesting, golden hair billowing, muscles taut. As two yellow and one purple soul rings blazed with brilliance beneath him, an overwhelming aura sweeping forth. Wu Xianmo, in contrast, remained composed, his right hand poised. Silver light swirling as the elemental annihilation gun coalesced in his grasp, its 9-colored elemental light points slowly rising and falling, while beneath him, two yellow and one purple soul rings, disguised as standard configurations, emerged. Fully aware of Wu Xianmo's unpredictable strength, Dai Mubai dared not be careless. First soul skill. White Tiger Shield. A solid layer of white light enveloped him instantly, significantly enhancing his defense. He then took a deep breath, invoking his second soul skill. White Tiger Light Wave. A massive, milky white beam, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, thundered toward Wu Xianmo. Faced with Dai Mubai's ferocious ranged assault, Wu Xianmo did not meet it head-on. The tip of the spear surged with the essence of wind, rendering his steps erratic and elusive, akin to willow catkins dancing in the breeze. His figure left behind a series of afterimages upon the open ground of the playground, evading the onslaught of the white tiger's radiant light with minimal movement and exquisite footwork, narrowly dodging each strike. The wind element not only amplified his velocity, but also endowed him with an elusive grace. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light relentlessly pounded the ground, creating shallow craters and shrouding the area in dust, yet they could never truly hone in on their target. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, realizing that if this continued, his spiritual energy would be severely depleted with no tangible results. He could not afford to linger any longer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he activated his third soul ring, radiating purple light. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His already imposing physique swelled further, muscles bulging like rock, black stripes appearing on his skin, and his power, defense, and offensive capabilities surged dramatically. Abandoning ranged attacks, he charged forward like a frenzied tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure as he lunged towards Wu Xianmo. With each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Faced with the most formidable state of Dai Mubai barreling towards him, Wu Xianmo's gaze sharpened. The tip of the spear, now aglow with wind element energy, surged to new heights. Beneath him, the first soul ring, disguised in yellow, illuminated, instantly activating a high-tier elemental enhancement that transformed the elemental void strike entirely into a wind attribute amplification skill. The first soul skill, Flowing Clouds Piercing Strike. Wu Xianmo shouted, and the silver spear in his hand seemed to morph into an invisible stream of clouds, its trajectory unpredictable and elusive. Countless high-velocity, razor-sharp wind blades swirled around the spear. Instead of confronting Dai Mubai's powerful charge head-on, he glided sideways like a wraith, his spear slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming at an extraordinarily tricky angle, akin to a gale piercing through clouds, directly targeting the relatively vulnerable side of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Shield. This strike was swift, cunning, and ruthless. It fused the ultimate speed of the wind element with unparalleled penetrative power. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying penetration and the formidable cutting force of the wind blades contained within this strike. With a roar, he pushed his White Tiger's Diamond Transformation and White Tiger Shield to their utmost limits, crossing his arms to shield his ribs, channeling every ounce of remaining spiritual energy into his arms in an attempt to withstand the blow. Swoosh! Thud! The spear tip, entwined with wind blades, sliced through the White Tiger Shield's defensive aura as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The fierce wind blades scraped against Dai Mubai's skin, marked with black stripes, producing a grating sound and leaving behind white streaks. The spear's terrifying penetrative power struck hard against his crossed arms. Boom! Just as the spear's force pierced through his defenses. Poised to penetrate flesh, the wind pressure contained within erupted explosively. A tremendous force detonated between Dai Mubai's arms and his body. Ugh! Dai Mubai let out a muffled groan, feeling a searing pain in his arms as an overwhelming strength lifted him off the ground, crashing him heavily onto the earth several meters away. The brilliance of the White Tiger's diamond transformation and the White Tiger's shield dissipated in an instant. He struggled to rise, but his arms felt numb, and his internal spiritual energy was in disarray, rendering him unable to support himself for the moment. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanma stood with his spear drawn, breathing steadily, clearly holding back some of his strength. On the other side, Tang San and Xiao Wu's battle had also come to a conclusion. Xiao Wu adeptly utilized her teleportation soul skill, appearing and disappearing with remarkable agility. At a crucial moment, she employed her second soul skill, Charm, to momentarily disrupt Tang San's rhythm. Just as Tang San's blue-silver grass was about to ensnare her, she vanished in a flash, reappearing behind him, poised to conclude the battle. However, in that fleeting instant when her hands were about to grasp his shoulders, Tang San, slightly delayed in recovering from the effects of Charm, instinctively countered with his combat intuition and the Xian Jade hand, deftly seizing Xiao Wu's wrist. The two became instantly entangled, ultimately resulting in Tang San binding them together with blue-silver grass, resembling a zongzi. Stop! The master's voice resounded, declaring the end of both battles. He approached the center of the arena, his gaze piercing as he began his precise critique. Dai Mubai, the master addressed the golden-haired youth who had just regained his footing. Your shortcomings are glaringly evident. The enemy was far beyond your attack range and possessed exceptional agility. Why did you persist in employing the energy-draining White Tiger Light Wave for futile attacks? Why not decisively close the distance? The strength of an assault-type soul master lies in close-range explosive power. You squandered a substantial amount of soul power, leaving you vulnerable when faced with the opponent's genuine threats, resulting in a collapse of your defenses. Remember, soul power must be utilized judiciously. Dai Mubai's face flushed crimson as he reflected on the earlier battle. Acknowledging the master's words, he had indeed committed a fundamental error, wasting precious soul power. He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master. I understand." The master's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, your third soul skill is teleportation, which has a range limitation, yet you wielded it with great finesse. The issue lies in your carelessness at the final moment. You could have evaded Tang San's last control with teleportation and concluded the battle with poise. Why risk close combat for a fleeting sense of victory? In battle, there is no room for underestimation or recklessness. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, slightly embarrassed. I know. Master. Tang San. The master turned his attention to the now freed Tang San, who stood alongside Xiao Wu. What is your assessment of your own performance? Tang San took a deep breath, a look of self-reproach on his face. I made two mistakes. First, I was careless and fell victim to Xiao Wu's second soul skill, Charm, which disrupted my rhythm. Second, without fully understanding the specifics and cooldown of Xiao Wu's third soul skill, I rashly deployed my own energy-intensive third soul skill, Web Binding, only to have Xiao Wu easily evaded, wasting soul power and providing her with an opportunity to counterattack. The master nodded, his tone serious. Indeed, your errors are the most severe. A control-type soul master is responsible not only for restraining the enemy, but also for managing the entire battlefield. Underestimating the opponent and recklessly using your trump card without adequate information is a grave mistake. Had Xiao Wu not also erred at the last moment, you would have lost. Finally, the master's gaze fell upon Wu Xian Mo. Wu Xian Mo met the master's profound gaze with calmness. Wu Xian Mo, the master began slowly, his tone laced with curiosity. Your martial soul, the elemental obliteration gun, emanates the brilliance of 9 elemental lights from its tip. If I am not mistaken, you can not only manipulate these 9 elements to launch attacks, but also possess a core amplification ability that allows you to enhance yourself using these 9 elements, correct? Whether it was the fierce assault of the ice element against Ma Hongjun or the recent confrontation with Dai Mubai, where the wind element enhanced both speed and attack. Both instances underscored this reality. A flicker of subtle astonishment crossed Wu Xuanma's eyes. The master's insight was indeed sharp. Merely through the observation of 2 battles, he had nearly discerned the essence of Wu's high-level elemental amplification ability. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, master. The master inclined his head slightly, remarking, your combat awareness, tactical choices, and elemental control are all commendable. However, there is a minor issue. He paused. You could have defeated Dai Mubai with significantly less expenditure of soul power. For instance, by leveraging the speed advantage of the wind element to continuously harass him. You could have forced him to deplete his soul power in defense or pursuit before delivering a decisive blow when his energy was nearly exhausted. Instead, you opted to directly break through his strongest defense. Although you emerged victorious, it came at the cost of considerable soul power. In a prolonged battle or a war of attrition, minimizing every unnecessary consumption of soul power is crucial. Wu Xuanma listened calmly, understanding the master's point. Indeed, there were areas where he could improve. He bowed slightly. Understood, master. The master's gaze swept over the 8 exceptionally gifted youths before him, his tone suddenly turning cold, laden with disappointment. Is this what is deemed a monstrous talent? Underestimating the opponent, acting rashly, chaotic tactics, wasteful soul power, and poor coordination. Your performance today has left me profoundly disappointed. Now, all of you shall be punished. At the academy's entrance, 8 baskets of stones have been prepared. Each of you must carry your basket, without using soul power, running to Soto City and back. 10 laps. The master's sharp gaze fixed on Tangan. Tangan. Your mistakes are the gravest. You will run 12 laps. Finally, his voice struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Remember, you are a collective. If even one person fails to complete their laps, no one shall dine at noon. Now go. Immediately. Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun. And Oscar did not hesitate for a moment, promptly turning to dash towards the academy's entrance, ready to accept their punishment. On the playground, only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remained standing still. The master's gaze fell upon them. Who are they? Ning Rongrong hesitated momentarily, instinctively responding. They are classmates, companions. Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze met the master's, yet she remained silent. Classmates? The master's voice bore no warmth. If you merely seek those to frolic with, you may return and rest. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. However, if you desire to forge bonds with those who, on the battlefield of life and death in the future, you can trust implicitly with your back, then when your companions are being punished and persevering for a common goal, do you believe you should stand idly by, resting without a care? The master's words struck like thunder in the hearts of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong's body trembled, and even Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor wavered. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. In the next moment, the two young maidens exchanged no words, simultaneously turning and resolutely striding towards the academy gates, pursuing the 6 distant figures that had already fled. The master observed their retreating silhouettes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his expression remaining grave, yet a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered deep within his eyes. The seeds of the team were beginning to sprout. Chapter 32, Punishment. Outside the academy's gates, 8 baskets were neatly arranged, filled with heavy stones. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Wu Xuanma bore the heaviest loads, while Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had slightly less, and Ning Rongrong carried the least. Without a single complaint, the 8 of them silently approached their respective baskets and struggled to lift them. The weight of the stones pressed heavily upon their shoulders, bending their waists and rendering their breaths labored. Begin. The master's voice rang out like a chilling whip. The group trudged forward, making their way along the road to Soto City. Their heavy footsteps struck the dirt path, raising a fine cloud of dust. Without employing soul power, they relied solely on their physical strength to bear the stone's weight, each step proving exceedingly arduous. By the end of the first round trip, they were drenched in sweat, gasping for air. As the second round commenced, Oscar, panting heavily, suggested, "We cannot continue like this. Let us run together, matching Rongrong's pace. If anyone can endure it, we'll help share the burden." This proposal was immediately met with agreement. They adjusted their strides to match the speed that Ning Rongrong could sustain. The heavy breaths exchanged, and the encouraging glances became the driving force propelling them forward. Upon completing the third round, Ma Hongjun was the first to falter, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead, his complexion pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. "I can't go on," he stammered, his voice trembling. Wu Xuanma and Tang San exchanged no words, but with a tacit understanding, each removed the largest stone from Ma Hongjun's basket, placing it into their own already heavy loads. With a slight alleviation of weight, Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and managed to keep pace with the group. In the fourth round, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong began to waver. Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma stepped forward once more, each taking a stone from Oscar's and Ning Rongrong's baskets, respectively. The veins on Dai Mubai's forehead throbbed, and Wu Xuanma's breathing quickened, yet their steps remained steady. By the fifth round, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were nearly at their limits. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Wu Xuanma exchanged glances and halted, swiftly redistributing the remaining stones from Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun's baskets. The three baskets instantly resembled small mountains. Zhu Zhuqing began to falter, and upon noticing, Xiaowu also took a stone from Zhu Zhuqing's basket. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun felt their eyes welling with emotion as they witnessed their companions bearing weights far beyond their own capabilities. Their hearts swelling with gratitude and resolve, they clenched their teeth and continued to run. By the 7th round, they were all on the brink of exhaustion, their steps faltering, sweat soaking their bodies, each stride feeling like a step upon blades. Suddenly, as they passed through a small grove, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Three figures clad in the uniforms of Shanhua Academy abruptly burst forth from the thicket, their target clear, the last and weakest among them, Ma Hongjun. One individual delivered a fierce kick to Ma Hongjun's knee. Ma Hongjun let out a cry of anguish, losing his balance and crashing to the ground along with the empty basket on his back. Ha! The useless ones from Shrek. We've waited for you all morning. The leader of the group sneered, placing a foot on Ma Hongjun's back, knowing full well that you spineless cowards could not escape. We shall settle the score for the last encounter today. The stout one, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Wu Xuanma were instantly engulfed in fury, almost simultaneously. They cast aside the heavy baskets that felt as burdensome as mountains, letting them crash to the ground. Without uttering a single word, the three figures pounced upon the three students from Shanhua like ferocious tigers. Dai Mubai's massive fist, fueled by pent-up rage, struck the leader squarely in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Tang San, swift as lightning, activated his ghostly shadow technique, delivering a precise side kick that sent another would-be assailant flying. Wu Xuanma moved with concise and fierce precision, employing police combat techniques to execute a throat grab followed by a brutal knee strike, leaving the third student curled on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. With their anger unleashed, fists met flesh. In a matter of breaths, the three Shanhua students found themselves battered and bruised, howling in pain, their earlier arrogance utterly extinguished. Get lost, Dai Mubai bellowed. The three Shanhua students, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a panic, not daring to utter a single harsh word. Are you all right, fatty? Tang San and Wu Xuanma quickly helped Ma Hongjun to his feet. I'm fine. Thank you all, Ma Hongjun replied, rubbing his sore back. His eyes filled with gratitude and lingering fear. Steadying Ma Hongjun, they resumed carrying the incredibly heavy basket. After the commotion, the pent-up frustration and anger seemed to transform into a semblance of strength, propelling them forward. In the 9th lap, Dai Mubai's tall figure began to sway violently, his vision blurring, and he stumbled, nearly toppling over. Dai Lauda, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar rushed forward, each snatching a few rocks from Dai Mubai's basket and adding them to their own. Tang San and Wu Xuanma did not hesitate either, sharing the burden with a few stones of their own. Xiaowu silently took another stone from Zhu Zhuqing's basket. The final lap. The finish line was in sight. Oscar glanced at the still heavy stones in Tang San's basket, gritting his teeth and taking a few more to add to his own. Xiaoyo, Tang San said in surprise. Oscar, panting heavily yet with newfound determination etched across his face, replied, no time for chatter, run. Ning Rongrong watched Oscar, drenched in sweat, yet resolutely pressing on, and couldn't help but exclaim, Oscar, today you truly embody a man. Her praise sent a jolt through Oscar, as if a fresh surge of strength had been bestowed upon him. The group supported one another, sharing the weight, and with every ounce of their remaining energy, they shouted and stumbled forward, finally crossing the threshold of the Academy's gates, the symbol of their finish line. Thud, thud. Just after crossing the line, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were suddenly enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Ma Hongjun too nearly dropped his basket, collapsing beside them, gasping for breath, utterly drained. Tang San and Xiaowu mustered their strength to carefully move the unconscious Oscar and Ning Rongrong to a nearby shaded area. Tang San gazed at his fallen companions, then glanced at his empty basket, the weight of the rocks now shared. Taking a deep breath, he silently returned to his basket, preparing to shoulder it once more. Xiaowu, eager to assist, was equally exhausted, swaying precariously. Dai Mubai, casting a look at the equally weary yet resolute Zhu Zhuqing, turned to Tang San and said solemnly, Xiao San, we agreed to finish this together yesterday. I will accompany you for the remaining 2 laps. He struggled to rise. Wu Xianmo quietly stood beside Tang San, his face pale and drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained calm. Count me in, he added, as Tang San observed Dai Mubai and Wu Xianmo by his side. A warm feeling surged within him, and he extended his fist. Dai Mubai and Wu Xianmo mirrored his gesture. The 3 fists, caked with sweat and dirt, gently collided in the air. However, at that moment of impact, the fatigue that had been building within Dai Mubai and Tang San erupted like a flood, overwhelming them. Both men's bodies softened simultaneously, darkness engulfing their vision as they fell backward, unceremoniously. Wu Xianmo reacted swiftly. In the instant they collapsed, he exerted his last bit of strength to support their bodies, preventing them from hitting the ground directly. Yet the force of the impact caused his own vision to dim, and the world spun around him. He struggled to lower them gently to the ground, but soon, he too could no longer hold on, succumbing to darkness beside them. Wu Xianmo was awakened by a sensation of warmth enveloping him. He opened his eyes to find himself immersed in a large wooden tub filled with a fragrant brown medicinal liquid. The warmth of the herbal essence seeping into his sore muscles and bones, alleviating much of his fatigue. Supporting his still weak body, he climbed out of the tub, dried himself off, and donned a clean outfit prepared nearby. On the bedside table, a note bore the Master's strong handwriting. Awake. Go to the dining hall for a meal. Master. After tucking the note away, he stepped outside. The sky had darkened, and he made his way to the dining hall. It was empty, but a long table was neatly set with several steaming, nutritious dishes. Beside one plate, another note lay. Cultivate your soul power before dawn. Class in the morning. Master. Wu Xianmo sat down and quietly began his meal. Before long, Dai Mubai entered. Still somewhat pale, but looking much more spirited. He nodded at Wu Xianmo and joined him at the table. Soon after, Tangan arrived, appearing to have recovered well. The three dined in silence, replenishing their spent energy. Halfway through their meal, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing entered. Upon seeing Tangan, Xiao Wu immediately expressed her concern, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly took her seat to eat. Wu Xianmo finished his portion swiftly, tidied his utensils, and nodded slightly to the others still dining. I will return first, he said before leaving the dining hall and heading back to his dormitory. There, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his soul power as instructed by the master. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed onto the training ground. The 8 trainees gathered once more, their faces still marked by a hint of fatigue, yet their eyes shone with renewed brightness and determination. The master stood before them, his gaze sweeping across each individual as he began to speak slowly. Though Tangan did not complete his 2 laps yesterday, I am pleased with the spirit you all exhibited, your unwavering support and perseverance. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Thus, before we commence today's formal lesson, Tangan, you shall complete your remaining 2 laps. Yes, master, Tangan replied without hesitation, turning to sprint towards the door. Wait, Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping forward. We promised to do it together. Dai Mubai also strode up confidently, declaring, That's right, Xiao-san, we will accompany you. Wu Xuanma remained silent, but resolutely positioned himself beside Tangan, indicating his solidarity through action. Ning Rongrong observed them, then glanced at the master before chiming in. Let us all go together. Are we not a team? Her words seemed to ignite a spark. Yes, together. Oscar and Ma Hongjun immediately stepped forward as well. Zhu Zhuqing's cool gaze, imbued with determination, also joined the ranks. 8 individuals, none absent. Without the need for further words, they exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve and understanding reflected in the other's eyes. The 8 figures once again dashed towards the academy's gates. This time, it was not for punishment, but to honor their shared commitment, to nurture the nascent yet invaluable bond of their team. Chapter 33, Training concludes, System Shop unleashed. 3 months of grueling training. Under the relentless pressure of daily exertion and the Master's stringent guidance, finally reached its conclusion. When the Master announced the end of training, even Wu Xuanma, with his formidable willpower, felt an intertwining sense of exhaustion and liberation wash over him. He trudged back to his dormitory, his body now considerably heavier, yet infinitely more resilient than when he had arrived. Upon closing the door, isolating himself from the outside clamor, Wu Xuanma truly relaxed. Over the past 3 months, the daily sign-in rewards appeared in the system space like clockwork, though the contents often left him bemused, an abundance of gold soul coins. From the start to the conclusion of training, the system had transformed into a relentless coin-making machine, bestowing upon him hefty quantities of gold soul coins as the daily rewards. At this moment, he immersed himself in the system space once again and glanced at his storage ring. The mountain of gold soul coins gleamed enticingly, and upon rough estimation, the total amount, including those in the storage ring, approached a staggering 400,000. This would be an astonishing fortune in any Soul Master clan. Just as he pondered how to utilize this unexpected wealth, the system interface, dormant for 3 months, suddenly materialized in his mind, accompanied by an emotionless electronic synthesized voice. Ding. Detected that the host's cumulative gold soul coins have surpassed 350,000. The system shop module is now unlocked. All items in the system shop can be purchased using gold soul coins. Wu Xuanma's spirit surged. The system shop? He immediately plunged his consciousness into it. What unfolded before him was an immensely vast virtual shelf, systematically categorized. A dazzling array of items flowed through his consciousness. Soul ring area, from 10-year white to 100,000-year crimson. Various attributes and durations of soul rings were clearly priced. The costs were significantly lower than the risks and expenses associated with hunting soul beasts in reality. Soul bone area, head bones, trunk bones, limb bones, and external soul bones. Light attributes, dark attributes, spatial attributes. It had it all. A piece of light attribute left arm bone, which could fetch astronomical sums at a real auction, was priced here at a mere 30,000 gold soul coins. Herb and elixir area, extraordinary fungi, heavenly chrysanthemums, 8-petal fairy orchids, blazing fire apricot blossoms, and autumn water dew, various rare herbs that could greatly enhance a soul master's potential or even transform their physique quietly lay in the list. While the prices remained steep, generally ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, they were a mere fraction of their actual value and the difficulty of acquisition. Skill area, a plethora of powerful self-created soul skill templates, movement techniques, and mental cultivation methods were all-encompassing. As Wu Xuanma quickly browsed through, he was struck with astonishment. This marketplace was nothing short of miraculous. The variety was extensive, and the prices were outrageously low, utterly shattering the economic norms of reality. While flipping through the items, a particular one caught his eye: Soul Weapon Evolution Liquid. Description: containing the essence of evolutionary power. Upon consumption, it can guide the soul weapon to transcend its inherent limitations, achieving a leap and evolution in its life form. The effect depends on the potential of the soul weapon and the compatibility with the host. Price: 40,000,000 gold soul coins. 40 million gold soul coins. Wu Xuanma gazed at the long string of zeros, and despite his current wealth nearing 400,000, he felt a wave of suffocation. This price could bankrupt a medium-sized kingdom. Just as he prepared to close this tantalizing yet frustrating marketplace interface, a new prompt quietly emerged. Note: items in the system marketplace can also be purchased using points. Points to gold soul coin ratio, 1.100,000 gold soul coins. Gold soul coin to points ratio, 100,000 gold soul coins 1 point. Points. Wu Xuanma immediately checked the point price for the soul weapon evolution liquid, 400 points. 40 million gold soul coins equated to 400 points. This vast disparity instantly illuminated the preciousness of points for Wu Xuanma. System: how can points be acquired? He inquired mentally. Ways to acquire points. 1. Complete various tasks issued by the system. Tasks may be randomly triggered or based on stage goals achieved. 2. Defeat and eliminate opposing soul masters. Points awarded based on target level, strength, and threat assessment. 3. Exchange gold soul coins. 100,000 gold soul coins 1 point. Defeating soul masters grants points. A gleam of determination sparkled in Wu Xuanma's eyes. He immediately recalled the upcoming arrangements made by the master for the Soto Great Soul Arena. That place was the sacred ground for soul master battles, where countless contests took place daily. As long as he participated in the contests and defeated his opponents, he could continuously earn points. Moreover, there was the grand event ahead, the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent. In that place gathered the most exceptional young spirit masters of the entire continent. Defeating them would undoubtedly yield more substantial points. Compared to the meager 4 points obtainable by exchanging 400,000 gold soul coins, a far cry from the elusive 400 points. It was evident that acquiring points through combat was a far more pragmatic and satisfying approach. It seemed that the spirit arena and the elite competition were not merely venues for honing skills, but rather my own treasure trove of points. Wu Xuanma's mind was suddenly illuminated, and his future plans became clearer. The 30 million gold soul coins for the spirit evolution liquid appeared to be an unattainable goal. Yet through this channel of 400 points, its realization seemed to be within reach. No longer hesitating, he focused his thoughts and closed the system mall interface. The dormitory fell silent once more, save for the faint chirping of insects outside. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Wu Xuanma gathered his spirit and began to circulate his soul power. The 3 months of rigorous training had not only transformed his physique, but had also brought his soul power accumulation to a critical juncture. He could distinctly sense that the barrier of his 37th level soul power was on the verge of collapse, with only a mere step standing between him and the breakthrough to 38. With a calm heart and mind, he guided his soul power to surge through his meridians. Each impact nudged that intangible barrier a fraction closer to yielding. In the dormitory, only his steady, elongated breaths and the subtle hum of circulating soul power could be heard. He aimed to elevate his strength to a new tier before heading to the Great Spirit Arena. Chapter 34. The Joy of Battle. First points earned. Within the dormitory, the flow of soul power coalesced like a gentle stream converging into a river, ultimately breaking through the dam with a sudden rush. A surge of soul power emanated from Wu Xuanma, swiftly calming before he opened his eyes, which now sparkled with brilliance. 38. An effortless ascent. Before he could relish the subtle changes that accompanied his breakthrough, a commotion and muffled groans emerged from the adjacent dormitory belonging to Tang San and Oscar. Wu Xuanma furrowed his brow and stepped through the door, swiftly crossing to the neighboring entrance. The door stood ajar, and the scene within momentarily stunned Wu Xuanma. Ma Hongjun sat at the edge of the bed, grinning through gritted teeth, his round face a troubling mix of purples and blues. With dark circles under his eyes and traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, he looked quite wretched. Dai Mubai stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression grim enough to drip with water. Tang San was carefully applying ointment to Ma Hongjun's wounds, while Oscar wiped the dirt from his face with a towel. Fatty, what on earth happened to you? Wu Xuanma entered the room, his cool voice tinged with concern. His long, dark hair fell elegantly, accentuating his handsome features which now bore an air of seriousness. Dai Mubai, upon seeing Wu Xuanma, spoke in a low voice, suppressing his anger. Xuanma, you're here. Today. Fatty couldn't stand by as a scoundrel named Bulu bullied a young girl and intervened. As it turned out, that guy is a four-ringed spirit master. Fatty suffered greatly. Not only was he beaten to this state, but that bastard even stepped over him. Dai Mubai's fists cracked ominously, clearly indicating the deep humiliation he felt. Bulu. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened. The sense of justice and protectiveness cultivated during his time in the police academy was instantly ignited. What kind of scoundrel was he dealing with? Ma Hongjun inhaled sharply, his voice resonating as he added, that fellow, hissing, is quite tall, with a face as dark as if he just emerged from a coal mine. His martial spirit, hissing, resembles two claws, pitch black, hovering behind him like tiny wings. The soul rings are two white and two purple. He employed two soul skills, one where the claws suddenly enlarged, exhibiting tremendous strength, and the other where the claws could secrete black smoke, which contained a sticky black oil, making it impossible to shake off and slowing down movements. He could even conceal himself within the black smoke for surprise attacks. At that moment, Tang San had finished tending to Ma Hongjun's wounds and stood up, his brow furrowed. A soul master typically possesses 4 soul skills. He has only used 2, leaving 2 unknown. Recklessly confronting him poses significant risks and hinders our tactical arrangements. What of a soul master? Wu Xuanma's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable chill. Such scum must pay the price. The rotund one could not simply swallow his grievances. Where does he operate? I shall confront him. A fierce glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. The fat one knows where that scoundrel often loiters. Let us go. Seeing Wu Xuanma's unwavering stance and Dai Mubai's simmering fury, Tang San realized he could not dissuade them and nodded in agreement. Let us go together and watch each other's backs. The 5 of them, Wu Xuanma, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, immediately rose, filled with murderous intent as they made their way toward the academy's entrance. Just as they reached the door, they encountered the lively Xiao Wu. Hey, you all look fierce. Are you going to fight? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, her large eyes sparkling. Dai Mubai briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed, and her petite fists clenched. What? How dare they bully the fat one? That is outrageous. I want to go too. Xiao-san, let me join. She tugged at Tang San's arm, shaking it earnestly. Observing her indignant demeanor, Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma, finally relenting with a nod. All right, you can come along. But Xiao Wu, you must follow orders and not act impulsively. No problem. Xiao Wu's face immediately brightened with joy. Thus, the 6-member team departed from Shrek Academy under the veil of night. On their way to the chaotic district of Soto City, Ma Hongjun, enduring his pain, once again detailed the appearance and characteristics of the target. Upon reaching the area where the target often appeared, the dim lights and throngs of people created a chaotic atmosphere. Tang San leaped onto a higher rooftop, activating his purple extreme magic eyes, his keen gaze sweeping every corner of the street below like a spotlight. After a moment, he gracefully descended, shaking his head. No sign of the target. He may not have arrived yet, or could have changed locations. The group fell into silence as they concealed themselves to observe. Just then, Xiao Wu's lively eyes twinkled with mischief. I have a plan. You all hide well. Before anyone could react, Xiao Wu had already bounced out, striding alone along the dimly lit yet crowded street. She deliberately slowed her pace, slightly lowering her head, her long, scorpion braid swaying gently with her steps. In the soft glow of the lights, she appeared particularly charming and innocent, like a naive rabbit venturing into peril. This baiting tactic proved effective indeed. Before Xiao Wu could venture far, a towering figure emerged from the shadows of a narrow alley, akin to a hyena sensing blood. With a repugnant smirk plastered across his face, the man blocked Xiao Wu's path. It was none other than the dark-skinned Douluo. "Hey there, little sister. Out alone at this hour? How dangerous. Allow your brother to escort you," Douluo leered, his hands rubbing together as his gaze indiscriminately roamed over Xiao Wu. In the shadows, the cold light in Wu Xianmo's eyes flared. Without a moment's hesitation, a thought crossed his mind. And the silver-white elemental annihilation gun materialized in his hand, the gun's tip radiating a 9-colored aura, emanating a chilling presence in the night. Activating his innate ability, elemental control advanced. Spatial confinement. An invisible, formidable force, powerful enough to solidify the air, descended instantaneously. Douluo, who was about to lay hands on Xiao Wu, suddenly found his lewd grin frozen in place. He was horrified to discover that his body felt as if it had been encased in invisible steel, unable to move even a finger. His soul power was unprecedentedly suppressed. "Who?" Douluo gasped in terror, but he could not even vocalize his fear. Then, the elemental annihilation gun in Wu Xianmo's hand erupted with dazzling, pure white holy light. Under the enhancement of the light element, the brightness and might surged to their zenith. Second soul skill, elemental severance slash. Light element enhancement skill, divine judgment of purification. Wu Xianmo moved like lightning, stepping forward, his spear radiating a sacred light that purified all filth in the world. Akin to a sword of judgment, aimed directly at the immobilized Douluo, descending with a vertical strike. With a hum, a blade of concentrated pure white light tore through the night, carrying a divine and majestic aura, precisely cleaving down upon the helpless Douluo. Ea! A shriek, more akin to a wail than a human cry, sliced through the night sky. The moment the holy light touched Douluo's body, it scorched like a searing brand on tainted mire. The divine radiance not only instantly dispelled the malevolence swirling around Douluo's exterior, but also penetrated deep into his very soul. A clear, burning mark, a sacred imprint, was seared directly onto his soul. This imprint inflicted terrifying punitive effects upon those with nefarious intent and deep-seated sins. Douluo's past misdeeds transformed into fuel, amplifying the torment of the holy flames that seared his soul. Dark mist emanated from his body as if his spirit was being purged by the holy fire. Even more astonishing, the two pitch-black claw-like martial spirits floating behind Douluo, under the impact of the holy light and the searing sacred imprint, emitted a cringing crackle, akin to inferior iron being thrown into a furnace. Their glow flickered rapidly, dimmed, and finally, with a pop, they shattered and dissipated like a soap bubble. The destruction of a martial spirit. For a soul master, this was a fate more dreadful than death, signifying the obliteration of their foundation. Douluo's cries abruptly ceased, his body convulsing violently a few times before his eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted, utterly unconscious. The air became permeated with an odd stench of charred flesh and seared soul. In the shadows, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the recently rescued Xiao Wu were all rendered speechless, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. What had Wu Xuanma just accomplished? A soul master. With a single move. With merely one strike from his second soul skill, he not only obliterated a 4-ring soul master, but also shattered the opponent's martial spirit. The divine yet terrifying might, coupled with an astonishing precision of control. Could this truly be the effect produced by a yellow and purple soul ring configuration? Dai Mubai felt that his pride, the white tiger, appeared laughably fragile in the face of that single shot. Tang San's pupils trembled violently, the purple extreme magic eyes distinctly capturing the terrifying purifying power and instantaneous control over space within that holy light. This was no ordinary soul skill. Ma Hongjun, momentarily forgetting the pain on his face, was left in sheer shock and trepidation, grateful that Xuanma was on their side. He was fortunate. Xiao Wu was the first to regain her composure, gazing at the defeated and lifeless Douluo on the ground, still seething with indignation. She dashed forward, her pink figure transforming into a blur. "You bully others. You bully the fat one." With a fierce cry, Xiao Wu's fearsome 8 was magnificently unleashed. With her waist arched, Douluo's unconscious body was hurled repeatedly to the ground and against the walls like a ragged sack. The dull thuds of impact and the sickening sound of breaking bones echoed relentlessly. In the end, Xiao Wu delivered a flawless airborne kick to conclude her assault, her toes striking precisely between Douluo's legs. The infamous destruction of offspring kick. The immense, inhuman pain jolted the unconscious Douluo awake, unleashing a howl that resembled no human sound. His eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Almost immediately, he rolled his eyes back and fainted once more, this time from both pain and severe injury. The 5 men, including Wu Xuanma, who were spectating nearby, instinctively felt a chill in their groins and averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight. It was too brutal. Tang Sen silently pulled out a stiff piece of paper, swiftly penning a confession that detailed Nua Li's misdeeds. Signing it with the label, Criminal, Nua Lu. He approached the limp figure of Nua Lu, hanging the paper around his neck. Come, let's hang him where he belongs, he said. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Nua Lu, Wu Xuanma and Dai Mubai each took hold of Nua Lu, who was as limp as a rag and exuding an unpleasant odor. Under the cover of night, the group stealthily made their way to the expansive square in front of the Seoul Hall branch in Soto City. Selecting the most conspicuous flagpole, they hoisted Nua Lu up like a sausage. The confession paper swayed gently in the night breeze. Having completed their task, the 6 exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly vacated the scene, their figures disappearing into the darkness of Soto City, leaving behind the swaying human-shaped decoration on the flagpole. On the way back to the academy, the moonlight flowed like water. In Wu Xuanma's mind, a system notification rang out clearly, audible only to him. Ding. Defeated Soul Master Nua Lu, martial spirit shattered. Reward points, 5. A subtle smile crept onto Wu Xuanma's lips. The Grand Soul Arena had yet to commence, yet his first points had unexpectedly been credited. He gazed at the silhouettes of his companions ahead, their inky hair dancing lightly in the breeze, pondering that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 35. The Moniker of the Myriad Realms. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate on the grounds of Shrek Academy. 8 little monsters stood in spirited formation. Master Yu Xiaojiang, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed each individual with a gaze as precise as the finest ruler, ultimately lingering momentarily on the tall figure of Wu Xuanma, whose hair cascaded to his waist and imperceptibly nodded in approval. After 3 months of rigorous training, these children resembled tempered steel, their sharpness subdued yet brimming with astonishing power. You have performed admirably during the foundational training, the Master's voice remained calm, yet carried a hint of barely detectable satisfaction, though this was merely the commencement. A true soul master can only forge their genuine brilliance in the crucible of real combat. Therefore, we shall now enter the second phase of training. The eyes of everyone brightened with anticipation, particularly for Wu Xuanma. A stirring within his heart signaled that with the activation of the system marketplace, the path to earn points by defeating soul masters was finally unfolding. The training location will be the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Master's words resonated with authority. Objective: each individual must obtain a Silver Soul badge. Simultaneously, the team must also secure a Silver Soul badge. Team. Oscar inquired curiously, Master, do we have a team? Of course, the Master replied, surveying the group. From today onward, your team at the Soto Great Soul Arena shall be known as the Shrek 8 Monsters. The Shrek 8 Monsters. Wu Xuanma realized the implication. Indeed, with his joining, the 7 had transformed into 8. The deviation in the main storyline hinted at by the system was thus subtly affirmed. This was but a ripple. How would the greater storms of the future alter their course? A flicker of alertness crossed the depths of his obsidian eyes. Strength. Only through relentless enhancement of one's power can one devise a foolproof strategy to confront any upheaval. Within the arena, there were several ironclad rules that you must bear in mind and adhere to. The Master's tone suddenly turned stern. First, you must not reveal your true appearance during battles, nor disclose your real names to your opponents. At all times, present yourselves with masks and codenames. This is to protect the identities of the students and avert unnecessary troubles and targeting. Second, including Tang San, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of victory or defeat, each person must engage in battle at least twice each day. Do you understand? The Master inquired solemnly. Understood. The 8 responded in unison, their voices infused with a spirited resolve. The Master spoke no further, turning to lead them away from the academy towards the colossal and bustling edifice at the heart of Soto City, the Soto Great Soul Arena. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was alive with chatter, the air thick with the scent of sweat, soul power fluctuations, and an air of fervor. The Master, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided them to a relatively secluded backstage room. Within, 8 identical white masks, revealing only the eyes and mouths, were neatly arranged upon a table. Put these on, the Master instructed. The group promptly took up the masks, the cold sensation pressing against their faces instantly severing them from the clamor of the outside world, concealing their diverse visages, whether handsome, delicate, or endearing. Beneath the mask, the gaze sharpens or becomes tranquil, as though donning an entirely different identity. Next comes your codename. The Master's voice resounds from behind the mask, imbued with a sense of ritual in naming warriors. Dai Mubai, your martial spirit is the White Tiger, with captivating eyes. Your codename is the enigmatic White Tiger. Oscar, Your martial spirit is the unique sausage. Your code name is the Sausage Specialist. Tang-san. The master pauses for a moment. Your martial spirit, the tenacious blue silvergrass, possesses a myriad of control abilities. Your code name is the Thousand-Handed Silvergrass. Thousand-Handed Silvergrass? Ma Hongjun is the first unable to contain himself, his plump body shaking beneath the mask. Master, this sounds rather too plain, doesn't it? It doesn't quite match with Xiao San's elusive control. Xiao Wu immediately concurs. Exactly. For someone as formidable as Xiao San, calling him Thousand-Handed Silvergrass feels a bit odd. Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remain silent, their eyes reveal a semblance of agreement. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, rubs his nose. Observing the reactions of everyone, the master pauses, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he speaks again, his voice steady. Tang San's combat style is calm and precise, weaving an invisible net while controlling the battlefield. The blue silvergrass can also transform into a lethal weapon. Thus, your code name shall be changed to the Thousand-Handed Azura. Thousand-Handed Azura. The eyes of the crowd sparkle. Azura symbolizes battle, judgment, and slaughter. This code name retains the essence of thousand-handed control while imbuing it with a formidable, mysterious, and even awe-inspiring aura of bloodshed, perfectly aligning with Tang San's demeanor of quietly mastering the battlefield. Excellent. Dai Mubai praises. This is splendid. Ma Hongjun is also satisfied. Tang San slightly nods, accepting this more intimidating code name. The master continues to call out names. Ma Hongjun, your martial spirit is the Evil Fire Phoenix. Your code name is the Evil Fire Phoenix. Xiao Wu, your martial spirit is the Graceful Bone Rabbit, with agile and enchanting movements. Your code name is the Graceful Enchanting Rabbit. Ning Rongrong, your martial spirit is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Your code name is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. Directly pointing to the essence of her martial spirit, concise and powerful. Zhu Zhuqing, your martial spirit is the Nether Spirit Cat, the embodiment of speed and shadows. Your code name is the Nether Spirit Cat. Finally, the master's gaze rests upon Wu Xianmo. Beneath the mask, Wu Xianmo's ink-black hair cascades softly from the edges of the mask, his figure poised like a spear, quietly awaiting. The atmosphere in the room seems to momentarily stagnate due to the master's pause. Wu Xianmo. The master's voice carries a weighty significance as he slowly articulates two profound words. The all-encompassing ruins. The all-encompassing ruins? The crowd silently contemplates, savoring the meaning of this code name. All-encompassing refers to all phenomena and energies in the universe. This alludes to the 9 elemental powers swirling around his elemental destruction gun. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, ice, light, darkness, and space. Mastering all phenomena and evolving countless forms. Ruins, the mythical abyss where all things meet their end and obliteration. This precisely points to the core characteristic of his martial spirit. Destruction. The gun signifies the disintegration of elements, the annihilation of energy, and the ultimate destination of all things. The evolution of all phenomena ultimately returns to the void. This code name encapsulates both his comprehensive elemental mastery and the heart-stopping ultimate destructive power of his martial spirit. It does not possess the ostentatious dominance of the evil eye white tiger, nor the agile allure of the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. Instead, it exudes a grandeur, profundity, and mystery, imbued with a chilling and ruthless essence akin to the very laws of nature. Merely a code name evokes the sense of the devastating power concealed beneath the silver-white spear tip, swirling with 9 elemental hues. The gazes of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others toward Wu Xuanma bore an added weight of solemnity and significance. This youngest yet unfathomably powerful companion, paired with such a code name, is strikingly harmonious. The corner of Wu Xuanma's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, subtly curved into an almost imperceptible arc. The concept of all things returning to the void, mastery, and then annihilation. How fitting. He nodded slightly, and a cool voice emanated from behind the mask. Understood. Excellent. The master observed the 8 masked students, each now adorned with a new code name, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The Shrek 8. From this day forth, the Soto Great Soul Arena shall serve as your stage for fame and transformation. Remember your limits, remember your goals. Go forth, and with your strength, seize the silver soul badge that belongs to you. The 8 white masks reflected a faint glow in the dimly lit backstage room. Their eyes, some fervent, others composed, and yet others eager, stepping into the first phase of their journey in the Great Soul Arena. Chapter 36. Preparation. The frigid white masks conformed to their faces, shielding them from the clamor of the outside world and concealing their expressions. Clad in unified black athletic attire, Only their sharp gazes and steady auras remained visible beneath the masks. The Shrek 8, in a renewed guise, entered the fervent crucible of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Dai Mubai and Oscar, alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, joined forces for a series of 2-on-2 battles. Aside from the support type Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the remaining 6 engaged in 1-on-1 duels. Wu Xuanma, bearing the codename All Things Returning to the Void, stood upon the arena designated for individual combat. Opposing him was a level 36 Soul Master, wielding a gleaming longsword, exuding a fierce aura. However, the battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. Wu Xuanma did not even employ his soul skills. He relied solely on the inherent sharpness and weight of the Elemental Annihilation Spear, augmented by the passive enhancement of high-level elemental amplification, combined with the exquisite marksmanship honed through rigorous training. Within mere rounds, he accurately disarmed his opponent, the spear tip poised firmly against the adversary's throat, a clean and decisive victory. Ding. Defeated a level 36 Sword Soul Master. Reward points. 2. The cold system notification resonated within his mind. Wu Xuanma stood, spear in hand, his inky hair flowing with a dark luster under the arena's soul-guided lights. This was merely the beginning. The group gradually reconvened in the team lounge, the atmosphere relaxed. With 6 1-on-1 matches and 3 2-on-2 encounters, the Shrek 8 triumphed in their inaugural battles, achieving a flawless record of 9 victories. Dean Flander beamed with joy, his eyes nearly squinting as he whispered to Master Yu Shaojing beside him. Although Master maintained a serious demeanor, a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered deep within his gaze. All right. Master S' voice interrupted their discussions of individual battles. The warm-up is complete. It is time to embrace the true challenge, team combat. The 8 immediately stood at attention. Team battles differ vastly from solitary duels. The Master's gaze swept over each mask, testing collaboration, trust, and tactical execution. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they could falter against a seamlessly coordinated team. Dai Mubai, I have every confidence in your cooperation, yet the battlefield is ever-changing. Do not underestimate your foes. Understood, Master. Dai Mubai responded solemnly, then turned to Tang San. Xiao San, you are the control-type Soul Master, the brain of our combat. You will command us in the upcoming battle. Tang San accepted without hesitation, nodding coolly. All right. His gaze scanned his teammates, the voice beneath his mask clear and steady. The tactical arrangement is as follows. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Xian Mo. You 3 will serve as the primary attackers, launching a frontal assault to breach the enemy's defenses. Zhu Qing, you will be responsible for flanking support and ambush, utilizing speed to distract and slice through. I will coordinate from the center, using blue-silver grass to control the battlefield and assist your offense. Fatty, Mahanjun, your position is crucial. Remain in the rear to provide long-range fire suppression while also safeguarding Xiao Ao and Rongrong. Xiao Ao, prepare your recovery sausages, detox sausages, and rapid-flight mushroom sausages in batches to distribute to everyone. Rongrong, prioritize assisting the front line while ensuring your own safety. Stay close to Fatty's protective range with Xiao Ao. I will also use blue-silver grass to aid Fatty in protecting the rear. The deployment was methodical and clear. The group responded in unison, understood. At that moment, a booming announcement echoed. Please, the Crazy Battle Team and the Shrek 8 monsters, assemble in the Team Battle Lounge. The Shrek 8 monsters felt invigorated, and under the leadership of Dai Mubai and Tang San, donned their uniform white masks and black attire, marching with a composed air towards the dedicated battle lounge. The lounge was spacious and the atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. They had barely settled when heavy footsteps accompanied by a brazen aura surged into the room. Leading the charge was an exceptionally tall and robust figure, muscles rippling, none other than the captain of the Crazy Battle Team, Guangxi. Following him were 7 others, equally imposing, their gazes menacing. Guangxi's eyes brazenly roamed over the 8 members of Shrek, landing on the slender and ethereal Zhu Zhuqing, and he grinned crudely. Hey, little girl. With a figure like that, why hide your face? Let your brother take a look. As he spoke, a calloused hand, large as a fan, reached towards Zhu Zhuqing's mask. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes beneath the mask turned icy, and she coldly uttered a single word, scram. Just as his hand was about to touch her mask, a powerful hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping Guangxi's wrist. It was Dai Mubai. His eyes glinted with a frosty light beneath the mask. Remove your filthy hands. Guangxi's eyes flashed with menace as he suddenly exerted force, a surge of violent soul power erupting forth. Dai Mubai grunted, his footing faltering as he was forced back 3 steps before regaining his balance. The disparity in strength was evident. Laughter erupted from the members behind Guangxi, filled with provocation. Guangxi shook his wrist and sneered. Kid, you've got some strength, but you're still far from enough. Just as the conflict threatened to escalate, a slightly urgent voice rang out. Stop. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the Soul Fighting Preparation area. Otherwise, disqualification for both parties will ensue. Supervisor AO of the Soul Arena appeared just in time, positioning himself firmly between the two factions, his expression stern. The fierce and formidable Guangxi withdrew his hand with a disgruntled huff, casting a defiant glance at the Shrek team before leading his squad to the opposite side of the resting area. Even as he sat down, he continued to survey them with a provocative gaze. Supervisor AO released a sigh of relief and turned to the Shrek 8, speaking in a hushed tone. The individual you just encountered is your opponent for the team battle, the captain of the Quanzhan team, Guangxi. Every member of their squad possesses soul power exceeding level 35. They have registered only 7 days ago and have already achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories in soul respect level team battles. Moreover, with a grave tone, Supervisor AO added, they fight fiercely. Each victory often leaves their opponents either dead or severely injured. If the situation feels dire, do not hesitate. Immediately concede. Safety is paramount. After delivering this urgent message, Supervisor AO quickly exited the tension-filled room. The audacious demeanor of the Quanzhan team, coupled with Supervisor AO's warning, cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the resting area. Oscar leaned closer to Dai Mubai and Tang San, his voice barely above a whisper. Boss Dai, Xiao San. That Guangxi is likely not as brutish and foolish as he appears. Leading a team to 7 victories while inflicting heavy damage on opponents cannot merely be attributed to brute force and ferocity. They may possess hidden trump cards or unique strategies unknown to us. Dai Mubai nodded, acutely aware of the opponent's formidable strength following the earlier test of power. He spoke gravely to the group. Oscar is correct. We must remain vigilant. Remember, safety comes first. If the battle turns critical, do not hesitate to consume Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and retreat from the arena. Surrendering is not shameful. Preserving your life and future is paramount. Tang San's gaze, sharp through his mask, swept over the aggressive 8 opponents, ultimately resting on Guangxi. The audacity and strength of the adversaries, along with the bloodshed implied by their 7 victories, heightened his sense of caution to its peak. He murmured, proceed according to our original plan, but everyone must exercise caution and be ready to adapt at any moment. Xianmo, your elemental control spans a wide range. Keep a vigilant eye on the entire field, particularly for any hidden support or control from the opponents. Wu Xianmo nodded slightly, his elemental obliteration gun held loosely in hand, the tips of its 9 elemental auras glimmering in the shadows of his mask, resembling a slumbering beast poised to unleash its might. His inky black hair swayed as if in a breeze, and the boy, codenamed Vortex of the Cosmos, bore an expression as tranquil as water. Yet his senses were like an invisible web, quietly enveloping the entire resting area, detecting every subtle fluctuation of soul power from the adversaries. The debut of their team battle unfolded, with the notorious Quanzhan team as their opponents. The Shrek 8 stepped into the eye of a true storm. Chapter 37, The Battle Against Quanzhan Team. The vast circular arena was illuminated by dazzling soul guide lights, surrounded by an audience awash in fervent enthusiasm. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and the electric pulse of soul power. The Shrek 8 and the Quanzhan team faced each other, 8 against 8, like 2 torrents poised to collide, confronting each other at opposite ends of the battle arena. The Shrek team swiftly positioned themselves according to Tang San's strategy. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Wu Xuanma formed a sharp triangle at the forefront, while Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a leopard merging with shadows, prowled along the flanks. Tang San remained at the center, the blue-silver grass vines subtly flickering beneath his feet. Ma Hongjun stood at the rear, the fiery phoenix flame gathering strength, safeguarding Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind him. Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasures glazed tower glowing in her hand, had already begun to amplify the abilities of her frontline companions. In contrast, the Berserk team exuded a more rugged and wild aura. Their captain, Guangxi, stood at the forefront like a colossal humanoid rhinoceros, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind him were 2 slender, cunning agile attack-type soul masters, with monkey martial spirits, followed by 2 defense-type and control-type soul masters, with Spider-Woman martial spirits, and finally, an auxiliary soul master at the back. The announcer's passionate voice resonated throughout the arena. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle commences. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai roared like a tiger, being the first to manifest his martial soul. White Tiger, manifest. The malevolent-eyed White Tiger roared. Its 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiating brilliance. Following suit, the remaining 7 members of Shrek simultaneously activated their martial souls. Tang San, blue-silver grass entanglement. Yellow-yellow-purple. Xiaowu, soft-bone rabbit illusion. Yellow-yellow-purple. Zhu Zhuqing, ghostly spirit cat manifestation. Yellow-yellow. Ma Hongjun, evil fire phoenix spreads its wings. Yellow-yellow. Ning Rongrong, seven treasures glazed tower shines brightly. Yellow-yellow. Oscar, sausage martial soul appears. Yellow-yellow-purple. Wu Xuanma, elemental obliteration gun instantly grasped. Its silver-white barrel shimmering with colors, the gun's tip surrounded by a 9-colored elemental halo, with 3 soul rings, disguised, rising, yellow, deep yellow, purple. In an instant, the Shrek 8. With a total of 5 soul masters boasting the finest soul ring configuration, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated the arena. Particularly, the 7 treasures glazed tower. Radiating a myriad of brilliant colors, stirred an unprecedented wave of astonishment among the audience, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. My goodness, 5 soul masters. All with the best configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Am I seeing this correctly? The 7 treasures glazed tower. A direct descendant of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Who are these Shrek 8? Absolutely terrifying. The announcer, equally stunned, raised his voice several octaves. Incredible. The Shrek 8 battle team possesses 5 soul masters, each with top-tier soul ring configurations. Even more astonishing is that their auxiliary soul master is none other than the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, a successor of the 7 treasures glazed sect. The members of the Berserk team were momentarily taken aback by this formidable lineup, and Quan Chi's fierce gaze intensified as he bellowed, "What is there to fear? Tear them apart. Charge." The battle erupted instantaneously. Dai Mubai surged forward like a released tiger, bolstered by the speed and strength augmentation from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. Charging fiercely at Quan Chi, the 2 powerful attack-type soul masters collided with tremendous force, producing a resounding boom and a whirlwind of energy. Simultaneously, Wu Xuanma made his move. His target was not Quan Chi but rather the 2 agile attack-type soul masters with monkey martial spirits, positioned behind Quan Chi. These 2 moved with astonishing speed, resembling fleeting shadows, attempting to circumvent the frontline battle and directly assault Shrek's rear, targeting Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Beneath the mask of all things returning to ruins, Wu Xuanma's gaze remained as calm as ice, as he wielded the elemental annihilation gun. A flick of his wrist sent the wind element spiraling and accelerating at the gun's tip. His figure left behind a series of afterimages, adeptly intercepting the 2 shadowy figures of the monkey soul masters. The gun danced through the air with the swiftness of a tempest. Yet Wu Xuanma did not unleash his full might. Instead, he employed exquisite marksmanship and the cunning manipulation of wind and earth elements, an advanced mastery of elemental control, to progressively force the 2 encroaching monkey soul masters back towards the flanks of the battlefield. His movements, seemingly entangled in combat, were in fact calculated steps, reminiscent of the most astute of hunters herding their prey. His senses had already locked onto the auxiliary soul master at the rear of the frenzied battle team, who was softly chanting while his soul rings flickered. That individual was the very core of the team's power augmentation. As the 2 monkey soul masters were driven near their own auxiliary soul master, a glint of cold light flashed in Wu Xuanma's eyes. The ice element augmentation activated. The tip of the elemental annihilation gun was instantly enveloped in an intensely frigid azure glow, causing the air temperature to plummet. With his arms muscles taut, he swept the spear with a chilling ferocity that could freeze all things in its path. Second soul skill, elemental severing slash, ice element augmentation mutation, eternal frost obliteration slash. A massive, refined arc of ice sliced through the air like shards breaking off from a glacial expanse, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind. Where it passed, the ground instantly crystallized into a thick layer of ice, and the soul power particles suspended in the air seemed to freeze in place. The 2 closest monkey soul masters were caught off guard. They desperately attempted to evade, but the ice blade's range was too vast and its speed too swift. The chilling edge sliced through their forms in an instant. Crack! A chilling sound echoed as the 2 monkey soul masters, their faces frozen in terror, along with their protective soul power shields, were instantly encased in crystalline ice sculptures. The ice blade continued its relentless trajectory toward the area occupied by the auxiliary soul master of the frenzied battle team. At the terminus of the ice blade's path, a furious tempest of ice crystals erupted. Countless sharp ice shards, like the whales of death, rained down, cleaving through everything in their wake. No. The auxiliary soul master's scream was abruptly silenced. His hastily erected defenses crumbled before the freezing onslaught and the ensuing blizzard of ice crystals, as if made of mere paper. His body was instantly encased in ice, and then, under the violent impact of the ice shards, he was flung out of the arena. with just a single strike. Wu Xuanma not only instantaneously froze and disposed of the two troublesome agile opponents, but he also traversed nearly the entire battlefield, precisely eliminating the core support of the frenzied battle team in a heartbeat. The team's formation was thrown into disarray, deprived of the auxiliary augmentation. The enhancements on members like the frenzied rhino visibly dimmed, leading to a substantial decline in their strength, speed, and defense. The Spider-Woman's web control also faltered, showing signs of exhaustion. A prime opportunity. Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination as he launched a powerful assault. Wu Xuanma showed no signs of hesitation. The wind element swirled around the gun's tip as his figure, ghostly and swift, surged forth again, appearing in the vicinity of the remaining members of the frenzied battle team, who were momentarily disoriented by the loss of their auxiliary. The water element augmentation activated. The blue light on the elemental annihilation gun surged, condensing the immense power of the water element. Second soul skill, Elemental Severing Slash, Water Element Augmentation Mutation, Abyssal Sea Severing Slash. The spear no longer swept through the air with abandon. Instead, it descended with a formidable and overwhelming force, as if conjuring the fury of the deep sea. A colossal wave, forged from pure water energy, erupted from the void, carrying the power to obliterate all in its path, crashing down upon the disheveled remnants of the chaotic battle team like a tsunami. The sheer expanse of the wave nearly engulfed half of the Soul Arena. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The remaining 5 members of the chaotic team, Guangxi, the Spider-Woman, 2 defenders, and a control specialist, were akin to fragile boats caught in a whirlpool, their formation shattered by the terrifying water vortex and the monstrous wave. The shields of the defensive Soul Masters wavered precariously, while the Spider-Woman and the other control specialist were thrown into disarray. With eyes ablaze, Guangxi roared, desperately attempting to escape the grip of the torrent. However, his diminished strength rendered his movements clumsy and sluggish. The formation lay in ruins, the core support eliminated, and the mainstay, Guangxi, ensnared by Dai Mubai, leaving the remaining members as lambs to the slaughter. Onward! Dai Mubai bellowed, the radiance of the White Tiger's transformation intensifying. Xiao Wu swiftly approached one of the scattered defensive Soul Masters. Zhu Zhuqing, like a blade lurking in the shadows, struck with a shadowy thrust aimed at another defender. Tang San's blue-silver grass coiled around the struggling Spider-Woman with the precision of a serpent. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line rained down upon the disbanded foes with pinpoint accuracy. Ning Rongrong's supportive aura enveloped her teammates with unwavering stability. Under the tempestuous onslaught of the Shrek 8 monsters, the remaining members of the chaotic team fell one after another, being hurled beyond the confines of the Soul Arena, utterly devoid of combat capability. In the end, only Guangxi remained, besieged by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Wu Xuanma, who refrained from unleashing potent soul skills, opting instead to disrupt with marksmanship and elemental control. He stood alone, overwhelmed. With a reluctant roar, he was struck fiercely in the chest by Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave, his massive frame soaring like a ruptured sack, crashing heavily at the edge of the Soul Arena, completely unconscious. The host's voice, trembling with excitement, resounded throughout the venue. It's over. Unbelievable. The Shrek 8 monsters. This team, making its debut, has decisively ended the chaotic team's 7 consecutive victories with thunderous might. Let us congratulate the Shrek 8 monsters. The audience erupted into deafening cheers and applause. This battle concluded far too swiftly and with such shock, particularly the 2 devastating strikes from Wanxiang Guishu that traversed the battlefield, freezing and obliterating the support, and dismantling the formation left an indelible impression on all present. The Shrek 8 stood upon the Soul Arena. Their breaths slightly quickened beneath their masks, yet their gazes brimmed with the exhilaration of victory. They exchanged high fives, celebrating the flawless triumph of their first team battle. Wu Xuanma lowered his weapon, his inky hair glistening with a dark sheen under the soul-guiding lights. In his mind, the system's notification chimed clearly, ding. Defeated a level 38 Assault Soul Master, Guangxi. Reward points, 3 ding. Defeated a level 36 Agility Soul Master, Monkey Soul Master 2. Reward points, 4 ding. Defeated a level 35 Support Soul Master. Reward points, 2. Additional defeat notifications omitted. In a fierce team battle, the rewards of points were bountiful. Beneath the mask of the myriad phenomena, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of his lips. The path to points in the Soto Arena had indeed commenced. Chapter 38, Confronting the Imperial Battle Team. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the central main stage radiated brilliance under the dazzling spirit-guided lights, illuminating the vast circular arena as if it were day. The clamor of the audience reached a crescendo at this moment. The Shrek 8 monsters. a dark horse that had achieved the astonishing feat of 27 consecutive team battle victories in Soto City, faced their strongest opponent yet, the Imperial Battle Team. Master Yu Xiaojing, with a grave expression, handed a dossier to the others in the resting room. As they perused the information regarding the members of the Imperial Battle Team, even Dai Mubai's countenance darkened slightly. Each member boasted a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple top-tier spirit rings, with a balanced distribution of offense, defense, control, and support. The captain, Yu Tianheng, possessed the unrivaled beast martial soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Wu Xuanma's gaze swiftly swept across the page, ultimately lingering on the newly added information about the 8th member, Yin Jin, martial soul, Crimson Armored Dragon. Description: an exceedingly rare and powerful subdragon martial soul, resembling an enhanced version of a pangolin or armadillo, cloaked in a heavy crimson shell akin to molten lava, robust and majestic, characterized by distinct draconic features and sharp bone spines protruding at the joints. Soul power level, 37. The mention of the Crimson Armored Dragon caused Wu Xuanma's brows to furrow slightly beneath his mask. This martial soul, known for its exceptional defense and a blend of strength and offensive capability, was undeniably a formidable adversary. Tang San's voice pulled him back to the present. The Imperial Battle Team is quite formidable, especially Yu Tianheng. We must exploit his arrogance. Tactical core, lure the enemy in, and concentrate fire to eliminate Yu Tianheng. Xiao Wu, Mubai, Zhu Qing, and I will take responsibility for encircling and taking him down. Fatty, Ma Hongjun, your flames will intercept anyone who attempts to come to his aid. No problem. Ma Hongjun thumped his chest confidently. However, Wu Xuanma's cold voice interjected, pointing to Yin Jin's dossier. Fatty's flames will likely have limited efficacy against this Crimson Armored Dragon. Its defense is too robust, and its fire resistance is probably considerable. I will take on the task of intercepting him. Tang Sen looked at Wu Xuanma, his eyes reflecting absolute trust. All right, Xuanma, we entrust Yin Jin to you. The rest of you, proceed as planned, seeking opportunities to limit or eliminate their support, Yi Lingling, while simultaneously dealing with Yu Tianheng. With the strategy set, the 8 donned their masks and stepped onto the central main stage amidst a thunderous cheer and scrutinizing gazes. Opposing them, the Imperial Battle Team also exuded an impressive aura. With Yu Tianheng at the forefront, his gaze disdainful, embodying the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The host's impassioned voice rang out. Attention, team members. You now have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. After 1 minute, upon my command, the battle will commence. Unleash martial souls. Dai Mubai commanded. On Shrek's side, the brilliance of their martial souls erupted. Dai Mubai, Evil Eye White Tiger, Yellow Purple. Tang San, Blue Silver Grass, Yellow Purple. Xiao Wu, Soft Bone Rabbit, Yellow Purple. Wu Xuanma, Elemental Annihilation Gun, Yellow, False, Deep Yellow, False, Purple, False. Oscar, Sausage, Yellow Purple. Ma Hongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix, Yellow. Zhu Qing, Spectral Cat, Yellow. Ning Rongrong, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Yellow. The Royal Fight Team ascended, 8 beams of light piercing the heavens. A harmonious display of 2 yellow and 1 purple top-tier spirit rings. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Emerald Phosphor Serpent, Black Tortoise, Wind Chime Bird, Ghost Leopard, Black Panther, 9 Heart Begonia, along with the imposing fiery apparition of the Crimson Armored Dragon. In terms of spirit ring configuration, the Royal Fight Team held a distinct advantage in elite combatants. The battle spirits commenced. The host's arm swung down fiercely. The clash erupted instantaneously. Everything unfolded as Tang San had foreseen. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu charged forth bravely, drawing the attention of Yu Tianheng. True to his arrogance, Yu Tianheng, relying on the might of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, broke formation to confront them. Zhu Qing shadowed him, slicing into the flanks, while Tang Sen's Blue Silver Grass silently spread its influence. The Shijiao brothers of the Royal Fight Team, Black Tortoise Wuhuan, immediately advanced to shield, while Yu Feng, Wind Chime Bird, and Aesiluo, Ghost Leopard, endeavored to support Yu Tianheng, only to be met with Ma Hongjun's ferocious phoenix fire. The searing flames formed an intercepting barrier, momentarily obstructing their path of assistance. At that moment, within the ranks of the Royal Fight Team, a crimson figure surged forth. Yin Jin roared, "Captain!" His entire form was enveloped in heavy crimson dragon scale armor, with menacing bone spikes at the joints glinting ominously, resembling a blazing war chariot as he defiantly withstood Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire, striving to break through the blockade and assist the beleaguered Yu Tianheng, who was now besieged by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing. Your opponent is me. A chilling voice resonated. Wu Xuanma's figure appeared spectre-like in the path of Yin Jin's charge. The Elemental Annihilation Gun, imbued with the force of wind and thunder, accurately targeted the vulnerable joints of Yan Jin's bone spikes. Clang! The clash of metal resounded. The gun tip met the crimson armor, sparks flying. Yan Jin's advance was abruptly halted as he was taken aback, realizing the weighty and cunning force emanating from the seemingly slender spear. Wu Xuanma's marksmanship was swift, precise, and ruthless. The agility of the wind element made his form elusive, while the heft of the earth element rendered every block a jolt that numbed Yan Jin's arm. His proud crimson armor felt inadequate against the peculiar silver spear, entwined with diverse elemental powers, as every strike seemed poised to penetrate the seams of his defenses. Targeting his weaknesses, Yan Jin found himself completely suppressed, unable to break through Wu Xuanma's blockade to assist Yu Tianheng. Damn it! Yan Jin roared, attempting to unleash a soul skill to force his way through. Wu Xuanma's gaze turned icy. The spear tip of the elemental annihilation gun erupted in blinding blue-violet lightning. The frenzied power of thunder danced along the spear's length, crackling. The enhancement of the lightning element activated. Second soul skill, elemental severance slash. Lightning element amplification variation, heavenly punishment severance slash. The spear descended with the judgmental might of thunder, ruthlessly cleaving downwards. A colossal blade of pure destructive lightning tore through the air, unleashing a deafening roar. Where the blade passed, the air was thick with the scent of charred remnants, triggering a localized chain lightning storm, with countless fine electric serpents wildly leaping, enveloping Yan Jin entirely. Boom! The lightning struck fiercely against Yan Jin's crossed arms clad in crimson armor. The terrifying impact, accompanied by an intense sensation of paralysis and dizziness, enveloped his entire being in an instant. The colossal form of Yan Jin trembled violently, electric arcs dancing across his crimson armor, emitting a crackling sound. He let out a muffled groan, as this ferocious strike forced him to stagger backward, even causing fine, charred cracks to appear on the surface of his armor. Just as Yan Jin was being repelled by the thunderous assault, the battle on the other front reached a critical juncture. With a fierce roar, Dai Mubai seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Yu Tianheng's momentary suspension in midair due to Xiao Wu's bow. The White Tiger's transformation erupted with full force, unleashing a concentrated wave of energy that struck Yu Tianheng squarely in the chest. With a cough, Yu Tianheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily towards the direction of the Shijia brothers, who were attempting to assist him. The two brothers hastily unfurled their Xiangui shield, narrowly catching the severely injured Yu Tianheng. Almost simultaneously, Yan Jin, having been repelled by the fog-shrouded Mole, stumbled backward uncontrollably due to the paralysis and overwhelming force, his trajectory unmistakably directed towards the location of the support soul master, Yi Lingling. How dare you harm Tianheng? Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's severe injuries, Dugu Yan's eyes blazed with fury. Her Bai Lin snake martial spirit emitting a piercing shriek as the light from her third soul ring intensified. Third soul skill, Bai Lin purple poison. A dense, deathly purple mist surged forth like a raging tide, instantly enveloping a significant portion of the soul arena, sweeping towards the Shrek team. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he vigorously hurled the prepared jar of Xionghuang wine into the air. Mubai? Understood. Dai Mubai, suppressing his injuries, unleashed another wave of White Tiger's fierce light, precisely shattering the jar mid-air. Fatty. Phoenix Fire Line Ignite. Ma Hongjun gathered all his strength, launching a blazing ray of fire that cascaded onto the falling Xionghuang wine. Boom. The Xionghuang wine ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming into a raging golden-red fire cloud that descended, clashing violently with the surging Bai Lin purple poison. The air crackled with a sharp hissing sound as the toxic purple mist rapidly dissolved under the scorching flames, purging the threat. In that fleeting moment when everyone's attention was captivated by this dazzling spectacle of purification, Mo Xian moved. With a swift thought, he activated his elemental control and spatial powers. His figure blurred in place, seemingly merging into the surface of the water. In the next instant, behind the Huang Do team, beside Yi Lingling, the space rippled like water, and Mo Xian's form silently emerged. Before Yi Lingling and her protector, Osro, could react, Mo Xian struck like lightning, delivering a precise kick to Yi Lingling's waist. Ah! Yi Lingling could only emit a startled cry as her petite body was sent flying off the soul arena, struck as if by a heavy blow. The radiance of the nine-heart begonia dimmed instantly. The core support of the Huang Do team was eliminated. The situation on the field reversed in an instant. With only 6 members remaining, and their captain, Yu Tianheng, severely injured, and core support, Yi Lingling, eliminated. Attack! Tang San's voice rang with determination. The morale of the Shrek 8 surged. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing charged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, targeting the severely injured Yu Tianheng and the Shijia brothers. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of flames to suppress Yu Feng, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around Duge Yin like a sinuous serpent, and Wu Xuanma engaged Asro, deprived of healing support and the formidable backing of Yu Tianheng. Despite the Emperor fighting team's desperate resistance, their defeat was inevitable. Under the synchronized and incisive assault of the Shrek 8 monsters, they fell one after another, hurled out of the arena. Ultimately, the entire Emperor fighting team lost their combat capability, and as they crashed down onto the Soul fighting platform, a brief silence enveloped the central arena, which was soon shattered by earth-shattering cheers. The host's voice trembled with excitement, resonating through the skies. Victory! The victors are the Shrek 8 monsters. They have triumphed over the formidable Emperor fighting team, continuing their undefeated legend. Let us cheer for this team. The 8 members of Shrek stood in the center of the Soul fighting platform, their breaths, concealed beneath masks, quickened with the thrill of victory. Wu Xuanma stood with his spear in hand, his inky black hair shimmering with a dark luster beneath the lights. In his mind, the system's notification sounded clear and melodious. Ding! Defeated the Emperor fighting team, all members Soul ancestors. Comprehensive assessment of opponent's strength level and team threat level, reward points, 26. Chapter 39, the second phase of training concludes. Within the exclusive lounge of the Shrek 8 monsters, the atmosphere was vibrant and relaxed. Having just triumphed over the powerful Emperor fighting team and extended their legendary undefeated streak to 28 matches, excitement was palpable among them. Dai Mubai clapped Wu Xuanma on the shoulder, his mask already removed, his face adorned with genuine admiration. Xuanma, that final teleport kick that sent Yi Lingling flying was spectacular. And your earlier suppression of that iron lump, Yin Jin, was executed beautifully. Xiao Wu chimed in, animatedly discussing the battle details, while Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower seemed to radiate with the afterglow of victory. However, this lightheartedness was short-lived. A series of clear knocks interrupted the revelry within the room. As the door swung open, a tall, composed young man with a gentle smile stood outside. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on Flanders and Zhao Wujin, to whom he respectfully bowed. Dean Flanders, Teacher Zhao, it has been a long time. A flicker of surprise and nostalgia crossed Flanders' eyes as he rose. Qin, is that you? Come in. Zhao Wujin also broke into a grin. Huh? It's little Qin. You look more spirited than ever after all these years. Through Flanders' introduction, the others learned that this leader of the Emperor fighting team, Qin Ming, was actually an alumnus of Shrek Academy, their senior. The Shrek 8 monsters quickly composed themselves, respectfully greeting in unison. Hello, senior. Qin Ming smiled and nodded in response, his gaze then falling upon the somewhat somber middle-aged man beside Flanders. Flanders introduced, this is the master, also a teacher at our academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression turned serious, and he bowed deeply to the master. The name of the master is renowned. I, Qin Ming, pay my respects. However, the master slightly turned aside, evading the gesture, his voice calm and unruffled. No need for such formalities. Seeing this, Flanders quickly smoothed things over, explaining to Qin Ming, the master's nephew is Yu Tianheng, one of the members of your team. In terms of seniority, you and the master are actually of the same generation. Upon hearing this, the master's expression darkened instantly, as if the deepest taboo had been touched upon. He glared at Flander, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Flander, I have stated many times that I have no connection with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. After uttering these words, he did not even glance at Qin Ming or the astonished crowd, rising abruptly and striding out, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with awkward silence. Flander watched the master's departing figure and sighed helplessly, gesturing to Qin Ming and the others. Let it be, Xiao Gang. Sigh. Qin Ming, please sit. Children, don't just stand there. Go and settle your points. He deftly shifted the topic, beckoning everyone towards the points settlement center at the Grand Soul Arena. The center was bustling with people, and Supervisor Ao had been waiting for quite some time. With a beaming smile, he handed a shimmering black card to Dai Mubai, exclaiming, congratulations to the Shrek 8 monsters for their magnificent performance. Here is the promised 10,000 gold soul coins from your team leader, deposited in this black card. This card can be used at any bank across the continent. Dai Mubai solemnly accepted the black card, representing the team in receiving this generous reward. Subsequently, the staff distributed each individual's detailed point statement. Wu Xuanmo received his score sheet, his gaze sweeping over the clear data. Code name, all things return to nothing. Name, Wu Xuanma. One-on-one soul duel, 28 matches, 28 victories. Points earned, 1855. Team battle soul, Shrek 8 monsters, 28 matches, 28 victories. Points earned, 1855. Total points earned, 3710. Awarded, Silver Soul Badge. Observing the total points of 3,710, a satisfied smile crept across Wu Xuanma's lips. As expected, Tang San received the Golden Soul Badge, symbolizing a higher honor. Supervisor Ao remarked, given your performances at the Soul Sovereign level, particularly the teamwork and strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, it is no exaggeration to say that you are currently the foremost Soul Sovereign team in the Grand Soul Arena. Once the settlement concluded, Flander treated everyone to a fine restaurant in Suodo City. During the meal, Qin Ming looked at the exceptionally gifted and vibrant younger generation before him and sincerely exclaimed, Dean Flander, Teacher Zhao. Seeing such outstanding juniors in Shrek fills me with joy and envy. Were they not already students of Shrek? I would have done everything in my power to recruit them to the Tindo Royal Academy for further studies. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and the master returned, his demeanor calm as if the earlier conflict had never transpired. He walked directly to the vacant seat beside Flander. Upon hearing Qin Ming's sentiment, the master spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly for all to hear. Teacher Qin, even though they are students of Shrek, you can still bring them to the Tindo Royal Academy. This statement struck like thunder on a clear day. Everyone was taken aback, especially Flander, who turned sharply to look at the master, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of betrayed anger. The master disregarded Flander's gaze and continued addressing Qin Ming. I recall that the Heaven Do Royal Academy, as the highest institution directly governed by the Empire, possesses 2 slots to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I can arrange for them to represent the Heaven Do Royal Academy in this contest. At this moment, Flanders could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. His face flushed with indignation, his voice laced with suppressed fury. He exclaimed, What do you mean? These children are from Shrek. They are the fruits of our labor. Do not forget. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. The Shrek's 7 exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. The master raised his head, calmly meeting Flanders' distorted face, contorted with rage. Flanders, I need you to answer 3 questions. If you can resolve them, then whether the children attend the Heaven Do Royal Academy becomes inconsequential. First, the master extended a finger. Can you provide them with a simulated training environment? One that aligns perfectly with their martial souls and accelerates their cultivation to the utmost? Flanders opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Shrek's conditions barely met the standards for an ordinary simulated environment, let alone a top-tier one. Second, the master extended a second finger. Can you facilitate their participation in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition under the banner of Shrek Academy? Flanders' complexion drained of color in an instant. Shrek had not registered with the 2 great empires, and thus had no qualification to compete. Third, the master's voice resonated with a penetrating strength as he raised a third finger. Flanders, what was your original intention in founding Shrek Academy? Was it to cling to the name of Shrek and remain stagnant, or was it to cultivate true prodigies, enabling them to venture into broader horizons and shine with the brightest brilliance? These 3 questions struck Flanders' heart like heavy hammers. His towering figure swayed, the flames of anger in his eyes replaced by an overwhelming sense of loss and helplessness. He surveyed the group of students he cherished, observing the hope for the future reflected in their eyes. Ultimately, all his persistence and pride transformed into profound desolation. Flanders dejectedly returned to his chair, lifting the wine glass on the table and draining its contents in one gulp. He rose, his silhouette appearing somewhat stooped under the light. His voice hoarse and weary, You all deliberate. Xiao Gang, Wu Ji, you have my full authority. With that, he turned away, avoiding the gaze of anyone else, and trudged out of the room. Ma Hongjun, watching his teacher's forlorn figure, felt a lump in his throat and called out, Teacher, before hastily following him. Silence enveloped the room. The master turned to Qin Ming, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and his voice regained its usual calmness. Teacher Qin, we can agree to allow the children to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy and represent the institution in the competition. However, we have our stipulations. The Heaven Do Royal Academy must unconditionally accept all existing teachers from Shrek Academy, including myself, Flanders, and Zhao Wuji. The children must be taught under our direct supervision, and the Heaven Do Royal Academy must not interfere with our teaching arrangements in any form. Can you represent the Academy in agreeing to this? Qin Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Master, with the exceptional prowess of the esteemed instructors and the innate talents of these younger students, I firmly believe that the higher echelons of the Academy will not dismiss such a proposition. I shall take full responsibility for this matter. The dust has settled, After the meal, a complex array of emotions enveloped the group as they returned to Shrek Academy. On the playground, Master gazed intently at the 8 individuals, each displaying a myriad of expressions, and spoke solemnly. In 2 months, you shall embark on your journey to the Tindo Royal Academy. During these 2 months, I shall not initiate the 3rd phase of training. He raised 2 fingers. However, I have 2 stipulations. First, address any personal matters that require your attention. Second, and most crucially, thoroughly digest the invaluable experiences gained from the 28 high-intensity battles in the Great Fighting Soul Arena over the past month, assimilate them, and integrate them into your training. Focus your energies entirely on cultivating your soul power. Transform the accumulation of this period into tangible advancements in your levels. Unbeknownst to them, Flinder had also returned to the academy and stood at a distance. Observing the group of children, a weary yet gentle smile graced his face. My dear children, go and rest now. You have all worked hard during this time. The group nodded silently, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The joy of victory intertwined with the uncertainty of the future and the sorrow of impending farewells. They exchanged glances, spoke little, and each, with their own complex feelings, quietly made their way to their respective dormitories. Chapter 40. Points Redemption and Cultivation. Within the dormitory of Shrek Academy, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure of Wu Xianmo, who sat cross-legged in meditation. His long, ink-dark hair sprawled across the bed, accentuating the tranquility of his features. Having concluded the tumult of the battle against the Imperial fighting team and settled upon a bountiful accumulation of points, the path ahead was now clear. It was the perfect moment for introspection and focused cultivation. With a subtle shift in thought, he summoned the system interface visible only to himself. The points column clearly displayed, 458 points. This was the fruit of his labor from 28 one-on-one duels and 28 team battles, a testament to countless sweat and struggle. Without hesitation, Wu Xianmo's consciousness delved into the vast expanse of the system's marketplace. In the Soul Ring section, his gaze swiftly traversed the dazzling array of soul rings, ultimately resting upon an option with a unique description, Adaptive Extreme Soul Ring. Description: this soul ring does not possess a fixed age or attribute. Upon infusion into the Soul Master's body, it will automatically evolve based on the current characteristics of the Soul Master's martial soul and the body's endurance limits, thereby becoming the most suitable soul ring for that Soul Master. The age will be precisely matched to the absolute limit the Soul Master can currently withstand. Price: 15 points. Wu Xianmo mused that this was precisely what he needed. A soul ring that would perfectly align with his current limits, and its attributes would undoubtedly harmonize with the elemental obliteration gun as his 4th soul ring. There was no need to worry about the risks and uncertainties of seeking a soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to redeem it. In the herb section, his thoughts flowed, and an image of an extraordinary lotus emitting a chaotic, ethereal glow materialized. Chaos Primordial Spirit Lotus. Description: this celestial herb is not a natural spirit root birthed from the earth and sky, but rather an extraordinary existence born from the tumultuous convergence of chaotic primordial energies at an exceedingly rare spatial node, having undergone a lengthy process of collision, compression, repulsion, and ultimately, a miraculous stabilization and fusion over the eons. The essence contained within is not merely a singular attribute of pure energy, but rather a highly integrated, chaos-infused primordial force that tends towards equilibrium. It possesses remarkable efficacy in harmonizing, stabilizing, and transcending multiple attributes of power. Price: 250 points. Wu Xianmo gazed at the description, his heart brimming with understanding. This was a perfect match for his innate talent in mastering the 9 elements. When absorbed in the future, this lotus would undoubtedly aid him in solidifying his foundation, possibly even leading to unforeseen transformations. Confirm exchange. In the skills section, search keywords, element, efficiency, multi-attribute. An ancient scroll radiating with a spectrum of 9 colors materialized before him. Elemental Vortex Guide. Description: core principle, efficient absorption, elemental resonance. When the technique is in operation, it opens up within the Soul Master's body, condensing several minuscule elemental vortices. These vortices possess a semblance of sentience, actively attracting, capturing, and efficiently refining the corresponding 9 elemental energies: wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, space, from the air, swiftly purifying and converting them into pure soul power, significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency, particularly for those who master multiple elements. Price: 170 points. This is it. A gleam of light flickered in Wu Xianmo's eyes. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. It could transform his formidable affinity for the elements and his mastery into an astonishing rate of cultivation. Exchange. Points settlement: 15, 250, 170, totaling 435 points. Remaining points: 458, reduced to 23. Observing the points that had dwindled to a mere 23, Wu Xuanma's lips twitched imperceptibly. It truly felt like a regression to a previous state. However, gazing at the three treasures quietly resting in the system's space, a soul ring orb exuding a warm and embracing aura, a peculiar lotus shimmering with a chaotic halo, and an ancient scroll inscribed with esoteric runes, he felt only a sense of grounding and anticipation. The 435 points had been well spent. With a thought, the ancient elemental vortex guide scroll appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath, allowing his mental energy to gradually immerse into the scroll. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It detailed how to open elemental vortices at specific acupuncture points within the body, how to guide different elemental forces to resonate without interference, and how to maximize the capture and refinement of ambient energy. The principles of the technique were exquisitely intricate, with a complex yet orderly operation route, filled with profound insights into the essence of the elements of the universe. Wu Xuanma dismissed all distractions, his formidable focus honed during his rigorous academic training coming to fruition at this moment. He meticulously followed the instructions of the technique, carefully guiding his soul power to attempt to condense those miniature elemental vortices at several critical acupoints. The initial attempts proved exceedingly challenging. His soul power behaved like a wild stallion, making it a daunting task to establish a stable rotating core at a single point. Failure, disintegration, and repeated attempts ensued in a relentless cycle. Sweat gradually soaked his forehead. Yet, Wu Xuanma's patience and determination far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. He adjusted the rhythm and intensity of his soul power output, precisely controlling the guidance of his mental energy. Time passed unmeasured, and finally, at the acupoint representing the wind element, an exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible pale blue vortex began to take shape slowly. Though delicate and seemingly insignificant, it undeniably exists, instinctively and gradually drawing the ethereal energy of wind elements from the air. The first step has been accomplished. Wu Xuanma, invigorated in spirit, methodically shifted his focus to the next elemental channel, fire. For the ensuing 2 months, his dormitory transformed into a sanctuary of solitude. With only the bare necessities of sustenance and brief exchanges with companions, he devoted every moment to the cultivation of the elemental vortex induction. It was a tedious and intricate endeavor. To refine a single vortex was already arduous, yet to cultivate 9 simultaneously, ensuring their harmonious coexistence within his body, was an even more formidable challenge. He had to maintain an unwavering concentration of mental fortitude, meticulously controlling the flow of every strand of soul energy. Akin to the operation of the most sophisticated instruments, countless beads of sweat soaked his garments. When exhaustion overwhelmed him, he would meditate to recuperate before resuming his rigorous practice. The indomitable will of a police academy student sustained him. Faced with failure? Simply start anew. If the vortex wavered, employ finer control to stabilize it. As time elapsed, results began to manifest. The 9 miniature vortices, representing wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space, finally stabilized and began to rotate within his 9 pivotal channels. Though their size was still diminutive, they resembled 9 voracious and efficient core engines. When the technique first operated in its entirety, Wu Xuanma distinctly felt the surrounding air come alive. The originally sparse and inert particles of the 9 elemental energies seemed to respond to an invisible summons, converging towards him in overwhelming abundance, far exceeding the passive absorption experienced during meditation by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. These energy particles were precisely captured and drawn in by the corresponding elemental vortices. The vortices spun rapidly, akin to the most refined grinding apparatus, swiftly purifying and refining the chaotic energy into an exceptionally pure form of soul power, which surged into his meridians. The pace of his cultivation accelerated exponentially. From an initial soul power level of 38, he soared to the pinnacle of 38 within just half a month, propelled by this astonishing efficiency. Such speed would leave any so-called genius astounded. Just days before his departure to the Tindo Royal Academy, Tang Xin knocked on Wu Xuanma's door. "Xuanma, here, take this." Tang Xin handed over a meticulously crafted metallic device resembling a bracer, with sharp steel claws at the front and a sturdy rope at the back. "This is the sky-soaring divine claw, a little invention of mine. When infused with soul power, the steel claws can spring forth to grasp and secure objects, while the rope retracts swiftly for climbing, pulling, or emergency escape. Its efficacy is quite commendable," Tang Xin elaborated, a trace of creator's pride evident on his face. Wu Xuanma accepted it, feeling its weight and intricate design, a clear testament to the thought invested in its creation. He attempted to infuse a modicum of soul power, and the claws sprang forth with a sharp glint. Thank you. This is a remarkably practical tool, Wu Xuanma nodded appreciatively, tucking it away. Although its tactical value might diminish given his current strength and elemental mastery, it remained a heartfelt gift from a comrade, potentially invaluable in critical moments. Chapter 41. The Clamor on the Journey. The journey to the Tindo Royal Academy was long, and under the influence of Oscar's imaginative flying mushroom sausage, the Shrek 8 monsters transformed into 8 meteoric phantoms, swiftly traversing mountains and rivers. Nevertheless, prolonged flight took a considerable toll on both their soul power and physical endurance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally arrived at a moderately sized town and sought refuge in a clean inn. During the allocation of rooms, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Wu Xuanma crowded into a slightly larger guest room. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Oscar unceremoniously threw himself onto the nearest bed with an exaggerated groan, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Dai Mubai, stretching his sore shoulders, cast him an irritated glance, retorting, "What are you tired from? Most of your weight was on me. I am the one bearing the burden." "Boss Dai, you can't say that." Oscar protested as he struggled to lift himself, his face a picture of grievance. "I have to keep making mushroom sausages for you. The consumption of soul power is no less than yours, and I must concentrate intensely to control the direction. What do you know about suffering?" Ma Hongjun plopped down on his bed, which creaked under his weight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lamented, "I've got the heaviest weight and the slowest speed, relying solely on soul power to accelerate. I truly wish to obtain a flight soul skill soon. This is unbearable." Wu Xuanmo quietly made his way to the windowside position. Sitting cross-legged on his bed while listening to the complaints of his companions, a trace of understanding gracing his lips. His dark hair cascaded down his side, shimmering softly in the last light filtering through the window. He did not partake in the grievances. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly activated his elemental vortex technique, allowing 9 minuscule elemental whirlpools within him to gently rotate, capturing the ambient soul power and silently restoring his energy. Although the soul power consumption was minimal, the mental fatigue from continuous travel also required recuperation. At that moment, light footsteps approached from outside, followed by a knock and a cheerful call. "Brother, are you there?" Tang San immediately rose to open the door. It was Xiao Wu, peeking her head in, her gaze landing directly on Tang San. "Come out for a moment." "All right." Tang San responded gently, stepping out naturally and closing the door behind him. The instant the door clicked shut, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who had been lounging, sprang up like cats catching a whiff of something tantalizing, dashing to the door with remarkable speed, their heads huddled together, ears practically pressed against the door's crack. Wu Xuanma slightly opened his eyes, witnessing this comical scene, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head before closing his eyes again to continue his soul power cultivation. Ignoring the whispered conversation outside, faint whispers of Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged outside could be heard, though the specific content was indistinct. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, footsteps approached once more, and the doorknob turned with a click. The trio pressed against the door was caught off guard. The door was suddenly flung open, and the trio of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, losing their support, let out startled exclamations as they toppled to the ground in a chaotic heap, the scene utterly disheveled. Tang San stood at the doorway, observing the three sprawled on the floor, his expression a mix of amusement and irony. "Ouch! My back! You've crushed me, you fatso!" The trio scrambled to their feet, their faces flushed with embarrassment as if caught in a compromising situation, forcing awkward laughs as they hurried back to their beds, their gazes evasive. Tang San stepped inside and closed the door behind him, his eyes sweeping over the three with a hint of resignation and mockery. "Ah, so you were eavesdropping." Ma Hongjun immediately raised his plump hand, feigning innocence. "Third brother, this is unjust. We didn't team mean to eavesdrop. It's just that the soundproofing in this inn is atrocious. Right, Big Dai? Right, little AO?" Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. It's dreadful." Oscar's eyes twinkled as he imitated Xiao Wu's earlier tone and demeanor, pinching his voice as he turned to Dai Mubai. "After a whole day's journey, my legs are sore. Brother, could you massage my legs for me?" He even swayed his body shyly. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh and immediately played along, responding in a gravelly voice. "Here? Right here?" He deliberately looked around the room. Oscar promptly added in a soft, delicate tone, "Let us do it here. Rongrong and Zhuqing are both asleep." After speaking, he couldn't contain himself any longer, and together with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, they erupted into exaggerated and boisterous laughter, with Ma Hongjun rolling onto the bed, pounding the mattress in mirth. Wu Xuanma, amused by the antics of this lively trio, couldn't he help but smile, a notable curve gracing his lips, though he maintained his meditative posture. After enough laughter, Ma Hongjun climbed off the bed and mimicked Oscar, winking at Tang-san. Third brother, could you also massage my legs, please? His tone was even more exaggerated than Oscar's. Tang-san regarded Ma Hongjun's playful demeanor, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Ma Hongjun froze, momentarily taken aback. Tang-san continued in a leisurely manner. I could use my 8 spider lances to give you a massage. I've heard that certain toxins can be medicinal, helping to unblock meridians and invigorate blood flow. As he spoke, he pretended to summon the 8 spider lances from his back, teasing, let us see if the toxin from my 8 spider lances works on you. Please. No. Third brother. I was wrong. Ma Hongjun's face paled in terror, his smile vanishing as he clutched a pillow to shield his head. Retreating to the corner of the bed, his voice quivering, Tang-san's gaze shifted to Oscar, who had been the most enthusiastic in his mimicry. Oscar met Tang-san's playful eyes and shivered, promptly wrapping himself tightly in his blanket, revealing only his eyes, as he pleaded, No. Xiao-san. I want to dare again. Tang-san's gaze drifted to Dai Mubai and the quietly meditating Wu Xuanma. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and sat up straight, signaling his honesty. Wu Xuanma merely opened his eyes and cast a calm glance at Tang-san, a lingering smile still gracing his lips. Tang-san, now satisfied, nodded and set aside his playful demeanor, speaking softly, it is time to sleep. The room fell silent instantly. Dai Mubai and Oscar obediently lay down as well. Ma Hongjun, still shaken, lowered his pillow, only releasing a sigh of relief after confirming that Tang-san had indeed withdrawn his threat regarding the soul bone. And he lay down with lingering trepidation. Wu Xian-mo gradually retracted his cultivation technique, concluding his practice for the night. Chapter 42, The Challenge Beyond 1's Rank. Several days after departing from Soto City, the group from Shrek arrived at the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom, Sylvis City. As evening descended, Master Yu Xiaojiang did not direct the group to rest immediately. Instead, he led them straight to the city center, where the dazzling and boisterous structure of the Sylvis Soul Arena stood. Master, what are we doing here? Tang-san inquired, puzzled. The journey during the day had been quite exhausting, and it seemed prudent to recuperate at night. The master's gaze swept over the 8 youths clad in uniform black outfits and silver masks, his voice deep and solemn. We are to engage in a team battle. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. However, they encountered a complication at the registration desk. Since Tang-san had already acquired the Golden Soul badge, the entire Shrek 8 Monsters team was consequently rated at the Golden Soul level. This implied that they would find it challenging to locate equally ranked opponents for a team battle in regular matches. An overranked challenge. The master did not hesitate. Directly addressing the staff, find us a suitable opponent. The staff perused the records and soon presented information about a team named the Fierce God Squad to the master. Upon reviewing the alarming descriptions of their battle records, where opponents were frequently injured or even killed, employing extremely ruthless tactics, alongside their terrifying win rates far exceeding those of typical Silver Soul teams, the Master's expression grew even more severe. Let it be them, the Master declared decisively. In the resting area provided by the Soul Arena, the Master informed the group about the Fierce God Squad's details and issued a clear directive for tonight's match. I permit you to utilize Tang-san's hidden weapons. He paused, his sharp gaze scanning each masked face. Remember, your adversaries are genuine villains, intent on incapacitating or even killing you. Discard any unnecessary mercy. This is a battle of life and death. A heavy sense of pressure enveloped everyone. Tang-san silently retrieved 8 cold metallic contraptions, the Zhuge Divine Crossbows, from the night of the bright moon on the 24 bridges, distributing them among his companions. The chilling touch and intricate mechanisms made it clear to all that this was no trivial matter. Prepare yourselves and follow my lead. Tang-san's voice resonated with an unusual calm behind his mask. At the end of the passage, blinding soul guide lights flooded in, accompanied by a cacophony akin to roaring waves. The Shrek 8 monsters, adorned with silver masks and clad in dark uniforms, silently stepped onto the competition stage, wielding the Zhuge Divine Crossbows. Opposite them stood 8 brawny men, their faces twisted with ferocity and their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint, the Fierce God Squad. Bare-chested, they displayed bulging muscles and numerous scars, resembling beasts ready to devour their prey. Upon witnessing the frail appearance of the Shrek 8 monsters, the members of the Fierce God team erupted into a cacophony of malicious laughter and vile insults. Ha ha ha, a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears children, donning masks to conjure illusions? With such delicate skin, we shall tear you to shreds and feed you to the dogs. They jeered. Fear not, little ladies. Soon you shall discover the true meaning of pleasure. The air was thick with the stench of their derogatory and threatening words. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing tensed visibly, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun, gripping the Zhuge crossbows, felt their hands tremble. Dai Mubai's gaze was frigid, and Tang Xin bore an expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanma, with his long black hair tied back, regarded the scene through the slits of his mask. His eyes calm as still waters, as if the foul remarks were merely a gentle breeze passing by. His grip on the crossbow remained as steady as a rock. The host's impassioned voice rang out. The Shrek 8 monsters, at the Spirit King level, are challenging the 40th level Soul Sect, renowned for their ferocity, the Fierce God Team. The match begins. Kill. The 8 members of the Fierce God Team surged forth like unleashed wild dogs, their eyes glinting with a cruel red light. Their spirit rings flared to life, yet they did not manifest their martial souls. Instead, they relied on their formidable physical prowess and intimidating presence, charging towards the Shrek 8 monsters with wild abandon. Their intent was unmistakable, to rend these lambs for slaughter into pieces at the earliest opportunity. A chilling aura of murder surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating Ning Rongrong. In that critical moment, Tang San's voice, calm as ice, pierced the tension. Prepare. The 8 Zhuge crossbows were simultaneously raised, their dark arrow slots aimed at the oncoming shadows of the Fierce God Team. Fire. The sound of 8 crisp and lethal mechanisms echoed as one. In the next instant, a multitude of piercing whistling sounds tore through the air. 64 specially forged, high-penetration steel arrows, akin to a storm unleashed by death, instantly filled the path of the charging Fierce God Team. The speed was blinding, the distance too short. Thud, thud, thud. The dense and muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh replaced the roars of the assailants. Blood sprayed forth under the harsh lighting, a tragic bloom of crimson. The foremost members of the Fierce God Team were struck as if by an invisible hammer, violently hurled backward, their bodies riddled with gaping, blood-spewing wounds. Their screams were abruptly silenced, replaced by the gasping sounds of air escaping from punctured throats. The remaining members, eyes wide with terror, attempted to halt or evade. But the arrow's speed far surpassed their reaction capabilities. More arrows mercilessly pierced their chests, abdomens, and limbs. In but a breath, the 8 once mighty thugs, brimming with arrogance, collapsed like harvested wheat in a pool of blood. The entire arena was instantly enveloped in a thick, iron-like scent of carnage. Their bodies were peppered with countless arrow holes, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. Some lay twitching in unconsciousness, yet it was evident they had completely lost their fighting spirit, teetering on the brink of death. Silence descended. The once cacophonous arena of battle has now descended into an eerie silence. The audience stares, dumbfounded, at the bloody reversal that has transpired in the blink of an eye, their minds rendered blank. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Wu is the first from the Shrek team to cover her mouth and dash off the stage. Following her are Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, their faces as pale as parchment, a wave of nausea compelling them to stagger away. Though Oscar and Ma Hongjun managed to fight back the urge to vomit, their legs tremble, and their stomachs churn violently as they scramble to escape this gruesome scene. Only Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Wu Xuanmo remain on stage. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's distressing retching from the edge of the arena, a flicker of concern crosses Dai Mubai's eyes as he leaps off the platform and swiftly approaches her, offering quiet words of comfort. Tang San, on the other hand, hastily stows away the Zhuge crossbow and pursues the direction in which Xiao Wu has fled. The vast arena is left with Wu Xuanma standing alone, his inky black hair swaying gently in the blood-tainted breeze. He casts a glance at his distressed companions below and then turns towards the host, who is visibly stunned by the horrific spectacle, and calmly declares, "The results of the match can now be announced." The host, roused from his stupor, gazes at the solitary figure on stage amidst the pool of blood, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Shrek 8 monsters have successfully challenged the fearsome God Squad. With the announcement complete, Wu Xuanma does not linger. He turns and strides down the platform with measured steps, as if the preceding scene of carnage were entirely unrelated to him. At the entrance, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong continue to retch, while Xiao Wu leans against Tang San, her body trembling slightly, and Zhu Zhuqing is supported by Dai Mubai, her complexion still ashen. Silence envelopes them, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, with the lingering scent of blood hanging thick in the air. Wu Xuanma approaches them and removes his mask, revealing a handsome yet serene visage. His dark eyes sweep over the group as he speaks, his voice low yet distinctly audible to all. It is entirely normal to feel unaccustomed in the face of such an experience. I too have faced it. All eyes are drawn to him as he continues. Not long ago, I had just acquired my second soul ring. My tone remains flat, as if recounting a tale detached from myself. I encountered a band of brigands who engaged in rampant destruction, akin to today's fearsome god squad. They soon discovered my presence, and their leader, a soul master, sought to end my life. His gaze sharpened slightly, revealing a glimmer of intensity. In the end, I turned the tables and defeated him. In this world, his voice carries a weight beyond his years. Such scenes are experiences we must endure. Otherwise, we shall be the ones to perish. At that moment, Master Yu Shaojiang and Dean Flender approach. The master observes the varying states of his disciples and speaks solemnly. Wu Xuanma speaks the truth. This is a hurdle you must confront and surmount. Facing it now is far more advantageous than encountering it later on a true battlefield, where you must grapple with life and death against your foes. Otherwise, it will be you who falls. Any formidable soul master inevitably bears the stains of their adversary's blood. Having undergone such a baptism, the battles of soul masters are by no means child's play. Dean Flender adjusted his spectacles, his gaze sweeping over the swiftly removed members of the fearsome team on the ground, and added, "You need not burden yourselves with excessive psychological weight. This fearsome team, under the guise of combat for glory, has indeed engaged in acts of violent crime. According to the records of the combat arena, their encounters at the Silver Soul level resulted in 63 fatalities and 98 injuries. Such a litany of crimes has not only gone unpunished, but has also garnered them substantial profits, even attracting the attention and invitations from certain factions. Today, they were severely wounded by the hidden weapons of Little San. Though their lives are spared, they have completely lost their combat capability and will no longer perpetrate their misdeeds. This is indeed a positive development for the vast multitude of ordinary soul masters." The master concluded sternly, "If you do not wish to become the center of attention in the city, promptly stow away your masks and depart with us." The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly concealed their masks. Under the guidance of Flender and the master, the group swiftly exited the blood-soaked arena and returned to their lodgings. As before, the boys occupied one room while the girls had another. The atmosphere within the room was heavy. Dai Mubai leaned against the headboard, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also lost their usual levity. Their faces remained pale, their expressions silent and complex. Tang Sen sat on the edge of the bed, his brow furrowed, evidently processing the recent events. Wu Xuanma, as per his custom, chose a spot by the window, sitting cross-legged, his inky hair cascading naturally. He closed his eyes, and the elemental vortex technique began to operate quietly. The 9 minuscule elemental vortices within him whirled faster, fervently capturing and refining the energy in the air. The gruesome scene from earlier seemed to leave little ripple in his heart. Rather, it appeared to awaken some deeply buried memories, intensifying his pure yearning for power. In this moment, he distinctly sensed that the barrier of his peak 38th level soul power, under the continuous assault of refined energy, had become as thin as a cicada's wing, on the verge of breaking through. The hotel lights illuminated his calm and focused profile, starkly contrasting with the heavy hearts of the others in the room. The night in Silv City was destined to leave many restless, yet for Wu Xuanma, it was merely a commonplace night, one to quickly enhance his strength in preparation for the forthcoming journey to the Heaven Do Empire. Chapter 43, Heaven Do Royal Academy. The shadows of Silv City had not entirely lifted when the Shrek Academy group finally arrived at the heart of the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, they reached the foot of the mountain housing the Heaven Do Royal Academy. "Look, this mountain and the lake below belong to the Heaven Do Royal Academy," Ning Rongrong pointed out, introducing the splendid and grand territory of the academy. The verdant peaks towered, the lake mirrored the sky, and the architectural complex, built against the mountainside, radiated a luxurious sheen under the sunlight. Such grandeur is far beyond the simplicity of Shrek Academy. As the crowd stood astonished by the scene before them, preparing to ascend the steps, a group of students clad in the royal attire of the Tindo Royal Academy descended from the mountain with an air of arrogance, effectively obstructing their path. At the forefront was a young scholar, richly dressed and exuding a flippant demeanor, whose gaze swept disdainfully over the simple attire of the Shrek Academy members, particularly noting Flander's iconic, worn-out soul master robe. With a frown, he addressed them in a hostile tone. "Hey, who are you? This is the Tindo Royal Academy. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry." Dean Flander furrowed his brow, but maintained his composure befitting his position. He stepped forward and replied, "We are from Shrek Academy, here at the invitation of your Tindo Royal Academy for an exchange. Kindly lead the way." "Shrek Academy?" The leading young scholar scoffed as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. "You wish to exchange with our academy? Just look at your ragtag bunch." Laughter erupted from the students behind him, one of whom arrogantly shouted, "Where do these country bumpkins come from? You should leave at once. The Tindo Royal Academy is not a refugee shelter." Amidst the crowd stood Wu Xuanma, his inky hair tied back, his handsome and refined visage betraying little emotion. Though a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes, he recognized the leading youth as Shui, the fourth prince of the Tindo Empire. Although he understood that the prince's current arrogance was largely a fade, a means of self-preservation amidst royal intrigue, the contemptuous words and demeanor, along with the unmasked disdain from the students behind him, stirred a chill within Wu Xuanma's heart. He refrained from intervening on behalf of Dai Mubai, aware that this conflict was an inevitable part of the unfolding narrative. Indeed, Dai Mubai could hardly tolerate such affront. With his fiery temperament and the pride of his white tiger martial soul, he could not endure such humiliation. Say that again, if you dare. He stepped forward, his overwhelming presence erupting instantaneously. What? Do you wish to fight? Shui, perceived by the onlookers merely as an arrogant student, met his challenge without yielding. A flicker of cunning triumph flashing in his eyes as he released his soul power in retaliation. However, the disparity in strength was colossal. Shui's soul power was vastly inferior to Dai Mubai's. In an instant, without even unleashing his martial soul, Dai Mubai relied solely on his formidable physical prowess and soul power, swiftly toppling Shui to the ground with ease. The Tiandi-level students accompanying Shui stood frozen, their faces pale as they witnessed their leader's swift defeat, paralyzed by fear and utterly unable to advance. Observing the disheveled Shui on the ground and his stupefied companions, Flander and other teachers like Zhao Wujia felt no sense of relief. Instead, a shadow of concern loomed over them. The attitude displayed by the other side offered a glimpse into the academy's management. Was arriving at such a place truly the right decision? At that moment, a desperate voice echoed, "Stop!" A figure darted down the mountain with urgency. It was Qin Ming, who had evidently witnessed the climax of the conflict. Shui, seeing what appeared to be his savior, hastily struggled to his feet, pointing at Dai Mubai and the Shrek members, indignantly exclaiming to Qin Ming, "Teacher Qin, they dared to commit violence at the academy gate." However, what left Avalanche and all the Tianwei-level students utterly astonished was Qin Ming's complete disregard for his accusations. Instead, he briskly approached Flander, his expression a blend of excitement and reverence, and deeply bowed. "Dean, esteemed teachers, you have finally arrived." This revelation rendered Avalanche and the others speechless. It was only then that Qin Ming turned his attention to Avalanche and the others, his countenance darkening. "You lot, how dare you show such disrespect to our esteemed guests from afar? Each of you shall run 10 laps around the playground." Immediately, at once, Avalanche opened his mouth, seemingly intent on defending himself, but under Qin Ming's stern gaze, he ultimately settled for a resentful glare at the Shrek contingent, particularly at Dai Mubai, before retreating with a group of dejected students. "Dean, esteemed teachers, fellow students, please follow me." Qin Ming turned, warmly leading everyone into the academy. Along the way, he elaborated. Currently, the Tindo Royal Academy boasts over 500 students, predominantly scions of nobility from the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. We have more than 50 educators. In terms of faculty strength and resources, we are undoubtedly well equipped. However, Qin Ming paused, shaking his head in resignation. As for the overall quality and ambition of the students, he left the thought unspoken, yet the implication was clear. Master Yu Xiaojing interjected. "With over 500 students, their abilities must surely vary greatly." "Indeed, Master," Qin Ming nodded. "The academy categorizes students into 3 levels. Those below level 25 are classified as Tianwei level, those between 25 and 30 as Tianjia level, and those above 30 as the highest, Tindo level." The 8 members of the previous Imperial fighting team were all exceptional representatives of the Tindo level. The students we encountered at the foot of the mountain were all Tianwei level. The classification of teachers is quite similar. Those between level 40 and 50 are Tianwei level teachers, those from 50 to 60 are Tianjia level teachers, and those above 60 are Tindo level teachers. The upper echelons of the academy are composed of a committee of 3 Tindo level teachers, the most experienced and powerful among them. As they spoke, the group arrived before a magnificent hall, the Tindo Royal Academy's teaching committee. Upon entering the spacious and brightly lit chamber, 3 formidable presences emanated from the inner sanctum. Shortly thereafter, 3 spirited elders emerged. The foremost figure, of medium stature with profound, wise eyes, stepped forward, his voice gentle yet imbued with an unspoken authority. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. I am Meng Shinji, chairman of the teaching committee, a soul master of the Black Demon, an 86th level control type soul Douluo." As he spoke, 8 soul rings quietly appeared and then vanished beneath his feet. To his left, a slightly portly elder with a kindly demeanor approached. "I am Bai Baoshan, vice chairman of the teaching committee, a soul master of the Heavenly Star Furnace, an 85th level defense type soul Douluo." The shadow of his soul rings flickered momentarily. To his right, a slender elder with hawk-like, sharp eyes stepped forward. I am Jilin, the third member of the teaching committee. A soul master of the heavenly green vine, an 83rd level control type soul Douluo. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The presence of 3 soul Douluo level committee members instilled a sense of awe in the hearts of the Shrek group. Once everyone was seated within the committee hall, Chairman Meng Xinji smiled and said, I have heard from Qin Ming that it was these children who triumphed over our academy's pride, the Imperial Fighting Team. Truly remarkable. Under the esteemed guidance of your institution, Qin Ming has achieved remarkable accomplishments. And it is astonishing to realize that your academy can nurture such a multitude of prodigious young talents. Shrek Academy lives up to its illustrious reputation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and commendations, Chairman Meng Xinji made his stance clear. Qin Ming has already apprised us of his thoughts. Rest assured, unless the esteemed teachers volunteer, the academy shall not assign any teaching responsibilities. Here, every action of yours is free, and the academy will provide the finest resources and environment. At this juncture, the soul Douluo turned his gaze toward the members of Shrek. Imbued with a scrutinizing intent, I have heard from Teacher Qin that your academy boasts an exceptionally talented control-type soul master. May I inquire as to their identity? The master responded calmly. I do not presume to claim the title of genius. I am Tang San. Stepping forward respectfully, Tang San bowed and greeted. Greetings to the 3 esteemed teachers. However, before he could finish his words, a gentle yet overwhelming pressure enveloped him instantaneously. It was Jilin's formidable presence. He did not unleash his martial soul. Instead, he exerted his immense soul power as an invisible mountain, testing the limits of the young man. Caught off guard, Tang San let out a muffled groan as his body sank under the weight, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to operate the Xiantian art in resistance. Under the immense pressure, his clothing billowed slightly, and the phantom of the 8 spider lance flickered into visibility, as if responding to the stimulus, eager to break free. This silent contest persisted for a moment, with Jilin's astonishment growing ever more pronounced. Ultimately, when the pressure reached a critical point, the 8 spider lance fully manifested behind Tang San, resonating and merging with his own soul power and aura on a deeper level. As the pressure dissipated, Master Jilin remarked, I am grateful for the facilitation by Soul Douluo Jilin, and explained to the committee that the external soul bone on Tang San had completely integrated under Jilin's pressure. The onlookers felt a sense of joy for Tang San's perseverance and achievements, and the atmosphere softened somewhat. However, just as the praises from Jilin subsided, the doors of the committee chamber were abruptly thrust open. A squad of fully armed royal guards filed in, swiftly taking positions on either side. Following them were 3 individuals. The foremost was clad in resplendent attire, exuding an air of arrogance. It was Prince Xuesheng. Behind him trailed the bruised and vengeful Prince Xuebing. The last figure was a gaunt elder, his hair and beard a deep green, with a gaze as venomous as a serpent. The moment he appeared, a chilling, sinister aura permeated the entire hall, causing even the 3 soul Douluo committee members to feel a momentary constriction in their breathing. Chairman Meng Xinji's expression shifted, and he rose to address the prince. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Prince Xuesheng scoffed, surveying the members of Shrek, particularly lingering his gaze on Flanders with unabashed disdain. Chairman Meng Xinji, I have heard that you intend to collaborate with this so-called Shrek Academy? Is it these individuals? Meng Xinji suppressed his anger, replying, Indeed, Your Highness. The teachers of Shrek Academy possess extraordinary abilities, and the students are exceptionally gifted. This is precisely why our academy. Enough. Prince Xuesheng interrupted brusquely. I care not for their abilities. What I know is that they dared to injure a prince of the Tindo Empire at the gates of the Tindo Royal Academy. He pointed at the injuries on Avalanche's face, declaring that such acts of defiance against royal authority were utterly intolerable, a veritable farce. The faces of Flanders and the others turned ashen. Dai Mubai, seething with rage, was about to confront him, but was swiftly restrained by Wu Xuanma, who subtly shook his head and gestured for him to remain calm. Dream Machine exclaimed, Your Highness, there may be a misunderstanding here, and Avalanche has also acted inappropriately. Please do not go too far. Too far. Prince Xuesheng scoffed, his demeanor haughty. Dream Machine, it seems you have forgotten that within the Academy of the Royal Titled Douluo, I am the appointed overseer of the Empire, possessing the authority over personnel decisions. His gaze shifted to the elderly man with emerald hair, his tone becoming obsequious. Mr. Dugu, I implore you to intervene and demonstrate to me the true capabilities of these so-called exceptional individuals. If they can withstand 5 minutes under your hand, I shall permit their stay. Otherwise, he cast a chilling glance towards the Shrek group. I kindly request that you vacate the academy immediately. The elder known as Mr. Dugu slightly lifted his eyelids, and an oppressive aura descended upon the room like a tangible force. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, rose slowly from beneath him, representing the pinnacle of soul masters. The pressure they exuded rendered everyone present, save for the 3 council members, feeling as if a colossal iceberg had settled upon them, hindering the flow of their soul power. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others turned pale, trembling involuntarily. Wu Xuanma, too, felt a constriction in his breath as the operation of his technique, the elemental vortex, faltered momentarily, struggling to resist the terrifying pressure of a Titled Douluo. Master Yu Xiaozhang's pupils constricted sharply, and just before Flanders could erupt, he grasped him firmly. Bearing the immense weight of the situation, Master spoke. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet remarkably clear. Your surname is Douluo, and you carry a palpable aura of bloodlust, with your martial spirit being the Phosphor Serpent King. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Titled Douluo known as Poison, Elder Douluo. A flicker of surprise crossed Douluo's eyes, astonished that someone could so readily unveil his identity. He shot Master a cold glance. His voice hoarse. Since you know my name, why do you not depart at once? Do you wish for me to escort you personally? Master inhaled deeply, grasping Flanders, and addressed the Shrek group with a solemnity that resonated with humiliation and resolve. Flanders, we must leave. His voice was laden with indignation. Flanders' eyes blazed crimson. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded into his flesh. Zhao Wujing and the others were equally incensed. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the Titled Douluo, resistance proved futile. Turning to the 3 elders of the council, Master bowed deeply. We shall forever remember the warm hospitality you have shown us today. This incident will be etched in our hearts. Until we meet again. He emphasized the words, etched in our hearts. With that, Master resolutely turned, pulling the nearly enraged Flanders along with him, accompanied by the indignant Shrek group. As they stepped back, one by one, under the suffocating pressure of Douluo and the triumphant yet resentful gazes of Prince Xuesheng and Prince Avalanche. As Tang San walked last, he brushed past the members of the Imperial fighting team who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Douluo immediately recognized him, pointing at Tang San and whispering to Douluo, Grandfather, it was he who deciphered my glazed poison last time. Douluo's cold gaze swiftly locked onto Tang San's retreating figure, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. Within the Education Committee, Dream Machine observed the departing figures of the Shrek team, then glanced at the smug Prince Xuesheng and the resentful Xuebing, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Your Highness, what you have done today has personally severed the hope for the rise of the Tindo Royal Academy. I shall certainly report this matter to His Majesty. Bai Baoshan and Jilin wore expressions of indignation and helplessness. At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, bowing deeply to the 3 committee members, esteemed committee members. I am deeply grateful for your care over the years. However, regarding today's events, I believe I must leave the academy. Qin Ming. Dream Machine attempted to retain him. Qin Ming raised his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering. I appreciate the good intentions of the 3 committee members. Yet, Shrek Academy is my root, my place of learning. Now that the royal family loathes us Shrek Academy members and drives us away, how can I possibly remain here with any dignity? When I first arrived at Tindo Royal Academy, I was all alone. Today, as I depart, I remain just as solitary. Esteemed committee members, take care. I bid you farewell. With that, Qin Ming no longer hesitated, turning swiftly to chase after the direction of the Shrek team. As they watched Qin Ming's departing figure, the 3 committee members appeared to age significantly in an instant, slumping despondently into their chairs. The mountain path leading away from Tindo Royal Academy felt particularly long and burdensome. Shame and anger burned like flames in each person's heart. Damn it, what a ridiculous Royal Academy. Looking down on others, Ma Hongjun was the first to erupt in anger. And that Prince Xuesheng and Poison Douluo are utterly intolerable. Dai Mubai's fists cracked ominously. We shall leave. Suddenly halting. Dean Flanders' expression transformed from despair and rage to a resolute determination, his gaze behind his glasses sharp as a blade. If the Tindo Royal Academy does not keep us, it is their loss. We Shrek need not depend on anyone. Indeed, the Dean speaks wisely. Zhao Wujia echoed loudly. We shall rebuild Shrek Academy. Oscar shouted excitedly. Rebuild Shrek. The crowd united in a chorus, their suppressed fury transforming into a resolute determination to restore their home. Flanders inhaled deeply, surveying this group of comrades who had shared joys and sorrows, nodding emphatically. Very well. We shall rebuild Shrek. But before that, he gazed towards the bustling Tindo city in the distance. We must first find a place to settle in this city. Chapter 44, Blue Tyrant Academy. Bearing the humiliation of being expelled from Tindo Royal Academy and the determination to rebuild Shrek, they finally stepped through the grand gates of Tindo City. The flourishing market and the ceaseless throng of people temporarily alleviated the gloom in their hearts, though the weighty feeling lingered. Dean Flanders' gaze swept over the bulletin board near the city gate, hoping to uncover some clues or opportunities. Suddenly, a massive recruitment notice captured his attention. The Blue Ba Academy of Advanced Soul Masters, due to its own expansion, is earnestly seeking the following personnel: 10 Soul Masters of level 40 and above, with preference given to those possessing greater soul power. Once employed, the remuneration will be generous. Blue Ba Academy? Flander murmured, his gaze behind his glasses glinting with intrigue. It seemed like an opportunity. While others were engrossed in discussions about this recruitment information, Wu Xuanma's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous wanted poster tucked away in the corner of the bulletin board. It depicted a gloomy-faced youth with short purple hair. The reason for the wanted notice was conspicuously stated: theft of a soul bone from the spirit hall. Wu Xuanma's pupils involuntarily contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with that image. It was the guise he had meticulously crafted at the age of 8 using a sound-masking mask. On that occasion, he had taken a tremendous risk to infiltrate the spirit hall's branch, with the goal of acquiring that precious left leg bone of spatial attribute. That soul bone later became one of the most vital components for the fusion of his external soul bone, the elemental universe wings. Although several years had passed since that event, and the elemental universe wings had long since become an inseparable part of him, the sudden sight of this wanted poster, featuring the likeness of the criminal he had sculpted himself, left Wu Xuanma momentarily dazed and lost in thought. A clandestine sense of anxiety, known only to him, swept through his heart. He swiftly averted his gaze, restoring his outward composure as if it were merely a casual glance. At that moment, Qin Ming, familiar with the circumstances of Tindo City, began to introduce: Director, esteemed teachers, I am acquainted with this Blue Ba Academy. It is located within Tindo City. Although its scale is not as vast as that of the Tindo Royal Academy, it boasts a rigorous teaching style and a commendable reputation. Moreover, it adheres to a rather unique principle. It only admits commoner students, rejecting all noble offspring. Only admitting commoners? A spark of enlightenment flickered in Flanders' eyes. Without hesitation, he declared, "Excellent. Let us proceed to this Blue Ba Academy." Under Flanders' guidance, the group, filled with hope, made their way to Blue Ba Academy. The academy's environment was tranquil, with simple yet earnest architecture exuding a scholarly atmosphere. They were greeted by the academy's music teacher, as the teachers from Shrek Academy, including Qin Ming, who had just resigned from the Tindo Royal Academy, released their soul rings: Flander, Zhao Wujin, Xiao Exin, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and Qin Ming. The dazzling brilliance of the soul rings instantly illuminated the entire reception room. The music teacher was utterly astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. This lineup was sufficient to rival the top-tier faculty of many established advanced soul master academies. He stammered, "Esteemed seniors, your prowess is astonishing, far exceeding our academy's recruitment requirements. This matter is beyond my capacity to evaluate. Please allow me to report to the director for a decision." Soon, under the guidance of the music teacher, the group arrived at a serene bamboo grove located deep within the academy. The music teacher respectfully called out, "Director, several prospective teachers have arrived, and their strength is remarkable. Your personal judgment is required." A clear and somewhat heroic voice emanated from within the bamboo house. "Oh, remarkable strength? Music teacher, you seldom use such terms. Please invite them in." Upon hearing this voice, Master Yu Xiaojing felt as though a thunderclap had struck the ground beneath him. He froze suddenly, his complexion paling in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound anguish, a desire to evade. Almost instinctively, he turned to flee. Xiao Gang, Flander, quick and decisive, grasped the master's shoulder with astonishing strength. Lowering his voice, tinged with undeniable firmness and a hint of heartache, he implored, "How much longer will you continue to evade? 20 years. A full 2 decades. Can you truly bear not to even see her once?" Just as Flander held the master firm, the door of the bamboo house creaked open. A tall, graceful woman, strikingly beautiful yet exuding a fierce temperament, emerged. She was none other than the head of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's gaze swept over the crowd casually. But when her eyes fell upon the figure held firmly by Flander, turned away from her and trembling slightly, time seemed to freeze. The casualness on her face vanished, replaced by sheer shock, ecstatic joy, and disbelief. "Is it really you, Xiao Gang?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled uncontrollably as she staggered forward, grasping the master's arm and forcefully turning him around, her beautiful eyes fixated on that face, one that had haunted her dreams for 20 years, filled with pain and weariness. "Surely, I am not dreaming." The master stood rigid, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a single word. Flander, observing this poignant scene, felt a tumult of emotions within. He inhaled deeply, breaking the suffocating silence. "Erlong, I never expected to see you here. After all these years, how have you been?" It seemed Lu Erlong only then noticed Flander's presence. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she composed her expression, yet her gaze towards Flander remained charged with excitement and complexity. Flander? Is it truly you? After so many years, you look just the same. Flander offered a bittersweet smile, adjusting his glasses. I have aged. Come, Erlong. Allow me to introduce you to my students from Shrek Academy. He introduced Zhao Wujia, Qin Ming, and the others, finally gesturing to the master. This one needs no introduction, I presume. Lu Erlong's gaze never wavered from the master. She nodded and then asked Flander, what is going on here? When did you find yourself in such dire straits as to bring your students here seeking work? Knowing Flander as she did, she understood that such a situation could only arise from significant upheaval. With a deep sigh, Flander recounted how they had been invited by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, how they faced challenges from an avalanche, and how they were humiliated and expelled by Prince Shui Xing and the poisoned Doa, Dugobo, along with the circumstances that led to Qin Ming's resignation to follow them. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's brows furrowed, her eyes ablaze with fury. What a Heaven Do Royal Academy! They dare to bully even you, Flander. With a decisive wave of her hand, she resolutely declared, Flander, put all thoughts aside. My place is your place. Everyone shall stay. From now on, this is your home. Flander felt a surge of emotion, yet he instinctively replied, Erlong, our demands may be quite high. Can you truly bear that? Lu Erlong beamed with an undeniable air of confidence, her smile radiating a sense of grandeur. Issues regarding remuneration? Full on, have you lost your senses? You are the leader of our golden triangle. From this moment forth, this academy shall be yours. You are the dean. She turned to the astonished Yin Shu and the equally shocked members of Shrek, proclaiming, Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting for all faculty and students to officially rename the academy to Shrek Academy. An uproar of astonishment erupted among the Shrek crowd. A turning point had emerged, a glimmer of hope in dire straits. They not only found a refuge, but also gained a fully equipped academy as their new home. The surprise came as a complete shock. Lu Erlong, with swift decisiveness, instructed the still-dazed Yin Shu, please inform everyone immediately about the meeting tomorrow. Also, these are my friends, so arrange for the best banquet in the second-floor private dining room. Understood, Dean. Yin Shu replied instinctively. Lu Erlong swiftly corrected her, no? From now on, I am the vice dean. She pointed to Falan, is the dean. Yes, vice dean. Yin Shu hurriedly amended, her mind racing with astonishment as she rushed to make arrangements. The group moved to the second-floor private dining room of the academy. Soon, a sumptuous spread of dishes filled the table, exuding an enticing aroma. The tribulations and humiliations of recent days seemed to fade away, momentarily overshadowed by the delightful feast and newfound hope. As everyone took their seats, they began to savor this momentous dinner. The atmosphere at the table was nuanced. Master Yu Xiaojing kept his head bowed, silent and seemingly detached from everything around him. Lu Erlong's gaze occasionally fell upon him, filled with complex, unspoken emotions. After a while, Master suddenly rose, leaning towards Tang San and quietly said, Xiao San, come outside with me. Tang San, bewildered, nonetheless followed Master out of the bustling dining room. Fulan observed their departing figures and then turned to Lu Erlong, whispering, Erlong, are you not concerned that Xiaojing may run away again? Lu Erlong raised her glass, taking a gentle sip, a confident yet slightly domineering smile gracing her features as her gaze fixed intently on the doorway. Fulan, do you truly believe that he could possibly evade me again? The conviction and subtle edge in her tone elicited quiet chuckles from Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others nearby. Before long, Lu Erlong seemed unable to remain seated any longer. She set down her glass and remarked to Fulan, I shall go take a look, and rose to leave the dining room. Fulan watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the students around him, who were enjoying their meal with gusto. A hint of a resigned yet understanding smile appearing on his face as he followed her out. Wu Xuanma observed everything with keen eyes. He set down his chopsticks. Understanding the unfolding narrative, the moment when Tang San was captured by Dugu Bo had arrived. Simultaneously, he astutely recognized that with Dean Fulan, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, and Master absent, it was the perfect opportunity for him to address some personal matters. Although the Limit Adaptive Spirit Ring and the Chaos Primordial Spirit Lotus he had exchanged could not be absorbed at the moment, the breakthrough in his soul power was urgent. I'm full. I'll step outside for some fresh air, Wu Xuanma said to Dai Mubai and the others before rising to leave the dining room. He did not linger in the bustling academy, but sought refuge in a secluded grove. After confirming that no one was around, he sat cross-legged upon a slab of azure stone, his inky hair cascading over his shoulders. Closing his eyes, he activated the Yuan Vortex Guidance Technique with all his might. The 9 minuscule elemental vortices within him began to whirl at an unprecedented speed. wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space. These 9 elemental energies were irresistibly drawn to him, converging from all directions to form nearly imperceptible specks of light that fused into his being. Having accumulated energy during his previous travels, particularly under the oppressive aura of Douluo during the humiliation at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and with 2 months of relentless refinement and compression of the Yuan Vortex guidance technique, he stood at the very threshold of level 38. At this moment, undistracted and fully committed, he surged forward, and the resilient barrier before him cracked like a dam breached by floodwaters. A soft hum resonated within him, as if something had been unlocked. The torrent of soul power surged forth like a river breaching its banks, instantly overcoming the final obstruction and flooding into a broader realm. Level 39. A breakthrough that came as naturally as water flows downhill. The total volume and purity of his soul power escalated to a new height. In that fleeting moment of transcendence, the 9 elemental vortices seemed to swell slightly, enhancing their efficiency in absorbing and refining external energies. Wu Xuanma did not pause. He continued to circulate his technique, solidifying his newly attained realm while guiding the surging soul power through his expanded meridians. He felt the invigorating sensation of strength within him, his heart serene. The tempest of Tindo City was only just beginning. Greater power was the foundation for confronting all challenges. As night deepened, the grove enveloped in tranquility. The young man radiated a faint 9-colored luminescence, accompanied by the steady rhythm of his breathing. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky at the opposite end of the academy, a streak of emerald light carried a figure, silently racing towards the sunset forest. Chapter 45. The Fourth Soul Ring and the Distribution of Soul Bones. Principal Flander, Vice Principal Lu Erlong, and Master had hurriedly departed the academy to search for Tang San, who had been abducted by Douluo, and had been away for 2 or 3 days. The management of the academy was temporarily entrusted to teachers like Zhao Wujia. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense due to Tang San's disappearance, regular classes and training continued unabated. Wu Xuanma stood before the window of his dormitory, gazing at the familiar scene of the academy outside. His dark hair was tied back, and a contemplative expression graced his handsome visage. He understood that with these core figures of the academy absent, this was the perfect opportunity for him to address some personal matters. However, his soul power was stuck at level 39, just a step away from absorbing the precious Extreme Soul Ring. Just a little more, Wu Xuanma murmured to himself. He closed his eyes, his consciousness diving into the system interface. The versatile sign-in system store unfolded in his mind. The points displayed a total of 23. Skillfully navigating the directory of medicinal pills, he quickly located his target. Soul-enhancing pill. Effect. Can elevate the soul power of a soul master at the soul sovereign or soul sect level by 3 to 5 levels. Effectiveness varies based on individual foundation. Restriction. Can only be exchanged and consumed once per month. Required points. 5. That's it. A surge of joy welled up within Wu Xuanma. The 5-point experience was well within the realm of acceptability. Without hesitation, he opted for the exchange. A dragon eye-sized elixir, exuding a gentle, warm sheen of verdant hue, materialized within the system's domain. Wu Xuanma promptly retrieved it. The elixir was pleasantly warm to the touch, emanating a faint fragrance reminiscent of verdant foliage. He swiftly departed from his dormitory, making his way once more to the secluded grove nestled behind the academy. Ensuring that no one was around, he settled cross-legged, allowing the soul-enhancing pill to dissolve upon entry. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a torrent of immense, yet gentle pure energy that surged through his limbs and bones. This energy was far more refined and concentrated than the ambient essence he typically absorbed, requiring little refinement through the elemental vortex technique. As it swiftly transmuted into a formidable soul power, merging into his energy reservoir. Boom. The barrier at level 39 was effortlessly shattered by this overwhelming force, akin to paper. Level 40. Yet, the torrent of energy did not cease. It continued to swell, propelling his soul power to new heights. Level 41. Level 42. As the energy was completely absorbed and stabilized, Wu Xuanma's soul power astonishingly reached level 42. The effects of the soul-enhancing pill had been fully realized, elevating him by a full 3 levels. Success. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Wu Xuanma's eyes. With level 42 soul power, he could now absorb that soul ring. He immediately returned to his dormitory, quickly penned a note, stepped out for an errand, shall return shortly, do not worry. Wu Xuanma. After placing the note in a conspicuous spot, he vanished, stealthily leaving the academy. Drawing upon his familiarity with the outskirts of Tindo City and his remarkable speed, Wu Xuanma soon discovered a concealed, arid cave in the mountains far from the city. He moved boulders to block the entrance, leaving only a narrow opening for ventilation. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cave, Wuxuan took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. He then retrieved the soul ring from the system's space, which radiated a chaotic aura, as if a river of stars flowed within. The soul ring hovered above him, a heavy and ancient pressure pervading the air. Wuxuan activated the elemental vortex, 9 elemental whirlpools spinning rapidly within him, drawing the power of the soul ring gradually downward. As the soul ring made contact with his body, an incredibly violent energy surged through his meridians like a flood breaching a dam. The energy embedded in the soul ring far exceeded the cumulative total of the previous 3 rings, its ferocity beyond imagination. A fierce tearing sensation coursed through his entire being, as if his meridians were on the verge of rupture. Wuxuan grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his garments. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his effort to guide this tumultuous energy through his widening meridians, clashing, surging, and merging. The ethereal wings of the elemental universe flickered behind him, trembling slightly, as if resonating with the immense power contained within the soul ring, aiding him in bearing the burden. Time within the cave seemed to lose all significance. For an entire day and night, Wuxuan engaged in a grueling tug-of-war with this ferocious energy. His body felt as though it were steel, repeatedly forged in the crucible of destruction and rebirth. At last, at a critical juncture, the tempestuous energy gradually succumbed, akin to myriad rivers converging into the sea, fully integrating with his soul power's essence, thereby establishing a profound resonance with the elemental obliteration gun of his martial spirit. With a long exhale, Wuxuan released a cloud of murky breath, infused with a hint of chaotic energy. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze brimming with brilliance, exuding an air of composure and sharpness. Above him, a profound black soul ring quietly hovered, emanating a chillingly powerful aura. His 4th soul ring, aged 15,000 years. A subtle thought stirred within him as he sensed the influx of new soul skill information into his mind. 4th soul skill, Elemental Obliteration Strike, which can be amplified and mutated into a single element enhancement skill. Effect: the gun's body penetrates the earth, invoking 9 colored elements to surge skyward, creating 9 waves of devastating elemental shockwaves within a 30-meter diameter. The higher the soul power, the greater the range. Each wave randomly activates one of the elemental effects: wind, cutting hurricane; fire, explosive lava; water, high-pressure torrent; earth, rockburst spike; ice, frost nova; lightning, thunderstorm net; light, holy judgment; darkness, abyssal black hole; or space, dimensional disturbance. Subsequent effect: after the 9 waves of shock waves, residual elemental turbulence continues to inflict damage and inflicts corresponding negative statuses: slow, burn, daze, petrify, freeze, paralyze, purify, corrode, space tier. Characteristic: wide-ranging indiscriminate coverage. Random combinations of elemental effects, imposing composite attribute suppression on group targets. Impressive, Wuxuan silently praised. He conducted a brief experiment within the cave, controlling the power, and observed the gun's tip touch the ground, a fleeting flash of 9-colored radiance. Although the range was minuscule, the chaotic elemental aura and overwhelming sense of destruction that erupted in that moment filled him with immense satisfaction. This was undoubtedly a formidable clearing and control technique. Sensing the surging soul power within him, now magnitude stronger than before, Wuxuan's lips curled into a smile. Level 45. This period of seclusion had yielded great rewards. Without lingering, he swiftly cleared any traces within the cave, moved the boulders aside, and unfurled his elemental universe wings, low-altitude flight, to evade detection. Hastening his return to Shrek Academy, he arrived just in time. Shortly after settling his breath upon returning to the dormitory, a commotion erupted at the academy's gates. The weary yet relieved expressions of Flanders, Lu Erlong, and the masters signaled their return. Faced with the anxious inquiries of the crowd, Dean Flanders adjusted his glasses and solemnly stated, "Rest assured, Xiao-san is safe. By chance, he has gone into seclusion for cultivation. He will return, whether in a few months or up to a year, without fail." Though this explanation was somewhat vague, the assurance of Tang-san's safety eased the collective anxiety of the assembled crowd. Following this, Vice Dean Lu Erlong decisively announced, "From today forth, the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy shall be officially renamed Shrek Academy." This news instantly dispelled the previous gloom, and an enthusiastic cheer erupted throughout the academy. The new Shrek had finally taken root in the city of Tindo. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, a month had passed. The Shrek Academy has completed its rebranding, and various matters are now running smoothly, albeit with the absence of Tang-san. On this day, Wuxuan approached Dean Flinder and Master Yu Xiaojang. Dean, Master. Wu Xuanma spoke in a calm tone. During my travels across the continent, I fortuitously collected several soul bones. I believe a few of them are particularly suitable for Dai Labong, Oscar, Fatty, Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. I wish to present them as gifts to enhance the strength of our team. Flinder and the Master exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Soul bones are exceedingly precious. The fact that Wu Xuanma possesses more than one and is willing to share them is remarkable. Xuanma, soul bones are of significant importance. Are you certain? Dean Flinder inquired cautiously. Yes, Dean, Wu Xuanma nodded. They are of good quality and well suited to them. However, a quiet and secure place is required for absorption. The Master looked deeply at Wu Xuanma and nodded. Very well. This matter must remain strictly confidential. He understood the profound significance of Wu Xuanma's actions for the enhancement of the team's strength. Soon, under Flinder and the Master's arrangements, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were led to a secure and tranquil environment deep within the academy. Xuanma, you mentioned gifts for us? Ma Hongjun inquired. Rubbing his hands with curiosity, Wu Xuanma remained silent, instead retrieving 6 soul bones, each radiating different hues and varying in form from his storage ring. As the aura of the 6 soul bones spread, everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was taken aback by this grand gesture. Wu Xuanma presented the soul bones to each individual. Xiao Wu, soft bone rabbit right paw bone, Dai Mubai, diamond tiger claw bone, dual hands. Forming claw blades, Ma Hongjun, fire crane left paw bone, Oscar, sacred healing crystal armor, chest bone. Covering the front and back, Zhu Zhuqing, shadow rending claw, dual hands. Forearms to fingertips armor claws, Ning Rongrong, glazed mirror jade bone, spinal bone. These are the treasures I acquired during my travels. I believe they resonate most with you. Wu Xuanma explained succinctly. The Master stepped forward, meticulously examining each soul bone, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and ultimately nodded in affirmation. Xuanma is correct. These soul bones are of exceptional quality and perfectly align with your respective martial spirits. They are extraordinarily precious. Absorbing them will lead to a qualitative leap in your strength. Remember, during the absorption process, maintain focus and guide the power of the soul bones to merge with your own. The Master's affirmation dispelled any lingering doubts among the group, leaving only an ineffable sense of excitement and gratitude. Xuanma, this is too precious, Dai Mubai exclaimed, gazing at the imposing diamond tiger claw bone in his hands, his voice trembling. Thank you, Xuanma, Ning Rongrong said, cradling the warm and lustrous glazed mirror jade bone, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Xiao Wu, looking at the soft bone rabbit right paw bone that seemed to be formed from moonlight, expressed her complex feelings quietly, saying, thank you. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing also solemnly expressed their gratitude to Wu Xuanma. Without further ado, the individuals swiftly found their positions in the meditation room, settling cross-legged with hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation as they began to absorb the invaluable external soul bones. Wu Xuanma, Flinder, and the Master stood guard nearby in silence. After several hours, the meditation room erupted with powerful fluctuations of soul power and extraordinary luminescence, accompanied by an array of majestic, fierce, fervent, ethereal, sharp, and sacred auras rising into the air. On Xiao Wu, a gentle moonlight intertwined with pink radiance, her right hand seemingly elongated and more agile, emanating a supple yet latent explosive energy. Dai Mubai radiated golden light, the faint roar of a tiger echoing as dark golden metallic claws enveloped his hands, exuding an indomitable sharpness and dominance. Ma Hongjun's left foot shimmered with crimson light, as if he trod upon flames, the aura of the evil fire phoenix becoming even more intense and fervent. Oscar's chest was adorned with a translucent crystal armor projection, radiating a gentle yet resilient protective light and life force. Zhu Zhuqing's figure became more elusive, her hands cloaked in dark clawed armor, with her speed and sharpness ascending to a new echelon. Ning Rongrong's spine glowed with a spectrum of dazzling colors, enveloped in a profound aura of sanctity, amplification, and protection. As the final beam of light converged, each individual opened their eyes in succession, their presence noticeably more formidable than before. While their soul power levels may not have risen significantly, the novel abilities granted by the soul bones had transformed their combat prowess dramatically. Each face radiated excitement and confidence, marking a pivotal leap in the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, excluding Tang San. At that moment, Wu Xuanma observed the transformations of his companions, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his inky gaze. These soul bones had finally returned to their rightful owners, becoming a powerful asset for their team. Chapter 46, Tang San's Return. Half a year swiftly passed, under Wu Xuanma's unwavering diligence in signing in. His system space accumulated numerous treasures, a wealth of 100,000 gold soul coins, various rare medicinal herbs, and several sets of high-quality spare attire, among others. His soul power steadily advanced, reaching level 47. Meanwhile, his companions also made notable progress during this half-year. Aided by their daily training and the enhancements from the previously acquired soul bones, Dai Mubai, at level 39, Oscar at level 36, Xiao Wu at level 37, Ma Hongjun at level 35, Zhu Zhuqing at level 34, and Ning Rongrong at level 34. On this day, a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar aura emanated from the academy gates. Upon seeing the tall figure and the elderly man beside him, with dark green hair and profound eyes, the entire Shrek Academy erupted in excitement. Tang San had returned. Accompanying him was none other than the terrifying Titled Douluo, Bo, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojing, and other teachers personally emerged to greet them. Before this Titled Douluo, everyone still held a sense of reverence. Tang San respectfully bowed to his teachers and then proclaimed with a clear voice, "Dean, esteemed teachers, Senior Dugu is willing to become an advisor to our Shrek Academy." Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment swept through the crowd, swiftly followed by immense delight. The presence of a Titled Douluo as an advisor was enough to draw the attention of any faction. Dean Flanders, suppressing his excitement, quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior Dugu, your esteemed presence graces us. Shrek Academy is truly honored. Please, do come in." He personally escorted Dugu Bo into the academy, arranging for his reception. Meanwhile, the master led Tang San to meet their anxious companions waiting nearby. Along the way, Tang San could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed to the master, "Teacher, my soul power has reached level 37. The master's eyes sparkled with pride as he patted Tang San's shoulder. "Excellent, very commendable." As Tang San's figure appeared on the small square, he was immediately surrounded by the eagerly awaiting Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Wu Xuanma, all of whom greeted him with a flurry of voices. "Little San, you finally returned. Third brother, we were so worried. It's a relief to see you safe." The joy of reunion radiated from every face, with Xiao Wu's eyes glistening as she tightly clutched Tang San's arm. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang San retrieved the precious Rui Baobao pouch from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges. Scanning the group with a smile, he announced, "During the past 6 months with Senior Dugu, I have gathered quite a few treasures to share with you all." With that, he began distributing the celestial herbs. Dai Mubai received the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Oscar was gifted the 8-petal immortal orchid. Xiao Wu was offered the heartbreak red, but upon gazing at the vibrant flower, her expression became complex, and she ultimately shook her head gently, carefully stowing it away without consuming it. Ma Hongjun received the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Zhu Zhuqing the water narcissus jade skinbone, and Ning Rongrong the Chihuahua tulip. The master received the 9-pin purple mushroom. When it came to Wu Xuanma's turn, Tang San expressed a hint of regret. "Xuanma, I searched thoroughly, but your martial soul and elemental attributes are rather unique. And I couldn't find a herb that perfectly matches." He genuinely felt remorseful, remembering the assistance Wu Xuanma had provided. However, Wu Xuanma merely smiled nonchalantly and waved his hand. "It's all right, third brother. I came prepared." He gestured to himself, adding, "Moreover, I have reached level 47. This seemingly casual statement took everyone, except the master, by surprise, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Level 47. And he is only 12 years old. This rate of advancement is simply astonishing. Tang San, equally taken aback, soon recovered and smiled. "It seems, Xuanma, you have quite the fortune as well. Congratulations." His evaluation of Wu Xuanma rose even higher in his heart. Wu Xuanma then produced a piece of ice bone palm to present to Tang San. "Third brother, this is the soul bone I had prepared for you." Tang San accepted it, feeling its essence, but shook his head and sincerely replied, "Xuanma, thank you. However, the ice attribute of this soul bone does not quite align with my blue-silver grass martial soul. Additionally, after consuming the fire apricot and octagonal mystic ice grass at the Eye of Ice and Fire, my blue-silver grass has become impervious to both fire and water, and my physique has undergone changes. This soul bone would be better suited for someone else." He solemnly returned the soul bone to Wu Xuanma. Wu Xuanma did not insist and nodded in acceptance. The others, having received their celestial herbs, except for Xiao Wu, immediately began to absorb them under the guidance and protection of the master in the meditation chamber. The immense medicinal power surged within them, causing their soul power to soar like a rocket. Dai Mubai, from level 39 to 46. Oscar, level 36 to 43. Ma Hongjun, level 35 to 42. Zhu Zhuqing, level 34 to 41. Ning Rongrong, level 34 to 41. The Master, level 29 bottleneck to 34. Successfully breaking through the shackles. Each individual experienced an elevation ranging from 5 to 7 levels. The miraculous efficacy of the celestial herbs, combined with the foundational work laid by the soul bones, has brought about a monumental transformation in the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, excluding Xiaowu. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, having absorbed the autumn water dew, have transcended to the realm of the mustard seed, greatly enhancing his insight. As Xiaowu observed the meteoric rise in her companion's power, she felt happiness for them. Yet her gaze lingered on the heartbreak red in her hand, showing no intention of absorption. Wu Xianmo, noticing this, approached Xiaowu and Tang San. Retrieving several celestial herbs of varying forms from the system space, purportedly obtained during travel. Xiaowu, Sengu, I have a few more here. Perhaps one may suit you? Tang San's eyes brightened as he meticulously examined the herbs, selecting one that was entirely pearlescent and exuded a serene lunar aura, presenting it to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, this moonshadow ghost orchid seems to resonate with your essence, capable of profoundly nourishing your origin and enhancing both speed and flexibility. He then chose a dark golden herb, its roots resembling a dragon and emanating a robust earthy energy. This earth-pulsed dragon blood ginseng harbors the purest essence of the earth's dragon energy, which may bolster the vitality and resilience of my blue silver grass, benefiting my Shantian skill as well. Xiaowu, sensing the gentle and pure energy emanating from the moonshadow ghost orchid, finally nodded in agreement. Tang San joyfully accepted the earth-pulsed dragon blood ginseng, and both immediately commenced absorption. Xiaowu, level 37 to 44. Tang San, level 37 to 44. Henceforth, the soul power of the Shrek 8 monsters stood at Dai Mubai, level 46, Oscar, level 43, Tang San, level 44, Ma Hongjun, level 42, Xiaowu, level 44. Ning Rongrong, level 41, Zhu Zhuqing, level 41, Wu Xianmo, level 47. The elation of their soaring power enveloped everyone's hearts. That evening, under the perfect moonlight, the 8 strolled together within the academy, excitedly discussing their enhancements and newfound abilities. Suddenly, a towering shadow, as formidable as an iron tower, surged forth from the shadows of the nearby woods, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, targeting the core of the 8. Be cautious. Enemy attack. The group reacted swiftly. The synergy cultivated through long-term training manifesting instantaneously. Scatter, Tang San shouted, as the blue-silver grass rapidly spread, not as an assault, but as a signal and a gentle thrust, aiding Ning Rongrong and Oscar in evading to the sides. Ma Hongjun, quick to respond, activated his first soul ring, Phoenix Fire Line. A scorching phoenix flame erupted from his mouth, shooting directly towards the shadow to apply long-range suppression. Dai Mubai let out a fierce roar, unleashing the white tiger's radiant wave, advancing rather than retreating, delivering a powerful strike towards the flank of the shadow. Zhu Zhuqing vanished like a specter, executing a ghostly piercing strike, her sharp claws gleaming with cold light as they aimed for the shadow's lower half. Xiaowu, with a powerful bow, instantaneously appeared on the opposite side of the shadow, her long legs slicing through the air with a sharp wind, targeting the shadow's neck. In the ethereal haze, Wu Xianmo's gaze remained composed as he swiftly grasped the elemental oblivion gun. With a flicker of purple light from his third soul ring, he unleashed the elemental oblivion stab. The gun's tip coalesced, compressing lightning to its zenith, piercing through the air with a shrill cry aimed at the vital points of the shadow's chest and abdomen. He refrained from utilizing his newly acquired fourth soul skill, aware of its immense power and uncontrollable range. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower radiated a dazzling brilliance. The first bestowed strength, the second speed, the third soul. For beams of colorful light precisely illuminated Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, Wu Xianmo, and Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar promptly conjured his flying mushroom sausages as a backup. The coordination of the 8 was seamless, embodying a perfect union of offense and defense. Faced with this sudden onslaught, rather than succumbing to chaos, they instantaneously formed an effective countermeasure. Despite the shadow's formidable presence and swift movements, it found itself at a disadvantage against the harmonious evasion, restraint, control, fierce assaults, and support of the group. Tang San seized the moment, activating his first soul skill. The resilient blue-silver grass, akin to a spirit serpent, erupted from the ground, ensnaring the shadow's legs and waist, tightening its grip. A golden opportunity. Dai Mubai and Wu Xianmo exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intensity as they prepared their most potent attack. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the firmly bound shadow suddenly bellowed in a deep voice, "Stop! Quickly halt! It's me, Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao?" The group froze momentarily. Disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at the shadowy figure. Dai Mubai sprang forward, yanking off the figure's mask and cloak. Beneath the moonlight emerged Zhao Wujing's rugged visage, now tinged with a hint of disarray and resignation. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you to assault us?" The group erupted in a cacophony of surprise and inquiry. Zhao Wujing struggled to extricate himself from the blue-silver grass, which Tangan had now released. Brushing off the dust from his attire with a huff. "Humph. I sought to test you, my little monsters. It has been half a year since our last encounter. I wanted to see how much you've grown. Especially with little San back, let us see if your teamwork has grown rusty." He surveyed the youthful, vigorous faces around him, a subtle expression of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "However, you little rascals are quite ruthless. Your coordination is commendable. I am pleased. My efforts have not been in vain." Tangan stepped forward, offering an apologetic smile. "Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at first." Zhao Wujing waved his hand, preparing to respond. When footsteps approached, Master Yu Xiaojiang and Dean Flinder arrived side by side. Flinder adjusted his glasses, a pained smile gracing his features as he addressed the master. "Xiaogang, it seems I have lost our wager. It appears these youngsters, when united, can indeed surpass Zhao Wujing. Alas, I'm currently without funds. So consider it a debt for now." The master shook his head in exasperation, speechless at Flinder's preoccupation with gambling debts in such a moment. Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, you two old foxes. So, you placed bets on me. Wait a moment. What do you mean they can win against me? I was merely holding back. I didn't exert myself at all. If you doubt it, let us have a rematch." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to reclaim his honor. Observing Teacher Zhao's exasperated demeanor, the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. The master, suppressing his amusement, regarded the 8 individuals with a serious expression. "Do not let your recent success cloud your judgment. Teacher Zhao indeed has not exerted his full strength. Remember, those who truly seek your demise will show no mercy. Always remain vigilant." Frand, recalling the matter at hand, turned to Tangan and said, "By the way, Xiao-san, Senior Dugu is looking for you. He seems to have something to discuss." Tangan nodded affirmatively. "Understood, Dean. I shall go at once." He departed with Frand. The master then addressed the remaining 7, instructing, "Your soul power has increased too rapidly under the influence of the celestial herbs. Your foundations need to be solidified. During this period, focus on your studies and training. Do not become complacent." Dai Mubai, he glanced at him. "Your soul power has reached level 46. Tomorrow morning Dean Frand and Vice Dean Lu Erlong will accompany you to the Sunset Forest to obtain your 4th soul ring." He then looked at the others. "As for me, I also need to hunt for my 3rd soul ring." In unison, everyone responded, "Yes, Master." Chapter 47, Custom School Uniforms and the Quest for Soul Rings. The following morning, a throng gathered at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The crowd bid farewell to Dean Frand, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mubai, who was about to acquire his 4th soul ring. "Safe travels, Dean, Vice Dean, Master, and Big Brother Dai." They waved goodbye. "Fear not. Wait for me to return with a powerful soul ring." Dai Mubai replied confidently. Just as Frand turned to embark, a gust of wind swept through, and a crumpled blueprint suddenly flew from his pocket, landing squarely on Oscar's face as he waved goodbye. "Ouch! What is this?" Oscar exclaimed, hurriedly peeling the paper from his face. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression became utterly comical. Curious, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and others gathered around to see. The blueprint depicted an indescribable school uniform, its main color a strikingly vibrant green, with collar and cuff designs that exuded Frand's unique aesthetic, an overall effect that could only be described as glaringly luminous and absurdly ugly. Ma Hongjun was the first to erupt in laughter. "My heavens! Who designed this? The taste is extraordinarily unique." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Oscar looked utterly defeated. "Dean, is this design meant to make us the most conspicuous targets on the entire continent?" Wu Xuanma glanced at the blueprint, his long, dark hair framing his face as his lips twitched involuntarily, his expression conveying a myriad of unspeakable sentiments. He silently shifted his gaze, as if even a fleeting glance would be an affront to his eyes. At that moment, Frand's puzzled musings broke the tension. Where did the design sketch for the school uniform I created go? I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket." He paused, searching his person. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted like startled rabbits. Oscar, the quickest to respond, deftly crumpled the outrageous design into a ball and stealthily shoved it into Ma Hongjun's arms. Ma Hongjun, catching on immediately, clutched his stomach and feigned nonchalance as he concealed the crumpled paper. Flanders searched for half the day without success and could only shake his head, reassuring himself, never mind, for the essence of the design is already etched in my mind. When I return, I shall surprise you all. With renewed confidence, he set off with Lu Erlong, Master, and Dai Mubai. At the city gate, the crowd remained petrified. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and erupted in anguished cries. It's over, it's over. The dean has memorized it. A surprise? More like a fright. I certainly do not wish to don that attire for the Continental Soul Master competition. That green is blindingly garish. Help! Wu Xuanma observed the exaggerated antics of the two and the despair in the eyes of the crowd, letting out a resigned sigh before speaking calmly. Enough with the wailing. This matter shall be entrusted to me. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon him. I will seek out a more suitable clothing store in Heavendo City and design a truly beautiful and practical school uniform. He continued, in case the dean really does create his vision, I shall preemptively order 10 sets of our new uniforms. Upon hearing this, it was as if a celestial melody had graced their ears. Xuanma, you are truly our savior. Ning Rongrong was the first to cheer. Xuanma, from this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. Oscar exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Reliable. Absolutely reliable. Ma Hongjun gave a thumbs up. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also displayed relieved smiles. Having calmed the crowd, Wu Xuanma set off alone for Heavendo City. He navigated through the bustling streets, searching for the most reputable high-end custom clothing stores. Ultimately, he chose an esteemed establishment named Yunjin Go, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and meticulous materials. Inside the store, Wu Xuanma engaged in detailed discussions with an experienced tailor regarding his vision, primary color, pure white, symbolizing the purity and potential of Shrek Academy students. Accent, elegant and noble golden stripes to outline the collar, cuffs, and shoulder seams, enhancing a sense of grandeur and strength. Emblem, a finely embroidered Shrek Academy crest on the chest. Functionality, the fabric must possess both comfort and breathability, along with a degree of durability, while the cut should be tailored and neat, ensuring freedom of movement during combat training without hindrance. The master tailor greatly appreciated Wu Xuanma's clear requirements and aesthetic taste. Wu Xuanma promptly paid a deposit of 10,000 gold soul coins, agreeing to return in 3 days to view the samples. Should he be satisfied, production of 10 finished sets would commence immediately. Having settled this matter, Wu Xuanma returned to the academy. Upon entering, he learned that Ning Rongrong had returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He also heard Oscar and Ma Hongjun vividly recounting the incident of Tang San and Tai Long's altercation, which stemmed from Tai Long's harassment of Xiao Wu being thwarted by Tang San. Wu Xuanma merely nodded in acknowledgement, not dwelling on it further. For him, enhancing his strength was the foremost priority, and he soon returned to his training chamber. 3 days later, Wu Xuanma arrived at Yunjin Go as promised. Upon seeing the samples, he was exceedingly pleased. The craftsmanship of the esteemed master fully met his expectations. The white satin boasted exceptional quality, and the golden silk thread embroidery was exquisite, bringing the Shrek emblem to life. The overall design was both elegant and grand, exuding a sense of nobility while allowing for unencumbered movement. He returned with the sample and the finalized design, which had only undergone the slightest adjustments. When Weiyuan Mo unveiled the design of the new uniforms to his companions, it instantly evoked a chorus of admiration. Wow, so handsome. The combination of white and gold is both noble and magnificent, far superior to the Dean's design. Ahem. Shin Mo, your taste is impeccable. The group eagerly gathered around, presenting some minor suggestions, such as slight adjustments to the emblem's position and the cinching effect of the waistline. Weiyuan Mo graciously accepted their input and returned to Yunjin Gu with the revised designs to officially place an order for 10 sets of uniforms. Upon his return to the academy with the finalized blueprints, he happened to notice a tense atmosphere at the entrance. Talon and his father, Tenno, stood dejectedly to one side, while an exceptionally imposing, white-haired elder with piercing eyes, Talon's grandfather, Titan, the patriarch of the Li family, appeared to be awaiting someone. Weiyuan Mo recognized that this was a pivotal moment for Tang San to uncover the truth of his lineage. However, he had little interest in familial entanglements and, after confirming that all was well at the academy, he headed straight back to his dormitory to continue his training. A few days later, Flinder, Lu Erlong, the master, and Dai Mubai returned, looking travel-worn yet triumphant. Dai Mubai had successfully obtained his 4th spirit ring, emanating a more formidable aura. The master had also achieved his 3rd spirit ring, shattering a long-standing bottleneck and radiating newfound confidence. That evening, the group convened in Flinder's office for discussions. Clenching his fists, Dai Mubai's eyes burned with fervent battle spirit. For this year's Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Competition, We have but one goal. Victory. Indeed. Victory. Oscar Mahongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing echoed in unison, their voices brimming with spirited determination. Wu Mo and Tang Sen nodded resolutely, their eyes focused on the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. As the conversation flowed, the Master suddenly beckoned Tang Sen aside, his expression serious. Xiao Wu, sensing the gravity of the moment, insisted on accompanying them. Tang Sen nodded, and together they followed the Master out of the room. Left behind, Dai Mubai, Oscar Mahongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wen Mo exchanged knowing glances, surmising that the Master intended to reveal to Tang Sen the truth regarding the Haotian hammer and his heritage. And they couldn't help but gently shake their heads. This was a journey Tang Sen needed to confront alone. Days later, Shrek Academy buzzed with activity once more. Under the leadership of Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Teacher Zhao Wuji, and Master Yu Xiaojing, the Shrek 8 set forth to the Sunset Forest to procure spirit rings for the 6 who required them. Deep within the forest, as darkness began to settle, the group chose a sheltered clearing with a relatively broad view to establish their camp. The crackling campfire illuminated their industrious figures. Soon, the 2 tents were erected. Flander surveyed the surroundings and pointed to the 8 small creatures, proclaiming, "Tonight's vigil will be entrusted to you 8. The Master, standing nearby, added with a grave tone, "Although we did not encounter any significant threats from soul beasts during the day, this does not imply that the night will be safe. The habits of soul beasts vary, and many are even more active at night. It is imperative to remain vigilant, take turns on watch, and be cautious." "Yes, Dean, Master," the 8 responded in unison. The distribution of tents was quite simple, for teachers shared a larger tent, while the remaining 8 squeezed into another sizable tent. As Ma Hongjun dove into the tent, he exclaimed about his exhaustion, attempting to lay down in the most spacious spot in the center. "Dream on, you fatso." Ning Rongrong swiftly and unceremoniously kicked him into the far left corner. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool demeanor, directly chose the position against the right tent wall. Oscar chuckled and laid down beside Ma Hongjun. Tang San naturally settled next to Oscar, while Ning Rongrong opted for the spot beside Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, the last remaining position in the middle of the tent, adjacent to Tang San, naturally belonged to Xiao Wu. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she sat down beside Tang San without hesitation. Observing this somewhat cramped yet orderly arrangement, Tang San spoke up. "The night watch will be divided into 2 shifts. The first half will be overseen by Dai Mubai and Xian Mo, while Ma Hongjun and I will take the second half. When it's time to switch, Dai Mubai and Xian Mo will take our current positions to rest." This arrangement was both reasonable and logical. Dai Mubai's strength and experience combined with Xian Mo's calmness and prowess made them well suited for handling any unexpected situations during the first half of the night, while Tang San, a control type, and Ma Hongjun, an assault type, provided a solid combination for the latter half. The group nodded in agreement. With the night watch organized, everyone settled down to rest, and soon, soft snores filled the tent, primarily from Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Outside the tent, a bonfire blazed brightly. Dai Mubai and Xian Mo added some firewood to the pile, intensifying the flames to ward off the chill and deter any lesser nocturnal soul beasts. They noticed the Master still sitting by the fire, not yet retreating to the tent for rest. Dai Mubai approached and inquired with concern, "Master, you should rest. Xian Mo and I will patrol the vicinity for a while to assess the situation." The Master nodded. "All right, you may go. I will rest later." His gaze remained fixed on the depths of the forest, as if pondering something profound. Observing the Master's slightly fatigued profile, Dai Mubai couldn't help but express, "Master, are you not tired? Tomorrow, you will need to lead us in searching for suitable soul rings in the Soul Beast Forest, and it is essential to maintain your best condition." The Master paused, seemingly just realizing his exhaustion. He glanced at Dai Mubai and Xian Mo, who appeared steady and reliable, and finally nodded, "Be careful." After speaking, he rose and walked towards the teacher's tent. Dai Mubai and Xian Mo exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively separating, one to the left and the other to the right, as they began to meticulously patrol the perimeter of the camp. Xian Mo's mental acuity was heightened, sensing the subtle changes in the elements within the surrounding air. Dai Mubai, endowed with the keen perception of his white tiger martial spirit, attuned himself to the slightest stirrings within the forest. Time flowed silently through the tranquil woods, the first half of the night seemingly tranquil, punctuated only by the chirping of insects and the crackling of the campfire. However, just past midnight, as the shift change approached, Wu Xuanma, who had been immersed in a state of heightened awareness, suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the darkness towards the depths of the eastern thicket. A peculiar tremor surged through the elemental vortex within him. "Something is amiss. Wake up." Wu Xuanma's cold, penetrating voice shattered the stillness of the night, resonating clearly within the tents. Almost simultaneously with his warning, a massive fireball, exuding an aura of ferocity, erupted forth from the eastern woods, slicing through the darkness like a meteor, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and hurtled directly towards Wuxuanma, the very source of the alarm. Chapter 48, The King of Earth. As Wuxuanma's warning reverberated, the fiery projectile, imbued with a violent essence, was already hurtling towards him. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Wuxuanma maintained an icy composure, and with a seemingly casual sidestep, his form flickered like a phantom, effortlessly evading the blast radius of the fireball. The projectile crashed into the spot where he had just stood, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scorched the earth and sent sparks flying. Concurrently, Dai Mubai reacted swiftly, leaping to join Wuxuanma, the two standing back to back, vigilantly surveying the direction of the incoming fireball. The camp was instantly stirred, the tent flaps were thrust open, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing surged forth with lightning speed. Before them loomed a colossal scorpion-like soul beast, entirely enveloped in a dark red exoskeleton, its tail raised high, ablaze with fierce flames. It brandished two enormous pincers, exuding a tempestuous aura of fire as it charged from the thicket. Its compound eyes gleamed with a savage red light, fixated intently on the camp, clearly drawn by the flames or their scent. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he instantly recognized the beast, exclaiming, "It is the King of Earth, a bloodthirsty, fire-attribute soul beast. Given its size and the intensity of its flames, it must be at least 4,500 years old." Just as he spoke, his eyes instinctively darted towards Ma Hongjun. "Perfectly suited for us." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, and he excitedly interjected, "A 4,500-year-old fire-attribute soul beast would be the ideal fourth spirit ring for his evil fire phoenix martial spirit." However, before the Shrek Seven Devils could assume any offensive posture, a figure more ferocious and enraged than the King of Earth burst forth from the teacher's tent like a crimson meteor. "Enough already. Damn beast. How dare you ruin my plans?" Vice Dean Lu Erlong's eyes blazed with fury, her aura radiating a terror surpassing that of the King of Earth, clearly in a state of extreme displeasure. The King of Earth's attack had ignited the final spark in her powder keg of frustration. Without uttering a word, Lu Erlong's seventh spirit ring suddenly illuminated, a blinding red light shooting skyward. Seventh spirit skill, true form of the Scarlet Dragon. A deafening roar of a dragon echoed through the night sky. In an instant, the figure of Lu Erlong was enveloped by the colossal shadow of a crimson dragon. This fiery dragon exuded an intense heat and unmatched pressure, its massive claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely at the approaching King of the Earth. The ensuing spectacle can only be described as a brutal and aesthetic display of violence. In the form of the true Crimson Dragon, Lu Erlong transformed into a raging matriarch of destruction. With a resounding thud, the enormous dragon's claw swatted the King of the Earth into the ground as if it were merely a fly. Following that, the dragon's tail swept through the air, sending the creature soaring high. The King of the Earth's once proud shell crumbled under the assault of the dragon's claws and sheer might, proving as fragile as paper. It attempted to retaliate with its pincers, but the dragon deftly seized one in its jaws, resulting in a sharp crack as the formidable claw shattered. Attempting to strike back with its blazing scorpion tail, the King of the Earth was thwarted as the dragon's enormous claw seized the fiery appendage with pinpoint accuracy. "Come here." Lu Erlong, embodying the Crimson Dragon, roared, her powerful arms exerting force as she swung the King of the Earth, which was larger than her own form. As if it were a gigantic meteor hammer, the massive body of the King of the Earth was caught by its tail, tracing dazzling arcs through the air as it was violently slammed against the ground. With each impact, the earth trembled fiercely, leaving deep craters and scattering debris. The King of the Earth was left dazed, its shell shattered, and its flames significantly dimmed. At that moment, disoriented and desperate, the King of the Earth instinctively unleashed its final struggle, directing a torrent of flames towards the center of the camp where the Shrek 8 monsters were gathered. "Watch out for the flames. Get down," Oscar shouted, his reflexes sharp. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong immediately crouched down, minimizing their target. Only Ma Hongjun, observing the approaching flames, wore a look of indifference, even pride, as he leisurely crouched while muttering, "Puffed, what's there to fear? I, the illustrious evil fire phoenix, the ancestor of fire wielders, am not afraid of such trivial flames." However, before he could finish his words, the furious torrent of flames, imbued with the King of the Earth's violent fire energy, struck him squarely in the face like a high-pressure water cannon. "Ah, hot. This is burning me alive." Ma Hongjun screamed in agony, instantly transforming into a charred figure, with only his white eyes and teeth standing out in the darkness. Smoke billowed from his clothes, and his hair stood on end, reeking of char. As Ma Hongjun was engulfed in flames, Lu Erlong's fury reached its zenith. The crimson dragon she controlled unleashed a thunderous roar, its jaws snapping down on the connection point of the King of the Earth's scorpion tail. With a sickening crack, the tail, symbolic of its most potent weapon, was brutally severed and torn away. The King of the Earth emitted an unprecedented cry of anguish, reverberating with pain. On the other side, witnessing the entire ferocious rampage of Lu Erlong, Dai Mubai, still shaken, quietly remarked to Tang San, Oscar, and Wu Xiaoma beside him, "My heavens. I used to believe that a tigress was the fiercest of all, but now I realize that compared to a dragoness, a tigress is as gentle as a kitten." As soon as his words fell, a cold, chilling voice echoed behind him, laced with an icy edge. "Dai Mubai, who is the tigress you speak of?" Dai Mubai's mind momentarily blanked, and he instinctively blurted out, "Of course, it's our Zhu Qing." The moment the words left his lips, he wished he could slap himself twice. Stiffening in place, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He turned his neck slowly, as if it were rusted, only to meet Zhu Zhuqing's feline eyes, glimmering with a dangerous light in the fire's glow. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice was so frigid it could freeze water. "No, Zhu Qing, let me explain. That is not what I meant." Dai Mubai hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to rectify his blunder. Alas, his explanations fell flat. Zhu Zhuqing demonstrated her tenderness through action, as her right foot, clad in high-heeled boots, struck down with a fierce wind, landing precisely on the top of Dai Mubai's left foot. "Ow!" Dai Mubai emitted a scream as piercing as the earlier cry of the Earth King losing its tail. The excruciating pain caused his vision to blacken, and his body convulsed, ultimately rendering him unconscious, toppling backward. Wu Xiaoma, quick on his feet, caught him just in time. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the Earth King, having lost its tail and on the brink of collapse, was seized by the enraged Lu Erlong, the red dragon, who swung it forcefully upwards. As it descended halfway, the massive foot of the red dragon, covered in crimson scales, plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing down with tremendous force onto the Earth King's carapace. Boom. The Earth King was struck as if hit by a battering ram, its colossal body plummeting back to the ground like a cannonball, embedding deep into the earth, leaving only its limbs twitching involuntarily, utterly devoid of the will to resist. The red glow receded, and Lu Erlong returned to her human form. Standing valiantly upon the Earth King's nearly flattened form, her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly indicating that her previous outburst had drained considerable energy. Yet the fierce aura around her remained unyielding. Her eyes, sharp as lightning, scanned the battlefield, finally fixing on the charred figure still emitting smoke. Exuding a commanding presence as she pointed decisively, "That little chubby one. It belongs to you. Hurry." Ma Hongjun, startled by Lu Erlong's gesture, felt a shiver run down his spine. Confronted with her seemingly predatory gaze, all words retreated into silence. He nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Thank you, Teacher Erlong. I'm on it. I'm on it." He hastily scrambled to the side of the nearly breathless Earth King, swiftly ending its suffering, before sitting cross-legged to absorb this hard-won fourth spirit ring. The entire battle unfolded with astonishing speed and brutal ferocity, as Lu Erlong embodied the essence of slaughter, illustrating the wrath of a mother dragon. After venting his anger, Lu Erlong cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, let out a cold snort, and retreated into the tent, leaving behind a group of stunned and apprehensive students, along with a few teachers with ambiguous expressions. Wu Xuanma surveyed the chaotic camp, the unconscious Dai Mubai, the still absorbing Ma Hongjun, and the gruesome remnants of the King of the Earth on the ground, and silently shook his head. He truly wished to avoid returning to the cramped tent housing 7 individuals, so he walked to a spot a little farther from the campfire, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to cultivate, employing the Yuan vortex induction. The mixed elemental energy of the forest at night served as a fine supplement for him. As time passed, dawn broke with a pale light in the east. In the morning, everyone gradually awakened. Dai Mubai, still rubbing his sore foot, grimaced as he stood up. Zhu Zhuqing's kick had indeed been fierce. The group gathered around the still absorbing Ma Hongjun. "Has the fatty not finished absorbing yet?" "It's been the entire night," Oscar inquired anxiously, observing Ma Hongjun, who remained in meditation. Flander adjusted his glasses, his expression calm. "He completed the absorption long ago. I advised him to take his time waking up and to continue cultivating, solidifying the surging soul power and the strength of his new soul ring." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Hongjun's body quivered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The surge of power within him, coupled with the brand new fourth soul ring, brought an expression of sheer ecstasy to his face. He sprang up, striking what he believed to be the most impressive pose. "Huh, the fatty has arrived." His laughter was abruptly cut short, as if he had been struck by a spell of paralysis, freezing him in place. His expression of triumph swiftly transforming into one of terror. The crowd followed his gaze and turned around, only to find Lu Erlong, the vice principal, had somehow appeared behind them. Not far away. It seemed she had not slept well, with faint shadows under her eyes, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. Her gaze swept coldly over the assembly, lingering for a moment on Ma Hongjun. Under Lu Erlong's piercing gaze, all present felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Cold sweat breaking out instantly. The entire camp fell into a profound silence. It was Master Yu Xiaojing who finally cleared his throat, shattering the suffocating quietude. "Ahem, well, since the fatty has absorbed his soul ring, let us move quickly. Pack up the camp and freshen up. After breakfast, we shall set off immediately to continue our quest for soul rings." His tone left no room for dissent. Chapter 49, The Pink Lady. With the camp neatly packed, the group set forth once more, delving deeper into the sunset forest. Principal Flander, Master Yu Xiaojing, and Teacher Zhao Wujia led the way, scouting ahead, while the Shrek 8 monsters followed closely behind. Lu Erlong trailed at the rear of the formation, despite having vented her frustrations the previous night. The oppressive aura that dissuaded approach still clung to her, causing a chill to occasionally run down the spines of those walking in the middle, such as Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai attempted to lighten the mood, turning to his companions and inquiring, "Now that both the fatty and I have acquired our 4th soul rings, have you all decided what type of soul beast you wish to seek?" He paused and added, "However, the king of the earth that the fatty absorbed last night, according to the master's theory, is indeed the optimal age that his body can currently bear, so the effects should be remarkable." Before he could finish his words, a chilling gaze, as cold as ice, swept over from the rear of the group. Dai Mubai instinctively recoiled, swallowing back the words he had intended to say. The others also felt the intangible pressure and fell silent. In contrast, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who walked slightly ahead in the line, seemed largely unaffected, casually bantering about the power of the new soul ring, their laughter ringing piercingly in the otherwise tense atmosphere. Wu Xuanma walked along the side of the group, his long, dark hair swaying gently with each step. Though he appeared calm, his mental focus was sharply attuned, the technique of Yuan Wa'in quietly operating, allowing him to perceive the subtle movements of elements like wind, water, and earth around him. His gaze swept through the shadows and vines of the forest, remaining vigilant for any anomalies. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the air, followed by frantic squeaks. The previously tranquil forest, home to small soul beasts, erupted into chaos as they fled in terror. Rabbits, squirrels, and even some low-tier snakes scampered in all directions, panic-stricken. "Something's amiss," Wu Xuanma and Tang San exclaimed nearly in unison. The group instantly heightened their alertness, converging towards the center to form a defensive formation, back to back. Just as they surveyed their surroundings, a pink mist, resembling a living entity, silently encircled them from all directions at an alarming speed, enveloping them in an instant. "The mist is toxic. Everyone, be cautious." Tang San reacted swiftly, retrieving the Zhuang wand from the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night to distribute among the group. Without hesitation, they swallowed the antidote. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, swiftly exchanging positions with Zhao Wujia at the front of the team, taking the lead. She exchanged a determined glance with Dean Flanders, and together they unleashed their formidable soul power. Drink. The spectral image of Flanders' cat-eagle martial spirit manifested, its wings stirring up a fierce gale. Lu Erlong radiated vibrant red soul power. The combined might of their abilities instantly cleared a substantial portion of the enveloping pink mist. However, the respite was short-lived. In mere moments, the dissipated pink mist surged back from the depths of the forest, relentlessly re-encircling them. Its concentration appeared even more potent this time. This mist has an alarming regenerative capacity, and the toxicity is escalating. Tang San's expression turned grave. "Xiaoyao, prepare the detoxifying sausages." Oscar promptly conjured several sparkling sausages to distribute among the group. Simultaneously, Tang San retrieved a fragrant celestial herb from his rui bag. The ethereal Xiangqi Lai. A gentle white light emanated from the herb, expanding to form a purification area several meters in diameter. Wherever the white light reached, the pink toxic mist retreated as if repelled, creating a relatively safe space around them. Tang San quickly unleashed an abundance of blue-silver grass, spreading it like countless tendrils to explore the surroundings. Moments later, his expression shifted in alarm. "We are surrounded. There are soul beasts all around us." A flash of purple-gold light sparked in his eyes as he activated the purple extreme demon eye, piercing through the thick mist to reveal the true nature of their encirclers. It was the Pink Ladies. Their numbers exceeded 1,000. Tang San's voice carried a note of gravity. Upon hearing this, the master promptly educated the crowd. The Pink Ladies, a gregarious soul beast akin to scorpions, exhibit a translucent pink hue, which is the origin of their name. They seldom initiate attacks on humans. A typical colony comprises around 100 individuals, led by the most formidable matriarch. The Pink Empress, a rare variant of the Pink Ladies, can only evolve after consuming at least 100 of its kin. I surmise that within this vast congregation, there must exist a Pink Empress. Their primary method of assault involves releasing a pink toxic mist. Although the toxin itself is not lethal, it is uniquely potent, serving as a powerful stimulant. Excessive inhalation may deplete one's vitality, leading to eventual demise. The master's brow furrowed. However, I could not comprehend why this group of Pink Ladies lay in ambush, harboring such intense hostility towards us. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San proposed a possibility. Master, could this be related to the Earth King from last night? The Earth King and the Pink Empress are both scorpion-like soul beasts, perhaps. The master's eyes lit up as he grasped the connection. Indeed, the Earth King and the Pink Empress are likely to be bonded partners. Soul beasts possess a unique form of communication. Before the Earth King's demise, it may have released a specific pheromone to inform its mate, the Pink Empress. Thus, Dean Flander turned to Lu Erlong with a wry smile. Sister Erlong, you have harmed her husband, and now his wife has come with her entire kin to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling fear, Lu Erlong's eyebrows shot up. Her fury reignited. Vengeance? Excellent. I shall charge forth and send this couple to join the ranks of ill-fated lovebirds. She prepared to rush out. Erlong, do not act rashly. The master seized her, his expression grave. The simultaneous release of toxic mist by thousands of Pink Ladies is no trivial matter. Though their individual offensive power is weak, their sheer numbers and relentless mist could wear us down. Moreover, there is that Pink Empress commanding them. We must not be careless. The master turned to Tang San. Little San, what is our best course of action now? Without hesitation, Tang San replied. We should utilize Oscar's flying mushroom sausages to escape this toxic mist zone. The skies are their blind spot for attack. The master immediately concurred. Excellent. Oscar. Mushroom sausages. Oscar promptly chanted the soul incantation. I possess a root of mushroom sausage. Several flying mushroom sausages were swiftly conjured. The group consumed them immediately, transparent wings sprouting from their backs. Dean Flander also unleashed his true martial spirit, the massive wings unfurling. Let us depart. With a command from Flander, the group ascended into the air. However, just as they were about to escape the toxic mist, Lu Erlong's fiery temper erupted completely. No, I cannot endure this humiliation. With a furious roar, she abruptly reversed direction, plunging down like a crimson meteor directly into the dense throng of Pink Ladies below. Erlong, Flander, and the master gasped in alarm. Seeing Lu Erlong dive down, how could the Shrek 7 sit idly by? Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanmo, Tang San, and the others exchanged glances, tacitly adjusting their course and descending back to the ground. Roar! Dai Mubai activated his white tiger transformation, his claws swiping to send the nearby Pink Lady sprawling. The misty Xian Mo elemental obliteration gun swept through, unleashing a flash of lightning that cleared the area. Zhu Zhuqing moved like a bolt of lightning, her feline claws precisely piercing the joints of the Pink Ladies. Xiao Wu, her waist arched in conjunction with her teleportation, sent the Pink Ladies flying with each kick. Ma Hongjun expelled a torrent of phoenix flames, causing the Pink Ladies to shriek in agony. Tang San's blue-silver grass coiled like a spirit serpent, continuously ensnaring and restraining them. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower glimmered with an ever-brightening radiance, amplifying the attacks and speed of her companions. Lu Erlong, akin to a tiger among sheep, fought barehanded, each punch imbued with terrifying strength, shattering the Pink Ladies to pieces. As she fought, she shouted furiously, "Come on, I am right here. Avenge your deceased husband. Erlong, do not indulge in excessive slaughter." Master urgently called out. At that moment, a more substantial and vibrant pink figure emerged from the heart of the group. It was the Pink Lady. Erlong, return. The target has appeared. Master commanded sternly, turning to Tang San and the others. Xiao San, Dai Mubai, Xian Mo, Hongjun. You all go. Remember, do not kill it. Leave it alive. The group understood and immediately altered their strategy, rushing towards the Pink Lady. Third spirit ability, web binding. Tang San's purple light shimmered as the resilient blue-silver grass intertwined into a massive web, enveloping the Pink Lady with precision. Despite her speed, the Pink Lady was caught off guard and was firmly ensnared by the tenacious web, struggling to break free. Fatty, it's your turn. Dai Mubai bellowed. Here I come. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed his third spirit ability, Phoenix Wing Ascension. A pair of colossal fiery wings unfurled from his back, propelling him like an arrow towards the bound Pink Lady. Fourth spirit ability, Phoenix Crying Heaven Strike. With a furious roar, Ma Hongjun clenched his right fist, gathering an intensely blazing phoenix flame. Like a falling meteor, he descended from the skies, his fist ablaze with searing fire, delivering a devastating blow upon the Pink Lady's carapace, which was ensnared and unable to evade. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The furious phoenix flames exploded with a shockwave akin to molten lava. The Pink Lady's hard shell instantly caved in and shattered, her massive form being forcefully driven into the ground, while several unfortunate Pink Ladies caught in the blast were obliterated. The Pink Lady emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, utterly bereft of the capacity to resist, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Shawa, quickly, Master exclaimed. Its vital point is in the eyes. Absorb the spirit ring now. Without hesitation, Oscar drew his dagger, aimed at the Pink Lady's multifaceted eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, and struck down fiercely. The Pink Lady's body convulsed violently before falling completely still. A purple spirit ring gradually materialized and hovered in the air. Oscar promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to draw in the spirit ring for absorption. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the surrounding Pink Ladies, now leaderless, emitted terrified squeaks and retreated in a panicked tide, disappearing into the dense forest. The pervasive pink toxic mist began to slowly dissipate as well. The crisis has been averted, and a collective sigh of relief escapes the crowd. Ma Hongjun, surveying the havoc he has wrought, beams with pride, hands on his hips, and exclaims, "Ha! What do you think of my fourth soul skill's power?" But before his words could settle, a sharp slap from Flandra lands on the back of his head. "Enough of your self-adulation," Flandra retorts, casting him a disapproving glare. "That last display must have drained a significant amount of your soul power. Hurry and sit down to recover. Do you wish to burden everyone?" Ma Hongjun, chastened, shrinks his neck and obediently sits down to restore his soul power. The master observes Oscar, who is currently absorbing a soul ring, and explains to the group, "I have instructed Oscar to absorb the soul ring of the Pink Lady, hoping that his fourth soul skill will enhance our team's overall strength." Tangsan immediately comprehends the master's intention. "Teacher, do you mean that little Oscar's fourth soul ring effect may very well incorporate the exhilarating toxin from the Pink Lady's miasma?" The master nods approvingly. "Precisely. The characteristics of food-type martial souls dictate that even if he absorbs a soul ring from a toxic attribute soul beast, the resulting soul skill will not inflict direct toxic damage. Once Oscar absorbs and transforms the Pink Lady's skill, the effect is bound to change. I speculate that it will likely result in a significant enhancement of the user's excitement level for a brief duration. Moreover, it is highly probable that this enhancement will be comprehensive, akin to the berserk state of the former frenzied warriors, yet without the accompanying loss of rationality." The group's eyes gleam with anticipation. A food-type soul skill capable of temporarily augmenting the entire team's attributes would be invaluable in a collaborative battle. They quietly encircle Oscar, awaiting the completion of his absorption. Flandra leans closer to the master and inquires softly, "Xiao Gang, what did you think of Hongjuan's attack just now?" The master, gazing at Ma Hongjun as he recovers on the ground, assesses, "Quite impressive. In terms of instantaneous explosive power, among the 8 of us, Hongjun ranks second, with Shanhua in first place. His explosive capability has already surpassed Mubai's. More critically, the extreme heat and strong adhesion of his phoenix flame pose a significant threat to soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Flandra chuckles with pride. "Ha! We must thank Erlong for that. If she hadn't shown mercy and left this Earth King for the fatty yesterday, he wouldn't have achieved such results." Yet, the master douses Flandra's exuberance with a cold splash of reality. "Flandra, do not celebrate prematurely. Can you identify the current shortcomings of the fatty?" Flandra's laughter abruptly halts. He pauses, frowning in contemplation before hesitantly responding, "Shortcomings? Are you referring to his sustained combat capability?" "Exactly," the master asserts solemnly. "While the fatty's instantaneous explosive power is indeed terrifying, it comes at the cost of substantial soul power consumption. The Phoenix's cry, a formidable soul skill, can likely only be unleashed once or twice in quick succession with his current soul power. Furthermore, there is a more critical issue. His fourth soul skill, Phoenix's Cry, inherits from the Earth King's magma quake. This skill comprises 2 parts. The first utilizes air shock waves to daze the enemy, while the second delivers the most powerful attack while they are incapacitated. Therefore, the rotund individual also inherited the shortcomings of this soul skill. The attack range is confined to a fixed area rather than targeting enemies directly. This implies that his most formidable explosive attack requires assistance from others to restrain the enemy within the designated area, thereby unleashing its full potential. Otherwise, If the adversary escapes that zone or possesses evasion capabilities, this immensely powerful attack may very well miss its mark, resulting in a futile expenditure of soul power. Flinder immediately grasped the master's concerns. Are you suggesting that someone must first subdue the enemy for him to release his maximum power? The master nodded affirmatively. Precisely so. We must meticulously study tactics to ensure effective control, preventing the rotund one's explosive potential from going to waste, as we cannot squander a precious opportunity to unleash soul power. As the two conversed, Oscar's soul rings gradually dimmed. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of excitement and peculiarity gracing his countenance. Shawa, how did it go? The group quickly gathered around, eager to inquire. Oscar chuckled, rising to his feet as his fourth soul ring illuminated, and he recited a brand new soul incantation. Euphoria Pink Sausage. A sausage, entirely pink and exuding an extraordinary luster, materialized in his hands. This is my fourth soul skill, Euphoria Pink Sausage. Oscar elaborated, explaining that its effect is exhilaration, granting the consumer a 10% increase in all attributes for 5 minutes. However, he hesitated, a touch of embarrassment surfacing, revealing two shortcomings. First, the duration is relatively brief, lasting only 5 minutes. Second, the sausage must be consumed within 1 minute of its summoning, or its effects will dissipate and cannot be preserved. Of course, he added with emphasis, the advantage lies in its minimal soul power consumption and, importantly, it has absolutely no side effects. No side effects? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The master's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Truly remarkable. The mere absence of side effects elevates the value of this soul skill above that of many auxiliary soul masters. A 5-minute enhancement of 10% in all attributes could potentially turn the tide in crucial moments. Shawa, this soul ring was worth acquiring. Flinder, observing the exhilarated crowd and the bountiful gains of Oscar, waved his hand dismissively. All right, disperse now. Oscar has obtained his soul ring. We shall proceed. We still have the soul rings of Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Rong Rong awaiting us. Time is of the essence. Chapter 50, The Ghost Tiger. After searching for 2 more days deep within the Sunset Forest, the returns were disappointingly meager. As the daylight waned, Flinder sighed resignedly and addressed the group. Let us rest here. While the number of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest is substantial, the exceptional ones are exceedingly rare. If we continue to dawdle, the soul master competition may commence. Hearing this, Tangan stepped forward and said, Dean, I actually possess a method to attract powerful soul beasts. Albeit it carries some risk. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What is it? Flinder inquired, his eyes lighting up with interest. Tangan retrieved from his wishful 100 treasure bag a plant exuding a delicate fragrance. This is the fragrant celestial orchid I used 2 days ago to combat the pink toxic mist. It is not only a formidable antidote, but the aura it exudes also possesses a fatal allure for many powerful soul beasts. By using it as bait, we can attract the soul beasts we desire. Upon hearing this, Oscar rubbed his hands together with excitement. Does that mean the soul rings will be easily acquired? Tangan, however, shook his head gravely. It is not that simple. The attracted soul beasts may be exceedingly powerful, and their numbers will undoubtedly be considerable. If things spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. At these words, a solemn silence enveloped the group. Risk and opportunity coexist. At that moment, Master Yu Xiaozhang's eyes sparkled as he inquired, Little San, can you still locate the perimeter of the secluded dwelling of the Elder Dugu? The very area of the poison formation. Tangan immediately grasped the master's intent. Teacher, do you mean to use the poison formation left behind by the old monster as a means of protection for us? Precisely. The master nodded, asserting that the poison formation would serve as a barrier, allowing for both offense and defense. The toxic miasma surrounding it would be sufficient to deter and obstruct the majority of soul beasts. This, without a doubt, was a prudent plan. No longer hesitating, Tangan relied on his memory to lead the group deep into the Sunset Forest, arriving at a region where the vegetation exhibited distinctly abnormal colors, and a faint, sweetish odor permeated the air. This was indeed the outer perimeter of the poison formation set by the poison Dugu. Here we are. Tangan gestured towards the colorful yet ominous area ahead, stating that they would place the fragrant wonderflower near the edge of the poison formation. Should the attracted soul beasts prove too powerful or numerous, they would immediately retreat within the confines of the poison formation. The toxins left by the old monster are potent enough to send even 10,000-year soul beasts fleeing. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the safest assurance. Tangan carefully positioned the fragrant wonderflower on a prominent rock at the edge of the poison formation. Subsequently, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from the 24 Bridges moonlit night. As he uncorked it, an intensely foul and nauseating stench instantly filled the air. Ugh, Little San, What on earth is this? It reeks. Dai Mubai covered his nose, frowning as he asked. Tang Sen cautiously dripped a few drops of the viscous, foul-smelling black liquid onto the fragrant wonderflower's crystalline petals. Its aroma was exceedingly pungent, possessing a powerful repelling effect on most lower-level soul beasts. By applying this, we can filter out those soul beasts with cultivation below 2,000 years, preventing them from causing chaos. Having completed these preparations, Tang Sen swiftly stowed the vial and distributed 2 pills to each person. These are detoxification pills I concocted myself, capable of countering the majority of the toxins from the outer poison formation of the old monster. Taking one will ensure safety for a day. Everyone took heed and stored the pills for potential emergencies. The group consumed the detoxification pills and awaited in silence as the elegant fragrance of the fragrant wonderflower wafted through the forest. The waiting period proved to be considerably shorter than anticipated. Before long, the grass surrounding them began to tremble violently on its own, without a hint of wind. An invisible pressure subtly permeated the atmosphere. Master Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened as he murmured, "Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. This commotion must be caused by tiger-type soul beasts. Everyone, remain vigilant." As his words fell, the group instantly unleashed their martial souls, the brilliance of soul rings illuminating the surroundings as they stood at the ready. A deep, intimidating roar resounded through the air. A shadow, akin to a specter, suddenly sprang forth from the dense thicket. Its form was lithe and elongated, cloaked in deep, dark purple fur adorned with irregular obsidian stripes. Beneath the dim light, its beastly eyes glimmered with a chilling and cruel green light, revealing it to be a ghostly tiger of at least 4,000 years of cultivation. The target of the ghostly tiger was unmistakable, fixated upon the alluring fragrance wafting from the mystical herb upon the rock. With remarkable speed, Tang Sen activated his third soul skill, web binding. The resplendent purple ring of his third soul glowed brightly as the resilient blue-silver grass swiftly intertwined to form an enormous purple-black web, descending precisely upon the rushing ghostly tiger, ensnaring it tightly. I haven't even exerted myself, and it has already fallen," Ma Hongjun remarked triumphantly as he approached the struggling and roaring ghostly tiger, firmly bound by the web. He playfully prodded its fur, exclaiming, "Third brother, your web is truly impressive. 1,000-year soul beast is nothing much after all." However, before the last syllable could escape his lips, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly securely bound ghostly tiger flashed a glimmer of cunning and ferocity in its eyes. Its muscles suddenly bulged, and an overwhelming force erupted forth. With a ripping sound, the resilient blue-silver web was mercilessly torn apart. The freed ghostly tiger let out a furious roar, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Ma Hongjun and Oscar nearby. "Be careful." Tang San's pupils constricted as the prepared blue-silver grass coiled around Ma Hongjun and Oscar's waists like a swift serpent, yanking them backward with great force. The ghostly tiger's claws barely grazed the spot where they had just stood, sending several blades of grass fluttering in the wake of the gust. Its attack having missed, the cold, beastly eyes scanned the group, ultimately greedily locking onto the mystical herb upon the rock. With a fierce roar, the ghostly tiger unleashed its innate skill, Shadow Clone. In an instant, 2 identical ghostly tigers appeared on the battlefield. Their movements were synchronized, their auras indistinguishable, as they both lunged towards the ethereal herb from different directions. "Everyone, be cautious. This is the ghostly tiger's innate skill, Shadow Clone. The genuine one is difficult to discern," the master promptly warned. 9 treasures, cast the glazed light," Ning Rongrong declared with fervor. The 9 treasures' glazed tower radiated brilliance as 3 beams of colorful light precisely illuminated Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San. Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger's radiant wave, a robust golden-white beam shooting forth, striking one of the ghostly tigers lunging for the herb with pinpoint accuracy. With a pop, the struck ghostly tiger shattered into nothingness like a bubble. Witnessing this, the true ghostly tiger's eyes glinted with heightened ferocity, its ethereal glow flashing once more. With a roar, 2 more clones materialized on the scene. 3 ghostly tigers once again charged towards the mystical herb, attempting to obscure their vision. With the purple extreme demon eye activated, Tang San's gaze shimmered with a purple golden light, as his insight into the realm of perception instantly pierced through the illusion. The one on the left is real. Zhuqing. At that moment, the genuine ghostly tiger was positioned directly before the swift Zhu Zhuqing. With her first soul skill, Ethereal Stab, Zhu Zhuqing darted forward like lightning, her sharp claws glinting with a cold sheen as they accurately targeted the shoulder of the ghostly tiger. With a swift motion, a crimson line appeared. The second soul skill, Phantom Claw, Zhu Zhuqing, emboldened by her advantage, transformed her hands into a blur of claw-like shadows that descended upon the ghost tiger like a torrential storm. Yet, the ghost tiger's speed was equally astonishing. With a peculiar twist of its body, it narrowly evaded most of the claw shadows, only a few grazing its fur. Simultaneously, it opened its massive maw. A deafening, terrifying roar erupted at close range. Zhu Zhuqing, positioned closest, felt a sharp pain in her eardrums, her head ringing. Her movements momentarily slowed as she staggered backward from the sonic shockwave. Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in horror. He witnessed the ghost tiger's lethal claws poised to strike the temporarily dazed Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless dazzling golden meteors rained down like a deluge, exuding a devastating aura, instantly locking onto the true form of the ghost tiger and cascading down. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions. The ghost tiger was blasted backward, its body charred and emitting pained roars. The master observed solemnly, stating, "Although the explosive force of the White Tiger Meteor Shower is not as concentrated as Fatty's Phoenix Cry, its advantage lies in its wide area and rapid speed, enabling it to lock onto its target instantly, making escape nearly impossible." At that moment, the surrounding jungle erupted with even more frenzied movement and roars. Other formidable spirit beasts, drawn in by the alluring fragrance of the ethereal essence, could no longer contain themselves and began to emerge, converging towards the central area. Among them were several with menacing auras. Zhao Wujia, Flinder, Erlong. Block them, the master commanded sternly. Instantly, the three powerful soul saints, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia, released their formidable presence and soul rings, standing as insurmountable mountains at the periphery, unleashing their soul skills to repel or intimidate the approaching spirit beasts. In the heart of the battlefield, the severely wounded ghost tiger, now furious, disregarded its injuries and leaped high, driven by a frenzied intent to take Zhu Zhuqing down with it. Zhuqing, Dai Mubai roared in anger, positioning himself protectively in front of her. His first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Thud. The ghost tiger's sharp claws struck the golden shield with a piercing screech. The shield trembled violently, but ultimately withstood this fatal blow. Dai Mubai let out a grunt, the ground beneath him cracking. "Everyone now?" Tang San commanded, seizing the opportunity as they launched a coordinated assault. The elemental obliteration gun of Wu Xian Mo, crackling with lightning, seared a charred mark upon the ghost tiger's body. Xiao Wu's teleportation allowed her to deliver a powerful kick to its flank. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line scorched the tiger's fur. Ning Rongrong's supportive light continually enveloped her allies. The relentless barrage rendered the already injured ghost tiger thoroughly weakened, its movements sluggish and its gaze vacant. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she drew in a deep breath, her soul power surging within. Her third soul skill, Phantom Slash. A blade of dark energy, honed to perfection and shaped like a crescent moon, burst forth from Zhu Zhuqing's claws, radiating a soul-rending sharpness. The speed was astonishing. Swish. The luminous blade precisely sliced through the vulnerable throat of the ghostly tiger. Its massive form stiffened abruptly, the ferocity in its eyes extinguished, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. A profound purple soul ring gradually coalesced into existence. Xiao San, quickly stow away your fragrant celestial treasure. The beast horde is about to spiral out of control, the master exclaimed anxiously. On the periphery, the soul beasts that had been repelled by the three teachers did not retreat. Instead, spurred by the aura of the celestial herb, they grew increasingly frenzied, launching reckless assaults on the defensive line of Flinder and his companions from all directions. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens, and the very ground trembled beneath them. Tang San dared not delay. With a swift motion, he coiled the blue-silver grass and quickly retrieved the fragrant celestial treasure back into his treasure pouch. However, the disappearance of the herb's aura did not calm the beast horde. Rather, it incited them to madly seek entry. The now aimless and enraged soul beasts began to direct their fury towards all present, their numbers far surpassing before. "Quick, enter the poison formation." Flinder, the dean, decisively commanded. "Mubai, bring the ghostly tiger's corpse and Zhu Zhuqing inside." Tang San shouted to Dai Mubai, who was supporting the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai hoisted the ghostly tiger's body onto his shoulder, using his other arm to assist Zhu Zhuqing, and together with the rest of the Shrek team, they rushed into the vibrant confines of the poison formation at the fastest pace. The frenzied soul beasts, upon nearing the edge of the poison formation and encountering the pervasive toxic gas, immediately emitted painful shrieks. They roared in defiance towards those within the formation, but dared not cross the threshold. Chapter 51. the abyssal spider and the human-faced spider, safely retreated within the poison formation laid by Douluo, with the outside teeming with agitated soul beasts that dared not step further. The group finally found a moment to breathe. Zhu Zhuqing immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the ghostly tiger's soul ring of 4,000 years. Tang San retrieved his heavenly claw from the 24 Bridges moonlit night, while Wu Xianmo and Dai Mu Bai also produced their own heavenly claws. Previously gifted by Tang San, the 3 steel-crafted claw-like devices were handed to Dean Flender, Deputy Dean Lu Erlong, and Teacher Zhao Wujia. Dean, Teacher Erlong, Teacher Zhao. This is the heavenly claw. Tang San swiftly explained its usage. Utilizing a mechanism for launching, it possesses formidable strength, capable of grasping rocks and trees, as well as distant targets. When in use, aim at the target and pull this trigger to launch. The end of the rope has a retrieval mechanism. Flender accepted the heavenly claw, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A marvelous item. Xiao San, your intellect is truly remarkable. He glanced at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San. Now that Zhuqing's soul ring is settled, have you 3 decided what kind of soul beast you wish for? There are numerous varieties outside. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged glances, both indicating a need for further observation and contemplation. Master Yu Xiaojiang's gaze swept over the swirling soul beasts outside the poison formation before ultimately settling on a soul beast covered in thick, dark golden scales, resembling a pangolin. With a steady aura, I recommend that 4,000-year-old armored beast. However, it possesses considerable strength and formidable defense. You must act simultaneously, just in case. Agreed. That one it is. Flender nodded. The 3 teachers immediately raised their heavenly claws, aiming at the armored beast at the edge of the poison formation. Fire! Ka! 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 The sharp sounds of the mechanisms echoed. 3 gleaming steel claws shot forth like lightning, deftly seizing the gaps in the heavy armor of the armored beast. Retract! Flander commanded in a low voice, and the 3 soul sage-level powerhouses exerted their strength simultaneously to draw back the ropes. The armored beast, caught off guard, was violently dragged toward the poison array with an immense force. It let out an enraged roar, its 4 claws digging deeply into the ground in a futile attempt to resist. The dark golden scales of the beast proved their worth as. Despite the combined efforts of the 3 soul sages, it managed to endure, carving deep ruts into the earth. Yet, ultimately, the combined strength of the 3 soul sages prevailed. After a moment of stalemate, the massive body of the armored beast was forcibly pulled into the poison array. Its vulnerable point lay within its relatively weak mouth. The master promptly reminded them. Lu Erlong understood the implication, rolling up her sleeves, eager to step forward. Erlong. Flander hastily interjected, there are so many children here. Let us avoid excessive bloodshed. I know. Lu Erlong waved her hand impatiently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She advanced swiftly, and in the terrified gaze of the armored beast, she swung her fist down with tremendous force. Bang, bang, boom. A series of thunderous explosions echoed. Lu Erlong's formidable strength, even when intentionally moderated, left the armored beast dazed and howling, and its sturdy scales began to cave in. All right, enough. If you keep this up, it will die? Flander could no longer bear to watch. Lu Erlong, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, seized the armored beast by its tail and dragged it aside like a lifeless dog. I'll take this little fellow to play for a while. Rongrong, cover your eyes and come with your teacher. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the pitiful state of the armored beast, turned pale and trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, I'll stay with you. Oscar immediately stepped beside her, grasping her hand in comfort. Ning Rongrong cast him a grateful glance, nodded, and covered her eyes, following Lu Erlong to a nearby spot with Oscar by her side. Meanwhile, the master turned to Tang San. Little San, have you decided which soul beast you desire? Tang San's gaze pierced through the colorful mist of the poison array, locking onto a creature lurking in the shadows, smaller in size than the previous human-faced demon spider, but emanating a more sinister and chilling aura, its shell a deep purplish-black hue. It was the cunning and trap-laying burrowing demon spider, with its 8 compound eyes glimmering ominously, moving silently. Teacher, I want that burrowing demon spider. Tang San declared with unwavering certainty. What? The master's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? Can't you see that it is a 10,000-year soul beast? Judging by its shell color and aura, it undoubtedly exceeds 10,000 years. You're only in the 40s, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring? That is tantamount to courting death. I am aware that it is a 10,000-year soul beast. Tang San's eyes shone with determination. But teacher, I am confident. My body has undergone the ice and fire tempering, far surpassing that of soul masters of the same level. My mental strength has also reached the purple extreme magic eyes level, sufficient to. No, absolutely not. The master firmly rejected him, pointing to a nearby larger, more grotesquely patterned human-faced demon spider. That 6,000-year human-faced demon spider is the most suitable for you. While it is also a spider-type soul beast, its attributes align well, and its age is within your capacity to bear. Little Dance, feeling anxious, grasped Tangan's arm and exclaimed, "Brother, the distinction between a 10,000-year soul beast and a 1,000-year soul beast is monumental. Setting aside the terrifying energy impact that you may or may not withstand, the residual soul fluctuations from the death of a 10,000-year soul beast will be exceedingly difficult for you to endure." "Soul fluctuations?" the master inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What is that?" Little Dance explained. "Soul fluctuations are a unique psychic shock that occurs when a high-level soul beast dies, and its soul has not yet completely dissipated. It directly impacts the mental realm of the absorber. The consequences can range from mental injury to outright idiocy. Only those with exceptionally robust mental fortitude can resist it." The master gazed at Little Dance in astonishment. "How do you know all this, Little Dance?" Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she replied softly, "My mother told me about it once." Mo Xian silently observed from the side, a flicker of understanding crossing his dark eyes, though he refrained from interjecting. Tangan, noticing the concern in the eyes of both the master and Little Dance, took a deep breath and detailed the formidable defenses provided by his ice and fire alchemy body, as well as the purple extreme demonized capacity for mental protection. His tone infused with unwavering confidence. "Teacher, Little Dance, trust me. I am assured of my success." After a prolonged silence, the master, recognizing the unwavering determination in Tangan's gaze, sighed heavily and nodded gravely. "Very well. Since you are resolute, remember this. If you sense something amiss, stop immediately. Your life is paramount." Little Dance, understanding the futility of further persuasion, clutched Tangan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Dean Flender then confirmed, "Little San, have you truly thought this through? You must understand the perilous consequences of forcibly absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. It is a gamble with death." Tangan straightened his back, his gaze unwavering. "Dean, I have made up my mind. I, Tangan, will surely succeed." "Excellent. Such ambition." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Flender's eyes. "Then I wish you all the best. Teacher Zhao, proceed." Flender and Zhao Wuji raised their heavenly claw once more, targeting the cunning ground spider. Fire. Two claw shadows pierced through the air. However, the ground spider's cunning exceeded all expectations. Just as the heavenly claw was about to reach it, the spider swiftly maneuvered, weaving an incredibly resilient, sticky, gray-white web before it. The heavenly claw embedded itself into the web with a soft thud, unable to penetrate and harm the creature itself. "Retract." Flender and Zhao Wuji immediately attempted to pull back the rope, hoping to seize both the web and the ground spider. The ground spider anchored itself firmly to the ground, while the tenacious web, as if alive, rapidly extended along the rope. It appeared poised to ensnare the hands of the two teachers. "Fatty!" Tangan shouted urgently. "Phoenix Fireline." Ma Hongjun immediately unleashed a searing flame, accurately igniting the spreading web. The web caught fire and quickly turned to ash. Realizing the grave danger, the ground spider turned to flee, its speed astonishing as it swiftly burrowed into the shadows of the dense forest. Trying to escape? Flender roared, 7th soul skill. Cat-Eagle transformation. A massive cat-eagle illusion materialized, its wings flapping as it transformed into a streak of light, pursuing at high speed. Tangan understood that the abyssal spider was exceedingly troublesome, adept at stealth and the art of laying traps. Even Dean Flender might find it challenging to subdue it alone. He handed the bag containing the fragrant celestial treasure to Xiao Wu, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, please take care of this for me." Then he called out to Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, throw me over there." Lend a hand to the dean. Zhao Wujia comprehended his intent, seizing Tangan and, with all his might, launched him toward Flander's pursued direction as one would a cannonball. Within the poison formation, Lu Erlong, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, who had just absorbed the spirit ring of the armored beast, returned. Lu Erlong's malevolent aura had notably diminished, indicating that the physical exertion had lifted her spirits somewhat. Xiao Wu approached Oscar with concern, asking, "Xiao, are you all right?" The scene with Lu Erlong dealing with the armored beast was indeed quite frightening. Oscar grinned widely, patting his chest. I'm fine. Teacher Erlong is formidable." Dai Mubai stood alongside Zhu Zhuqing, who had just absorbed the ghost tiger spirit ring and radiated a more intense aura. Dai Mubai gazed at Lu Erlong and couldn't help but whisper to Zhu Zhuqing. What Lu Erlong did just now was truly brutal. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Erlong's icy glare pierced through him like an arrow. Dai Mubai stiffened, cold sweat breaking out as he hastily amended. "Ah no, I meant to say it was incredibly strong. Teacher Erlong is magnificent." Lu Erlong snorted, finally diverting her gaze. In the brief moment when the attention of the group waned, a chilling hiss, filled with resentment and greed, suddenly erupted. The 6,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, previously noted by the master, had somehow breached the intimidation gap left by the three teachers outside, darting forth from the shadows of the toxic mist like a specter. Its target was unmistakably the fragrant celestial treasure in Xiao Wu's hand, locking onto her with relentless intent. Xiao Wu, be careful. The master reacted swiftly, activating his first spirit ring, unleashing the thunderous roar of the three cannons. With a thunderous boom, the corpulent form of the roaring cannon swelled. A powerful shockwave combined with sonic waves surged toward the human-faced demon spider, attempting to halt its advance. Xiao Wu, leveraging her extraordinary flexibility and reflexes, arched her waist and sprang sideways in an instant. However, the speed of the human-faced demon spider was too swift. The impact of the roaring cannon merely caused a slight hesitation in its advance. Its 8 sharp legs propelled it forward once more toward Xiao Wu. Just as the venomous spider spear, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, was about to strike her, a cold voice announced, "Second spirit skill, elemental annihilation / Wu Xian Mo appeared like lightning, positioning himself in front of Xiao Wu, his elemental destruction gun emanating a razor-sharp aura that cleaved through space. Infused with the violent power of wind and thunder, crashing down upon the foremost 2 spider spears. With a clang, the piercing sound of metal striking metal echoed, and the gargantuan body of the human-faced demon spider was forcefully sent tumbling backward from the sheer force. The excruciating pain ignited its ferocity, eliciting a chilling shriek as its remaining 8 spider spears flailed wildly. It disregarded everything, channeling all its might into one final lunge. Still fixated on the fragrant celestial treasure in Xiao Wu's grip, its speed had intensified, its momentum more ferocious than before. Seeking death, in the depths of the fog, a cold glimmer erupted from Wu Xianmo's eyes as the third soul ring radiated with a resplendent purple light, amplifying the power of the thunder element. The third soul skill, Divine Punishment Piercing Strike, unleashed its might. The tip of the elemental obliteration spear instantaneously coalesced into a highly compressed, deep purple thunder core. Exuding an aura of annihilation, the spear transformed into a divine weapon, akin to the judgment spear cast by the thunder god, accompanied by a deafening roar as it morphed into a bolt of purple lightning, striking with unerring precision towards the body of the faceless spider. Upon impact, the thunder core erupted with a cataclysmic force. The ultra-high pressure of the lightning surged within the faceless spider like a multitude of frenzied electric serpents, causing its massive body to stiffen abruptly. The exterior shell blackened instantly, while the internal nervous system and energy core were utterly obliterated by the savage lightning. Overloaded. A cacophony of crackling sounds and the scent of charred flesh filled the air. However, the dying struggle of the soul beast was equally terrifying. Before the faceless spider succumbed to unconsciousness, its 8 legs, wielding their final colossal strength, lashed out like uncontrollable steel whips. Bang! Bang! As the attack threatened to strike Xiao Wu, Wu Xian Mo attempted to block with the elemental obliteration spear, yet was still struck by an overwhelming force. Sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a small tree before coming to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Wu was also grazed by another sweeping leg. Although she managed to dissipate some force with a teleport, she was still jolted, her blood surging. Thankfully, the gentle red glow emanating from the heartbroken red in her embrace shielded her, preventing serious injury. A wave of fear washed over her. It was fortunate she had not absorbed the heartbroken red back then. Xianmo, Xiao Wu. The crowd gasped in alarm. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu, a roar filled with terror and fury echoed from above. Tang San, pursuing the cave-dwelling spider, stood atop the true form of Dean Flender. Witnessing the final moments of Xiao Wu's perilous encounter, his eyes widened in rage, and the intent to kill surged within him to a boiling point. Dean, lower me. Tang San's voice was as frigid as the winds of the underworld. Flender immediately descended. Before even landing fully, 8 spider spears erupted from Tang San's back, radiating a sinister purple-black light, descending like the scythes of death, ruthlessly piercing the already faltering body of the faceless spider, ravaged by lightning. Die for me, Tang San bellowed, as the 8 spider spears voraciously consumed the remnants of the faceless spider's life, force, and soul power. The creature's body visibly shrank before their eyes. Little San. Xiao Wu is fine. Just a shock. Lu Erlong immediately called out to the seemingly frenzied Tang San. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's voice and sensing that Xiao Wu's presence, although chaotic, was not gravely harmed, Tang San's overwhelming intent to kill and fear gradually subsided. He ceased the devouring, and the 8 spider spears withdrew violently. The faceless spider lay lifeless, a profound purple soul ring materializing before them. Tangan rushed to Xiao Wu's side, finding her merely pale but unharmed, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Lu Erlong regarded the inseparable couple with a touch of emotion, and Xiao Wu, in turn, acknowledged Lu Erlong as her godmother. Moving all present, Lu Erlong turned her gaze to Tangan, her expression bearing the gravity of an elder with a hint of warning. Tangan, your deep affection is truly rare. Remember what you have witnessed today. Never let me know that you are sorry for Xiao Wu, otherwise. Regardless of whose disciple you are or the depth of your background, the Earth King of that day shall serve as your example. Her tone was resolute, imbued with undeniable strength. Tangan met Lu Erlong's gaze and then turned to Xiao Wu, his expression profoundly solemn. He vowed, word for word, I, Tangan, swear by my life that I shall never let Xiao Wu down in this lifetime. Should I betray this oath, let heaven and earth punish me. The oath resonated powerfully within the poison array. Tangan administered a herb to Xiao Wu to stabilize her vitality, urging her to rest. Dean Flander, observing the temporarily subdued abyssal spider controlled by Zhao Wuji, reminded, Little San, the abyssal spider no longer possesses the strength to resist. Seize the moment to absorb the soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring is of utmost significance. Tangan nodded and approached the injured and bloodied Wu Xianmo. Bowing deeply, Xianmo, thank you. Had it not been for you, I witnessed you shield Xiao Wu from the most lethal attack. Otherwise, she would have faced far worse. Wu Xianmo wiped the blood from his lips, waved his hand, and replied with a faint smile, it is only natural among friends. Tangan, touched by Wu Xianmo's sincere gaze, felt warmth surge within him and nodded emphatically. This bond was etched in his heart. Without further delay, he moved towards the nearly lifeless 10,000-year abyssal spider, dragged into the poison array by Zhao Wuji. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead. With the abyssal spider in tow, he resolutely headed towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye, where the unique environment might aid him in absorbing the unprecedented fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. Chapter 52, Return to the Academy and Prelude to the Competition. Tangan set forth with the 10,000-year abyssal spider towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye to absorb the soul ring. Dean Flander called Master Yu Xiaojing aside, seemingly to discuss something important. Wu Xianmo consumed an Oscar recovery sausage, seated in a meditative posture, silently channeling the Yuan vortex induction technique to recuperate from the internal injuries inflicted by the abyssal spider's last desperate attack. The elemental vortex slowly spun, absorbing the essence of the world, while pure soul power nourished his damaged meridians. When he reopened his eyes, he found that his injuries had healed significantly. His gaze fell upon Master Yu Xiaojing and Vice Dean Lu Erlong embracing each other not far away. Lu Erlong's face radiated with joy, while Master, though somewhat stiff, displayed a look of relief and deep affection. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wu Xianmo's dark eyes. It seemed Dean Flander had finally persuaded Master, unshackling the burdens that had weighed upon him for 20 years. He chose not to intrude, quietly averting his gaze. Xiao Wu expressed her intention to wait near Tangan as he absorbed the soul ring, while the others remained within the safety of the poison array to rest and remain vigilant. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the forest, Tangan and Xiao Wu finally emerged into view. Tangan's aura had become more composed and restrained, his gaze profound, clearly having successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Xiao Wu, too, appeared vibrant and full of spirit. Little San, Oscar, filled with excitement, eagerly approached and asked, pray tell, what is your fourth soul skill? Enlighten us. Tangan smiled faintly and replied, it's nothing extraordinary, merely akin to the skill released by the earthbound spider yesterday, albeit with some mutations. Do you truly wish to see it? Of course we do. Oscar's eyes sparkled. You are the first among us to possess a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul skill. Show us. At this declaration, Wu Xianmo, quietly sipping water nearby, choked and coughed several times. The group turned their gaze towards him, and Wu Xianmo waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Very well, Tangan nodded, a flash of purple flickering in his eyes, as the fourth black soul ring suddenly illuminated. Without any premonition or fluctuation of soul power, he declared, fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. In an instant, countless glossy, jet-black blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, forming a living black cage that ensnared Oscar, who stood at its center, tightly within its grasp. The prison exuded an icy aura, remarkably resilient. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened as he let out a low growl, his fist, charged with soul power, struck the cage with a whoosh. Boom. The prison trembled violently, fissures appearing, yet it did not shatter immediately. Dai Mubai followed with another punch, finally breaking it apart. Oscar scrambled out, shaken and breathless, exclaiming, "Goodness, that was silent and stealthy. You nearly scared me to death." Ma Hongjun leaned in to inspect the fractured black-blue-silver grass, pouting, "It doesn't seem particularly sturdy? It feels less robust than your web binding, third brother. Is this really the extent of a 10,000-year soul skill?" There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Tang San's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Is that so?" Before he could finish his sentence, he focused his thoughts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 identical jet black blue silver prisons appeared without warning, precisely ensnaring Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Teacher Zhao Wujing, and Master Yu Xiaojing all at once. "What?" Flander exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to break free, only to discover the prison was exceptionally resilient. His vigorous attempt failed to shatter it immediately. A group control skill. ISNT this an ability only a level 50 control type soul master can master. His eyes brimmed with shock. Tang San waved his hand, dispelling the soul skill. The 4 teachers emerged, their faces reflecting astonishment and admiration. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Group control, instantaneous and without fluctuation. Third brother, your skill is incredible. Can you coordinate with me?" He immediately thought of his Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. "Of course." Tang San nodded. The blue-silver prison serves as an initial group control, restricting the enemy's movements. Your Phoenix Cry Sky Strike, with its stunning and explosive follow-up, complements it perfectly. With proper coordination, we can maximize our attack. Flander gazed at his transformed students, unable to contain his admiration for Master Xiaojiang. "I find myself pondering whether the championship goal we set for them was perhaps too lenient. These little monsters are astonishingly powerful." Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Flander, retorting, "Oh, spare me. Are you truly expressing admiration for their formidable prowess, or are you merely seeking to embellish your own reputation with self-aggrandizing claims of your instructive prowess?" Flander, caught in the act, felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, "Oh, you two-headed dragon. Just as I assist you in achieving your desires, you come to vex me? How ungrateful, considering my kindness." He hastily shifted the topic. "All right, it's time to search for Xiao Wu's 4th soul ring. And then we shall triumphantly return to the academy." At that moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Dean Flander, I have already acquired my 4th soul ring." As she spoke, her soul power surged, and 4 rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose gracefully around her, pulsating in rhythm with her being. "What?" Flander was once again taken aback. "When did you?" Xiao Wu explained. "While waiting for brother to absorb the soul ring. I discovered a soul beast nearby that was particularly suitable for me, and its age was just right, so I effortlessly dealt with it and absorbed the ring." Flander opened his mouth, ultimately shaking his head in astonishment. "Xiao Wu, your luck is truly unparalleled." He surveyed the group and waved his hand. "Excellent. Since everyone's soul rings are now complete, it's time to return to the academy. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition commences in 1 week. Upon our return, we shall rest today and gather tomorrow morning in the small grove behind the academy's teaching building. Is that clear?" "Yes, Dean." The group responded in unison, their voices brimming with spirited determination and anticipation for the competition. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow in the small grove. The Shrek 8, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma arrived punctually at the meeting point. Except for Ma Hongjun, who was still yawning and stretching, the others eagerly approached as the master and senior Qin Ming arrived with 3 men and 1 woman. Upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun quickly jogged to catch up. The 8 stood in neat formation. The master pointed to the 4 individuals beside him and introduced them. "These 4 will serve as your substitute team members for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition." One by one, they stepped forward to introduce themselves. A robust young man with a sharp gaze took a step forward, his voice resonant. "I am Huang Yuan, a level 35 Assault System Soul Sovereign, with the martial soul, Lone Wolf." Next, a somewhat gloomy and slender youth approached. "I am Jing Ling, a level 35 Agility System Soul Sovereign, with the martial soul, Skeleton." The only female among them, possessing a delicate appearance and a gentle demeanor, said, "I am Jiang Zhu, a level 35 Healing System Weapon Sovereign, with the martial soul, Healing Staff." Finally, the last individual, familiar to all, was Tai Long, who scratched his head and stated, "Tai Long, a level 37 Assault System Soul Sovereign, with the martial soul, Mighty Gorilla." The master continued, "They are all elite students nurtured diligently over the years by Vice Dean Erlong, who have remained at the academy. If not for this competition, with their abilities, they would have graduated long ago." Oscar gazed at the 4 new team members, somewhat hesitantly remarking, "Master, the substitutes will require additional time to synchronize with us, won't they?" The master nodded gravely. This is a necessary addition to the lineup for the Soul Master competition. The schedule is intense, the opponents varied, and the challenges will exceed your imagination. Relying solely on your 8 core team members, it is undoubtedly challenging to confront all adversities, both in terms of physical endurance and the diversity of skill combinations. The 4 additional members will serve as your robust support and ensure strategic versatility. The master gestured for everyone to take a seat and commenced a detailed exposition of the rules governing the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, the format, scoring system, regulations for team and individual matches, and the criteria for advancement. Wu Xianmo listened intently, his dark eyes reflecting a whirl of thoughts. He noted that the regulations explicitly stated that team matches would consist of 8 participants, implying that all competing academies would field an octet, thus complicating tactical combinations. Particularly, the Spirit Hall team, widely recognized as the strongest contender, possesses unfathomable strength, and it is entirely plausible that 1 or 2 Soul Kings may emerge as formidable opponents. This realization heightened his vigilance regarding the impending battles. Upon concluding the rules explanation, the master announced a significant decision during the preliminary rounds. To conceal their true strength and refine the substitute lineup, the 8 of you little monsters may field only 4 participants in each match. Furthermore, Rong cannot participate. She must undergo my specialized training. Though taken aback, Ning Rong nodded obediently. Subsequently, the master appointed Tang San to oversee the specific tactical rotations and collaborative drills. Tang San rose, his gaze sweeping over Tai Long and the others, and articulated, Tai Long and Huang Yuan are both powerful assault-type soul masters. Their martial spirits excelling in strength, giant gorilla, lone wolf. They can form a solid front line to withstand pressure and create space for the back line to unleash their offensive potential. Jing Ling, as a swift agile attacker, possesses a peculiar skeletal martial spirit adept at stealth and surprise assaults, capable of disrupting the enemy's formation at critical junctures. Although Zhang Zhu's healing staff may not amplify effects as comprehensively as Oscar's sausages or Rong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it stands as a paragon among support systems in terms of healing and recovery, effectively ensuring the team's sustained combat capability. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Although Tai Long and his companions have yet to reach level 40 in their soul power, their distinct martial spirit characteristics and individual strengths indeed render them the most suitable combination for concealing our main force's prowess during the preliminary stages. The master's selection is astute. Dai Mubai then turned to Tang San. Which 4 core members will we field in the first match of the preliminary rounds in 6 days? Tang San had already contemplated this. I, you, Xiao Wu, and Xianmo. This configuration balanced control, Tang San, strong offense, Dai Mubai, Wu Xianmo, and agility, Xiao Wu, sufficiently equipping them to tackle most preliminary opponents while maximizing the concealment of Oscar, Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun's abilities and spirit ring configurations. At that moment, Principal Flender approached, beaming with pride and carrying a large box. Little monsters, for this Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, I have poured my heart and soul into designing a brand new, incredibly stylish uniform for you. I assure you, you will be the most dazzling presence on the competition stage. Flender proclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing the word design, Oscar was immediately struck by an ominous premonition and queried, Principal, it won't resemble the design we saw last time. Will it? Impossible. Flender retorted, his expression one of disbelief at their underestimation of his capabilities. We are destined to win. Not only must we possess unparalleled strength, but we must also don the finest attire. Come, take a look. He eagerly opened the box. As the crowd beheld the brand new, flamboyant school uniforms within, they collectively froze in astonishment. The vibrant mustard green base, adorned with gleaming golden stripes and emblazoned with a colossal, exaggerated Shrek face that appeared to be grinning widely, showcased a distinctive Flemish aesthetic that was even more garish than the original design sketch. Flender picked up a piece and held it against himself, proudly inquiring, What do you think? Isn't it splendid? It radiates vitality and strength, doesn't it? Ning Rong, covering her eyes in distaste, retorted, Dean, this uniform is utterly hideous. What is your sense of aesthetics? Dai Mubai could not help but chime in, and what s with the gaudy advertisement printed on the chest? How embarrassing. We're going to a competition. Flender's face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his hands awkwardly and chuckled. Ahem, well, this is also for the sake of the Academy's funding. I have some matters to attend to, so you all try them on and see how they feel. With that, he placed the box on the ground and slipped away swiftly. Looking at the uniforms inside the box, Ma Hongjun lamented, his face a mask of despair. Third brother, Xuanma, I don't want to wear this. It's too shameful. Tang San glanced helplessly at the master, hoping for a word of consolation. The master sighed and said, "Just wear it. This is also a test of your mental fortitude." At that moment, Wu Xuanma calmly spoke up, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to order 10 custom uniforms in advance from Tindo City." He turned to Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long. "Please give me your measurements. We still have a few days, and I will have the store prepare yours as well." "Really? That is wonderful. Xuanma, you are truly a savior." The eyes of the Shrek 8 and the 4 substitute team members sparkled with gratitude as they looked at Wu Xuanma, as if they had seen a messiah. Even the master let out a slight sigh of relief. Wu Xuanma noted the measurements of Huang Yuan and the others and headed back to the Yunjin Gu in Tindo City. The master craftsman, recognizing this esteemed customer's return, warmly welcomed him. Wu Xuanma explained his intentions. Settled the final payment for the 4 new uniforms, having already cleared the balance for the previous 8, and paid an extra fee for expedited service. 2 days later, Wu Xuanmo returned to the academy with a complete set of 12 brand new uniforms. The uniforms were crafted from pure white satin, elegantly embroidered with golden silk thread at the collar, cuffs, and shoulder seams, featuring a refined yet grand Shrek Academy emblem on the chest. The material was breathable and comfortable, with a sharp, tailored fit that exuded nobility while maintaining practicality for combat. As everyone donned these pristine uniforms, their collective aura elevated significantly. The sizes fit perfectly, accentuating the youthful vigor of the boys and the spirited grace of the girls. They exchanged satisfied smiles, realizing that these outfits truly matched their aspirations as champions of Shrek Academy. To silence Dean Flender, Wu Xuanma also presented him with 80,000 gold soul coins. And seeing the glimmer of wealth in his eyes, Flender naturally ceased his complaints. Chapter 53, Preliminary Competition. A few days later, when the Shrek Academy team, adorned in meticulously tailored pure white and gold battle robes by Wu Xianmo, made their way to the Sky Do Great Soul Arena, they instantly captured the attention of countless passers-by. The pristine white satin shimmered gently under the sunlight, while the elegant golden embroidery at the collar, cuffs, and shoulder seams subtly delineated an air of understated nobility. The exquisite Shrek emblem, positioned over the heart on the left chest, served as a captivating focal point. The impeccable tailoring accentuated the youthful figures of the boys and girls, who moved with a poised grace, embodying both nobility and the practicality required for battle. Even before entering, this team had already become the center of attention due to their extraordinary presence. As they approached the bustling outer perimeter of the competition venue, they crossed paths with the team from Shanhua Academy. The members of Shanhua Academy were evidently provoked by the Shrek team's dazzling attire, their eyes flickering with jealousy and indignation. One individual even raised a hand, seemingly on the verge of uttering a taunting remark. "What are you doing?" A cold, deep voice suddenly reverberated, filled with undeniable authority. The lead instructor of Shanhua Academy, a gaunt figure with a sinister gaze, emerged behind the students. His sharp, serpent-like eyes swept over the Shrek team, lingering momentarily on Tang San and Wu Xianmo, a fleeting, inscrutable glimmer of malice flashing within. He then sharply reprimanded his students. "Hurry up. The opening ceremony is about to commence." The students, intimidated by his glare, promptly fell silent, hastily lowering their heads and quickening their pace to follow. The instructor cast one last penetrating glance at the Shrek team, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips before he turned away. As the opening ceremony approached, the Shrek team swiftly took their positions in the designated area, with the announcer's resonant voice. The 28 participating teams of this competition entered in succession. The second team from the Royal Academy of Skydo, Shinfeng, Leitang, Chihua, Tianshui, the 5 Elemental Academies, and the Plant Academy. Each team elicited waves of cheers from the audience. When the Shrek Academy, the final team to make their entrance, proudly strode into the arena. Their unified, dazzling white and gold robes ignited the crowd. "Look, Shrek, what an impressive uniform. What is their slogan? A champion without rivals? So arrogant, yet so cool." Despite not being the largest team, the confidence radiating from within and the exceptional aura brought forth by their new attire ensured that Shrek's presence rivaled that of any established powerhouse. Standing firmly at the center of the arena, the announcer proclaimed, "Now, let us invite His Majesty, the Supreme Emperor of the Sky Do Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, to officially declare the commencement of this competition." Clad in a dragon robe, the Snow Knight Emperor rose with regal authority, his voice resonating through the sound amplification soul guide. "I, Emperor Shui Yi of the Sky Do Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby solemnly announce, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is now officially open." Boom, boom, boom. As the Emperor's words echoed, deafening salvos of cannon fire erupted into the sky, and countless ribbons and soul power flames burst forth, creating a dazzling spectacle. The entire Tindo Great Spirit Arena was instantaneously engulfed by a tsunami of exuberant cheers, reaching a crescendo of fervor. Countless spectators waved their arms, exhilarated by this grand celebration dedicated to the Soul Masters. Emperor Shuye raised his hand to call for silence and continued, "Here. I hope that all the Soul Masters participating in this grand competition will fully unleash their prowess and achieve remarkable results. You are all the pride of the Tindo Empire." The applause thundered once more. The host then announced, "Now, let us welcome Mr. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, to deliver a speech for this competition." The graceful figure of Ning Fengji appeared in the VIP section to commence his address. However, Wu Xuanma's gaze did not focus on the honored guests. His attention had been subtly fixated on a particular direction since leaving Shanhua Academy. At that moment, he keenly perceived a peculiar expression on the gaunt face of an inconspicuous figure in the audience. A strange, chilly smile flickered across their features. Though fleeting, it set off alarm bells within Wu Xuanma, who remained on high alert. The opening ceremony concluded with Ning Fengji's gentle yet powerful speech. The audience and contestants orderly surged toward the main competition arena, the Tindo Great Spirit Arena. In the first match of the preliminary round, Shrek Academy versus the second team of the Tindo Royal Academy. Upon receiving the news, an atmosphere of excitement and fighting spirit pervaded the Shrek Academy's lounge. Is the first match against them? Splendid. Dai Mubai clenched his fist, his eyes glinting with mischief. Tang San nodded steadily. Our lineup remains unchanged, as per our prior strategy. Myself, Big Dai, Xiao Wu, Xuanma, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long. We shall take the stage. He glanced at the 4 substitutes, instructing Huang Yuan and Tai Long to hold the front line, while Jing Ling would harass from the flanks. Jiang Zhu, the senior sister, would be ready with her healing aura, primarily focused on safeguarding the opponents. His intent was clear, to utilize Jiang Zhu's healing abilities to maintain the opponent's life signs while relentlessly attacking, thereby avoiding referee intervention. Flender and the master stood at the entrance. Flender sporting his signature scheming smile, adjusting his glasses. "Little monsters, have you forgotten our previous discussions? Therefore, finishing this in a minute should be no problem, right?" His tone was light, yet the content was undeniably audacious. "Not a problem." The crowd echoed in unison, their fighting spirit boiling over. Flender, satisfied, waved his hand and exited the lounge with the master. As the 8 members of Shrek donned their striking platinum battle robes and stepped onto the central spirit arena under the gaze of thousands, a momentary silence fell over the crowd, only to erupt into an even greater clamor. Their opponents, the 8 members of the second team of the Tindo Royal Academy, adorned in luxurious Royal Academy attire, appeared somewhat ostentatious in stark contrast to Shrek's simple yet noble and battle-ready garb. In the first match of the preliminary round, Shrek Academy faced off against the Tindo Royal Academy's second team. The 2 sides exchanged formalities, standing respectfully. The members of the Tindo second team wore expressions of blatant arrogance and disdain, clearly underestimating Shrek. As the countdown began, 3, 2, 1, begin, with the host command. The 8 members of Shrek unleashed a powerful wave of soul power. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai unleashed his formidable spirit, the White Tiger. Its 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings radiating with brilliance. Wu Xian's dark hair gently swayed, his demeanor calm, as 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings of his own, mimicking the 1,000 forms, emerged beneath him. A flash of light enveloped his hand, revealing a magnificent spear of pure silver, its tip adorned with a halo of 9 elemental colors. The elemental annihilation spear appeared from thin air, exuding an aura of sharpness and destruction. Xiao Wu leapt forward with agility, her 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shimmering. In the center, Tang San's blue-silver grass quietly spread, and as the 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, suddenly ascended. An explosive shockwave reverberated through the entire Sky Do Great Soul Arena, akin to the detonation of a massive bomb. The audience, including esteemed figures such as the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, and Bishop Salis, rose to their feet, their faces etched with utter astonishment. 10,000-year soul rings. The 4th ring is 10,000 years. My heavens, is he a monster? Gasps and murmurs of disbelief flooded the arena, drowning out all else. The haughty expressions of the members of the second team of the Royal Academy of Sky Do froze into shock and incredulity. In that moment of collective astonishment, the Shrek 8 sprang into action. Dai Mubai and Wu Xian charged forward like 2 blades piercing through the enemy formation, with Xiao Wu and Tai Long closely following. Huang Yuan let out a wolf's howl, embodying the lone wolf, his power erupting forth. Jingling's figure merged with the shadows like a ghost. her skeletal martial spirit exuding a chilling presence. Underfoot, Tangan's blue light flickered as the blue-silver grass grew wildly. The healing staff of Jiangzhu illuminated with a soft green glow, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on the adversaries. Wu Xian's target was the two formidable attack-type soul masters across from him. Just as they began to recover from the shock of the 10,000-year soul rings, they were met with the blazing sweep of the spear, enveloped in a halo of 9 colors, threatening to incinerate all in its path. With his second soul skill, the Crimson Lotus Annihilation Slash, amplified by fire elements, crimson flames instantly coiled around the spear, coalescing into a massive, destructive flaming strike. The air warped under the intense heat, an overwhelming wave of temperature crashing toward them. Boom. The two attack-type soul masters of Team Sky Do 2 felt an unstoppable force and searing heat assail them. Their hurriedly released soul skills shattered in an instant, sending them screaming and crashing away, their bodies charred. On Dai Mubai's side, the assault was equally relentless. Empowered by the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he struck down the approaching foes with devastating blows. However, Team Sky Do 2 was not without resistance. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's ferocity, several members abandoned their opponents and converged upon him. Among them, a control-type soul master seized the opportunity and unleashed their second soul skill, Copper Ring Bind. Several yellow rings of soul power swiftly ensnared Dai Mubai, restricting his movements. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of Team Sky Do 2's captain as multiple attacks surged toward the temporarily trapped Dai Mubai. Just as the situation grew dire, Tangan's eyes glimmered with purple light, his voice calm and icy. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Without a hint of soul power fluctuation or any forewarning, 6 solid, pitch-black cages, gleaming with a metallic sheen, erupted from the ground, suddenly enclosing all 6 members of Team Sky Do 2 who had been attacking Dai Mubai. The confinement of the soul power within the cage was remarkably potent, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. What? The captain of the Tindo second team's expression shifted dramatically. Taking advantage of the moment, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power, instantly breaking free from the confines of the copper rings and leaping into the air, radiating with brilliant golden light. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless dazzling golden orbs, akin to falling meteors, surged downward with a devastating aura, targeting the 6 individuals ensnared by the blue-silver prison. The sheer scope of the attack enveloped the entire core area of the Tindo second team. Wuxuan Mo's gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he appeared behind the 2 assault-type soul elders who had been struck away, launching a swift kick. Bang! Bang! The 2 were sent flying, accurately propelled into the most concentrated zone of Dai Mubai's meteor shower. Ah, no! The deafening explosions and the anguished cries resonated throughout the arena. Golden light ravaged the surroundings, and dust filled the air. The 8 members of the Tindo Royal Academy's second team were battered by the relentless bombardment of the White Tiger Meteor Shower, resembling leaves caught in a tempest, toppling in disarray. Their protective soul skills crumbled like fragile paper, their bodies instantly marred with wounds, blood staining the Royal Academy's elegant attire. The intense agony rendered them incapable of standing, and they fell to the ground, wailing in despair, the scene a harrowing spectacle. As the dust slowly settled, the orderly figures of the Shrek 8 were revealed. Jiangzhu's healing staff continued to emanate a green glow, continuously showering gentle life energy upon the fallen opponents, maintaining their minimal vitality, averting immediate death. The host appeared momentarily speechless, stunned by the overwhelming and brutal display, before finally regaining composure to announce the results. "Stop, Judge!" A piercing scream erupted from the sidelines. The lead teacher of the Tindo Royal Academy's second team rushed to the edge of the arena, eyes bulging with rage. Pointing at the Shrek group as he shouted, "They are not competing. They are killing. They are in severe violation of the competition rules. I demand an immediate disqualification. Cancel their competition eligibility." An uproar ensued throughout the audience. In the VIP section, Emperor Shui furrowed his brow, while Bishop Salus's eyes glinted with a barely perceptible light. Tangan stepped forward, his demeanor calm and unruffled, stating, "Judge, may I inquire, are they dead?" He gestured towards the moaning opponents. "Our support-type soul master has maintained her soul skill since the match began, with the sole aim of aiding our adversaries. It is precisely due to her healing that they endure such attacks and continue to suffer, rather than succumbing immediately. Do they not require our healing? Or do you believe we should let them perish on the stage, which would not constitute a violation of the rules?" Tangan's words were clear and resonant, leaving the lead teacher momentarily speechless. At that moment, Tangan exchanged a glance with Jiangzhu. Understanding the cue, she promptly ceased her output of soul power, retracting her healing staff. The instant the green light faded, The 8 heavily injured members of the Tindo's second team, deprived of the life energy support, succumbed to the onslaught of pain and blood loss, their screams abruptly silenced, heads lolling to the side as they fainted, some even teetering on the brink of death. The instructor gazed at his students, their fates uncertain, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately, all his fury and resentment coalesced into a feeble sigh as he resignedly uttered, "We concede." Only then did the host seem to awaken from a stupor. Announcing in a loud voice, in the first round of the preliminary match, Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The 8 members of Shrek retracted their martial souls and, under the multitude of astonished, awed, fearful, and curious gazes, descended the fighting arena with serene expressions. Their blood-stained platinum battle robes, at that moment, appeared to don an invisible halo, aptly named monstrous in the eyes of the onlookers. As they exited the grand arena, ready to return to their academy, a figure, warm as jade and smiling, awaited them at the exit. None other than Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Father!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, akin to a jubilant little bird, as she flew into her father's warm embrace. Holding Ning Fengji's hand, she approached her companions and proudly introduced, "Father, these are my comrades." Ning Fengji's face radiated a gentle smile as his gaze swept over the group, ultimately landing on their battle-worn, yet still resplendent platinum robes. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes as he addressed them. "Greetings, young ones of Shrek." "Greetings, Master Ning." The group responded, bowing respectfully. Ning Fengji waved his hand, his expression warm, no need for excessive formalities. "At present, I am merely Rongrong's father, a figure of elder status to you all, rather than a master." His attention then shifted to Tang San, and the two seemed to share a silent understanding, moving aside to engage in hushed conversation. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xuanma delved into his mind and accessed the system interface. Indeed, a clear prompt materialized. Ding. Defeated the second team of the Tindo Royal Academy, preliminary match. Earning points, 40. Wu Xuanma felt a stir within. Defeating a team grants 40 points? That's significantly more than usual. The system, sensing his confusion, promptly clarified. During the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the points earned for defeating participating teams will be substantially increased based on the stage of the competition and the opponent's prowess. Subsequently, a brand new task emerged. Main quest: secure the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Task reward: a mysterious gift package. Understanding now that the points earned during the competition would be doubled along with the championship task, Wu Xuanma nodded in comprehension. At that moment, Ning Fengji's conversation with Tang San seemed to reach its conclusion. He returned to the group and smiled at Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, before we depart, why not properly introduce your companions to your father? I didn't get enough of a look at them on stage." With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong began her introductions. "This is Senior Sister Jiangju, a level 35 healing-type weapon soul master, wielding the healing staff. We owe her much today." Ning Fengji turned to Jiangju, offering a gentle commendation. "Miss Jiangju, your martial soul is remarkable, focused on healing. Your future is boundless." This is Senior Huanyuan, a level 35 assault-type battle soul master, with the martial soul of a lone wolf. This is Senior Jingling, a level 35 agility-type battle soul master, with the martial soul of a skeleton. And this is Brother Tai Long, whom you have met. He is a level 37 assault-type battle soul master, with the martial soul of a mighty gorilla, purely strength-based. Ning Fengji greeted the 3 substitute students with a gentle smile and a nod. Ning Rongrong then approached Dai Mubai, her voice brimming with pride. "This is our leader and captain of the Shrek 8 monsters, the evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai." At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of 46th level soul master. Looking at Dai Mubai, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I witnessed the battle earlier. To possess such strength and leadership at this age is a sign of boundless potential. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future?" Dai Mubai respectfully responded, "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Ning. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly pay a visit." Ning Rongrong then pointed to Oscar, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice softening. His name is Oscar. His martial soul is a sausage, and he is our second in the Shrek 8 monsters, a 43rd level food system soul master." A look of astonishment flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes again as he regarded Oscar with newfound respect. A food system at 43rd level? Remarkable. Truly, heroes are born young. He then solemnly declared, "Young friend Oscar, the doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are always open to you." Overjoyed, Oscar quickly nodded in gratitude. Ning Rongrong continued her introductions. "You are quite familiar with our third brother. This is our 4th, Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is the Fire Phoenix. a 42nd level assault system Soul Master. Fire Phoenix. Ning Fengji could scarcely conceal his surprise as he glanced at Ma Hongjun and then at the others, unable to resist asking, Rongrong, surely your Shrek 8 monsters have not all surpassed the 40th level? With pride swelling in her chest, Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. Indeed, father. All 8 of us are above the 40th level. She continued her introductions. Xiao Wu, a 44th level assault system Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, a 41st level agility system Soul Master. She is in the same group as Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong mischievously winked. Finally, she approached Wu Xuan Mo. Her voice tinged with awe. This last one is the youngest among us, Wu Xuan Mo. However, his soul power is the highest among all of us, at 47th level. 47th level. Even Ning Fengji, accustomed to geniuses, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his gaze piercing towards Wu Xuan Mo, the young man before him. With cascading black hair and a handsome yet cool demeanor, exuded a calm and restrained aura. Were it not for Ning Rongrong's words, he would find it hard to believe that this youth was merely 12 years old. Truly, heroes are born young. Ning Fengji sincerely marveled, his voice betraying his shock. I am delighted to meet such talented young individuals today. He paused, redirecting his gaze to Tang San. All right, you may return now. I have a few words to discuss with Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted, feigning displeasure as she stuck out her tongue. Father is so biased. You pay more attention to third brother than to me. Ning Fengji chuckled, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair, half-jokingly lamenting. I truly wish to have a son as outstanding as Tang San. The group shared knowing smiles, bidding farewell to Ning Fengji as they turned towards Shrek Academy. Soon, only Tang San and Ning Fengji remained, standing face to face. Chapter 54, The Elephant Armored Academy. The following day, the atmosphere in the Shrek Academy lounge was palpably tense. The 8 monsters and 4 substitute team members were gathered, awaiting information about their opponents for the day. When Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojing, Teacher Zhao Wujia, and Senior Qin Ming entered the room, it was evident that the results were in. Master S' expression was composed, his voice steady yet tinged with a note of caution. Today's adversary is the Elephant Armor Academy. Their backing sect is the renowned Elephant Armor sect, reputed to be the foremost in defensive prowess on the continent. The mention of the Elephant Armor sect sent a shiver through the group. Its reputation was indeed formidable. Lu Erlong interjected, her tone grave. The ancestral martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect is the Diamond Mammoth, a top-tier defensive martial soul. Its characteristics are primarily manifested in extraordinary strength and an almost impenetrable defense. For soul masters of equal rank, breaching their defenses is akin to scaling the heavens. Qin Ming promptly supplemented the intelligence, his demeanor serious. Your opponents are all direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, 3 of whom have reached level 40. With the captain Huyen Li boasting a formidable 34th level defensive soul. The remaining 5 members are also close to the 40th level, forming a remarkably solid lineup. Master surveyed the gathering and offered his counsel. For this match, I suggest we forfeit. In the preliminary rounds, only the top 5 teams will advance. Encountering such a formidable defensive team this early on, it would be prudent to conceal our strength and preserve our energy for subsequent matches. The eyes of the group met, ultimately resting on the captain, Dai Mubai. With a furrowed brow and a flicker of fighting spirit in his eyes, he pondered for a moment before rising decisively. His voice resolute, we shall fight. This decision ignited a flame within the hearts of the group. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xuanmo, Oscar, and the others nodded in agreement. Their gazes steadfast. Tang San stepped forward, his tone steady and powerful. Teacher, we understand the situation you described. However, our participation in this competition is not solely for the ultimate victory. It is also to hone our skills and push our limits in real combat. If we retreat in the face of strong opponents, we shall never truly grow, nor shall we be worthy of the title Shrek monsters. He paused, surveying his companions, and continued, I propose a compromise, to adapt flexibly. We should neither fully reveal our trump cards nor hold back our efforts. Instead, we should seek strategies to overcome our foes in the heat of battle. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a subtle hint of appreciation graced Master S' stern visage, and he nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the announcer's voice resonated clearly throughout the grand arena. Please welcome the teams from Shrek Academy and Elephant Armor Academy to the arena. Let us go. With a sweeping gesture, Dai Mubai led the 8 members of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xuanmo, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling, proudly stepping onto the center stage, the focus of the crowd's attention. The announcer passionately introduced both lineups. The Shrek Academy team, Captain Dai Mubai, a level 46 Assault Soul Master, Vice Captain Tang San, a level 44 Control Soul Master. Team member Xiao Wu, a level 44 Assault Soul Master. Wu Xuanmo, a level 47 Assault Soul Master. These four have already made a remarkable impression in their first preliminary match. Additionally, the two new members appearing today, Zhu Zhuqing, a level 41 Agility Soul Master. Oscar, a level 43 Food System Soul Master, along with the two formidable Soul Masters from the preliminaries. Lone Wolf Huang Yuan and Skeleton King Ling represent a stunning lineup for Shrek Academy. Boasting 6 Soul Masters of remarkable caliber, arguably the most luxurious team in this round of qualifiers. The audience erupted in an overwhelming wave of excitement. The host then turned to the other side. Their opponents, the esteemed Xiangjia Academy from the foremost defensive sect. The captain, Huyen Li, a level 43 defensive system Soul Master, possesses a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Team members Huyen Shan and Huyen Ba also stand as level 41 defensive system Soul Masters, sharing the same soul ring configuration. The remaining 5 members are all near level 40, forming another formidable team that excels in both offense and defense. As the participants stood on the soul fighting platform, their gazes clashed, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. The 8 members of Xiangjia Academy towered with impressive stature. Resembling moving mountains, their eyes brimming with confidence derived from their strength, accompanied by a hint of disdain for Shrek's flamboyant uniforms. Both teams unleashed their martial souls. Roars and hums filled the air as 16 beams of soul power erupted simultaneously. On Shrek's side, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar exhibited a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple, while Tang San displayed a configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Huang Yuan and Ling showcased 2 yellow and 1 purple. Conversely, on Xiangjia Academy's side, Huyen Li, Huyen Shan, and Huyen Ba also flaunted 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, while the remaining 5 possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple. The intense waves of soul energy surged across the platform. The first match of the second round of preliminaries commenced, with Shrek Academy facing Xiangjia Academy. The battle ignited instantly. The 8 members of Xiangjia Academy moved with perfect synchronization, almost as if in unison with the host's declaration, collectively roaring, First Soul Skill, Copper Wall, Iron Bastion. In an instant, a radiant, diamond-like, solid soul power shield coalesced in their hands. Subsequently, they advanced with a heavy and peculiar gait, resembling 8 moving fortresses, exuding an overwhelming momentum as they thunderously charged towards Shrek's formation. The earth trembled beneath their advancing steps. Retreat, Tang San commanded sharply, as the blue-silver grass erupted from the ground like a serpentine spirit, ensnaring their opponents' lower bodies with his first soul skill, Entanglement. However, the might of Xiangjia's disciples was terrifyingly formidable. The entangled blue-silver grass merely delayed them for a moment before being violently torn asunder by their brute strength. The momentum of the 8 fortresses showed no signs of abating as they continued their relentless advance. Step forward 3 paces. Tang San's voice rang out once more, calm and decisive. Without hesitation, the 8 members of Shrek stepped forward in unison. Concurrently, Tang San raised his hands, and the prepared blue-silver grass accurately coiled around the waists of Dai Mubai, Wu Xianmo, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, and Ling. Meanwhile, Oscar swiftly consumed a flying mushroom sausage, sprouting translucent wings from his back, and seized Tang San's shoulder from behind, unleashing his soul power. Let us ascend with the flying mushroom sausage, go. Oscar propelled Tang San skyward. The blue-silver grass wrapped around the other's waists instantly tightened. The powerful force lifting Dai Mubai, Wu Xianmo, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, and Ling off the ground. To onlookers, it appeared as though Tang San single-handedly elevated his 6 teammates into the sky. The Shrek team suddenly ascended from the ground, hovering over 20 meters high. Gazing down at the 8 members of the Elephant Armor Academy, who wielded colossal shields yet remained helpless against the airborne adversaries, the scene was momentarily ensnared in a stalemate. Oscar, positioned behind Tang San, observed the frustrated and furious expressions of the Elephant Armor sect disciples below and could not resist initiating a taunt. Hey, you hefty fellows down there, aren't you tired of holding those shields? Why not come up and play? Isn't the Elephant Armor sect known for its strength? Show me a jump. The disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, known for their fiery tempers, were instantly incensed by Oscar's provocation. Huyen Li's eyes gleamed with fury as he bellowed, "Form up. Bring them down." The 8 members of the Elephant Armor Academy swiftly rearranged their formation. 5 of them crouched in a semicircle, their hands hoisting shields overhead, creating a robust base and an inclined platform. Among the remaining 3, 2 positioned themselves behind the platform, while one was propelled skyward by his companions, landing securely on the sloped shield platform. Curling his body, he became enveloped by the massive phantom of the diamond mammoth spirit, resembling a heavy cannonball. Fire! Huyanli commanded. The two disciples behind the platform roared, exerting all their strength to push forward with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the Soul Master on the platform utilized the inclined angle and the impetus from his comrades, spinning rapidly while emitting a terrifying howl. Resembling a colossal spinning top clad in diamond armor, hurtling towards the Shrek team in the sky. The speed was astonishing, and the force exceeded that of a typical leap. Watch out! Tang San's pupils constricted. Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, and Huang Yuan, as the strongest assault-type fighters, immediately took their positions at the forefront. Wu Xuanma's elemental annihilation gun ignited with fierce flames, enhanced by fire elements. Dai Mubai unleashed the full might of his white tiger transformation, and Huang Yuan invoked the power of the lone wolf. Boom! The trio's defensive soul techniques clashed violently with the spinning diamond blade wheel. The tremendous impact caused their bodies to tremble violently, forcing them back several meters. The formation in the air swayed perilously. However, the assault from the Elephant Armor Academy did not cease. As the first projectile was repelled, the platform surged forward once more, with the second disciple transforming into a whirling diamond blade wheel, following closely behind. The target was none other than the slightly destabilized Tang San and Oscar. Control the crane. Capture the dragon. Tang San remained composed in the face of danger, his mystic jade hands activated instantly, shimmering with jade-like radiance as they accurately met the howling diamond blade wheel. He chose not to confront it head-on, but instead employed exquisite techniques to dissipate the force. His hands fluttering like butterflies as they grasped the edge of the spinning shield, pulling it sharply. Help! Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling understood the urgency and acted in unison. Whether pushing, pulling, or guiding, the seven combined their strength to alter the trajectory of the diamond blade wheel, causing it to spiral downward, crashing to the ground, and stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the Shrek team could catch their breath, the disciples of the Elephant Armor Academy launched another assault from the platform. This time, it was not a single attack. Huyan Shan and Huyan Ba, both soul masters, leapt into the air simultaneously. They leveraged each other's strength, spinning even faster, creating a blade wheel of even more formidable power. Their target remained steadfast, the core, Tang San. In a seamless coordination, Huyan Shan and Huyan Ba engaged in a tactical dance. One spun with fervor, while the other awaited the opportune moment to strike. Just as Tang San sought to unleash his control technique, the seizing the crane and capturing the dragon, Huyan Ba abruptly disengaged from the spin, hurtling towards Tang San like a cannonball, his robust arms clamping fiercely around Tang San's neck. Huyan Shan promptly followed, endeavoring to secure Tang San's arms. Xiao San! Exclaimed Dai Mu Bai and the others in alarm. With a swift response, Tang San activated his third spirit skill, web binding. The blue-silver grass transformed instantaneously into a resilient web, attempting to impede the assault. However, the combined force of the two soul masters overwhelmed the web, which shattered almost immediately. Tang San barely managed to evade a fatal blow, but still found himself ensnared by Huyan Ba, with Huyan Shan's arm poised to strike. In this perilous moment, a flash of purple-gold radiance ignited in Tang San's eyes as he declared coldly, fourth spirit skill, blue-silver cage. Without warning, the obsidian, metallic-feeling blue-silver grass erupted from the void, ensnaring Huyan Li below with unyielding grip. The resilient dark vines not only bound his form, but also infused with potent binding soul power, rendering Huyan Li, a level 43 soul master, utterly immobile. Huyan Shan and Huyan Ba were also forcefully repelled. Captain, the other members of the Elephant Armor Academy gasped in shock, immediately abandoning their assault on Tang San in a desperate bid to rescue Huyan Li. Second spirit skill, Parasite. How could Tang San allow them such an opportunity? The parasite seeds, stealthily sown during their earlier encounter, erupted forth. Countless slender blue-silver grass tendrils surged from the bodies of the Elephant Armor disciples, significantly hampering their movements and delaying their rescue efforts. Attack! Dai Mu Bai roared like a mighty tiger, joined by Wu Xianmo, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling, as they pounced upon the ensnared and disorganized members of the Elephant Armor Academy. Extinguishing Red Lotus Slash, Wu Xianmo swept his spear, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that cleaved through defenses, sending one soul venerable flying. White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Dai Mu Bai unleashed a wave of light, shattering another soul venerable shield. Huang Yuan's wolf claws tore through, while Jing Ling, like a specter, dashed among the crowd, her sharp claws leaving trails of menace. Although the elephant armor disciples boasted formidable defenses, they quickly fell into a passive position under the relentless assault of the four, compounded by the interference of the parasites. Meanwhile, a glint of cold light flickered in Tang San's eyes. Blue silver cage, rise. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple dark cages erupted from the ground, encircling all the elephant armor disciples within. Damn it! Hu Yanli, firmly bound to the ground by the blue-silver cage, watched in agony as his teammates were ensnared and attacked, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. A surge of violent soul power erupted from him, striving to break free from the accursed vines. Xiao Wu, Tang San commanded. Understood. A flash of red flickered in Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes as she activated her second spirit skill, Charm. Hu Yanli, caught in his struggle, fell into a momentary stupor. First spirit skill, waist bow. Third spirit skill, instantaneous movement. In an instant, Xiao Wu vanished, only to reappear behind Hu Yanli, her lithe legs exploding with astounding flexibility and power as she delivered a fierce kick to his lower back. Get out of my way. Hu Yanli's massive form was sent hurtling like a giant sandbag towards Dai Mu Bai and the others. Beat him. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mu Bai unleashed the brilliance of the white tiger, channeling the power of his third soul skill, the Flame Star Descent. The tip of his spear, the misty ink gun, coalesced and compressed into an apex of fiery wrath. The five warriors executed their most formidable single-target soul attack, cascading upon Hu Yanli's colossal form like a tempest, unrestrained and relentless. Bang, boom, sizzle, thud. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, every thrust piercing armor, while claw-like shadows danced in the chaos. The terrifying explosions of soul power and the cacophony of impact echoed incessantly. Hu Yanli's once imposing diamond mammoth defense groaned under the onslaught of their combined might, immediately fracturing under the strain. Blood erupted from the fissures. It was brutal, excessively so. Even the seasoned host could not bear to watch, instinctively covering his eyes. The audience fell into a hushed silence, the only sound lingering being the agonizing rhythm of blows. At last, the assault ceased. Hu Yanli crashed to the ground like a deflated sack, drenched in blood, his diamond armor shattered beyond recognition, his breath weak, on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, in the very moment when all presumed the battle concluded, a sudden twist of fate erupted. A ferocious aura erupted from Hu Yanli, as a soul bone, radiating a golden-brown light and resembling the head of a mammoth, materialized prominently upon his forehead. The formidable power of the soul bone surged into Hu Yanli, not only stabilizing his injuries, but also amplifying his presence dramatically. With a furious roar, his eyes turned crimson, reminiscent of an ancient beast in agony. He sprang back to life. He fixated his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, madness flickering in his eyes, and unleashed his third soul skill, overbearing pressure. A terrifying weight descended upon Zhu Zhuqing, a suppression emanating from the diamond mammoth spirit, freezing the very air around her. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion paled, her body ensnared as if ensconced in a quagmire, rendered utterly immobile, forced to watch as a massive fist, glowing with the essence of the soul bone and exuding a shattering force, bore down upon her. Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai's eyes flared with urgency as he instinctively surged forward at breakneck speed, positioning himself in front of her, channeling his soul power to the utmost. He crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Boom. Dai Mu Bai felt as though struck by a sledgehammer, pain radiating through his arms as he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Zhu Zhuqing was also swept away, the two entangled in a tumble. Meanwhile, the other two soul masters from the Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanshan and Hu Yanba, finally extricated themselves from the parasitic entanglement and the confines of the blue-silver prison, roaring as they charged toward the fallen Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Seeking death, Dai Mu Bai's eyes glinted with a malevolent light, instantly meeting Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Without the need for words, their soul powers resonated in unison. Soul fusion skill. The nether white tiger. Black and white energies surged skyward. A mighty and imposing nether white tiger, exuding a terrifying aura, coalesced amidst the brilliance. The sheer magnitude of its form and the overwhelming pressure it exerted caused Hu Yanshan and Hu Yanba, who had just rushed in, to freeze in shock, their eyes wide with terror. The nether white tiger unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the arena, its colossal paw descending with the force to rend the very fabric of space. Boom. At the forefront, Hu Yanli, despite the enhancement of his head spirit bone, found himself utterly powerless against this overwhelming force, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. He crossed his arms in a desperate defense, the diamond light emanating from him flickering wildly. With a crack, the sickening sound of bones fracturing pierced the air, Hu Yanli's arms twisted grotesquely at unnatural angles. He barely had time to scream before succumbing to the excruciating pain and tremendous impact, his eyes rolling back as he fainted completely. The claws of the nether white tiger continued their relentless assault, sweeping towards Hu Yan Mountain and Hu Yan Ba. With a thud, the two soul masters were sent flying like balls struck by a giant hammer, blood spraying forth as they lost consciousness. At that moment, the remaining 5 members of the Elephant Armor Academy finally broke free from the confines of the blue-silver cage, roaring as they charged forward to avenge their captain and comrades. A glint of determination shone in Tang San's eyes as several slender pink sausages flew silently toward Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Huang Yuan, and Jingling. Akin to hidden weapons, the 4 exchanged knowing glances, swiftly consuming the invigorating pink sausages, their states instantly elevated. Now, Tang San commanded softly. Xiao Wu activated her instant teleportation, ensnaring the 2 opponents with her enchanting allure and bow. Wu Xianmo unleashed the elemental disruption gun, its thunderous light flashing, enhanced by the lightning element. And with a dragon-like flourish, he dispatched one adversary. Huang Yuan, embodying the spirit of a lone wolf, roared with ferocity, his strength surging as he collaborated with Jingling's skeletal ghostly figure, swiftly subduing the remaining 2. Empowered by the invigorating pink sausages, the quartet surged forward like wolves, their soul power already severely depleted. The 5 elephant armor soul masters, devoid of their leader's guidance, could barely withstand 10 breaths before being utterly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. The entire soul battle platform lay in disarray, with all 8 members of the Elephant Armor Academy down, none able to rise. The host, stunned by the dramatic climax of the battle which concluded with absolute power, found himself momentarily speechless, only regaining his composure when the referee signaled, awakening him from his reverie as he excitedly began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. In the first match of the second round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy versus Elephant Armor Academy, the victors are Shrek Academy. Cheers erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the arena. The 8 members of Shrek retracted their martial souls and spirit rings, their platinum battle robes remaining pristine despite the fierce conflict, merely dusted with a touch of earth and the blood of their opponents, adding an air of iron and honor. Supporting one another, they descended from the soul battle platform under countless gazes of shock, reverence, and fervor. Upon returning to the lounge, the tension that had gripped them began to ease, fatigue washing over them. Flander and the master entered, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. There were no excessive words exchanged. After a brief respite, the group from Shrek set forth on their journey back to the academy. Chapter 55, Points Redemption, New Opponents. The preliminaries continued with fervor, the high-intensity schedule of 1 round per day posing a significant challenge to all participating teams. On the 7th match day, the atmosphere in Shrek Academy's lounge had lightened considerably. Their flawless record of 6 victories, particularly the hard-won triumph against Elephant Armor Academy, had greatly bolstered the confidence of these young prodigies. They chatted in small groups, sharing amusing anecdotes and insights from their previous matches. The door to the lounge swung open, and Master Yu Xiaojing entered, his face adorned with a subtle smile. Today, you may take a respite, he announced. Your opponents, the Othello Academy, have just officially declared their forfeit. Forfeit? Oscar was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. It seems our Shrek's fearsome reputation precedes us. The master nodded. Indeed. Since the 3rd round of the preliminary matches, you have overwhelmingly dominated your opponents. Coupled with the formidable display of strength and tactics in your fierce battle against the Elephant Armor Academy, many lesser academies have begun to regard you with trepidation. Your notoriety has certainly spread. Dean Flander adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, yet his tone grew serious. Little monsters, while you have garnered fame and instilled fear in many, do not let this hollow renown cloud your judgment. The arena is ever-changing. Any hint of complacency could lead to a significant downfall. Dai Mu Bai, in agreement, solemnly affirmed as the captain, the dean speaks wisely. Regardless of the strength of our opponents, whether they choose to fight or flee, we, the Shrek 7 Devils, must never lower our guard. Even when battling a mere rabbit, we must exert our full strength. Understood. The group responded in unison, their earlier lightheartedness vanishing as they assumed a serious demeanor once more. Now, the master continued, shifting the topic. Since there is no match today, a significant showdown is taking place at the Central Arena, featuring the Thunder Academy. This team is one you must approach with utmost caution on your path to advancement. Let us go observe and gather intelligence. Upon hearing this, the team perked up, rising from their seats. As the lounge door opened, the waiting fans erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Shrek, Dai Mu Bai, look over here. Tang-san, Tang-san, Wu Xuanma, so handsome, accustomed to the fervor of their supporters. The Shrek team wore confident smiles as they strode forward in their signature platinum battle robes, moving with assured steps towards the stands of the Central Seoul Arena. On their way to the stands, they encountered the team from the Shanhua Academy. Wu Xuanma's gaze swept across them, landing precisely on the haggard and sinister face of their leading teacher, Shen. He understood. The moment Tang-san returned alone, this old villain would strike. But that would also mark his impending demise. No longer wishing to dwell on this scheming individual destined for ruin, Wu Xuanma calmly averted his gaze. The master's voice resonated through the team. Shanhua Academy is not a concern for you at this preliminary stage. The true threats lie solely with the Five Elements Academy. Dean Flander interjected with a note of gravity. God Wind, Blazing Fire, Heavenly Water, Thunder, and the previously encountered Earth Element Academy together constitute the 5 great elemental academies of the Tindo Empire. As their name suggests, each of their students possesses and cultivates a powerful martial soul corresponding to their respective elements. As Flander's words faded, the attention of the group collectively fell upon the ebony-haired youth amongst them, Wu Xuanma. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wu Xianmo maintained a serene demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible arc imbued with absolute confidence. His voice, calm yet laced with an undeniable air of superiority, declared, "Do not conflate me with those who can wield only a singular element." The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of understanding and agreement. They had witnessed firsthand the mesmerizing 9-colored aura entwined around Wu Xianmo's elemental destruction gun: wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space. Such mastery over 9 elements effortlessly combined and transformed rendered the notion of a singular element far too simplistic in his presence. The master solemnly added, "While Xianmo's abilities are indeed formidable, do not underestimate the 5 academies. Their backgrounds are profound, and their heritage is astonishing. For instance, the head soul bone possessed by the esteemed Huyan Li of the Elephant Armor sect serves as clear evidence. The strength of the students may harbor hidden trump cards unknown to us." Daimu Bai pondered thoughtfully, "Master, could it be that the force behind the Thunder Academy is the legendary blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, known as the foremost beast martial soul?" "Indeed," the master confirmed with a nod. "As for the specific powers backing the Divine Wind, Heavenly Water, and Blazing Fire Academies, I cannot ascertain entirely at this moment. However, it is certain that their backgrounds are unfathomable and far from trivial. When facing them, one must remain utterly vigilant." During their conversation, the group had reached the prime viewing area of the central Battle Soul platform. The competition of the Thunder Academy had commenced, the arena illuminated by flashes of lightning and reverberating with thunderous roars. The master and Tang-san engaged in hushed discussions, seemingly analyzing the strategies and characteristics of the Thunder Academy's martial souls. After a while, Tang-san appeared to have an epiphany and addressed the group. "I shall return to the academy to train." The others nodded in agreement. Tang-san quietly departed from the bustling Seoul arena. Wu Xianmo watched Tang-san's retreating figure, a thought stirring in his mind as he opened the system interface within his consciousness. After the first 6 rounds of the preliminary rounds, having vanquished 6 opposing academies, along with the substantial points garnered from a fierce encounter with the Elephant Armor Academy, his total points had reached an impressive 358. It was time to peruse the treasures within them all. Contemplating this, Wu Xianmo delved into the abilities and skills section of the system mall, meticulously browsing through the myriad offerings. Among the dazzling array of items, a few immediately captured his attention. 1. Ability: Eye of Illusion Shattering. Effect: can penetrate all illusions, mental confusions, and visual disguises, revealing the essence beneath. Price: 100 points. 2. Ability: Fusion Ring. Effect: instantly merges all of one's soul rings, concentrating the enormous soul power into one soul ring, temporarily elevating the power of the corresponding soul skill to its maximum explosive state. Damage amplification depends on the total soul power and degree of fusion. Following its use, all soul rings enter a cooling period. Price: 150 points. 3. Skill: Tri-elemental combination technique. Wind, thunder, and fire meteoric burst. Effect: accelerates the wind element to its utmost, fusing it with fire element energy, compressing the furious thunder and fire energy into countless meteor-like energy orbs for supersonic, wide-ranging bombardment. Each meteor, upon impact, unleashes a triad of effects: wind blades that slice, lightning strikes that paralyze, and fire explosions that inflict area damage. Characteristics: ultra-fast, extensive range, sustained suppression, embodying both control and destruction. Price: 100 points. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Xianmo's eyes, the Eye of Breaking Illusions. A divine technique against opponents adept in illusion and mental attacks. The Fusion Ring, a trump card for critical moments. The Storm Fire Meteor Blast perfectly complements my extensive, ultra-fast bombardment tactics. The synergy of these three elements offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xianmo concentrated his thoughts. Purchase the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Purchase the Fusion Ring. Acquire the skill, Meteor Blast. Ding. 100 points deducted. Ability acquired, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Ding. 150 points deducted. Ability acquired, Fusion Ring. Ding. 100 points deducted. Skill learned, Meteor Blast. Current remaining points, 8. The 350 points vanished in an instant, leaving a mere 8 points. Yet, Wu Xianmo paid it no mind. Points could be earned again, but enhancing strength was paramount. As the system notification faded, a refreshing energy surged into his eyes, rendering the world clearer and more perceptible, revealing previously undetectable energy flows, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Simultaneously, profound insights into the circulation, compression, and explosive fusion of soul rings imprinted themselves deep in his consciousness. Fusion Ring. Every detail regarding the execution of Meteor Blast, including the flow of soul power and elemental fusion ratios, was instinctively mastered by him. At that moment, the Central Arena match neared its conclusion, with Thunder Academy securing a decisive victory. The crowd departed the Soul Arena, returning to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Wu Xianmo eagerly sought a secluded training ground to experiment with his newly acquired abilities and skills. He meticulously summoned the powers of wind, thunder, and fire, following the trajectory of Meteor Blast. Xianmo, an anxious voice interrupted his practice as Xiao Wu rushed over, her pink eyes filled with concern. Have you seen Sangu? He hasn't returned yet. Wu Xianmo halted his movements, extinguishing the elemental glow, and calmly shook his head. No, what's the matter? Didn't he say he would return to the academy to cultivate? Xiao Wu, receiving no satisfactory answer, grew increasingly frantic. I've searched the dormitory and the simulated training ground, but he's nowhere to be found. The words she left unspoken hung heavily in the air, and she stomped her foot before dashing away in distress. Wu Xianmo looked up at the sky. The sun had already descended significantly, and dusk was deepening. He understood, it was about time. Indeed, not long after, Tang San's figure emerged at the academy's entrance. However, his condition appeared exceedingly dire, his face as pale as paper, his steps unsteady and faltering. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as if he had endured a life-and-death battle, his soul power disordered and feeble. Sangu, Xiao Wu, with keen eyes, was the first to rush over. The others quickly gathered around. Little San, what happened to you? Dai Mubai supported him. Tang San opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak. But overwhelming fatigue and the toll on his soul rendered him incapable of sustaining himself. The world dimmed before him, and he collapsed into Xiao Wu's arms. Sangu, Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. Quick, get him back to the dormitory. The master's voice carried a grave tone. A night passed in silence. On the following morning, as the crowd once again gathered in the lounge, the door swung open to reveal the master, accompanied by Tang San, whose pallor had somewhat faded, but whose spirit was evidently rejuvenated. Senior Qin Ming promptly inquired, Master, have we determined our opponent for this round? The 8th round of the preliminaries is about to commence. The master nodded, handing a document to Qin Ming while gesturing for others to peruse it. Indeed, we have identified our next adversary, the Blazing Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. Qin Ming quickly scanned the document, his brow furrowing. The Blazing Fire Academy possesses strength that likely surpasses that of the Elephant Armor Academy. With an entire team wielding fire attribute martial souls, their offensive capabilities are exceedingly ferocious, complemented by their exceptional teamwork and diverse tactics. The master spoke with solemnity. The Blazing Fire Academy is a formidable opponent. If the situation becomes untenable, it is preferable to concede rather than stubbornly engage, risking injuries or excessive exhaustion like we did last time. Remember, this is merely the preliminaries. Our objective is to ensure our advancement while conserving our strength for the more grueling qualifying rounds and finals. As everyone perused the information regarding the Blazing Fire Academy, it clearly detailed the captain, Huo Wushuang, level 44 Assault System Soul Master, the vice captain, Huo Wu, level 43 Control System Soul Master, and the other team members, all of whom possessed fire attribute martial souls, with levels exceeding 35. Tang San closed the document, his eyes shimmering with a calm, yet resolute light. Teacher, I comprehend your concerns. However, despite the strength of the Blazing Fire Academy, we are not without the capacity to contend. I believe we should make the attempt. It is only through engaging with formidable foes that we can uncover our shortcomings and accelerate our progress. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, his voice resonating with conviction. What Little Sand says is correct. Even if we were to lose, so what? From its inception, Shrek Academy has faced skepticism and derision from the world. Have we ever feared challenges? We thrive in the face of adversity. That is the essence of our monstrous nature. Fearless. Indeed. Wu Xianmo's voice, calm yet imbued with unwavering confidence, echoed as he surveyed the group, his ink-black eyes seemingly swirling with 9 colors of brilliance. And we shall not lose. These succinct words were laden with immense conviction. The fervor ignited by Dai Mubai and Wu Xianmo resonated within the hearts of all, instilling a sense of indomitable determination as they collectively roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the lounge, filled with unwavering resolve. Shrek Academy, fearless. Chapter 56, Facing the Blazing Fire, Confronting the Dawn. The rhythm of the preliminaries was intense and exhilarating. Shrek Academy surged forward, maintaining an unblemished record. At this moment, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Tai Long, and Zhang Zhu stood at the entrance to the central soul fighting arena. Outside the passageway, the roar of the audience was akin to a tsunami. Next, let us welcome the Shrek Academy battle team, alongside their opponents, the Blazing Fire Academy. One of the 5 elemental academies. The announcer's voice ignited the entire arena. Accompanied by stirring music and thunderous cheers, the 8 members of Shrek, adorned in their iconic platinum battle robes, stepped resolutely onto the soul fighting stage. Their opponents, the 8 members of the Blaze Academy, made their entrance simultaneously. The captain, Huo Wushuang, level 44 Assault Soul Master. The vice captain, Huo Wu, level 43 Control Soul Master, along with team members Huo Lai, Huo Yu, Huo Yun, Huo Chue, Huo Jun, and Hua Hao, all Soul Lords, took their positions at the center of the soul fighting platform. Their gazes clashed, and the air was thick with a mingling of scorching heat and battle intent. The host swiftly introduced the core members of both teams, emphasizing the terrifying number of Soul Masters from Shrek Academy and Tang San's dazzling 10,000-year spirit ring, alongside the ferocious fire attributes of Blaze Academy's entire roster. In the 8th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy faced off against Blaze Academy, and the match commenced. Unleash your martial souls. 16 beams of soul power erupted instantaneously. On the side of Blaze Academy, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu stood with 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings beneath their feet, while the other 6 bore 2 yellow and 1 purple. The intense aura of flames engulfed the arena, warping the very air. On Shrek's side, Tang San showcased his 4 rings, yellow, purple, and black, while Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Wu Xuanmo radiated with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings of surging soul power. Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and Zhang Zhu bore 2 yellow and 1 purple as well. The clash of soul power resonated, their momentum unwavering. However, the moment the battle began, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz, Wu Xuanma's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, launching an immediate attack as soon as their martial souls were activated. Without a hint of hesitation, he targeted all members of Blaze Academy. The elemental obliteration gun glimmered with a profound ice-blue light, its extreme chill momentarily halting the surrounding flames. Second soul skill, Eternal Frost Obliteration / Ice Element Amplification. A colossal arc of ice, exuding an aura of absolute zero, swept through the heated air, ruthlessly cleaving towards the area where the 8 members of Blaze Academy stood. Where the ice blade passed, the ground instantly froze beneath a thick layer of ice, the air solidifying with a crisp sound. What? Huo Wushuang and Huo Lai were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They roared as their flame's soul power erupted wildly, striving to withstand this sudden and chilling onslaught that countered their attributes. Boom! The ice blade struck fiercely at the front lines of Blaze Academy, unleashing a terrifying force of frost. At the point of impact, a massive ice crystal storm rapidly formed, resembling a vortex of death, swiftly engulfing all 8 members of Blaze Academy. The biting cold seeped in relentlessly, their flame shields groaning under the pressure, rapidly dimming and freezing. The 6 Soul Lord level team members felt their soul power stifled, akin to a frozen river, their movements sluggish as if they were on the verge of being immobilized. But this was not the end. Just as the ice crystal storm wreaked havoc, rendering the members of Blaze Academy nearly immobile, Dai Mubai soared into the air, his 4th soul ring shining brilliantly. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless golden orbs of violent energy fell like a true meteor shower, crashing into the still swelling ice crystal storm with devastating force. Boom, 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 boom. The collision of ice and fire, the explosion of power and frost. The ice crystals shattered and splintered under the scorching impact, while flames flickered uncertainly in the extreme cold. Under this dual assault, Blaze Academy's formation crumbled utterly. Amidst the onslaught of ice and meteor showers, for Soul Masters found their powers swiftly depleted, their bodies hurled by shockwaves and crashing heavily to the ground, encrusted with frost and burn marks. As the storm and meteor shower subsided, the only remaining figures were the barely standing Huo Wushuang, Huo Wu, and the somewhat better off Hui Yun and Hua Chui, all of whom bore injuries and exhibited disordered breaths. Wu Xuanma's gaze instantly fixated on Huo Wushuang, the captain of the Blaze Academy. Without uttering a word, his form surged forward like lightning, the tip of his spear coalescing into a deep, almost light-devouring ice blue. The third soul skill, Eternal Oblivion Piercer, amplified by ice elements, was unleashed. The spear shot forth like a dragon, imbued with a chilling aura that threatened to freeze all and obliterate matter, aimed directly at Huo Wushuang's chest. The speed and angle were so precise that Huo Wushuang, still reeling from the dual assault, could not muster an effective defense in time. With a sharp thrust, the spear tip found its mark against Huo Wushuang's hastily conjured flame shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disquieting silence. The point of contact instantly transformed into a dead, eerie blue, and a terrifying chill began to spread uncontrollably. Huo Wushuang felt an irresistible coldness invade his body, as if even his soul were on the verge of freezing. The flesh, bones, and soul power at the point of contact were instantaneously frozen to a level surpassing absolute zero, leading to a silent disintegration of his material form. A short, agonized groan escaped Huo Wushuang's lips as his body trembled violently. His complexion turned ashen, and he coughed up blood laced with ice shards, collapsing to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted, utterly losing consciousness. "Brother!" Huo Wu cried out in terror. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long pounced like ferocious tigers upon Hui Yun and Hua Chui, swiftly overwhelming them before the main force of Shrek Academy. In an instant, the once formidable 8 of the Blaze Academy were reduced to just the vice-captain Huo Wu, who stood alone amidst the chaos of the battle arena. Pale and with dwindling soul power, she gazed at her fallen comrades and at the calm, ominous boy with flowing black hair and a gun. Flanked by the vigilant members of Shrek, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair surged within her. Wu Xuanma pointed his gun at Huo Wu, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. "Surrender." Huo Wu bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She felt an unwillingness, yet the harshness of reality suffocated her. Surveying her surroundings, she realized there was no one left to fight. Ultimately, all her pride and defiance dissolved into a weary sigh as she struggled to raise her hand, her voice trembling. "The Blaze Academy concedes." The host appeared momentarily stunned by the overwhelming victory that had crushed all expectations, before announcing loudly, "In the 8th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy versus Blaze Academy. The victor is Shrek Academy." The members of Shrek descended calmly from the battle arena, their platinum battle attire reflecting a chilling strength against the residual flames of the Blaze Academy. Time flew by as the preliminaries continued, one after another. The Shrek Academy surged forward with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly overcoming formidable challenges, particularly due to the relentless pressure from Wu Xuanma and the powerful collaboration of their teammates. By the time the 11th round of the preliminaries arrived, Shrek had achieved an impressive record of 11 victories, standing proudly at the top of the leaderboard. On the day of the 12th round, the atmosphere in the Shrek Lounge was relaxed as the team awaited information about their opponents. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Senior Qin Ming entered the room, their demeanor slightly grave. The opponent for the 12th round had been confirmed. It was the Shanhua Academy. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. This academy had previously caused them some discord, and their leading instructor was known for his cunning disposition. Tang Xin pondered aloud. "Master, Shanhua Academy has only lost 3 matches and currently ranks above the Xiangjia Academy. This match is crucial for both of us in our pursuit of a top 5 finish. I suggest we substitute Jiang Zhu and let Zhu Qing take the stage." He glanced at Zhu Qing, noting her agility and explosive power, which would be more suitable for any unexpected situations that might arise. Master and Qin Ming exchanged a knowing look before nodding in agreement. "Let us proceed as Xiao San suggests." The 8 members, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xuema, Zhu Qing, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long, emerged from the lounge and made their way toward the competition stage. However, within the corridor, a figure obstructed their path. The individual, tall and with short hair, wore a cheerful, albeit somewhat irritating, smile, and was none other than the captain of the Shenfeng Academy team, Feng Xiaotian. "Hello, Shrek team," he greeted with a grin. The group halted, their guard immediately up. Wu Xuema felt a flicker of confusion. According to the plot, Tangan had not engaged with Huo Wu as he did in the original story. Why, then, had Feng Xiaodian approached them? Feng Xiaodian continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Xiaodian. We shall undoubtedly meet in future matches. You must give it your all." His gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Tangan and Wu Shuama, his smile widening. "Especially today, we must annihilate Shanhua Academy. And before encountering us at Shinfeng Academy, you must not lose. Otherwise..." He deliberately elongated his final word. Huo Wu might just end up being someone else's girlfriend. With that, he laughed heartily, turning and striding away with an air of nonchalance. How absurd. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others could not help but voice their exasperation. Only Wu Shuama, watching Feng Xiaoyan's retreating figure, furrowed her brow, her confusion deepening. Was he truly here for Huo Wu, or merely to gauge their strength? Putting such thoughts aside, the 8 stepped onto the competition stage. Opposite them, the 8 members of Shanhua Academy also made their entrance. The host announced, in the 12th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy faces Shanhua Academy. Let the match begin. The martial souls were unleashed, their radiant soul rings illuminating the arena. For Shrek, Tangan, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Wu Xiumao, all 2 yellow, 2 purple, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long, all 2 yellow, 1 purple. The 8 members of Shanhua Academy, in contrast, were all soul emperors with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, their martial souls uniformly dazzling gemstones of various hues. A member of the Shanhua Academy wore a strange smile as he beckoned towards the Shrek team, tauntingly challenging them to approach. A fierce glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, ready to charge forward. However, Tangan sharply commanded, "Defend. Focus." Simultaneously, blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around the waists of the other 17 members like a serpent. "Xiao San?" Dai Mubai questioned, bewildered. Tangan's gaze swept across the opposition, his voice quickening. "Something is amiss." Among the 8 participants from Shanhua Academy today, 5 are unfamiliar faces who have never appeared in previous matches. This deviates significantly from the regular lineup I received. Following closely, Wu Xuanma's voice emerged, imbued with a chilling insight. "Moreover, observe their martial souls. They are all gem type. This is no coincidence. The simultaneous emergence of 8 different gem martial souls likely indicates that they possess a powerful hidden card requiring teamwork, potentially a combination technique or a formidable illusion." A shiver ran through the hearts of the Shrek team, swiftly dispelling their underestimation. They condensed their formation, soul power gathering, poised for the impending confrontation. Regardless of Shanhua Academy's provocations, the 8 from Shrek remained steadfast like a rock, seeing their taunts ineffective. A glimmer of malice flashed in the eyes of the Shanhua Academy members. The leader bellowed, "Attack." Azura, illusion. The 8 members of Shanhua Academy simultaneously raised their gem martial souls. Radiant beams of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black shot skyward, intertwining above the battle platform to form a complex and eerie octagram pattern. Following this, a thick, iridescent mist surged forth from the pattern, engulfing the entire battle arena like a tidal wave. Vision was completely obscured, and the senses became chaotic, as if trapped in a bizarre nightmare. "Close your eyes. Steady your mind." Tangan's voice rang out amidst the colorful mist, bearing an undeniable command. Without hesitation, the Shrek members shut their eyes, channeling their soul power to protect their spiritual seas against the pervasive invasion of the illusion. However, in Wu Xuanma's eyes, this seemingly terrifying mist resembled a clumsy curtain. The eye of breaking illusion quietly opened, and the phantasm before him swiftly dissipated like melting snow, revealing the true scene of the battle platform. He clearly observed the 8 members of Shanhua Academy seated cross-legged in their respective positions, maintaining their soul skills, their faces adorned with smug and cruel smiles. Wu Xuanmo remained still, aware of Tangan's strategy. He merely needed to wait patiently. Indeed, Tangan planned to utilize the purple extreme demon eye to eliminate the members of Shanhua Academy within the illusion, intending to fabricate a scenario of his teammates being gravely injured to avoid suspicion. As he approached the front of the group, preparing to simulate an injured state with his soul power, he noticed Wu Xuanma gazing at him with remarkably clear eyes, tinged with a hint of jest. Tangan nearly faltered, startled by this silent scrutiny. Wu Xuanma winked at Tangan, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, concentrating his soul power in his palm, and struck his own chest. A muffled sound echoed, and the countenance of Wu Xuanma instantly turned pale. A hint of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a result of his soul power. His body swayed slightly before gradually toppling backwards. His acting truly worthy of an esteemed thespian. Tang San's lips twitched, internally remarking how cooperatively unsettling Shanhua was. Not daring to be negligent, he promptly emulated this performance, skillfully manipulating his soul power to simulate the agony of Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long, all appearing gravely injured and gasping for breath. Finally, he too unleashed a surge of soul power against his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, a deliberate act. Then knelt on one knee, his breath faltering. The colorful mist gradually dissipated. As vision returned, the scene revealed to all spectators and judges was one of utter devastation. The 8 members of the Shanhua Academy resembled puppets drained of their very souls. Blood streaming from their orifices, their eyes vacant and glazed, their bodies rigidly collapsed on the ground, mouths askew, drooling uncontrollably and emitting unintelligible gasps. Clearly victims of a catastrophic mental backlash, rendered utterly imbecilic. Meanwhile, on the side of Shrek Academy, only Tang San remained on one knee, barely holding himself up. The others, Dai Mubai, Wu Xuanma, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long, were all sprawled on the ground. Heaven above, what a tragic sight. This was, without a doubt, the most brutal match since the preliminary rounds. The host's voice trembled with disbelief, announcing Shrek Academy's Pyrrhic victory. Let us extend our congratulations to Shrek Academy for their win. As the host's words faded, Wu Xuanma gradually came to, struggling to rise. Soon after, the unconscious Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and others began to awaken, supporting one another as they unsteadily stood, their faces ashen, appearing exceedingly frail. Master, Flander, Lu Erlong, Qin Ming, Jiang Zhu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong anxiously rushed to the competition stage. Jiang Zhu's healing staff immediately radiated a gentle green light, enveloping the battered members of Shrek. Qin Ming dashed to Tang San's side, urgently inquiring, Xiao San, how are you? Are you all right? Tang San weakly shook his head, his voice barely a whisper, Senior Qin. There is no need for concern, we are merely feigning. As he spoke, his gaze subtly flicked towards the 8 Shanhua students, now rendered as mere shells of their former selves. Everyone followed his gaze, and upon witnessing the wretched state of those 8, even Dai Mubai couldn't help but inhale sharply, murmuring, Xiao San, this is too ruthless, those 8 are likely ruined for life. Tang San's expression regained its usual calmness, his voice laced with a hint of chill. They are destined to never be our friends. If we had not prepared in advance today, we would be the ones lying here, rendered imbeciles. Perhaps next time, their illusions will become reality, forcing us into a frenzy of self-destruction. Ma Hongjun vigorously nodded in agreement, his plump face reflecting solidarity. Brother San is right. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. I stand with you. As everyone recalled the eerie chaos within the colorful mist, and then gazed upon the fate of the Shanhua students, any remnants of sympathy vanished, and they all nodded in agreement. Pity for one's adversary may indeed plunge oneself and one's companions into the abyss. Dean Flander approached with a complex expression, gently patting Tang San on the shoulder, and murmured, Xiao San, come with me. It was evident that behind this seemingly tragic victory lay matters requiring attention. Tang San nodded and, accompanied by Flander, departed from the ravaged arena. Chapter 57, Confronting the Tianxue Academy. To convincingly portray their dramatic injuries in the 12th round against the Shanhua Academy, Shrek Academy wisely opted for a strategic withdrawal in the subsequent 13th and 14th preliminary rounds. Their absence from these 2 matches temporarily cemented their record at 13 battles, with 11 victories and 2 defeats. However, beginning from the 15th round, rejuvenated and healed, the Shrek team donned their armor once more, demonstrating monstrous dominance. They surged forth with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through all opponents from the 15th to the 26th rounds, achieving an astounding 12 consecutive victories. Thus, Shrek Academy's preliminary record soared to an impressive 26 matches, with 24 victories and 2 defeats. At last, they faced the final round of the preliminaries, a critical clash that would determine their ultimate ranking, pitting Shrek Academy against Tianxue Academy. Prior to the match, in the corridor leading to their respective locker rooms, the 2 teams encountered each other. The members of Tianxue Academy were all young and beautiful women, clad in form-fitting aquamarine battle robes, exuding an air of coolness, gentleness, or vivacity, like a splendid landscape. Their gazes swept over the Shrek team, quickly honing in on the striking figure of the youth with jet black hair, cascading like a waterfall, whose tall stature and handsome features bore an icy intensity. Wow, that must be Wu Xianmo. He is truly handsome. A voice, delicate as a whisper yet clear, reached everyone's ears. Dai Mubai is quite handsome too. Those devilish eyes are so captivating. Another voice added excitedly. The subject of their discussion, Wu Xianmo, remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to their chatter. He simply lifted his long, dark hair, tying it into a high ponytail, and strode directly towards Shrek's locker room without diverting his gaze. Inside the Shrek locker room, the atmosphere was a blend of relaxation and pre-battle excitement. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and Jiang Zhu sat in a circle, animatedly discussing tactical details. Although the outcome of the preliminaries had largely been determined, the result of the final battle would impact their ultimate ranking, and no one wished to falter at the last moment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed, followed by the doors swinging open, revealing a familiar figure with a boisterous, annoying, in the eyes of the Shrek team, smile, Feng Xiaodian, the captain of the Kamikaze Academy. Oh, Shrek's esteemed members, preparing for battle? Feng Xiaodian sauntered in with familiarity, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing precisely on Wu Xianmo, his smile widening. Brother Wu, today is the final round of the preliminaries against Tian Shui Academy. You must give it your all. The corner of Wu Xianmo's eye twitched imperceptibly, and he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. From the moment they re-entered the fray in the 15th round, Feng Xiaodian appeared punctually in their locker room before each match, as if adhering to a schedule. He consistently approached, exchanging a few words with those around him. The focus had shifted inexplicably from Tang San to himself, which exasperated the typically reserved and composed Wu Xianmo, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Feng Xiaodian seemed entirely oblivious to Wu Xianmo's indifference, meandering about the locker room, surveying his surroundings, even playfully patting Dai Mubai's sturdy shoulder and squeezing Tyrone's arm, exclaiming with delight, "Not bad, not bad. You all are in excellent form." Just as Wu Xianmo was on the verge of unleashing a gust of icy air to freeze this bothersome fellow out, Tang San timely interjected, his voice gentle yet tinged with detachment. "Senior Feng, your concern for us suggests you genuinely hope to encounter our Shinkong Academy on the grand stage of the finals. Does it not? Do ensure you do not falter in the qualifying rounds." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian halted his restless pacing, turning to face them. His smile remained, yet his gaze grew more earnest. Encounter? Naturally. However, he added, lowering his voice slightly, the championship? Wu brother, Tang San brother. Is it not your goal to secure the championship? Tang San met his gaze steadily, calmly retorting, is it not the goal of Shinkong Academy as well? Feng Xiaodian shrugged, a hint of reluctance and caution crossing his features. Of course not. Or rather, who would wish to confront those fellows from the Spirit Hall head-on so soon? Our Shinkong Academy fervently prays to avoid them altogether. He waved his hand dismissively, adding, well then, I shan't disturb your preparations any longer. I shall take my leave. Wu brother, best of luck. As he departed, he cast one last encouraging glance at Wu Xianmo. Once Feng Xiaodian exited, the atmosphere in the locker room relaxed considerably. Yet a thread of tension lingered. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. That guy must be privy to some insider information about the Spirit Hall. Tang San nodded, his voice low. The master has indicated that the power of the Spirit Hall is far more formidable and unfathomable than anyone can imagine. Their team, perhaps. He did not finish, but the weight of his words was clear to all present. A brief silence enveloped the locker room, as the veiled implications brought by Feng Xiaodian regarding the Spirit Hall loomed like a dark cloud over their minds. At that moment, the door to the locker room swung open once more, revealing Master Yu Xiaojing and Senior Qin Ming. Master scanned the room, getting straight to the point. Though there remains one final round of preliminary matches, based on the current points and win-loss records. The teams that have effectively secured a spot in the top 5 are already determined. They are Thunder Academy, Shinkong Academy, our Shrek Academy, Blaze Academy, and today's opponent, Tianshui Academy. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Master, this is the final battle of the preliminaries. Although we have missed 2 matches and failed to secure the top position on the leaderboard, we must at least guarantee a place in the top 3. Therefore, against Tianshui Academy, we cannot afford to lose. Tyrone scratched his head, hesitantly speaking up, but I've heard that Tianshui Academy is composed entirely of girls. How are we supposed to fight them? His tone carried a hint of discomfort, clearly unaccustomed to going all out against female opponents. Senior Qin Ming immediately adopted a serious demeanor, cautioning Tai Long, never underestimate an opponent simply because she is a woman. The Tianshui Academy is a venerable powerhouse with a profound heritage. They have previously triumphed over the Blaze Academy, which itself had vanquished the then second-ranked Shinkong Academy. The cool, analytical voice of Wu Xianmo interjected, elemental restraint plays a crucial role. The water attribute of Tianshui Academy naturally counters the fire attribute of Blaze Academy. As a seasoned team, their mastery over water elements must be exceptional, and with potential hidden strategies, Their victory over Blaze was not unexpected. Although Tianxue Academy is certainly not a foe to be taken lightly, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, his tone resolute and empowering. We, the Shrek Academy, fear no adversary. Indeed, Shrek shall prevail. We will conquer them. Wu Xianmo's words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone present. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Tai Long, and Jiang Zhu rose in unison, their eyes sharp as blades, erupting in a thunderous battle cry. Shrek shall prevail. Witnessing this fearless and spirited group, Master finally allowed a look of satisfaction to grace his otherwise serious face. The atmosphere atop the central battle platform reached a fever pitch. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final battle of the Tianxue preliminary round. This will be a climactic showdown that determines the ultimate rankings. Let us welcome the Shrek Academy team and their opponents, the Tianxue Academy team, renowned for their legend of the undefeated goddess. As the participants entered amidst thunderous applause and countless focused gazes, the 8 members of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Tai Long, and Jiang Zhu, clad in resplendent platinum uniforms, stepped onto the battle platform with calm and confident strides. In contrast, the 8 female competitors of Tianxue Academy glided onto the stage like ethereal fairies, their matching icy blue uniforms accentuating their graceful figures and serene elegance. As both teams took their positions at the center of the battle platform, they exchanged respectful gestures. However, when Huang Yuan and Jing Ling's eyes met those of the exquisitely beautiful and uniquely poised Tianxue female students, they instantly became transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell. Their gazes vacant, even forgetting to adopt their battle stances. Wu Xianmo, standing beside them, sighed in exasperation, discreetly pushing them with his hands on their backs. Ahem. The two jolted back to their senses, their faces flushing crimson as they hastily regained their composure and assumed their battle stances, no longer daring to glance around. Yet, the slight flush of their ears betrayed their inner turmoil. On the central battle platform, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The final match of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy versus Tianxue Academy, captivated the hearts of all spectators. The host's resonant voice introduced the teams. Shrek Academy team, Captain Dai Mubai, Level 46 Assault System Soul Master. Vice Captain Tang San, Level 44 Control System Soul Master. Team Member Xiao Wu, Level 44, Strong Assault Spirit Master. Team Member Wu Xianmo, Level 47, Strong Assault Spirit Master. Team Member Huang Yuan, Level 35, Strong Assault Spirit Venerable. Team Member Jing Ling, Level 35, Agile Assault Spirit Venerable. Team Member Tai Long, Level 37, Strong Assault Spirit Venerable. Team Member Jiang Zhu, Level 35, Healing Spirit Venerable. The Tianxue Academy Battle Team, Captain Shui Binger, Level 43, Control System Spirit Master. Team Member Shui Wu, Level 42, Support System Spirit Master. Team Member Yu Hai Ro, Level 41, Strong Assault Spirit Master. Team Members Gu Qing Bo, Shen Lu Yu, Qiu Rua Shui, Mu Ling Shuang, and Shui Yuer are all Spirit Venerables. With the announcement of the match's commencement, the 16 participants unleashed a tremendous surge of spirit power simultaneously. There was no probing, no hesitation. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Tang San's eyes flashed with a violet gleam as his first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, bind. The blue-silver grass surged forth like a cunning serpent from the ground, targeting a spirit venerable within Tianxue Academy's formation. Simultaneously, Shui Binger's cold voice rang out as her first soul ring also glimmered. First soul skill, Ice Seal. An intense chill permeated the air, and numerous icicles materialized, accurately aiming at the front lines of Shrek, specifically at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. However, just as Shui Binger's Ice Seal was about to take effect, a searing, air-distorting crimson slash, akin to a meteor tearing through the cold night, surged forth with ferocity. This was the second soul skill, Extinguishing Red Lotus Slash, Fire Element Amplification. Wu Xianmo's figure moved. The elemental destruction spear swept forth, engulfed in flames that could incinerate the very heavens. Those icicles, capable of freezing spirit power, encountered the extreme heat of this fiery slash and, as if meeting their nemesis, emitted a sorrowful hiss before instantaneously vaporizing. The strike continued unabated. Its devastating heat aimed directly at the entirety of Tianxue Academy's team. Shui Binger's expression shifted slightly, her response swift. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Her second soul ring radiated brilliantly, and a layer of crystalline ice armor, swirling with frigid energy, instantly enveloped her form. At the same time, under her guidance, Identical ice ring armor rapidly covered the remaining 7 team members, attempting to withstand the terrifying onslaught of flames. Yet, it proved futile. The extinguishing Red Lotus Slash was infused with Wu Xianmo's level 47 spirit power, augmented by high-tier fire element mastery. Upon contact, the ice ring armor melted with a piercing sizzle, disintegrating at an observable rate, akin to ice meeting a branding iron. It barely held for a breath before shattering explosively. Boom. The crimson flame struck fiercely at the forefront of Tianshui Academy. The terrifying heat erupted with a shockwave, sending the 8 members of Tianshui Academy reeling like small boats tossed by a monstrous wave, their formation disintegrating in an instant. The 5 slightly weaker spirit venerables were thrown into disarray by the searing gusts, their bodies charred, and their spirit power severely depleted. Wu Xianmo's timing was impeccable. With one successful strike, he did not relent. Combining skills, he unleashed the wind and fire devastation vortex. His spear swung once more, the winds fueling the flames. The furious flames, propelled by the howling hurricane, instantaneously coalesced into a colossal, high-velocity fire tornado, exuding an aura of annihilation that threatened to obliterate all in its path. Racing towards the startled members of the Heavenly Water Academy, who had only just regained their composure. The swiftness and vastness of the tempest rendered them incapable of unleashing any effective defensive or retaliatory soul techniques. Alarmed, Shui Binger and Shui Wu exchanged a glance, recognizing the terror and determination mirrored in each other's eyes. Confronted with this inescapable storm of destruction, their sole chance for survival lay in their martial soul fusion skill. The soul power within them surged violently, as the ice-blue radiance began to merge with the unique auxiliary aura surrounding Shui Wu, giving rise to an overwhelmingly formidable chill that transcended the realm of soul masters. Yet, in that critical moment, the figure of Wu Xianmo appeared like a specter, utilizing the cover of the fiery vortex to instantaneously materialize before the merging Shui Binger and Shui Wu. His gaze was icy and intense, as the tip of the elemental annihilation gun coalesced a point of crimson light, compressed to an extreme, seemingly capable of incinerating stars. With his third soul technique, the Starfall Annihilation Spike, augmented by fire elements, he unleashed the shot. It descended like a meteor, that point of dark red, imbued with the will to pierce through all and incinerate everything, struck precisely at the core nexus of Shui Binger and Shui Wu's soul power fusion. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a muffled penetrating sound. The immense, icy soul power that they had just gathered dissipated as if a balloon had been punctured. The backlash from the interrupted fusion forced both to spit out blood simultaneously. Their bodies were sent hurtling like kites with severed strings, propelled beyond the edge of the battle platform and crashing into the protective area below, utterly incapacitated. The martial soul fusion skill had been forcibly interrupted. The 2 core participants were eliminated. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already leapt into the air, his 4th soul ring radiating with brilliance. The 4th soul technique, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless golden orbs cascaded down like a torrential rain, targeting the remaining Heavenly Water Team members, who were disoriented and severely weakened after the devastation of the burning sky vortex. Tang San's blue-silver grass lay in wait, expertly entangling and restraining foes. Xiao Wu and Jing Ling, like phantoms, darted into the fray, their movements swift and lethal. Huang Yuan and Tai Long roared as they launched a frontal assault. Jiang Zhu's healing staff glimmered with green light, stabilizing their allies' conditions. Having lost the 2 pivotal figures of Shui Binger and Shui Wu, especially with the abrupt demise of their martial soul fusion technique, the remaining members of the Heavenly Water Academy, despite their valiant resistance, succumbed to the synchronized and ferocious onslaught of the Shrek team, collapsing one after another within less than half a minute, unable to rise again. A profound silence enveloped the entire battle arena, as if it had yet to recover from the overwhelming, rapid-fire victory. The host inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to declare, in the final round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy battles Heavenly Water Academy. The victors are Shrek Academy. Congratulations poured forth for Shrek Academy, boasting a record of 24 victories and 2 defeats, triumphantly advancing to the next stage. Cheers erupted like a tsunami. The 8 members of Shrek withdrew their martial souls, descending calmly from the battle platform. Their platinum battle robes shimmered even more radiantly under the glory of victory. Outside the Soul Arena, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojiang, Senior Qinming, and others including Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had long awaited. Each face radiated excitement and pride. Well done, Flander exclaimed as he heartily patted Dai Mubai and Wu Xiuma on the shoulders. Lu Erlong and Master also cast approving glances at the group. Without lingering, Tang San and Dai Mubai swiftly proceeded towards the organizing committee's office to collect the qualification certificate for Shrek Academy's advancement to the next round. The wait was not long. When Tang San and Dai Mubai returned with the certificate symbolizing honor and qualification, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Let us go. Back to the academy. Flander waved his hand enthusiastically. However, just as they set off on their return, basking in the joy of victory, three figures blocked their path. The fiery red figure, Huo Wu, bore an expression of reluctance. The steady figure, Huo Wu Shuang, scrutinized them with an intense gaze. Lastly, the ever-smiling figure, Feng Xiaodian, looked on with amusement. Huo Wu's gaze locked onto Wu Xiaoma, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of resentment, anger, and an unspoken battle spirit. Wu Xiaoma, the outcome of the preliminaries does not define everything. Do you dare to have a one-on-one match with me now? Let me see just how strong you truly are. Huo Wu Shuang stood beside his sister, silent, yet his eyes conveyed his stance. Feng Xiaodian, grinning, addressed Wu Xiaoma, Brother Wu, don't be so cold. Huo Wu just wants to spar a bit, to exchange some insights. Wu Xiaoma regarded the three before him, his ink-dark eyes calm and unperturbed. He slightly shook his head, his voice cool and decisive, not interested. There will be ample opportunities for competition in the upcoming matches. With that, he disregarded the trio and walked past them, rejoining the main group of Shrek. You. Huo Wu was taken aback, wanting to say more, but was restrained by Huo Wu Shuang's hand on her shoulder. Wu Xiaoma's refusal was resolute and unambiguous. The members of Shrek did not pause, continuing to walk towards Shrek Academy under the guidance of Flander and Master. Engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 58, Training for Battle. The smoke of the preliminaries had cleared, and a full month remained until the even more grueling advancement matches. The atmosphere within Shrek Academy was charged with tension and indomitable spirit. After meticulously analyzing their performance in the preliminaries, Tang San felt a profound sense of inadequacy, particularly regarding his control against top-tier teams. He earnestly requested Master Yu Xiaojiang for a period of secluded training. Understanding Tang San's potential and sense of responsibility, Master readily agreed, cautioning him to prioritize safety and act within his limits. Wu Xiaoma observed Tang San's conflicted emotions, aware of his current lack of confidence in his blue-silver grass martial spirit. However, he knew that Dugu Bo would guide him in due time. Following Tang San's retreat into seclusion, Master turned his attention to the remaining 7 members of Shrek's 8 monsters. The upcoming month is your golden opportunity to surpass yourselves. Rectify your shortcomings and hone your teamwork. Master's voice was stern yet powerful. I will initiate intensive training for you. Qin Ming will oversee and guide your progress. His piercing gaze swept over Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma, as he sternly reminded them, remember, there is no room for complacency on the training ground. Should anyone be found slacking, the training regimen will be doubled. The master's command was akin to a military decree, and none dared to take it lightly. From the following day, the Shrek 7 commenced what could only be described as hellish training. Under the stringent supervision of Senior Qin Ming, they pushed their physical limits, honed their soul power with precision, practiced tactical coordination, and engaged in weighted sprints. Each training session aimed to extract every ounce of their potential. Days later, the intensity of training escalated yet again. Their opponent now was the fiery and straightforward Vice Dean Lu Erlong. The woods bordering the training field were designated as the battleground. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma faced the terrifying might of Lu Erlong, each bearing a solemn expression, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Little monsters, show me what you've truly got. Let me witness your progress over these days. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with fervent battle spirit, and before her words had fully left her lips, her figure shot forth like a cannonball. The ensuing battle could only be described as brutal. Lu Erlong's strength far surpassed that of any of them, and even when she restrained some of her soul power, her combat experience, strength, speed, and mastery over flames were enough to overwhelm them. Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma bore the brunt of the assault, repeatedly pushed back by the ferocious dragon flames and raw power. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire paled in comparison to Lu Erlong's true dragon fire. Zhu Zhuqing maneuvered with agility, but found herself in perilous situations. Ning Rongrong's enhancement abilities never ceased, while Oscar relentlessly supplied his sausages into the mouths of his companions, barely maintaining their line against imminent collapse. After 2 days of grueling confrontation, the 6 were utterly exhausted, their bodies bearing various burns and bruises. Yet the fervor in their eyes burned ever brighter. Just as the 3rd day of training was about to commence, 2 familiar figures emerged at the entrance of the woods. Tang San, returning from seclusion, accompanied by Xiao Wu. Little San, Xiao Wu, the group exclaimed in delight. Tangan observed his companions, though weary, exuding a more refined aura, and felt a sense of satisfaction. We have returned. Just in time for training. Without further pleasantries, Tangan and Shawa immediately joined the fray. With 8 members united, they finally had a fighting chance against the human dragon, Lu Erlong. The terrain of the woods is complex. Make good use of the environment. Tangan's voice rang out swiftly, his tactical arrangements clear and decisive. Dai Mubai, Fatty Wu Xuanma. You 3 will engage head-on, drawing Lu Erlong's firepower. Remember, do not linger in battle. Strike and retreat, focusing on containment. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. You 2 will work together, leveraging your close combat advantage and speed to entangle Lu Erlong, disrupting her rhythm. But do bear in mind, Lu Erlong's soul power is unfathomable. Should you sense a surge of her soul power indicating an imminent explosion, retreat immediately. Otherwise, you will not withstand it. Ning Rongrong. Prioritize providing speed enhancements to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, followed by increasing the attack power of Dai Mubai and the others. Oscar. Be ready to deploy flying sausages and recovery sausages at all times to ensure everyone's condition and mobility. I will oversee the overall situation, seeking opportunities. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, swiftly dispersing like seasoned hunters merging into the dense woodland. Lu Erlong hovered above the forest, his formidable mental prowess scanning the ground below. A playful smirk gracing his lips. Little monsters, you possess quite a repertoire, don't you? Let us see how long you can evade. No sooner had he spoken. The treetops erupted violently. Phoenix Fireline. The corpulent figure of Ma Hongjun sprang forth with agility, a blazing pillar of fire shooting directly at Lu Erlong. Humph, little chubby. Commendable courage. Lu Erlong neither flinched nor retreated, his third soul ring illuminating as he unleashed his third soul skill, Wrathful Thunder. A dragon flame, entwined with crimson lightning, roared forth, instantly overpowering the Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming force and searing heat assail him. His soul power shield trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Roar, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Elemental Rift Strike. At this critical juncture, Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma charged in like tigers unleashed, attacking fiercely from the opposite side. The white destructive wave collided with the energy, imbued with the tearing force of wind elements, concentrated at the tip of Wu Xuanma's gun, striking against Lu Erlong's Wrathful Thunder. Boom. The 3 powerful energies collided violently in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave rolled forth, uprooting trees. Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma grunted, staggered back several steps, yet successfully averted the crisis for Ma Hongjun, momentarily diverting Lu Erlong's attention. In that fleeting moment when Lu Erlong's gaze was drawn to the trio before him, Ning Rongrong's melodious voice rang out. 9 treasures, second, speed. 2 brilliant streaks of light precisely fell upon the 2 figures that were already poised for action. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's speed surged instantaneously. Like 2 phantoms, they launched a ferocious assault from either side, emerging from Lu Erlong's blind spot. Waist bow, nether claw. The pink shadow and the black claws intertwined, igniting a fierce close-quarters battle. Although Lu Erlong was immensely powerful, he found himself momentarily flustered under the onslaught of Xiao Wu's cunningly elusive techniques and Zhu Zhuqing's lightning-fast strikes, forced to descend from the sky. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Tangan's eyes shimmered with a purplish-golden glow, his formidable mental shock akin to an invisible spear, accurately piercing towards Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's spirit momentarily faltered, his movements exhibiting an exceedingly brief hesitation. An opportunity. A glint of brilliance flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she activated her teleportation. Appearing behind Lu Erlong, delivering a powerful waist bow kick to his back, Zhu Zhuqing, in perfect harmony, activated her 4th soul ring, 4th soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Multiple indistinguishable figures launched simultaneous attacks. Lu Erlong, provoked by this relentless and precise assault, bellowed in fury. You little rascals. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flames. She slammed her fists into the ground. Terrifying crimson flames erupted around her like a volcanic explosion, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. Flying mushroom sausages. Oscar had been prepared, launching several sausages towards his companions with precision. Without hesitation, they consumed them, transparent wings unfurling behind them, narrowly escaping the inferno, ascending into the sky. Thinking that ascending would ensure their safety? 5th soul skill, Blazing Flame. Lu Erlong lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. The 5th soul ring radiated with brilliant light, and a more ferocious dragon flame surged forth like a torrential waterfall of fire, sweeping toward the figures in the sky. The might of it seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Just as this devastating inferno was about to engulf everyone, A flicker of resolve flashed in Tangan's eyes. His fourth soul skill, blue-silver spike array. Countless black, metallic gleaming blue-silver grass, with razor-sharp tips, erupted from the ground beneath Lu Erlong's feet, like deathly spears piercing through from the depths of hell, springing forth without warning. The speed surpassed that of the earlier blue-silver prison. The sharp spikes, imbued with formidable binding and piercing power, instantaneously ensnared Lu Erlong's legs and waist, coiling tightly and creeping upwards, disrupting her soul skills accumulation. The soaring flames came to an abrupt halt. What made Lu Erlong's pupils constrict even further was that at the very moment she was bound by the blue-silver spike array, a colossal, pitch-black warhammer, exuding an oppressive and dominating aura, materialized above her, hovering ominously, the Haotian hammer. Time seemed to freeze. The forest fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames and the hurried breaths of the onlookers. Did we succeed? Ma Hongjun murmured in disbelief, as everyone gently descended back to the ground. They beheld Lu Erlong, firmly restrained by the blue-silver spike array, with the Haotian hammer suspended above her, their faces alight with incredulous ecstasy. Dai Mubai gazed at the mutated, more fearsome, and powerful black blue-silver grass in astonishment, asking, Xiao-san, how did you accomplish this? Your blue-silver prison, no? This is no longer a prison. Tangan retracted the Haotian hammer and dismantled the blue-silver spike array. A faint weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face as he looked tenderly at Xiao Wu beside him. Fortunately, with Xiao Wu's assistance, I gained a deeper understanding of my control over the blue-silver grass, particularly the transformation of the fourth soul skill. Oh, Dai Mubai Oscar. And Ma Hongjun immediately elongated their voices, their faces adorned with mischievous grins as their gazes flickered ambiguously between Tangan and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in playful reproach. Brother, look at them. Tangan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, his ears slightly flushed. All right, Erlong, you have lost. The master's voice echoed from the edge of the forest, where he, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and Qin Ming had been observing the match. Lu Erlong moved her limbs, which had grown somewhat numb from the binding, and glanced at the group before her. Though disheveled, their eyes sparkled with brilliance and a sense of accomplishment. She felt a twinge of comfort in her heart, yet her face was etched with defiance. Lost? Or have I lost? Xiaojing, you are biased. If we continue, I will surely win. Their soul power is nearly depleted. The master's lips curled into a knowing smile. Depleted soul power? Mubai and Zhuqing's martial soul fusion skill, the netherworld white tiger, hasn't even been utilized. Xiao-san's 8 spider lances have also remained unactivated. You have indeed lost. The moment you fell under Xiao-san's purple extreme magic eye and your spirit experienced that momentary delay, you had already succumbed to their meticulously laid trap, losing the initiative. Even if Flander were to step in today, confronting their intricate, relentless, and meticulously calculated tactics would not guarantee success. Flander nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astuteness of these little monsters. Lu Erlong, having been exposed by the master and noting Flander's concurrence, was suddenly filled with indignation. She whirled around, her gaze fierce as it swept across the 8 members of Shrek, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, so you little rascals have banded together to plot against me? Very well. If I do not make you all weep and wail today, I shall not be called Lu Erlong. Her eyes, brimming with murderous intent, and her words sent the 8, who had just been reveling in their victory, into a state of icy dread, their hairs standing on end. Dean, Master, I just remembered that there's an urgent matter at the academy that requires my attention. I'll take my leave. Zhao Wujia, the quickest to react, uttered his words and, with astonishing speed, vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Senior Qin Ming, suppressing laughter, addressed the group with a grave expression. Ahem. There is nothing more invigorating for one's will and physique than engaging in profound discourse with Vice Dean Lu. Best of luck to you all. I have faith in you. With that, he too hastily followed Zhao Wujia's lead and made his escape. The master observed Lu Erlong's eyes, which seemed ready to ignite, and then glanced at the 8 little monsters, who had turned pale with fear, and let out a resigned sigh. Erlong, please, go easy on them. With that, he wisely took hold of Flander, who was still eager to witness the unfolding drama, and they swiftly departed from the impending battlefield. Master, Dean, Senior Qin, Teacher Zhao, you can't do this, Oscar lamented. Yet, the only response they received was the crack of Lu Erlong's knuckles and the increasingly benign smile upon her face. Moments later, the forest echoed with heart-wrenching cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and desperate shouts of Teacher Erlong, spare us, accompanied by the thunderous sound of snapping trees and the explosive crackle of flames, reverberating endlessly. The Shrek 8's initial victory culminated in a more brutal training session. Undoubtedly, after enduring Lu Erlong's rigorous tutelage, their combat skills and resilience would ascend to new heights. Chapter 59. The Advancement Tournament commences. The month of grueling training passed in the blink of an eye, and under the nurturing guidance of Vice Dean Lu Erlong, the strength of the Shrek Academy members saw remarkable enhancement. When Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojing, Teacher Zhao Wujie, and Senior Qin Ming led the Shrek 8, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xuanma, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, along with 4 substitute members, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, to the royal hunting grounds on the outskirts of Heavendo City. Even the most seasoned among them were left awestruck by the sight before them. The grand entrance gate, forged from fine iron, loomed tall and imposing. Royal knights of Heavendo, clad in gleaming silver armor and exuding an air of formidable prowess, stood resolutely along the path leading deep into the hunting grounds. In the distance, rolling hills and forests framed the majestic encampment, and a chilling yet noble aura enveloped the atmosphere. Wow! Ma Hongjun could not help but click his tongue, his small eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this was the royal hunting ground, and it was truly magnificent. Dean Flander adjusted his glasses, his gaze shimmering with anticipation, and patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder enthusiastically. Chubby, you have potential. Remember, one day, our Shrek Academy will possess such grandeur, or perhaps even surpass it. His words were imbued with unwavering confidence. Flander stepped forward, presenting Shrek Academy's qualification certificate to the guarding knight officer. Soon, a middle-aged officer clad in more refined armor, exuding a commanding presence, strode towards them. He bore the insignia of the captain of the 3rd Division of the Tindo Royal Knights. You must be the faculty and students of Shrek Academy, he addressed them. I am Captain Roxon of the 3rd Division of the Royal Knights, appointed by His Majesty to guide the teams in the qualifying rounds. Captain Roxon's voice was resonant, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. Under Roxon's guidance, they traversed the heavily guarded gate and officially entered the royal hunting ground. As they walked, Roxon elaborated. The qualifying rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will take place in the central drill ground of the military camp. To safeguard the privacy and safety of the competing Soul Masters and to minimize unnecessary disturbances, ordinary spectators are not permitted to attend. Only teams that participated in the preliminaries are qualified to observe the matches. The group nodded in understanding, recognizing the necessity of such arrangements. After all, the qualifying rounds were a more brutal contest of individual prowess, involving the Soul Master's hidden cards and strategies, making confidentiality paramount. Navigating through several encampments, Roxon led them to a relatively secluded area of tents, stopping before a spacious one, to prevent unnecessary friction among the teams before the competition. All qualifying teams have been assigned to separate resting areas. This is the resting tent for Shrek Academy, Roxon indicated. He then added, also, I would like to remind everyone that the qualifying rounds will commence tomorrow without an opening ceremony. Please ensure you rest early to gather your strength. Dean Flander expressed gratitude on behalf of the Academy. We are immensely grateful for your arrangements, General Roxon. You are too kind. Dean, Roxon replied with a respectful bow. I take my leave. With that, he turned and departed with his guards. As the group entered the tent, they found the interior more spacious than anticipated, divided into several areas. While the facilities were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy, adequately accommodating the 10 or so members of Shrek. Shortly after settling in, soft footsteps and murmurs were heard outside the tent. Wu Xuanma, possessing keen senses, was the first to rise and step outside to investigate. Not far away, Ning Fengji was seen walking alongside a golden-haired youth dressed in splendid casual attire, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. As Wu Xuanma approached, Ning Rongrong had already flitted into her father's embrace like a joyful bird, affectionately calling out, Daddy. Rongrong, Ning Fengji replied with a tender smile, patting his daughter's back. Hearing the commotion, Dean Flander and the master promptly emerged from the main tent and respectfully greeted Ning Fengji, Sect Master Ning. Flander's gaze subsequently fell upon the distinguished blonde youth beside Ning Fengji. Politely, he inquired, Ning Sect Master, may I ask who this young gentleman is? With a smile, Ning Fengji introduced, he is my disciple, Shueqinghe. Wu Xuanma understood immediately, Shueqinghe, or rather, Qianrenxue. He maintained his cool and aloof demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His gaze tranquil and undisturbed, as if the other were merely an ordinary stranger. Flander and the master promptly offered their respects, exclaiming, So it is His Highness the Crown Prince. Shueqinghe, Qianrenxue, wore a warm and graceful smile, slightly bowing in return. Dean Flander, Master. There is no need for such formalities. Ning Fengji elucidated the purpose of their visit. Primarily to send some promising young disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to Shrek Academy for learning and exchange. Flander readily agreed. Wu Xuanma, however, did not pay close attention to the pleasantries and arrangements. His mind was racing. Ning Fengji is aware of my true age and spirit power level, 47. Though I have just surpassed 48. With his keen insight and the intelligence capabilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it is highly probable that he has already disclosed this information to Shanhua. A 12-year-old at 47 level spirit master is an extraordinary talent that cannot be overlooked by any faction. Might this heir of the spirit hall take notice of me and even attempt to recruit me? He noticed Shueqingha's gaze seemed to linger on him for a fleeting moment, calm, yet imbued with a profound insight. This stirred a warning bell within Wu Xuanma, and he resolved to accelerate his cultivation. Only absolute strength can guarantee a response to all unforeseen variables. After a brief conversation between Ning Fengji, Flander, and the master, Shueqingha timely remarked to Ning Fengji, "Teacher, it is getting late. We should depart to avoid disturbing the rest of Shrek as they prepare for battle." The group escorted Ning Fengji and Shueqingha to the tent's entrance. Shueqingha kindly addressed Tang San. "Tang San, farewell. I look forward to your splendid performance in the qualifying rounds." Tang San politely responded, "Goodbye, Brother Shue. I will do my utmost." Shueqingha nodded, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Wu Xuanma once more, before he and Ning Fengji turned to leave. Wu Xuanma distinctly felt that the duration of that gaze upon him was slightly longer than it had been for the others. After bidding farewell to the two, the group returned to the main tent. Flander, the master, Zhao Wujia, and Qin Ming immediately set off for the organizing committee to draw lots. Approximately half an hour later, the four returned, their expressions marked by a hint of gravity and battle intent. The master spoke. "The results of tomorrow's match have been drawn." Senior Qin Ming interjected, his tone tinged with a chill. "In the first match, our Shrek Academy faces Barak Academy." "Barak Academy?" Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. "I recall that our Shrek Academy was originally established in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom. They actually made it to the qualifying rounds?" His words were laden with memories of past injustices. The master nodded and elaborated. "The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Competition is divided into 3 stages: the preliminaries, the qualifying rounds, and the finals. Within the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire, there exist 6 preliminary division zones: the Tindo City Division, along with 4 major affiliated kingdoms and an affiliated principality, each possessing their own competition zone. As the core division, the Tindo City Division boasts 5 advancement slots, while the 4 major affiliated kingdoms and the Fasno Principality each offer merely 2 slots. Thus, a total of 15 teams will ultimately participate in the Heaven-Do Empire regional qualifiers." Senior Qin Ming added, "The Ballot Kingdom is indeed one of the 4 prominent affiliated kingdoms of the Heaven-Do Empire, and its strength is regarded as comparatively formidable among the affiliated kingdoms." Dean Flander let out a cold snort, adjusting his glasses, the lenses flashing with a sharp light. "In the past, our Shrek Academy endeavored to secure a qualification slot for the Ballot Kingdom's competition. Yet those lofty noble lords deemed us a mere rural academy, unworthy to represent the kingdom in battle. Ultimately, we nearly faced deprivation of even the eligibility to register." A deep sense of regret surfaced on Senior Qin Ming's face as he sighed. "Indeed, it was precisely due to that unjust encounter that I missed the opportunity to participate in the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition during my student days. It can be said to be a lifelong regret." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai abruptly rose, a fierce fire of anger and combat spirit igniting in his eyes. His voice resonating powerfully. "Teacher Qin, the students have since referred to him as such after he began serving as a practical instructor. Rest assured. And you too, Dean. In tomorrow's inaugural battle, our Shrek Academy will exert every effort to achieve a resounding victory over Balak Academy. We shall reclaim every ounce of indignation we suffered back then." His fervent words inspired all present. Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and others clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with determination. "Excellent." The master nodded in approval, but soon shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. "However, you must understand that the rules of the qualifiers differ vastly from those of the preliminary rounds. This is no longer a chaotic team battle. The rules dictate that each side shall dispatch 7 team members to the arena for one-on-one duels. Each participant must fight until they are defeated by their opponent. The victorious participant may remain on the field to confront the next opponent until all 7 members of one side are vanquished." "One-on-one," Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it not a team battle?" Wu Xian's cool voice interjected, highlighting the crux. "Moreover, it is a continuous wheeled battle. The endurance of each individual in sustained combat, soul power reserves, injury recovery, and tactical adjustment abilities will be put to the ultimate test. The war of attrition will be exceedingly fierce. Precisely. The master affirmed Wu Xian MOS analysis. This is indeed the brutality of the qualifiers. It tests the absolute strength and endurance of the individual. No sooner had the master finished speaking than Tang Sen stood up, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit. Teacher, allow me to be the first to take the stage. My close combat abilities are strong, and my soul power recovers swiftly. I will surely secure an opening victory for the academy. However, the master shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the group before finally resting on Xiao Wu. Xiao San, I understand your eagerness, but do not rush. I have conferred with several teachers, and for the first battle against Balak Academy, we shall send Xiao Wu to the arena first. As the name was called, Xiao Wu's pink eyes instantly sparkled with excitement and confidence. Her delicate face radiated enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously, her clear voice resonating within the tent. All right. The royal hunting grounds and the central martial arena were vast expanses partitioned into several competitive zones, with temporary viewing platforms erected around them. 15 teams participating in the qualifying rounds stood poised, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. The members of Shrek Academy had just settled into their designated positions, barely having time to survey their opponents, when a group clad in Balak Academy uniforms, exuding an air of arrogance, approached with a menacing demeanor. At the forefront stood a tall figure with a sinister gaze, Lo Fuki, a noble scion of the Balak kingdom. Lo Fuki strode directly to the Shrek team, his eyes sweeping over Flanders and the others, a blatant expression of disdain and mockery etched upon his face. He raised his voice deliberately, drawing the attention of the surrounding teams. Oh, who do we have here? ISNT this the Shrek Academy, which was once chased out of Soto City like a stray dog. What is this? Did you stumble upon some good luck and find your way into the qualifying rounds? What did you say? Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others erupted in fury, rising in unison, their soul power subtly fluctuating. Huang Yuan, Talon, and the other reserve team members glared in anger. Dean Flanders' face darkened as he stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his glasses. Lo Fuki, after all these years, you are just like your father, who only knows how to bully the weak, haunting us like a vengeful spirit. Lo Fuki let out a derisive laugh, retorting, Flanders, it is you and your Shrek who are the lingering specters. Perhaps you should take a good look at your own worth. A toad wishing to feast on swan meat. Yet you still dare to represent Heaven Do City in battle? I advise you to be sensible and quickly take this so-called group of monsters and leave, lest you bring shame upon the Balak kingdom. He emphasized the word monsters with palpable contempt. Flanders, suppressing his anger, responded with a resonant voice. We at Shrek act with integrity, relying on genuine talent and skill. It is you who tarnish the noble title of Soul Master, being nothing but parasites who only know how to fawn on the powerful and oppress the different. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a calm and chilling voice cut through the tension, akin to the sound of ice water dripping, capturing everyone's attention. Only the inept resort to verbal sparring. With such eloquence, might you be specializing in a mouthy martial spirit? Or perhaps, you are even inferior to refuse? Lo Fuki, taken aback by the sudden and nearly humiliating remark, felt his face flush crimson before turning a shade of deep anger. Unfazed by his changing complexion, the speaker continued in a flat, yet piercing tone. So, I kindly ask the refuse to step aside and cease polluting the air. The stench is unbearable. You insolent wretch. Lo Fuki, utterly incensed, took a step forward, deliberately shouldering against the chest of the speaker, Misty Xianmo, to assert his dominance, relying on his soul rank to intimidate this audacious youth. However, bang. A dull thud echoed through the arena. In a serene yet imposing stance, Wu Xuanmo remained utterly still, not even a flutter of his garment betraying his presence. In stark contrast, Luo Fuji collided with an impenetrable barrier, the tremendous recoil forcing him to stumble back several steps, nearly losing his balance, his arm numb from the impact. Wu Xuanmo cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, his tone dripping with an air of inevitable realization. Truly, he was but refuse. The surrounding spectators could not suppress their quiet chuckles. Luo Fuji's face shifted from a pallid hue to a deep shade of anger, veins throbbing on his forehead. Utterly humiliated and furious, he glared at Wu Xuanmo with eyes filled with venom, as if they could bleed. Yet, under the scrutiny of the crowd and the palpable, unfathomable aura surrounding Wu Xuanmo, he ultimately refrained from further aggression. Instead, he spat through clenched teeth. Very well, just you wait, Shrek. With that, he retreated alongside his equally vexed comrade from Balak Academy, pushing through the crowd with a defeated air. Haha, what a relief. Such a delightful sight. Dai Mubai Oscar and Ma Hongjun quickly surrounded Wu Xuanmo, vigorously patting his shoulder, their faces alight with unabashed joy. Shanhua, your words were absolutely brilliant. Just look at Luo Fuji's face. As dark as the bottom of a pot. Wu Xuanma's expression remained composed. It was quite simple, he replied. He then turned to the fierce-eyed Xiao Wu beside him, reminding her, Xiao Wu, when you take the stage, should Luo Fuji be the first opponent, remember to deliver a complete set of the 8. Let him experience firsthand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Xiao Wu tightened her small fists, her pink ponytail swaying as excitement and a hint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. No problem. Leave it to me. Soon. The host's voice resonated. In the first round of the advancement match, the first battle, Shrek Academy versus Balak Academy. Both sides, please send forth your first combatant. As expected, the first to leap onto the stage from Balak Academy was the still sullen Luo Fuji, his fury barely contained. Beneath him, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shimmered. The aura of a level 42 assault-type soul master radiating with palpable malice, clearly intent on retribution. On Shrek's side, Xiao Wu gracefully bounded onto the arena, her pink figure a striking contrast in the tense atmosphere. With a sweet smile adorning her face, she too summoned 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The match commenced. Luo Fuji roared, his 3rd soul ring igniting, eager to seize the initiative. However, as his soul skill flared to life, a wicked crimson glimmer suddenly flashed in Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes. 2nd soul skill, enchantment. Luo Fuji felt his mind cloud over, his movements momentarily sluggish. In that fleeting instant, she unleashed her 3rd soul skill, teleportation. Xiao Wu's figure vanished like a specter, and the next moment, she was right beside Luo Fuji. Her sweet smile transformed into a cunning grin. Here it comes. With a body as supple as willow, she unleashed an overwhelming force. Xiao Wu's hands, akin to the most agile of vines, ensnared Luo Fuji's arms and neck. What followed was the terrifying and merciless execution of the 8. The first throw, bang. Luo Fuji was forcefully slammed to the ground, dust billowing around him. The second throw, he was hurled into the air, only to crash down heavily once more. The third throw, the fourth, the fifth. Xiao Wu's movements flowed like water, swift as lightning, each slam striking precisely at Luo Fuji's most vulnerable and painful spots, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones and his heart-wrenching, pitch-altering wails. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. All the spectators, particularly the male soul masters, watched in horror as the pink figure ruthlessly ravaged Luo Fuji, witnessing him being mercilessly hurled to the ground and tossed into the air, hearing his gut-wrenching cries. Feeling a chill in their loins, their facial muscles twitching in agony, as if the pain was being transmitted to them, when Xiao Wu executed her final, powerful 8th throw, leaving Luo Fuji unconscious, his bones shattered like fragile clay as he crashed onto the edge of the arena. The only sound left was the collective gasp of the audience. Xiao Wu brushed her hands off, as if merely dusting away some dirt, and donned a sweet smile once more, signaling to the referee. The host seemed momentarily stunned by the brutal scene, taking a while to announce, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu wins. Barak Academy, please send forth the next competitor. However, the Barak Academy students, witnessing their captain's dire state, were instantly filled with rage. Without waiting for the referee's urging, 4 or 5 of them charged onto the stage, encircling Xiao Wu, some even glaring threateningly at the host who attempted to intervene. Seeking demise, Dai Mubai and Tang San reacted swiftly, transforming into streaks of light, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xiao Wu. The rest of Shrek, including Wu Xianmo, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, swiftly followed, all rushing onto the stage. The 2 factions faced off in an instant. Referee, I accuse them of malicious retaliation, intentionally injuring our captain. One of the Barak students shouted angrily, pointing at Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai let out a cold laugh, his golden gaze piercing and imposing. What? Can't accept defeat? Or is it that your Barak Academy can only resort to such base, slanderous tricks? The atmosphere grew tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder. On the brink of erupting into a brawl, Wu Xianmo stood at the back of the crowd, his ink-black eyes scanning the blustering Barak students, an icy, bone-chilling pressure silently enveloping the arena. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. Imbued with a lofty disdain, provocations without strength to back them are merely the antics of a clown, only capable of petty tricks unworthy of the stage. How can such worthless beings even stand here? That frigid pressure felt tangible, causing the most vociferous of the Barak students to feel as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, their faces paling, the words dying in their throats. Do you seek death? A voice, imbued with seething fury, erupted like thunder. Lu Erlong's figure appeared instantaneously before the Shrek crowd. The terrifying pressure of a 75th level soul sage unleashed without reservation. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, a searing, violent aura instantly locked onto all the students of Barak Academy. Under the oppressive low pressure of Misty Shuamao and the terrifying aura of the soul sage Lu Erlong, the students of Balak Academy found their legs trembling, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs, their earlier arrogance now a distant memory. Silence. A stern and frigid voice emanated from the highest VIP seat. It was the Platinum Archbishop Salus, who slowly rose beside the Emperor of Snowy Night. His gaze sweeping like lightning across the chaotic arena. What are you doing here? Disregarding the rules of the competition and engaging in brawls. The students of Balak Academy felt a chill run down their spines under Salus's penetrating stare. The leader among them hastily bowed, trembling as he defended, Archbishop, please calm your wrath. We were merely overly concerned for our captain's injuries and, in our desperation, attempted to carry him away for treatment. We meant no harm. None at all. Salus snorted coldly, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Remember your identities. Non-participants are not permitted to enter the arena without permission, disrupting the order of the competition. According to the rules, you should be immediately expelled. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall show leniency this time. Should there be a next occurrence, Balak Academy will be disqualified from the competition, and those involved will face a permanent ban. Yes. Thank you for your magnanimity. Archbishop, the Balak students, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled off the stage, hurriedly lifting the severely injured Lofky away. Before departing, one of them cast a reluctant glare at Shrek's side, but upon meeting the icy, unyielding gaze of Misty Shuamao and the lingering fury in Lu Erlong's eyes, quickly recoiled. Misty Shuamao paid no heed to their stares, calmly turning back to return to Shrek's observation area. Tang Sen whispered a few words to Xiao Wu, escorting her back into the ranks. The remainder of the match lost all suspense. Fueled by a desire to vindicate their academy and Dean Flandra, Xiao Wu, under the intimidating presence of the 8-diagram throw, surged with vigor. With her agile movements, potent soft skills, and seamless soul technique transitions, she danced across the stage like a butterfly among flowers, decisively defeating the next 5 opponents from Balak Academy. Among them were even those of Soul Master rank. Yet they could not withstand her ferocious close combat in the shadow of the 8-diagram throw for long. When Xiao Wu triumphed over the 5th opponent and her breath began to quicken, the master decisively commanded, Xiao San, it's your turn. Let Xiao Wu rest. Tang Sen promptly took the stage. Faced with the last 2 Balak team members, whose morale had already crumbled under Xiao Wu's onslaught, and whose soul power was significantly depleted, Tang Sen did not even need to employ the 8-spider lance or the Haotian hammer. Relying solely on the control of his blue-silver grass and the exquisite Xianyu hand, he swiftly defeated both opponents with elegance and efficiency. The first round of the qualifying match, Shrek Academy wins against Balak Academy. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena. The Shrek Academy area erupted in jubilant cheers. This battle was exhilarating, not only achieving a resounding victory, but also fiercely avenging the humiliation suffered in Balak Kingdom years prior. Shortly after the match concluded, the Shrek team was observing other teams compete, analyzing their opponents. Oscar gently nudged Misty Shuamao, who was intently watching the match of Shenfeng Academy. As Wu Shuamao turned around, he beheld the striking figure of Huo Wu, clad in a vibrant red ensemble and standing just outside their team's designated area, her gaze piercing and unwavering. Wu Shuamao, let us converse privately. Huo Wu's voice brooked no dissent. A sense of helplessness surged within Wu Shuamao, yet his countenance remained impassive as he firmly replied, if there is something to discuss, let it be said here. You. Huo Wu's temper flared at his unyielding demeanor, her brows knitting in frustration as her chest rose and fell with agitation. When our Shanhua Academy faces off against your Shrek, I expect you to fight alongside me. I yearn for a fair battle with you. The fierce determination and resentment ablaze in her eyes were unmistakable, evidently stemming from her lingering discontent over the crushing defeat in the preliminary rounds. Wu Shuma's gaze shifted back to the arena, his tone devoid of emotion. I apologize, but I cannot independently dictate the order of our participation. That is determined by our academy's instructors. Please take your leave. With that, he turned away, dismissing her presence. Chapter 60. A rematch against Shanhua in the nocturnal ambience of the royal hunting grounds. The crackling campfire illuminated the contemplative faces of Shrek's members. Dean Flander, Master Yu Xiaojing, and Senior Qin Ming emerged from the shadows, bearing news of their opponents for the following day. Tomorrow's adversaries. Flander adjusted his spectacles, the flames reflecting off the lenses. Our Shanhua Academy. What? Them again? Oscar exclaimed involuntarily, his mind still reeling from their prior overwhelming victory in the preliminaries. Senior Qin Ming offered a composed analysis. The advancement matches are structured as a round-robin format. with 15 teams facing off, so we are bound to encounter them again. Meeting them early may not be a disadvantage. It allows us to discern their strategies and hidden strengths during the advancement phase. Master scanned the group encircling the fire and inquired, "What formation do you believe we should adopt to confront Shanhua?" Ma Hongjun sprang to his feet, his round face brimming with eagerness and yearning. "Master, allow me to take the field. I know I have a tendency to be lazy, but I assure you, I have been diligent in my training during this period. If we do not emerge victorious, I am amenable to any punishment you deem fit." He thumped his chest in assurance. A silent exchange passed between Master and Flander, their eyes meeting momentarily. This silence weighed heavily on Ma Hongjun's heart, transforming his hopeful anticipation into despondency as he quietly resumed his seat. Oscar stifled a laugh behind him, only to be met with a sharp glare from Dai Mubai. As the captain, Dai Mubai calmly assessed the situation. "Master, the core of Chihua Academy remains Huowu and Huowu Shuang. Based on today's match, if either I or Little San, who possesses formidable resistance to flames with his blue-silver grass, or Shuama were to engage first, we could leverage our superior strength to suppress them and secure a crucial victory." Senior Qin Ming nodded in agreement, adding his own suggestion. "I propose that Shuama lead the charge. His ice attributes directly counter Chihua, and his soul power level is sufficiently overwhelming. Should Shuama swiftly neutralize their core or deplete their main forces, the subsequent pressure would be significantly alleviated. We could position Tang San in a stabilizing role, with Dai Mubai concluding the match to ensure triumph." Master pondered briefly before voicing his accord. Qin Ming's analysis is astute. Shuama shall initiate, utilizing his attribute advantage to establish dominance. Little San will support and control the situation, while Mubai will deliver the final blow to secure our victory. He turned his gaze towards Tang San and inquired, "What do you think, Xiao San?" Tang San's attention shifted to the somewhat dejected Ma Hongjun, and he spoke up. "Master, I concur. However, I suggest we assign the second position to the fatty." He glanced at Ma Hongjun, acknowledging the effort and progress the latter had made during this period, which was evident to all. Having been unable to participate in the preliminary match against the Blaze team, Ma Hongjun had been harboring a surge of pent-up energy. The upcoming qualifying matches, being individual contests, presented him with the perfect opportunity to prove himself and assess the results of his specialized training. It would serve as a reward and recognition for the arduous month of diligent practice he had endured. Ma Hongjun abruptly lifted his head, his eyes rekindling with hope. As he gazed at Tang San with gratitude, the master, observing the eager expression on Ma Hongjun's face, then glanced at Tang San and Dai Mubai, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, this shall be our decision. The combat order for tomorrow is as follows. First match, Wu Xuanma. Second match, Ma Hongjun. Third match, Tang San. Fourth match, Xiao Wu. Fifth match, Dai Mubai." Ma Hongjun was nearly ecstatic, on the verge of jumping with joy, but the master promptly reminded them with a serious tone, "However, I must caution you. Even in the qualifying matches, teams may not reveal their full strength and capabilities right from the outset. You must also hold back your moves. Unless absolutely necessary, do not easily disclose all of your techniques. Do you understand?" "Understood," came the unified response from the group. At this moment, Ma Hongjun raised his hand again, a hint of confusion in his tone as he asked, Master, there are 7 places to compete, yet you have only mentioned 5. Upon hearing this, Dean Flender couldn't help but chuckle, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. "Fatty, do you truly believe that 5 of you are insufficient?" The group exchanged knowing glances, each wearing a confident smile. Although the Blaze team was formidable, the monsters of Shrek Academy were even stronger. The next morning, the atmosphere in the central arena of the Royal Hunting Grounds was exceptionally vibrant. The clash between Shrek Academy and Blaze Academy was undoubtedly the most anticipated battle on the first day of the qualifying matches. In the first round of the qualifying matches, the second contest, Shrek Academy versus Blaze Academy. Please have the first member of each team take the stage. From the Blaze Academy side, the captain, Huowu Shuang, level 44 Assault System Battle Soul Master, was the first to leap onto the arena, his expression grave as he fixated on the direction of Shrek. In the observation stands of Shrek, Wu Xuanma slowly rose to his feet. His tied-up inky hair fluttered gently in the morning breeze. His posture tall and dignified as he strode steadily onto the stage. The moment he appeared, he captivated the attention of the entire audience. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated at the opportune moment. The first combatant from Shrek Academy is Wu Xuanma. This genius soul master, who shone brilliantly during the preliminary stage, now possesses an astonishing soul power level of 48. At merely 12 years of age, a level 48 soul master. Such a rarity is unparalleled in the annals of soul master history. What? 12 years old? Level 48? Is this a joke? How many monsters does Shrek Academy truly harbor? The host's words fell like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of uproar. Aside from a few, including Ning Fengji, who were already aware, the expressions of students and teachers from all other academies were filled with sheer shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, on the Blaze Academy side, Huo Wu's pupils dilated, her fists clenched tightly. Huo Wushuang regarded the composed yet unfathomable Wu Xuanmao with an expression of utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware of his opponent's formidable strength and the absolute restraint that the ice attribute held over his flames. The match commenced. Huo Wushuang, fully cognizant of the necessity to prevent Wu Xuanmao from executing his soul skills with ease, let out a low growl and surged forward with the force of a rampaging rhinoceros, propelled by an intense aura, charging directly at Wu Xuanmao. He endeavored to capitalize on the advantages of his powerful attack-oriented soul master in close combat, seeking opportunities to suppress his adversary. However, Wu Xuanmao would not permit him such a reprieve. The elemental annihilation spear materialized in his grasp, its silver shaft glimmering, while the spearhead shimmered with a mesmerizing nine-colored elemental halo. In the face of Huo Wushuang's frenzied close-range assault, Wu Xuanmao moved with agility, deftly wielding his long spear, thrusting, parrying, blocking, and stabbing. Each movement executed with precision and efficiency, skillfully neutralizing every fierce lunge from Huo Wushuang. The occasional chill emanating from the spearhead significantly diminished the potency of Huo Wushuang's flames. The two figures danced across the arena, their strikes and counterstrikes echoing like the winds of a tempest, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that spanned dozens of rounds. Huo Wushuang grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that the strength and flames he had once taken pride in held no advantage against Wu Xuanmao's enigmatic spear. Instead, his soul power was rapidly depleting in the face of the relentless cold. There was no time to delay. A fierce glint flashed in Huo Wushuang's eyes as the brilliance of his third soul ring illuminated, signaling his intent to unleash a powerful soul skill. Just as he gathered his energy for the skill, a chilling light flickered in Wu Xuanmao's eyes, taking the initiative. The first soul skill, Extreme Cold Ice Soul Strike. Ice Element Amplification. The tip of the elemental annihilation spear was instantly enveloped in a profound ice blue, radiating bone-chilling cold, striking towards Huo Wushuang like a venomous serpent. Where the spear passed, the air crystallized into intricate patterns of ice, producing a series of sharp cracks. Huo Wushuang felt an overwhelming chill engulf him, rendering his movements sluggish and stiff, as if the flames of his soul power were on the verge of freezing. His hastily conjured flame defense crumbled before the extreme cold like fragile paper. With a sharp thrust, the spear tip pierced Huo Wushuang's shoulder, not a vital point. Yet the frigid force surged in instantly. Half of Huo Wushuang's body went numb, his movements completely immobilized. Without the slightest pause, Wu Xuanmao, leveraging his forward momentum, delivered a powerful side kick that struck Huo Wushuang's ribs with tremendous force. Bang! Huo Wushuang flew like a heavy sandbag, utterly defenseless, arcing through the air before crashing down beyond the arena. Shrek Academy, Wu Xuanmao wins. Blaze Academy, please send forth your next competitor. The host announced loudly. The second contestant from Blaze Academy was Soul Master Huiyun. Learning from the previous encounter, he attempted to create distance and unleash long-range soul skills as soon as he entered the fray. Ice Spike. Wu Xuanmao did not even need to employ a soul skill. With a mere thought, several sharp ice spikes rapidly formed beneath and around Huiyun, constraining his movements. Huiyun was taken aback, hastily conjuring flames to melt the ice spikes, depleting a significant amount of his soul power. In the midst of his fluster, Wu Xuanmao's figure approached like a specter, once again delivering that simple yet lethal strike. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Ice Soul Strike. The ice blue spear flashed, and Huiyun met the same fate as Huo Wushuang, instantly frozen and launched away, succumbing to defeat with remarkable swiftness. The ensuing matches transformed into a personal showcase for Wu Xuanmao. The participants from the Blaze Academy, whether they were soul lords or soul masters, found themselves unable to withstand even 3 moves at the hands of Wu Xuanmao. The first soul skill, Frigid Ice Spirit Strike, amplified by ice elements, emerged as the most efficient finishing technique, simple, direct, and effective, freezing, slowing, breaking defenses, and launching opponents into the air, all executed seamlessly. 1, 2, 3. Until the 6th member of the Blaze team was kicked off the stage, frozen into an ice sculpture, leaving the arena in utter silence. The observation seats of Shrek Academy were filled with astonishment. The atmosphere on the Blaze Academy side had reached a peak of tension. Shrek Academy, Wu Xuanmao, 6 consecutive victories. The final member of the Blaze Academy, Fire Dance, please step forward. The host's voice trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Fire Dance with a frosty visage and eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit, stepped onto the stage. This was the last battle for the dignity of Blaze. Come forth. Wu Xuanma stood poised with his spear, his voice calm and unperturbed. Fire Dance wasted no words, her third soul ring glowing instantaneously. Third soul skill, Rejection Fire Ring. A powerful repulsive force erupted from her center, unexpectedly pushing Wu Xuanma back several meters. Wu Xuanma steadied himself, his gaze sharpening. The icy blue brilliance of his spear illuminating once more. Second soul skill, Eternal Frost Burial Slash. A massive arc of ice swept forth, carrying the might to freeze all. However, Fire Dance seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly retreating as she unleashed the Rejection Fire Ring. Buzz. The invisible repulsive force collided violently with the ice blade. Though it could not entirely negate the power of the ice blade, it successfully diverted its trajectory, allowing the blade to whistle past Fire Dance, striking empty space, and pushing away the ensuing icy storm. Humph! Fire Dance scoffed, seizing the opportunity to close the distance. She continuously unleashed the Rejection Fire Ring, creating a moving repulsive field. Aiming to compress Wu Xuanma's maneuverability, disrupt his soul skill releases, and search for an opportunity to strike at close range. Under the augmentation of wind elements, Wu Xuanma evaded like the wind itself, narrowly avoiding the core impact of the Rejection Fire Ring time and again. The two engaged in a high-speed chase and evasion on the stage. During one dodge, Wu Xuanma, utilizing the power of the wind element, gracefully leaped into the air, attempting to create distance and regain composure. Now is the moment. Fire Dance's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was the instant she had been waiting for. The light from her four soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, suddenly became dazzling, merging in a peculiar manner. Ring fusion. Almost simultaneously, Wu Xuanma moved as well. His aura became profoundly restrained, and beneath him, his 4 soul rings, disguised as 2 yellow and 2 purple, but truly 3 purple and 1 black, erupted with resplendent light, merging into one with greater speed and perfection. Ring fusion. Fire Dance raised her hands high, condensing a red-golden fireball of terrifying heat and destructive aura above her palms. Small in size, yet seemingly harboring the power to incinerate stars. Fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Radiant Sun. Ring fusion enhanced version. In the hands of Wu Xuanma, the elemental obliteration gun no longer emanated an icy blue. Instead, the tip coalesced into an unfathomable darkness that seemed capable of consuming light itself. This was the manifestation of absolute cold, compressed to its utmost limits. In a state of fusion, he still opted for the third soul skill that amplified ice elements. Yet its potency was now on an entirely different level. Third soul skill, Eternal Obliteration Stab, Ice Element Amplification, Fusion. A blazing golden fireball, exuding the essence of annihilation, hurtled towards Wu Xuanma like a miniature sun. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Wu Xuanma's gaze remained as frigid as ancient ice. His spear transforming into a shadowy streak of light, advancing rather than retreating, defiantly thrusting forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The fiery onslaught, which had absorbed all of Huo Wu's soul power and was enhanced by fusion, seemed to meet its nemesis upon contact with the spear's tip, which exuded an aura of absolute darkness. The terrifyingly extreme cold instantaneously eroded and froze the raging flames. Wu Xuanma's figure glided through the core of that golden sun as if traversing mere parchment, unimpeded. The spear, unwavering in its trajectory, halted with chilling precision mere inches from Huo Wu's delicate throat. The Huo Wu Yao Yang, now penetrated, bizarrely paused in midair for a fleeting moment. The crimson flames visibly dimming and solidifying into a colossal, crystalline ice sphere. With a crack and a crash, the ice sphere, devoid of soul power, plummeted from the heavens, shattering upon impact with the hard arena floor, scattering shards of ice in every direction. The entire martial field fell into an eerie silence. All present were rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. Wu Xuanma stood firm, the tip of his spear steadfastly poised just an inch from Huo Wu's throat, calmly proclaiming, "It is over." Huo Wu, gazing at the spearhead so close to her, felt the frigid aura that threatened to freeze her very soul. She glanced down at the pile of shattered ice crystals, remnants of her most powerful strike, one she had taken immense pride in. A wave of profound defeat and helplessness engulfed her. All her pride and resentment dissipated in that singular moment. She opened her mouth, ultimately letting her hands fall in resignation. Her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors and hoarseness. "I concede. Shrek Academy, Wu Xuanma wins. Shrek Academy, a 7-time victory, triumphing over the Blaze Academy." The announcer's voice, brimming with excitement and astonishment, reverberated throughout the royal hunting grounds. Wu Xuanma sheathed his spear and turned, descending the stage with tranquility. The sunlight cascaded over his neatly tied dark hair and platinum battle robe, illuminating his handsome yet aloof profile. 7 consecutive victories, decimating the blaze. His name, alongside this indisputable triumph, would undoubtedly echo throughout the tournament. The reputation of the Shrek monsters was once again indelibly etched in the hearts of all adversaries. Chapter 61. Points Redemption. Fusion is not a skill that can be acquired through mere effort. It is an extraordinarily rare innate ability. Soul masters endowed with this talent can instantaneously channel all their soul power unreservedly into a soul skill. This signifies that the output of soul power has reached its theoretical maximum. More crucially, the soul power that has been pushed to its limits will undergo a process of high concentration and compression during the fusion of rings. The ultimate force unleashed is not merely a simple accumulation of soul power, but rather a terrifying amplification that grows exponentially. Just as the master finished speaking, Wu Shuima arrived before everyone. Yu Xiaojiang halted his explanation, his profound gaze resting upon Wu Shuima, filled with unmistakable astonishment and satisfaction. He heartily patted Wu Shuima on the shoulder. "Shuima, you have truly given me an immense surprise." Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Wu Shuima's lips curled into a faint smile. His handsome face bore a hint of fatigue from battle, yet his eyes remained bright and composed. "Teacher, you flatter me. I merely had the fortune of performing well." His inky hair swayed gently with his movements. The crowd surrounded him, and the atmosphere vibrantly returned to the tent. In the following 3 days, Shrek Academy continued to harness this unstoppable momentum, riding on the residual glory of Wu Shuima's first battle, which had seen him conquer 7 opponents. And bolstered by the collective strength of the team, they achieved successive victories, extending their winning streak in the advancement rounds to 5 days. On the 6th day, their opponent was the Botanical Academy. The students of the Botanical Academy wielded diverse martial souls, all revolving around plant-based abilities such as vines and thorns. Control and consumption were their forte. Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Talon took turns entering the arena, but despite their valiant efforts against the ever-innovative control tactics of their opponents, they ultimately failed to turn the tide, regrettably suffering 3 consecutive defeats. A tinge of gravity settled over the atmosphere within the tent. The master's gaze swept over the spirited Shrek 8, ultimately landing on Ma Hongjun. "Fatty, it's your turn." Hey, finally it's my turn to shine," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his rotund figure brimming with eager anticipation as he strode confidently toward the platform. On the sidelines, spectators from other academies cast curious and probing glances, their discussions buzzing. Indeed, this Shrek Academy student had not made an appearance throughout the previous preliminary and advancement rounds. His martial soul skills, and strength remained a mystery to all. Wu Shuima stood quietly at the edge of the arena, observing the confident silhouette of Fatty, a knowing smile flickering in his dark eyes. He was acutely aware of the impending outcome of this battle. The blazing flames of the Phoenix were the absolute nemesis of these plant-based martial souls. Although the master had designated him as the final trump card, just in case, Wu Shuima was certain that today, the fight would not require his intervention. As the students from the Botanical Academy were still adjusting their states, and Ma Hongjun had just settled into position, Wu Shuima's mind deepened in focus, connecting with the omnipotent sign-in system nestled within his consciousness. System, check current points. Upon issuing the mental command, a virtual screen unfolded before him, perceptible only to his awareness. When his gaze settled upon the string of numbers in the points column, even with the composure honed from his past life and rigorous training, his pupils dilated in shock, and his heart raced. Points, 1250. 1,250 points. A tempest of astonishment surged within Wu Shuima as his eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly betraying his composure, he immediately began to swiftly search through his mind. Since the commencement of the promotion matches, the System's reward rules appeared to have undergone significant adjustments. Not only did personally defeating an opponent yield points, but as long as Shrek Academy ultimately triumphed over their adversaries, he, as a member of the competing team, would receive basic points rewards, regardless of whether he participated in the match. Furthermore, after entering the promotion matches, the reward amounts had evidently increased substantially. He quickly calculated, defeating an opponent granted 10 points. With his 1 versus 7 feat, that equated to 70 points. Shrek had previously achieved 5 consecutive victories, and with his own match, that made it 6 victories in total. Thus, the basic points reward from 6 victories, combined with the points earned from defeating opponents, plus the points accumulated during the final segment of the preliminary matches, amounted to a staggering total of 1,250 points. Though astonishing, it was entirely reasonable. The promotion matches were, without a doubt, a treasure trove for point accumulation. A wave of immense joy surged through Wu Shuima. This vast reserve of points illuminated the possibility of exchanging for coveted treasures he had long yearned for. At that moment, he distinctly observed the numbers in the points column suddenly flicker. 1,250, 1320. It was done. The smile at the corner of Wu Xuanma's mouth deepened. The 70 points had instantly been credited. This could only signify one thing. On the arena, Ma Hongjun had accomplished his 1 versus 7 feat. Almost simultaneously as he withdrew his consciousness from the system, the scene of the real arena flooded into his view. Ma Hongjun was triumphantly waving his fists. Striding down from the stage, flanked by the dejected members of the Botanical Academy and the pervasive scent of charred vegetation in the air. The referee announced loudly, Shrek Academy wins. The fatty, beaming with pride, returned to the camp in the manner of a victor. Greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of his companions and the commendation of Dean Flender, who praised his splendid performance. This battle was clean and decisive, once again showcasing the profound depth of Shrek's monsters. After the match concluded, everyone returned to the camp to rest. Wu Xuanmo refrained from engaging in the extensive discussion among his comrades regarding Fatty's battle and instead delved once more into the system, opening the enticingly glowing system shop. A dazzling array of product listings scrolled across the screen. His objective was exceedingly clear. First, he locked onto the bottle of Soul Evolution liquid he had coveted for so long. Description: contains the essence of evolutionary power, capable of deeply excavating the potential of the martial soul, optimizing its structure, and enhancing its quality and prowess. Points, 400. With a thought, he clicked to purchase. Instantly, 400 points were deducted, leaving a balance of 920 points. That bottle of liquid flowing with radiant hues was securely stored within the system space. Next, he navigated with familiarity to the Soul Ring category and found the familiar option, Extreme Adaptive Soul Ring. Description: automatically generates the most suitable perfect soul ring according to the host's martial soul characteristics and current physical limits. The soul ring's age automatically adapts to the theoretical limit value that the host's current body can withstand. Points, 15. This was precisely the method he sought to acquire his 4th soul ring, safe, perfect, and risk-free. Without hesitation, Wu Xuanma spent another 15 points to purchase one, adequately preparing for the impending 5th soul ring. His point balance fell to 905. With over 900 points remaining, Wu Xuanma wandered through the marketplace, curiosity piqued. The array of techniques, materials, and peculiar items was indeed vast. Suddenly, an icon for a medicinal pill in a corner caught his eye, its modest price contrasting sharply with the term bloodline. The Bloodline Awakening pill. Description: capable of activating the hidden bloodline within the user, though the direction and success rate remain uncertain. Cost: 5 points. Hidden bloodline? Wu Xuanma raised an eyebrow. The origins of his current body in the Douluo continent were shrouded in mystery. Did the soul of a traveler harbor something special? This pill, requiring merely 5 points and characterized by an ambiguous yet tantalizing description, ignited a profound curiosity within him. 5 points were but a trifling effort. It would not hurt to try. Embracing this spirit of exploration, he clicked to purchase. The points were deducted by 5, leaving a balance of 900. With a mere thought, 3 items: the mysterious Soul Evolution liquid, the uniquely energetic Limit Adaptive Spirit Ring, and the seemingly unassuming yet enigmatic Bloodline Awakening pill, were securely stored in the system's space. After completing this transaction, the commotion within the tent gradually transformed into a tranquil atmosphere of cultivation. Companions either meditated in recovery or quietly exchanged insights. Wu Xuanma found a secluded corner, settled down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He did not hasten to consume his newfound items. Instead, he calmed his mind and began to circulate the Yuan Whirlpool induction technique. As he activated the method, several swirling elemental vortices manifested within him. Wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space. 9 elemental energies drifting through the world seemed to respond to an invisible summons, being meticulously captured and efficiently refined by these vortices, transforming into extraordinarily pure soul power that flowed into his sea of soul power at level 48, nourishing both his body and martial spirit, steadily advancing towards a higher realm. Chapter 62, Thunder Academy, Feng Xiaoyan's Challenge. As the dust settled on the 11th day of the competitions, Shrek Academy once again concluded the day's battles with a victory. Upon returning to the main tent, the atmosphere was relaxed yet tinged with the gravity of impending conflict. Senior Qi Ming surveyed the group, summarizing with calm authority. Thus far, Shrek Academy has achieved 11 consecutive victories, standing jointly at the top with Shinfeng Academy. However, the upcoming 3 rounds will be exceptionally arduous. Notably, in 2 of these rounds, we will face 2 formidable opponents we did not encounter in the preliminaries, Shinfeng Academy and Thunder Academy. Master's gaze swept over the assembly, emphasizing, tomorrow, our opponent will be Thunder Academy. Their overall strength surpasses that of Chihua Academy by a margin. Their martial spirits predominantly possess lightning attributes, which naturally counter the water and ice attributes of Tianshui Academy and the wood attributes of the Botanical Academy. The only match Thunder Academy has lost thus far was to Shinfeng Academy. No sooner had the master finished speaking than Tang San stood up, determination gleaming in his eyes. Teacher, allow me to take the stage first tomorrow. Master Yu Shaojiang regarded Tang San, slowly shaking his head, his voice imbued with rational analysis. Little San, although your blue-silver grass martial spirit can become immune to water and fire after evolution, it cannot withstand lightning. Even when confronted with the formidable thunderbolt spirit, your blue-silver grass will inevitably encounter a degree of restraint, as it remains fundamentally a plant, incapable of being entirely non-conductive. The electricity will traverse along the vines, inflicting harm upon your essence. Qin Ming subsequently added, moreover, Xiao San, the thunderous soul skills from the Thunder Academy possess immense power and formidable penetrative capabilities. Should you sustain injuries or excessive exhaustion during tomorrow's match, or even face defeat, our chances of victory against the Wind God Academy would significantly diminish. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement with the assessments of his teacher and senior. The master's gaze deepened as he continued. As for the Wind God Academy, I have meticulously observed all their matches. Among the 5 Elements Academy, Wind God undoubtedly boasts the strongest overall strength. Their members exhibit remarkable teamwork, and their spirit combinations are astutely arranged, particularly with Feng Xiaodian, to triumph over them. We must present our most complete lineup in our strongest state with unwavering determination. Thus, I shall announce the roster for tomorrow's match against the Thunder Academy. Senior Qin Ming took the lead, his voice resonant and authoritative. Talon, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Xiaowu, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun. The individuals called upon responded in unison, yes. The following day, at the arena for the promotion matches. In the first round, Talon faced the Thunder Academy's spirit ancestor, Lu Chun. Talon adhered strictly to the strategy, adopting a defensive stance. He endured Lu Chen's furious thunderous assaults with steadfast resolve, ultimately seizing the opportunity to defeat him once Lu Chen exhausted his spirit power. In the second round, Talon confronted another spirit ancestor from the Thunder Academy, Xiao Yunju. Xiao Yunju's speed was swifter and his attacks more cunning. Yet Talon remained committed to the strategy of attrition. He countered the myriad changes with steadfastness, wearing down his opponent's spirit power and ferocity through solid defense. Eventually, Xiao Yunju, too, succumbed to Talon's relentless persistence and was defeated. In the third round, Talon's opponent was the spirit ancestor Lei Jiuzhong. By this point, having endured the prior 2 encounters, Talon's spirit power was nearly depleted. Faced with the fully charged and even more ferocious Lei Jiuzhong, Talon ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. In the fourth round, Jingling took the stage against the somewhat fatigued Lei Jiuzhong. Jingling fully capitalized on the speed and peculiar attack style afforded by his skeleton spirit, darting across the arena like a wraith, continuously evading Lei Jiuzhong's thunderous strikes. He did not rush to attack, but instead leveraged his speed advantage to exhaust his opponent. Despite Lei Jiuzhong's formidable offensive capabilities, he struggled to land a hit, ultimately depleting his spirit power and falling victim to Jingling's opportunistic counter. In the fifth round, the Thunder Academy finally unleashed their main force, the first spirit master, Lamia. Faced with the substantial gap in spirit power levels, Jingling's speed advantage was significantly mitigated. Lamia's thunder attacks boasted a wider range and greater potency, and after a brief struggle, Jingling ultimately fell. In the sixth round, Huang Yuan stepped in to challenge Lamia. Although Huang Yuan exerted all his efforts, the disparity in strength was still glaringly evident, leading to his swift defeat at Lamia's hands. In the seventh round, Shrek finally deployed a spirit master level combatant, the 44th level assault-type spirit master, Xiaowu. Her opponent was the somewhat fatigued Lamia. Xiaowu utilized her teleportation in conjunction with her bow, effortlessly dodging Lamia's attacks and swiftly resolving the encounter within mere exchanges. In the eighth match, Xiaowu faced off against Lei Tian, a formidable level 42 assault system spirit master from Thunder Academy. Aware of Xiaowu's elusive prowess, Lei Tian sought a swift resolution by immediately unleashing his fourth spirit skill, Thunder Eagle. The colossal silhouette of the thunderous eagle surged towards Xiaowu, imbued with devastating energy. However, Xiaowu's agile techniques had reached a realm of perfection, allowing her to dance gracefully like willow catkins in the wind, skillfully evading every attack amidst the cracks of thunder. Just as Lei Tian's initial strength waned and his new power had yet to manifest, a flash of pink light flickered in Xiaowu's eyes as she activated her second spirit skill, enchantment. Lei Tian's defenses crumbled in an instant, succumbing to a flurry of strikes from Xiao Wu that dispatched him effortlessly. In the 9th match, the vice-captain of Thunder Academy, Lei Dong, a level 43 control system spirit master wielding the Thunder Spider spirit, took to the stage. Clearly wary of Xiao Wu's enchantment, he deliberately avoided making eye contact with her. He promptly unleashed his 3rd spirit skill, Thunder Web, enveloping the vicinity in a dense array of delicate lightning threads, forming a vast electric net. Should Xiao Wu step into this zone or move within it, the lightning would automatically pursue and attack furiously. Xiao Wu attempted to advance several times, but the relentless barrage of electricity forced her back, hindering her speed advantage. As her spirit power dwindled from evasion, Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, activating her 4th spirit skill, Invincible Golden Body. For 3 fleeting seconds, she was impervious to harm, charging through the oncoming storm of lightning like a streak of golden lightning, arriving before Lei Dong in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Lei Dong's expression shifted to one of shock, but it was too late. In the final moments of her invincibility, she executed a flawless series of moves, launching Lei Dong off the stage with a powerful throw. However, the continuous high-intensity battles had severely drained Xiao Wu's spirit power. Master made a decisive choice, substituting Xiao Wu with Dai Mubai, a level 46 assault system spirit master. The 10th match was the critical battle that would determine the outcome. Dai Mubai, a level 46 assault system spirit master, faced off against the captain of Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, a level 43 assault system spirit master wielding the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. This was a true clash of titans. The collision between the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the evil eye white tiger evoked a fierce spectacle. On the arena, roars echoed, and the tumult of lightning and the fierce radiance of the white tiger clashed with intensity, unleashing a torrent of spirit power and an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Yu Tianxin's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit was overwhelmingly powerful, with terrifying attack strength. Yet, Dai Mubai not only boasted a higher spirit power level by 3 ranks, but had also consumed the mystical herb, Celestial Grass, which significantly enhanced his physique, strength, and spirit power recovery speed. Utilizing his superior strength, rapid recovery, and the ferocity of the evil eye white tiger spirit, he managed to overpower Yu Tianxin's thunderous onslaught. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar of the tiger, Dai Mubai capitalized on a slight opening in Yu Tianxin's defense, delivering a resounding white tiger meteor shower that sent him reeling. Securing victory in this peak confrontation, Shrek Academy emerged triumphant. The referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. Thus, Shrek Academy celebrated an impressive 12 consecutive victories. The team returned to their camp, elated by their success. The master, observing the invigorated spirits of his team, announced delightful news. They had just received word that their opponent for tomorrow had chosen to forfeit. Therefore, they would have a day to rest before the final showdown against Shenfeng Academy the day after tomorrow. The team, upon hearing this, felt a surge of renewed energy. The momentum from consecutive victories and a day of respite undoubtedly provided them with a better opportunity for adjustment. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted, and a figure stepped inside, none other than the captain of the Divine Wind Academy, Feng Xiaotian. His gaze immediately zeroed in on Wu Xuanma, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Wu Xuanma, the attention of all present converged upon him. Feng Xiaotian stated directly, "Tomorrow's match has seen our opponent concede. Thus, the day after tomorrow will mark the decisive clash between Shrek and Divine Wind. I, Feng Xiaotian, shall be the first to step onto the stage. I hope you, Wu Xuanma, will also take the first turn. Let us determine who shall be the champion of this promotion match." Wu Xuanmo regarded Feng Xiaotian's eyes, nearly igniting with intensity. Feeling somewhat speechless within, he had no real connection with Huo Wu. Why was Feng Xiaotian fixated on him? Could it be that Huo Wu had mentioned something to Feng Xiaotian? Perhaps she had said, "If you defeat that formidable Wu Xuanma, I will agree to date you." The more Wu Xuanma contemplated, the more plausible this scenario seemed. Seeing Wu Xuanma remain silent, Feng Xiaotian continued, "If I lose, Divine Wind Academy will concede outright. Our victory or defeat will dictate the ultimate outcome." At that moment, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and others gathered around. Dai Mubai clapped Wu Xuanma on the shoulder. Speaking gravely, "Xuanma, agree to his challenge. We believe in you." Tang San nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Xuanma, your strength is evident to all of us." Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and the others cast glances of trust and encouragement. Wu Xuanma looked at the resolute Feng Xiaotian, then at his companions radiating confidence. Drawing a deep breath, a glint of sharpness flickered in his inky eyes. He nodded at Feng Xiaotian, his voice clear and steady. "Very well, Feng Xiaotian, as you wish. We shall face off one-on-one, with the outcome determining our fates. Feng Xiaotian received the confirmation he sought, a satisfied and spirited smile gracing his face. Splendid. See you on the arena the day after tomorrow. With that, he turned and strode away from Shrek Academy's tent. Within the tent, the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of gravity and anticipation. All eyes were fixed on Wu Xuanma, as the pinnacle battle to determine the top position in the promotion match had already begun to unfold. Chapter 63, The Showdown. The morning sun bathed the Royal Hunting Ground competition venue, the air thick with the unique tension and expectation of an impending showdown. Upon the grand arena, the host's resonant voice echoed throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the final match of the promotion phase of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The two opposing teams, both boasting a flawless record of 13 victories and no defeats, are the Elite Shrek Academy and Divine Wind Academy. However, there can be only one ultimate victor. Even more notably, both academies have proposed to resolve this contest through a single decisive match to determine the champion of this promotion phase. The tournament committee, after careful deliberation, has approved this audacious request. The host's voice suddenly soared, brimming with enthusiasm. This signifies that the decisive factor determining the final rankings will rest upon the strongest representatives dispatched by each academy. Now, let us welcome today's two protagonists with the warmest applause. Amidst the thunderous cheers and applause, two figures emerged side by side from the contestant passageways, their gazes colliding in the air and igniting an invisible spark. From the Shenkei's academy, Feng Xiaotian stood tall, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding confidence with an unwavering determination to succeed. Opposite him, from the Shrek Academy, Wu Xuanma possessed a handsome countenance, his inky hair tied back, exhibiting a calm demeanor, and his gaze remained tranquil as still waters. Go, brother Feng. The captain shall prevail. Xuanma, it's your moment. Xuanma, give it your all and seize the victory. The teammates from both sides erupted in fervent shouts, rallying support for their champions. The host continued with introductions. Captain Feng Xiaotian of Shenkei's academy has, with his formidable windstorm twin-headed wolf martial spirit and ingenious self-created soul skills, triumphed over formidable foes in the qualifying rounds, remaining undefeated. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanma from Shrek Academy boasts an equally impressive record, wielding the enigmatic elemental annihilation gun martial spirit, which has achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents in one fell swoop. Thus, these two representatives embody the pinnacle of the young generation's soul masters in this competition. What thrilling spectacle shall they present to us? The host's voice resonated with fervor. I hereby declare the final match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament qualifying rounds. The ultimate showdown begins now. With the referee's command, both adversaries simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. A resounding wolf's howl echoed as a colossal phantom of the windstorm twin-headed wolf materialized behind Feng Xiaotian, vibrant azure soul power surging forth, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, spiraling upwards. His presence surged, emanating an aggressive force akin to a tempest. Conversely, Wu Xuanma appeared more restrained. Yet his aura was equally formidable. A silvery light radiated as a long spear, glimmering with an aura of mystery, manifested in his grasp, the elemental annihilation gun. At the spear's tip, faint glimmers of the 9 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space, swirled like a nebula, emitting a disquieting resonance. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 deep purple, rose from beneath him, signifying his impressive prowess at level 48. Indeed, he is remarkably strong. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened, fully aware of the need for seriousness in this encounter. Feng Xiaotian made the first move, akin to a bolt of azure lightning, instantly traversing the distance between them. His claws slicing through the air with a shrill roar aimed directly at Wu Xuanma's face. The speed elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Wu Xuanma reacted swiftly, positioning the elemental annihilation gun before him, accurately blocking Feng Xiaotian's lethal claws. The clash of metal rang out. Feng Xiaotian unleashed a relentless barrage, his claws a flurry of motion, attempting to overwhelm Wu Xuanma with a whirlwind of close-quarters assaults. However, Wu Xuanma remained as steadfast as a mountain, his honed combat skills, refined through prolonged training, shone through at this moment. He deftly maneuvered, his spear parrying, blocking, redirecting, and thrusting, neutralizing Feng Xiaotian's rapid and cunning attacks with flawless defense. Even amidst the fleeting moments when Feng Xiaotian launched his assault, the long spear flickered forth like a venomous serpent, seizing every ephemeral opportunity to counterattack with ferocity, compelling Feng Xiaotian to adopt a defensive stance. Such rapid reflexes and unparalleled skill. A sense of astonishment welled within Feng Xiaotian. His opponent's prowess in close combat far surpassed his expectations. With no intention of holding back, he abruptly escalated his speed to a higher echelon, his silhouette transforming into a blur of azure light. Wu Xuanma's gaze remained unyielding, a flicker of thought ignited within him, and the spear's tip glimmered with the radiance of wind elements. Wind element amplification. A surge of nimble and swift energy coursed through his body, propelling his speed to new heights, allowing him to effortlessly keep pace with Feng Xiaoyan's rhythm. Their figures intertwined on the arena, a dizzying spectacle of motion. Dual wolves manifest. Feng Xiaoyan called out sharply, his second soul ring flaring to life. In an instant, two fearsome azure wolf heads materialized above his hands, exuding an overwhelming force of ripping power as the claws, accompanied by the phantom wolf heads, lunged fiercely toward Wu Xuanma. With agile grace, Wu Xuanma sidestepped, narrowly evading this ferocious strike. Seizing the momentum, Feng Xiaoyan relentlessly pursued with a series of wolf claw attacks. Earth Element Amplification Guard. A flash of earthy light erupted from the spear's tip, enveloping his body and spear in a thick, solid aura of earth. Feng Xiaoyan's subsequent strikes met the aura, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound, akin to hitting an impregnable mountain, failing to make even the slightest dent. Wind Blade Array. Feng Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened as his first soul ring illuminated. With a vigorous sweep of his hands, two colossal, tangible azure wind blades howled forth, crossing to slash at Wu Xuanma, who was shrouded in the earthy glow. Rather than retreat, Wu Xuanma advanced, his elemental disruption spear gleaming with silvery brilliance. As the spear danced like a wheel, pinpointing the weakest points of the two wind blades with unerring precision. Shatter! With a soft exclamation, he shattered the formidable wind blades, dispersing them into chaotic currents. In that fleeting moment of destruction, Wu Xuanma's eyes narrowed, as the water and ice elements surged brilliantly at the spear's tip. Prison of Eternal Frost. Centered on Wu Xuanma, a frigid wave erupted instantaneously. The moisture in the air crystallized into ice, swiftly coating the ground with a thick layer, the terrifying chill seemingly freezing the very fabric of space. This area of effect control soul skill not only enveloped Wu Xuanma's immediate vicinity, but also ensnared Feng Xiaoyan, who had just unleashed his soul skill, along with the residual wind blade energy. Feng Xiaoyan's complexion paled dramatically, as an irresistible cold seeped into his very bones, rendering his movements sluggish. Even his soul power felt as if it were on the verge of being immobilized by frost. The wind blade energy in his grasp was directly encased in ice, sculpted like a frozen statue. Realizing the dire situation, he desperately channeled his soul power to break free from this terrifying icy domain. This is bad. A warning bell rang in Feng Xiaoyan's mind, as he unleashed all his soul power to shatter the encasing ice. Crack! Crack! Under the sheer force of Feng Xiaoyan's efforts, the thick ice began to splinter. Yet, at the very moment he broke free, a colorful attack imbued with a sense of annihilation loomed perilously close. Wu Xuanma's second soul skill, Elemental Annihilation Slash. Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted in horror. The assault was too swift, too cunning. He was utterly unable to execute any effective defensive maneuvers or evasive actions. Gale Wings. At the brink of life and death, Feng Xiaoyan's third spirit ring instantaneously illuminated. A pair of enormous azure wings abruptly unfurled from his back, propelling his body skyward in a moment of dire urgency. The lethal edge of the Elemental Annihilation Slash nearly grazed the soles of his feet, the fierce winds stinging his skin. Having narrowly evaded a fatal blow, Feng Xiaoyan hovered in midair, the gale wings gently flapping behind him, his soul power fluctuating with a palpable intensity and stability far greater than before. My third soul skill, Gale Wings, not only allows me to soar, but also instantly restores my physical state to its zenith. Feng Xiaoyan gazed down at Wu Xuanma, a hint of arrogance and unshakable confidence in his tone. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes became piercing and fervent. Next, I shall use the soul skill I have painstakingly crafted throughout my life to defeat you. Should you fall to this technique, Wu Xuanma, you would still leave with honor. The wings on his back began to vibrate at a high frequency, accumulating terrifying wind pressure, clearly prepared to unleash his signature technique, the Gale Magic Wolf's 36 slashes. Below, Wu Xuanma observed the ever-increasing momentum of Feng Xiaoyan, who appeared to have already secured victory, feeling a wave of incredulity. What are you trying to show off? He couldn't be bothered to engage in idle chatter. At the tip of the elemental obliteration gun, the runes of wind, thunder, and fire suddenly illuminated, intertwining as a violent and destructive energy began to wildly gather and compress. Starstream explosion, Wu Xuanma exclaimed, abruptly pointing the gun's tip towards the airborne Feng Xiaoyan. Boom! The compressed energy of wind, thunder, and fire, under the ultimate acceleration of the wind element, transformed into countless meteoric projectiles trailing vibrant tails. Each of these meteoric energy blasts contained the destructive properties of wind blades, the paralysis and explosion of thunder, and the combustion and detonation of fire, forming a sweeping assault that raced towards the poised Feng Xiaotian, far surpassing the limits of visual capture. What? The confidence on Feng Xiaotian's face abruptly froze, morphing into sheer terror. He could never have anticipated Wu Xuanma's counterattack to be so swift, so fearsome. The power he had amassed had yet to reach its apex when the overwhelming onslaught of meteors arrived with a thunderous crash. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of explosions resonated throughout the arena. The stage was engulfed by the rampant wind blades, raging thunder, and blazing flames. The blinding light compelled the audience to shut their eyes. As the smoke and chaotic energy gradually dissipated, Feng Xiaotian was seen lying helplessly at the edge of the stage, his garments charred and tattered in multiple places, and his gale wings in ruins, with only a few wisps of azure energy struggling to maintain their form. He struggled to rise, but the relentless cutting sensation of the wind blades, the paralysis of the lightning, and the searing pain of the flames rendered him incapable of exerting any strength, forcing him to cough up a few puffs of acrid, charred air. Wu Xuanma, wielding a silver-white spear, walked calmly to his side, gazing down at the immobile Feng Xiaotian, his voice resonating clearly across the arena. You have lost. Feng Xiaotian gazed up at the sky, the blinding sunlight causing him to squint slightly, his face a canvas of reluctance and frustration, which ultimately transformed into a profound sigh. He closed his eyes, summoning his last vestige of strength, and with a hoarse yet clear voice, he proclaimed, I concede. The moment those words echoed, a triumphant cheer erupted from the direction of Shrek Academy's camp. Victory! We are first! Long live Shanhua! The air was filled with jubilant exclamations from Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and everyone else. Their faces radiating ecstasy and excitement as they high-fived, embraced, and celebrated the hard-won championship of the qualifying rounds. In the center of the arena, Wu Xianmo, upon hearing the chorus of cheers from his companions, felt the tautness of his nerves finally ease. He turned to face his teammates, and upon his handsome visage blossomed a heartfelt, radiant smile. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the silver spear in his hand and his flowing dark hair. In that moment, he became the most resplendent presence on the battlefield. The qualifying rounds concluded with Shrek's unassailable victory. Chapter 64, Breakthrough to Spirit King, Awakening of the Bloodline. The resounding victory of the qualifying rounds gradually faded into the background. The members of Shrek Academy boarded their carriage, embarking on the journey back to the academy to rest and make final preparations for the ultimate championship. However, a neatly penned letter was quietly placed on Dean Flinder's desk. The content of the letter was simple. Dear Dean, I must attend to urgent matters and will proceed to Seoul City on my own, where I shall meet with everyone. Do not worry. Wu Xianmo. After leaving the letter, Wu Xianmo's figure silently vanished beyond the academy's confines. Once assured that no one was around, a thought flickered in his mind, and a pair of massive wings shimmering with nine-colored radiance unfurled behind him, his external spirit bone, the wings of elemental cosmos. Without a moment's hesitation, the wings flapped vigorously. A low hum resonated through the air as Wu Xianmo transformed into a blur of nine-colored light, moving at a speed so terrifying it surpassed the sound barrier, slicing through the air towards Seoul City. The freedom of flight granted by the wings of elemental cosmos and the enhanced speed from his soul power were magnificently displayed at that moment, traveling day and night. 5 days later, deep within a desolate mountain range still 5 days away from Seoul City, Wu Xianmo finally slowed his pace. He sought out a secluded, breath-isolating natural cave, ensuring its safety before diving inside. The cave was dry and cool, the perfect sanctuary for meditation. Wu Xianmo sat cross-legged, his spirit sinking into the sea of consciousness, summoning the universal sign-in system. System, check current points. A screen materialized, revealing the score, 1,460 points. Wu Xianmo understood well. At the end of the 6th day of the qualifying rounds, his score was 900 points. Afterward, Shrek had achieved 8 consecutive victories. According to the new rules of the qualifying rounds, the Academy earned basic points for each victory, regardless of his participation, and a reward of 10 points for each opponent defeated, with a total of 70 points for a complete victory against 7 opponents. 8 victories, each yielding 70 points, amounted to 560 points. Adding 900 and 560 equaled 1460, without a single discrepancy. Sufficient indeed. Wu Xuanma's gaze was firmly fixed upon the elixir section of the system's marketplace. where he soon located the familiar icon, the Soul Enhancement Pill. Description: capable of elevating the rank of a Soul Master by 3 to 5 levels of soul power. Contingent upon individual foundation. Limitations: can only be exchanged and consumed once per month. Required points: 5. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended 5 points, and a pill, the size of a longan and radiating a gentle wave of soul energy, materialized in his hand. Wu Xuanma promptly ingested it. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a vast and soothing current that surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian. He activated the Yuan vortex induction technique, causing the 9 elemental vortices within him to spin at an accelerated pace, efficiently refining and absorbing this pure medicinal potency. Already at the pinnacle barrier of level 48 soul power, this formidable influx of energy swiftly dismantled his limitations, akin to the melting of spring snow. His soul power level began to soar, 49, 50. The medicinal energy continued to surge, eventually stabilizing his soul power at a level above 50. With an exceptionally solid foundation, Wu Xuanma, aided by the Soul Enhancement Pill, transcended the threshold of the Soul Ancestor realm and officially stepped into the Soul King domain. Feeling the surge of soul power within him magnified several-fold, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Without pause, he retrieved the pre-prepared limit adaptive soul ring from the system space. Calming his thoughts, he connected with the soul ring. A deep and powerful black light instantly filled the entire cavern. An energy fluctuation far more magnificent and ferocious than that of a fourth soul ring, 15,000 years, erupted forth, accompanied by a staggering pressure. This adaptive soul ring, tailored to Wu Xuanma's limits, had automatically generated a soul ring of an astounding 40,000 years. The overwhelming energy surged into Wu Xuanma's body like a torrent breaching a dam. The intense impact caused his body to tremble slightly. However, having undergone the baptism of a millennia-old soul ring, his will was as solid as a rock. He steadfastly focused his mind, fully channeling Yuan vortex induction, while the 9 elemental vortices within him spun wildly, greedily devouring and refining this pure and tumultuous soul ring energy, transforming it into his own strength. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the painful impact and the ascent of power. After 2 days and nights, the violent energy fluctuations within the cavern finally subsided. Wu Xuanma slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of deep black light flashing beneath their surface. He had successfully absorbed this 40,000 year 5th soul ring. With this immense energy propelling him, his soul power level surged from 51 to a remarkable 54, experiencing the newfound strength bestowed by the 5th soul ring. The name and effect of a soul skill were indelibly etched in his mind. 5th soul skill, Elemental Convergence Catastrophe. Effect: converging the power of 9 elements at the tip of his spear, it transforms into a spiraling, interwoven beam of destructive, colorful light that instantaneously pierces the target. Upon impact, it triggers elemental disruption, forcibly stripping the target of its soul power attributes, and according to the principle of martial soul mutual restraint, e.g., a fire-type soul master encountering water element, it triggers a 300 attribute restraint critical hit. Subsequently, the doomed mark is affixed within 10 seconds. When the target endures any elemental damage, the mark shall detonate, inflicting secondary true damage based on the initial harm. Such a formidable soul skill. Wu Xuanma marveled internally. This was indeed the ultimate technique of an elemental master, embodying penetration, elemental restraint, and sustained damage in a singular form. At this moment, his soul ring configuration was as follows: yellow, mimicry, purple, mimicry, deep purple, mimicry, black, 40,000 years. The 5th black soul ring was a definitive mark of a soul king, rendering further mimicry unnecessary. With his soul power stabilized at level 54, Wu Xuanma did not relent, continuing to operate the elemental vortex guide to solidify his realm, mastering the surging power entirely. A day later, his realm was firmly established. Wu Xuanma calculated the time. There remained approximately 6 days until the main force of Shrek Academy arrived in Wuhan City. The timing was perfect. A flicker of resolve passed through his eyes as he retrieved from the system space the Bloodline Awakening elixir, which had cost him a mere 5 points. The elixir appeared unremarkable. Wu Xuanma took a deep breath and placed it in his mouth. Upon swallowing the elixir, initially, there were no peculiarities. Merely a warm current spreading gently within, soothing and comfortable. But in an instant, a sudden transformation occurred. Boom. It was as if a drop of cold water had been cast into a tranquil pot of oil, and that warmth instantly erupted into blazing flames. An indescribable agony surged forth from the depths of his marrow, erupting violently from the source of his bloodline. His blood began to boil violently, like molten lava, surging uncontrollably. Every cell wailed, tearing and reconstituting. Ugh! Even with Wu Xuanma's unparalleled willpower, he could not suppress a painful groan, his body trembling violently. Veins on the surface of his skin protruding grotesquely. In his perception, time seemed to lose its meaning. At times, each second felt like a century, stretched infinitely by boundless pain. At others, time raced by swiftly, consciousness drifting in the tide of anguish, murky and unclear. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity, that soul-rending agony gradually receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable clarity and sense of control. It was as if a long-dormant, innate shackle had been utterly shattered. When Wu Xuanma's consciousness regained clarity, he discovered himself enveloped in a faint, chaotic halo that seemed to encompass all colors of the world. The system's cold prompt resonated at an opportune moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the preliminary awakening of the chaotic bloodline. The source of the bloodline traces back to the dawn of the universe, when all was undivided, nurturing the primordial essence of all matter and energy. It is the most primal, inclusive, and tempestuous source of power. Accompanying this was a qualitative transformation of his innate abilities. Elemental mastery, advanced, and elemental amplification, advanced, have fused and evolved into elemental sovereign, supreme. Effect allows for the effortless simultaneous utilization of multiple elements for intricate control and composite attacks, as if an extension of oneself. When focused on enhancing a single element, its effects will achieve a 100-fold increase compared to the pre-awakening elemental amplification, advanced. For instance, the velocity augmented by the wind element, after 100 accumulations, is now equivalent to the speed achieved by a singular wind element enhancement under the dominion of elemental mastery. Wu Xuanma slowly raised his hand, a subtle thought igniting within him. With a flicker, a minuscule flame danced at his fingertips, instantly transforming into a raging inferno, only to crystallize into ice in the next moment, and then morph into a flickering arc of lightning. The 9 elements seamlessly transitioned, merged, and dissipated at his command, as if they were intrinsic to his being. With effortless control and minimal consumption, he endeavored to summon the wind element. A hum filled the air, enveloping him in an unimaginable lightness and swiftness. An invisible tempest seemed to swirl within the cave, the terror of the accelerated speed surpassing any previous experiences. 100-fold enhancement. This marked a qualitative leap, as he felt the chaotic power coursing through him and the absolute authority over myriad elements. A profound and confident smile graced Wu Xuanma's lips. Rank 54 Soul King, with a 4,000-year 5th spirit ring, a chaotic bloodline, and an unparalleled elemental master. The Soul Master City, the finals, he murmured softly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cave's stone walls, directed towards the grand city ahead, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent and unshakable confidence. Chapter 65, Returning to the Team. The wings of elemental universe tore through the vast expanse. Wu Xuanma soared like a streak of light across the sky, racing towards the Soul Master City. With a mere thought, the wind element, under the will of elemental mastery, was augmented 100-fold, propelling his speed to an unfathomable level, leaving a long vacuum trail in the air behind him. Below, a vast convoy of carriages advanced slowly. The standardized carriages prepared by the Tindo Empire for all participating academies moved like a long serpent along the official road. Wu Xuanma's keen gaze swept over the scene, instantly locking onto 2 relatively simple carriages bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy. Found it. With a thought, his magnificent wings retracted instantly, transforming into glimmers of silver light that melded into his being. He became like a shadow entwined with the wind, plunging downward at an almost imperceptible speed under the extreme enhancement of the wind element, landing silently beside the second carriage of Shrek Academy. Thud! The faint sound of landing resonated distinctly amidst the otherwise quiet procession. Who? A low, wary shout from Dai Mubai emanated from within the carriage, followed swiftly by Oscar's startled exclamation. The curtain was abruptly flung open, revealing several faces etched with surprise. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and by the window, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Almost simultaneously, the drivers and guards of nearby carriages were startled by the sudden commotion, halting their horses and gazing anxiously in that direction. What is happening? The door of the front carriage was thrust open, and Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Qin Ming, and substitute team members Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and Zhang Zhu quickly leaped down, concealing their soul power while scanning their surroundings with sharp eyes, ultimately fixing their gaze on the sudden figure beside the carriage. Lu Erlong, known for his fiery temper, nearly summoned his martial spirit but was restrained by Flander. Upon recognizing the visitor, Flinder's tense expression visibly softened, soon replaced by a complex mix of emotions and a hint of trepidation. Xianmo? Standing tall, Wu Xianmo swiftly scanned the crowd, particularly noting the lingering gravity and shock on the faces of Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Qin Ming, as well as the halted carriages and the wary gazes surrounding them. Indeed, Wu Xianmo understood that an attack had transpired. The formidable Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo had made their presence known. Yet, he had not anticipated that even after concealing Tang San's heavenly hammer during the promotion match, the Spirit Hall would still dispatch 2 Titled Douluo to intercept them. This revelation cast a deeper shadow of doubt in his mind. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he offered a touch of apology and a hint of ease as he addressed Flinder and the others. Dean, it is I. I have concluded my affairs and was en route to the Spirit City when I spotted our Academy's convoy from afar. I thought it best to return directly. I apologize for the commotion. It may have startled everyone. Upon seeing the long-missing Wu Xianmo, Flinder let out a sigh of relief, while Lu Erlong's taut muscles relaxed. Albeit he shot Wu Xianmo a reproachful glare. You rascal, just returning is fine, but did you have to make such a ruckus? You nearly scared someone to death. Qin Ming also displayed a relieved smile. It's good that you're back, just good. Flinder gestured for the halted carriages to continue, urging everyone to board swiftly as they could discuss matters on the road. Wu Xianmo nodded, opened the carriage door, and agilely entered the vehicle occupied by the Shrek 7 monsters. Though the carriage offered ample space, the sudden addition of another person rendered it somewhat cramped. The companions, still shaken yet filled with surprise, turned their gazes toward him in unison. Xianmo, you truly appear and vanish like a specter. Dai Mubai playfully punched his shoulder with enough force to convey both relief and camaraderie. Indeed, just now, I thought the assassins had returned. Oscar exclaimed, dramatically clutching his chest as he caught his breath. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looked at him with concern, while Zhu Zhuqing, though silent, clearly expressed her inquiry through her gaze. Ma Hongjun, sporting a curious expression, asked, Xianmo, where have you been these past few days? Wu Xianmo settled in, feeling the gentle sway of the carriage as it resumed motion. He noted that Tang San's gaze held a sense of inquiry, though it was predominantly calm. Dai Mubai and the others began to recount the harrowing events that had transpired not long ago, reminiscent of the original narrative, the terrifying pressure of Titled Douluo level threats. Flinder and Lu Erlong's arduous resistance, culminating in the timely arrival of the Sword Douluochen Xian, who dispelled the formidable foes. Wu Xianmo listened quietly, yet his inner confusion deepened. The assault mirrored the previous one precisely. Why was that? Could it be that exposing the heavenly hammer was not the sole catalyst? Was the Spirit Hall's objective from the outset more than just targeting Tang San? Or had other intelligence, unbeknownst to him, been compromised? He discreetly observed the reactions of those around him, especially Tang San, in search of any signs of irregularity, but everything appeared as usual. Xianmo, what about you? What transpired these past few days? You left without a word, leaving everyone worried. Dai Mubai redirected the conversation back to Wu Xianmo after finishing his account. Wu Xianmo withdrew his thoughts, allowing a hint of contrition and youthful enthusiasm to surface on his face. I apologize for causing everyone concern. A sudden urgency arose in the village near my home, necessitating my immediate return to address the matter at hand. Time was of the essence, so I left behind a letter. Once the situation was resolved, I promptly made my way to Soulland City. He paused, deliberately lowering his voice just enough for everyone in the carriage to hear him clearly, and remarked, quite coincidentally, that during the journey, my soul power had surpassed level 50. What? Level 50? A soul king? Instantly, the carriage was filled with gasps of astonishment and incredulous murmurs. Even Tang San, with his usually calm demeanor, displayed a flicker of shock in his eyes. A soul king at the age of 12. This revelation struck them with even greater force than the earlier ambush. Wu Xuanma observed the astonished expressions of his companions and smiled slightly, continuing, well, I was fortunate. During the journey, I encountered a suitable 10,000-year soul beast and effortlessly dealt with it, thus acquiring my 5th soul ring. His words were delivered with a nonchalance that made the acquisition of a 10,000-year soul ring sound as simple as having a meal. 10,000. Good heavens, Xuanma. The group found themselves at a loss for words. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, ultimately settling on a statement filled with admiration and awe. You, my friend, are truly a monster. Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Zhu Zhuqing displayed clear signs of being moved. Wu Xuanma offered no elaborate explanations, merely smiling. It was merely luck. It also serves to solidify my strength. It will provide me with greater assurance in the finals. He skillfully shifted the conversation to inquire about his companion's experiences and training over the past few days, glossing over the details of his breakthrough in Soul Ring. 3 days later, the vast caravan finally arrived at its destination, the sacred ground for Soul Masters on the continent, Soul Land City. The towering city walls, the imposing edifices exuding a sense of religious authority and oppression, and the rich waves of soul power permeating the air all underscored the city's unique status. Guided by designated personnel, the Shrek Academy group checked into the accommodations arranged by the competition committee. The hotel was pleasant, yet Dean Flander, with an unusually grave expression, reiterated his warnings before they entered. Listen carefully. We have now entered a true den of dragons and tigers. Soul Land City is unlike Heavendo City. Every action we take may be scrutinized by countless eyes. Remember, exercise caution, refrain from unnecessary outings, and avoid provoking trouble. Safety is our utmost priority. A shiver ran through the group, and they all nodded in agreement. Even the more carefree Ma Hongjun and Oscar subdued their joviality. Sensing the weight of the dean's words, Wu Xuanma entered his room alongside the others, finding himself assigned to a single occupancy room, which suited him perfectly. Closing the door to shut out the clamor of the outside world, he settled cross-legged on the bed. With only 3 days remaining until the finals commenced, he needed to make the most of this time. Diving into his inner consciousness, his level 54 soul power surged, empowered by the nascent awakening of his chaotic bloodline. Akin to a roaring river, majestic and pure, the Yuan whirlpool technique silently activated, as 9 minuscule elemental whirlpools rotated gently within his meridians, efficiently capturing and refining the elements from the air, which were far denser than those outside, thereby further solidifying his recently attained level. More importantly, he sought to familiarize himself with the transformative power of the elemental sovereign. A flicker of thought stirred within him, and a wisp of flame silently leaped at his fingertips. No longer was it the fire of the past, which required deliberate guidance and the infusion of soul power for control. Now, this flame seemed to be an extension of his will. A fervent thought flashed through his mind, and that small flame instantaneously expanded into a blazing inferno, radiating terrifying heat, causing the temperature in the room to soar dramatically. The next notion was one of chilling cold. The flames froze in an instant, transforming into a translucent ice lotus that exuded a bone-chilling aura, making the room's temperature plummet once again. Wind. He shifted his thoughts once more, and the air within the room stirred autonomously, swirling around him like a docile spirit, accelerating to form visible azure currents, moving at such speed that they could nearly slice through stone. He distinctly sensed that merely manipulating the wind element for speed enhancement yielded effects that were 100-fold greater than the full force of previous elemental amplifications. The same soul skill, under the dominion of elemental will, would undergo a revolutionary transformation in power. The solidity of earth, the ferocity of thunder, the purifying light, the encroaching darkness, the profundity of space. 9 elements flowed seamlessly through his thoughts, switching effortlessly with precision and potency that reached a breathtaking new level. Chapter 66. The New God Wind. 3 days slipped by in an instant. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the solemnity and grandeur unique to the Spirit City, casting its glow upon the magnificent contours of the Grand Soul Arena, the entire city seemed to ignite. Countless soul masters, nobles, and commoners surged toward this hall that symbolized the highest honor for soul masters across the continent. With the air thick with fervor, tension, and anticipation, the group from Shrek Academy, led by Flanders, Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojiang, and Qin Ming, entered this boiling sea of excitement. They were guided to the contestants' resting area, the immense circular arena, the deafening clamor, and the curious, scrutinizing, or hostile gazes from the opposite contestant area all enveloped these young individuals in unprecedented pressure. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San wore solemn expressions, adjusting their breathing in preparation. Master Yu Xiaojiang settled everyone in, his gaze sweeping over the young and resolute faces before him, and he spoke softly. Stay alert. Do not be intimidated by the spectacle. Remember our goal. The group responded in unison, their eyes sharpening with renewed focus. At that moment, Flanders seemed to receive some news, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached the group with a complex expression. Children, we have just received the matchups. Flanders' voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Dai Mubai, as the captain, replied gravely. Dean, let us hear the bad news first. The others held their breath in anticipation. Flanders nodded, his tone tinged with a sense of resignation and gravity. The bad news is that our first-round opponent is the Blaze Academy. Blaze again, Oscar exclaimed involuntarily. What a coincidence. The promotion matches just ended not long ago. Ma Hongjun scratched his head. Yeah, this is quite the fate, tis TSK. Master Yu Xiaojiang's steady voice broke the moment of surprise. Flanders, what is the good news? His gaze was sharp, clearly sensing the anomaly. The hint of helplessness on Flanders' face instantly transformed into incredulous absurdity as he threw up his hands. The good news is that the Blazing Academy has voluntarily forfeited their place in the finals. What? Forfeit? How could this be possible? The resting area erupted into chaos. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing stared wide-eyed, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun leaped up in shock. Tang San's brows furrowed tighter, his doubts intensifying. This was far too peculiar. Tang San asserted decisively. The fighting spirit and determination exhibited by the Blazing Academy during the preliminary rounds could never lead them to voluntarily forfeit in the first round of the finals. There must be a reason behind this. Just as the members of Shrek were engulfed in disbelief over this sudden turn of events, a booming voice echoed from the center of the arena. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Round 1, Match 1. Shinkong Academy versus Longkue Academy. Teams, please enter the arena. All attention shifted towards the entrance. Two teams emerged in succession. The Longkue Academy was as expected, but when the 8 figures from Shinkong Academy fully appeared on the battlefield, a profound silence fell over the Shrek resting area. Among that team stood several familiar figures, the core of the Blazing Academy, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, along with 2 other principal members who had performed admirably in the preliminaries. Huo Wu, Huo Wushuang, how could they be part of Shinkong Academy's team? Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in shock. Dean Flinder's face turned pale, and he muttered, I will inquire with the organizing committee, before hastily departing the resting area. The battle in the arena had already commenced. The newly formed Shinkong Academy displayed a shocking level of synergy and power. As the absolute core, Feng Xiaoyan's coordination with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang was seamless. Wind fueled the flames. Fire borrowed the wind's might. The slicing and acceleration of the wind element combined with the ferocity and combustion of the fire element unleashed a terrifying power far exceeding mere addition. The defenses of Longkue Academy crumbled like paper under the combined assault of wind and fire. Wu Xuanma quietly observed the rampaging energy storm of azure and crimson in the arena, as the intertwining, swirling, and exploding elements clearly decomposed in his eyes into the purest trajectories of elemental flow. He softly remarked, the wind bolsters the fire's strength, while the fire enhances the wind's ferocity. The synergy of these 2 elements, when fused, indeed surpasses the limits of a single attribute, showcasing a remarkable performance. Hearing this, Tang San and the others nodded solemnly. They could sense the challenging nature of this combination, far beyond the simplicity of either the Blazing or Shinkong Academy alone. Before long, Dean Flinder returned with a grim expression. Without him needing to speak, everyone already understood the outcome. The organizing committee had consented. Flinder's voice was laced with repressed anger. They've exploited a loophole in the rules. The competition regulations state that participating academies cannot change their roster midway, but it does not prohibit already registered students from competing for other academies with their original academy's consent. The Spirit Hall has undoubtedly entered into a mutually beneficial agreement with the new Divine Wind, allowing and even encouraging them to exploit this loophole. As Flanders' words faded, the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. The match is concluded. The Divine Wind Academy emerges victorious. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the members of the Divine Wind Academy descended from the stage. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang shared a glance, each brimming with fierce combat spirit and scrutiny. Their gazes piercing through the crowd and landing precisely on the Shrek resting area, specifically on the tall figure of Wu Xuanma, with his long black hair cascading down to his waist and an aura as deep as an abyss. Their stares conveyed a challenge, an inquiry, and an unspoken intent. As if to declare, Shrek, especially you, Wu Xuanma, we await your response. With their eyes withdrawn, the trio departed the arena with the poise of victors, leaving the atmosphere among the Shrek members as heavy as iron. Well, they are clearly targeting us. Ma Hongjun clenched his fist. The fusion of wind and fire is indeed a formidable opponent, Dai Mubai remarked solemnly. Flanders inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and said sternly, did you all see that? This is Spirit City. Here, strength is the ultimate rule. Cast aside your naivety and prepare yourselves with utmost vigilance. Return and train. Without further ado, the 8 members of Shrek, along with the substitutes, departed the bustling arena in silence, under the stern gazes of their mentors. Upon returning to the inn, they immediately immersed themselves in intense training. The combined assault of wind and fire they witnessed earlier, along with those 3 hostile stares, rang like a heavy alarm, echoing the most urgent battle drums within their hearts. The cruelty and undercurrents of the finals unveiled themselves in such a raw and forceful manner on their first day in Spirit City. Chapter 67. Confrontation with the Shanhua Royal Academy. Achieving first place in the qualifying rounds granted Shrek a bye in the second round, yet the third round adversary, the Shanhua Royal Academy, instantly darkened the expressions of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Within the inn, Flanders announced gravely, in the next match, "We will face the Shanhua Royal Academy." As these words left his lips, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly stood, bowing deeply to the assembly. Her voice cold yet resolute. "I understand that conserving strength is crucial for everyone. However, for this battle, I request that all give their utmost effort." Dai Mubai rose to stand beside her, his golden eyes ignited with long-suppressed fighting spirit. This is not merely a contest of soul skills. It is a life-and-death struggle. The group was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such fervent reactions from them. Wu Xuanma's gaze flickered. His fingers gently tapped the table as he spoke slowly. "It is the Dai family and the Zhu family of the Xinglu Empire, correct?" Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing turned sharply, shock flickering in their eyes. Wu Xuanma continued matter-of-factly. "I spent some time in the Xinglua Empire and heard some tales. The Dai and Zhu families have intermarried for generations, selecting the strongest to inherit the throne, while the rest are either discarded or eliminated." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. "In this battle, your opponents will be your elder brother and sister, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun." Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and gritted his teeth. "Indeed." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with a cold glint. "Therefore, we must prevail." A moment of silence enveloped the group, followed by a unanimous nod. Oscar patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder. "Brother, don't worry. We will defeat them together." Ma Hongjun grinned widely. "Exactly. Who cares about royal lineage? In the arena, it's the fists that speak the truth." Tang San's gaze was steady. "Let them witness the true strength of Shrek." Wu Xuanma's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. On the day of the third round of the competition, the Grand Soul Arena in the heart of Soul City was filled to capacity. The host's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. "Welcome to the third round of the finals. The first match features Shrek Academy against the Star Luo Royal Academy." Shrek Academy had not participated in the previous rounds and was finally making their appearance today. What kind of performance would they deliver? Meanwhile, the Star Luo Royal Academy, as the strongest seed team of the Star Luo Empire, how would they respond? As both teams took to the stage, Davis wore a contemptuous smile, casting a condescending glance at Dai Mubai. "Mubai, I never expected you to reach the finals. But you must realize that your actions leave me no choice but to strike you down." Dai Mubai scoffed. "Davis, spare me the pretenses. When have you ever ceased your attacks against me? Today, on this battlefield, we are adversaries." Davis raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh, our playboy has changed. Daring to speak to his elder brother in such a manner?" The members of the Star Luo Royal Academy erupted in laughter. Wu Xuanma stood at the forefront of his team, his inky hair fluttering in the wind, his expression indifferent as he gazed at them, inwardly sneering. "Laugh now, but soon you will have no time to weep." The host declared loudly. "The atmosphere is charged with tension. Now, both sides prepare. Martial spirits, unleash." In an instant, the soul rings shone brilliantly. On the Shrek side, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, 7 soul ancestors. And beneath Wu Xuanma, 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, a soul king. The audience erupted in astonishment. A soul king from Shrek Academy. A 12-year-old soul king. How could this be possible? On the side of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Davis's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The host continued. "The captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Davis, is at level 49, Zhu Zhiyun at level 47, while the other 6 are all soul ancestors. With their soul ring configurations being 2 yellow and 2 purple, the match commenced." The moment the words left the host's mouth, Wu Xuanma moved. He executed his second soul skill, amplified by ice elements, Eternal Frost Obliteration Slash. The power of this move, originally a sweeping arc of ice blades that froze everything in its path, culminated in an explosion of ice crystal storms that shattered its targets. Now, under the 100-fold enhancement of Elemental Dominion, crack, the entire arena transformed into a frigid hellscape. The 8 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy had no chance to react as the ice crystals beneath their feet suddenly exploded, a terrifying chill instantly enveloping their bodies. What? Davis's pupils constricted as he desperately channeled his soul power to resist, but the ice crystal storm was already upon them. Boom. A tempest of frost swept through, encasing all 8 participants in ice. Wu Xuanma cast a cold smile, turning to gaze at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, offering a subtle nod. The two exchanged a glance and surged forward in unison. The fusion of their martial souls manifested as the ethereal white tiger. Meanwhile, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun struggled to break free from their icy prison, their faces pale with fury as they roared, the ethereal white tiger. The two colossal white tigers roared defiantly at one another on the arena. A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Xuanma's eyes as he raised his hand once more, unleashing the fiery cataclysm strike. The first soul skill amplified the fire element, stacking 100-fold. Boom! A torrent of blazing flames erupted, engulfing the remaining 6 members of the Luo Royal Academy. Amidst their anguished cries, the 6 were swiftly eliminated. The arena fell into an eerie silence. In merely 2 moves, the 6 from Luo Royal Academy were out. Though Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's ethereal white tiger roared fiercely, Wu Xuanmo refrained from further attack, instead stepping back and calmly stating, "Mubai, Zhuqing, the rest is in your hands." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal white tiger let out a piercing roar and lunged forward. Boom! The 2 tigers collided with tremendous force, their soul power clashing violently. Yet, despite the considerable drain on their soul power from Wu Xuanma's icy flames, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun fought valiantly. The battle reached a stalemate, but in the final moment, a roar erupted as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal white tiger unfurled a pair of majestic wings. What? Davis stared in horror. Bang! A claw tore through the air. The ethereal white tiger of the Luo Royal Academy shattered, and Davis and Zhu Zhiyun crashed heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by a thunderous cheer. The host exclaimed with fervor, "The match is over. Shrek Academy triumphs." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing disengaged from their fusion, standing on the arena, their expressions a complex tapestry as they regarded the fallen Davis and Zhu Zhiyun. Wu Xuanma approached them, stating simply, "It is finished." Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, nodding slowly. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists, a flicker of relief crossing her eyes. In this battle, they had finally proven themselves. The members of Shrek erupted in jubilation, rushing onto the arena to celebrate their victory. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon Wu Xuanma, a hint of profound meaning flickering in her eyes. Chapter 68, The Emergence of the 3 Strongest. Within the central soul arena, the thunderous cheers gradually subsided, yet the lingering energy of ice and fire, combined with the overwhelming nature of their victory, continued to resonate in the hearts of every spectator. As the Shrek team descended from the stage, they were met with the approving smile of Dean Flander and the glimmer of praise in the Master's eyes. "Well done, children." Flander's voice carried a rare exuberance, a clean and decisive victory. He regarded Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing with particular scrutiny, though their breaths were somewhat uneven. The weight in their gazes had lessened considerably, replaced by a sense of liberation and determination. They nodded slightly to the Dean and Master, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Indeed, the execution of the strategy was impeccable. Master Yu Xiaojiang nodded in affirmation, then shifted his focus to the gathered crowd. However, now is not the time for relaxation. The next round of competition is in 2 days, and our opponents have yet to be determined. During these 2 days, you have no competitive tasks. "Yes, Master." The crowd responded in unison, their faces glowing with the joy of recent victory and anticipation for what lies ahead. "Rest well and adjust your states. But do not neglect your training," the Master added. "The intensity of the finals will only increase." "Understood," the crowd echoed once more. Upon returning to the inn, the initial excitement faded swiftly, and each individual settled into a state of introspection. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing needed time to fully absorb the significance of their fateful victory, while the others focused on solidifying their soul power and reflecting on their battles. Wu Xuanmo retreated directly to his room, sitting cross-legged as he activated the Yuan Hua Yin technique. 9 elemental whirlpools began to spin slowly, efficiently absorbing the rich elemental energy in the air, consolidating his level 54 soul power, while also delving deeper into the profound sensation of mastering the elements. As if he could manipulate the very strings of the elements at will. A day slipped by in the midst of rigorous training and adjustment. The following day marked the occasion to observe the battle of the Wuhuan Temple Academy's team against the Tindo Royal Academy's team. Everyone was acutely aware that this would be an extraordinary opportunity to closely assess the strength of their ultimate adversaries. As they entered the Great Soul Arena once more, the atmosphere was even more fervent than before. The Wuhuan Temple Academy team, emblematic of the Papal Hall, enjoyed unparalleled home field advantage. As they emerged from the athletes' passage, the thunderous cheers of the crowd seemed poised to lift the very roof. The members of Shrek sat in the spectator area, their gazes fixed intently on the 8 competitors of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The leading trio commanded attention with an overwhelming aura, instantly captivating all eyes. Huiyina, with her striking physique and silver hair, the coldly elegant Xiaoyu wielding his moonblade, and the imposing figure of Yin, radiating a searing heat akin to a lava giant. These three were hailed as the core of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. Dai Mubai spoke gravely, his expression serious. The intensity and unwavering confidence emanating from these three was unparalleled in his experience. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes flickered slightly as he murmured, "Only those who have triumphed in countless victories and vanquished numerous formidable foes can possess such a nearly tangible psychological advantage." Nearby, the poisoned Douluo observed the arena, turning to Tang San and the Shrek group with a serious tone. "Young monsters, pay close attention to the three at the forefront." As the host announced the commencement of the match, both sides unleashed their martial spirits. When Xiaoyu, Huiyina, and Yin each manifested their optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, the audience erupted once more into thunderous applause. "Did you see that?" Douluo's voice carried a hint of gravity. "These three are the golden generation painstakingly cultivated by the Wuhuan Temple. Their talent, resources, and combat experience are all top tier." However, he shifted his gaze toward Shrek with a hint of mischief and pride. "But you from Shrek Academy also have an even more extraordinary young monster, who, despite their age, possesses soul power surpassing that of the three." His eyes pointedly rested on Wu Xuanma. Tang San and the others turned to Wu Xuanma, who remained calm, his gaze fixed on the arena, as if the remarks were of no concern to him. Douluo continued his commentary. Huiyina is the younger sister of Xiaoyu, having taken on the surnames of both parents and inheriting their martial souls. Xiaoyu wields the moonblade, while Huiyina possesses the heavenly fox. A fox martial soul? Tang San keenly grasped the significance. Does she possess a charm skill akin to Xiaowu's? Indeed, Douluo affirmed, her charm soul skill is exceptionally formidable, serving as her primary means of control. Be cautious, for her allure is not merely activated through her gaze. As if to corroborate Douluo's words, the moment the match commenced, Huiyina did not make eye contact with anyone. Instead, a faint pink glow flickered around her, and an invisible, peculiarly sweet spiritual wave rapidly spread outwards. Despite the 8 members of the Tindo Royal Academy deliberately avoiding her gaze, they found themselves ensnared, their expressions becoming dazed and their movements sluggish. "Do you see? This is her strength. Her enchanting power is insidious and inescapable," Douluo whispered. Then, an unforeseen change occurred on the battlefield. Huiyina exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu, their figures suddenly drawing closer, their powerful soul energies merging. The martial soul fusion technique. Enchantment. Douluo's voice carried a hint of awe. A crimson mist enveloped the arena, obscuring much of the battlefield. An ethereal figure, indistinguishable in gender, with flowing hair and wielding 2 massive moon blades, emerged from the center of the red mist. The aura emanating from this figure was formidable, eerie, and unsettling. This is their martial soul fusion technique, enchantment. Douluo elucidated, it serves as the primary control. Within this shrouded crimson mist, the senses of all would be dulled. The operation of soul power impeded, and their ability to act drastically diminished, exhibiting an exceedingly tyrannical effect. They draped the battlefield in red mist to obscure their precise combat methods and soul skill details from prying eyes. The crimson fog surged, cutting off the sight of most spectators. However, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye glimmered with purple light, piercing through the mist to clearly witness the battle within. Meanwhile, in Wu Xianmo's gaze, the chaotic nebula rotated slightly. Under the gaze of the breaking illusion eye, the red mist appeared futile, rendering every movement of enchantment and each futile struggle of the Tindo team distinctly visible. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Within the absolute control domain of enchantment, the Tindo Royal Academy resembled lambs to the slaughter. The figure of enchantment flitted through the crimson fog like a specter, each swing of the massive moonblade precisely claiming the life of an opponent. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as effortless as a rehearsal. In mere moments, the red mist dissipated, and the figure of enchantment vanished, reverting to Xiaoyu and Huiyina. All 8 members of the Tindo Royal Academy lay prostrate outside the arena, stripped of their combat capabilities. Throughout the match, the remaining 5 members of the Wuhuan Temple Academy team and Yin scarcely had the opportunity to intervene. It was entirely a display orchestrated by enchantment. Xiaoyu's icy gaze swept across the arena, ultimately landing provocatively upon Tang San and Wu Xianmo in the Shrek Academy viewing area. That look seemed to convey, "You will be next." On the way back to the hotel, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. The overwhelming power exhibited by the Wuhuan Temple team, especially that terrifying martial soul fusion technique, enchantment, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a boulder. Dean Flander broke the silence and turned to the master. Xiao Gang, what is your perspective? Master Yu Xiao Gang, with a furrowed brow, replied gravely, undoubtedly formidable. The fusion technique, demonic charm, wielded by Xiaoyu and Hulaina, represents the pinnacle of control-type abilities. Its vast range and potent effects render it exceedingly difficult to counter. As a Soul King, Yan's power is equally terrifying. However, he paused. Casting a discerning glance at the Shrek 8 monsters, they are not without their vulnerabilities. The principal issue lies in their coordination. The synergy among their strongest trio, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, appears distinctly unfamiliar, even disjointed, when compared to their 5 teammates. During battle, the Golden Trio operates almost as an independent entity, lacking effective interaction with the others. Conversely, the Master's gaze sharpened with confidence. Our greatest advantage resides in the instinctive synergy forged through countless battles among the 8 of you. While Shanhua is indeed a Soul King and a core combatant, he does not exist apart from the team. Your tactical execution and teamwork far surpass what they possess. Upon hearing this, Wu Xianmo nodded slightly. He never underestimated the power of teamwork. The Master continued, in the upcoming matches, should fortune favor us and we do not draw them directly, we can continue to observe their battles, analyzing details to uncover weaknesses in the demonic charm technique. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in 100 encounters. The group's spirits lifted, their burdens lightened. Yes, they still had time and opportunities. Days later, the 4th round of the competition concluded. Ultimately, 3 of the strongest teams emerged, standing before the grand stage of the finals, Shrek Academy. Guided by the mysterious Soul King Wu Xianmo and the Golden Iron Triangle, the rising strong team, New Divine Wind Academy, whose power surged through the fusion of fire and wind, and the absolute dominators, the Spirit Hall Academy team, supported by their home advantage and the Golden Generation's fusion techniques. The tournament committee announced that the final showdown among the top 3 would take place at the Holy Hall, a site symbolizing the highest authority and glory of the Spirit Hall. Upon receiving this news, the entire Spirit City erupted in excitement. All eyes were fixed on the impending ultimate battle that would determine the highest honor for the continent's younger generation. Chapter 69, The Battle of the 3 Strongest. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the towering dome of Spirit City, casting their glow upon the grand and solemn entrance of the Holy Hall, an invisible, suffocating pressure enveloped everyone. Master Yu Xiao Gang stood before the Shrek group, his expression unusually grave, and earnestly cautioned, "Children, today's battle is of immense significance. Once you step through this door, I, too, can only remain in the resting area. The path ahead must be traversed by your own strength." His gaze swept across each youthful yet resolute face. "Give it your all." "Yes, Master." The Shrek 8 monsters responded in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. As the doors swung open, the 3 teams entered in procession, standing firm under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The grandeur and solemnity of the square before the Holy Hall exuded a near-sacred sense of pressure, with an atmosphere thick with anticipation and tension. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. A resonant proclamation echoed through the skies. In an instant, the guardians of the Spirit Hall, clad in resplendent silver armor, knelt in unison around the square, their movements synchronized as if pulled by an invisible thread. An indescribable aura of authority descended upon the scene. Upon the high platform, 3 figures gradually emerged. At the forefront stood the reigning sovereign of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, dressed in a magnificent golden papal robe. Adorned with a purple gold crown and wielding a scepter, her exquisite visage exuded an air of aloof majesty, as if all of creation lay within her grasp. Flanking her were 2 titled Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, and the Ghost Douluo, Guame, their presence signifying the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall. As Bibi Dong appeared, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy battle team and the New God Wind Academy team unhesitatingly knelt on one knee, demonstrating their reverence for the Pope. Only the members of Shrek Academy stood tall like a spear, appearing particularly conspicuous amid the sea of kneeling figures. The gaze of the Chrysanthemum Douluo swept across the Shrek team before he slightly bowed and whispered something into Bibi Dong's ear. Her deep, abyss-like eyes held a hint of inquiry and scrutiny as they traversed the crowd, first landing on Tang San, then lingering for a fleeting moment on the seemingly inconspicuous Wu Xianmo. "You are the disciple of the Master, Tang San, are you not?" Bibi Dong's voice, cool and penetrating, echoed across the silent square. "Indeed, you bear some resemblance to your esteemed teacher in his prime." Tang San, neither obsequious nor arrogant, inclined his body slightly in greeting. "I dare not compare myself to my teacher." Bibi Dong's gaze appeared to casually flit towards the resting area where the Master sat. A fleeting complexity crossed her eyes before her demeanor returned to calm. "You may rise." Thank you, Your Holiness. The kneeling crowd then stood. Bibi Dong's eyes shifted back to the three teams, imbued with a sense of expectation. From you, I see the hope of the Spirit Master world. Here, before the Papal Hall, I wish to witness the full display of your talents and strength. The ultimate victor shall receive the highest honor from the Spirit Hall. As her words fell, 3 dazzling beams of light erupted from her hand, hovering in midair, the powerful fluctuations of soul power instantly capturing everyone's attention. These were 3 soul bones, each radiating distinct attributes, various in form, yet brimming with formidable energy. Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of allure. The wisdom skull of mental concentration, the right arm bone of explosive incineration, and the left leg bone of swift advancement. There can be only one victor, one champion. Thus, these 3 precious soul bones shall belong to the ultimate winning team. I hope you all strive with utmost effort to seize this unparalleled honor. The appearance of the soul bones ignited a fervor akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake, instantly stoking the flames of ambition within every competitor. Greed, desire, and fighting spirit burned in each pair of eyes. On that morning, Bibi Dong continued to announce the schedule, instructing each of the 3 teams to dispatch 7 members for individual elimination matches. The victorious team would advance directly to tomorrow's finals, while the 2 defeated teams would engage in a team battle in the afternoon to vie for another spot in the finals. The 3 teams were guided to their respective stands to prepare for the draw. The atmosphere on the Shrek stand was tense. Qin Ming was the first to analyze. The individual competition is crucial. If we can secure a victory, not only will we directly lock in a place in the finals, but we will also be able to conserve our strength and prepare fully for tomorrow's decisive battle. Flanders furrowed his brow. Among the 3 teams, the Wuhuan Temple Academy undoubtedly holds the absolute advantage. With 3 Soul Kings, there exists a significant gap of 3 10,000-year spirit rings, a chasm of hard power. Qin Ming added. Moreover, their martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm, defeated the main team of the Tindo Royal Academy with a single move. Outsiders cannot fathom their internal circumstances, and the uncertainty they present is the most terrifying aspect. The master, Yu Xiaojing, spoke in a low and calm voice. Their tactical core is intimidation. By leveraging their formidable individual strength and martial soul fusion techniques, they relentlessly press their opponents from the outset, dismantling their confidence. This is precisely what makes the Wuhuan Temple Academy so fearsome. Even if we also possess Soul Kings, he glanced at Wu Xuanma. They are also formidable opponents with extensive experience. Not to mention, the Shinkong Academy does not have a Soul King to rely on, and we have only Xuanma. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. A meticulous mind is also our weapon. Tang Xin interjected firmly. Furthermore, we possess what they lack, an almost perfect team synergy forged through trials of life and death. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes met, and their confidence was rekindled. Just then, the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. Please have the 3 teams send their first participants to the stage for the draw. The master pondered momentarily and looked at the substitute team member, Jing Ling, for the first match. We need to probe and observe the tactical intentions of the other 2 teams. Jing Ling, are you willing to take the stage? Jing Ling took a deep breath, her eyes devoid of fear. Leave it to me, master. She stepped onto the platform. Opposite her, the Shinkong Academy sent forth Huo Wushuang, while the Wuhuan Temple Academy dispatched a composed Soul Zone participant. The 3 proceeded with the draw. The results were revealed. Jing Ling drew a bye. A fortuitous draw. The members of Shrek Academy rejoiced inwardly, as this meant Jing Ling could observe the confrontation between the Wuhuan Temple and Shinkong without participating directly. The participants from Shinkong Academy and Wuhuan Temple Academy stood ready to commence the first match. However, just before the referee was about to announce the start of the match, the Wuhuan Temple Academy participant suddenly raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "For this match, the Wuhuan Temple Academy forfeits." A gasp rippled through the audience. What? A forfeit? The referee was momentarily taken aback, then announced, "The Wuhuan Temple Academy forfeits. According to the rules, the winner of the first match will directly face the participant. Therefore, in the second match, Shrek Academy's Jing Ling will battle Shinkong Academy's Huo Wushuang." Jing Ling looked to the stands for guidance. Huo Wushuang, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze on Jing Ling, clearly preparing to give his all. At that moment, Master Yu Xiaojing's decisive voice rang out, clear and resounding throughout the arena. "Referee, please hold on." Shrek Academy forfeits the individual elimination match and voluntarily enters the afternoon's loser group team battle. Jing Ling, return. What? This time, even members from the Wuhuan Temple Academy displayed surprise. Upon the elevated platform, Pope Bibi Dong cast a probing gaze upon the master, her curiosity piqued. Why? The master met her gaze with unwavering calmness, his voice serene. "Your Holiness, I believe that conceding is the prerogative of our Shrek Academy. Bibi Dong paused slightly. Then a barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she inclined her head. You speak true. It is your right. I apologize for my unnecessary inquiry, Elder Yu. To the astonishment of all present, she publicly expressed her apology, addressing the master as Elder Yu, a gesture laden with significance. The crowd was taken aback, unprepared for such a response from the Pope. Just as the Shrek team prepared to depart from the direction of the Shinkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian stepped forth, proclaiming, Your Holiness, the strength of the Wuhuan Palace Academy's battle team is unrivaled. We recognize our inferiority. Continuing the individual competition is thus devoid of purpose. Therefore, Shinkong Academy has resolved to forfeit the individual matches and voluntarily enter the loser's bracket, vying for another spot in the finals against Shrek Academy. As these words resonated, the square before the Pope's hall fell into profound silence. The implication was understood by all. Bibidong's gaze swept over Feng Xiaotian and the master, her expression remaining regal and aloof, as if everything were under her control. In that case, the Wuhuan Palace Academy's battle team shall advance directly to tomorrow's finals. This afternoon, Shinkong Academy and Shrek Academy will engage in a team competition, with the victor securing another place in the finals. I hope both teams will conserve their strength and deliver an exhilarating match this afternoon, achieving remarkable results. Now, all of you may return to prepare. The three teams exited amidst a complex atmosphere. Upon returning to the designated resting area of Shrek, the mood grew somewhat oppressive. Unexpectedly, the master's voice shattered the silence, tinged with a hint of coldness. It is astonishing that the Wuhuan Palace would resort to such tactics, even while holding such a significant advantage. Qin Ming's expression turned grave as he analyzed. Originally, drawing a bye was an excellent opportunity to observe the strategies and strengths of both teams. However, the sudden forfeiture by the Wuhuan Palace team immediately produced two effects. Tang Xin interjected, his eyes glimmering with intelligence. Firstly, their forfeiting member remains unscathed, preserving their full combat capacity. Secondly, this enables Huo Wushuang to confront Jing Ling in peak condition. Should Huo Wushuang defeat Jing Ling, he will undoubtedly concede against the Wuhuan Palace, conserving his strength to face us. Dai Mubai snorted, his fists cracking ominously. This is clearly a collusion between the two to target us in the individual matches. If we engage in a direct confrontation and fail, that would be one thing. However, if we win, we will inevitably face their relentless assault, which would be exhausting and perilous for the team competition this afternoon. Despicable, shameless. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others could not restrain their murmurs of indignation. The master surveyed the outraged crowd, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes. Do they truly believe that this alliance of forfeiture can halt the advance of Shrek? They underestimate us gravely. He raised his voice, resolutely declaring, Remember, regardless of how our opponents scheme, regardless of the undercurrents beyond the arena, our singular goal, from the very beginning, remains unchanged. To vanquish all adversaries. To seize the championship. Shrek shall prevail. Chapter 70. Battle against the new god of wind. In the plaza before the papal palace, the afternoon sun cast a dazzling glow upon the marble floor. The air was thick with the tension and foreboding that precedes a great battle. Shrek Academy and the new god of Wind Academy, both hailing from the same region of the Heavendo Empire, were familiar with each other yet had undergone significant transformations due to unforeseen circumstances. At last, the two teams converged on the final stage of the qualifiers. As the referee signaled, all 16 competitors stepped onto the expansive arena simultaneously. An invisible aura collided between the two sides, creating palpable energy. The referee's voice boomed with fervor, resonating throughout the venue. The match is about to commence. Teams, take your positions. The athletes Feng Xiaotian and Wu Xuanma had previously engaged in a breathtaking one-on-one duel during the advancement matches, where Feng Xiaotian had narrowly lost. Today, could he lead the new god of wind in redeeming that defeat? Likewise, Huo Wu had also faced defeat at the hands of Wu Xuanma. What counterattack would she bring this time? How would Shrek Academy respond? The 8 members of the God of Wind Academy stood in 3 rows, demonstrating a balanced formation of offense and defense, while Shrek Academy arranged their 8 members in a single line. Were they planning a surprise attack? Both teams, having emerged from the same region of the Heavendo Empire, had exchanged victories and defeats in the preliminary and advancement matches. In this critical battle, who would emerge victorious and earn the right to challenge the Spirit Hall Academy the following day? Let us await the outcome. I declare the match between Shrek Academy and God of Wind Academy to begin. Spirit Unleash. At Feng Xiaoyan's command, the 8 members of the new God of Wind activated their spirits in an instant. Fiery flames and the ferocity of a tempest surged into the sky. At the core of the formation, Huo Wu's gaze was resolute as she called out, Fusion Ring. Her spirit rings shone brilliantly, and a powerful surge of soul energy surged within her. She then formed seals with her hands, pouring the purified and wildly potent fire elemental energy into the air without reservation. Simultaneously, Feng Xiaotian had already unleashed his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession, and his third soul skill, Gale Wings. Enormous blue wolf apparitions materialized behind him, their wings unfurling with great force as he soared into the sky. He resembled a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the fiery energy transmitted by Huowu along with that from the two fire support soul masters. The convergence of fire and wind. Feng Xiaotian roared, his body seemingly transforming into the core of an elemental storm interwoven with red and blue, his momentum surging to its zenith. This was a combined strike of unparalleled strength, harnessing the power of Huowu, the two fire support soul masters, and Feng Xiaotian himself. A total of 4 forces aimed directly at Shrek's formation. However, Shrek remained unperturbed in the face of this cataclysmic torrent of fire and wind energy. Change formation. Tangan's calm voice resonated. In an instant, the 8 members of Shrek shifted from a single line to a vertical column. From front to back, they were positioned as follows: Wu Xuanma, Tangan, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. United as one, they merged. At Tangan's command, the 7 individuals standing behind Wu Xuanma poured their soul power into him without reserve, akin to rivers converging into the sea. A terrifying wave of energy erupted. Centered around Wu Xuanma, the elemental destruction gun in his hand seemed to come alive, its silver body radiating an unparalleled brilliance. The 9-colored elemental aura encircling its tip, representing wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space, spun violently, intertwining and resonating with a mesmerizing intensity. Wu Xuanma appeared to merge with the elemental destruction gun, embodying a force that transcended the arena, as if to judge all existence. An 8-in-1 fusion technique. My heavens, how could Shrek achieve this? The entire Pope's Hall Square was instantly engulfed in a stunned silence. In the stands, Pope Bibidong's gaze flickered with unprecedented turbulence, while both the Battle Douluo and Ghost Douluo displayed expressions of astonishment. Even the Golden Generation trio widened their eyes in disbelief. With the combined might of 4, Feng Xiaotian unleashed a tempest of wind and fire, crashing down like a falling star. As chaos swirled in his eyes, Wu Xuanma faced this incredible strike with serene composure, gently waving the radiant elemental destruction gun towards Feng Xiaotian in the sky. There was no earth-shattering roar, no grand proclamation of a soul skill. A colossal slash, forged from pure and ferocious 9-colored elemental energy, silently tore through space, racing past in an instant, with a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The twin wings of tempestuous power, born from soul energy, crumbled before the 9-colored slash, severed as if they were mere paper. A gasp escaped Feng Xiaotian as his pupils constricted, feeling an irresistible force surge towards him. The gathered power disintegrated in an instant, and he plummeted from the sky like a disconnected kite. One strike, a mere understated flick, rendered the core of the new Shinkong's most formidable attack utterly incapacitated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Wu Xuanma turned his wrist, driving the increasingly radiant elemental destruction gun towards the ground. Boom. The entire arena seemed to tremble. Under the horrified gazes of all present, a colossal phantom of the elemental destruction gun, forged from vast soul power, suddenly took shape in the sky, appearing as if it could pierce the heavens and the earth. The gun's body roared with the chaotic energies of 9 elements, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation. Its tip pointed directly at the newly steadied new Shinkong team below, still shaken from the earlier onslaught. Huowu's face turned pale, but madness flickered in her eyes. 4th soul skill, Huowu Yaoyang. She desperately summoned her remaining soul power, striving to muster one final act of defiance. The other team members howled, either unleashing their soul skills or charging toward the Shrek formation, engaging in a desperate struggle. Yet it was too slow. The colossal 9-colored elemental gun, embodying a will of judgment, plummeted earthward. No, the members of Shinkong Academy could only emit a cry of despair. The 9-colored brilliance engulfed everything. As the violent elemental energy made contact with the ground, it surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire Shinkong Academy's formation. The winds were torn asunder. Flames extinguished, the earth groaned, and space trembled. The storm of destruction, woven from 9 elemental forces, devoured all resistance, all soul skills, and all figures of the new Shinkong team. As the radiance faded, the dust gradually settled. On the arena, only the 8 members of Shrek Academy maintained their vertical formation. standing in proud defiance. In stark contrast, the 8 players from the new Kamikaze Academy lay scattered across the ground, unconscious, each bearing the scars of elemental devastation and frost. Yet, it was evident that Wu Xuanma had restrained the majority of the destructive power at the final moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Silence. An absolute silence. The referee gaped, struggling to regain his voice before tremblingly announcing, "The match is over." In the contest between Shrek Academy and Kamikaze Academy, the victors are Shrek Academy. After a brief stillness, the entire plaza erupted into a deafening din. Shock, fervor, and disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. The members of Shrek slowly withdrew their soul power, dissolving their formation. The elemental annihilation gun in Wu Xuanma's hand dimmed, returning to its original state. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze remained deep and tranquil. The recent strike had harnessed the combined strength of 8 individuals, entering the true form of the weapon soul, resulting in a terrifying consumption of energy. They swiftly returned to their exclusive rest area, immediately sitting cross-legged to recuperate their soul power. Tomorrow's battle against the Spirit Hall Academy, which boasted 3 Soul Kings and a martial soul fusion technique, allowed for no slackening of effort. Wu Xuanma closed his eyes, focusing intently as the elemental vortex technique began to operate silently. The 9 minuscule elemental whirlpools within him spun at an unprecedented speed. The rich elemental energy in the air surged into his body as if summoned by a sovereign, being efficiently refined and absorbed, replenishing his depleted meridians and dantian. The initial awakening of his chaotic bloodline had rendered his affinity and control over the elements astonishingly profound. At this moment, his recovery of soul power was far more efficient than one might imagine. In mere moments, he had regained a significant portion of the immense soul power he had expended, and his pale complexion swiftly regained its color. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that nearly 30% of his soul power had been restored. His recovery speed could be deemed unparalleled among his peers. He glanced at his companions, who were still diligently regulating their breathing, and then turned his gaze toward the imposing silhouette of the Papal Hall beyond the rest area. Chapter 71, Confrontation with the Spirit Hall Academy Team. As night fell, the Shrek exclusive rest area was brightly lit. The 8 members sat in a circle, the atmosphere as tense as iron. Dai Mubai was the first to break the silence. His brow furrowed. The martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm, wielded by Xieyu and Hulaina possesses overwhelming control, and its range is extensive. Even if our 8-in-1 fusion technique can momentarily withstand it, should the other 6 seize the opportunity to disrupt our formation, our defeat would be inevitable. The group fell silent. Although the clash with New Kamikaze had been shocking, facing the more mature cooperation and superior individual strength of the Golden Generation had exposed the weaknesses of their 8-in-1 fusion technique. It required time, stability, and immense energy. Once it was disturbed, the repercussions would be dire. Master Yu Xiaojing turned to Tang San. "Xiao San, what are your thoughts?" Tang San's eyes shimmered with purple light as he spoke solemnly. "I have considered 2 potential solutions to break the deadlock. Firstly, Xuanma could continue to utilize the true form of the weapon soul, which might directly shatter the demonic charm. However, this strategy carries immense risk. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly focus all its efforts on targeting Xianmo, with an estimated winning probability of around 50%. No, the master firmly rejected the notion, asserting that the true embodiment of the weapon spirit must not be utilized tomorrow. The 8-in-1 fusion technique must also remain off the table. You must remember, when your trump card has been discerned by the enemy, adaptation is imperative. Only through adaptation can we disrupt the opponent's rhythm and regain the initiative." Tang San nodded and continued. "The second method is to dismantle the opponent's spirit fusion technique. Once the enchanting duo is neutralized, with Hulaina's spirit power severely diminished or temporarily incapacitated, we can concentrate the strength of the 8 of us to swiftly eliminate the remaining 6 adversaries." Dai Mubai inquired. "Xiao San, do you have confidence in breaking the enchantment?" The master, with a grave expression, added, "Xiao San, spirit fusion techniques are notoriously difficult to dismantle. The opponents, being 2 Soul Kings fused together, may indeed possess combat capabilities nearing level 70. A glimmer of wisdom and determination shone in Tang San's eyes. "Leave the enchantment to me. I have a plan to hold them at bay, at least for a short while, preventing them from interfering with the main battlefield." Wu Xianmo looked at Tang San and unhesitatingly replied, "All right, third brother. You hold the enchantment, while the rest of us will swiftly deal with the remaining 6, then immediately support you. Thus it shall be." The master decisively proclaimed. "Xiao San will restrain the enchantment, Xianmo and Dai Bai. You lead the others to ensure the swift defeat of the remaining members of the Spirit Hall. Actions must be quick, fierce, and precise." With the strategy set, the group ceased further discussion, each closing their eyes to adjust their state to its peak. The following day, sunlight bathed the grand white marble plaza before the Pope's hall, creating an atmosphere of utmost solemnity. The 8 members of Shrek stood on the steps leading to the final arena. Dean Flinders stood at the forefront of the group, gazing at the children he had trained with a voice that trembled slightly. Children, this is your final battle before graduation. Frankly speaking, it has been my lifetime honor to cultivate such talented individuals as you. No feast lasts forever. Shrek Academy cannot shield your growth indefinitely. The path ahead must be forged by your own efforts. Wu Xianmo, with his hair gently swaying, spoke with calm resolve. Dean, it is still too early to say such things. Let us discuss graduation after we secure the championship. Indeed, let us seize the championship. The group echoed in unison, filled with fervor for battle. The master, Yu Xiaojiang, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over each individual. Finally resting on Tang San and Wu Xianmo, the competition will proceed according to plan. Do your utmost. But remember, if circumstances become untenable, prioritize your own safety. Flinder nodded vigorously, his eyes slightly reddened. Xiaojiang is correct. I previously stated that if you do not win the championship, I would not allow your graduation. That was mere bluster. I now revise my stance. What I seek is not victory, nor the championship. What I desire is for all 8 of you to return whole and safe. Regardless of the outcome, you are all the pride of Shrek. I will not permit any casualties among you. Do you understand? Yes, Dean. The 8 responded with resolute voices, filled with emotion and determination. The master patted Flinder's shoulder and solemnly declared, "Let us depart." 8 figures, like 8 unsheathed swords, advanced with an indomitable spirit onto the battleground of the final showdown. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition commence. The referee's impassioned voice resonated through the heavens, beckoning both teams to enter the arena. The Shrek Academy team, having triumphed as the champions of the Heavendo region, has fought valiantly through countless formidable adversaries, demonstrating their undeniable prowess to ascend to this pinnacle of victory. Their opponents, the Spirit Hall Academy team, stand as the rightful sovereigns of this decisive battleground. Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina, the youngest recipient of the Purple Record Medal in history, represent the golden generation nurtured by the Spirit Hall. They embody the zenith of the younger generation of Spirit Hall. As these 2 powerhouses collide, what extraordinary sparks shall ignite? Whose glory will ultimately reign supreme? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The match begins. The 8 members of the Spirit Hall Academy instantly unleash their martial spirits. Xiaoyu, Assault Type, Level 52 Soul King, Moonblade. Hulaina, Control Type, Level 51 Soul King, Demon Fox. And Yan, Assault Type, Level 52 Soul King. Flame Lord, stand adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings glowing beneath their feet. Sun Chuantao, Assault Type, Level 48 Soul Zone, Circular Blade. Li Kai, Assault Type, Level 47 Soul Zone, Blackhorn Mountain Pig. Zhang Ping, Agility Type, Level 47 Soul Zone, Golden Way Swallow. Lu 1, Agility Type, Level 47 Soul Zone, Clawing Eagle. And Su Yu, Support Type, Level 46 Soul Zone, Brilliant Golden Staff. Also stand proud with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascending beneath them. The Shrek team shows no signs of weakness. Wu Xuanma, Assault Type, Level 54 Soul King, Elemental Annihilation Gun, stands with 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Tang San, Control Type, Level 44 Soul Zone, Blue Silvergrass, follows suit with yellow, yellow, purple, and black. Dai Mubai, Level 46 Soul Zone, Oscar, Level 43 Soul Zone. Ma Hongjun, Level 43 Soul Zone, Xiao Wu, Level 44 Soul Zone, Zhu Zhuqing, Level 42 Soul Zone, and Ning Rongrong, Level 42 Soul Zone. Each stand with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings beneath their feet. In an instant, as the martial spirits are unleashed, a flash of pink light flickers in Hulaina's eyes, signaling the activation of her second soul ring, Fox Charm. A pink mist silently spreads toward the Shrek members. Forewarned by Xiao Wu's intelligence, they know that Hulaina's allure is triggered through both sight and sound. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong swiftly close their eyes and cover their ears. Wu Xuanma's eyes swirl with a chaotic nebula as he activates his illusory eye. The pink mist appears as nothingness to him. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchange a glance, and Xiao Wu's own eyes shimmer with pink light as her second soul skill, Charm, is unleashed, precisely countering Hulaina's mental wave. A resonating hum. The 2 forces of mental energy collide and dissipate in the air. Hulaina's charm proves futile. Witnessing the failure to control the battlefield, Xiaoyu's eyes flash with determination as he instantly appears beside Hulaina. Simultaneously, The support Soul Master Su Yu at the rear of the Spirit Hall activates his fourth soul ring, fourth soul skill, Divine Light of Revelation. A brilliant golden light envelopes Xie Yu and Hulaina, accelerating their fusion. The martial spirit fusion technique, Enchanting Charm, erupts in a crimson mist, denser and more viscous than ever before, akin to tangible blood, engulfing all 8 members of Shrek in an instant. Within the confines of the red mist, their senses dull, soul power stagnates, and their movements are hindered. The Shrek team immediately draws closer together. The enigmatic silhouette of the demon flickered in and out of the crimson mist. A colossal crescent moon blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Blue silvergrass, entwine. Tangan commanded. As several robust blue silvergrass vines abruptly ensnared Dai Mubai and the other 6, forcefully hurling them outward. Whoosh. The 6 figures were expelled from the confines of the red mist. However, the demon's speed was unparalleled. The mist, as if imbued with life, swiftly engulfed the 6 who had just escaped. The enormous crescent blade once more zeroed in on the group. Now, consume the mushroom sausage. Tangan's voice echoed through the mist. Without hesitation, the remaining 7 swallowed the mushroom sausages that Oscar had prepared in advance. 7 pairs of translucent wings unfurled instantaneously behind them. Fly. The 7 figures soared skyward, swiftly evading the mist's grasp. Their objective was to confront the remaining 6 members of the Spirit Hall outside the mist. Split up and resolve. Wu Xuanma commanded fiercely in midair, his gaze locking onto the most formidable presence below. Yen. Leave Yen to me. No sooner had he spoken than he plummeted like a meteor, the elemental annihilation gun emitting a shrill shriek as it aimed directly at Yan's face. Each shot was cunning and ruthless, targeting vital points. Startled and enraged, Yen crossed his arms. Second soul skill, granitic armor. Hard rock armor enveloped his arms, bracing against the assault. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Wu Xuanma shifted the trajectory of his gun, the tip flashing with lightning, amplified by the thunder element. A frenzied purple lightning coiled around the gun's body, each thrust infused with penetrating electric force, disregarding the rock defense, leaving Yan's arms numb and his blood surging. Damn it. First soul skill, Hellfire Molten Surge. Yen roared. As the ground beneath him transformed into lava, columns of searing magma erupting skyward in an attempt to repel Wu Xuanma. Humph. Wu Xuanma stood firm, unflinching, as both earthy yellow and icy blue auras ignited around him. Amplified by the earth and ice elements, his defenses surged. A solid earth element shield and frigid ice crystals enveloped him in an instant, enduring the lava's searing heat, his speed undeterred. Third soul skill, Divine Punishment Annihilation Strike. The elemental annihilation gun's tip compressed to a point, a thunderous core of destruction materializing in an instant, under the 100-fold amplification of the elemental sovereign. The power of this strike posed a lethal threat to Yen. Fifth soul skill, Whirling Sands Inferno. Yen, disregarding everything, unleashed his strongest attack. A tempest of raging flames and swirling sands erupting into a continuous storm of sand and fire. Boom! The spear of the thunder god collided violently with the sand flame vortex. The standoff lasted but a moment before the supercharged thunder, amplified 100-fold, tore through the whirling sands inferno like tissue paper. Uffed. The lightning pierced through. Wu Xuanma, at the last moment, contained most of the destructive force, but the frenzied electric energy still instantaneously numbed Yan's entire nervous system, leaving him charred and smoking, collapsing to the ground. Having dealt with Yen, Wu Xuanma wasted no time. The wind element swiftly entwined around his legs, his figure vanishing like a specter. His next target was Sun Xuantao, who was fiercely battling Dai Mubai. I seal. Wu Xuanma commanded, as an intense chill spread instantly, freezing Sun Xuantao along with the massive circular blade he wielded into an ice sculpture. With a powerful kick, Wu Xianmo sent the ice-encased Sun Xuantao soaring like a cannonball towards the auxiliary soul master Su Yu, who was caught completely off guard. Su Yu let out a cry of dismay as he was struck by the icy mass, his radiant golden staff slipping from his grasp, abruptly interrupting his auxiliary soul technique. The luminous enhancements surrounding the remaining members of the Spirit Hall instantly dimmed. Now, Dai Mubai bellowed, unleashing his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Simultaneously, Wu Xianmo raised his elemental annihilation gun once more, channeling the wind element for his second soul skill, Vacuum Severing Slash. A massive azure wind blade, its edges vibrating at a high frequency, swept forth. In its wake, the air was instantaneously withdrawn, creating a fleeting vacuum zone. As a suffocating sensation accompanied the formidable cutting force. The targets, the panicked Su Yu, the ice-encased Sun Xuantao, and the rescuing Zhang Ping and Lu Wan. The vacuum wind blade and the white tiger meteor shower perfectly enveloped the area occupied by the four. The ground shook with a cacophony of explosions, debris scattering everywhere. As the four were swiftly engulfed, Wu Xianmo's form flickered, propelled by the wind element, and he appeared beside Li Kai, who was entangled in combat with Ma Hongjun. "Get out of the way," he commanded coldly, delivering a powerful flying kick to Li Kai's side. With a resounding crash, Li Kai screamed, his massive frame hurtling away like a ruptured sack, crashing toward the direction of several Spirit Hall team members. "Little Wu, Zhu Qing, retreat," Wu Xianmo urged. Immediately, Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing withdrew. Wu Xianmo's gaze sharpened as his elemental annihilation gun erupted with a tempestuous brilliance of wind, thunder, and fire. This combination technique, wind, fire, thunder, starfall, unleashed a torrent of meteors composed of highly compressed wind blades, thunder spheres, and fireballs, descending like a torrential tempest. Each meteor carried the triple destructive energy of tearing, paralysis, and explosion, blanketing the entire area where the remaining Spirit Hall members stood. The continuous thundering explosions reverberated deafeningly as smoke billowed into the sky. When the haze finally dissipated, the Spirit Hall team, aside from the enigmatic Yu Hu Laina cloaked in red mist, lay scattered and charred on the ground. Sun Chuantao, Li Kai, Zhang Ping, Lu Wan, Su Yu, along with the previously fallen Yan, all rendered utterly devoid of combat capability. Beyond the red mist, the battle concluded in the blink of an eye. The remaining members of Shrek Academy, save for Tang San, quickly regrouped at a safe distance from the crimson fog. Wu Xianmo and the others looked anxiously at the swirling red mist. Wu Xianmo's piercing gaze penetrated the fog, clearly observing Tang San struggling under the onslaught of the seductive attacks, his body marred with numerous wounds. "I will go in and bring Sangu out," Wu Xianmo declared decisively. "Prepare yourselves. Once Sangu emerges, follow his command to unleash our strongest assault. I will hold off the enchantress." "Understood." The group responded in unison. With a flash, Wu Xianmo transformed into a streak of azure light, charging into the red mist at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. "Sangu switch." Wu Xianmo's voice resonated in Tang San's ear. As a gentle yet powerful force precisely propelled Tang San out of the red mist's range. "Xianmo," Tang San exclaimed in surprise, but his body had already been ejected. The enchanting entity's assault abruptly shifted towards the newly arrived Wu Xuanma. With the augmentation of earth elements, he fortified his defenses. A resplendent golden aura enveloped Wu Xuanma, enabling him to withstand the formidable crescent blade strike of the enchanting entity, though his form swayed slightly. Augmenting with wind elements, he unleashed the void obliteration slash. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a colossal wind blade directed at the enchanting being. A swift sound echoed as the wind blade sliced through, forcibly dispersing the crimson mist and creating a clear vacuum zone. The figure of the enchanting entity momentarily faltered within this void. In that fleeting moment as the red mist dissipated, Tang San commanded with urgency, "Now, attack." The white tiger meteor shower, the phoenix fire line. Two powerful ranged assaults struck precisely towards the enchanting entity within the vacuum zone. As a segment of the red mist was shattered and the enchanting entity was momentarily hindered by the vacuum, it suffered two successive heavy blows, causing the fusion body to tremble violently, its vitality evidently waning. But it was not over. With the amplification of thunder elements, he executed his second soul skill, the heavenly punishment obliteration slash. Wu Xuanma's eyes sparkled with lightning as the elemental obliteration gun summoned celestial thunder, transforming into a ferocious purple lightning blade that cleaved into the enchanting being. The potent effects of paralysis and disorientation erupted instantaneously. The fourth soul skill, blue silver cage. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around the foe. The phoenix's roar ascended. Ma Hongjuan's flames soared skyward. Under the relentless onslaught, the already weakened enchanting entity, exhausted from maintaining the martial spirit fusion technique and suffering consecutive blows, could no longer sustain itself. The red mist violently churned and contracted, ultimately vanishing with a resounding crash. The figures of Xieyu and Hu Laina staggered apart, their faces as pale as parchment, nearly drained of soul power, unable to even stand. The outcome was clear. The referee, dumbfounded, gazed at the 8 standing members of Shrek Academy, contrasted against the sprawled members of the Spirit Hall team, and after a prolonged moment, summoned all his strength to announce, with incredulous excitement, "The match is concluded. The victors are Shrek Academy, champions of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Shrek Academy." Chapter 72, The Crisis Approaches. The fervent echoes of the referee's announcement had yet to fade when a gentle, yet powerful wave of soul power enveloped the entire arena. The ethereal silhouette of the seven treasures glazed tile shone in the air, and the voice of Ning Fengji resonated. The true form of the seven treasures renowned. 3 for the soul, 6 for augmentation. A cascade of vibrant hues descended, the warm energy swiftly soothing the soul power and injuries of all present. Weary from the fierce battle. However, amidst this healing radiance, an unforeseen event transpired. The exquisite treasure, the heartbreak red, which had been quietly resting in Xiao Wu's embrace, seemed to respond to an invisible force, slipping silently to the cold ground. This minor occurrence rippled through the tranquility like a stone cast into a serene lake. In an instant, an indescribable, pure, and vast life aura, unique to a 10,000-year soul beast in its transformation, could no longer be perfectly concealed by the celestial herb, and it surged forth from Xiao Wu as if mercury had spilled. This aura. In the stands, all Titled Douluo level powerhouses, including Poison Douluo, Sword Douluo Chun Xian, Pope Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo Mei, simultaneously locked their gaze upon Xiao Wu with electric intensity. Their eyes were filled with shock, greed, and a cold scrutiny. A tremor coursed through Wu Xuanma's heart. Damn it, the story has deviated so much. Yet this crucial moment still occurred. At that very moment, Flander, Lu Erlong, the master, Qin Ming, along with substitute players Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and Jiang Zhu, as well as the stern-faced Dugubo, all made their way to the arena. While others cheered for victory alongside the competitors, only Dugubo stood solemnly amidst the crowd. Simultaneously, Pope Bibi Dong, accompanied by Yuguan and Gue Mei, appeared in the center of the arena. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chun Xian followed closely behind, settling near the Shrek group. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your assistance. Bibi Dong's voice betrayed no emotion, yet her gaze was firmly locked onto Xiao Wu. It was a mere trifle, nothing to speak of, Ning Fengji replied with a slight nod. However, after a few whispered words from Sword Douluo Chun Xian, the expression of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School grew gravely serious. Tangan had already sensed the shift in atmosphere. He stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself protectively behind Xiao Wu, his eyes vigilant and resolute. The referee finally broke the silence. Next, we shall proceed with the award ceremony. May I invite His Holiness the Pope to present the awards to the victorious academy. He respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the Shrek group before finally resting on Wu Xuanma, her voice resonating throughout the arena. The champion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is Shrek Academy. A thunderous cheer erupted around them, but within Shrek's ranks, Wu Xuanma's expression remained exceedingly grave, and Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand tightly. Congratulations, talented young soul masters, Bibi Dong continued, as 3 soul bones radiating immense energy appeared in her hands. The wisdom skull, the right arm bone of explosive flames, and the left leg bone of speed. May the representative of Shrek Academy step forward to receive the championship rewards. The referee announced loudly. The members of Shrek exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward Wu Xuanma, signaling him to approach. Wu Xuanma glanced at his companions, then cast a deep look at Xiao Wu, who was pale and shielded by Tang San. Tang San nodded slightly at him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xuanma stepped toward Bibi Dong. As he stood before the Pope and accepted the 3 soul bones symbolizing supreme glory, Bibi Dong's penetrating gaze fell upon him. Her voice laced with a subtle allure. You are remarkable. Your martial soul and the configuration of your soul rings are truly unparalleled across the continent. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? We can offer you the finest resources and a grand stage. Wu Xuanma understood clearly. Bibi Dong had indeed seen through his disguise and was aware of the true age of his soul rings. This was an overt attempt to win him over. Yet, resolute in his decision, he calmly and firmly replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Your Holiness. However, I am accustomed to my freedom, so I must decline. Upon hearing this, a fleeting chill passed across Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, but she quickly regained her composure. In that case, I wish you greater achievements in the future. She handed the soul bones to Wu Xuanma. Returning to the team, Master Yu Xiaojing began the distribution of the rewards. With swift determination, the pursuit of the wind left leg bone is undoubtedly most suited for agile attack-type soul masters, rightfully belonging to Zhu Qing. Wu Xianmo presented the soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing. The right arm bone of explosive flames is ideally tailored for powerful attack-type fire attribute soul masters. Fatty, it is yours. Wu Xianmo handed the soul bone to the exhilarated Ma Hongjun. The wisdom skull bone, known for its excellent effects, is perfect for Xiao San. However, upon hearing this, Tang San contemplated passing the soul bone to Ning Rongrong. Yet, Ning Rongrong resolutely shook her head in refusal, asserting, Third brother, This is rightfully yours. Wu Xianmo then bestowed the final soul bone upon Tang San. At the master's prompting, Tang San retrieved the head soul bone he had previously acquired from Shinian and offered it to Ning Rongrong. The distribution of soul bones was completed. Just as the soul bones were allocated, Wu Xianmo perceptively sensed the atmosphere around them thickening, a palpable aura of menace suffusing the air. As the sky appeared shrouded in a gray pallor, oppressive and suffocating, Bibi Dong's cold voice resonated like a decree. Have the rewards been distributed? A chill ran through everyone's heart. With the distribution concluded, it seemed the competition was nearing its ominous end. Bibi Dong's tone shifted abruptly. Imbued with an undeniable authority, Gue Mei, Yu Guan, seize that girl. Her finger pointed decisively at Xiao Wu. Understood. In an instant, the figures of Yu Guan and Gue Mei blurred, akin to two specters, charging toward Xiao Wu with the terrifying oppressive force of Titled Douluos. The sword Douluo, Chun Xin, unleashed his martial spirit. The seven-killing sword materialized instantaneously, a fierce beam of sword light slicing through the air, precisely intercepting Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The clang of metal reverberated through the heavens. Chun Xin's sword forcefully repelled the two Titled Douluos. Simultaneously, the plaza was inundated with an influx of Spirit Hall soul masters, drawing their blades and summoning their soul rings, encircling everyone from Shrek Academy, including teachers and substitutes, tightly, leaving no room for escape. Ning Fengji stepped forward, his voice steady and grave. Your Holiness the Pope, should we not first clarify the reasons? Is it not hasty to mobilize such forces? Bibi Dong's gaze, as sharp as an ice blade, swept over Ning Fengji, her words laced with blatant threat. Ning Zhongzhu, should you continue to obstruct, the seven-treasure glazed tile school shall become the enemy of the Spirit Hall. Master Yu Xiaojing also took a stand, revealing a token. Your Holiness the Pope, I am an esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall. If you wish to apprehend someone, so be it, but you must first provide an explanation. Why do you seek to capture disciples from Shrek Academy? An explanation? Bibi Dong scoffed, her gaze like a venomous snake fixated on Xiao Wu. Do you wish to know why? Then why not inquire of your dear disciple? If she were merely an ordinary Shrek student, why would I seek to capture her? Her voice suddenly rose, chillingly intense. However, if she is a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, I have ample reason to take her. What? A transformed spirit beast? Xiao Wu. The members of Shrek Academy, save for Wu Xianmo and Tang San, were struck with shock, their expressions paling as they turned to Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Wu, what in the world is happening? Tang San tightened his protective hold on Xiao Wu, his voice low and resolute. Eldest brother, do not question further. Xiao Wu is not human. At this revelation, even Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in astonishment. Tang San gazed gently at her, his eyes devoid of any fear or disdain, filled only with boundless affection and protection. There is no need for words, I understand. In truth, I have long known that you are not human. When my purple extreme magic eye transcended to the realm of the mustard seed, I discerned it already. Tears welled up in Lu Erlong's eyes as she rushed forward, embracing Xiao Wu tightly. Mother, I am sorry. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with regret. Lu Erlong shook her head vigorously, her tone resolute. There is nothing to apologize for. Silly child, regardless of whether you are human or not, you will forever be my beloved daughter. Dai Mubai stepped forward, standing beside Tang San and Xiao Wu, his eyes wide with determination. What soul beasts or non-soul beasts? All I know is that Xiao Wu is one of us, a member of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, her cool voice imbued with unwavering conviction. She is also our most important companion. Oscar grinned, standing beside Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, do not fear. We are all here for you. Ma Hongjun puffed out his chest. Indeed, we, the Shrek 8 monsters, are united as one. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears, yet her smile radiated warmth. Xiao Wu, we will always stand by your side. Wu Xiaomao, wielding the elemental obliteration gun, positioned himself at the forefront, speaking solemnly. So, rest assured, if anyone wishes to harm you, they must first contend with us. As Xiao Wu beheld the familiar and resolute faces before her, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tang San gently wiped her tears away, his gaze soft as water. Silly girl, what does it matter if you are human? What does it matter if you are a soul beast? All I know is that you are my sister, and you are someone I love. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao Wu threw herself into Tang San's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wu Xiaomao tightened his grip on the spear, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding soul masters of the Spirit Hall with vigilance. Though I am reluctant to interrupt, shouldn't we prepare ourselves? The situation is indeed dire. Instantly, the group regained their focus, their fighting spirit ignited. Dai Mubai roared. The 8 monsters are one. The remaining 7, along with Xiao Wu, echoed in unison. Their voices resonating through the heavens. We share life and death together. The four substitute members, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Tai Long, and Jiang Zhu, unhesitatingly stepped forward, declaring in unison, and we are here too. Splendid. A vow of life and death. Bibi Dong laughed with rage, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Today, I shall fulfill your desires. If you wish to harm the children, you must first pass through us. Flinder strode forward from the back, his gaze sharp as an eagle beneath his gold-rimmed glasses. We elders are not yet dead. It is not your place to stand in front. Listen, if you manage to return alive, remember to deposit all the money I have earned in the secret chamber of the principal's office. Hand it over to Zhao Wuji and ensure he takes care of our Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong stood shoulder to shoulder with the master. The master's gaze was resolute. Today, all of Shrek stands united to live and die together. Humph. Do not forget about me. Dugu Bo snorted coldly, the phantom of his blue phosphor snake emperor's spirit emerging behind him, exuding a menacing aura. I am also a member of Shrek. The Golden Iron Triangle. A martial soul fusion technique, Golden Sacred Dragon. The soul power of Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the master resonated instantly, a dazzling golden light shooting skyward. You overestimate yourselves. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with cold light as she finally ceased to hold back. A terrifying pressure, so profound it could alter the very essence of heaven and earth, erupted with a resounding force. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings, resembling 9 radiant suns, slowly ascended from beneath her feet. Most striking was the final soul ring, dripping with vibrant hues and exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the souls of all soul masters. 100,000-year soul ring. It was indeed 100,000-year soul ring. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Xiao Wu gazed at the blood-red soul ring, her body trembling violently. Her eyes filled with profound hatred and sorrow, crying out, That is my mother's soul ring. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with shock. It turned out that Bibi Dong's 100,000-year soul ring originated from Xiao Wu's mother. Those who stand in my way shall face annihilation. Bibi Dong's icy voice issued a final command. Kill. The spirit masters of the spirit hall, poised and ready, surged forth like a tidal wave. The brilliance of various soul techniques instantly enveloped the arena. The golden sacred dragon roared defiantly towards Bibi Dong. Dugu Bo unleashed his poisonous domain, ensnaring Yueguan. The sword Douluo Qinshin unleashed his 7-kill sword, fiercely blocking the phantom. However, the residual energy from battles at the Titled Douluo level was catastrophic for soul masters beneath the Soul King rank. The overwhelming pressure felt as heavy as a tangible mountain, forcefully suppressing Shrek's younger generation, rendering even their breath labored and their soul power sluggish. Wu Xuanma felt the chaotic bloodline within him being forcibly restrained. The power of elemental dominion difficult to summon smoothly, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. As the golden sacred dragon dimmed under Bibi Dong's terrifying assault, teetering on the brink of collapse, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with determination, and she prepared to break free from Tang San's embrace to face the danger alone. Uncle Tang Hao, if you don't come now, something terrible will happen. Wu Xuanma screamed frantically in his mind. Boom. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Bibi Dong struck with a palm infused with the terrifying power of the 100,000-year soul ring, ruthlessly shattering the golden sacred dragon. Uft, uft, uft. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the master were struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spraying forth. Their martial soul fusion technique instantly severed, and they, along with the Shrek group behind them, were violently hurled away by the raging wave of soul power, crashing against the arena's edge like kites severed from their strings, all wounded. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she darted forward like lightning. Yueguan and the phantom broke free from the brief entanglement with Dugu Bo and Qinshin, transforming into 2 fleeting shadows. Their target also Xiao Wu. Qinshin and Dugu Bo rushed to defend. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury as he recklessly charged towards Xiao Wu once more, simultaneously roaring, his left hand shimmering with dark light, as an ancient, weighty black hammer materialized in his grasp, the Haotian hammer. Wu Xuanma beheld Tang San brandishing the Haotian hammer, resolutely positioning himself before Xiao Wu, facing the lethal assault from 3 Titled Douluos, his silhouette radiating tragic heroism and indomitable spirit. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to hear the stirring and poignant background music from his memories swell around him. Just at this critical juncture, a Haotian hammer, radiating a crimson glow, descended from the heavens, intercepting the onslaught from Bibi Dong and her cohorts. A chrysanthemum, a little ghost. How dare you harm my son? Begone. A thunderous roar, imbued with boundless wrath and supreme authority, resonated as if it descended from the very heavens. The sound carried an extraordinary tremor, causing both Yueguan and Gue Mei to momentarily freeze, their faces instantly etched with horror. The ground of the Pope's South Palace Square trembled violently, and the sky was abruptly stained a deep crimson. At that moment, the Haotian hammer returned to Tang Hao's grasp, a colossal weapon, unimaginable in size. Enveloped in dark red lightning, descending like a meteor from the heavens, exuding an aura of destruction that rent the very fabric of space. Aimed directly at the Pope's palace itself. Not good. Bibidong's expression changed drastically. She could no longer afford to concern herself with Xiao Wu, as she, along with Yueguan and Gue Mei, soared into the sky, unleashing their full soul power to confront the cataclysmic hammer. In the heavens, a tall, wild figure draped in tattered robes stood majestically. Beneath him, 9 soul rings shone like burning stars, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, symbols of absolute power, representing 100,000 years of soul rings. It was Tang Hao the Haotian Douluo, with a mere gesture of his right hand. The hammer that had been aimed at the Pope's palace vanished, only to reappear in his grasp. He gripped the hammer tightly, his muscles taut with power, the 9th soul ring radiating a brilliant blood-red light. Roar! Tang Hao bellowed, swinging the colossal Haotian hammer once more, imbued with the strength to tear the heavens apart, and struck mercilessly at the oncoming Bibidong and her companions. A soundless explosion erupted in the sky, an indescribable terror that shook the very foundation of the world. The violent shockwave of soul power surged like an apocalyptic tsunami, engulfing the entire Pope's South Palace Square. The sturdy white marble floor cracked under the pressure, and the surrounding structures trembled violently. The members of Shrek Academy and the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, caught in this cataclysmic force, were like leaves in a tempest, desperately channeling their soul power to resist. Wu Xian Mo plunged his elemental destruction gun fiercely into the ground, the chaotic bloodline and elemental dominion within him swirling violently, attempting to counteract the onslaught. Yet, the aftermath of the confrontation between Titled Douluos was overwhelmingly terrifying. He felt an irresistible force crash into his chest, darkness enveloping his vision, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and his consciousness spiraled into an abyss of blackness. Chapter 73, The Dust Settles, Farewell. A warm and majestic wave of soul power flowed like a gentle stream through his withered veins and fatigued body. Wu Xian Mo's heavy eyelids fluttered momentarily, his awareness gradually surfacing from the depths of darkness. He coughed lightly and slowly opened his eyes, revealing the gentle and concerned face of Ningfengji. Behind him, the ethereal image of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda radiated a soft, multicolored glow, the powerful healing energy awakening him. He found himself lying on the ground. To his left were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who had also just regained consciousness, their faces still pale. To his right were Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. Though his companions bore the fatigue of injuries, the exchanged glances were filled with the relief of surviving a calamity and the comfort of mutual well-being. Xianmo, you're awake, Oscar exclaimed with surprise. How do you feel? Ning Rongrong asked with concern. Wu Xianmo attempted to channel his soul power. Though it felt somewhat sluggish and his body ached, the formidable restorative effects of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda alleviated his condition considerably. He nodded, I'm all right. Not dead yet. Suddenly, he was reminded of the earth-shattering scene that transpired before his unconsciousness, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the surroundings. The Pope's square lay in utter disarray, with massive fissures spreading like spiderwebs and shattered marble scattered everywhere. The figures of Bibi Dong, Yuguan, Gue Mei, and a multitude of Spirit Hall soul masters had vanished, leaving behind an ominous aura lingering in the air from the violent clash of soul powers. Most crucially, Tang San and Xiao Wu were indeed absent from the crowd. Xiao San and Xiao Wu, Wu Xian Mo glanced towards the master. Master Yu Xiaojing's expression remained grave, yet his eyes carried a hint of complex relief as he spoke solemnly. They were taken away by the Haotian Douluo. Wu Xian Mo understood in his heart. The appearance of Tang Hao had removed the core of the storm, granting them a brief respite. We should not linger here, the master decisively commanded. Everyone, leave Spirit City at once. There were no cheers, no celebrations. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the group from Shrek Academy as they supported one another, silently traversing the ravaged square, embarking on their journey away from Spirit City. The sun continued to shine brightly, yet it could not dispel the gloom that weighed upon each heart. Along the way, Ma Hongjun broke the silence, attempting to dissipate the oppressive mood with awe. My heavens! Third brother's father, the Haotian Douluo, so powerful, so domineering. That hammer that descended from the heavens. That 100,000-year spirit ring. I've made my decision. He shall be my idol. My only idol. He waved his fist. his eyes sparkling with admiration. The others, hearing this, managed to force a faint smile, yet soon fell back into a deeper silence. The shock of that immense power paled in comparison to the peril they had just faced and the weight of losing their companions. Dean Flinder adjusted his slightly askew gold-rimmed glasses, his voice tinged with unprecedented fatigue and gratitude. Today, had it not been for the timely arrival of his Grace Tang Hao, who turned the tide, I fear none of us would have left the Pope's palace. He cast a lingering glance back at the towering city that symbolized supreme authority, his heart still filled with trepidation. He halted, turning to the ever-watchful Ning Fengji, and said earnestly, Sect Master Ning, the competition has concluded, and the children have graduated. You have seen it. From this day forth, our Shrek Academy has thoroughly offended the Spirit Hall. The days ahead may be arduous, fraught with peril. He paused, his gaze resting on Ning Rongrong with a fatherly affection tinged with reluctance. Rongrong is your daughter, and she is also our most cherished student. It is time for her to return home. A serious expression graced Ning Fengji's refined face as he understood Flinder's concerns. He nodded slightly, his voice gentle yet resolute. Dean Flinder, you overstate the matter. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will always be a friend to Shrek. This will never change. At that moment, Oscar took a deep breath and stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Fengji, Sect Master Ning. May I inquire if I could join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes as he smiled and nodded. Of course. Little Ao, your sausage spirit holds immense potential. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School warmly welcomes your addition. He glanced over the other young individuals. Anyone among you who wishes to join, the doors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall always be open. Wu Xian Mo observed Oscar. Understanding the unspoken bond that was forming, Oscar joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, primarily with the intention of drawing closer to Rongrong. He was aware that soon he would embark on a journey to cultivate his combat abilities, thus qualifying himself to be with Rongrong, a necessary path for his growth. One that required no hindrance. Dai Mubai, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, stepped forward and addressed Ning Fengji, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your kind intentions. Zhuqing and I hail from the Star Luo Empire, and having been away for several years, it is time for us to return home. His tone was resolute, indicating that he had made up his mind. Both Flander and Ning Fengji nodded in understanding. The royal background of the Star Luo Empire served as one of their finest shields at this moment. Ning Fengji then turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun, inquiring, What about you, Hongjun? Ma Hongjun scratched his head and chuckled. I think I'll pass as well. Like my third brother and Shanhua, I've grown accustomed to the wild, relishing in freedom. I wish to wander the continent for a while and broaden my horizons. Later on, I might return to the academy to assist my teacher. Managing the school alone is quite challenging for him. He glanced at Flander as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Flander was instantly filled with emotion and pride, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder vigorously. Well said. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of Flander. You possess a good heart. His voice quivered with rare emotion. Finally, Ning Fengji's gaze fell upon Wu Xianmo. Xianmo, what is your intention? Wu Xianmo shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. I shall also take my leave. I intend to visit my hometown, Shanhua village, before embarking on my own journey to train across the continent. The rest can be discussed in the future. He recognized the need for personal growth and to discover his own path in the vast world. Ning Fengji observed the talented group of youths, soon to embark on their individual journeys, with admiration and hope. You are all exceptional. Wherever you go, you are destined to shine with your own brilliance. Remember, regardless of the challenges you face, the doors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will always remain open to you. Warmth filled their hearts as they nodded in gratitude. Daimubai, suppressing his emotions at the prospect of parting, proclaimed, All right, life is a series of gatherings and separations. There is no need to be overly sorrowful. The bond we share as the Shrek 8 monsters cannot be diminished by distance. However, Rongrong could not hold back her tears, her voice quivering. I'm truly going to miss everyone. During our training, I often felt that time moved slowly and the hardships were great. Yet looking back, those days spent training and fighting alongside you all were truly joyous. Oscar nodded in agreement. Indeed, it feels like just yesterday we were competing for food at the academy. And now, in the blink of an eye, we are parting ways. Flander, gazing at the small monsters who filled him with both pride and concern, spoke with unprecedented tenderness. Children, though each of you has your own path to tread and futures to pursue, always remember that Shrek Academy will forever be your second home. When you are weary or exhausted, come back and visit. His words struck the softest chords in their hearts. Unable to contain their emotions any longer, Rongrong and Oscar stepped forward to embrace Dean Flander tightly. Oscar embraced tightly, while Wuxuan Mo observed silently, a smirk forming in his heart. This lad. His primary intention must be to hold Rongrong, with the dean merely a secondary consideration. Dai Mubai watched the scene unfold, letting out a soft sigh. Alas. It is a pity that Xiao San and Xiao Wu are not present. I wonder how they are faring now? Are they safe? The mention of the missing duo cast a shadow over the previously light atmosphere. The master spoke solemnly. Fear not. With the Haotian Douluo present, their safety is far more assured than if they were with us. Haotian Douluo will protect them well. The group nodded in silence, continuing their journey. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into the distance, softly murmuring. This farewell spans across the heavens and the seas. I wonder when we shall reunite. Tears finally fell from Ning Rongrong's eyes. Just then, Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled, and he proposed loudly. Why don't we establish a 5-year pact? On this day 5 years hence. Regardless of where we are or how we have changed, we shall reconvene at Shrek Academy. What do you think? This suggestion instantly ignited hope. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong almost simultaneously exclaimed, excellent idea. Dai Mubai nodded vigorously, extending his fist. It's settled then. A 5-year pact. On this day 5 years from now. Shrek Academy, we shall not be absent. Through storms and rain, we shall arrive. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong wore solemn expressions, and Wu Xuanmo joined in. Extending his fist to collide with Dai Mubai's. We shall not be absent. We shall arrive. Qin Ming looked at this group of young juniors with eyes full of blessings. Take good care of yourselves. The master added a final reminder. Even after graduation, do not neglect your cultivation. Strength is the foundation of our existence. Well then, all gatherings must come to an end eventually. Everyone, part ways amicably. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us swiftly depart from the Spirit Soul City. The moment of parting had finally arrived. Oscar and Dai Mubai embraced tightly once more, followed by heartfelt hugs with Wu Xuanmo and Ma Hongjun as they bid farewell. Ning Rongrong also tightly embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Both girls with teary eyes. Ning Fengji bowed respectfully to Flender. Dean Flender, take care. We shall take our leave now. Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo esteemed senior, take care. Flender and the others returned the gesture solemnly. Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo Qinshin, accompanied by the ever-turned-back Ning Rongrong and Oscar, transformed into a streak of light. Flying towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Dai Mubai once again embraced Wu Xuanmo and Ma Hongjun tightly. Shinmo, Fatty, take care. See you in 5 years. Take care, Mubai. Zhuqing, they replied. Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, both casting one last glance at their companions and mentors before turning towards the Star Luo Empire. Striding away, finally, it was Wu Xuanmo's turn. He looked at those remaining, Ma Hongjun, Dean Flender, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Master Yu Xiaojing, Senior Qin Ming, as well as Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, and the substitute team member, Jiang Zhu, along with the Silent Guardian, Poison Dogobo Dean, Teacher Erlong, Master. Senior Qin Ming, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Talon, Jiang Zhu, esteemed Dugu, Wu Xuanmo cupped his fists in farewell. I take my leave. Everyone, take care. Shinmo, travel safely. Flender cautioned. Returning home is indeed a good idea. Take care of yourself, the master intoned gravely. Young one, do not forget to cultivate. I await to see the extent of your progress in 5 years. Dugobo snorted. Shinmo, take care. Huang Yuan and others bid their farewells in unison. Shinmo nodded, his gaze lingering momentarily on Ma Hongjun. Stay safe, Fatty. You too, Shinmo. We shall meet again in 5 years. Ma Hongjun waved vigorously. With no further words exchanged, Shinmo turned away, his back to his companions and mentors, embarking on his solitary journey homeward. His destination was far from the bustling Spirit City, retreating to the tranquil embrace of his hometown, Shanhua village. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and his waist-length ink-black hair danced gently in the evening breeze. Though his white Shrek Academy uniform bore the stains of dust and battle, it remained crisp and unyielding. He walked with measured steps, advancing toward the unknown expanse ahead, stepping into a brand new chapter of personal trials. The tempest within the Pope's hall had momentarily subsided, yet the undercurrents of the continent were just beginning to stir. His story was far from over. Chapter 74, Homecoming. After leaving the confines of Spirit City and confirming he had evaded any potential tracking, Shinmo refrained from revealing his full capabilities immediately. He subtly summoned the power of the wind element, an invisible current swirling around him, rendering his steps exceptionally swift and light, as if he were walking upon the wind. The wings of elemental universe remained tucked within him. The distance to Spirit City was still not considerable, and prudence was paramount. He sped forth until his mental perception detected no anomalies, allowing him to finally relax. With a mere thought, the resplendent silver wings of elemental universe unfurled behind him, shimmering with a nine-colored elemental aura under the sunlight. With a gentle flap, he soared skyward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The wind element amplified, a hundredfold enhancement. Wherever his thoughts reached, the terrifying augmentation of elemental dominion was instantaneously applied to the wind element. A hundredfold increase in speed. The air seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen force, leaving a brief yet distinct vacuum trail in his wake. Surrounding scenery morphed into a blur of flowing light, retreating at an astonishing pace. His heart raced with longing. The outline of Shanhua village grew ever clearer in his mind. Since awakening his martial soul at the age of 6, he had been away from that serene little village for far too long. He wondered if Grandpa Luo was still in good health. Was the old locust tree in the village still thriving? The warm recollections of the villagers' genuine smiles and the gentle babbling brook at the village's entrance now beckoned him. With the terrifying speed of the wings of elemental universe and the hundredfold enhancement of the wind element, the once lengthy journey was drastically shortened. Merely 2 evenings later, Shanhua could already sense the familiar earthy fragrance of Shanhua village from afar. He slowed his pace and descended to a tranquil forest glade, distanced from the village. Near a flowing river, as twilight deepened, the evening glow painted the horizon in soft shades of orange and red. Shanhua retrieved a portable tent from his storage ring. Skillfully setting it up, he then cleared a patch of ground nearby, using dry twigs to kindle a campfire. The flickering orange flames danced, dispelling the evening chill and encroaching dusk. He approached the clear riverbank, casually gesturing, and a slender stream of water skillfully lifted 2 plump fish, delivering them to the shore. With nimble hands, he scaled and gutted them, ensuring they were pristine and ready for cooking. Having cut 2 straight branches, he skillfully threaded the prepared fish onto them and positioned them beside the campfire to roast slowly. The flickering flames illuminated his focused profile as he retrieved various condiments from a ring, evenly sprinkling them over the fish, which was gradually turning a golden hue. Fat dripped into the fire, producing a sizzling sound, while an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ah, the timing is perfect. Wu Xuanma picked up a roasted fish, blew on it, and took a generous bite. The flesh was crispy on the outside yet tender within, perfectly seasoned, imbued with the unique fragrance of charcoal. It seemed his culinary skills had not waned. Rather, they had improved. He nodded in satisfaction, relishing this moment of tranquility and indulgence. Soon, both fish were devoured. After the meal, he meticulously extinguished the campfire, ensuring no embers remained, before retreating into his tent for rest. The sounds of insects chirping and flowing water served as the finest lullaby. The following morning, as dawn broke softly, Wu Xuanma arose and packed away the tent. He removed the white and gold-patterned uniform, which symbolized the honor of Shrek but bore the dust and battle marks from the Pope's Hall. Folding it carefully before placing it into his storage ring, he donned a simple yet comfortable dark outfit, shedding some of the sharpness of an academic elite for a more mellow demeanor reminiscent of a traveler returning home. After confirming that the campsite posed no fire hazards, he set forth, stepping in the direction of his memories. His pace was light, imbued with a touch of sentimental anticipation. In less than an hour, the familiar outline of the village emerged before him. The low fences, curling wisps of smoke, the crisscrossing fields, and the few iconic locust trees, all just as tranquil and beautiful as he remembered. Along the paths, farmers labored with hoes, while under the grand tree at the village entrance, children chased one another in playful abandon. Several women sat on low stools at their doorsteps, engaged in needlework and sharing casual chatter, their faces radiating satisfaction. Life is truly wonderful, Wu Xuanma mused, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. As he entered the village, his pace slowed. A few elderly women sitting near the entrance, busy making shoe soles, curiously regarded this well-dressed, distinguished young stranger. Hey, young man, which family do you belong to? You look unfamiliar. Surely you aren't from around here? One woman, setting aside her work, was the first to inquire. Wu Xuanma paused, a sincere smile spreading across his face as he greeted them. Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhao, it's me, Xuanma. I'm back to see you all. Xuanma. Aunt Wang's eyes widened as she scrutinized the handsome face before her, finally reconciling it with the memory of the slender boy with bright eyes. Goodness, it's really Xuanma. You've grown so tall and handsome. My, have you faced hardships while away? How have you been? Do share with us. Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhao quickly gathered around, their voices a chorus of concern and warmth. Wu Xuanma felt a surge of warmth in his heart and patiently answered each one. Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhao, I'm doing well. I've learned a lot during my time away. I just found some free time and thought I'd come back to see everyone and check on Grandpa Luo. Wonderful. It's great to have you back. Hurry, go on. The old village chief will be so delighted to hear you've returned. Aunt Zhao exclaimed eagerly. With a smile, Wu Xiaoma exchanged a few pleasantries with several elders before making his way towards the familiar small courtyard of village chief Luo, deep within the village. Standing before the well-known wooden door, he took a deep breath and gently knocked. Coming. Who is it? A voice, slightly aged yet still robust, emanated from within. It was indeed village chief Luo. The door creaked open, and Luo peeked out, his gaze falling upon the tall young man at the threshold, a look of confusion crossing his face. Young man, who are you? What brings you here? Observing the deepening wrinkles and graying hair of village chief Luo, Wu Xiaoma felt a twinge of emotion. Yet, a radiant smile broke across his face as he spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. Grandpa Luo, it's me. I'm Xiaoma. I have returned. Xiaoma. Village chief Luo's cloudy eyes widened in surprise. He stepped forward eagerly, scrutinizing Wu Xiaoma from head to toe. After a long pause, tears of excitement welled in his eyes, and his voice trembled. Oh my little Xiaoma. It truly is you. You've grown into a fine young man. Come in. Let Grandpa have a good look at you. He grasped Wu Xiaoma's hand and pulled him into the house, chattering incessantly. These years, have you had a hard time out there? Have you been cold or hungry? Has anyone bullied you? You've been away for so long without a word. You've made Grandpa worry terribly. Wu Xiaoma helped the excited elder to his seat, soothingly assuring him, Grandpa Luo, please don't worry. I'm quite well, truly well. See, I'm back in one piece. Good. Just being back is enough. Village chief Luo wiped his eyes, gazing at his tall and handsome grandson. In his heart, he was indeed family, with a mix of joy and excitement. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Look at me, caught up in my happiness. Xiaoma, it's such a rare occasion for you to return. I must prepare some good dishes. There are a few plump chickens in the backyard. Tonight, Grandpa will cook one for you. Wu Xiaoma quickly held him back. Grandpa Luo, no need to rush. It's still early. It's only morning. You can busy yourself later. Village chief Luo slapped his forehead, chuckling sheepishly. Oh me, getting muddled in my excitement. Right. It is still early. Well then, I'll go to old Lu at the village entrance and get some meat. We'll have braised pork for lunch. And I'll slaughter a chicken too. Wu Xiaoma smiled in agreement. Sounds good. I'll leave it to you. However, let me buy the meat. You relax at home. Village chief Luo beamed at Wu Xiaoma, nodding repeatedly. Good. Xiaoma has grown up, caring for Grandpa now. All right, you go buy the meat. I'll get the chicken ready. Before long, Wu Xiaoma returned from old Lu's stall with over a pound of well-marbled pork. On his way back to the village, he greeted familiar uncles and aunts with a smile, eliciting surprise and warm inquiries. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he found village chief Luo indeed busy in the backyard, preparing a plump native chicken. The grandfather and grandson worked harmoniously, one at the stove, the other in the yard, washing vegetables, tending the fire, and passing seasonings, engaging in light-hearted banter, filling the courtyard with a long-lost warmth and the bustle of life. Before long, an array of steaming, aromatic dishes graced the familiar wooden table, a plate of vibrant, glistening stir-fried greens, a bowl of rich, crimson braised pork that was succulent yet not greasy, and a large basin of robust, tender braised chicken. The grandfather and grandson sat across from each other. Village chief Luo continuously served dishes to Wu Xuanma, watching him devour his meal with delight, finding joy in the boy's hearty appetite, even more than in his own. Wu Xuanmo recounted his experiences over the years, selectively sharing the less harrowing tales, how he entered Shrek Academy, met a group of comrades bound by life and death, and fought side by side on the battlefield. Of course, he skillfully omitted the dangers of the Pope's palace, the identity of Xiao Wu, and Tang Hao's earth-shattering hammer strike. Village chief Luo listened with rapt attention, occasionally gasping in astonishment or erupting into hearty laughter, his wrinkled face glowing with pride. The two, one old and one young, conversed while enjoying their meal, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Wu Xuanma's appetite was insatiable, perhaps due to the long-awaited taste of Grandpa Luo's cooking or the comforting ambience that enveloped them. As the dishes on the table were soon devoured completely. After the meal, Wu Xuanma took the initiative to gather the dishes and wash them by the river. Village chief Luo collected the leftover chicken bones into a bowl and approached the corner of the yard where the doghouse stood, calling out, Xiao Huang, come and eat. A robust yellow dog with a shiny coat wagged its tail joyfully as it bounded over, affectionately rubbing against Luo's pant leg before eagerly devouring the delicious chicken bones. Upon returning from washing the dishes, Wu Xuanma chanced upon this scene. Curiously, he approached and squatted down, observing the endearing yellow dog. Grandpa Luo, when did you get such a big fellow? It looks quite spirited, he inquired, seated on a small stool in the yard. Village chief Luo watched Wu Xuanma play with Xiao Huang, a serene satisfaction radiating from his face. I got him a few years ago. Life has improved now. The farm work isn't as demanding, and being alone can be quite dull. so I got this little one for company. I named him Xiaohuang. Wu Xuanma also took a small stool beside the doghouse, gently stroking Xiao Huang's docile fur, feeling the strength of its muscles and warmth of its body. While continuing his conversation with village chief Luo, he shared tales of the peculiar training programs at Shrek Academy, the formidable teams and thrilling matches encountered in the elite Soul Master competition across the continent, and amusing anecdotes about his companions. Xiao Huang seemed to sense his owner's joy and the kindness of this unfamiliar visitor, comfortably closing its eyes and emitting soft purring sounds. The afternoon sun filtered through the branches of the large locust tree in the courtyard, casting dappled light upon the trio of man, dog, and elder, creating a scene of tranquility and beauty. The breeze from Shanhua village carried the fragrances of earth and fresh grass, gently caressing, as if welcoming the wanderer's return. Chapter 75. Absorbing Celestial Herbs, Evolution of Martial Spirits. After a week of rejuvenating in the serene and harmonious atmosphere of Shanhua village, savoring the long-missed warmth of home, Wu Xuanma's restless soul power and yearning for strength ultimately pointed towards broader horizons. Farewells are often tinged with reluctance. Village Chief Luo stood at the village entrance, repeatedly cautioning, "Be careful on your journey. The outside world is not like our village. Always stay vigilant and ensure your safety." Wu Xuanma nodded vigorously, deeply imprinting the elder's concern in his heart. "Understood, Grandpa Luo. Please take good care of your health." He waved goodbye to the villagers who had come upon hearing the news, and amidst their reluctant gazes, he turned and departed from the haven that had once bestowed upon him warmth. After distancing himself from the village and ensuring he was unnoticed, Wu Xuanma's form flickered. Enveloped in the essence of wind, his speed surging as he raced towards the secluded depths of the mountains. His objective was clear: to seek an utterly secure and tranquil spot to undergo a crucial transformation, absorbing the Chaos Yuan Spirit Lotus and utilizing the Martial Soul Evolution Liquid. Ultimately, he discovered a concealed and arid cave midway up a perilous mountain. The entrance was obscured by dense vines, and the internal space was ample enough for his breakthrough. Upon entering the cave's depths, Wu Xuanma's first action was to communicate with the omnipotent sign-in system in his mind. System: Initiate Environmental Isolation. Ding. Environmental Isolation field has been activated. Energy fluctuations, mental probing, and physical interference will be completely shielded. Duration: until the host actively or the host's life signs cease. An invisible membrane, imbued with a faint spatial oscillation, instantly enveloped the interior of the cave, entirely severing it from the outside world. Wu Xuanma seated himself cross-legged, regulating his breath to attain an optimal state. He then reverently retrieved from the system's space the ethereal Chaos Yuan Spirit Lotus, radiating a chaotic aura, its petals shimmering with a 9-colored halo. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Yuan Vortex Induction technique, causing the 9 elemental vortices within him to accelerate. He cautiously cradled the celestial herb, guiding its immense and pure energy slowly into his body. The absorption process proved to be far more protracted and profound than he had anticipated. The effects of the Chaos Yuan Spirit Lotus began to manifest. 1. Convergence and fusion of the 9 elemental origins. The herb's power surged like a primordial torrent, cleansing every meridian within him, especially the core area linked to his martial soul. The primal forces of wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space were thoroughly unblocked, ignited, and, under the guidance of an esoteric chaotic principle, perfectly melded into one harmonious entity. No longer mere coexistence, but an intricate interweaving of existence, a seamless unity. 2. Affinity and mastery. Wu Xuanma felt as though he had transformed into the elements themselves. His affinity for the 9 elements had reached an astonishing realm, and with a mere thought, elemental energy coalesced, shaped, and dissipated at his will. The elemental annihilation spear in his grasp had truly become a sovereign weapon capable of commanding the very elements of the universe. 3. Resolution of conflict. The inherent repulsion and conflict between elements vanished entirely under the harmonization of chaotic energy. He could now summon multiple, even all, elements simultaneously, crafting intricate and powerful combinations without fear of backlash. 4. Transformation of spirit. Mastering such a diverse and formidable array of elemental power posed a tremendous challenge to his mental fortitude and soul, serving as both an immense trial and unparalleled tempering. Under the nurturing embrace of the celestial herbs and the tempering of elemental fusion, Wu Xuanma's mental prowess has undergone a transformative leap. His perception range, precision, and cognitive speed have all seen substantial enhancements, while the resilience and refinement of his soul power have intensified. The comprehension of the essence of obliteration, The celestial herbs not only harbor elemental forces, but also contain fragments of Law's birth from the chaos of destruction. This has profoundly deepened Wu Xuanma's understanding of the obliterative attributes of his martial soul core. The obliteration power swirling around the tip of his spear transcends mere energy impact, now infused with a touch of chaotic truth that annihilates all things. Its destructive and penetrating capabilities have surged exponentially, subtly evoking ripples of obliteration in the surrounding space. Before this essence of annihilation, any energy shield or physical defense will face unprecedented constraints. Enhancement of spatial affinity. As the most unique and enigmatic among the 9 elements, space has received remarkable fortification under the baptism of the Chaos Origin Spirit Lotus. Wu Xuanma's perception of space has become extraordinarily acute, as if he could touch the very threads of the spatial fabric. His grasp over dimensional traversal has significantly improved, and abilities such as spatial cutting and spatial defense have become second nature. His insight into spatial fluctuations has reached an entirely new zenith. Bodily purification. The tumultuous yet pure energy of myriad elements washes over his flesh and bones repeatedly. This process, accompanied by excruciating pain akin to tearing, also brings forth a metamorphosis of rebirth. His physical strength, resilience, and recovery have all experienced a comprehensive and remarkable elevation. His meridians have been expanded and reinforced. His bones glisten like jade, and his muscle fibers harbor explosive power. Deep within his being, a faint trace of chaotic essence seems to be imprinted, endowing him with a natural resistance to pure elemental attacks. For 10 whole days, Wu Xuanma sat in meditation within the cave, enveloped in a chaotic halo of 9 colors. His aura fluctuating between the violent energy of the universe's inception and the profound stillness of an abyss. When he finally refined and absorbed the last vestige of energy from the Chaos Origin Spirit Lotus and slowly opened his eyes, those depths, reminiscent of chaotic nebulae, seemed capable of piercing through the void, evoking a sense of profound dread. Though his soul power level has only ascended by 2 ranks, reaching level 56, Wu Xuanma distinctly feels that his strength has multiplied several-fold compared to 10 days prior. This represents a fundamental transformation, the absolute mastery over the elements, a profound understanding of the essence of obliteration, a formidable physique, and an extraordinary comprehension of space have all elevated him to an entirely new echelon. He did not hasten to proceed to the next step. For the following 5 days, he diligently stabilized the power surging from the celestial herbs, fully taming the restless soul energy, while cautiously experimenting with his newfound combat capabilities. With a mere thought, different colored elemental sprites danced at his fingertips, effortlessly combining to unleash astonishing power. With a casual shot from his spear, infused with the essence of obliteration, a silent and unfathomable hole was seamlessly annihilated into the cave wall. Attempting dimensional traversal, he found himself traveling greater distances with pinpoint accuracy and minimal consumption. A casual punch unleashed pure power, causing the air to explode with a thunderous roar. As 5 days elapsed, he gained a clear understanding of his newfound strengths. Reaching a state of peak readiness, it is time. Wu Xianmo took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely firm. He once again retrieved from the system's space the vial that exuded an alluring yet perilous aura, the soul evolution liquid. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, consuming the entire contents in one swift motion. The moment the liquid coursed down his throat, it felt as if he had swallowed a blazing star. An unprecedented agony instantly engulfed his entire being, 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than when he absorbed the chaos primordial spirit lotus. This torment did not arise from external energies, but rather from the very essence of life itself. Stemming from the depths of his soul, his martial soul, and the intimate bond connecting his martial spirit to his soul and body. He felt as though his elemental obliteration gun martial soul was being gripped by an invisible hand, and then, piece by piece, it shattered. The silvery gun body splintered, brilliant elemental sparks scattering in all directions. This was not merely the destruction of a martial soul, but the excruciating tearing of his very soul. Accompanying this was his body, every inch of flesh, bone, and meridian seemingly undergoing a cycle of annihilation and reformation. The old, inadequate parts were forcibly obliterated, while new, more fitting materials for evolution struggled to emerge amidst the agony. This suffering transcended the limits of human endurance. Wu Xianmo's body convulsed violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his garments, his teeth grinding audibly, with blood seeping from his gums. He attempted to channel his soul power to resist, but in the turmoil of this fundamental transformation, his soul energy became chaotic. His consciousness was like a small boat amidst a tempest, adrift in an ocean of boundless pain. The excruciating torment overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, dragging his awareness into darkness, rendering him unconscious. In the next moment, an even more ferocious pain yanked him back into reality, forcing him awake. His lucidity was but fleeting, as a more violent sensation of tearing once again shattered him, plunging him back into unconsciousness. Awake, unconscious, awake again, and then unconscious once more. This cycle repeated, resembling an unending hellish torment. Each second felt as protracted as a century. His body thrashed instinctively, struggling, emitting beast-like roars from his throat, yet the agony constricted him, reducing his cries to mere gasps. A full day and night passed. This inhuman ordeal gradually subsided like a receding tide. When the last vestiges of transformative pain dissipated, Wu Xianmo felt as though all his strength had been drained. Unable even to move a finger, his consciousness sinking into the deepest darkness, slipping into unconsciousness. Within the cave, only his barely audible breaths remained, along with the residual, yet to be quelled, violent energy fluctuations in the air. 3 days later, the cave lay in complete silence. The campfire had long extinguished, with only faint light filtering in from outside. Suddenly, the figure lying on the ground moved a finger slightly. Next, his eyelashes fluttered, and those eyes, which had been tightly shut for 3 days and nights, gradually opened. Initially, his gaze was somewhat dazed and hollow, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a nightmare. But soon, a profound light reminiscent of a chaotic nebula began to coalesce, becoming more restrained, yet infinitely vast. Wu Xianmo propped himself up, moving his stiff limbs. Although he felt an unparalleled weakness as if he had been hollowed out, an unprecedented clarity and strength spread from the depths of his soul. With a mere thought, a resonant hum echoed forth. A long spear materialized silently in his grasp. It was still the familiar silver-white shaft, yet it appeared elongated and fluid, exuding an ineffable aesthetic of rhythmic grace. Upon its surface, pure silver was no longer the sole hue. Intricate, mysterious patterns emerged, flickering in and out of visibility like natural trails, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. At the spear's tip, the colors of 9 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space, no longer merely surrounded the point, but truly merged and flowed. Their brilliance deepened and became more restrained, yet simultaneously more resplendent, as if the primordial forces of the universe were distilled within. Each elemental vibration radiated a power far more potent than before, embodying a purer and more terrifying might. Wu Xuanma gently caressed the enigmatic patterns on the spear, feeling the 9 colored elements at its tip move with a sentient grace, as if in perfect harmony with his thoughts, containing a profound essence capable of obliterating all. The Elemental Obliteration Spear. No, perhaps it should be called the Chaos Obliteration Spear, he murmured softly, his eyes igniting with brilliance. Chapter 76. Fusion of Soul Bones. The clamor of Fengxi City's bustling streets was completely isolated by the solid walls of the inn. Inside, an ordinary-looking middle-aged merchant with blonde hair sat cross-legged. It was Wu Xuanma, who had altered his appearance, countenance, and voice using a phantom mask. He had concluded his daytime wanderings, and, at this moment, his mind was focused, connecting with the system space deep within his consciousness. With system rewards yet to be claimed, Wu Xuanma felt a shift in his thoughts. The task panel clearly indicated that he had completed the mission of winning the championship in the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. And a light orb marked with a mysterious gift package floated serenely. Caution had long been ingrained in his very being. To be safe, he unhesitatingly activated the system's environmental isolation function, enveloping the entire room in an invisible barrier that thoroughly separated the interior from the exterior. System. Claim the mysterious gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate task. Reward issued. Mysterious gift package. The package was opening. As the system's prompt faded, the light orb suddenly shattered, releasing 6 skeletal objects, entirely black, each uniquely formed, yet emanating an ancient, profound energy. It was the Soul Bone Set. Detecting Soul Bone Set. Binding method. The host must infuse their blood and soul power into the core of the set, guiding it to resonate with the host's bloodline and martial soul. Generating its final form. Wu Xuanma did not hesitate. He concentrated his soul power at his fingertips, making a gentle incision, allowing 6 droplets of crimson blood, imbued with the essence of chaos, to seep forth. He flicked his fingers, and the blood beads landed precisely at the center of the 6 soul bones. As the blood made contact with the bones, they trembled simultaneously, resonating with a deep hum, akin to droplets falling into a boiling pot of oil. Wu Xuanma immediately summoned the surging soul power within him, pressing his hands down as pure soul energy flowed like an unstoppable river into the soul bone set. As the infusion continued, extraordinary changes began to unfold. The once pitch-black soul bone began to reveal intricate patterns on its surface, reminiscent of parched earth receiving a nourishing rain. These patterns gradually illuminated, emitting a faint yet pristine spectrum of colors: silvery white, somber hues, electric violet, interwoven shadows and light, icy blue and fiery red, verdant green and earthy yellow. 9 distinct colors began to blend and envelop the original obsidian, breathing life into the soul bone, bestowing it with a radiant vitality. Wu Xuanma could keenly sense the soul bone's insatiable thirst for soul power. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as the soul energy within him was consumed at an astonishing rate. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the Yuan vortex induction technique to its utmost limit, striving to draw the thin essence of the world from the isolated space surrounding him, while simultaneously accelerating the output of his soul power. As Wu Xuanma sensed his soul power nearing depletion, waves of piercing pain coursed through him, and the brilliance of the 6 soul bones suddenly surged to its zenith. In an instant, the 6 soul bones broke free from an invisible restraint, no longer suspended in stillness, but instead, like celestial bodies tethered by unseen threads, began to whirl around a central point at an ever-increasing speed. The rotation quickened. Boom. A sound, perceptible only to Wu Xuanma's soul, erupted deep within his consciousness, a blinding white light exploding from the center of rotation, consuming all in an instant. The white light lingered for a few breaths before gradually dissipating. As Wu Xuanma's vision cleared, 6 brand new soul bones floated serenely before him. They were no longer the initial black nor the blurred colors of their previous rotation, each now exhibiting unique forms and luster befitting their attributes, with smooth lines radiating strength, as if they were divine bones crafted exclusively for him. Ding! The soul bone set binding was successful. Form generation complete. The information of the soul bone set was loaded. A torrent of information surged into Wu Xuanma's mind. Skull, wisdom skull of omniscience. Abilities, weakness insight, significantly enhances perception and mental power, enabling the piercing of energy flows. Structural weaknesses and mental vulnerabilities of targets, soul masters, soul beasts, soul skills, shields, barriers, etc., akin to marking their fatal points. Elemental perception achieves the utmost awareness of the flow, concentration, and morphological changes of elements in the environment, allowing the anticipation of elemental attack trajectories and insight into the core composition of an opponent's soul skills, can be fused with the eye of breaking illusions. Skill, Elemental Avatar. Active consumes soul power to summon 9 energy avatars corresponding to the 9 elements of the original body. Each avatar possesses 50 of the base attributes: strength, speed, soul power intensity of the original body, and can only utilize soul skills of the corresponding elemental attribute, with power equivalent to 50 of the original body. They cannot employ the martial soul body or perform long-distance spatial teleportation. Short-distance elemental evasion is feasible. The existence time, strength, and damage ratio of the avatars increase with soul power level, sharing the original body's weakness, insight, vision. Torso bone, devouring torso bone of all things. Ability, absorption. Passive absorption of ambient free elemental energy, gradually replenishing soul power, can synergize with the Yuan vortex induction technique for enhanced effect. When attacked, particularly by energy attacks, it can channel a portion of the attack energy, with a limit dependent on its own endurance, into the body, temporarily storing or converting it into soul power. It also possesses a certain energy stripping effect against physical attacks. Skill, Elemental Protection. Active instantly generates a radiant energy shield of vibrant hues around the body. This shield possesses formidable strength, offering remarkable resistance against elemental attacks and solid defense against physical assaults. Core mechanism. When the shield absorbs attacks, it can convert the energy from the impacted area to sustain and momentarily enhance its strength. The greater the force of the attack, up to a limit, the longer and sturdier the shield remains. Left arm bone of thunderous rupture. Ability, significantly amplifies the strength and spatial capabilities of the left arm, enhancing affinity with the element of lightning. Skill, Dimensional Thunder Punishment. Active, strong attack. The left fist condenses the power of compressed space and raging thunder, unleashing a strike that tears through space to create a fleeting rift capable of cutting and attracting. Simultaneously, a devastating purple-black thunderbolt imbued with spatial rending properties is unleashed, striking at remarkable speed, bypassing certain physical defenses and energy shields, executing powerful single-target annihilation and shield breaking. Right arm bone of luminous oblivion. Ability, enhances the explosive force of the right arm and grants ultimate control over light and dark elements. Skill: Chaotic Annihilation Strike. Active, strong attack. Area with the right arm raised. The palm forcibly merges and compresses light and dark energies to a critical point before launching a spiraling sphere of chaotic energy, deep black at the center, dazzling white at the edges. Upon impact, the clash of light and dark results in a vast energy annihilation explosion, generating a core that causes disintegration and obliteration, inflicting irreversible damage to the material energy structure, while additionally scorching and eroding the souls of living beings. The area of effect is controllable. Left leg bone. Left leg bone of ice and firestorm. Ability: enhances the speed, explosive power, and instant burst of ice and fire elements in the left leg. Skill: Icy Prison Flame Burst Kill. Active, strong attack. Area first phase. Icy Prison infuses icy and fiery power into a stomp or sweep, unleashing an extreme cold that instantly freezes the ground and a vast area of enemies. Strong control, with the ice layer being hard and containing explosive energy. Second phase, Flame Burst detonates with intent, causing the frozen target and the internal ice layer to explode with violent fire elements, shattering enemies as if they were rigged with explosives. This skill combines formidable control with devastating area damage. Right leg bone. Right leg bone of wind and earth rending. Ability: enhances the strength, endurance, and combined application of wind and earth elements in the right leg. Skill: Earth Rending Tornado Charge. Active, strong attack. Charge. Area effect 1. Charge gathers wind and earth elements to charge forward, enveloping the body in a furious whirlwind of sand, drastically increasing speed, resembling a human storm, inflicting continuous cutting impact damage along the path, and capable of sweeping enemies away. Effect 2. Downward/leaps and strikes downward, compressing the wind and sand tornado into the ground, triggering a violent earthquake that sends shockwaves, accompanied by numerous sharp rocks piercing through with wind blades, covering a fan-shaped or circular area in front. This skill is agile, allowing for rapid charges or area strikes. Set effect: Elemental Rending Bone Armor. Activation condition: simultaneously activate the powers of all 6 soul bones. Form: the 6 soul bones radiate a brilliant 9-colored luminescence: wind azure, fire crimson, water blue, earth brown, ice blue, thunder purple, light gold, dark black, spatial silver, intertwining and solidifying to form a sleek and sharp bone armor that envelopes the entire body. Current ability: provides comprehensive physical and energy resistance far exceeding the sum of the defenses of the 6 soul bones when used individually. Limitation: given the host's current strength, the armor can only be sustained for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, his soul power was completely depleted, and all 6 soul bones entered a cooling period lasting 3 days. Gazing at the resplendent soul bones suspended before him and the intricate information swirling in his mind, Wu Xuanma's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The might of this soul bone set exceeded all expectations, especially the set effect of the elemental rift bone armor, which could be deemed the ultimate trump card in dire situations. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the fusion, first directing the wisdom glimmering skull towards his forehead. The fusion process was accompanied by intense mental shocks and a profound reshaping of his soul. The power of the Eye of Illusion melded seamlessly with the capabilities of the soul bone, ultimately transforming into a far more potent Eye of Insight. He felt as though the world had never appeared so vividly. The trajectories of 9 elemental forces in the air were as clear as ribbons, and his mental perception expanded in both range and precision. Next, the body bone of the all-devouring manifestation merged into his chest. A heavy yet profound force surged within him, as if his torso had become the core of a vortex. Under the influence of the elemental vortex formed by the body bone, the elemental vortex induction technique began to operate autonomously and efficiently, continuously absorbing elemental energy from the environment, making training remarkably more effective. Then came the fusion of the limb bones. The left arm bone of the thunderclap of the void merged, causing his left arm's meridians to be repeatedly tempered by thunder, the searing pain giving way to a sensation of mastery over space and thunderous power. The integration of the right arm bone of light and darkness brought forth an ultimate experience of conflicting light and dark, achieving balance under the dominion of his chaotic bloodline. As if his right fist grasped the power of annihilation, the left leg bone of the ice and firestorm inflicted the torment of extreme cold and heat, interwoven with the heavy and light contradictions brought on by the right leg bone of the gale and earth, elevating his self-control to new heights. The fusion process was long and excruciating. Each soul bone contained immense energy and unique principles, requiring him to devote his entire focus to guide, adapt, and refine them. Days turned into nights, and time slipped quietly away in the isolated chamber. Wu Xuanma, like a wise monk in deep meditation, was entirely absorbed in the profound mysteries of fusion. After a full month, his seated figure finally quivered slightly, as the vibrant glow of the various soul bones covering his body receded like a tide into his core. Wu Xuanma slowly opened his eyes. Buzz. It was done. Wu Xuanma felt a transformative change within him. The 6 soul bones had become perfect extensions of his body, resonating mysteriously with his chaotic bloodline and the chaotic annihilation gun martial spirit. His soul power had been repeatedly tempered and compressed during the fusion, solidly elevating his level from 56 to above 60. A torrent of overwhelming strength flowed through his limbs, imbuing every movement with an invisible pressure. What delighted him the most was the Eye of Insight, a fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Wisdom Skull. This pair of eyes not only pierced through illusions, but also discerned the trajectories of all elemental flows and concentration changes in the environment. Any weaknesses in energy constructs were laid bare before him, and his information processing capabilities vastly surpassed those of the past. Additionally, the elemental vortex formed by the body bone allowed the elemental vortex induction to operate autonomously in battle, significantly alleviating the burden of soul power consumption and greatly enhancing his sustained combat capabilities. A month had passed, and there was still ample time. There was no need for haste. Wu Xuanma maintained a tranquil demeanor. As a thought crossed his mind, the illusionary mask on his face activated once more, transforming him back into the guise of an unremarkable middle-aged merchant with yellow hair. Once the environmental isolation of the system was lifted, the distinctive clamor of Fengxi City, the bustling sounds of the streets and the marketplace returned to his ears. He pushed the door open and blended seamlessly into the flow of pedestrians. Appearing to be an ordinary individual engaged in commerce, he lingered in a small tavern by the roadside, seated in a corner of a tea house, seemingly savoring the inexpensive tea, while his ears acutely captured the casual conversations of nearby patrons. Have you heard? The Spirit Hall has increased their guards. The patrols have multiplied several times. Indeed, countless heavy crates have been arriving these past few days, brimming with who knows what treasures. They look like standard equipment, don't they? And quite a few boxes bear the seals of the apothecary. With such commotion, it seems they are planning something significant. The fragmented information coalesced into a singular focal point. The Spirit Hall's branch in Fengxi City had recently intensified its security with a substantial influx of supplies. A fleeting glimmer of insight flashed in Wu Xuanma's eyes. He discreetly settled his bill and, appearing aimless, strolled through the city, his steps quietly directing him towards the grand branch of the Spirit Hall in the city's heart. Choosing a concealed corner amidst the peripheral shadows of the street's architecture, he activated his Eye of Insight. His gaze pierced through portions of the surrounding walls, revealing a clear view of the internal plaza area of the branch. There, squads of Spirit Hall guards, clad in their uniforms, vigilantly monitored a corner of the square where numerous neatly stacked wooden crates lay. The crates bore the unmistakable emblem of the Spirit Hall, while some open boxes revealed pristine metal armor and weapons, and others exuded a faint herbal scent. Standard equipment. Abundant pharmaceuticals. Wu Xuanma understood at once that this was a stockpiling of resources for upcoming operations. Recalling the large-scale maneuvers of the Spirit Hall depicted in the original narrative, he instantly grasped the purpose of these supplies. Without lingering, having confirmed the information, Wu Xuanma turned, resembling a weary merchant, and seamlessly merged back into the bustling crowd. Returning quietly to his inn, inside his room, he shed his disguise, revealing his originally handsome visage, with inky long hair cascading down. Standing by the window, he gazed at the lights of Fengxi City flickering to life in the twilight, his expression profound. Chapter 77, Assassination. The next day, at the center of Fengxi City, on the second-floor corner of an ordinary tea house facing the street, Wu Xuanma, disguised as the yellow-haired middle-aged merchant, leisurely savored the coarse, inexpensive tea. His gaze, appearing casual as it swept across the noisy street below, was in fact sharpened by the Eye of Insight, silently gathering various information about the city. Suddenly, a jarring uproar shattered the market's harmony. A corpulent figure, clad in opulent brocade robes and with a face full of excess, swaggered down the center of the road. Surrounded by a cadre of fierce-looking guards, he pushed aside any vendors obstructing his path, even hurling insults at an elderly man who could not evade in time. More appalling still, 2 imposing guards were roughly restraining a 10-year-old girl who was crying inconsolably. Not far behind them, a couple clad in humble attire collapsed to the ground, desperately calling out their daughter's name, only to be mockingly obstructed by 2 guards. In broad daylight, such brazen tyranny? Wu Xianmo's gaze turned icy, shifting towards a patrol of Soul Hall guards nearby. He was intrigued to see how the Soul Hall would respond to this blatant act of bullying. However, The well-equipped guards merely cast a cold glance, as if oblivious to the atrocity unfolding before their eyes, their footsteps unwavering as they continued on their patrol, treating Zhang Tianyu and his entourage as if they were mere phantoms. Oh, Wu Xianmo raised an eyebrow, his attention honing in on the rotund, wealthy man. The system displayed the target, Zhang Tianyu. Soul Whip. Soul Power Level, 42nd Level Soul Master. Status, Arrogant, Elated. Guards, 6 in number. Soul Power Fluctuations. Soul Elder, 3. Approximately levels 30 and 35. Soul Master, 3, with a maximum level of 49. Status, Vigilant, Ferocious. A Whip Soul? Quite rare indeed. Wu Xianmo could not help but twitch his lips at the system's feedback. Nevertheless, a Soul Master accompanied by 6 guards of Soul Elder and Soul Master caliber indicated considerable financial power. He mused to himself. It seems he is a local tyrant and appears to have some tacit understanding with the Soul Hall. He set down his teacup, pressed several copper soul coins at the table's edge, and seamlessly melded into the crowd, trailing Zhang Tianyu's group from a distance. Zhang Tianyu, proudly displaying his ample belly, navigated unobstructed under the escort of his guards, swiftly arriving at a resplendent and heavily fortified mansion in the city center. Tall walls enclosed the estate, where several guards stood at the entrance. Although their soul power was not particularly strong, hovering around levels 15 to 20, their numbers were substantial. Zhang Tianyu, accompanied by 6 core guards carrying the little girl, strode arrogantly through the main gate. Wu Xianmo, like a wraith, circled to the side, silently leaping onto the roof of a nearby taller building, surveying the mansion from above. His insight eye penetrated the darkness and walls, vividly outlining the interior layout. The mansion was 3 stories high, with a spacious basement beneath. On the first floor and in the garden, numerous servants and low-level guards busied themselves with tasks or patrols. Upon entering, Zhang Tianyu's group directly took the little girl into the basement. Moments later, the 6 Soul Elder and Soul Master guards emerged from the basement, dispersing to the second floor, evidently their designated quarters. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu himself unsteadily ascended to the 3rd floor, entering the most spacious and opulent bedroom. The inside eye scanned the 3rd floor. Besides Zhang Tianyu, a captivating woman occupied the room. The sight within the basement rendered Wu Xianmo's expression utterly frigid. The space was expansive, housing not only the recently captured little girl, but also 4 other young girls of similar age. Their hands and feet were bound with coarse ropes. At the entrance to the basement stood a low-level guard on watch. Scum! A fierce killing intent surged within Wu Xianmo. He concealed his presence, biding his time. Night. The finest cloak of concealment. As darkness enveloped the sky, Fengxi City gradually descended into silence. The lights within the mansion extinguished one by one. The mystical mask upon Wu Xuanma's face subtly quivered, as the visage of a middle-aged merchant with golden hair seamlessly transformed into that of a youthful figure. Dark elements quietly enveloped him, perfectly concealing his presence and form. The wind elements danced beneath his feet, allowing him to descend onto the rooftop of Zhang Tianyu's opulent mansion with the grace of a feather, producing not a whisper of sound. He stealthily positioned himself outside the window of a lavish bedroom on the 3rd floor, where the cacophony of lewd laughter and heavy breathing permeated the air. The window was tightly shut. To force it open would undoubtedly alert the 6 vigilant guards stationed on the 2nd floor. Wu Xuanma's gaze flickered, as he deftly manipulated a strand of exquisite wind elemental power, akin to an invisible hand, gently nudging the window latch. Click. The window emitted a faint sound, stirring Zhang Tianyu within. Damn it, is the wind acting up tonight? Zhang Tianyu's irritable voice surfaced, accompanied by disgruntled mutterings and approaching footsteps toward the window. His corpulent figure appeared at the window, reaching out to close it. In that fleeting moment, from the darkness outside, a silhouette surged like a bolt of lightning, erupting suddenly. The chaotic destruction gun materialized silently in Wu Xuanma's hand, its tip emanating 9 elemental glimmers, yet only the cold intent to kill coalesced at its apex. With a soft thud, the silvery tip effortlessly penetrated Zhang Tianyu's brow, emerging from the back of his head. The speed was blinding, the force so concentrated that he scarcely had time to emit a cry. The lewd grin on his face froze instantly, and his hefty body crumpled backward like a burst sack. Wu Xuanma slipped into the room through the window, retracting the chaotic destruction gun into his being. The disheveled woman on the bed, eyes wide with terror, was about to scream when Wu Xuanma materialized before her like a wraith, delivering a precise chop to her neck, causing her to emit a muffled sound before fainting softly. In an instant, the room was left with only the faint sound of breathing. Wu Xuanma's gaze swept across the lavish chamber, ultimately resting upon the grand desk against the wall and a row of towering bookshelves behind it. He swiftly approached the desk, unlocking the drawer to find not only ledgers and inconsequential trinkets, but also several letters. As he collected the letters, his attention shifted to the bookshelf, where his keen eye discerned a slight discord in the wall structure behind it, indicating concealed space. He attempted to push the bookshelf, but it remained immovable. Upon closer inspection of the bookshelf's edges and the floor, he soon detected a hidden mechanism. With a gentle press, a soft click echoed, and the heavy bookshelf silently slid aside, revealing a sturdy metal door behind it. Pushing open the metal door, even Wu Xuanma, resolute in spirit, was momentarily taken aback by the sight that unfolded before him. Behind the door lay a modest, yet utterly crammed, secret chamber. Most astonishing was the mountain of golden soul coins. The resplendent glow illuminated the entire space, the quantity beyond estimation. At the center of the golden coin mound stood a statue, crafted from pure gold, depicting the corpulent Zhang Tianyu himself, adorned with an odious expression of smugness. Surrounding the statue were an array of precious jewels, exquisite jade artifacts, and antique paintings among the collected treasures. Wu Xuanma let out a cold chuckle, dismissively waving his hand. The system's formidable storage capacity was activated, and within the confines of the hidden chamber, treasures of gold and all valuable collectibles seemed to be devoured by an invisible maw, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the statue of Zhang Tianyu and a faint swirl of dust. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. Exiting the secret room, he carefully restored the bookshelf to its original position. Then, he approached the window and, without hesitation, leaped gracefully to the ground, landing soundlessly. His objective, the basement. The entrance to the basement was located in the corner of the side hall on the first floor, where a lowly guard was dozing against the wall. Like a wisp of wind, Wu Xuanma drew near just before the guard stirred, delivering a swift and precise chop to the nape of his neck, causing the guard to crumple. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a chilling gust mingled with the scent of mildew and blood rushed forth. Wu Xuanma descended the stone steps. The sight within the basement was even more harrowing than he had previously witnessed. 5 naked girls huddled on the cold stone floor, their bodies marred with bruises and scabs from whipping, their expressions vacant and despairing. Upon noticing his presence, they recoiled in terror, clinging to one another. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." Wu Xuanma's voice was deliberately low and gentle. He swiftly approached, channeling the power of wind elements at his fingertips, effortlessly severing the ropes that bound them. He then hastened back to the first floor, rummaging through the servants' quarters for several oversized coarse cloth garments. "Put these on, and cover yourselves," he urged, handing the clothing to the girls. The garments were far too large for them, barely offering any modesty, yet in that moment, they represented a glimmer of hope. "Hold on to me," Wu Xuanma whispered. The power of spatial elements quietly enveloped him, creating an invisible force field around the 5 girls. With a thought, he activated his short-range teleportation ability. In an instant, the space within the basement twisted slightly, and Wu Xuanma, along with the 5 girls, vanished. The next moment, they materialized in a secluded, dark alley several streets away from the mansion. Confirming their temporary safety, Wu Xuanma escorted each girl back to her respective home, watching as they stumbled towards the familiar glow of their doorways, listening to the incredulous gasps and cries of joy emanating from within. Only then did he quietly slip back into the shadows. He donned the illusionary mask once more, transforming back into the guise of a middle-aged merchant with golden hair, resembling an ordinary traveler returning late, and returned to his lodgings. Closing the door, he severed all ties with the outside world. Standing before the window, he gazed at the silent city of Fengxi under the night sky, his eyes colder and deeper than the darkness outside. In his hand were several letters discovered in Zhang Tianyu's desk drawer, clearly detailing how Zhang Tianyu had bribed the lord of Fengxi City and the bishop of the martial soul hall with vast amounts of gold soul coins, securing their complicity and protection for his nefarious deeds within the city. So it was true, a nest of snakes and rats. Wu Xuanma ignited a furious flame at his fingertips, reducing the letters to ash. The lord, the bishop, he murmured the names, his tone devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a chilling resolve. In the city of Wind Whisper, a place whose very name evokes the essence of air, an impending silent storm is destined to unfold after this night. The disguised foreign merchant, Wu Xuanma, has resolved upon his final 2 tasks before departing. As dawn's light gently breaks, Wind Whisper awakens amidst murmurs surrounding Zhang Tianyu's sudden demise. Wu Xuanma, masquerading as a middle-aged man with golden hair, mingles in the bustling streets, at breakfast stalls and tea houses, seeking to glean further insights regarding the city lord, Raleigh, and the high priest of the spirit hall, Dis. Yet, the rumors surrounding the whereabouts and habits of these 2 figures remain largely vague, with scant core information available. The death of Zhang Tianyu has rippled through the city like a stone cast into a lake, intensifying the vigilance of the guards at the City Lord's mansion and the Spirit Hall's branch, evoking an atmosphere of subdued chaos. Wu Xuanma remains unperturbed. He alters his strategy, opting to patiently and discreetly observe from the periphery of the City Lord's estate and the Spirit Hall's branch, utilizing his keen perception and elemental awareness. Alongside the perfect disguise granted by his illusionary voice mask, he melds seamlessly into the backdrop of the city. His targets are swiftly identified. City Lord of Wind Whisper, Raleigh. Spirit, Wind Tiger. Soul Power Level, Level 57 Soul King. Behavioral Pattern. Every 3 days, he will inevitably depart at nightfall, avoiding the main entrance of the Lord's mansion, and stealthily make his way to a secluded, yet exquisite independent courtyard in the western part of the city. Wu Xuanma has witnessed Raleigh exiting with the dignified City Lord's wife and their young child, while the woman in that small courtyard is evidently his mistress. High Priest of the Spirit Hall, Dispirit, Gale Staff. Soul Power Level, Level 53 Soul King. Behavioral Pattern, more systematic. He follows a 5-day rotation, visiting a different woman's residence each night, returning to the first on the 6th day, demonstrating mastery in time management. With the intelligence gathered, Wu Xuanma has meticulously mapped out his action plan and timing. The assassination of Raleigh is to be executed during his rendezvous with his mistress, when defenses are relatively lax, thus enabling the creation of an unexpected facade. As for Dis, his cyclical itinerary presents an opportunity for action almost every day. As night descends once more, the illusionary voice mask on Wu Xuanma's face subtly shifts, the facade of the middle-aged golden-haired merchant fading away, replaced by that of a youthful man with ordinary features. He blends into the shadows of the night, arriving early at the exquisite courtyard belonging to Raleigh's mistress in the western part of the city, quietly lurking in the shadows beneath an eave. Time ticks away. Wu Xuanma's patience is as steadfast as rock. Indeed, shortly after the last vestige of twilight is engulfed by darkness, a familiar silhouette appears at the street corner. It is none other than City Lord Raleigh. He walks with a steady gait, a hint of urgency barely perceptible in his demeanor, scanning his surroundings with vigilance before expertly pushing open the ajar courtyard door and slipping inside. The moment has arrived. Wu Xuanma ascends the courtyard wall as silently as a gecko, landing lightly upon the roof. From his earlier observations, upon entering, the woman typically heads for a bath, while Raleigh is accustomed to resting on the sofa in the living room as he awaits her return. He positions himself above the bedroom, the balcony below connecting to the sleeping quarters. The mist, like a feather, drifted silently onto the balcony, entering the bedroom without a sound. As the door was gently pushed open, a figure could be seen lounging on the living room sofa, dressed in casual attire and facing away from the bedroom. It was Raleigh. From the direction of the bathroom came the clear sound of running water. Now was the moment. Like a cheetah poised to strike, the mist suppressed its presence to the utmost, with elemental winds swirling silently beneath its feet, propelling its speed to an unparalleled peak. The Chaos Destruction gun appeared silently in its grasp, the tip radiating a subdued yet potent essence of annihilation. With a soft thud, the silvery gun tip, sharp and imbued with terrifying force, pierced through the back of Raleigh's head with impeccable precision. He barely had time to utter a sound. His body trembled violently before collapsing onto the sofa, the spark of life extinguished in an instant. With a flick of the wrist, the long gun was withdrawn, a droplet of blood falling from its tip before it was sheathed once more. The entire sequence unfolded like a flash of lightning, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Standing silently, the figure seemed to meld into the shadows. The sound of water ceased, followed by the rustling of a bathrobe. Soon, a beautiful woman emerged, wrapped in a towel, exuding a languid allure post-bath, as she pushed open the bathroom door. "Darling, did you wait long?" she giggled, her gaze lifting only to reveal the grotesque, bloodied hole at the back of Raleigh's head, his limp body, and the cold-eyed stranger standing beside the sofa. Horror etched across her face, a scream caught in her throat. As the mist moved, the Chaos Destruction gun flashed once more, striking with lethal accuracy. With a precise thrust, it pierced her throat, and her body slumped down. The mist acted swiftly, dragging the woman's lifeless form to the sofa and arranging it beside Raleigh, creating the illusion of an intimate embrace. Then, it discarded the towel onto the floor and slightly tugged at Raleigh's clothing. Having completed this grim masterpiece, the mist surveyed the scene with satisfaction. A lord and his mistress caught in a fatal rendezvous, simultaneously pierced by a mysterious long gun. Without lingering, it leapt from the balcony, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The next target, Bishop Dis. According to calculations, he was expected to be reveling at the residence of his fourth mistress that night. The mist surged towards the city's eastern direction like a tempest in the dark. Soon, it arrived at the small building housing its target. The eye of insight effortlessly penetrated the walls, revealing a heated scene in a second-floor bedroom, where Dis was entangled with a seductive woman. Employing the same tactic, the mist silently ascended to the window ledge of the second floor. A finely controlled gust of wind, akin to an invisible hand, gently nudged the window latch. Click. Where's that wind coming from? Dis, seemingly more alert than Raleigh, grumbled as he approached the window to investigate. Just as he pulled back the curtain to peer outside, danger suddenly loomed from the darkness beyond the window. The chaotic annihilation spear emitted a piercing shriek. For this time, Wu Xuanma refrained from completely silencing it, aiming to create an element of surprise. The spear tip gleamed with a cold radiance akin to stars, thrusting directly at Dis's face. As a Soul King, Dis possessed remarkable reflexes. In a moment of urgency, his soul power surged forth instinctively, summoning a layer of pale blue wind shield that coalesced before him. However, in the face of the absolute sharpness of the chaotic annihilation spear and Wu Xuanma's prowess that far surpassed his own, this hastily conjured wind shield was as fragile as paper. With a soft poof, the wind shield shattered. The spear tip penetrated effortlessly through Dis's forehead. The violent force of annihilation obliterated his life force in an instant. The look of horror and disbelief on his face became eternally frozen as his corpulent body collapsed backward with a resounding thud. Wu Xuanma seized the opportunity to crash through the window, landing inside the room. The enchanting woman was so terrified that her soul nearly departed. Just as she was about to scream, Wu Xuanma's figure flickered, and with a precise hand chop, he struck her neck. Her eyes rolled back, and she slumped to the ground, confirming Dis's demise. Wu Xuanma was about to depart when his gaze caught sight of the bishop's robe that Dis had carelessly discarded on a chair. A spark of intrigue ignited within him as he approached to search swiftly. Sure enough, within a hidden pocket of the lining, he extracted a letter sealed with wax. Breaking the seal, he quickly skimmed through its contents, and his eyes sharpened with newfound clarity. The handwriting bore an unmistakable tone of command, revealing directives issued by the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, instructing the bishops of various branches, particularly those situated on the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, as well as in significant cities, to commence infiltration into their respective cities. They were to secretly cultivate their influence and control key departments, preparing for future dominance over the lifeblood of the two great empires. Thus, it became clear to Wu Xuanma, who muttered to himself in realization. No wonder, when Bibi Dong established the Spirit Empire in the future, she could swiftly seize control of so many cities. The roots had already been sown. With a cold chuckle, he meticulously tucked the letter away into his system space, recognizing it as crucial evidence. No longer lingering, Wu Xuanma erased any traces of his presence and melded once again into the night. The following morning, the middle-aged merchant with yellow hair, Wu Xuanma, calmly checked out at the inn's front desk, blending into the bustling morning crowd of Fengxi City. He ventured into a secluded alley, where the faint glow of his illusionary mask flickered, transforming him back into an ordinary young man with yellow hair. Approaching a gathering point for merchant caravans near the city gate, he casually selected a caravan that was about to embark towards the next large city. After paying a modest fee, he boarded a cart laden with ordinary goods. The wheels rumbled as they slowly departed from Fengxi City. Wu Xuanma leaned against the yoke, glancing back at the silhouette of the city gradually receding under the morning sun. Zhang Tianyu, Lawli, and Dis, the three malignant tumors that had infested this place, had been excised, and he had secured the infiltration missive from the Spirit Hall. The tale of Fengxi City had, for him, reached its conclusion. The caravan kicked up dust, carrying this seemingly ordinary young man with yellow hair towards broader horizons and an unknown journey. Meanwhile, within Fengxi City, the bizarre and tragic deaths of the city lord and his mistress, along with the demise of the Spirit Hall bishop, were poised to erupt like two heavy bombs, sending shockwaves throughout the city. Chapter 79, The Sixth Soul Ring. The merchant caravan's wagons jostled along the official road leading to Emerald Forest City. Within the confines of a carriage, the young man, disguised with golden hair, closed his eyes in repose, yet his consciousness delved into the depths of his internal system space. System, access the marketplace. The familiar interface unfolded before him, with the points tally distinctly displaying 2,255 points. A flicker of thought summoned the points record, remaining points before the finals of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, 1,455 points. Points accrued from victories in the first 4 rounds of the finals, 100 points each, 400 points. Defeating the new God Wind Academy after entering the top 3, 200 points. Overcoming the Wuhuan Palace Academy, 200 points. Total, 2,255 points. Verification confirmed. He deftly navigated to the Soul Ring exchange interface, his gaze keenly fixed on the desired option, Extreme Adaptive Soul Ring. Description: automatically generates the most compatible soul ring based on the host's martial spirit characteristics and current physical limits, up to the maximum tolerable value. Required points, 15. Without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded. The flawless fusion of his fourth and fifth soul rings had already attested to the formidable adaptability of this soul ring. With a thought, he confirmed the exchange. Exchange. A chime resonated, 15 points consumed. Extreme adaptive soul ring successfully exchanged. Current points, 2240. The luminous orb vanished within the system space, marking the completion of the transaction. Waking from his reverie, he opened his eyes to the swiftly retreating scenery outside the carriage window, contemplating the sixth soul ring. Previously, a limit of 50,000 years seemed insurmountable. Yet now, with the essence of celestial herbs refining his body, the evolution of his martial spirit, the preliminary awakening of his chaotic bloodline, and the donning of a soul-bone suit, could 90,000, perhaps even 100,000 years be within reach? A flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes before tranquility reclaimed him. All would be addressed once stability returned. 5 days later, the caravan arrived at its destination, Emerald Forest City. True to its name, the entire city appeared to be enveloped by an endless sea of verdant greenery. Towering trees flourished along the city walls, and the streets within were lined with lush foliage, vines climbing the ancient stone walls, exuding vitality at every turn. The fresh air, tinged with the fragrance of plants, invigorated the senses, coaxing even the most taut nerves into relaxation. In the guise of the golden-haired youth, he melded with the throngs entering the city. This was his first visit to the city, and he ambled with intrigue along the verdant streets. The residents bore expressions of ease, their smiles radiating warmth. The pace of life appeared significantly more leisurely than in Wind Rest City, suffused with peace and vigor. He settled at a quaint tea house by the street, ordering the most modest cup of green tea, although not a renowned blend. The tea possessed a refreshing aroma that harmonized beautifully with the city's ambience. Truly, a delightful place, he mused inwardly, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, his insightful eye quietly activated, keenly attuning to the casual conversations of fellow patrons, gathering fragments of information about this unfamiliar city. After finishing his tea, he located a clean and tidy inn within the city to rest. The following day, still in the guise of the golden-haired youth, he began to observe the city with greater scrutiny. With greenery abundant, the environment was pleasant, and the residents lived in harmony. However, he astutely observed that the number of Soul Hall guards patrolling the city was notably greater than that of an ordinary town. It seemed that either an important figure from the Soul Hall was stationed here, or the news of the death of the city lord, Dis, had spread, prompting heightened vigilance across the lands. Wu Xuanma understood this clearly. He gently shook his head, thinking that as long as no fool dared to provoke him, he would be fine. He held little interest in the surrounding affairs. His sole desire was to find a tranquil place to stabilize his realm and absorb the soul ring he had exchanged for. In the ensuing weeks, Wu Xuanma appeared to have truly blended into this forest city. Under the guise of a common traveler, he lived quietly in the Emerald Forest City, savoring its peace while simultaneously adjusting his own state, further consolidating the power gained from merging with his soul bone set and the enhancement of his soul power. Feeling the moment ripe, Wu Xuanma once again departed from Emerald Forest City, assuming the guise of a young man with golden hair. He did not venture far. Amidst the undulating mountains outside the city, he found a secluded cave encircled by ancient, dense trees. System, initiate environmental isolation. Ding. Environmental isolation activated. An invisible barrier enveloped the area. Wu Xuanma sat cross-legged, his mind communicating with the system, absorbed the limit adaptive soul ring. Buzz. A surge of indescribable, immense energy flooded into his body from the system's space. This energy was vast, ancient, and turbulent, carrying an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of primordial chaos, far exceeding any soul ring he had absorbed before. The spectral image of the soul ring materialized above his head, its blinding crimson light illuminating the entire cave. 100,000 years. Wu Xuanma's heart jolted, and he immediately focused his attention. The chaotic bloodline surged to life, and the Yuan vortex guidance technique, in concert with the all-embracing bone, frantically drew upon the terrifying energy contained within the soul ring. The power of the soul bone set instinctively safeguarded his meridians and spirit. The raging energy surged within him like a torrential flood, causing excruciating pain. The impact of the 100,000-year soul ring's energy and the tremor of his soul surpassed all previous experiences. Even with Wu Xuanma's now extraordinary physical prowess and mental strength, he felt immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his garments, and his body trembled slightly, yet he maintained clarity of mind, guiding the torrent to break through the level 60 bottleneck and integrate it into his martial soul's essence. Time flowed slowly amidst pain and perseverance. A day and a night passed, and the crimson light in the valley remained fervent. Wu Xuanma stood like a rock, enduring the baptism of energy. It wasn't until the following evening that the tumultuous energy stream was finally subdued completely, merging into his limbs, bones, and Dantian consciousness like rivers converging into the sea. With a long exhale, Wu Xuanmo released a breath laden with a faint nine-colored aura. He slowly opened his eyes, and deep within them, a glimpse of primordial chaos and the cycle of creation and destruction flashed by. An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted uncontrollably from his being, shattering the barrier of isolation and silencing the surrounding mountains and forests, causing birds and beasts to fall silent. With a mere thought, the chaos destruction gun materialized in his hand. Beneath his feet, 6 soul rings ascended in succession. Purple, 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 black, black, and the final one, exuding a heart-stirring pressure. A blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. The 6th soul ring endowed him with 2 immensely powerful soul abilities, the details of which became instantly clear. Soul Ability 1, Chaotic Annihilation Stab, Ultimate Penetration. The spear transformed into a stream of 9-colored chaotic light, piercing through the boundaries of space to strike the target directly. Upon impact, it forcibly stripped the target of their martial soul for 2 seconds, triggering elemental collapse, wind, fire, and thunder elemental reaction, producing a plasma explosion, inflicting 200 fire attribute damage. Water, earth, and ice elemental reaction, creating an absolute zero cage, inflicting a freezing effect on soul power. Light, darkness, and space elemental reaction, generating a singularity annihilation, inflicting real damage with spatial tearing effects. Soul Ability 2, Chaotic Terminus, Domain Control Kill. By embedding the tip of the Chaotic Annihilation Spear into the earth, a chaotic domain with a radius of 100 meters was unleashed, revealing a colossal 9-colored elemental magic array on the ground. Gravitational distortion, forcibly drawing all targets within the domain towards the spear's tip. Elemental dissociation, every second, randomly stripping 1 elemental resistance from the targets within the domain. For instance, when the target's light attribute resistance is reduced to 0, they suffer 3 times the light attribute damage. Terminus explosion, at the conclusion of the domain, based on the total elemental damage endured by the targets during its duration. A non-discriminatory explosion of real damage would occur. How powerful! Wu Xuanma felt the terrifying might contained within these 2 soul abilities, his heart shaken. The single target penetration, combined with martial soul stripping and multiple elemental destruction effects, alongside the domain skill that integrated control, debilitation, and immense damage calculation, was formidable indeed. With his current strength, bolstered by the soul bone set, even an ordinary soul Douluo might not stand a chance. A flash of confidence sparkled in his eyes. Simultaneously, he acutely sensed his soul power level surging after absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, breaking through the bottleneck with unstoppable momentum, ultimately stabilizing at level 64. He spent some time consolidating his rapidly increasing power, thoroughly adapting to the 6th soul ring and the enhanced soul power. Subsequently, he removed the environmental isolation, oriented himself, and like the wind, silently returned to Quilin City, back to that tranquil inn room. The significant exhaustion weighed on his spirit. He collapsed onto the bed, falling into a particularly deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, flooding the room. Wu Xuanma awoke feeling refreshed, the faint glow of his illusionary mask flickering as he reverted to his seemingly ordinary yellow-haired youth appearance. He intended to continue relaxing in Quilin City for a few days, savoring the serene atmosphere. As was his custom, he strolled along the tree-lined streets, basking in the morning light and fresh air. However, he could never have anticipated that in this city renowned for its tranquility, there were indeed some ill-fated individuals who cast greedy eyes upon him, the seemingly ordinary foreign youth. As he entered a relatively secluded alley, flanked by towering courtyard walls, several unsavory figures with malicious gazes blocked the entrance from both sides, their faces adorned with sinister grins. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, his soul power fluctuations revealing him to be merely a soul master of over 30 levels. Young man, I see you are from out of town. My friends and I are currently in a bit of a financial bind. Could you lend us some money? The scar-faced man brandished his short knife, his tone laced with menace. Wu Xuanma paused, surveying the group of robbers, all of whom were at the soul emperor level. A peculiar smile crept across his lips. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating battling a soul Douluo, and now he found himself confronted by individuals intent on robbery. The contrast was rather stark. He stood silently, his gaze calm as he regarded them, as if observing a troop of jesters. Chapter 80, The Mission. In response to the jeers and threats from the scar-faced man and his cohorts, Wu Xuanma, disguised as a blonde youth, offered a final warning in a flat tone. I can grant you an opportunity. Lay down your weapons now and seek stable employment for a peaceful life. I shall not pursue this matter further. Ha! You? Offer us an opportunity? The scar-faced man erupted into laughter, joined by his companions. Even if you are a soul master, what level could you possibly be at your age? The audacity is laughable. Enough chatter. Hand over your money, and perhaps we shall let you go if our mood permits. Wu Xuanma's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, turned icy. He ceased his words, a thought flickering in his mind, and 6 soul rings silently emerged beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, a standard configuration after his mimicry. The overwhelming pressure of a soul emperor descended upon the thugs in the alley like an invisible boulder. Soul Emperor. The sinister grin on the scar-faced man's face froze, morphing into sheer terror as his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. The others were equally stricken with fright, their faces pale as parchment. Now, Wu Xuanma's voice was as frigid as frost. Go to the guards and confess your crimes. Otherwise, he lifted his hand, slowly mimicking a slicing motion across his throat. Yes, please spare us, my lord. We shall go at once. The scar-faced man and his companions, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the alley, racing towards the nearest guard patrol, fearing that a moment's delay would spell their doom. Wu Xuanma leaped lightly onto a nearby rooftop, his keen eyes confirming that the thugs were indeed apprehended by the guards before he descended, resuming his leisurely stroll. However, shortly after he landed, an abrupt notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Special mission triggered. Investigate the secrets of Chui Lin City. Mission description. Beneath the peaceful facade of this city lies an unknown darkness. Uncover its origins. Mission reward. Domain. Investigate the secrets of Chui Lin City. A reward of a domain. Wu Xuanma felt a stir of excitement. The domain was a coveted ability for soul masters. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. I have been here for some time. Aside from the numerous guards from the spirit hall, I have not perceived any abnormalities. He resolved to take action. His gaze swept across the city, finally settling on the tallest structure within, an ancient clock tower. As night fell, he stealthily evaded the guards and ascended to the pinnacle of the clock tower. The view here is splendid, offering a near-complete panorama of the entire Emerald Forest city. Eyes of insight awaken. Deep within the obsidian depths of Wu Xuanma's gaze, a spectrum of vibrant colors swirls. The world before him is instantly filled with countless flowing elemental lines. The verdant breath of life, the azure mist of water, and the cerulean whispers of wind compose the city's lively palette. He patiently and meticulously scans every corner. Suddenly, a faint, dark red elemental stream, incongruous with the surrounding vitality, flickers like tainted blood in a secluded corner of the city. Found it. Wu Xuanma's spirit surged, immediately locking onto the source of the dark red stream. With the swiftness of lightning, he soared down from the clock tower, racing along the trajectory of the stream. To his astonishment, the stream's endpoint pointed towards the quiet alley where he had previously encountered the scarred man. Ultimately, the stream vanished entirely before an unassuming residence. The eye of insight scrutinized the interior. The house was devoid of occupants and thick with dust. Employing his mastery of wind elements, Wu Xuanma deftly unlatched a window on the second floor and silently slipped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, a writing desk, a single bed, a wardrobe, and a bookcase, with a few tattered stuffed toys strewn in the corner. The air was tinged with a faint scent of dust. Clearly, this was a girl's room, long abandoned. Wu Xuanma closed the window and began his meticulous search. The desk was bare, coated in dust. He opened a drawer, revealing only a thin notebook and a rusted iron key. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, Wu Xuanma opened the notebook. The first page bore a childish scrawl. I will soon be 6 years old, and I am going to awaken my martial spirit. How exciting! I hope to awaken my soul power and become a soul master. The second page read, Today, I awaken my martial spirit. The soul master uncle who helped said my martial spirit is the spirit of life, and I possess a level 7 soul power. I am so happy. I will soon become a soul master. However, it seems my mother has something on her mind. The third page continued, Today, my father is taking me to the academy for learning, and I am very happy. But my mother looked sad and cried. It's all right. I will study hard to become a soul master, and I will return to see my mother during the holidays. The writing ceased here. Wu Xuanma closed the notebook, a strange feeling stirring within him. The spirit of life, martial soul, innate level 7 soul power, and his mother's unusual weeping. He continued searching the room, but found nothing further. He opened the door to another room next door. This one, too, was simply furnished with a double bed, a wardrobe, and a vanity. Wu Xuanma searched carefully, finding only a brass key in the vanity drawer. Descending to the first floor, he encountered only the most basic of furnishings, making the space feel particularly empty. The door leading to the basement was tightly locked. Wu Xuanma used the 2 keys to attempt unlocking it. The brass key successfully turned the lock. The basement was engulfed in darkness. A small flame ignited at Wu Xuanma's fingertips, illuminating the space. It was barren, with walls and floors marred by chaotic scratches, as if someone had once struggled in agony here. In the corner, some withered vines hung limply. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Had the trail gone cold? Fog Xuanma furrowed his brow slightly as he returned to the first floor. Just as he pondered, his inside eye abruptly detected a new, more intense and glaring crimson elemental stream. This stream writhed like a living entity, directing itself towards the heart of the city, the Lord's mansion. Fog Xuanma's gaze sharpened, and he promptly leapt through the window, racing to pursue this new crimson stream. The endpoint of the stream was not the main body of the Lord's mansion, but rather a relatively independent, unadorned house situated behind it. The inside eye swept over the premises, revealing the interior to be equally deserted. He attempted to unlock the door with 2 keys, and the brass key succeeded once more. The first floor was sparsely furnished, but the layout of the second floor left Fog Xuanma momentarily stunned. Along the lengthy corridor, there were more than 10 small rooms, arranged as if they belonged to an orphanage. A door leading to the basement also existed. Fog Xuanma swiftly searched the second-floor rooms. Most were empty and dust-laden, with the exception of the last room at the end of the corridor, which was tightly locked. He took out the iron key he had found in the girl's room and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the door swung open. The layout of the room was astonishingly similar to that of the girl's room. The same single bed, the same desk, the same wardrobe. Fog Xuanma meticulously rummaged through every corner, even the crevices of the bed slats, yet found nothing. Something felt amiss. It was too clean, as if deliberately tidied. The clouds of suspicion in Fog Xuanma's mind thickened. He immediately descended the stairs, heading towards the basement entrance. Pushing open the heavy iron door, a chill, colder than that of the previous house's basement, accompanied by a metallic, rusty odor, assailed him. The flame in his hand dispelled the darkness, illuminating everything before him. This basement was exceptionally spacious, yet the scene within sent a shiver down the spine of even the battle-hardened Fog Xuanma. In the center of the basement lay a colossal magical array drawn with a dark red, almost solidified liquid. The intricate and bizarre lines of the array exuded a potent stench of blood and an ominous aura. Most horrifyingly, surrounding the massive central array were 48 smaller circles, each containing the lifeless body of a small child. They appeared no older than 6 or 7 years, their bodies emaciated, faces frozen in expressions of utmost agony and terror. The entire space was saturated with an overwhelming scent of blood, the desperate mark left behind by lives forcibly taken. In front of the central position of the enormous magical array lay the solitary corpse of a little girl. Her visage was relatively serene, yet she too had lost all vitality. Fog Xuanma instantly recognized that the attire and posture of this little girl closely matched the description of the awakened spirit martial soul from the diary's owner. The inside eye swiftly analyzed the energy structure of the array. Fog Xuanma's heart plummeted, a cold fury igniting within his chest. Using the soul power, blood, and lives of 48 innocent children as sacrifices, this malevolent array forcibly infused them into the central girl, who possessed a unique martial soul. It catalyzed and purified her life and soul power to the utmost, ultimately absorbing all that this vessel had gathered. What a cruel and vicious scheme. What grand ambition. As the murderous intent surged within him, the eye of insight abruptly detected a distinct fluctuation of soul power emanating from above. A formidable presence, at least at the Soul Emperor level, was swiftly approaching this abode from the direction of the City Lord's mansion, its target unmistakably directed towards this basement. Finally, they had arrived. Mo Shanhua slowly turned to face the entrance of the basement, the chaotic destruction gun appearing silently in his grasp. The tip of the gun shimmered with 9-colored elemental brilliance, casting an icy aura of lethal intent in the dim light. His gaze, sharp as a blade beneath the mask, fixated upon the door that was about to be pushed open. Heavy footsteps echoed on the staircase, drawing ever closer, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. The thick iron door of the basement was gradually forced open, revealing a narrow gap. Chapter 81. Mission accomplished, rewards granted. Crawley emerged from the shadows of the basement. His once rectified visage now marred by a twisted madness and avarice. He was poised to speak, perhaps intending to mask his identity as the City Lord or to threaten with his power. But Mo Shanhua's frigid voice shattered all his pretenses. What is your purpose in this? Sacrificing your own daughter, murdering your wife. What is it all for? City Lord. Mo Shanhua's voice reverberated through the blood-stained emptiness of the basement, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. The revelation of his darkest sins caused Crawley's fade to disintegrate, replaced by a maniacal laughter. Haha, what do you understand? For power. To trample everyone beneath my feet. I have endured torment since childhood. And I vowed to become the strongest being. This cultivation method is my path to greatness. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the sanguine atmosphere that permeated the air. Do you think I became the city lord for what? Of course, it was to more conveniently acquire sustenance. Just days ago, I personally eliminated the troublesome Pope of the Spirit Hall, absorbing his soul power, blood, and vitality, allowing me to break through to level 68. His eyes glimmered with a sickly light. Heaven favors me. Just a few more days, and once the formation is fully activated, the entire Emerald Forest City will become my nourishment, aiding my ascension to Soul Sage. At that time, who in the continent could stand against me? Ha! But for now, you shall become a part of my power. Crawley's wild proclamations were loud and jarring, filled with a disregard for life and a twisted yearning for strength. The last flicker of emotion in Shanhua's eyes faded into absolute coldness. Enough of this nonsense. The silver-white chaotic destruction gun materialized in his hand, its tip radiating with 9-colored elemental brilliance, while beneath him, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, suddenly manifested. Crawley, on the opposite side, roared as he unleashed his martial spirit, dark red, spiked bloodthorn vines slithering from him like venomous serpents, also illuminating 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, emanating a heavy aura of bloodlust and malevolence at level 68. Without any hesitation, Shanhua unleashed a decisive killing move. 5th soul skill, Divine Light Annihilation. 100-fold amplification. Elemental Sovereign Talent effect triggered. Buzz. The chaotic destruction gun in Shanhua's grasp erupted with an incomparably pure and intensely radiant divine light. The radiance seemed to emanate from the heavens above, bearing an absolute will to purify all filth and obliterate all malevolence. Under the 100-fold amplification of the elemental sovereign talent, this already formidable beam of light instantly expanded and coalesced into a sacred torrent capable of piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Wherever it traversed, even the blood-stained air and ominous aura were instantaneously cleansed and dispersed. The manic laughter on Crawley's face froze, transforming into sheer terror as he sensed a lethal threat emanating from the beam. 6th soul skill, Thorn Body. He bellowed, his voice strained as the bloodthirsty thorn vines surged around him, intertwining to form an immensely thick, dark red shield, bristling with vicious barbs, in a desperate attempt to withstand the cataclysmic divine light. Yet, before the sanctified radiance amplified 100-fold, this wicked thorn shield was as fragile as snow under the sun. As the sacred beam made contact with the thorn shield, it produced a sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunging into cold water. The dark red thorns rapidly withered and charred, disintegrating into ash before the eye. The beam encountered little resistance, effortlessly penetrating what appeared to be a formidable defense, and continued unimpeded, piercing through Crawley's body, which twisted in terror. With a sickening thud, the beam exited, leaving behind an unfathomable charred hole in the stone wall behind Crawley. No, it cannot be, Crawley murmured, glancing down at the gaping void in his chest. The size of a large bowl, its edges blackened and smooth, rapidly being devoured by the divine light. His eyes brimmed with an incredulous despair. He barely had time for a second thought before the purifying power erupted from within him. Crawley's body, along with the bloody thorn vine spirit he had unleashed, began to disintegrate rapidly, as if it were a wax figure cast into flames, starting from the pierced chest and turning into the most primal of particles, leaving not even a trace of ash. This deranged lord, who had sacrificed his own daughter and slaughtered the entire populace of a city for power, was utterly reduced to nothingness under the wrathful strike of Wu Xianmo. In the basement, only the thick scent of blood and the 49 small, cold corpses remained. Wu Xianmo retracted the chaos destruction gun, silently turning away, his gaze heavy as it swept over the innocent children's bodies. His fury had not abated with Crawley's demise. Rather, it intensified. He took a deep breath and began the final process of restitution. First, he wielded the pure elemental force of water, flowing gently like the softest stream, to cleanse the malevolent array drawn upon the ground in blood. The dark red filth was swept away by the current, revealing the original stone slab beneath. Next, the elemental power of wind tenderly lifted the 49 small bodies, allowing them to hover in the air as if cradled in an invisible lullaby. Then, the force of light converged in his palm, transforming into an enormous sphere of unparalleled purity and warmth. The light orb ascended slowly, resembling a miniature sun, radiating a gentle and sacred glow. With a gentle tremor, the orb split into 49 tiny points of light, akin to fireflies, which precisely floated toward each child's forehead, merging with them seamlessly. This is a blessing and purification from the light. May the tainted souls find peace, and may they lead a life filled with happiness and tranquility in their next existence. Finally, the power of the fire element ascended, transforming into pure flames that gently enveloped the 49 small bodies. There was no searing pain, only a warm farewell. After the flames had burned, what remained was pristine white ash. Wu Xuanma carefully extracted a large wooden box from his storage ring and meticulously collected all the ashes. He departed from the basement, rife with sin and sorrow, and made his way directly to the Lord's mansion. Utilizing his keen insight, he easily evaded the guards and entered Crowley's study and secret chamber. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered the tome that detailed the nefarious blood sacrifice cultivation method, along with a meticulously marked map indicating the locations of the auxiliary formations Crowley had set throughout Emerald Forest City. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xuanma ignited chaotic flames at his fingertips, incinerating the wicked tome into nothingness. Subsequently, according to the map's guidance, he traversed the streets, alleys, and hidden corners of Emerald Forest City like a specter in the night, locating and utterly destroying the dormant auxiliary formation nodes, erasing all traces. When the last core of the formation, concealed beneath the fountain in a small square, was obliterated, the eastern horizon began to blush with dawn. After an entire night of labor, he had finally dispelled the lethal shadow that loomed over Emerald Forest City. With the heavy wooden box in hand, Wu Xuanma quietly exited the city. In the tranquil valleys of the distant mountains, where the air was fresh and the birds sang amid fragrant flowers, he found a serene retreat away from the clamor of the world. Here, the sun shone brightly, and the stream babbled with life. He personally dug a deep grave and carefully placed the wooden box containing the ashes of the 49 children within. He covered it with earth, forming a simple earthen mound. Standing before the grave, Wu Xuanma clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently prayed for the innocent lives that had been lost. May you rest in peace. May you bask in the sunlight in your next life, and may you lead a complete and joyful existence. Having completed this solemn task, he turned back towards Emerald Forest City. The morning sun bathed him in warmth, dispelling the chill and bloodshed of the previous night. For some reason, he felt that today's sunlight was particularly comforting, as if even the wind bore a gentle, soothing power. Upon returning to his own room, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. After an unknown duration, Wu Xuanma awoke languidly. The sunlight outside remained as bright as ever. With a thought, he commanded the system, claim task rewards. A chime sounded. Congratulations, host. For completing the special task, uncover the secrets of Emerald Forest City. The task rewards were granted. Domain of Chaos. An incomprehensible torrent of information flooded Wu Xuanma's mind, accompanied by a wondrous sense of control solidifying within him. Domain of Chaos explained. Soul power plunder and life restoration. When the domain is activated, it can forcibly plunder the soul power of enemy targets within the domain, transforming it into pure life and soul energy, continuously restoring the injuries and soul power consumption of one's own side, including the host and recognized allies. 9 elements bidirectional enhancement and weakening within the domain. Any attack unleashed by the protagonist will automatically be accompanied by the enhancement effects of 9 elemental powers, resulting in a dramatic increase in potency, variable attributes, and formidable difficulty in defense. Enemy targets will continually suffer from the erosion and weakening of these 9 elemental forces, significantly diminishing their attack, defense, speed, and soul power recovery attributes. Furthermore, within this domain, all defensive soul skills, such as shields and barriers, and enhancement soul skills, such as strength and speed boosts, released by enemies will become entirely ineffective. The growth potential of this domain will evolve in conjunction with the host's soul power level, mental fortitude, and deepening understanding of elemental laws, continuously enhancing its range, intensity, plunder, and recovery efficiency. As he absorbed the intricate information regarding the chaotic domain within his mind and felt the surge of control burgeoning within him, Wu Xuanma's weary countenance finally revealed a genuine smile. The capabilities of this domain are nothing short of extraordinary. It encompasses recovery, enhancement, weakening, and nullification, promising an unimaginable and terrifying impact in both group battles and protracted conflicts. Chapter 82. A tragedy unfolds. The passage of over 4 years felt like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. Wu Xuanma traversed countless cities and wildernesses, adopting various disguises and embodying the harbinger of judgment in the night. His spear pointed toward both local tyrants, such as Zhang Tianyu, and bishops masquerading under the guise of the Spirit Hall, as well as numerous ruthless bandits steeped in plunder. Within his system space, he quietly accumulated not only sign-in rewards, but also alarming confidential letters from the Spirit Hall. which included plans for a future purge targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Upon acquiring these letters, he discreetly returned to Heavendo City and entrusted them to Flander, Lu Erlong, and the Master, before vanishing like the wind to continue his journey. The trials of time and battle have stripped away the last vestiges of youth. His height had surged to an impressive 184 meters, standing tall like a pine. The once delicate contours of his visage had been replaced by profound angles, his handsome features now imbued with a mature and restrained brilliance. His long, dark hair still cascaded to his waist, but bore a newfound weight of composure. His soul power had progressed significantly, reaching the realm of Soul Sage at level 72. As the 5-year agreement approached, the longing for his homeland intensified. Wu Xuanmo resolved to return to the small mountain village that nurtured him, Shanhua Village, to visit Grandpa Luo and the simple-hearted villagers who raised him. However, as he stepped into the familiar territory of Shanhua Village, filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he was met with a sight that doused all warmth within him like a bucket of ice water, leaving only a chilling sense of dread and panic. Ruined walls, charred beams, scattered farming tools, trampled fields. The entire village lay in disarray, a haunting silence enveloping it, and the air was thick with the faint scent of charred remnants. Grandpa Luo, Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhao. Wu Xuanma's voice trembled like never before as he frantically navigated the ruins, calling out. With only the howling wind responding to his cries, panic coiled around his heart like a frigid vine, nearly suffocating him. He forced himself to remain calm, his eyes transforming into a vortex of prismatic insight, awakening the eye of perception. Scattered footprints, tire tracks, and drag marks marred the ground. An influx of fragmented information surged into his mind, largely converging towards a singular direction. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light that tore through the air, racing along the traces left behind. His speed was such that it cast lingering afterimages in his wake. At the end of the trail lay a vast cavern nestled beneath a perilous cliff, where the raucous sounds of coarse revelry and the crackle of a campfire faintly echoed. A tempest of fury erupted within him. Wu Xuanmo made no attempt to conceal himself, plummeting into the open space of the cave like a meteor, causing debris to scatter. His eyes burned crimson as they fixated on the burly giant seated upon a hide-covered throne beside the fire. His voice, cold as a wind from the depths of hell, carried a chilling intent. What have you done to the people of Shanhua Village? The giant, known as Iron Butcher, was gnawing on a piece of beastly leg when he was taken aback by the sudden intruder. He lifted his fierce gaze, scrutinizing the tall and handsome, yet evidently youthful figure before him, and a sneer of disdain crept onto his face. Shanhua Village? What a worthless place. A sycophantic lackey with a sharp visage sidled up, eager to ingratiate himself. Boss, it's that poor village we raided a month ago. Not much profit, but... Iron Butcher suddenly recalled, carelessly tossing the bone into the fire, wiping his greasy hands across his mouth, and interrupting with nonchalance. Oh, I remember now. We did raid such a wretched spot. What a pity we didn't snag anything valuable, nor did we capture many people, especially women. He lewdly licked his lips. Otherwise, we could have treated the brothers to a proper feast. The cave erupted with harsh laughter, filled with a bestial greed. What is your name? Wu Xuanmo's voice had turned frigid, devoid of warmth, his tightly clenched fists turning pale. They call me Iron Butcher, he boasted, thumping his chest. What's the matter, little brat? Do you seek revenge? As if struck by a sudden thought, he grinned maliciously and waved a hand to the side. Ah, I remember now. We did capture a couple of young girls from that pitiful village, tender and delicate. Do you want to see if you recognize them? Two henchmen obediently dragged forth two small, tattered bodies from the shadows, their forms marred with bruises and scars, and discarded them like refuse at Wu Xuanmo's feet. Upon recognizing the pale, youthful faces that bore familiar contours, Wu Xuanmo's mind exploded with a deafening roar, as if struck by a hammer. Zhang Wan, Lin Lily, daughters of Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhao. They were merely 15 years old. What a pity, Iron Butcher lamented with a nauseating tone. Just a few days ago, my brothers had their fun with them, and they didn't even get to finish. Such fiery spirits, they ended up taking their own lives. Otherwise, haha. His lascivious laughter mingled with the even more raucous guffaws of his bandits, echoing like the most malevolent curse in the cavern. The suppressed volcano of rage finally erupted. Wu Xuanmo threw his head back and unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. The terrifying soul power of a soul sage at level 72 was unleashed without reservation. A violent shockwave exploded from his core, extinguishing much of the campfire in an instant. The entire cavern trembled violently, debris cascading down. Those were merely ordinary thugs. Yet under the oppressive weight of soul power, akin to a tangible mountain, They could not even emit a scream before they were crushed like watermelons struck by a colossal hammer, their innards shattered instantaneously, blood gushing forth as they perished on the spot. The cavern was soon suffused with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Wuxuan Mo's ink-black hair danced wildly in the tempest of violent soul energy, resembling furious black flames. His eyes were entirely consumed by a chilling intent to kill and a savage crimson hue. The chaotic oblivion gun materialized in his hand with an ear-piercing shriek. Beneath him, 7 soul rings rose like the gates of hell, exuding an aura of devastation. 3 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. Particularly, the 2 blood-red rings, each 100,000 years old, emanated a pressure that left the remaining soul master-level leaders trembling in terror. Give me death. Wuxuan Mo's voice resonated like the frigid winds of the abyss. He moved. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow adorned with 9-colored radiance. The chaotic oblivion gun ceased to be merely a weapon. It became the most merciless of instruments of torture. He did not employ any soul techniques, but rather relied solely on unparalleled speed and strength, wielding the razor-sharp tip of the gun to precisely slice through every remaining breath of the robbers. With a series of sickening sounds, flesh flew in all directions, and the cavern was filled with the harrowing wails of despair. The gun's tip was akin to the most agile and cruel of butcher's knives. With each swing, it meticulously claimed a portion of flesh. Limbs, thighs, faces, chests, living bodies under Wuxuan Mo's relentless piercing and slicing rapidly devolved into indistinct, twitching clumps of bloodied meat. The excruciating agony forced the robbers to struggle between fleeting consciousness and unconsciousness, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming loss of blood and indescribable pain, their anguished cries heralding the end of their lives. Iron Butcher sat paralyzed on his bearskin chair, utterly terror-stricken, his bowels giving way. He watched in horror as his fierce subordinates were reduced to a gruesome heap of unrecognizable flesh in mere breaths, witnessing the demon, who seemed to have emerged from the depths of a blood-soaked hell, approach him step by step. Wuxuan Mo, drenched in blood, with his face and hair matted in viscous remnants of flesh and plasma, left bloody footprints with each step. To Iron Butcher, this was nothing less than the embodiment of pure, walking death. No, please, spare me, spare me. Iron Butcher wept uncontrollably, his pleas a disjointed cacophony. Wuxuan Mo uttered not a word, his gaze cold and devoid of empathy, as if he were staring at a lifeless object. The tip of the chaotic oblivion gun, glinting with a chilling light, descended upon Iron Butcher's shoulder. With a swift slice, a piece of flesh, skin intact, was neatly severed. Iron Butcher emitted a mournful scream. Inhuman in its torment. One slice after another, the gun tip danced, methodically and slowly stripping away his flesh. Iron Butcher fainted from unimaginable pain, only to be jolted awake by the agony once more, trapped in this harrowing cycle. His screams, initially piercing, gradually became hoarse and feeble, until only the sound of his labored breaths remained. When the final shot pierced his heart, all that remained in his eyes was a profound sense of liberation intertwined with an endless dread of the demon before him. As he witnessed Iron Butcher's last breath, Wuxuan Mo's raging fury did not abate. Rather, it surged with even greater intensity. He was like a madman, wildly wielding the chaos destruction gun, relentlessly hacking and piercing the grotesquely mutilated corpse of the Iron Butcher. The sharp tip of the weapon clashed against bone, producing a sound that made one wince. While flesh and blood splattered further, it seemed as if he sought to pulverize this body, along with the evil it embodied, into mere dust. Unaware of how long he had vented his fury, the cave was left echoing only with his heavy breaths and the suffocating scent of blood. Finally, he ceased his assault, his body trembling not from fatigue, but from the gnawing anguish and overwhelming sense of helplessness. He slowly approached the lifeless forms of Zhang Wan and Lin Lily, kneeling beside them with a soft thud. His trembling hands gently brushed against their pale, cold, scarred cheeks. His voice choked with sorrow. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you, Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhao. If only I had returned sooner, you would not have. Scalding tears mingled with the blood on his face, dripping onto the icy ground below. With utmost care, he summoned the wind element, delicately lifting their small bodies. He removed his outer robe, draping it over their tattered garments, gathering the purest water element at his fingertips, like the gentlest stream. He meticulously washed away the grime and tears from their faces, revealing 2 countenances that, though pale, still bore the innocence of youth. Cradling them as if holding the most fragile treasures in the world, he stepped out of the cavern steeped in blood and sin. At the mouth of the cave, he did not look back, his left hand raised in a silent gesture. Boom. The deep recesses of the cave erupted as the fire element seeds he had stealthily planted detonated. A ferocious blaze surged forth, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, followed by the deafening sound of collapse. The entire mountain trembled violently, countless boulders tumbling down, entombing the cave and all its wickedness forever. Just then, rain began to fall, the large droplets crashing down, cleansing the earth and washing away the thick blood from Mo's form. The cold rain streamed down his bloodied face, indistinguishable from tears. Braving the downpour, he enveloped Zhang Wan and Lin Lily's bodies with wind element, trudging heavily back to the ruins of Shanhua village. Standing at the charred village entrance, his keen eye pierced through the rain, scanning the distant mountains. Finally, in a relatively secluded valley several miles from the village, he spotted faint flickers of light. Along with figures struggling to erect makeshift shelters against the deluge, it was the villagers of Shanhua. The villagers soon noticed the bloodied figure emerging from the depths of the storm, along with the two forms lifted by the wind element behind him. Xiaomo, someone exclaimed. Is that Wanner? Lily? The voices of Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhao turned instantly anguished as they frantically rushed from their makeshift refuge, stumbling towards him. Upon recognizing the pale, familiar faces devoid of life, the two mothers' worlds shattered in an instant. Wanner, my daughter. Lily, my child. Open your eyes and look at your mother. The heart-wrenching wails drowned out the roar of the rain, reverberating through the valley and bringing tears to the eyes of all who heard. In the midst of a relentless downpour, Wu Xuanma silently laid two small bodies gently on the ground beneath the makeshift shelter. He observed as the two mothers collapsed over their daughters, weeping inconsolably, their grief piercing his heart like a multitude of dull blades. He quietly stepped back a few paces, retreating to the edge of the valley, where he seated himself upon a bare rock, turning his back to the sorrowful scene engulfed in the bitter winds and rain. The icy rain mercilessly pelted him, washing away the dark red stains of blood from his robes, which mingled with the ground to form thin streams of pale crimson. With his head bowed, his inky black hair clung damply to his pale cheeks, his shoulders trembling slightly. The rainwater, intertwined with scalding tears, cascaded down his face, cleansing the rancor born of violence, as well as the profound sorrow and guilt that had seeped into his very bones. In this manner, he sat silently in the torrential rain, resembling a stone statue steeped in grief, embodying the heaviest and most despairing tableau of that rainy night in the valley, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries echoing behind him. Chapter 83, Unwavering Belief. The cold rain continued to scour the valley, cleansing both the remnants of blood upon Wu Xuanma and the deep-seated anguish within him. Like a statue, he remained seated in silence beside the rock, enduring the relentless downpour. His long black hair drenched and sticking to his pallid cheeks, his shoulders quivering faintly. A hand, calloused yet warm and strong, firmly grasped his arm. It was old village chief Luo. Tears glistened in the elder's murky eyes, yet they bore the weight of resilience forged through hardship. Without uttering a word, he pulled Wu Xuanma from the frigid rain, guiding him to a corner of a humble shelter that offered scant protection from the elements. The damp, chill air filled the small refuge, punctuated solely by the sound of the rain outside and the faint sobs echoing from afar. After a long silence, Wu Xuanma's hoarse voice broke the stillness, laden with deep remorse. Grandpa Luo, do you blame me for returning too late? The village chief sighed heavily, his wrinkled hand grasping Wu Xuanma's icy one tightly, shaking his head resolutely. Foolish child, I do not blame you. Neither does anyone in the village. His voice, though quiet, resonated with unwavering conviction. Without you, we might never have seen the remains of poor Wanner and Lili again, nor would they have found a resting place. Without you, those vile beasts would roam free, and we would be powerless to avenge the children. All this, he insisted, was the fault of those wretched creatures. The elder gazed into Wu Xuanma's bloodshot, tormented eyes, speaking earnestly. Child, you must understand, you are not a deity, nor omnipotent. There are circumstances in this world that cannot be altered merely by your early return. Life is unpredictable, and fortune is elusive. We, the old souls, comprehend this truth. Therefore, do not bear all the responsibility upon your shoulders, nor punish yourself with the sins of others to the point of collapse. His rough palm patted Wu Xuanma's shoulder firmly, conveying silent support and understanding. Those who live must continue to look ahead. At that moment, Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhao approached, leaning on each other, their heavy footsteps echoing through the air. Their eyes were swollen like peaches, and traces of tears lingered on their faces. Yet, when they gazed at Wu Xuanma, there was not an ounce of resentment, only profound gratitude and an indescribable strength born from sorrow. Xiaomo, Aunt Wang's voice was hoarse, thick with nasal tones. Thank you for bringing Wanner back. She choked on her words, unable to continue. Aunt Zhao stepped forward, bowing deeply to Wu Xuanma. Thank you, Xiaomo, for avenging Lily. Tears streamed down her face once more, yet her posture remained resolute. Wu Xianmo hurried to assist them, exclaiming, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhao, please don't, no." "Child," Aunt Wang pressed his hand down gently, her eyes glistening with tears as she forced a smile, "we truly thank you. You have done enough. Take care of yourself." With that, the two mothers supported each other, casting one last deep glance at Wu Xianmo before turning back to their relatives to address their daughter's final resting place. Village Chief Luo watched their departing figures and patted Wu Xianmo's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Child, you understand their sentiments. Do not let their intentions go to waste, nor yourself." With that, he quietly rose and departed, leaving this small corner to Wu Xianmo alone. The shelter fell into silence once more. Only the torrential rain and the mist swirling in the valley could be heard. Wu Xianmo resumed his seat, staring blankly at the hazy curtain of rain outside. 16 years. He had traversed to the Douluo continent for 16 years. In this time, he had diligently cultivated, striving to grow stronger, acquiring powers and adventures beyond the reach of ordinary men. Yet, deep within, he seemed to exist outside of this world, like a detached observer, burdened with a sense of superiority that came from foreseeing the future and an ambition to alter everything. He believed that if he became strong enough, he could avert all tragedies and rectify all regrets, like an omnipotent savior. However, the calamity that befell Shanhua village, the fates of Wanner and Lily, struck him like the harshest slap, awakening him with brutal clarity. What did it matter that he was the youngest soul sage? What significance did his 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones set hold? When disaster suddenly descended upon the places he cherished most, he was miles away, powerless to intervene. The strength he took pride in felt achingly feeble in that moment. He could almost see, for years prior, Wanner and Lily returning to the village, bounding joyfully towards him. Their innocent laughter calling out Xianmo Gij, overlapping with the cold bodies before him, creating a cruel contrast. Confusion enveloped him like a chilling tide, drowning him in despair. What was the purpose of growing stronger? If he could not even protect his beloved homeland and family, what meaning did that power possess? The beliefs he once held seemed to be shattered into fragments by the relentless downpour. The rain outside intensified, and the mist in the valley thickened, shrouding everything in a gray, chaotic veil. The expression on Wu Xianmo's face was one of unfathomable bewilderment. He felt as though he were lost in a fog, unable to find his way. In this extreme disorientation, fragments of memories from his past life, once buried, emerged as vividly as polished pebbles washed clean by rain. The solemn oath of the police academy, the badge gleaming under the sun, and the moment of unwavering courage as one rushes forward to push aside a hostage in the face of an armed assailant. This is the essence of an indelible belief. To safeguard justice, to stand fearless against evil, and to embrace sacrifice. That is who he truly is. Whether in a past life as a police academy student who fell in a pool of blood, or in this life, the same fervent blood flows within him. Strengthening oneself has never been a pursuit of becoming a lofty deity, nor an endeavor to alter every predetermined path. Rather, it is to possess the capability to step forth and protect the light and goodness worth safeguarding when darkness descends and malevolence reigns. It is to ensure that the tragedies of Wanner and Lily do not repeat themselves. To guard, rather than to change everything. Protection is the true destination of his strength. Boom. A silent thunderclap reverberated within Wu Xianmo's mind. The perplexing fog was abruptly dispelled by this radiant conviction. The confusion in his eyes faded away, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and clarity. Like a blade polished to a gleaming edge, it radiated a chilling brilliance once more. At that moment, miraculously, the torrential rain raging outside the valley gradually diminished. The thick, unyielding rain clouds seemed to be partially dispersed by the flames rekindled within his heart. The downpour transformed into a gentle drizzle, and the dense fog enveloping the valley began to flow and dissipate quietly. In the days that followed, Wu Xianmo transformed all his grief and self-reproach into the driving force of action, together with the survivors of Shanhua village. He personally laid to rest Zhang Wan and Lin Lily at a newly chosen site. Before the two modest graves, a multitude of wildflowers, gathered by the villagers, adorned the ground. He shed no more tears, instead bowing deeply 3 times, burying his heavy sorrow and resolute determination deep within his heart. He became like an untiring machine, channeling his soul power to fell trees, transport materials, compact earth, and construct, working shoulder to shoulder with the villagers. With their collective effort, new, sturdier houses arose astonishingly fast in the valley. In just a few days, a new, hopeful semblance of Shanhua village began to take shape. Observing the gradual restoration of vitality on the faces of his fellow villagers and their anticipation for the future, Wu Xianmo felt a slight sense of tranquility. Yet, the lesson remained etched in his heart. He delved into the system space, where he found his system points, 2,225 points. The 7th soul ring absorbed by the protagonist is an ultimate adaptive soul ring, hence the deduction of 15 points. Items for exchange. Large composite defensive array, capable of recognizing hostility, capable of withstanding attacks from Titled Douluo of level 95, automatically alerting the host with spatial coordinates when attacked, allowing the host to consume soul power for long-distance teleportation. Consumption of points, 20 points. Confirm exchange? Confirm. Ding. Exchange successful. Current points, 2,205 points. The orb of light from the exchange merged into his sea of consciousness. Wu Xuanma immediately sprang into action, using his formidable soul power as a guide, and combined it with the core runes of the exchanged array to establish an invisible, remarkably sturdy barrier at the boundary of the new Shanhua village. The energy fluctuations of the array seamlessly connected with Shanhua village, forming an impregnable guardian. Upon completing the arrangements, he solemnly advised village chief Luo, Grandpa Luo, should any malefactor dare to invade our village in the future, gather everyone and retreat within the village perimeter. I have established a formidable barrier with my soul power that will ensure everyone's safety. The moment the barrier is subjected to a powerful assault, I will sense it instantly, no matter how far away I am, and will return post-haste. Village Chief Luo grasped Wu Xuanma's hand tightly, gazing at the young man before him who had matured into a stalwart figure yet retained the profound affection of a child for his homeland. He nodded emphatically, "Good child. Grandpa shall remember. Go forth without concern. Attend to your duties. The village will be watched over by me." Wu Xuanma's gaze swept over the newly constructed houses, familiar faces, and the 2 modest new graves in the distance, ultimately resting upon village chief Luo's aged but resolute visage. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back and, bowing deeply to village chief Luo and the gathered villagers, expressed, "Grandpa Luo, esteemed uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I am departing. Please take care of yourselves." With no further words, he turned and dared not glance back. His immense soul power erupted forth, and the elemental wind coalesced beneath him into a tempestuous vortex. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the remnants of rain in the valley, transforming into a fleeting rainbow of colors as he soared toward the distant Heaven-Do city. Chapter 84, Reunion. After 4 days of relentless travel, Wu Xuanma finally arrived at Heaven-Do city as the evening lights began to twinkle. He did not disturb anyone, seeking refuge in a secluded inn where he succumbed to deep slumber, shedding the dust and fatigue of his journey. The following morning, he bathed meticulously and donned a brand new, exquisitely crafted dark robe that accentuated his tall stature and deep, restrained demeanor. He tied his long, dark hair that cascaded to his waist neatly, revealing a chiseled, increasingly handsome and mature visage. After vacating his room, he set off towards Shrek Academy, his heart a mix of nostalgia and trepidation. From a distance, he beheld the familiar yet seemingly more magnificent entrance of the academy. On a bench at the entrance, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong sat side by side, while Dai Mubai, a handsome young man with blue hair, and the rotund Ma Hongjun engaged in conversation nearby. "Oh, what is this? A tea party?" Wu Xuanma approached with a gentle smile. "Xuanma." The group turned at the sound, their faces lighting up with surprise, each offering their greetings. Wu Xuanma's gaze landed on the unfamiliar blue-haired youth, deliberately feigning confusion as he teased, "Might I inquire, do we know each other? You seem rather unfamiliar." The blue-haired youth, Tang San, chuckled wryly and replied, "Xuanma, it's me, Tang San," expecting to elaborate on the reason for his altered appearance. Tang San was taken aback when Wu Xuanma merely raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Oh, so it's you, Brother San." His tone was casual, as if it were the most natural thing. "Just like that, you believe me?" Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. Wu Xuanma shrugged and pointed at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Of course I believe you. You're so familiar with Boss Dai and the fatty. If they didn't object, it must indeed be you." He mischievously winked. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from within the academy. "Who dares to impersonate our Shrek's little monsters? Want to fight? Let me see who possesses such audacity." Zhao Wujing strode forth with a commanding presence, his bell-like eyes wide with astonishment. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai exclaimed with a beaming smile. "It's been such a long time." Zhao Wujing rubbed his eyes vigorously, scrutinizing the group multiple times before erupting into a thunderous laugh. "Ha! It truly is you little monsters returning." He approached with grand strides, his excitement palpable. Ma Hongjun could not contain himself and leapt forward, lifting Zhao Wujing into the air and spinning him around. "Teacher Zhao? I've missed you so much." "Ouch! You little rascal. Put me down." Zhao Wujing, dizzy from the twirl, regained his footing and studied the 6 young individuals before him. His eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Good, good, good. After all these years, you've changed remarkably. You've all blossomed into strapping young men and beautiful young women. Come, come, let us go inside. He warmly beckoned everyone into the academy. As they walked along the familiar yet revitalized campus paths, Zhao Wujing reflected. Thanks to all of you, 5 years ago, at the Elite Soul Master Competition, Shrek Academy truly gained its renown across the continent. The Tindo Empire even allocated special funds for us, allowing us to acquire numerous new facilities and significantly expand the academy. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, I heard from my father that Emperor Shuya even personally sought an audience with the master, bestowing upon him the title of Chief Soul Master of the Empire and granting him the title of Earl, specifically to oversee the Soul Masters under the royal family. Zhao Wujing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Initially, Emperor Shuya wished for us to merge with the Tindo Royal Academy, but both Dean Flander and the Master tactfully declined. Shrek is all about purity. Want to enroll? No relying on status, no backdoors. One must rely solely on true ability to gain entry. Ma Hongjun puffed out his chest, proudly affirming, that's right. Even if they cannot match the extraordinary talents of our Shrek 8 monsters, they must be exceptional individuals of considerable strength to be worthy of our academy's name. Dai Mubai, unrelenting, countered, and you have the gall to boast? I'm nearly at level 66, while Rongrong and Zhuqing have just surpassed level 60, and Xiao San is at the pinnacle of 59, likely to break through soon. As for Shinimo, it goes without saying that his soul power level is undoubtedly the highest among us. And you, Fatty? You're only at level 57. The lowest among us. What? Zhao Wujing spun around, his eyes nearly bulging out. You little monsters are far too abnormal. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, at your age, would be fortunate to surpass level 50. He then glared at Ma Hongjun. Look at them. Now look at you. You must have slacked off these years. Haven to you? Ma Hongjun protested vehemently. Teacher Zhao, I swear on my honor. It's not that I Haven T put in the effort. It's just that these guys are too monstrous. They're simply not human. His face contorted in indignation. Tang Sen chuckled as he came to Ma Hongjun's defense. Teacher Zhao, although Fatty's soul power may be slightly lacking, his evil fire phoenix martial soul's prowess is evident. And his practical combat ability is undoubtedly on par with any of us. Mistress Wu Xianmo chuckled as she added, indeed. If only one were to shed a few more pounds, perfection would be within reach. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a light-hearted mirth shared in good spirits. Ma Hongjun, feeling the heat of embarrassment, quickly sought to divert the conversation. If the dean were to learn of our current prowess, he would surely be overjoyed. Teacher Zhao? Where's the dean now? Zhao Wujia led the group through the academy, arriving at the serene wooden cabin built by Lu Erlong on the back mountain. In the distance, they spotted Flander, Lu Erlong, the master, and Qin Ming engaged in conversation before the cabin. Zhao Wujia strode forward, deliberately raising his voice with bravado. Dean, I have apprehended these trespassers in the academy. You must personally interrogate them. Lu Erlong's fiery temper flared instantly as she spun around, her brows furrowing in indignation. Who dares to intrude? Watch how I discipline them. Flander, however, remained remarkably composed, adjusting his glasses with a calm demeanor. Bring them in. As the group entered the courtyard, before they could speak, Ma Hongjun let out a loud whoop and charged forward like a cannonball, unexpectedly tackling Flander to the ground. Teacher. Tang Sen swiftly approached the master, bowing respectfully. The master gazed at his disciple, whose demeanor had matured and appearance transformed, his eyes filled with pride. Well, it seems you have not been idle over the years. Your strength has indeed improved significantly. Lu Erlong looked at Tang San with astonishment. Is that you, little San? Tang San nodded with a smile and affirmation. At that moment, Flander finally extricated himself from Ma Hongjun's enthusiastic embrace and rushed over to scrutinize Tang San closely. I heard from Xiao Gang that your blue-silver grass underwent a second awakening, altering your appearance greatly. It is indeed true. Goodness. You are even more handsome than Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai dramatically lamented. Little San's talent was already superior to ours. And now he has become so striking in appearance as well. How can we compete? Wu Xianmo interjected languidly. Are you directing that statement at the fatty? Laughter erupted once more, with only Ma Hongjun feeling the sting of reality as he mournfully covered his face. It should be me changing my looks. Alas, I remain a solitary soul. Dai Mubai playfully nudged him with his elbow. Hey, fatty, weren't you so adamant about pursuing senior sister Jiangzhu? What happened? Is she ignoring you? Ma Hongjun wore a dejected expression. Don't bring it up. She said she only sees me as a younger brother. This prompted another round of hearty laughter from the group. Dean Flander feigned seriousness as he admonished Ma Hongjun. Look at others. Rong has been officially designated as the next leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And what about you? You spend your days just eating and not applying yourself. Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath. How can I compare to them? Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to place his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, boasting, indeed, Zhuqing is now the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly as she gently swatted his hand away. Did I marry you? Flander, however, keenly seized upon the crux of the matter, turning to Dai Mubai. Oh, Mubai, have you been declared a prince? Dai Mubai reined in his playful demeanor, nodding seriously. Tang San's eyes flickered with concern. Big brother Dai, with your current status, are you not afraid to take the risk of entering the Heaven Do Empire to reunite with us? Dai Mubai interrupted him, his tone sincere and resolute. Xiao San. Without the meticulous guidance of our teachers and the companionship of you, my brothers and sisters, through thick and thin, I, Dai Mubai, would not be who I am today. This bond of friendship transcends all else. The master gazed at the group of students who had truly matured over the years. His eyes filled with emotion. It seems that everyone has endured a great deal during these years. Come in, sit down, and let us converse at length. The group entered the cozy wooden cabin, gathering together. They shared experiences and stories from the past 5 years. Tang San openly recounted his journey, the life and death trials in the city of slaughter, the profound learning at Yuexian, the heavy truths about his parents' pasts, and the arduous evaluations he faced upon returning to the Haotian sect. After listening, the master patted Tang San's shoulder gently, speaking softly, let the past remain in the past. One must always look forward. Your talent and dedication have already won the admiration of several elders in the Haotian sect. The 3 conditions they proposed may seem harsh, but they are, in truth, a test. Senior Qin Ming nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, these 3 conditions evaluate 3 essential abilities. Reaching level 80 in cultivation tests your perseverance. Defeating a Titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall and obtaining a 100,000 Year Soul Ring test your courage against formidable foes and your wisdom in seeking solutions. The master continued, analyzing. They are paving the way for the future of the Haotian sect. If my intuition serves me right, fulfilling these 3 conditions will sufficiently demonstrate your capability to lead the Haotian sect back to prominence, and it shall undoubtedly rise again. Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, pushed aside Dai Mubai and exclaimed, wow, so, in the future, Brother San will be the head of the world's foremost sect. Incredible. However, Tang San shook his head, his gaze clear and resolute. I have never coveted the position of sect master of the Haotian sect. Yet, the blood of the Haotian hammer flows within me. My father entrusted this responsibility to me. For the sake of the Haotian sect and my father, I shall not retreat from this duty. Dean Flender chuckled, patting Tang San's shoulder with confidence. Do not worry too much. There are still 10 years to go. What others deem impossible may not pose a challenge for you. This little monster. At that moment, Wu Xuanma's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he directed his gaze toward the master. Master, have you and Dean Flender reviewed the letters I entrusted to you regarding teacher, Lu Erlong? Upon hearing this, the relaxed demeanor of the master, Flender, and Lu Erlong vanished, replaced by a grave concern. The others sensed the shift in atmosphere and looked at them in confusion. The master replied solemnly, we have read them. Xuanma, it would be best if you elaborated. You are more familiar with the details. Wu Xuanma nodded, surveying his companions before stating with gravity, what I am about to disclose is of great significance, and I implore everyone to maintain absolute confidentiality and not divulge a single word. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he continued, during my travels over the past 5 years, I have eliminated several Spirit Hall bishops who engaged in wrongdoing and colluded with local powers. From them, I acquired some secret correspondence. His voice, deep yet distinctly resonant, reached every ear in the room. The contents of the confidential message are numerous. I shall highlight a few pivotal points. First, the Spirit Hall has initiated a large-scale infiltration plan targeting the 2 great empires of Tindo and Shanhua, particularly in the border cities adjacent to Spirit City and other significant urban centers within the empires. All are on their infiltration list. It is highly probable that there are spies planted by the Spirit Hall within the upper echelons of both empires, though their identities remain elusive. Second, Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened, revealing a most perilous detail. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall are secretly plotting a cleansing operation against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, with the intent to annihilate these 2 sects completely. The wooden cabin was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San all bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Wu Xuanma continued, based on my calculations from the time I intercepted the message, the Spirit Hall's actions are likely imminent. However, as soon as I received this letter, I promptly delivered it to Dean Flender, Master, and Vice Dean Lu. Therefore, the upper echelons of both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect should have already received advance warnings and taken precautionary measures. Master nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. Upon receiving the letter from Shanhua, Erlong and I immediately returned to the sect to inform my father and several elders. The sect has since heightened its vigilance and activated the highest level of defense. Flinder also promptly notified Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Flinder spoke solemnly. Sect Master Ning attaches great importance to this matter. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is also on high alert. Wu Xuanma nodded, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, the scale of the Spirit Hall's operation must be immense, encompassing a wide array of targets. I suspect their ambitions extend far beyond what we currently perceive. Especially you three, Dai, Zhuqing, and Rongrong. Your identities are sensitive, and you are prominent targets. You must exercise utmost caution. The group nodded gravely, the atmosphere thick with tension. Dean Flinder sighed, rubbing his forehead. Alas, these are indeed troublesome times. At that moment, Lu Erlong turned to Tang San, inquiring with concern, Little San, when do you plan to search for Xiao Wu? Tang San's eyes were gentle yet resolute. I initially intended to head directly to the Star Do Forest to find Xiao Wu. However, considering everyone, I came to the academy first. I will set out immediately to find her and accompany her in her training. Once she breaks through to level 60, I shall bring her back to see you all. Lu Erlong's eyes glimmered with longing as she softly replied, Yes, remember to tell her that I miss her. Regardless of her identity, I, Lu Erlong, will forever be her mother. This promise carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Tang San solemnly nodded. I will ensure she knows. Wu Xuanma, standing nearby, leaned in with a voice only Tang San could hear, reiterating his caution. Third brother. Be exceptionally careful on this journey. The Spirit Hall has been quite active lately. We cannot discount the possibility of them having plans targeting Xiao Wu. A chill ran through Tang San. He nodded firmly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The conversation inevitably shifted to the last absent companion. Ma Hongjun expressed a hint of melancholy. I wonder how that fellow Xiao Ao is faring? It has been 5 years, and there has been no word at all. In the eyes of the crowd, a sense of longing and concern for Oscar emerged. Wu Xuanma remained silent, aware that, according to the original trajectory, Oscar should have already faced life and death in the far north, successfully acquiring the 6th soul ring, and perhaps even fused with the exceedingly precious soul bone from the head of the mirror beast. However, the hardships and sacrifices endured throughout this journey were likely known only to him. Chapter 85, The Exhibition Match. Director Flandra adjusted his glasses, his gaze sparkling with shrewdness. Speaking of which, as the emblem of Shrek Academy, shouldn't you all contribute a little to the Academy upon your glorious return? Upon hearing this, the group collectively displayed expressions of exasperation. Dai Mubai placed a hand on his forehead and remarked, Director, what further exploitation do you have in mind this time? Wu Xuanma astutely pierced through Flandra's ulterior motives. Wait a moment. Didn't teacher Zhao Wuji mention that the royal family of the Tindo Empire allocated funds for the Academy's expansion? Surely, our Academy is not in such dire straits that we need to exert ourselves? Flandra chuckled, his face adorned with his signature merchant smile. That, my dear students, is something you need not concern yourselves with. You will naturally discover it in due course. His mysterious demeanor, laced with calculation, only intensified the group's conviction that this endeavor would be far from simple. In the afternoon, the master gathered the 6 of them and unveiled the secret. Flandra had arranged for them to participate in an exhibition match. On the newly constructed contest stage of the Academy, they were to showcase their abilities before the entire faculty and student body. The group had no objections and nodded in agreement. The news of the exhibition match spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Shrek Academy within the afternoon. By the next morning, the area surrounding the grand contest stage was already teeming with a sea of people, both students and teachers eagerly anticipating the return of the legendary upperclassmen. The master led the 6 to the contest stage, and along the way, he specifically instructed, Xiao San, put it on. Tang San, somewhat puzzled, asked, Teacher, why? The master explained, you previously revealed your twin martial souls in front of the martial soul palace, leaving a deep impression on them. Although your appearance and demeanor have changed drastically, it is prudent to remain cautious. He then turned to the others. You should all don them as well. Maintaining an air of mystery is advantageous. The 6 complied, wearing the iconic masks belonging to the Shrek 8 monsters, previously used in the Soto Great Soul Arena. The masks concealed their faces, adding an extra layer of mystique and authority. As they ascended the contest stage, a thunderous wave of synchronized cheers erupted from the crowd. Welcome back, seniors. The 6 moved in unison, bowing deeply to Flandra and Zhao Wujia at the center of the stage, demonstrating their respect for their mentors. Flandra nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and his voice resonated throughout the venue. 5 years ago, these esteemed upperclassmen brought unparalleled glory to Shrek Academy by winning the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. Today's exhibition match is not merely for your entertainment. It is to allow you to witness firsthand the astonishing prowess of the graduates emerging from our Shrek Academy. Little monsters. He cast a glance at the 6, declaring, "Reveal your levels." The corners of Wu Shuama's mouth curled slightly. He could already envision the splendid expressions that would grace Flandra and Zhao Wujia's faces shortly. Dai Mubai stepped forward first. A low growl emanating from him as the malevolent gaze of the white tiger manifested, exuding an imposing presence. Dai Mubai, level 65 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. Tang San. With the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul quietly unleashed, responded with poise. Tang San, level 59 Control System Soul King. Flames surged around Ma Hongjun as the evil Fire Phoenix took flight. Ma Hongjun, level 57 Assault System Soul King. Ning Rongrong's palms shimmered with a 9-colored radiance. And the 9 treasure glazed tile spun into existence. Ning Rongrong, level 61 Support System Soul Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing moved with the grace of a shadow. Her spectral feline spirit poised. Zhu Zhuqing, level 61 Agility System Soul Emperor. Lastly, Wu Shuanma stepped forward. The Chaos Destruction Spear silently manifested in his hand. Its tip radiating a kaleidoscope of elemental brilliance, a formidable aura exploding forth that far surpassed the rest. Wu Shuanma, level 72 Assault System Soul Sage. Gasp. Level 72. A Soul Sage. Good heavens. How old is he? Did I hear incorrectly? The moment Wu Shuanma's voice resonated, a profound silence enveloped the arena, soon erupting into deafening gasps and incredulous chatter. All the students widened their eyes, questioning their own hearing. The most astonished were Flinder and Zhao Wujin, standing opposite. Dean Flinder staggered, his glasses nearly slipping off his nose, as he clumsily adjusted them, mouth agape, as if to fit an egg. His gaze fixated on the 7 soul rings rising beneath Wu Shuanma. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. A genuine soul sage. Zhao Wujin's eyes bulged, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Though Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were aware of Wu Shuanma's strength, the explicit mention of level 72 stirred tumultuous waves within them. Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Wu Shuanma, whispering in astonishment, "Holy cow, Shuanma, what is going on? I knew you were fast, but level 72 is just outrageous. Is your soul power boosted by hormones?" Wu Shuanma, unceremoniously, delivered a punch to his head. "You're the one whose soul power is boosted by hormones. Can you not speak, fatty?" Ma Hongjun cradled his head, retreating in grievance. Flinder, finally recovering from his shock, addressed the restless crowd with feigned composure. "All right, everyone quiet down. Do not be overly astonished. This is the true strength of our Shrek graduates. The title of Monster is not merely a hollow boast." He steadied himself and announced the rules. "Next, as long as the Shrek 6 can withstand the combined assault from Dean Zhao and me for the duration of 3 incense sticks, they shall be deemed victorious. Dean Liu, prepare the incense." Dean Liu Erlong gestured and ignited the first stick. The 6 quickly formed their formation. Dai Mubai and Wu Shuanma stood side by side at the front. Like the most steadfast shield and the sharpest spear, with Tang San centrally positioned to support and control the overall strategy. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing flanked the left and right wings, poised for action, while Ning Rongrong stationed herself at the rear, the 9 treasure glazed tile shimmering, ever ready to assist. Opposite them, Zhao Wujin and Flinder unleashed their martial souls. Zhao Wujin, level 81 Assault System Soul Douluo. Flinder, level 83 Agility System Soul Douluo. And thus, the battle erupted instantaneously. Zhao Wuji, acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Wu Shuanma, took the initiative. 5th soul skill, Gravitational Compression. A powerful gravitational field enveloped the 6, intending to restrain their movements and take them down one by one. However, to Zhao Wuji's astonishment, Wu Shuanma appeared utterly unaffected by the gravity. With a flicker of wind elemental light beneath his feet, he advanced upon Zhao Wuji like a specter, the chaotic destruction gun slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Wuji could only wield his great strength diamond bear paw to block. And the two engaged in close combat, the clash of fists and gunfire resonating with a dull thud. Just as Zhao Wuji found himself entangled with Wu Shuanma, the gravitational restraint on Dai Mubai suddenly lightened. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless golden orbs rained down upon Zhao Wuji like meteors. Wu Shuanma, understanding the situation, took a step back with the wind element, swiftly creating distance. Zhao Wuji, fully occupied with Wu Shuanma's assault, found himself exposed and was struck solidly by the White Tiger Meteor Shower. letting out a muffled groan as he was pushed back several steps. The gravitational pressure he had imposed upon the others also dissipated. 9 treasures, 5th, attack. 6th, enhance. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice rang out as brilliant 9-colored light cascaded precisely upon Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma, instantly amplifying their momentum. 4th soul skill, blue-silver cage. Seizing the opportunity, Tangan summoned resilient blue-silver emperor vines that erupted from the ground, ensnaring Zhao Wuji firmly just as he regained his footing. Now, shouted Dai Mubai, charging alongside Zhu Zhuqing towards the ensnared Zhao Wuji. Dai Mubai's claws were swift as the wind, while Zhu Zhuqing's strikes were as sharp as lightning. Their relentless assault bombarding Zhao Wuji. Though unable to penetrate his formidable defense, they forced him into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, in the air, Flinder seized the opportunity of the 6 attacking Zhao Wuji to flap his wings and dive like a bolt of lightning, targeting Ning Rongrong and Tang San at the rear. Fatty, third brother. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened. Leave it to me, Ma Hongjun bellowed, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Blazing fire meteors ascended to meet Flinder. Tang San's eyes flickered with a purple golden light, purple extreme divine light. A concentrated mental shockwave followed closely after. Sensing the intense heat of the Phoenix Meteor Shower and the threat of the purple extreme divine light, Flinder swiftly altered his trajectory, flapping his wings vigorously to carve an erratic arc through the air in an attempt to evade. Yet, Wu Xuanma would not grant him such an opportunity. Ice Element Amplification. 2nd soul skill, Eternal Frost Annihilation Slash. Wu Xuanma swept his spear, unleashing a massive arc of ice that radiated an extreme chill, instantly restricting much of Flinder's evasive options. Under the 100-fold amplification of his elemental mastery, the power and reach of this ice blade reached terrifying levels. With no escape available, Flinder had no choice but to endure. 6th soul skill, Cat Eagle Possession. A solid soul power shield enveloped him. Boom. Crack. The ice blade struck the shield with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of frigid energy. The shield barely held for a moment before shattering, encasing Flinder in ice mid-air, transforming him into a frozen statue. Though his soul Douluo strength meant the ice would not last long, it was sufficient to render him temporarily immobile. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Meteor Shower and Tang San's purple extreme divine light followed closely, crashing violently into the encased Flinder, sending shards of ice and bursts of fire scattering. Full assault on Teacher Zhao. Tang San commanded decisively. Ning Rongrong comprehended the situation, and the brilliance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda surged anew. The 9 treasures are renowned, with the 5th proclaiming offense and the 6th proclaiming enhancement. 2 beams of amplification light precisely descended upon Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma. Wu Xuanma's gaze was piercing as the tip of his chaos obliteration gun instantaneously coalesced a heart-stirring 9-colored chaotic radiance, warping the very fabric of space. The 5th soul skill, Elemental Catastrophe. A spiraling, intertwining beam of chaos, seemingly capable of piercing through all, surged forth with an air of obliteration, targeting Zhao Wujia's form ensnared within the blue-silver prison. Dai Mubai radiated a resplendent golden light, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. The 6th soul skill, White Tiger's Obliteration Strike. A colossal golden tiger claw, honed to perfection, rent the air as it thundered towards Zhao Wujia in tandem with the chaotic beam. With a deafening roar, Zhao Wujia's proud defenses were shattered by these dual horrific strikes, amplified by Ning Rongrong's dual enhancements. His massive form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. The Phantom Slash. Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette appeared like a wraith above the fallen Zhao Wujia, her chilling claws descending with ferocity. At that moment, the unshackled Flinder ascended once more, his countenance pale, evidently having suffered considerable strain from the recent assault. Just as he prepared to dive in for another disruption, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. Tang San utilized countless resilient blue-silver emperor vines, entwining Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing like ethereal serpents, swiftly lifting them into the air. Wu Xuanma, with the element of wind swirling beneath his feet, effortlessly hovered aloft. 6 individuals, all airborne, stood defiantly against Flinder. Flinder was left agape, his jaw nearly dropping, as he conveyed through soul power, filled with incredulity. Little San? You can also fly. And Xuanma can fly as well. Tang San's calm voice resonated through the soul power. Director, in this world, there are indeed no impossibilities. He paused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Director, observe, we have all expended considerable soul power, and Teacher Zhao has endured some impact. If we continue to fight, we might unintentionally harm our camaraderie, which would be unfortunate. May we seek peace? What do you think? Flender gazed at the 6 vibrant individuals before him, then glanced at the incense burner below, where the third stick was nearly burnt out. Only a tiny ember remained. And finally at Zhao Wujia, who had just risen from the pit, covered in dirt, with a lingering pain in his chest. A torrent of emotions surged within him. He responded through soul power. To have transformed your teacher Zhao Wujia into a roasted bear, your progress is indeed remarkable. Very well, let it be thus. Flender flapped his wings vigorously, conjuring a powerful soul force storm that was not an attack, but rather a force that gently guided the 6 airborne individuals back to the ground. Upon landing, Dai Mubai immediately took the lead, cupping his fists towards the airborne Flender. Cease, Director Flender. We concede. Wu Shuama cast a glance at the incense burner, just as the third stick extinguished, releasing its final wisp of azure smoke. Flender retracted his martial soul, gracefully landing, despite some singed clothing, and declared loudly, "Your endurance has demonstrated considerable prowess. Let this match conclude here." Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The arena erupted with cheers and shouts akin to a tidal wave. Every student was flushed with excitement, fervently chanting the name of their academy, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration for the 6 seniors on stage. Many female students were particularly starstruck, their gazes lingering on the distinct yet equally extraordinary figures of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Wu Xuanma. Observing this spectacle, Ma Hongjun sought to seize the moment to impress, striking what he believed to be a cool pose in front of a group of girls. However, he was met with their merciless disdain. "Get lost, you fatty. We're not talking about you." Instantly, the smile on Ma Hongjun's face froze, resembling a wilted eggplant, as he dejectedly retreated to a corner, his demeanor reflecting profound disappointment. Chapter 86, The Soul Hunting Operation. In the afternoon following the performance, a relaxed atmosphere enveloped the office of the Shrek Academy's dean. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were engrossed in an intense game of chess in the corner, while Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gathered nearby to watch, occasionally murmuring their insights. Wu Xuanma sat quietly on the sofa by the window, engrossed in an ancient tome, her ink-black hair tied back, her profile illuminated by the afternoon sun, exuding tranquility and focus. Dean Flender gazed at this group of students, brimming with pride, and inquired, "Little monsters, with the performance concluded and the spotlight on you, what are your plans moving forward?" Ma Hongjun immediately abandoned the chess pieces, scampering to Flender with an eager expression. "Teacher, I've been wandering around for a while now. If you would be so kind as to take in your unworthy disciple, I would gladly remain at the academy. Should you graciously allow me to be a teacher, I wouldn't oppose." Flender, with a hint of irritation, flicked Ma Hongjun's forehead. "At least you have a semblance of conscience. Very well, you may stay. The academy can certainly afford to keep you." Dai Mubai, observing the exchange, set down his pieces and approached Ma Hongjun, a mischievous smile on his lips as he addressed Flender. "Dean, do not be deceived by his seemingly sincere demeanor. His intention to stay is clearly ulterior." In a panic, Ma Hongjun hurriedly pushed Flender back into his chair, eagerly massaging his shoulders. "Teacher, do not heed Dai's nonsensical remarks. I simply cannot bear to part from you. I wish to remain by your side to fulfill my filial duties." Dai Mubai scoffed, "Huh? If others are unaware of you, I certainly am not. Once we depart, you will be the only one among the Shrek 8 remaining at the academy. Wouldn't that make you the center of attention? With that title, charming a few naive junior sisters will be a breeze, right? Am I not correct, fatty?" He accurately pinpointed Ma Hongjun's hidden motives. Ma Hongjun's face flushed, and he retorted defiantly, "Nonsense. I am a serious person." Yet, the grin he struggled to suppress betrayed him completely. The group erupted in laughter once more. Dai Mubai composed himself, stating earnestly, "Zhuqing and I plan to stay for a couple more days before heading back to the Star Luo Empire." Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently beside him. Ning Rongrong added, "As for me, I shall return to the sect. There are numerous matters requiring my assistance from my father." Wu Xianmo closed the book in his hands, his voice steady. "I currently have no particular plans, and I shall remain at the academy for a while. As for what comes next, I have yet to decide." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately teased Ma Hongjun. "Oh? So the plan for the chubby one to bask in the limelight is dashed? Xianmo is still here." Ma Hongjun's face fell instantly, prompting a fresh wave of laughter from the crowd. Flender then turned his gaze towards Tang San. "What about you, little San?" Rising to his feet, Tang San's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. "Firstly, I intend to venture into the Star Do Forest to find Xiao Wu, and then acquire my 6th spirit ring. As for subsequent matters, I wish to decide after locating Xiao Wu." Flender nodded in understanding. "Remember, the gates of the academy will always be open to you. Should you find no suitable place outside, feel free to return. The current Shrek is not something that can be easily trifled with. Even the Spirit Hall must weigh the reactions of the 2 great empires before making a move against us. His words carried the confidence born from the Academy's growing strength. The master looked at his disciple and inquired, "When do you plan to depart, little San?" "Teacher, I plan to leave first thing tomorrow morning," Tang-san replied, a hint of urgency lacing his voice. "It has been 5 years since we last met, and I am deeply concerned for Xiao Wu. I wonder how she has fared." Ning Rongrong's eyes glimmered with hope. "I hope that when we meet again, all of us from Shrek's 8 monsters can truly be gathered together, without exception." Flanders sighed with deep emotion. "Indeed, I long to witness each of you becoming a Titled Douluo one day. That would be the true legend of monsters." On the following morning, Tang-san departed the academy amidst the watchful gazes of his companions, embarking on his quest to find Xiao Wu. Before his departure, Wu Xianmo once more cautioned softly, "Third brother, be sure to exercise caution. The spirit hall has been unusually active of late, and they may harbor intentions towards the Stardo forest." Tang-san nodded solemnly, his figure vanishing into the morning mist. Shortly after bidding farewell to Tang-san, the tranquil atmosphere of the academy was abruptly shattered by the sound of urgent hoofbeats. Ning Fengji and Bon Duo arrived at Shrek Academy, their expressions grave and foreboding. The master, Ning Rongrong, and Wu Xianmo were promptly summoned to the reception room. Upon entering, Ning Rongrong immediately sensed the oppressive sorrow emanating from her father and grandfather Bon, her heart tightening. "Father, grandfather Bon, what has happened?" Ning Fengji, suppressing immense grief, spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Rongrong, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has been destroyed." "What?" Ning Rongrong felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face paling instantly. The master and Wu Xianmo were equally shaken. "Just last night." Ning Fengji's voice trembled with barely restrained emotion as he recounted the unprecedented attack on the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The battle raged for a full 2 hours, fierce and brutal. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain the composure befitting a sect leader. "Fortunately, thanks to the timely warning from Dean Flander, we had bolstered our defenses in advance, and thanks to the hidden weapons you brought back, they played a significant role. The disciples of the sect fought valiantly to defend their lives, preserving 2/3 of their members." A complex interplay of pain and relief flickered through his eyes. However, the vast majority of the sect's facilities, accumulated wealth, and ancient texts had been reduced to ashes, utterly destroyed. To make matters worse, grim news continued to pour in. Many disciples on external missions were likely lost as well. He could not bring himself to continue. The Bon Duoluo, Gurong, sorrowfully added, "Chung Xian is currently leading the surviving disciples, fighting off potential follow-up attacks while escorting the scant remaining supplies towards the direction of Heavendo City." Wu Xianmo's gaze was icy as he intently inquired, "Master Ning, it was the spirit hall, was it not?" Ning Fengji nodded gravely, a suppressed fury igniting in his eyes. Who else could mobilize such immense power? A sense of dread washed over Wu Xianmo as he abruptly turned to the master. "Master Ning is correct. Since the spirit hall has simultaneously struck against the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the blue electric tyrant dragon sect must also be in grave peril. Master, Teacher Lu, you must return immediately." Ning Fengji concurred without delay. "Indeed, I came to alert the master. Given their assault on our 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the blue electric tyrant dragon sect is surely at risk as well. I have also resolved to relocate our sect to Heavendo City for the protection of the empire." With that, Ning Fengji and Bon Duo prepared to depart, while the others hastily escorted them to the entrance of the academy. "Dean Flandra, master, we must take our leave. The aftermath of the sect requires prompt attention," Ning Fengji stated, exhaustion and gravity evident on his countenance. Dean Flandra and the master nodded solemnly. Ning Fengji then turned to the pale-faced Ning Rongrong, who was struggling to hold back tears, and spoke gently. "Rongrong, you should remain at the academy for now. It is safe here. Once our sect settles in Heavendo City and matters have calmed, I will return to fetch you. Daddy, Grandpa Bone, please be careful." Ning Rongrong's voice quivered. Without further words, Ning Fengji and Bon Duo transformed into 2 streaks of light and swiftly departed. Almost simultaneously, the master and Lu Erlong set off without hesitation, anxiously racing towards the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. Lu Erlong's eyes were filled with worry, while the master's expression was as solemn as water, his tightly clenched fists turning pale. At the academy entrance, only Dean Flandra, Ning Rongrong, and Wu Xianmo remained. The atmosphere was oppressive, akin to the eerie stillness before a storm. Wu Xianmo gazed up at the azure sky, which felt unusually frigid, his brow furrowed. Sharp glimmers of cold light flickering in his inky eyes. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect has issued an early warning, preserving 2/3 of its members. I hope the blue electric tyrant dragon sect can endure and that their losses are not too devastating. He understood well that the bloody tempest unleashed by the spirit hall, termed the Soul Hunt, had irrevocably ushered in an era of turmoil across the continent. Chapter 87, The Plan. The following day, the Master and Lu Erlong returned to Shrek Academy bearing heavy, yet faintly hopeful news. Thanks to Wu Xian Mo's timely warning, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect had managed to evade the total annihilation that befell them in the original narrative. However, the cost remained grievously high. Over half of the disciples within the sect had perished, and countless time-honored structures, texts, and resources were consumed by the flames of the attack. Fortunately, some disciples who were on external missions or training at that time managed to survive, preserving the ember for the sect's reconstruction. In the office of Dean Flander, the atmosphere was tense. Flander, the Master, Lu Erlong, and Wu Xuanma were seated together, deliberating on the aftermath of the bloody storm incited by the Spirit Hall. Although this recent action by the Spirit Hall did not entirely eradicate the two major sects, it significantly weakened their vitality and destabilized their foundations. Wu Xuanma calmly analyzed that for the two sects to regain their former glory, they would require an extensive period and vast resources. This recovery phase presents the optimal opportunity for the Spirit Hall to infiltrate, divide, and dominate the two empires. Flander's expression was grave as he nodded in agreement. The Spirit Hall likely does not yet dare to openly sever ties and directly confront the two empires. However, once they complete their infiltration and gain control or influence over the imperial leadership, military, and key departments, the two empires would be akin to fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Qin Ming and Ma Hongjun hurried in. With a serious expression, Qin Ming brought the latest news. Dean. Master, the Spirit Hall has just issued a statement. A statement? All eyes turned to him. In the statement, the Spirit Hall expressed deep regret and vowed to rigorously investigate the perpetrators who severely harmed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Qin Ming's tone dripped with sarcasm as he continued. Simultaneously, they proposed a suggestion to grant all existing sects on the continent a year to prepare. After 1 year, the Spirit Hall will preside over a reordering of sect strengths and the re-election of the 7 great sects. Utterly hypocritical, Wu Xuanma scoffed. It's a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. They claim to investigate the culprits. They themselves are the greatest offenders. This so-called re-election of the 7 great sects is merely a diversion, a cunning ploy to divide and conquer. Each sect, in their quest for a position and benefits in the new 7 great sects, will inevitably scheme against one another, even seeking support from the Spirit Hall. By then, who will truly care about the truth behind the bloodshed of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School? The Spirit Hall will seize the opportunity to elevate those factions loyal to them. A chilling glint flashed in Flander's eyes. The Spirit Hall's maneuver is indeed insidious. We can no longer sit idly by. The Master immediately rose. Flander, Erlong, the Academy will be in your hands. I shall promptly seek out Sect Master Ning, and together we shall pay our respects to the Snow Knight Emperor. It is imperative that we inform His Majesty of the Spirit Hall's treacherous ambitions and potential subsequent actions in detail. The Master hurriedly departed, bearing the heavy responsibility of delivering a warning to the highest echelons of the Empire. In the ensuing days, he busied himself assisting the Empire in training Soul Master troops, preparing for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanma appeared to be casually wandering within the capital of Heavendo City. Yet he was discreetly employing his inside eye and keen perception to observe the dynamics within the city, attempting to unravel the clandestine networks established by the Spirit Hall. While quietly monitoring the movements of the royal family, he awaited the emergence of a pivotal figure. Indeed, as he had anticipated, several days later, when the transformed Tang San returned to Heavendo City, he encountered the reckless Avalanche Prince and his guards, who had deliberately instigated a conflict near the city gates. Just as the confrontation escalated, a familiar figure appeared just in time. The poisoned Duuluo, in a shadowy corner. Wu Xuanma attentively observed the activity at the city gate. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he promptly revealed himself. Third brother, Senior Duuluo, his voice resonated calmly, interrupting the standoff between the two parties. Tang San, surprised at Wu Xuanma's presence, inquired, Xuanma, what brings you here? This is not a suitable place for conversation. Wu Xuanma surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Shui Bong and the crowd, and suggested, let us find a more discreet location to converse. The three of them ascended to a private room on the second floor of a nearby tea house. Tang San first elucidated to Duuluo the true reason behind his drastic change in appearance, the second awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Upon hearing this, Duuluo expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, you little monster. So you indeed possess the bloodline of a soul beast? Truly a marvel upon marvel." A shadow of sorrow flickered in Tang San's eyes as he replied, "Old monster, although my mother was a soul beast, She had transformed into human form by the time she gave birth to me. It is but a cruel twist of fate. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the spirit hall, our family would not have found itself in such dire straits. He instinctively tightened his hold on the feeble, soft-boned rabbit nestled in his embrace. Wu Xuanma's gaze fell upon the rabbit, and he understood. It was the essence of Xiao Wu after the sacrifice. Suppressing the heaviness in his heart, he redirected the conversation. Third brother, during your absence, 2 significant events have transpired. Significant events? Tangan felt a tightening in his chest. Wu Xuanma succinctly conveyed. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was attacked, suffering the loss of 1/3 of its disciples, with a substantial portion of its facilities and resources destroyed. The blue electric tyrant dragon sect fared even worse, losing over half its disciples and similarly sustaining severe damage. The landscape of the Heaven Do Empire, and indeed the entire continent, has irrevocably changed. He looked at Douluo, who solemnly nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of Wu Xuanma's words. Tangan inhaled sharply, his eyes igniting with fierce anger. He had not anticipated the spirit hall's actions to be so swift and ruthless. At that moment, Douluo elucidated the reason behind Shui Beng's masquerade as a wastrel, explaining that it was a means of survival under the relentless pressure from Prince Shanhua. Shanhua? Tangan keenly sensed a crucial connection. Were the deaths of the 2 princes linked to him? Douluo sighed. Without evidence, no one can be certain. However, just 2 days before the 2nd prince's death, Emperor Shui conferred with several high-ranking officials regarding the matter of the crown prince, with nearly all of them favoring the 2nd prince. After the deaths of both the 2nd and 3rd princes, the greatest beneficiary was indeed Shanhua. Furrowing his brow, Tangan pondered. Could it be that those behind Shanhua orchestrated this? Douluo shook his head. In truth, both princes succumbed to poison. At the time, all 4 princes resided deep within the palace, their daily needs managed by Emperor Shui's trusted aides, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to administer poison. Thus, it became an unsolved mystery. Later, Prince Shui was appointed to conduct a thorough investigation and discovered that the poison affecting the 2 princes was no ordinary toxin, but rather a poison stemming from a soul master's martial spirit. Martial spirit poison? Tangan mused. Yet this does not directly implicate Shuiqinghua. Wu Xuanma seized the moment to introduce a bold hypothesis. In the matter of the prince's demise, Shuiqinghua stands as the primary beneficiary. Might it be possible that the true Shuiqinghua has long been harmed, and this current prince is merely a meticulously cultivated spy, a substitute placed by the spirit hall? After all, only one of their own would be deemed most trustworthy and capable of ensuring the smooth execution of their plans, would they not? Upon uttering these words, both Douluo and Tangan were momentarily taken aback. This audacious conjecture, upon deeper contemplation, evoked a chilling dread, instantly linking together numerous seemingly irrational doubts. Wu Xuanma proceeded with his analysis. Thus, the situation of the Snow Knight Emperor is exceedingly perilous. If Shuiqinghua's objective is to seize complete control over the Heaven Do Empire, then the only remaining and final obstacle is none other than the Snow Knight Emperor himself. Douluo wholeheartedly agreed and promptly supplemented with a crucial piece of evidence. Not long ago, Prince Shuiqing secretly summoned me to the palace to treat His Majesty. I discovered that His Majesty was afflicted by a highly elusive chronic poison, a lethal blend of various toxins. The source of this affliction arises from a particular spice, which is exclusively utilized by none other than Crown Prince Shuiqinghua within the entire imperial palace. While Douluo recounted this, Wu Xuanma's mind flickered. Communicating with the system's marketplace, he exchanged items, by Jidan, 5 pieces, with the effect of neutralizing the vast majority of toxins in the world, proving particularly effective against chronic mixed poisons, and swiftly restoring the vitality of the poisoned individual, consuming 10 points. Confirm exchange? Confirmed. Ding. Exchange successful. Consumed 10 points. Current points, 2215. Feigning to retrieve an inconspicuous small jade vial from his portable soul guide, Wu Xuanmo revealed the 5 by Jidan he had just acquired. He presented the vial to Douluo and solemnly stated, Senior Douluo, I possess a few specially crafted pills that may counteract His Majesty's poison. I have devised a plan to lure the snake from its hole. He elaborated, upon your return, use this medicine to detoxify His Majesty. Simultaneously, you must discreetly employ your soul power to create an illusion that His Majesty is gravely poisoned and on the brink of death. Then, you must urgently come to the Academy under the pretense that His Majesty's condition is critical and requires special measures for treatment. Seeking my assistance and that of my elder brother. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Xuanma's eyes. If Shuiqinghua is indeed a traitor, he will undoubtedly fear that His Majesty might recover, and be even more apprehensive of us uncovering the truth. He will go to great lengths to prevent us from entering the palace, possibly even taking direct action to obstruct us. At that moment, we shall seize the opportunity to control him and capture him entirely. Douluo took the jade vial, feeling the pure medicinal essence emanating from within, and was already convinced to a significant degree, yet still cautiously inquired, "Youngster, are you certain this medicine can truly counteract His Majesty's mixed poison?" Wu Xuanma nodded with unwavering conviction. "I am certain. This pill specifically targets various toxins and is bound to be remarkably effective." A gleam of determination flashed in Douluo's eyes as he tightly grasped the vial. "Excellent. Fortune favors the bold. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall return to the palace at once." Without further hesitation, he descended the stairs and swiftly departed the tea house with Shuebong, heading straight for the imperial palace. Observing Douluo's departure, Tangan expressed a hint of concern. "Xuanma, this plan is indeed ingenious. However, relying solely on the three of us and Senior Douluo, what if there are ambushes or stronger adversaries stationed?" Wu Xuanma patted Tangan's shoulder reassuringly. "Rest easy, elder brother. We shall not be alone in this endeavor. Let us return to the academy at once. I will inform Dean Flinder, Master, and the others about the plan. Furthermore, I shall ensure Rongrong communicates the core of the plan to Grandmaster Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo with utmost urgency. We require the formidable strength of the three great powers of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, as our support, in case the enemy indeed harbors a Titled Douluo level expert in concealment." Upon hearing this, Tangan felt a surge of reassurance and nodded vigorously. "Excellent. With the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo seniors standing guard, our chances are significantly enhanced. Let us proceed." The two did not linger further and promptly departed, hastening back to Shrek Academy at the swiftest pace. Chapter 88, Oscar's Return. With heavy hearts and a crucial plan, Wu Xuanma and Tangan returned to the academy. Immediately summoning the Master, Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong to the Dean's office. Tangan did not conceal anything. He carefully revealed the faintly breathing soft-boned rabbit cradled in his arms, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish. "Teacher Erlong, Dean, Master, this is Xiao. I failed to protect her." As he spoke, he bent his knees and knelt heavily on the ground, engulfed by self-reproach and torment. Xiao, Lu Erlong, upon seeing the familiar form, felt her heart shatter, a tempest of murderous intent surging forth. "Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, I shall not rest until I confront you." She turned to rush out of the office, intent on seeking vengeance against Spirit Hall. "Erlong, remain calm." Flinder and the Master stepped forward to restrain her. "Teacher Erlong, do not act impulsively." Tangan hurriedly urged as well. Lu Erlong forcefully shook off Flinder's grip, tears brimming in her eyes, and shouted at Tangan in fury. "Impulsive? How can I not be impulsive? Tangan, if you are a man, accompany me to Spirit Hall. Even if it means death, I shall cause a tempest in retribution for Xiao. Enough." The Master's thunderous voice echoed, laden with weariness and sorrow. He stepped forward and embraced the emotionally distraught Lu Erlong tightly, stating, "What has transpired has already occurred. Do you wish to lead Xiao to his demise as well? Do you comprehend Bibidong's power? What kind of place is Spirit Hall? To go there is to court death." Lu Erlong, held tightly by the Master, gradually diminished her struggle, ultimately collapsing against his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably, her cries filled with despair and defiance. As the Master comforted Lu Erlong, he turned his gaze to the kneeling Tangan, speaking with a heavy yet reassuring tone. "Xiao, rise. You cannot bear the entirety of the blame for Xiao Wu's fate. You have done your utmost." His eyes fixed upon Tangan, he continued, "What you must do now is not wallow in self-reproach and impulsiveness, but to swiftly enhance your own strength. Break through to the Titled Douluo realm at the earliest opportunity and discover a method to revive Xiao Wu. That is the best tribute you can offer her. Do you understand?" Tangan lifted his head, though still shrouded in sorrow. A resolute flame ignited within his eyes as he nodded fervently. "Master, I understand." As the atmosphere of grief began to settle, Wu Xuanma swiftly redirected the conversation back on track. He elaborated on his encounter with Douluo and Shuebong at the tea house, and the plan devised to unveil the true identity of Xue Qinghe and to rescue the Snow Knight Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Master's expression grew graver. Instantly recognizing the extreme significance and peril of the matter, Wu Xuanma then addressed Ning Rongrong, stating, "Rongrong, a pivotal aspect of the plan requires the support of Sect Master Ning, as well as the seniors Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. This concerns the survival of the Empire. We must convey the core of the plan to them without delay." However, at that moment, the Master, who had been laboring tirelessly and was consumed with worry for days, could no longer sustain himself. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. "Master, teacher, Xiao Gang! The crowd exclaimed in alarm, hastily assisting the master to a bed in the adjacent resting room. Observing the master's pallid complexion, Wu Xianmo glanced out at the deepening night. It is getting late. Rong, you shall set off tomorrow morning to inform Master Ning and the others. For tonight, focus on resting and regaining your strength. On the following dawn, Wu Xianmo, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun bid farewell to the hastily departing Ning Rong, who was en route to the temporary headquarters of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Ma Hongjun and Wu Xianmo returned to the academy to continue their cultivation, while Tang San departed alone. Upon returning to his chamber, Wu Xianmo immediately calmed his mind and diligently invoked the Yuan Spiral Induction, harnessing the power of the myriad to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, fervently striving to stabilize his soul power and reach a higher realm. However, before long, he was interrupted by a hurried knock on the door from Ma Hongjun. Xianmo, quick! Shaosan has fainted too. Wu Xianmo's heart tightened, and he promptly followed Ma Hongjun to Tang San's room. There, they found Tang San lying on the bed, his complexion wan and his breathing somewhat steady. Standing beside the bed was a travel-worn figure, marked by a prominent scar, yet exuding a maturity and resilience that surpassed that of 5 years prior. Oscar, little Ao! Exclaimed Wu Xianmo, his eyes sparkling with joy as he embraced his long-lost companion. Xianmo, it's been ages. Oscar returned the embrace with equal fervor. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat lecherous, rubbing his hands together as he fixated on the scar across Oscar's face. Little Ao, that scar of yours. Wow, it looks intense. Let me touch it, he exclaimed, reaching out. Wu Xianmo, witnessing the scene, could only facepalm. It was a rather cringeworthy sight. Just then, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon the exuberant Ma Hongjun attempting to touch Oscar's face, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Ahem. A light cough interrupted the moment as the master entered, holding a tray with tea. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his spirit had noticeably improved. What are you all gathered here for? Shaosan has merely been overwhelmed with sorrow recently, combined with his eagerness in cultivation, resulting in a mishap with his soul power, leading to excessive mental fatigue and his fainting. He just needs to rest. Tang San sat up and rubbed his forehead. Teacher, I feel that this fainting spell may not solely be due to mental fatigue. It could be related to my evolved 8 spider lances. As he spoke, he concentrated his thoughts, and 8 lances, shimmering with a translucent blood-red glow, akin to intricately carved rubies, sprang forth from his back. Even more astonishingly, a thin yet resilient layer of crimson bony armor enveloped the critical parts of his body, emanating a formidable aura. Hiss! Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the familiar 8 spider lances, instinctively yelped and swiftly ducked behind Wu Xianmo, his reaction alarmingly swift. Wu Xianmo regarded the cowering Ma Hongjun peering out from behind him, bemused. Fatty, you're overreacting. Is it really that terrifying? Sengo wouldn't stab you. Ma Hongjun, still unnerved, shouted back, you've never been cut by it. So you wouldn't know? The sensation of being both itchy and painful, a chaotic surge of spiritual energy, is something I shall never forget in my lifetime. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuanma and Oscar could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The master, however, paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's antics and meticulously observed the 8 spider spirit bones and the layer of armor behind Tang San, his eyes shimmering with profound insight. I comprehend now. Little San, it appears you have likely acquired an exceedingly rare special skill within the realm of spirit masters, the spirit bone fusion technique. He proceeded to elucidate the principles and formidable nature of the spirit bone fusion technique in detail. As Wu Xuanma listened to the master's explanation, he pondered introspectively about his own fused spirit bone ensemble, sensing a subtle connection among them. I wonder if my set of spirit bones can also trigger a fusion technique. He speculated inwardly. In the interlude of discussing the spirit bone fusion technique, Tang San expressed to the master and the others his aspirations and intentions to establish the Tang sect. As they conversed while walking, they arrived at the small garden in front of the teacher's building. Upon entering the garden, they encountered Ning Rong, accompanied by Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo Guyong. Approaching them, Sect Master Ning, Senior Bon Douluo, everyone promptly greeted with respect. Ning Fengji, observing the transformed demeanor of Tang San, smiled warmly. It is truly hard to believe that the evolution of a martial soul can so thoroughly alter a person's appearance. His gaze then fell upon Oscar, who stood beside Tang San and Wu Xuanma, deliberately bowing his head to conceal much of his face beneath the wide brim of his hat. Rong, who is this? Oscar's body stiffened, instinctively wishing to turn and leave, but Tang San intercepted him. Taking a deep breath, Oscar seemed to resolve himself. Suddenly, he lifted his head, removed his hat, revealing a scarred yet resolute face. His voice clear and powerful. Sect Master Ning. Rong, I have returned. Little AO. Ning Rongrong's tears flowed like a spring as she leapt into Oscar's embrace, crying and pounding her small fists against his chest. You scoundrel. Where have you been for 5 years? Why didn't you come back? Not even a letter. Oscar held her tightly, allowing her fists to strike him, his own eyes brimming with tears as he choked out. I'm sorry, Rongrong, I'm so sorry. Witnessing this couple, who had endured trials and finally reunited, filled everyone's hearts with warmth. The master cheerfully beckoned. Sect Master Ning, Senior Douluo, please come this way. Let the children have some time alone. The group discreetly moved to a secluded area on the other side of the garden. Tangan immediately summoned the blue-silver domain, enveloping the surroundings in a faint blue-golden aura that insulated them from external sounds and prying eyes. Within this domain, Wu Xuanma, as the principal proponent of the plan, elaborated once more to Ning Fengji and the Douluo on the steps and critical points of luring the snake out of its hole. He emphasized particularly, you two seniors, along with Senior Sword Douluo, should only intervene to suppress the situation if an opponent of Titled Douluo level appears or if the Royal Knights are mobilized against us. The aim is to prevent the adversary from turning the tables and casting blame upon us, which could lead to greater chaos. Ning Fengji nodded steadily. Xuanma, rest assured. Bone Uncle and I, along with Sword Uncle, will remain in the shadows, ready to assist at any moment. After concluding the important matters, Tangan promptly seized the opportunity to discuss the establishment of the Tang sect with Ning Fengji. The two engaged in a profound exchange regarding collaboration methods, resource support, and intelligence sharing. Ultimately, Tangan solemnly declared, Uncle Ning, it is settled then. The future development of the Tang sect will primarily rely on your support. Ning Fengji, smiling, extended his hand, stating, this is a mutually beneficial partnership. Once the Tang sect is established, I will discreetly arrange for the first batch of supplies you require to be sent. In the future, for significant matters, please relay messages through Rongrong to minimize our public meetings and avoid drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall. Understood, Tangan responded, shaking hands firmly with Ning Fengji, marking the official establishment of the strategic partnership between the Tang sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tangan then withdrew his blue-silver domain. At that moment, Oscar, holding Ning Rongrong's hand, approached the group, both radiating a rosy hue of happiness. Ning Fengji regarded Oscar with a blend of gentle admonition and warmth typical of an elder. You foolish boy, why did you leave without a word? Even if the sect has ancestral rules, do you not think that as a father, I would consider my daughter's happiness? Oscar and Ning Rongrong exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Oscar, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, You approve of my relationship with Rongrong? Ning Fengji, observing the determined young man before him, replied earnestly, I have but one instruction for you. I, Ning Fengji, have only this one daughter, Rongrong. Do you understand my meaning? Oscar immediately straightened his posture, his gaze serious, as if making a vow. Rest assured, I, Oscar, hereby pledge that I possess the strength to protect Rongrong. I will devote my life to safeguarding her, ensuring she never suffers even the slightest grievance. Well said. Ma Hongjun leapt forward, thumping his chest in agreement. Lord Sect Master, you need not worry. If little Oscar dares to mistreat Rongrong, we, her brothers, will be the first to set things right. At that moment, the previously silent Douluo stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed upon Oscar. Young man, words alone are insufficient. Rongrong is the little princess of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I regard her as my own granddaughter. You claim to possess the strength to protect her. So let us witness for ourselves how much you have grown over these past 5 years. Oscar showed no signs of retreating. He turned to Wu Xuanma with a sly smile. Xuanma, may I borrow a drop of your blood? Little San is still recuperating, so I won't trouble him. Wu Xuanma raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness, and lightly grazed his fingertip, causing a drop of blood imbued with chaotic energy to hover at his fingertip. What does this mean? Do you look down on me? Think I am inferior to Brother San, that my blood is unworthy? He teased. No, that is absolutely not my intention. Oscar quickly clarified, waving his hands with a smile. Everyone knows your strength, Xuanma. I merely worry that my soul skills may not withstand your power. Humph. At least you are perceptive. Satisfied, Wu Xuanma snapped his fingers, sending the blood droplet before Oscar. Oscar's expression grew solemn as he called out. Sixth soul skill, mirror image of the tiger. In his grasp, a surge of soul power coalesced into a sausage, larger than the other replicated mirror-like intestines, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen. Within, 9 colored chaotic currents seemed to swirl slowly, giving the sausage an extraordinary allure. The moment the sausage took shape, Oscar's body trembled slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Hiss, Xuanma, the power contained in your blood is utterly terrifying. It nearly drained me of half my soul power. Wu Xuanmao, arms crossed and chin raised, wore an expression that seemed to say, "Now you understand my prowess." Tang San, filled with curiosity, urged, "Little Ao, stop teasing us. Quickly demonstrate the might of your sixth soul skill. To showcase it, one must have an opponent." Oscar's gaze swept the area before landing on Ma Hongjun, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Fatty, it's been years since we last met. Let us have a friendly spar." Ma Hongjun was taken aback, pointing at himself. "Are you serious? You want to spar with me, a food system soul master? What? Do you look down on the food system?" Oscar raised an eyebrow, discarding his cloak onto a nearby bench. "Stop the chatter. Let us see if you've been slacking off these past 5 years." Though Ma Hongjun felt it was somewhat unfair, he stepped into the clearing of the garden, flexing his wrists and ankles, chuckling. "All right. For Rongrong's sake, I shall go easy on you." Oscar took his stance, his expression sharpening. The peculiar mirror-like sausage emanating a heart-pounding energy wave. "Who said anything about going easy? Show me your true skills, fatty." As his words fell, a formidable aura began to rise from him, and the atmosphere in the garden became tense, charged with anticipation for this unique contest. In the center of the garden, Oscar and Ma Hongjun faced each other, the air thick with tension. "Fatty, be careful," Oscar warned, unexpectedly launching the first attack. He propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, displaying none of the hesitation one would expect from a food system soul master. Ma Hongjun, though surprised by Oscar's initiative, responded swiftly, meeting him head-on. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows without immediately unleashing their martial souls. Even more astonishing was that Oscar's strength, speed, and reflexes seemingly overpowered Ma Hongjun, a formidable assault-type soul master. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed continuously. Oscar's onslaught was relentless, imbued with a ferocity and precision honed on the brink of life and death. Ma Hongjun found himself forced to retreat. Bewildered, what on earth has little Ao experienced these past 5 years? His skills are as if he has transformed into a different person. With a shout, Oscar seized an opening and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Ma Hongjun's head. In a moment of panic, Ma Hongjun could only cross his arms to block. Boom. A tremendous force struck, causing Ma Hongjun's arms to go numb and forcing him to stagger. Oscar, using the recoil from the kick, executed a graceful backflip. In the midst of this maneuver, he unhesitatingly stuffed the crystalline sausage, infused with the essence of 9 colors and chaotic energy, into his mouth. As he landed, a formidable and vast power, imbued with the essence of destruction and chaos, instantly enveloped Oscar's entire being. With his right hand poised in a grasp, a silver-white chaos annihilation gun materialized from thin air. The gun's tip shimmered with the brilliance of 9 elemental hues, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. The first soul skill, Elemental Rift Strike. Without the slightest hesitation, Oscar unleashed the spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, its piercing wail tearing through space as it lunged directly at Ma Hongjun's chest. The wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and spatial energies coalesced at the gun's tip, erupting into a tumultuous and lethal wave of energy. Ma Hongjun's heart raced, fear gripping him. He had never anticipated that after Oscar replicated Shuama's martial spirit, he would strike with such ferocity and swiftness. Instinctively, he rolled sideways, narrowly evading the deadly onslaught as the ground where he had stood was blasted into a charred crater, elemental energy rampaging across the battlefield. Still shaken, Ma Hongjun immediately summoned his martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, flames soaring around him. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. A searing column of fire erupted, aimed directly at Oscar. Oscar's gaze remained composed as his left hand swiftly pressed forward. Ice wall. A thick, towering wall of crystalline ice rose instantaneously. Boom. The Phoenix Fire Line collided violently with the ice wall, shards of ice scattering and vapor rising, yet the wall stood resilient against the assault. Wu Shima observed keenly from the sidelines. Little Oscar replicated the foundational soul skills and elemental control, but he could not replicate my elemental dominion talent for amplification. Hiding behind the ice wall, Ma Hongjun could not see Oscar's figure and assumed he remained concealed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, the fourth soul skill. Phoenix Howl Strike. He leaped high into the air, his fists enveloped in raging phoenix flames, crashing down towards the ground behind the ice wall. The powerful shockwave and subsequent lava surge were enough to devastate that area. However, the observing Bon Douluo, Ning Fengji, and others saw everything clearly. At the moment Ma Hongjun leapt, Oscar's figure flickered behind the ice wall and vanished like a specter. In the next instant, he utilized spatial elemental short-range teleportation to appear directly behind Ma Hongjun. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment. Spatial teleportation. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Howl strike descended with tremendous force, shattering the sturdy ice wall, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy, yet behind him, there was no one. A chill suddenly gripped him from behind. The second soul skill, Eternal Frost Annihilation Slash. Oscar's cold voice resonated behind him. The Chaos Annihilation gun in Oscar's hand swept forth with a bone-chilling cold. A colossal arc of ice, seemingly capable of freezing space itself, tore through the air, instantly cloaking everything in its path with a thick layer of frost. Even more terrifying was that this strike triggered a 100-fold amplification effect of the elemental dominion talent contained within Wu Shuima's blood. The ice blade's size, chill, and power surged exponentially. At the culmination of the slash, a dreadful ice crystal storm brewed. 100-fold amplification. This is impossible. Wu Shuima's heart trembled. Yet the scene before him was undeniably real. Could it be that my blood inherently harbors part of the talent's essence? Has little Oscar's mirror ability managed to partially awaken this too? Confronted with a terrifying blow that exceeded all expectations and could prove fatal, Ma Hongjun unleashed astonishing potential on the precipice of life and death. With a swift turn, he executed the Soul Bone technique, Phoenix Explosive Strike, his right arm swinging fiercely. The crimson flames, infused with the explosive power of the fiery arm bone, shot forth like a cannonball, colliding with the sweeping ice blade. The clash of the ultimate cold and the raging flames produced a deafening roar as the forces of ice and fire annihilated each other in a cataclysmic explosion, generating a vast expanse of milky white, superheated steam that enveloped the entire garden in an instant. A thick fog descended, rendering visibility non-existent. In this obscurity, Ma Hongjun cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Damn it, Oscar had also lost sight of his target. Only the perceptive eyes of Wu Xuanma and Tang San's purple extreme demon eye could pierce through the mist. Wu Xuanma, seeing Oscar's unwavering resolve, immediately activated the Mirror Head Bones duplication skill. Two identical Oscars, each wielding the chaotic destruction gun, materialized within the fog. One of the duplicates deliberately created a subtle fluctuation of soul power on the left side. To the left, Ma Hongjun, falling for the ruse, unleashed the blazing claws of the evil fire phoenix with a fierce howl towards the left duplicate. Poof! The duplicate vanished like a fleeting illusion. He had been deceived. Oscar's true form emerged like a specter from Ma Hongjuan's right rear, with the fifth soul skill, Elemental Cataclysm. The tip of the gun condensed a 9-colored chaotic beam imbued with the essence to obliterate all, charging ruthlessly towards the vulnerable spot at Ma Hongjuan's back. Feeling the imminent threat to his life, Ma Hongjun hastily gathered his soul power, barely managing to turn and release the Phoenix Meteor Shower in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Boom! The chaotic beam shattered the hastily formed meteor firestorm with overwhelming force, and the residual impact crashed violently into Ma Hongjun. Ah! Ma Hongjun cried out in agony, propelled like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the dense shrubs at the garden's edge, toppling a swath of flowers and grass. Just as Oscar contemplated pressing the advantage to deliver a finishing blow with his third soul skill, he felt the surging tide of soul power within him suddenly recede. The immense cost of replicating Wu Xuanma's strength, coupled with the continuous use of powerful soul skills, left him drained. The chaotic destruction gun dissipated, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. Coughing and spluttering, Ma Hongjun emerged from the thicket, brushing off the leaves and dirt from his attire, wincing as he rubbed his sore back, yet his face bore an expression of awe and admiration. Little Oscar, you've become extraordinarily formidable. Just now, I nearly met my end. What on earth have you experienced in these past 5 years? Breathing heavily, Oscar wore a fatigued yet proud smile, his gaze tenderly directed towards Ning Rongrong. When you find that person you wish to protect with your life, you will understand. Before he could finish, he could no longer sustain himself, his body swaying as he teetered forward. Little Oscar, Ning Rongrong cried out, rushing forward like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, just in time to steady Oscar's faltering form. Oscar leaned weakly against Ning Rongrong's gentle embrace, inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped her, a satisfied smile gracing his weary face as he softly reassured, "It's nothing, just my soul power has been exhausted. A brief rest will suffice." At that moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward, his gaze profound as he looked at Oscar and posed a pivotal question. "Oscar, your sixth spirit ring and that head spirit bone, they originate from the same spirit beast, do they not?" Oscar, resting against Ning Rongrong, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Sect Master Ning. Anyone who consumes my mirror intestine can harness 70% of the power of a soul master for 3 minutes. Furthermore, the strength of the mirror clone I create can be elevated to approximately 80% of my own." He candidly elucidated the limitations and potency of his replication ability. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Bon Douluo, both acknowledging the shock and recognition reflected in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fengji regarded Oscar with a serious tone as he presented an option. Oscar, I now offer you a choice. Xiao San intends to establish a sect called Tangan, with an uncertain future. However, I hope you will join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you return with me, I will formally consent to your relationship with Rongrong, and I shall address the obstacles posed by the sect's ancestral teachings. Dad. Ning Rongrong eagerly attempted to interject, but Ning Fengji raised a hand to silence her. Child, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has endured great tribulations and is in dire need of a talent like Oscar, who possesses boundless potential and unwavering loyalty. Allowing him to serve the sect will also lessen the resistance you face regarding your relationship. Oscar's body stiffened visibly, his fists clenched tightly. Tang Sen immediately stepped forward, earnestly advising little Ao. After all these years of hard work and striving to grow stronger, what is your ultimate goal? This is your best opportunity. Quickly agree to Uncle Ning. Oscar lifted his gaze, filled with inner turmoil, yet ultimately transformed into clarity and resolve. He extricated himself from Ning Rongrong's support, standing tall as he deeply bowed to Ning Fengji. I apologize, Sect Master Ning, but I cannot accept your offer. Little Ao. Tang Sen exclaimed in urgency. Oscar raised a hand to halt Tang San, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable conviction. I love Rongrong, and I am willing to devote everything, even my life, to love and protect her. However, Tang San is my dear brother, a brother with whom I share life and death. Now is the time he most needs support and companionship. If I were to abandon him for my own happiness and join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I could never forgive myself. Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened. And what of Rongrong? Do you intend to forsake her in such a manner? No, I will never abandon Rongrong, Oscar declared resolutely, meeting Ning Fengji's gaze with unwavering intensity. No matter how long it takes or what effort I must exert, I will prove my worth in my own way, move you, and earn your recognition. I shall challenge the rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but I will never leave when my brother is in need. This is my choice. Little Ao is right. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, stepping forward to grasp Oscar's hand tightly, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as she raised her chin defiantly towards Ning Fengji, declaring, Father, we, the Shrek 8 monsters, are united. We share both honor and disgrace. The third brother's endeavor to establish the Tang sect is not merely to resurrect Xiao, but also to seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall and to safeguard us all. How can we stand idly by at this moment? Xiao Ao's choice mirrors my own. Observing the unwavering determination in the eyes of the two young souls before him, Ning Fengji's stern expression softened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, revealing his appreciation and delight. He turned away from Oscar, his voice laced with an unmistakable joy. Oscar, although your response was rather cunning, tossing the dilemma back to me, I must admit, it is precisely the answer I sought. Oscar was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Ning Sect Master, you still call me that? Slowly, Ning Fengji turned around, a warm smile illuminating his face. Oscar gazed at Ning Fengji's expression, then glanced at Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Wu Xuanma, who were all signaling him frantically, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Just then, the anxious Dean Flender, who had been peering through the window, could no longer contain himself. He dashed out, bellowing in his distinctive booming voice, You silly boy, call him father-in-law. Father-in-law. Oscar was startled by this thunderous declaration, causing him to involuntarily exclaim the words. Uft. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, instantly turned crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and turned to flee, covering her face. It was only then that Oscar realized what he had shouted. He looked at the fleeing Ning Rongrong, and then back at the smiling Ning Fengji. Feeling utterly at a loss, Ning Fengji, observing his daughter's bashful retreat and the bewildered Oscar, burst into hearty laughter. Ha, that's a bit premature. Just call me Uncle Ning. Like Xiao San. Ning Uncle, Oscar stammered, scratching his head, a shy smile creeping across his face. It dawned on him that he should pursue Ning Rongrong. And under the urging gazes of Wu Xuanma and Ma Hongjun, he hurried after her. In the garden, a chorus of joyous laughter erupted, filled with goodwill. Flender, pleased with himself, stroked his non-existent beard, while Master and Lu Erlong exchanged knowing smiles. Even Gu Rong, the Bon Douluo, rarely showed a smile. Tang San, Wu Xuanma, and Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, the joy of survival, reunion, and love blossoming momentarily, dispelling the shadows that loomed over their hearts. Chapter 90, Substitute Teaching. Tang San and Ma Hongjun followed the titan of the Strength Clan, Talon, to the Dragon Rising city of the Star Luo Empire to attend a gathering of the 4 single attribute clans. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanmo remained at Shrek Academy to diligently cultivate. solidifying his 72nd level Soul Saint status, while further familiarizing himself with the powers bestowed by the Chaos Domain and the 10,000-year Soul Ring. One day, while immersed in his training, Wu Xuanma was summoned to the office by Dean Flender. "Dean, you called for me?" Wu Xuanma knocked on the door. "Come in," came Flender's voice. Wu Xuanma entered to find Flender rubbing his forehead, appearing somewhat troubled. "Xuanma, I need to trouble you with something." Flender set down his hand and remarked that he had previously arranged several practical classes for Hong Jun to allow him to gain some experience. However, that rascal has now run off to Longxing City with his mistress. Rong Rong and Xiao Ao have also been summoned back by Sect Master Ning to assist with the reconstruction affairs of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Currently, the only one available who possesses sufficient weight to fill in is you. Therefore, could you lend a hand by substituting for a few classes? Wu Xianmo pondered for a moment and inquired whether the classes were theoretical or practical. Practical. Flander replied immediately, explaining that they were originally intended for Hong Jun, who, as you know, would find discussing theory akin to a death sentence. Thus, he arranged only practical classes. There are a total of 4 sessions, and the course materials and student information are right here. He gestured to the neatly stacked 4 booklets on the desk. Wu Xianmo approached and perused the covers of the booklets. "Sounds good. I have recently reached a stable phase in my cultivation, and there is nothing particularly urgent on my agenda, so leave it to me." He confirmed. "What is the order of the 4 classes?" Flander pointed to the arrangement of the booklets, stating that the order was from left to right. The class times are from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. in the morning, all held in the first practical training venue. "Understood, Dean." Wu Xianmo nodded, gathering the 4 student records. "I shall return to prepare." "Thank you for your hard work, Xianmo," Flander sighed in relief. Upon returning to his room, Wu Xianmo first opened the student records for the class he would teach the following afternoon. This class comprised 20 students, with soul power levels ranging from 28 to 36, 28 level, 2 students, 29 level, for students, 30 level, for students, 31 level, 2 students, 32 level, 2 students, 33 level, 2 students, 34 level, 2 students, 35 level, 1 student, 36 level, 1 student. Wu Xianmo carefully reviewed each student's detailed information, including their martial souls, soul skills, and personality traits. His attention was particularly drawn to the 2 students with the highest soul power. Lin Xiao, 15 years old, male. Martial soul, Azure Pattern Sword, Weapon Martial soul, soul power, 36 level Assault System Battle Soul Grandmaster. Personality description, decent talent, somewhat arrogant, strong practical ability, but slightly impetuous, with little interest in theoretical classes. Remark, class monitor. Shanhua, 14 years old, male, martial soul, Azure Vine, Plant Control Martial Soul. Soul power, 35 level Control System Battle Soul Grandmaster. Personality description, relatively composed, tactical awareness is adequate, but tends to become passive when faced with fierce assaults. Remark, class vice monitor. It seems that the breakthrough lies here. Wu Xianmo began to formulate a preliminary idea in his mind. He decided to leverage Lin Zhao's disdain for theory and Chunhai's control characteristics to deliver a vivid lesson that intertwines theory with practical application for the entire class. He planned to refine the specifics after observing the theoretical class status of this group the following morning. Early the next morning, Wu Xianmo arrived ahead of schedule outside the classroom of that class. The course arrangement at Shrek Academy typically consists of 1 theoretical class in the morning and 1 practical class in the afternoon, or vice versa. This class happened to have a theoretical lesson scheduled for the morning. Through the window, Wu Xianmo clearly observed the situation inside the classroom. The theoretical class teacher was elucidating the key points of soul ring combinations and the connections between soul skills. As the information indicates, approximately half of the students are genuinely attentive. The class leader, Lin Xiao, leans on one hand, his gaze distant, clearly lost in thought. In contrast, the vice class leader, Shanhua, though not fully engrossed, is at least listening. Indeed, for many young soul masters, the tedious theories pale in comparison to the allure of actual combat. Wu Xuanmo is well aware of this. After class, the students gradually prepare to exit the classroom. Wu Xuanmo intercepts them at the door. "Dear students, please hold on a moment and return to your seats. I have an announcement to make." His voice is calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The students, albeit puzzled, comply and return to their seats. Wu Xuanmo ascends the podium, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces below. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Xuanma, one of the Shrek 8 monsters, possessing a soul power of level 72 and a formidable assault-type battle soul." His words are succinct. Wow, it's a senior. One of the Shrek 8 monsters. Goodness. Level 72. A soul sage. An immediate murmur of astonishment and excitement spreads among the students, their eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. Wu Xuanma raises his hand for silence. This afternoon, I will be conducting your practical combat class. He pauses, observing the eager expressions on the students' faces, and continues. The class will take place at Combat Field 1. We shall assemble promptly at 2 o'clock. Do not be late. Now, you are dismissed. Under the watchful, enthusiastic gazes of the students, Wu Xuanma is the first to leave the classroom. After a brief midday respite, he arrives early at Combat Field 1. It is a vast open training ground, its surface laid with sturdy stone slabs. Shrek Academy boasts 10 such standard combat fields, all in close proximity to one another. As the clock approaches 2, 20 students arrive punctually, standing in formation, each brimming with energy and eagerly watching Wu Xuanma. Excellent. Everyone is here. Wu Xuanma nods, getting straight to the point. This morning, I observed your theoretical class. Upon hearing this, many students display expressions of embarrassment or shyness, particularly Lin Xiao, who slightly pouts. I noticed that some students found the theoretical lessons rather dull and struggled to engage. Wu Xuanma's gaze lands on Lin Xiao, who seems to believe that such knowledge is of little utility in combat, maintaining that sheer strength suffices. He turns to Lin Xiao. Student Lin Xiao, I noticed your lack of agreement. Do you hold a differing opinion? Called out, Lin Xiao rises, his tone imbued with youthful vigor and a hint of defiance. Report, Senior. I believe that knowledge is of little use. Ultimately, battles hinge on the strength of one's abilities. Wu Xuanma nods. So this is your stance. You mentioned you have sparred with Chunhai 4 times, and you emerged victorious each time, correct? Indeed. Lin Xiao replies emphatically. Very well. Wu Xuanma shifts his focus to Chunhai. Chunhai, step forward. Chunhai promptly obeys. Wu Xuanma approaches him and whispers a few swift words in his ear. Initially taken aback, Chunhai's expression brightens, and he nods vigorously. A minute later, Lin Xiao and Chunhai stand at the center of the field. The rules are quite simple. Engage in a sparring match, with strikes limited to touch, yet give it your all. Wu Xuanma declares, begin. Green pattern sword, manifest. Lin Xiao let out a low growl, and a long sword adorned with azure patterns materialized in his grasp. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose, exuding an imposing aura. Vine of the green ivy, manifest. Chunhai unleashed his martial spirit, resilient green vines sprawling from his arms and beneath his feet, equally adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Lin Xiao initiated the confrontation, thrusting his sword with remarkable speed, evidently intent on a swift resolution to replicate his previous victories. First soul skill, binding vines. Chunhai refrained from confronting it head-on, retreating a step while simultaneously activating his soul skill. Numerous robust green vines erupted from the ground, expertly ensnaring Lin Xiao's feet. Taken by surprise, Lin Xiao found his legs firmly bound, causing his movements to falter. A mere parlor trick. He invoked his second soul skill, Sword Chi Shield. A surge of soul power erupted from him, unleashing a fierce sword chi that enveloped him like a swarm of minuscule blades. With a series of hissing sounds, the vines that had ensnared his feet were effortlessly severed. Free once more, Lin Xiao charged towards Chunhai, his gaze fierce. However, Chunhai denied him the chance to engage closely. Utilizing the agility of his green ivy martial spirit, he maneuvered along the edge of the arena, persistently employing his first soul skill to harass and obstruct, occasionally striking at Lin Xiao's openings with swift vine lashes. He recalled the whispered counsel of Wu Xuanma. The essence of a control-type soul master lies in commanding the rhythm, depleting the opponent, and creating opportunities. Do not be lured into a rhythm of brute force. Instead, leverage your spatial advantage and the characteristics of your martial spirit, patiently circling until he makes a mistake or grows impatient. Despite Lin Xiao's repeated charges being thwarted or repelled by the vines, his frustration grew as his strength failed to find its mark. Chunhai, is evasion all you can do? Like a coward, do you dare face me with a single strike? Lin Xiao could not suppress his taunts, attempting to provoke Chunhai. Yet, Chunhai remained impervious to the bait, his focus unwavering as he constructed a defensive line with the vines, wearing down Lin Xiao's soul power and patience. Wu Xuanma nodded approvingly from the sidelines. The tactic of provocation bore no fruit, and Lin Xiao's patience finally waned. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as the third soul ring blazed to life. Third soul skill, Azure Slash. He resolved to unleash his most potent single-target attack to shatter Chunhai's defenses. At the moment Lin Xiao began to gather his soul power, raising his sword high. Chunhai, who had maintained his distance under the guise of defense, suddenly radiated with intensity. Second soul skill, Ivy Thrust. Multiple sharp-tipped vines surged forth from beneath Lin Xiao's feet and sides, piercing toward his vital points with a fierce whistle. The timing was impeccable, striking when Lin Zhao's prior strength had waned, and his new power had yet to materialize, just as his soul skill was nearing completion. Lin Zhao's expression turned to one of alarm. If he were to forcefully execute Azure Slash now, he would undoubtedly be pierced by the vines. In a moment of panic, he could only abort the accumulation of his third soul skill, redirecting the gathered soul power to defend, swinging his sword to counter the incoming thrusts. Just as he struggled to respond to the thrusts, Chunhai's true offensive unfolded. Third soul skill, IV Strangulation. Chunhai shouted, his purple soul ring radiating with brilliance. In an instant, the ground around Lin Zhao erupted with numerous robust vines. These vines shimmered with a metallic sheen, more resilient than before, akin to living serpents, swiftly ensnaring Lin Zhao, who had just managed to deflect the thrust, leaving him in a precarious balance. The power of the vines was immense, tightening and entangling with fervor. Lin Zhao felt his bones creaking under the pressure, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation engulfing him. The azure-patterned sword in his hand nearly slipped away, as the force of the vines suppressed his soul power, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Stop! The voice of Wu Xuanmo resonated. Chunhai promptly retracted his soul technique, causing the vines that ensnared Lin Zhao to wither and dissipate swiftly. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Zhao awkwardly collapsed onto the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. His face flushed, clearly having been choked rather severely moments before. In this match, Chunhai emerges victorious. Wu Xuanmo calmly announced the outcome. Yay! Chunhai couldn't contain his excitement, leaping into the air, his face brimming with incredulous joy. Wu Xuanmo approached the still coughing Lin Zhao and gently patted his back, aiding him in regaining his breath. Once Lin Zhao gathered himself, he looked up at Wu Xuanmo and the approaching Chunhai, his expression a complex mix of shock, resentment, and confusion. Wu Xuanmo signaled for the two to return to their teams. Once all the students were assembled, he spoke with clarity. You may be quite curious about what I just conveyed to Chunhai. He surveyed the group. It is actually quite simple. I merely reminded him of a fundamental theory. The core tactic of a control-type soul master hinges on mastering the rhythm of battle, exploiting distance advantages for attrition, and patiently seeking the opponent's flaws, rather than engaging in a head-on clash with a power-type soul master. He turned his gaze towards Lin Zhao, and then to all the students. Why did Chunhai lose previously? Because he allowed Lin Zhao to draw him into a contest of brute force, abandoning his own strengths to attack the opponent's advantages with his weaknesses. Yet today, he merely applied this foundational control theory to defeat an opponent with a higher soul power level and superior frontal assault capabilities. You must remember, Wu Xuanmo's voice resonated with authority, that battles for soul masters are not solely reliant on sheer strength. Theoretical knowledge is the bedrock. It enables you to understand yourself, comprehend your opponent, and grasp the characteristics and counter-relations of your martial souls, thus crafting the most effective strategies. When our Shrek 8 monsters underwent Master S training, we began with the most basic theories, integrating them with extensive practical experience, gradually progressing to where we are today. Underestimating theory is tantamount to severing one's own arm. Observing the students deep in thought, particularly Lin Zhao's now serious gaze, Wu Xuanmo realized his message had struck home. Alright, now pair up freely into teams of 2 for combat training. Remember to employ your soul techniques and contemplate your strategies. Students specializing in support, please wait briefly. I will arrange for your 2v2 cooperative training. Begin. The atmosphere in the subsequent practical class grew exceptionally vibrant. The students ceased their blind charges and began to apply the knowledge acquired in class, contemplating the connections and synergies of their soul techniques. Wu Xuanmo patrolled the arena, occasionally offering guidance, correcting mistakes, and answering questions. Time flew by in this focused training. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, many students still felt a lingering desire to continue. Today's lesson concludes here, Wu Xuanmo announced. Reflect on today's battles, particularly the reasons for your failures and the strategies that led to success. Dismissed. Thank you, senior. The students chorused in gratitude, their eyes filled with admiration and appreciation as they looked at Wu Xuanmo. He watched the departing figures of the students, a faint smile gracing his lips. After tidying up, he returned to his room. Next, he would delve into the student records of the practical class scheduled for tomorrow morning. Serving as a mentor and imparting knowledge is indeed a unique experience. Chapter 91, The Academy of the Four Elements. For the following 2 days, Wu Xuanmo devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task of substitute teaching. With 4 distinct classes, he adeptly utilized his keen observational and analytical abilities, along with his formidable expertise, to swiftly identify both the commonalities and individual characteristics of each class, tailoring his teaching methods accordingly. In the practical lessons, He not only imparted combat techniques, but also emphasized the importance of guiding students to comprehend tactical coordination, the manifestation of their martial souls, and the practical application of theoretical knowledge. He observed the talents and enthusiasm of his younger peers, as well as their impulsiveness, stubbornness, and even some amusing little schemes and rivalries among small groups. These discoveries made Wu Xuanma feel that being a teacher was not as mundane as he had once thought. When the bell rang to signal the end of the fourth period, Wu Xuanma bid farewell to the last group of eager students. Feeling a quiet sense of relief wash over him, he proceeded directly to the office of Principal Flandra. Principal, I have completed the task for the 4 classes. Wu Xuanma briefly reported the organized student feedback. Upon hearing this, Flandra's eyes crinkled with delight behind his glasses. Excellent. Xuanma, well done. The instructors of those classes just praised you, saying that the students have been exceptionally enthusiastic these past few days, training as if they were invigorated, and they have clearly made significant progress. Wu Xuanma merely nodded slightly, not seeking to take credit. Flandra gazed at this composed and exceptionally talented disciple, his admiration for him deepening. He tentatively inquired, Xuanma, when all these troublesome matters are resolved, would you be interested in staying at the academy as a teacher? With your capabilities and the teaching skills you just demonstrated, you could undoubtedly cultivate outstanding students. Wu Xuanma pondered for a moment upon hearing this. His recent experience as a substitute teacher had indeed bestowed upon him a newfound sense of accomplishment. A faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps, Principal, teaching does hold some intrigue. Haha, splendid. Flandra exclaimed, clapping his thigh. That's all I needed to hear. If you ever consider it seriously, come find me anytime. A position will be reserved for you. Thank you, Principal. Wu Xuanma nodded respectfully before taking his leave. Upon returning to his room, he quickly immersed himself in the operation of the elemental vortex, as the chaotic bloodline flowed steadily within him, and his soul power accumulated steadily. This session of cultivation was deeper than usual, with his mind fully absorbed in the refinement and mastery of his own strength. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate period, a series of urgent knocks on the door roused him from his profound meditation. Xuanma, Xuanma, come out quickly, there's trouble. It was Oscar's voice. Wu Xuanma opened his eyes and rose to open the door, finding Oscar and Ning Rongrong standing outside, their expressions grave. What is going on? Wu Xuanma inquired. People from the Academy of the 4 Elements have arrived. They are causing a ruckus in the Academy Square, and they have injured several of our guarding students. Ning Rongrong spoke rapidly. Let's go. Wu Xuanma said no more and immediately followed the two towards the Academy Square, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. The disciples and instructors of Shrek Academy gathered in the outer circle. At the center stood the representatives of the 4 Elements Academy, Wind Xiaotian, Fire Dance, Fire Wu Shuang, alongside the elite from the Thunder Academy and the Heavenly Water Academy. On the opposite side of the square, Wu Xianmo and his companions caught sight of the recently returned Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and the hollow-eyed Xiao Wu, who was closely protected by Tang San. Xiao Wu, Ning Rong exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her. Feeling the warmth of her body, but seeing her vacant gaze, she anxiously turned to Tang San. Third brother, Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were filled with sorrow and tenderness as he gently stroked Xiao Wu's long hair. Her body has recovered, but her soul still needs time, he replied, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. Wu Xianmo's gaze lingered on Xiao Wu for a moment before shifting to the unwelcome guests at the center of the square. His dark hair fluttered in the breeze as his eyes sharpened. He parted the crowd and joined Tang San and the others, walking side by side towards the representatives of the 4 Elements Academy. Wu Xianmo's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the clamor of the square with clarity. Brother Wind, Fire Dance, Fire Wu Shuang. What brings you esteemed members of the 4 Elements Academy to Shrek Academy? Wind Xiaotian stepped forward, wearing a formulaic smile, though a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. Brother Wu, Brother Tang, it has been a while. To be frank, Shrek Academy is now the premier institution of the Heaven Do Empire, vast in area and equipped with excellent facilities. Our 4 Elements Academy wishes to relocate to Heaven Do City and has set its sights on this prime location. We have come to discuss this matter. Unfortunately, it seems Dean Flandre is absent. Discuss? Wu Xianmo's eyes swept over the injured Shrek disciples, his tone growing cold. Yet I see your aggressive demeanor and the fact that you have harmed my academy's guards. Is this the attitude of the 4 Elements Academy in negotiations? Oscar could not help but interject. You have repeatedly provoked us. It is clear you are trying to draw us out. Wen Xiaotian, unashamedly exposed, replied candidly, indeed. Firstly, we wish to assess the progress of our old friends after 5 years. Secondly, we hope to express our sincerity through discussions with you core disciples, hoping to purchase a portion of land and the rights to use the simulated training grounds. Ma Hongjun scoffed, asking, our academy may be large, But do you think all 4 of your academies can fit in? That seems implausible. Why not go to the Royal Academy of Heavendo? Upon hearing this, Fire Dance immediately raised her chin with a sense of superiority. The Royal Academy of Heavendo? Humph. We do not wish to be influenced by those frivolous young masters and disrupt our students' pure ethos. Such grandiose claims were indeed appealing. Ma Hongjun retorted without reservation. Of course, if your 4 Elements Academy is willing to lower yourselves and directly integrate into Shrek Academy as a branch, we would have no major objections. Laughter erupted among the surrounding Shrek disciples and teachers. Fatty, you are courting death. Fire Dance was instantly enraged, her soul powers surging as she prepared to strike. Fire Dance. Feng Xiaotian swiftly extended his hand to halt her, his gaze ablaze as he turned to Wu Xuanma. Brother Wu. 5 years ago at the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, I was defeated by you. Today, representing our respective academies. Shall we wager once more? The victor will possess greater authority regarding the relocation of our schools. Wu Xuanma raised an eyebrow. A wager? Can you truly represent the 4-Element Academy, Brother Feng? Beside them, Wu Wuxuang spoke in a low voice. The 4-Element Academy has already merged. Xiaotian has been appointed as the vice president, and he is fully authorized to act on behalf of the entire academy in this negotiation. Very well, Wu Xuanma agreed decisively. The stakes are straightforward. If you win, I shall personally persuade Dean Flanders to grant you the land and usage rights for the simulated training environment at half price. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others turned their gazes toward Wu Xuanma, their eyes filled with inquiry. Wu Xuanma offered them a slight nod, signaling them to have faith. If you lose, his gaze swept over Feng Xiaotian and the others, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The 4-Element Academy shall entirely merge into my Shrek Academy, becoming a part of Shrek. Such audacity. Huo Wu laughed in anger. Ignoring her, Wu Xuanma continued. Brother Feng, do not accuse me of coercion. You may send forth 3 individuals to collaborate, while I shall stand alone. What? Has he lost his mind? 1 against 3? Feng Xiaotian is a soul emperor. The 4-Element Academy erupted into chaos, while Shrek's side was equally astonished. Huo Wu was fuming, shouting at Feng Xiaotian, Xiaotian. Agree to his terms. I want to see what gives him the audacity to act so arrogantly. Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wuxuang exchanged glances before stepping into the center of the plaza. Wu Xuanma also advanced slowly, standing in opposition to the 3. Huo Wu. Level 54 controls System Battle Soul King. Huo Wu announced her rank first, her martial soul, Fire Shadow, manifesting instantly, accompanied by 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, radiating a searing aura. Huo Wuxuang, level 53 Assault System Battle Soul King. Huo Wuxuang followed suit, his martial soul materializing with an identical configuration of soul rings, exuding a formidable presence. Feng Xiaotian, level 61 Agility System Battle Soul Emperor. Feng Xiaotian declared solemnly. His martial soul, the twin-headed wolf, emerging with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, showcasing the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a soul emperor. I await your guidance. So Brother Feng has ascended to soul emperor. No wonder he has been appointed vice president. Congratulations, Wu Xuanma remarked, his tone tranquil, revealing no hint of emotion. Let's talk. Reveal your martial soul. Huo Wu urged sharply. A subtle smile graced Wu Xuanma's lips, and with a flicker of thought, a silvery chaotic annihilation spear materialized in his hand. The spear, ancient in design, emanated a chaotic brilliance, while at its tip, energies of wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space swirled in a profound trajectory, coalescing into a miniature chaotic vortex, causing the surrounding elemental energies to stir restlessly. Then, 7 soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The perfect optimal soul ring configuration. Wu Xuanma, a level 73 Assault System Battle Soul Saint. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. A soul sage at level 73? How could this be? The entire square was instantly enveloped in a deathly silence. The members of the 4-Elements Academy were rendered utterly speechless by the sight of those 7 soul rings and the revelation of a soul sage at level 73. 5 years ago, he was merely a soul master competing alongside them. Now, he had ascended to the ranks of the higher echelon in the soul master realm. A soul sage. The disparity felt insurmountable, like a chasm between worlds. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted, his previous confidence solidifying into a profound gravity and disbelief. Huo Wu's anger and arrogance were frozen, transforming into sheer astonishment. Huo Wuxuang gasped, instinctively retreating a half step. Wu Xuanma stood firm with his spear, the nine-element vortex at its tip slowly swirling, emanating a disconcerting aura of annihilation. Observing the three adversaries before him, whose expressions had drastically shifted, he calmly declared, "Brother Feng has now attained the rank of Soul Emperor, with a future of limitless potential. If you concede at this moment, the earlier wager can be nullified, and we can sit down to discuss matters amicably. However, should you choose to engage in combat." He paused, the radiance flowing from his chaos annihilation spear intensifying. "Then the wager shall stand, and the victor must fulfill their obligations." Feng Xiaotian fell silent. After 5 years of relentless effort, combined with talent and fortuity, he had barely managed to break through to Soul Emperor, a feat that allowed him to look down upon his peers. Yet, before him stood a Soul Sage at level 73. Once the 7th Soul Ring and its corresponding martial spirit were unleashed, the power would experience a qualitative leap. The gulf between Soul Emperor and Soul Sage was not merely a matter of soul power numbers. It represented a chasm of realms. Among their trio, he was level 61. Huo Wu was level 54, and Huo Wushuang was level 53. Faced with a top-tier martial spirit, a flawless Soul Ring configuration, an abundant combat experience of a level 73 Soul Sage, their chances of victory were less than 30%, perhaps even lower. Huo Wu gazed at the spear in Wu Xuanma's hand and the 7 Soul Rings. Despite her intense unwillingness, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her. The disparity was too great. She wished to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by a gesture from Feng Xiaotian. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaotian's internal struggle ultimately crystallized into a rational decision. He spoke gravely to Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. "The disparity is too vast. We possess less than 30% chance of winning. If we allow momentary pride to jeopardize the future of our academy, we would be guilty of unforgivable sins." Huo Wu, observing the weight of determination in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, glanced at the imposing figure of Wu Xuanma, who stood like a mountain, embodying profound virtue. She bit her lip, and at last, the surge of her soul power reluctantly subsided. Huo Wushuang silently retracted his martial spirit as well. Feng Xiaotian turned to Wu Xuanma and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Wu, your strength is unparalleled, and I, Feng, am convinced. We concede. The earlier wager is null and void." His voice carried a hint of bitterness, but more prominently, it reflected a calm acceptance of reality. Wu Xuanma nodded, and the chaos annihilation spear along with the 7 Soul Rings vanished as if they had never existed, yet the oppressive aura of the Soul Sage lingered in the air. A wise choice. If so, the wager is void. Should you wish to discuss the matter of relocating the academy, we may move to the conference room for a detailed conversation, so as not to disturb the other faculty and students here. His tone returned to one of tranquility. The group proceeded to a quiet conference room and took their seats. Feng Xiaotian collected his thoughts and spoke again. "Brother Wu, Brother Tang, regarding the relocation of our school." Tang Sen seized the opportunity, his gaze sharp. "Brother Feng, your eagerness to move to Heaven-Do City, even resorting to such measures, is likely driven by the relentless pressure from the Spirit Hall, is it not?" Feng Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly, soon transforming into a wry smile. "Alas, engaging with you is both exhilarating and exasperating. Indeed, I cannot conceal the truth from you. The Spirit Hall's influence is growing increasingly formidable, consistently threatening and enticing our 4 Elements Academy, seeking to assimilate us for their own purposes. We find ourselves tormented by their incessant harassment and, unwilling to capitulate, have resorted to this drastic measure, hoping to relocate to Heaven-Do City for refuge and to ally with your esteemed institution." Tang Sen nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. However, forgive my candor, Brother Feng. Based on your conduct today, even if you relocate, it appears you have not relinquished your desire for autonomy and leadership. The coexistence of 2 ideologically disparate and substantial academies in one locale is bound to lead to friction in the future, particularly as your academy boasts a considerable number of students, likely surpassing the overall strength of our Shrek Academy." Wu Xuanma interjected at an opportune moment, proposing another possibility. "Alternatively, we might contemplate a deeper integration. The 4 Elements Academy could relinquish its independent structure and fully merge with Shrek Academy, forming a true collective. Of course, this would necessitate the integration of faculty, students, management systems, and various other aspects, which is no trivial matter and cannot be decided at this moment. It requires thorough discussion and deliberation within your 4 Elements Academy." Feng Xiaotian listened intently, remaining silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "What you propose, Brother Wu, is indeed an avenue I had not previously considered. This is a significant matter that cannot be resolved by me alone. We must return and deliberate carefully." "That is only fitting," both Wu Xuanma and Tang Sen concurred. After bidding farewell to the members of the Four Elements Academy, each with their own thoughts, the meeting room was left with only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Wu Xuanma, and Tai Long. Ma Hongjun scratched his head. Third brother, Xuanma. What shall we do next? Wait for the teachers to return and make a decision? Tang San nodded, his gaze profound. Indeed, the overall strength of the Four Elements Academy is formidable. If we can genuinely unite, they will be an important ally in our future confrontation with the Spirit Hall. However, it is imperative that Shrek Academy retains the dominant position. That is non-negotiable. As for the specifics of our actions, we shall defer to the judgment of the dean and the teachers upon their return. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Then it seems the folks from the Four Elements Academy shall have a tough time ahead. Oscar chimed in with a knowing grin. Indeed, when it comes to pressure, ahem, economic acumen, and meticulousness, who can rival our beloved Dean Flender? With a chuckle, Ning Rongrong could not contain her laughter. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun and Tai Long joined in the laughter. Even the typically composed Tang San and Wu Xuanma, recalling Dean Flender's penny-pinching ways, couldn't help but display a faint, amused smile. The heavy atmosphere brought by the Four Elements Academy was finally dispelled by the familiar sounds of laughter resonating throughout the meeting room. Chapter 92. A sudden change in the Imperial Palace. After Ning Rongrong persuaded Bondoagu Rong to oversee the academy, Tang San, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Titan from the Li family, embarked on a journey to the Steel City, Gingxin. Within Shrek Academy, Wu Xuanma undertook multiple responsibilities. He needed to remain vigilant regarding the subtle movements of the Tindo royal family, while continuing to share some teaching duties until the return of Dean Flandre and others. Simultaneously, he represented the academy in preliminary discussions with senior representatives from the Four Element Academies, including Feng Xiaotian. Of course, he never neglected his own cultivation. Under the operation of the Yuan Vortex Induction, his soul power continued to steadily accumulate. 3 days after Tang San and his companions set off, Dean Flandre finally returned, accompanied by Master Yu Xiaojiang. The three immediately engaged in formal negotiations with the representatives of the Four Element Academies, led by Feng Xiaotian. At the negotiation table, Dean Flandre showcased his mercantile prowess to the fullest. His eloquence flowed like a river, appealing to emotions and interests, highlighting Shrek's resources, simulated environments, and future potential, while employing various intricate verbal traps and terms that appeared to concede but were, in fact, masterfully controlling the situation. Master listened beside him, frequently rubbing his forehead, clearly exasperated. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanma quietly observed, likening Dean Flandre to a masterful hunter, skillfully ensnaring Feng Xiaotian and his associates into a meticulously woven web of cooperation. Ultimately, under the enticing promises from Dean Flandre, such as granting the Four Element Academy's students the most critical independent teaching area, priority for resource sharing, and retaining the positions of outstanding original teachers, the Four Element Academy was successfully persuaded to merge with Shrek Academy. Watching Feng Xiaotian and his companions depart the conference room with expressions that seemed to reflect both a sense of advantage and an underlying unease, Wu Xuanma silently mourned for these new colleagues who would soon be exploited by Flandre for 3 seconds. In the days that followed, Shrek Academy became increasingly vibrant. A large influx of teachers and students from the Four Element Academy arrived, and familiar faces such as Shui Binger, Huo Wushuang, and Feng Xiaotian became part of the Academy's new teaching force. Feng Xiaotian appeared to harbor lingering resentment over his defeat to Wu Xuanma, frequently seeking him out for sparring sessions. Wu Xuanma was more than willing to oblige, recognizing that practical combat was a vital avenue for enhancing strength. However, the outcomes were never in doubt. After over 20 bouts, Feng Xiaotian had yet to claim a victory, yet he gained much respect for Wu Xuanma's prowess. As the affairs of the Four Element Academy gradually fell into a routine, Wu Xuanma was able to devote more energy to his cultivation. During this period, Poison Douluo made a discreet visit, bringing significant news. Young man, the Baiji pill you provided has remarkable effects. Dugubo remarked with a hint of admiration. After Emperor Shuye consumed it, the toxins within his body have been largely purged, and his bodily functions have recovered substantially. He is now in no immediate danger. Wu Xuanma nodded, as this was within his expectations. However, Dugubo's tone shifted, voice lowered. I am still following your plan. Publicly declaring that His Majesty's condition is unstable and that his time is limited, while secretly arranging matters to ensure he appears genuinely frail. Throughout the entire court, both within and beyond its confines, save for a handful of steadfast confidants, it is widely believed that His Majesty may succumb to his fate at any moment. After much toil, Sun Imo gravely inquired, what is the Emperor's stance on this plan? The Emperor, possessing profound wisdom, is acutely aware of the deep infiltration of the spirit hall. The Crown Prince, Shanhua, is likely no longer himself. He ardently supports this plan and has entrusted me with its execution. A flicker of cold light flashed in Douluo's eyes as he awaited the opportune moment to ensnare his target. Sun Mo comprehended the gravity of the situation. A pivotal step in their scheme had been laid, merely awaiting the spark to ignite it. The following day, Tang San and Ma Hongjun returned from Gongxin City, weary yet resolute. Sun Mo seized the opportunity to inform Tang San of the recent upheavals within the academy and the developments concerning the imperial palace and the emperor, brought forth by Douluo. At that moment, Douluo's silhouette re-emerged at the academy's entrance, his expression graver than before. The time has come. The activities at the palace are intensifying. The guards are being mobilized with alarming frequency. They may soon lose their restraint. Sun Mo and Tang San exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolve reflected in the other's eyes. To err on the side of caution, we must include the esteemed Yang Wudi, Tang San asserted solemnly. The patriarch of the Peji clan, Yang Wudi, is unparalleled in combat prowess, an indispensable force when confronting a Titled Douluo. Sun Mo nodded in agreement. Very well. Without a moment's delay, the four, Sun Mo, Tang San, Douluo, and Yang Wudi, set forth towards the imposing Tindo imperial palace. As the grand silhouette of the palace loomed before them, an unsettling sight greeted their eyes at the gates. The number of guards far exceeded the norm, standing in rigid formation, their armor gleaming, eyes sharp, exuding an atmosphere of lethal intent, steeped in an unusual tension. Everyone, be cautious. Sun Mo's voice was low and vigilant. The abundance of guards felt amiss. Douluo furrowed his brow. Indeed, when I came a few days ago, the defenses were not this severe. The aura of these guards is unfamiliar. Sun Mo's gaze swept across the icy visages of the guards, a hint of cold amusement curling at the corners of his lips. It appears some have begun to lose their composure, ready to tear off the facade completely. Upon reaching the firmly shut palace gates, they were immediately confronted by a squad of fully armed guards. The captain, with a frigid demeanor, declared in a monotonous tone, His Majesty is unwell and has retired. By order of the Crown Prince, no one may breach the palace gates. Those who defy this command shall face execution without mercy. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding guards brandished their weapons, the chilling glint of steel locking onto the four. Hostility and soul power pulsating palpably in the air. Unfazed, Tang San calmly retrieved an ancient token from his robes and stepped forward, whispering a few words into the captain's ear. The guard captain, upon recognizing the token and hearing Tang San's hushed words, underwent a dramatic transformation. Astonishment and disbelief flooded his features. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately waved his hand, signaling the guards to stand down. The heavy palace gates slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passage. The force swiftly entered the palace. Sun Mo cast a glance back at the guards, still poised for battle, his tone laced with a chilling insight. It seems this crown prince has fully seized control of the palace, replacing even the most fundamental guards with his own, or rather, those of the spirit hall. As I traversed the long imperial corridor, I arrived at the inner court square. At that moment, two formidable presences descended like mountains, one to the left, the other to the right. They appeared specter-like from high above on either side of the square. Douluo's pupils constricted sharply, his expression transforming into one of profound dismay. Titled Douluo. Moreover, their soul power surpassed even his own. He felt an immense pressure. Simultaneously, a voice, warm and calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonated from ahead. It turns out that Tangan is indeed Tang San. How I misjudged him during the Moon Pavilion. Emerging from the shadow of the Grand Palace was Shanhua, adorned in splendid princely attire. His face adorned with just the right amount of surprise and a hint of affectionate mirth. The surrounding guards knelt in unison like a tide, collectively exclaiming, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Tang San slightly bowed in return, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Your Highness, I trust you are well. I appreciate your Highness's kind intentions. I have come at the invitation of the esteemed Douluo to attend to His Majesty's health. Might it be possible for us to enter first and provide our services?" Shanhua maintained his smile, yet deftly shifted the subject. "As for my father's matters, the imperial physicians and elder Douluo will tend to them, so there is no need to trouble yourself, dear brother. Since it is rare for you to visit the palace, why not allow me to extend some hospitality, and let us reminisce together as brothers?" His gaze, seemingly gentle, bore an underlying scrutiny, firmly locking onto Tang San. Wu Xuanma stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang San, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Shanhua, his voice piercing through the facade of feigned warmth. "Truly befitting of a crown prince, your methods are remarkable. In such a short span, You have managed to replace all the palace guards and install soul masters from the spirit hall, even commanding Titled Douluo level experts to serve as your personal guards. Such mastery is indeed commendable. Shueqing's gaze shifted to Wu Xuanma, his smile unwavering yet deepening with intensity. Ah, it is Brother Xuanma. It has been too long, and you appear even more distinguished than before. However, what are these accusations you speak of? Tangan let out a cold laugh, no longer engaging in pleasantries, and directly exposed the truth. First, the two behind your highness possess profound auras, undoubtedly Titled Douluo. Such power, why are they not safeguarding his majesty against unforeseen events, but instead remain steadfastly at your side? Furthermore, Titled Douluo are exceedingly rare in this world, aside from the spirit hall. Who else could command 2 Titled Douluo to serve you? Second, the clandestine replacement of all palace guards with soul masters, a matter pivotal to the Empire's core security. Why keep it concealed from the Empire's chief soul master, my mentor? Third, Tangan's gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing through Shueqing's disguise. Upon our first meeting, your highness recognized my true identity without any doubt regarding the token in my possession, allowing me to pass freely. This can only imply that you have long confirmed through the Spirit Hall's intelligence network that Tangan is indeed Tangan. Am I mistaken, your highness? The smile on Shueqing's face finally vanished, replaced by a chilling appreciation, as though he had been unmasked. He gently applauded, the sound echoing sharply in the silent square. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. You are indeed remarkable, Tangan. Your meticulous mind perceives the minutiae with clarity. However, he shifted his tone, exuding a condescending allure. Even if you discern my intentions, what of it? The palace, both within and without, lies firmly under my dominion. The Snow Knight Emperor's demise is imminent. Tangan, Wu Xianmo, you are rare talents. Why should you accompany the decaying Tindo Empire to its grave? Join me. Pledge your loyalty to me. I can fulfill your desires for wealth, beauty, unparalleled status, and the finest soul rings and bones. What say you? A wise bird selects its tree. This is your final opportunity. Wu Xianmo regarded the assured demeanor of Shueqing, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. The phantom of the chaos destruction gun flickering behind him. Shueqing, do you not possess an excess of confidence? At that instant, a fierce glint flashed in Dugubo's eyes as he unhesitatingly fired a signal into the sky. Whoosh bang! A sharp shriek accompanied by a dazzling golden flare shot upwards, exploding above the palace like thunder from a clear sky. Kill! A thunderous battle cry erupted from all directions surrounding the palace. Countless royal knights, clad in golden armor and wielding sharp spears, surged forth like a golden tide from every palace gate, corridor, and even scaling the palace walls. They were well trained, forming battle arrays that swiftly encircled the prince's guards in the plaza. Simultaneously, a more formidable and domineering presence descended like a celestial sword. The brilliance of the 7 treasures glazed tower illuminated a corner of the square, revealing the elegant figure of Ning Fengji. Beside him stood the sword Douluo Chenxi, who, merely by standing there, severed the air with an intangible sword aura, his piercing gaze locking directly onto the 2 Titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The tides of fortune had turned. Wu Xianmo observed the drastic change in Shueqing's countenance, his voice icy as the winter chill. Now, the situation has reversed. Your Highness, how will you respond? Shueqing, Qianrenxua, felt her composure shatter, replaced by a tempest of fury and disbelief. Her meticulous plans had not accounted for the mobilization of the royal knights, nor for the timely arrival of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. Her delay tactics lay in ruins. Very well indeed. Shueqing laughed through her rage, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Since you seek your demise, let us all perish together. Attack, break through, delay time. Her final hope was to stall until the Snow Knight Emperor succumbed to his poison, cementing the predetermined outcome. Attack. With Tangan's command, the battle erupted instantly. Dugubo, embodying the blue phosphor snake emperor spirit, unleashed 9 radiant soul rings, and the poisonous domain expanded. Charging towards the left side, cold-breathing porcupine Douluo, Tangan released his blue-silver emperor spirit, the 8 spider lances erupting from his back as the killing god domain activated. Flanking with Dugubo, Yang Wudi roared, his breaking soul gun spirit materializing, 8 soul rings shining with a fierce momentum, boldly confronting the right side, spear-wielding serpent spear Douluo. The breaking soul gun against the serpent spear, a clash of titans. With a gaze fixed firmly on the pallid visage of Qianrenxua, Wu Xuanma gripped the chaotic destruction gun, its tip swirling with the energy of 9 elemental forces, gradually coalescing into a miniature vortex of chaos, exuding a chilling aura of obliteration. Your opponent is me. Before his words could dissipate into the air, Wu Xuanma transformed into a silvery streak. slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Shanhua. The battle at the heart of the Imperial Palace Square was about to erupt. In Chapter 93, the dust settles. Shanhua, or more aptly, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Shanhua, felt a flicker of grave seriousness in her eyes as she confronted Wu Xuanma's lightning-fast thrust. No longer concealing her power, a divine and regal presence erupted forth. Amidst the blinding golden light, 6 massive wings, forged from pure flames, unfurled majestically from her back. A formidable shield of sacred energy formed to barely intercept the tip of Wu Xuanma's chaotic destruction gun, which was imbued with the essence of 9 elements. A resounding clang echoed as the collision of energies unleashed shockwaves, fracturing the stone beneath. Utilizing the force, Shanhua floated backward, suspended in midair, her 6 wings spread wide, radiating a divine glow, resembling a true deity's descent. In her grasp, she wielded a long sword ablaze with golden sacred flames. Wu Xuanma's expression remained icy, devoid of surprise. Rather than pursue, he angled his spear toward the ground. Chaotic domain. His deep voice resonated. An indescribable aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos from the dawn of creation, surged outward from him. This essence was vast and profound, imbued with the primal power to devour and annihilate all. Within the domain, light warped, elements unraveled, and the very fabric of space appeared viscous and fragile. It ruthlessly encroached upon Shanhua's divine and serene angelic domain. 2 opposing forces, each representing a pinnacle of power, clashed violently in the void, annihilating one another, emitting a hissing sound that could make one's teeth ache, as if space itself lamented. On the ground, Tangan simultaneously unleashed the chilling intent of his killing god domain alongside the life-giving essence of his blue-silver domain, attempting to restrain from below. However, Shanhua's elevation diminished the impact of these 2 formidable domains. Do you think soaring in the sky grants you invincibility? Wu Xuanma scoffed, as the space behind him warped dramatically. A pair of breathtakingly magnificent wings unfurled, his external soul bone, the elemental universe wings. For the first time, he revealed these extraordinary wings to the world, instantly capturing everyone's attention. With a gentle flap, Wu Xuanma's figure vanished as if teleported, appearing at the same altitude as Shanhua in the next heartbeat. His speed left behind a slowly dissipating 9-colored elemental afterimage. First soul skill, Angelic Charge. Shanhua seized the initiative, her angelic sword transforming into a golden streak that cleaved through the air, bearing the power to purify all, aimed straight at Wu Xuanma's face. Before the sword even reached him, the scorching, divine pressure rendered the air stifling. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk as he flicked his wrist, causing the chaotic destruction gun to whirl rapidly in his grasp. The silvery brilliance of the firearm melded seamlessly with the swirling vortex of 9 elements at its tip, forming an absolute defensive disc that spun at high velocity, imbued with chaos. Clang, 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 clang. The assault of the angelic sword rained down upon the rotating barrage, unleashing a cacophony of metallic clashes and dazzling bursts of energy. The sacred golden light collided fiercely with the chaotic 9-colored hues, annihilating one another. As turbulent energies surged through the skies, tearing vast rifts in the clouds, Miss Xuanma stood firm as a mountain, the rapidly spinning chaotic gun disc effortlessly deflecting all of Shanhua's fierce onslaught. The clash of the 2 realms grew increasingly intense, with the chaotic domain resembling a voracious beast, incessantly eroding and assimilating the edges of the angelic domain, plundering its sacred energy to replenish itself, and persistently weakening Shanhua's power. Shanhua's countenance shifted slightly. She felt her strength being slowly and resolutely stripped away and suppressed within the opponent's enigmatic chaotic domain. Time was of the essence. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she realized she must exert her utmost effort. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. A more intense, pure golden holy light soared into the heavens. The 6-winged angelic phantom behind her instantaneously became extraordinarily solid and immense, as though a genuine deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Shanhua's body merged with this grand angelic luminescence, her aura surging to a terrifying level. Sacred, majestic, and inviolable. Meanwhile, Miss Xuanma was equally resolute. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. Boom. It sounded like the deep rumble of chaos awakening. Miss Xuanma's figure was instantly engulfed by an endless tide of chaotic energy. A colossal phantom of a spear materialized. Its shaft was no longer silver, but instead radiated with a profound hue, as deep as the starry sky and as weighty as the earth itself. At the tip of the spear, the 9 elemental forces no longer circled but had fully merged, collapsing into a chaotic singular point that perpetually consumed and annihilated everything. A dread pressure, born from ancient times and capable of obliterating all, surged forth like a tsunami. Under the overwhelming energy impact of the true body of the martial soul, Shanhua's perfect disguise finally shattered. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, revealing her breathtaking and sacred visage to all. She was none other than the holy maiden of the martial soul hall, Shanhua. Yet, Miss Xuanma remained unfazed. At this moment, his spirit had united with the chaotic destruction spear. Under the ultimate amplification of the true body of the martial soul, his innate ability to dominate elements reached unprecedented heights. The powers of the 9 elements were no longer mere summons, but had become part of his very being, perfectly amplifying every ounce of his strength and enhancing each of his strikes. Every attack was imbued with the attribute of annihilation, disregarding defenses and striking at the essence. Even more terrifying, within the domain of the chaotic destruction spear's true form, enemies would be unable to evade any assault. It was a complete lock-on. It is over. Miss Xuanma's voice resonated, seemingly emanating from the depths of chaos. The massive phantom of the chaotic destruction spear suddenly contracted and coalesced, channeling all chaotic energy and destructive power into the chaotic singular point at its tip. 6th soul skill, chaotic destruction thrust. Buzz. Without a cataclysmic spectacle. A singularly restrained, yet seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of time and space. A radiant stream of 9-colored chaos erupted from the chaotic origin at the tip of the gun. This luminous flow amalgamated the ferocity of wind, fire, and thunder, the confinement of water, earth, and ice, and the obliteration of light, darkness, and space. It disregarded the distances of space. As if destined to strike at the heart of its target, Shanhua, the moment it was unleashed. Under the oppressive rules of the chaotic realm and the binding of her martial soul's true form, Shanhua was horrified to discover that all her evasive paths were thoroughly sealed. The stream of light bore an inescapable sense of fate, rendering her unable to evade. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped her heart. At the precipice of life and death, she unleashed her full potential, merging with her angelic true form. Her 6th spirit ring blazed to life. The 6th spirit ability, Angel's Roar. A colossal 6-winged angelic apparition opened its divine maw, unleashing a terrifying golden beam composed of pure flame and sacred energy, potent enough to shatter mountains and purify souls, charging defiantly towards the deadly chaotic stream of light. 2 attacks, representing vastly different extremes of power, collided in midair with a thunderous crash. Time seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. Then, an indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted in the heavens. Space shattered like fragile glass. A massive sphere of light, composed purely of destructive energy and exceeding 100 meters in diameter, instantaneously expanded. Within the sphere, a searing plasma formed by the elements of wind, fire, and thunder erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelming 500 points of fire damage. Meanwhile, the elements of water, earth, and ice transformed into an absolute zero-ice prison, attempting to freeze and shatter all energy and life. At the core, the singularity of annihilation formed by the elements of light, darkness, and space dragged all matter and energy into the void, inflicting true damage that defied defenses and causing horrific spatial rifts. The golden holy light and the chaotic 9 colors viciously tore and annihilated within the sphere. The sacred roar and the sound of chaotic destruction intertwined, creating a terrifying sound wave capable of rending souls. The battle below was momentarily stilled by this cataclysmic collision, all combatants holding their breath, gazing at the energy core that heralded the apocalypse. The brilliance and energy gradually began to dissipate. High above, the elemental wings of Wu Xuanma behind him appeared somewhat dimmed, the true form of his martial soul having been released. He stood with his gun, his expression unchanged, though his breath was slightly disordered, clearly indicating the immense toll of the recent strike. Yet, his gaze remained as profound as an abyss. Not far from him, the true form of the 6-winged angel had completely collapsed and vanished. Shanhua's figure plummeted from the sky like a kite, with its strings severed. Her resplendent imperial robe lay in tatters, her golden hair disheveled against her pale face, blood continuously trickling from the corner of her mouth, her breath waning to the utmost degree, and her gaze unfocused, evidently having suffered an unprecedented blow. Had it not been for Wu Xuanma forcibly retracting a portion of the destructive force at the last moment and deliberately deflecting a fraction of the attack's trajectory, thus avoiding a fatal strike to her heart, she would have long since perished. Even so, the terrifying force of annihilation, the damage from elemental collapse, and the shockwaves from the realm of rules were sufficient to confine her to bed for 4 months, potentially damaging her very foundation. Young master. The Stingray Douluo and Spear Douluo glared in fury. They had braved the deadly poison of Dugubo, endured the piercing assault of Tang San's 8 spider lances, and withstood the fierce strike of Yang Wudi's soul destruction spear, disregarding their own injuries as they transformed into 2 streaks of light, narrowly catching Shanhua before she hit the ground. Go! Roared the Stingray Douluo, not daring to glance in the direction of Wu Shanhua. As he cradled the unconscious Shanhua, and together with the equally wounded Spear Douluo, they shot forth like 2 beams of blood, breaking through the Royal Knight's blockade and vanishing into the horizon. With Shanhua's retreat and rescue, the spirit masters from the spirit hall who had followed her immediately lost their backbone, their morale shattered. Under the onslaught of the Royal Knights and Shrek's formidable warriors, they were soon eradicated. Deep within the palace, under the guard of sentinels, the true emperor of the Tindo Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, donned in a dragon robe, emerged. Though his complexion still bore the pallor of recent illness, his gaze regained the majesty and clarity befitting an emperor as he stepped forth, surveying the chaotic yet reclaimed palace. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes swept over the loyal ministers present, ultimately resting upon Wu Shanhua, Tang San, and others, filled with gratitude and resolve. He publicly declared, the traitor Shanhua, has colluded with the Spirit Hall, conspiring to usurp the throne, and her crimes are unforgivable. Henceforth, I abolish her title as Crown Prince. The 4th Prince, Shui Peng, loyal and valiant, deeply resembling my own character, shall be established as the Crown Prince. The Empire shall exert every effort to eradicate the remnants of the Spirit Hall and stabilize the state. The storm over Tindo City gradually subsided with Shanhua's retreat and the Snow Knight Emperor's return to power. The internal dangers of the royal family were eliminated, and the power center was once again stabilized. However, standing atop Shrek Academy and gazing at the tranquil Tindo City, Tang San's brow remained furrowed. During the battle in the palace, he had personally witnessed the terrifying might of Titled Douluo level power and had glimpsed Wu Shanhua's astonishing abilities, which could severely injure or even kill top-tier strongholds. In comparison to Wu Shanhua and those Titled Douluo, his soul emperor-level strength felt utterly diminutive. I need even greater power. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes alight with an insatiable desire for strength. Master Yu Shaojing had arrived at his side unbeknownst to him, and upon observing the burning flames in his disciple's eyes, he spoke solemnly. Shao San, the matters of the Tindo Empire have reached a temporary conclusion. To safeguard everything you wish to protect in the impending storm, you require a true metamorphosis. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the distant south. I advise you to journey to Sea God Island. Sea God Island, a legendary place of trials. Tang San's gaze became distant yet resolute. Shrek Academy basked in the warm afternoon sun, tranquil and harmonious. Tang San returned to the Haotian sect with Xiao Wu, while Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong busied themselves with various affairs in the increasingly prosperous Tang sect. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were also hastily making their way back to Tindo City from the Star Luo Empire. In the central garden of the academy, Wu Shanhua sat alone on a bench. With his inky black hair casually tied at the back of his head, the handsome, mature visage bore a rare expression of concern. His profound gaze lingered upon the diligent trainees in the simulated training area, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. The Sea God Island. The master's advice and Tang San's decision swirled in his mind. This legendary trial ground possessed the power to transform soul masters and even grant access to divine realms. To embark on this journey would undoubtedly yield immense enhancement, providing greater strength for self-preservation and protection in the impending storms. Yet to refrain, armed with his chaotic bloodline, the all-encompassing sign-in system, and an already formidable configuration of soul rings and bones, he was confident in his ability to steadily advance. Perhaps not inferior to the experiences offered by the Sea God Island, this was a pivotal choice regarding the path of growth. The Sea God Island, a realm where risk intertwined with opportunity. The shadow of the Spirit Hall loomed ever larger. Time, he murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest of the bench. He did not fear risk, but was merely accustomed to weighing all pros and cons. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, unable to reach a decision, a sudden, clear, and familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The all-encompassing sign-in system announced detection of a special location related to the Sea God Island plot node. Special sign-in task issued. Proceed to Sea God Island. Task requirements. Arrive within the bounds of Sea God Island and complete the sign-in. Task rewards. Qualification to unlock divine inheritance, aligned with the host's chaotic attributes. Divine inheritance. His breath caught in his throat, and his pupils constricted sharply. Merely arriving at Sea God Island to sign in could grant him the qualification to unlock divine inheritance. This reward was nothing short of extraordinary, Before he could fully process this staggering revelation, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Special challenge task issued. Sea God Trial. Task requirements. Upon arrival at the Sea God Island, complete all assessment tasks within 3 years. Task rewards. 1. Directly improve divine inheritance progress by 30. 2. 1 divine soul ring granted. 3. Complete evolution of chaotic bloodline, awakening the ultimate form. Boom. A surge of fervent energy coursed through him, as if struck by a bolt of chaotic divine lightning. He abruptly rose from the bench, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming shock and exhilaration. Qualification for divine inheritance. A 30 advancement in divine assessment progress. A divine soul ring. The complete evolution of his chaotic bloodline. This reward combination was simply beyond words. So bountiful that any soul master would go mad with desire. He swiftly calculated in his mind. The sign-in reward, qualification for divine inheritance, this was a ticket to the path of divinity. The divine position aligned with chaotic attributes was tailor-made for him. Challenge task reward 1. 30 divine progress, a direct leap over the most arduous accumulation stage of the early phase, saving countless hours. Challenge task reward 2. Divine soul ring, a perfectly compatible divine soul ring for himself. This meant that both his crucial 80th and 90th soul rings could be resolved with the divine soul ring. Challenge task reward 3. Complete evolution of the chaos bloodline. This represents the ultimate transformation of his intrinsic foundation. Upon successful completion, the power of the chaos bloodline will ascend to unprecedented heights, resulting in a qualitative leap in the amplification of elemental domination, the realm of chaos, and all soul techniques. Additional benefit. The trials of Sea God Island itself serve as an exceptional avenue for swiftly enhancing soul power, honing practical combat skills, and seizing opportunities, including the potential chance for a divine soul ring granted by the Sea God Island. This implies that during the process of fulfilling the system tasks, he can also acquire an additional divine soul ring, a reward from Sea God Island. With 2 divine soul rings, one at level 80 and another at level 90, the path to divine inheritance will commence, advancing his progress by 30. Coupled with the complete evolution of the chaos bloodline, Wu Xianmo murmured to himself, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, a radiance interwoven with intense excitement, unwavering determination, and boundless ambition. The burdens that plagued him dissipated in an instant. Go. He must go. Immediately. This is not merely a journey of training. It is a quest to seize a monumental opportunity. It is a shortcut to supreme power. By completing these 2 system tasks, his strength will undergo an unimaginable leap. At that moment, the brilliance of the Chaos Destruction Spear will truly embody the might to obliterate divine demons. He will possess the confidence to confront the Spirit Hall, safeguarding everything he wishes to protect. Chapter 94. Battle against Sword Douluo. In the following days, Wu Xianmo did not rush to depart. He immersed himself in diligent cultivation within the academy, solidifying his soul power at level 73, while also assisting several acquaintances from the 4 Elements Academy, such as Shui Binger and Feng Xiaodian, in resolving minor issues they encountered while integrating into the Shrek system. During this time, Ma Hongjun joyfully returned with Bai Qinxiang from the Min family, and this vivacious young lady quickly bonded with everyone. Wu Xianmo often observed Ma Hongjun being playfully chastised by Bai Qinxiang, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong shared sweet interactions, as if the air itself was filled with pink bubbles. Witnessing these scenes, Wu Xianmo could not help but feel a twinge of peculiarity. The Shrek 8 monsters, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Now, it was evident that Ma Hongjun was also smitten with Bai Qinxiang. When Dai Mubai and the others returned, and all 8 gathered, would he not become the sole solitary figure amidst their pairs? The thought of being enveloped by a sweet atmosphere of couples made Wu Xianmo feel an unusual discomfort. Perhaps he should set off early? The moment this notion arose, he swiftly suppressed it, heading to Sea God Island, amidst the vast and perilous ocean, without Tang San's guidance and protection of the vast sea cover. The risks were too great. Reluctantly, he had to engage in some psychological fortitude. Well, I shall embark with them first, and once on the island, I will complete the trials and depart from the group early. With this resolution, he returned to his cultivation. During the intervals of his training, Wu Xianmo meticulously assessed the myriad rewards accumulated from the system's daily sign-in. They were diverse, ranging from ordinary clothing and daily necessities to various medicinal pills, rare herbs, and even several top-tier immortal grasses, alongside heaps of gold soul coins. For items that were of no use to him, he activated the system's recycling function, converting a plethora of unnecessary clutter into system points in one fell swoop. After a series of operations, the system's space had been significantly cleared, and the points had increased by 300, reaching a total of 515. Just as he exited the system, preparing to continue his cultivation, a commotion erupted outside. Wu Xuanma glanced up and indeed saw Bai Qinxiang chasing after Ma Hongjun, a familiar daily spectacle, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong sat nearby, engrossed in their own romantic exchanges. He shook his head in resignation, intending to block out the noise, when a piercing scream of delight shattered the air. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had returned. Watching Dai Mubai excitedly embrace Oscar, causing the latter to yelp, and observing the rare gentle smile on Zhu Zhuqing's usually cold face, Wu Xuanma suppressed the peculiar flutter in his heart and stepped outside. As the youngest among the 8 monsters, albeit the most mature in demeanor, he felt compelled to greet them properly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he returned to his cultivation chamber. Yet, an inexplicable premonition lingered in his mind. The journey to Sea God Island would likely not unfold as seamlessly as portrayed in the original narrative. This butterfly, having traversed through time, had already begun to flutter its wings, altering the course of the storyline. An unforeseen storm might be brewing. To prepare for potential crises that were absent from the original plot, he needed to expedite his strength enhancement and focus intently on his cultivation. Several days later, the master summoned everyone to the #1 combat arena. Upon arrival, Wu Xuanma found Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Bai Qinxiang already waiting. Shortly thereafter, the master entered alongside the Sword Douluo, Qinxin. Sword Douluo. The group promptly bowed in respect. Wu Xuanma's gaze immediately fell upon the Sword Douluo's arms. Both were intact and robust. This starkly contrasted with his memory of the storyline, where Qinxin lost an arm after the soul-hunting mission. The intensity of his premonition deepened. Indeed, the winds stirred by this butterfly had begun to reshape the established trajectory. The master explained the purpose of the gathering, before your official journey to Sea God Island. I hope you can engage in a high-intensity training battle to reacquaint yourselves with the synergy you will need in 5 years and strive to achieve optimal performance. Your opponent will be none other than Sword Douluo. He turned to Bai Qinxiang. Since you are new here, observe and learn from the sidelines for now. Sword Douluo Qinxin nodded slightly, his voice calm, yet imbued with unmatched sharpness. I shall not hold back. Give it your all. An intangible sword intent quietly enveloped the area, rendering the air almost palpable. The battle was about to commence. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, dusted from travel. It was Tang San returning from the Haoyan clan. The group expressed their surprise and joy, briefly catching up before swiftly readjusting their stances. Tang San did not hesitate to join the core of the formation. Release your martial souls, Dai Mubai commanded. In an instant, the arena was illuminated by the radiance of soul rings. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 6-ringed Soul Emperor. Tang San. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, 1 red. 6-ringed Soul Emperor. The 10,000-year soul ring was a striking crimson. Ma Hongjun. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. 5-ringed Soul King. Wu Xuanma. Purple, 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 black, black, red, red. 7-ringed Soul Saint. This time, Wu Xuanma chose not to employ the mimetic 1,000 forms for any disguise, for 2 reasons. First, the master had ensured that there were no observers in the vast vicinity. Second, he was acutely aware that masquerading before the Sword Douluo and Xian would be utterly futile, preferring instead to engage in sincere dialogue. As the 3 profound purple 1,000-year soul rings, the 2 dark 10,000-year soul rings, and the final 2 blood-like, menacing 10,000-year soul rings ascended one after another, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Although Chen Xian's expression remained largely unchanged, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his otherwise calm eyes. 5 years prior, during the tournament, he had vaguely discerned Wu Xuanma's soul ring disguise, yet he had never anticipated that the current configuration would be so astonishing. 2 10,000-year soul rings, indeed a marvel within the realm of soul masters. Outside the arena, the master and Bai Qinxiang were utterly taken aback. The master's mouth hung slightly agape, his eyes reflecting an incredulous shock. Bai Qinxiang covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Wu Xuanma, as if he were a monstrous entity. Though Dai Mubai and the others were similarly astonished, the impending battle compelled them to suppress their overwhelming emotions and myriad questions, their gazes instantly becoming intensely focused. All inquiries would be addressed post-battle. Sword Douluo Chun Xian did not even release his soul rings, merely gripping the 7-killing sword in his hand. In that fleeting moment, an aura of terrifying sword intent, capable of cleaving through the heavens and annihilating all, descended as if it were tangible. The air was sliced by the formless sword energy, producing a hissing sound, while the hard green granite ground cracked with intricate fissures. Domain, activate. Wu Xuanma and Tangan shouted almost in unison. The chaos domain unfolded, vast, heavy, imbued with an essence of devouring and destruction, enveloping the entire arena, plundering, weakening, amplifying. The god of death domain was unleashed, a bone-chilling killing intent pervading the atmosphere, instilling dread in the hearts of all. The blue-silver domain spread forth, pulsating with vibrant life force, providing perception and recovery. The three domains overlapped, momentarily suppressing the terrifying sword intent of Sword Douluo and bestowing formidable enhancements upon their allies. Wu Xuanma led the charge, the Chaos Annihilation Spear emitting a low, resonant hum as it transformed into a nine-colored stream of light, piercing directly towards Sword Douluo, a frontal assault. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing flanked from the sides, while Oscar swiftly conjured sausages, and Ning Rongrong's S9 treasure glazed tile radiated brilliantly, precisely amplifying each participant's strength. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of spear and sword resonated like a torrential downpour. Wu Xuanma's spear techniques were bold and expansive, embodying the true essence of chaos that annihilates all. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain and as swift as thunder. Sword Douluo wielded his sword with one hand, his movements seemingly casual, yet executed with impeccable precision as he blocked, deflected, and countered. Each swing of the seven-killing sword unleashed a sharp sword energy potent enough to tear through the defenses of a Soul Emperor, forcing the flanking Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to frequently evade or endure with limited effectiveness. In the brief span of mere moments, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. The collision of sheer power and technique generated shockwaves from the surging soul energy, creating tangible waves that incessantly battered the arena, producing sounds of impending collapse. Without employing soul techniques, merely engaging in a contest of martial souls and soul power, the display of might was already astonishing. At the moment when Wu Xuanma was momentarily staggered by the overwhelming soul power contained within the strike of the Sword Douluo, the long-prepared attacks of the others erupted forth. Tangan's eyes blazed with a purple-gold radiance as his fifth soul ring illuminated, blue-silver Overlord Spear, a long spear, crafted to perfection and entwined with golden patterns, tore through the air, propelled by an indomitable will to pierce everything in its path. Dai Mubai roared fiercely, his muscular arms bulging as he did not employ a soul skill, but instead activated the external soul bone gifted by Wu Xuanma, the Diamond Tiger Claw Bone. White Tiger Destruction Strike. Unmatched soul power surged into his claws, which he swung with ferocity. Two massive golden claw shadows, composed solely of pure destructive energy, ripped through the air, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, and crossed to slash at the Sword Douluo. The area of impact was vast, sealing off any escape route. Ma Hongjuan's fourth soul ring shone brightly, Phoenix crying to the heavens strike. A column of searing magma erupted from beneath the Sword Douluo's feet, soaring skyward. Three formidable attacks, perfectly coordinated in the moment Wu Xuanma was knocked back, sealed off all avenues for the Sword Douluo to retreat. Yet, the face of Sword Douluo Chen Xian remained composed. Just as the attacks were about to reach him, his figure, along with the seven-killing sword, suddenly became ethereal. A colossal phantom of the seven-killing sword stood proudly in the arena. The sword trembled slightly, unleashing countless strands of terrifying sword energy, honed to perfection, that howled as they tore through space, shooting out indiscriminately like a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The blue-silver Overlord Spear was shredded by the dense sword energy. The golden claw shadows of the White Tiger Destruction Strike were engulfed by the torrent of sword energy. The fiery column of the Phoenix crying to the heavens strike was directly severed and dissipated by the fierce sword energy. The remnants of the sword energy swept toward the Shrek members like a storm. Fifth soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Dai Mubai's entire body was enveloped in a metallic sheen, his muscles swelling as he braced against the sword energy. Invincible golden body. Tangan's form instantly transformed into a radiant golden hue, colliding fiercely with the sword energy. Together, they barely managed to shield their comrades from this terrifying storm of sword energy, though they were left reeling. Meanwhile, the chaotic light in Wu Xuanma's eyes surged. Seventh soul skill, True Body of Martial Spirit. The colossal form of the chaotic destruction spear reappeared. The chaotic point at the spear's tip exuded an aura that could devour all. No longer in passive defense, it boldly lunged towards the immense reality of the seven-killing sword. Clang! It was as if two great mountains collided. The entire battlefield shook violently, the ground emitting a piercing sound of shattering. Chaotic energy clashed furiously with the sharp sword energy, annihilating one another. At the center of the energy explosion, two phantoms could be faintly discerned, one wielding the seven-killing sword, and the other brandishing the chaotic destruction spear. The two figures wielded their martial spirits across the void, with each clash sending tremors through the ground. Seizing this earth-shattering confrontation that captivated the majority of the Sword Douluo's attention, the ultimate combined attack prepared by the Shrek members finally reached completion. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing merged their figures, intertwining gold and black light. The Nether White Tiger. A colossal nether white tiger roared into existence, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Oscar swallowed the replicated mirror intestines, his body shimmering with blue-gold light as he replicated the aura of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Replication of Tang San's fifth soul skill. Tang San leaped onto the broad back of the ethereal white tiger, wielding the Haotian hammer, which swelled with a terrifying might, capable of rending mountains and splitting valleys. Ma Hongjun's right arm radiated with a brilliant glow as he unleashed the Fire Phoenix Blast, a skill derived from his soul bone. A highly compressed, destruction-infused line of crimson fire erupted forth. Ning Rongrong's delicate visage tightened, her 9-treasure, glazed tile tower shining with utmost brilliance, casting 6 beams of enhancement light precisely upon the ethereal white tiger, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Wu Xuanma. Her augmentation propelled each individual's offensive power to an alarming zenith. The claws of the ethereal white tiger tore through the heavens. Tang San's Haotian hammer crashed down with a thunderous roar. Oscar's Blue-Silver Overlord Spear replicated, and Ma Hongjun's Fire Phoenix Blast executed a pincer attack. Meanwhile, in his martial soul true form, Wu Xuanma concentrated all his soul power, the chaotic destruction spear embodying the will to obliterate all, fiercely thrusting towards the true form of the 7-killing sword. The ultimate combined assault, representing the collective strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, surged forth towards the Sword Douluo Qinshin under the extreme amplification of the 9-treasure glazed tile tower. Confronted with this formidable attack, capable of threatening a Titled Douluo, Qinshin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of seriousness and admiration. He did not evade. The enormous true form of the 7-killing sword surged with brilliance, its tip aimed directly at the core of the combined onslaught. Boom! An indescribable surge of destructive energy erupted at the center of the battlefield. Blinding light consumed all. The ferocious energy wave swept across the arena like a tsunami, shattering the ground as though it were mere paper. The entire floor trembled under the weight of this horrifying collision. As the light and dust gradually dissipated, the colossal shadow of the 7-killing sword vanished, leaving Sword Douluo Qinshin standing firm, his attire still pristine, though his wrist bore a slight ache, and his breathing was noticeably hurried. Beneath his feet, a vast spiderweb-like crater had formed. On the other side, the Shrek team lay in disarray. The ethereal white tiger dissipated, leaving Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing pale. Tang San leaned on his Haotian hammer, panting, while Oscar was nearly drained of soul power. Ma Hongjun collapsed onto the ground. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile tower dimmed in brilliance. Wu Xuanma, forced to withdraw from his martial soul true form, held the chaotic destruction spear with its tip slightly lowered, his complexion pale, his chest heaving, clearly fatigued from the earlier clash. Especially as the main force facing the true form of the 7-killing sword. Qinshin gazed upon these young individuals, breathless yet with unwavering and bright eyes, particularly focusing on Wu Xuanma, who stood steadfast with his spear, and Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer. He slowly retracted the 7-killing sword martial soul, a rare smile of encouragement gracing his face. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Chapter 95. Explanation and preparation to depart. After leaving the remark about the formidable youth, Sword Douluo Qinshin spoke no further. The 7-killing sword beneath his feet shimmered and transformed into a swift beam of sword light, vanishing in an instant above Shrek Academy. No sooner had he departed than the master and Bai Qinxiang swiftly entered the arena. Following them, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. Along with the master and Bai Qinxiang, all 8 pairs of eyes converged upon Wu Xuanma, like searchlights illuminating the darkness. The gaze was filled with shock, curiosity, inquiry, and even a hint of a monstrous fascination. Particularly, Bai Qinxiang's eyes sparkled with an incredulous light, as if she were meeting Wu Xuanma for the first time. Just as Wu Xuanma intended to utter some words to lighten the atmosphere, he was stifled by the intensity of their stares. He helplessly rubbed his nose, aware that he must navigate this hurdle today. Ahem, the master cleared his throat twice, shattering the brief silence. Yet, his eyes towards Wu Xuanma were equally complex, clearly awaiting an explanation. At that moment, Dai Mubai was the first to speak, his voice resonating with the echoes of astonishment. Xuanma, your soul rings. The first 3 are purple and the last 2 are red. What on earth is going on? His question voiced the thoughts of all present. Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing held their breath. Although Tang San had his suspicions, recalling Wu Xuanma's previous extraordinary feats, he too wished to hear the explanation directly from him. Wu Xuanma took a deep breath, a knowing expression gracing his face as if he had anticipated their inquiries. He had already concocted a pretext and now proceeded to elaborate, blending truth with fiction. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for such astonishment. The transformation of my soul rings stems from a unique opportunity one encountered during my travels 5 years ago. He deliberately paused, creating an air of mystery. This opportunity not only facilitated a profound evolution of my martial soul, the chaotic destruction gun, but also endowed my martial soul with certain exceptional abilities. The crowd was entirely captivated. These abilities primarily encompass 2 aspects. Wu Xuanma extended 2 fingers. The first is what you have observed. I can freely alter the color displayed by my soul rings, which is essentially a camouflage skill. The second, his tone grew more pronounced, is the core ability resulting from the evolution of my martial soul. It allows me to elevate the lifespan limit of my existing soul rings. Elevate the lifespan of soul rings. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Wu Xuanma nodded, continuing to weave his tale. Indeed, after the evolution of my martial soul, the lifespans of all my soul rings, in essence, received an approximate doubling enhancement. Thus, the original colors of my soul rings transformed into what you now see. The first 2 rings shifted from yellow to purple, the third from purple to deep purple. The fourth became black, and the 6th and 7th rings, he glanced at the onlookers, calmly articulating the most shocking part, therefore attained 100,000-year classification. So, Oscar swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You mean to say that your 2 red 100,000-year soul rings are genuine? Indeed, Wu Xuanma affirmed once more with a nod. My heavens! Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly clasped his chest, a look of despair and outrage upon his face. Xuanma, you are simply inhuman. A freak. A super freak. You can elevate the lifespan of soul rings? Would that mean all soul rings could potentially be transformed into 100,000-year ones? What chance do we have to survive? He circled around Wu Xuanma, incessantly muttering. Wu Xuanma, overwhelmed by the commotion, rolled his eyes in exasperation. On the other side, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the master found themselves immersed in deeper contemplation. Dai Mubai pondered the possibilities of this newfound ability, while Tang San recalled the mystery surrounding Wu Xuanma and his astonishing rate of growth. Although the explanation seemed remarkable, it somehow felt somewhat reasonable in the context of Wu Xuanma. The master, furrowing his brow, endeavored to find a supporting point within the theories of soul masters, ultimately concluding that it could only be attributed to the unknown potential of the chaos destruction gun, a top-tier, mutated martial soul. Despite lingering questions and inexplicable aspects, Wu Xuanma's elucidation at least provided a seemingly rational framework. Moreover, his displayed strength and potential were undeniably tangible, leading his companions to feel more joy and awe than anything else. After a moment of inner turmoil, the trio found solace, acknowledging that everyone harbored their own secrets and fortunes. Enough, fatty, stop wailing, Dai Mubai said, playfully tapping Ma Hongjuan's head. Wu Xuanma possesses this ability due to his own fortuitous destiny. We cannot envy him. The path forward is to diligently cultivate our skills. The others nodded in agreement, still envious of Wu Xuanma's extraordinary soul ring configuration. But this envy was swiftly replaced by the insights gained from their battle with the sword Douluo. The pressure of confronting a peak powerhouse and the experience of their ultimate joint attack left each of them with a sense of enlightenment, their soul power subtly fluctuating and in need of consolidation. Master, everyone, I shall retreat for seclusion. Tang San spoke first, feeling that his soul power's bottleneck had loosened. So shall I. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others echoed. Let us go together. Ma Hongjun, usually the jokester, suddenly became serious. Soon, the training ground became deserted, leaving only the master and Bai Qinxiang. The master gazed at the departing figures of his disciples, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The half-day of seclusion passed in the blink of an eye. When Wu Xuanma opened his eyes once more, a fleeting silver glimmer of chaos illuminated his gaze, and his aura became even more profound and concentrated. Level 74, he mused, feeling the surging soul power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. The pressure from his confrontation with the sword Douluo had indeed served as the finest catalyst. Stepping out of the quiet chamber, he encountered Ma Hongjun emerging with a radiant expression, his soul power fluctuating vigorously, clearly having achieved a breakthrough. Haha, I'm at level 59. Just one step away from becoming a soul emperor. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, exuberantly pumping his fist. The master appeared at the opportune moment, observing the revitalized group. particularly the breakthrough of Wu Xuanma and Ma Hongjun, nodding in approval. Excellent. It seems that your battle with the sword Douluo had a profound impact on you all, leading to significant gains. Remember this feeling, pressure is the source of motivation. However, be mindful that on the path of cultivation, excess can be detrimental. Balance is key for enduring progress. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master. The group responded in unison. At that moment, the Master turned his gaze to Tang San. Little San, the sect leader of the Ning clan, has sent someone to invite you to the palace. To the palace? Tang San queried, somewhat perplexed. Beside him, Wu Xuanma instantly understood. This must be the Snow Knight Emperor bestowing upon Tang San the Hanhai Qianquan shield. His mind raced, and before Tang San could decline, he interjected. Brother San, you should go. Whether for the future development of the Tang sect or for our endeavors against the Spirit Hall, gaining the Empire's support is crucial. This recognition and its accompanying resources are most fittingly bestowed upon you. He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable sincerity. I am rather indolent and possess a disdain for mundane affairs. Moreover, my path does not particularly necessitate such support. Hence, this responsibility and honor rightfully belong to you. Tang San gazed at Wu Xianmo, comprehending that this brother genuinely wished to pass on this achievement and the opportunity to connect with the royal family to him, which deeply touched his heart. Considering the Tang sect and the future, he indeed could not decline this support. Very well, Xianmo, I understand. Thank you. Tang San nodded solemnly, no longer hesitating, and followed the incoming individual toward the palace. Wu Xianmo watched Tang San's departing figure and secretly sighed in relief. On one hand, he genuinely wished to facilitate Tang San in gaining royal support. On the other hand, he found the intricate court etiquette and social obligations excessively troublesome and preferred to evade them. After seeing off Tang San, Wu Xianmo did not immediately return to cultivate his soul power. Instead, he went to his usual secluded training ground, where the Chaos Annihilation Spear materialized in his hand. This time, he practiced not the operation of soul power nor the release of soul skills, but rather a unique spear technique. The inspiration stemmed from a particular move in an anime from his past life. In that anime, characters could imbue various powers onto their weapons, evolving into a myriad of attack forms, often requiring the coordination of a special breathing technique. However, for Wu Xianmo, with his elemental mastery and exquisite control over his soul power, the breathing technique was entirely superfluous. What he required was to seamlessly integrate elemental force with spear techniques, thereby forming his own martial system. Water, both gentle and fierce, capable of myriad transformations, can be both offensive and defensive. Let us commence with you. With a thought. The tip of the Chaos Annihilation Spear shimmered with a blue light, as the rich essence of water element energy entwined around the spear's shaft like a living stream. His body began to move. The spear thrust, lifted, swept, and crashed. Amidst the swirling spear shadows, at times it flowed like a gentle stream, forming a water curtain of defense, and at times it surged like tumultuous waves, carrying an overwhelming force. At other moments, it resembled a deep whirlpool, with the spear tip drawing the water elements to create a pulling force, unsettling his opponent's stance. He fully exploited the properties of water, endeavoring to infuse every insight into his spear techniques. This was a process of continuous practice, correction, and realization. He named this developing spear technique, centered around the water element, the Raging Tide Spear Technique. Time slipped by unnoticed in focused practice. As the sun set, Wu Xianmo finally withdrew his spear, standing drenched in sweat. Yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brightness. The preliminary framework for utilizing the water element had been established. What remained was the refinement through relentless honing, embedding it into his very marrow, transforming it into instinct. The following morning, Wu Xianmo bathed and donned a fresh, dark outfit. Exiting his room, he discovered that his companions were absent from the dormitory area. He strolled through the academy in search of them and ultimately spotted Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing near the tranquil wooden cabins built by teacher Lu Long Xianmo. You've arrived. Dai Mu Bai greeted him. Oh, what brings you all together here? Wu Xianmo inquired. Ning Rongrong explained, we are waiting for Xiao San. He has been unconscious since returning from the palace last night, and we are quite concerned. Wu Xianmo understood the situation, recognizing it as the process of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia acknowledging its master. He nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, a powerful wave of soul energy suddenly erupted within the wooden cabin. Following this, the door swung open, and Tang San emerged, his demeanor radiant, with a hint of surprise and confusion etched across his features. Xiao San, are you all right? The others inquired with concern as they gathered around him. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Tang San replied with a smile, his expression soon turning serious. Moreover, the Tindo royal family has gifted me an extraordinary treasure." As he spoke, a flash of blue light emanated from his brow, revealing a completely translucent triangular object, crafted as if from blue crystal, which was none other than the Han Hai Qian Kuan-jia. "What is this?" Dai Mu Bai inquired curiously. "This item is called the Han Hai Qian Kuan-jia, bestowed upon me by His Majesty," Tang San explained. "It possesses several highly practical abilities, and I shall demonstrate them for everyone." With a thought, the Han Hai Qian Kuan-jia radiated a brilliant blue light, instantly expanding to form a semi-transparent blue shield that enveloped Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wu Xianmo, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai, positioned right at the edge of the shield, was nudged slightly by its expansion. The first skill, Han Hai Hu Shun Jiao. Tang San's voice resonated within the shield. "It enables us to enter a state of invisibility, concealing not only our forms, but also perfectly masking our presence." The individuals within the shield gazed curiously outside, captivated by the novelty of the experience. Dai Mu Bai, having been nudged, instinctively stepped back, inadvertently stepping outside the shield's range. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, witnessing Dai Mu Bai's solitary figure outside the shield, which ignited their playful spirits. They began to make exaggerated faces and gestures towards him, expressions ludicrously comical. Ma Hongjun, taking it a step further, turned his back, puffed out his rear, and provocatively patted it, silently mouthing, "Come hit me." In that instant, Tang San's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and with another thought, he activated the second skill, Qian Kuan Ding Shen Jiao. A peculiar blue light shot forth from the Han Hai Qian Kuan-jia, striking Ma Hongjun, who was still in his provocative pose. Ma Hongjun's movements abruptly froze. He resembled someone ensnared by a binding spell, holding his ridiculous stance, motionless, with only his eyes darting in terror. Oscar, standing beside him, was equally taken aback, staring at the immobilized Ma Hongjun with a look of utter bewilderment. Tang San chuckled, explaining, "This second skill is named Qian Kuan Ding Shen Jiao, capable of immobilizing anyone whose mental strength is less than 3 times mine. While it does not directly harm the opponent, it provides ample time for us to escape or counterattack." Within the shield, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the comical sight of the frozen Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Tang San discreetly retracted the skill of the Han Hai Qian Kuan-jia. The blue light surrounding Ma Hongjun dissipated, releasing him from his paralysis. Unaware that the invisibility had been lifted, he continued to wiggle his rear in Dai Mu Bai's direction, playfully sticking out his tongue and making faces. Oscar, reacting a moment quicker, noticed the instant shift in Dai Mu Bai's expression, his face darkening and fists clenching, and sensed impending doom. Just as he began to warn Ma Hongjun, it was too late. "You glutton, you seek your own demise." With a fierce roar, Dai Mu Bai lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. "Ah, Boss Dai, I was wrong. Please don't slap me." Ma Hongjun's anguished cries echoed through the small grove. Observing Ma Hongjun, who was being affectionately chastised by Dai Mu Bai, and Oscar, who stood by reveling in the mischief, and soon found himself in Dai Mu Bai's playful grasp, the crowd erupted in laughter. As the commotion subsided, Tang San spoke earnestly. "In addition to these 2 skills, it possesses the group attack of the Oceanic Fury and the single target attack of the Universe's Demon-Breaking Strike, the true power of which we must test at a later opportunity. However, with this ability, we will no longer need to assign someone to keep watch during our nights in the wilderness." He then withdrew the Oceanic Universe shield back to his forehead, leaving a faint blue triangular mark. Upon seeing this mark on Tang San's brow, Wu Xuanma understood that their journey to Sea God Island was about to commence in earnest. He no longer lingered and returned to his room. Opening his storage ring, he began to methodically pack his belongings, changing clothes, daily necessities, some commonly used medicinal pills, a portion of dry rations and fresh water, and all potential supplies were meticulously categorized and placed within the ring's space. Tomorrow, they would set sail, with the destination being Sea God Island. Chapter 96, Crisis, Encountering a Strong Foe. The following morning, a gentle sorrow enveloped the entrance of Shrek Academy. A spacious carriage, capable of accommodating 9 individuals, stood quietly. Bai Qinxiang bid a heartfelt farewell to her grandfather, Bai He, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar solemnly saluted Ning Fengji, Bon Douluo, and Sword Douluo. Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma took turns saying their goodbyes to Flanders, the master, Lu Erlong, and other academy mentors. Ma Hongjun hugged Dean Flanders tightly, his eyes glistening. Tang San, accompanied by Xiao Wu, exchanged bittersweet farewells with the master and Lu Erlong, his gaze filled with reluctance. The group boarded the carriage and waved their goodbyes. The coachman rang the brass bell, its melodious chimes slicing through the morning mist as the carriage rumbled into motion, heading towards the western frontier of the Tindo Empire. Inside the carriage, Three sides were lined with long benches. Facing the door sat Wu Xuanma, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, who had been carefully placed beside him. To the left were Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Bai Qinxiang, while to the right sat Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. Having just experienced farewells, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Bai Qinxiang's eyes were red, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Ma Hongjun, feeling a pang of sympathy, mustered the courage to move to the empty seat beside her and clumsily offered consolation. Xiang, don't cry. I promised Grandpa Bai that I would take good care of you. With a tearful voice, Bai Qinxiang shot him a glare. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. She then shifted to the other side, conveniently separating them with Wu Xuanma, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Oscar, witnessing the situation, helplessly attempted to mediate. All right, fatty, Xiang has just left home. She must be feeling quite upset. Ma Hongjun, feeling wronged, muttered, I just wanted to comfort her because I knew she was sad, yet she still looks down on me. For a moment, the carriage was filled only with the sound of rolling wheels and soft sobs. The journey progressed amidst the bumps of the road. Gradually, the group emerged from their sorrow, stopping intermittently to appreciate the scenic views along the way, laughing and teasing each other. On the road, Wu Xuanma showcased his culinary skills, preparing a variety of delicacies, with roasted fish and meat being the most abundant. As the group savored the food, their eyes sparkled with delight. Ma Hongjun alone devoured 6 pieces of roasted meat and 7 fish, while Oscar exaggeratedly consumed 4 pieces of meat and 4 fish, leading one to assume they were reincarnated gluttons. Yet, it felt reminiscent of carefree days back at Shrek Academy. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. That evening, the carriage halted beside a desolate field. The coachman, peering through the curtain, alerted the group. Ladies and gentlemen, the nearest village is still 5 miles away. It is getting late. Should we continue towards the village to find lodging or camp here for the night? The group disembarked to stretch their limbs. Oscar surveyed the surroundings. Puzzled, how strange, there isn't a soul in sight. Ning Rongrong speculated. Perhaps they've all finished their work and gone home? Yet, Tang San frowned slightly. His formidable mental acuity sensing something amiss. The farming tools were scattered too haphazardly, as if discarded in haste. Something felt off. He spoke gravely. Bai Qinxiang volunteered. I will scout ahead to the village. Tang San nodded in agreement, handing her a pair of steel orbs. Xiang, exercise caution. Use these to trigger an alarm at the first sign of danger. These were concealed weapons, the soul-devouring darts. Bai Qinxiang accepted the weapons and, like a nimble swallow, darted swiftly towards the village. Before long, a sharp explosion and the violent clash of metal echoed from the village. It's Xiang. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically, and his spirit instantly manifested as he activated his third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Soaring. With fiery wings unfurled, he shot into the sky like a bolt from a crossbow, heading straight for the village. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing immediately attempted to follow, but Tang San halted them. Rongrong, Zhuqing, stay here and protect Xiao Wu. His words rushed forth, and with a flash of blue light from his forehead, he summoned the oceanic shield. The semi-transparent blue barrier expanded instantly, enveloping Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, concealing their presence. Little Oscar, I leave this to you, Tang San instructed. Rest assured, Oscar replied, nodding solemnly, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Without further hesitation, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Wu Xuanma exerted their powers simultaneously. Gentle wind, Wu Xuanma called out. As a gentle breeze enveloped his feet, while invisible currents of wind wrapped around Dai Mubai and Tang San, the trio's speed surged, transforming them into 3 swift shadows, racing after Ma Hongjun towards the village. Soon, the 4 regrouped at the edge of the village, concealed by trees, allowing them to discern the scene within. A horde of grotesque, half-human, half-wolf creatures prowled about. Their muscles bulged beneath gray-black fur, fangs bared, and eyes glinting with a savage thirst for blood. They were herding trembling villagers together, and at the center of this chaos stood Bai Qinxiang, recently captured. Ma Hongjun inhaled sharply. What in the world are those? Dai Mubai's expression turned grave as he explained, wolf bandits. They are monsters born from the fusion of humans and the soul beast, Gale Demon Wolf. Half-human, half-wolf. They are exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Feng Xiaoyan's twin-headed Gale Wolf martial spirit is a mutated and enhanced form of the Gale Demon Wolf, Tang San added. Thus, they possess the formidable physique and wind attribute affinity of the Gale Demon Wolf, coupled with a degree of cunning and intelligence akin to that of humans. Truly troublesome. While Dai Mubai and Tang San were elucidating the situation, Wu Xuanma pondered another matter, whether there existed a reproductive barrier between humans and the Gale Demon Wolf. However, the existence of creatures like the wolf thief suggested that no such barrier was present. At that moment, A wolf thief was preparing to assault the recently captured by Qinxiang. In an instant, Ma Hongjun leaped forth, unleashing a flame that struck the foremost wolf thief with precision, then posed atop the adjacent wooden cabin in what he deemed an impressive stance, declaring, "Your adversary stands before you." Just as he was poised to launch another attack, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Wu Xuanma simultaneously intervened, dispatching several surrounding wolf thieves. Just as they untied by Qinxiang and the villagers from their bonds, one wolf thief spotted them and let out a wolf howl. Although he was instantly silenced by a concealed weapon from Tang San, the sound still attracted all nearby wolf thieves. Nonetheless, Wu Xuanma astutely discerned that a repugnant dark red aura enveloped all the wolf thieves, including the particularly massive and potent leader among them. This aura was even more intense and malevolent than that of the city lord, Crawley, whom they had encountered in Quilin City. Something is amiss. Wu Xuanma's voice was cold and urgent. These wolf thieves are problematic. They are all suffused with an exceedingly vile dark red aura. I suspect a soul master is manipulating them from the shadows, possibly enhancing their strength with some soul technique to compel them to capture the living. Xiang, quickly lead the villagers away from here. Tang San decisively called out to the just rescued by Qinxiang. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Bai Qinxiang promptly organized the terrified villagers to flee towards the dense forest beyond the village. Xuanma. Tang San turned to Wu Xuanma. That soul master is your responsibility. Otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. This area is left to me and Big Brother Dai. You go after him. Understood. Wu Xuanma responded without hesitation. In a blur, he leapt into the air, activating his insight eye to its fullest potential. In his field of vision, the dark red malevolent auras emanating from all the wolf thieves converged peculiarly into a thick, dark red bloodline in the distance. I found you. Wu Xuanma's gaze sharpened, as the power of the wind element surged beneath the wings of the elemental universe, transforming him into a blurred gray shadow that sped towards the source of that sinister thread, racing 100 miles away. Before long, Wu Xuanma descended at the mouth of a concealed cave. A potent stench of blood and an overwhelming sense of malevolence wafted from within. Yet, the entrance merely masked a deep, winding passage that slanted downwards into the depths of the earth. Wu Xuanma suppressed his presence, cloaking himself in a chaotic field to obscure his aura, while his insight eye pierced the darkness, cautiously advancing into the cave. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the stench of blood became, nearly solidifying in the air, making it thick and suffocating. At last, he reached the end of the passage. Before him lay a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cave, on an eerie formation crafted from a multitude of white bones and dried bloodstains, sat a man in meditation. He possessed a slender figure, his long, pale red hair cascading about him, surrounded by a multitude of dismembered corpses, evoking a scene reminiscent of hell. As if sensing the arrival of Wu Xuanma, the man slowly opened his eyes. They were devoid of emotion, filled instead with a dark, greedy, and cruel crimson gaze. How impressive, this little fellow. The man's voice was hoarse, tinged with a mocking tone akin to that of a cat toying with a mouse. To have found his way here was truly remarkable. Utilizing the flickering light of torches on the cave walls, Wu Xuanma discerned the gaunt visage of his adversary. The man licked his cracked lips, revealing a sickly smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Murad. Welcome to my paradise. As his words fell, he flicked his fingers, sending several streams of soul power towards the crystals embedded in the cave wall. Buzz. The dim cave was instantly illuminated by a blinding white light. Where the light reached, the scene grew even more horrifying. In addition to the scattered limbs, several dozen corpses were neatly arranged in the corners of the cave. These bodies were intact, yet their skin was shriveled and pallid, as if all moisture and life had been drained, resembling desiccated mummies. Wu Xuanma's pupils constricted, and he immediately fell into a state of vigilance. What a rare opportunity to have a prey like you voluntarily present itself. Excitement flickered in Murad's eyes as he slowly rose to his feet. A peculiar martial soul manifested in his hand, a blood-red bell constructed entirely of dark crimson crystal, its surface inscribed with bizarre runes. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings rose beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 4 black. He was unmistakably a soul sage. Moreover, the 4th soul ring was an astonishing 10,000 years old. This marked the first time Wu Xuanma had encountered a soul master with such an extraordinary configuration of soul rings, aside from himself and Tang San. Wu Xuanma dared not be negligent. He swiftly grasped the chaotic destruction gun. With a thought, he activated the mimetic 1,000 forms, disguising his true soul rings as a standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Revealing his actual soul ring configuration might provoke a shift in Murad's emotions, so it was prudent to present a more ordinary appearance. A soul sage? Upon seeing Wu Xuanma's soul rings, Murad felt no fear. Instead, his greed and excitement surged to new heights, erupting in a sharp, piercing laugh. Ha ha! A soul sage so young. A genius. A perfect genius. I am utterly looking forward to transforming you into my most powerful collectible. Ha ha ha! Amidst his maniacal laughter, Murad's first soul ring suddenly glowed. The first soul skill. Thousand sounds resonance. The blood-red bell shook violently. Ding! An invisible, sharply resonating sound wave, imbued with intense mental shock and physical destructive force, sliced through the air like a twisted blade, aiming directly for Wu Xuanma's face. The speed was astonishing. Wu Xuanma had anticipated this. At the moment the sound wave surged forth, the wind element surged beneath his feet, allowing him to glide several meters to the side like a wraith. Boom! The ground where he had stood was struck by the sound wave, and the hard rock shattered like tofu, creating a deep pit. Such quick reflexes. A flicker of surprise crossed Murad's eyes, which quickly turned to fervor. Excellent. Excellent. The stronger you are, the more perfect the puppet I can create. I shall first absorb your blood and life essence, and then transform you into my most formidable puppet. Ha ha! This is truly exhilarating. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ha 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 ha! An eerie laughter echoed throughout the cavern. Morloud ceased his probing. The third soul ring ignited, casting a deep crimson radiance. The third soul skill, Blood Bell Summon Corpses. The blood-red bell trembled violently, releasing a dense, tangible dark red mist that surged forth, as if alive, swiftly infiltrating the mouths and nostrils of the desiccated mummies in the corners of the cave. A bizarre scene unfolded. The withered corpses, upon the influx of the crimson mist, visibly regained their vitality, their skin filling out at an astonishing pace. Joints emitted a disconcerting cracking sound as one after another, they stood stiffly, swaying unsteadily. Within their hollow eye sockets, 2 points of dark red ethereal flame ignited. A total of 15. A chill ran down Wu Xuanma's spine. This soul skill was indeed uncanny. However, Morloud's actions did not waver. With a frenzied and cruel grin, the fourth soul ring's profound black light flared to life. The fourth soul skill, Blood Bell Control Souls. The blood-red bell emitted a low, eerie hum, and an invisible wave swept over the 15 recently risen corpses. Buzz. The dark red ethereal flames in their eyes flared fiercely. Subsequently, surges of varying soul power erupted from their forms. Shadows of diverse martial spirits coalesced in their withered hands or behind them. What? Even Wu Xuanma, whose spirit was unwavering, could not help but be struck with horror at this moment. These corpses, awakened by the soul skill, could still wield their martial spirits from their former lives. The eye of insight swiftly scanned, instantly discerning the strength of these corpse puppets. 8 soul emperors, 4 soul kings, 3 soul lords, 15 corpses exuding death and sinister soul power fluctuations. Under Morloud's ghastly laughter, slowly turned to face Wu Xuanma, who stood armed at the center of the cavern. Chapter 97, Resolution. Faced with the encroaching 15 corpse puppets radiating considerable soul power from all directions, Wu Xuanma's gaze was icy. Not a hint of fear crossed his visage, rather a surge of intense battle spirit arose within him. Just right. I shall test my new marksmanship on you, he uttered softly, the chaotic destruction gun tracing an arc in his hand. As the rich and pure water elemental power boiled forth, the first form of the tsunami gun technique, 1,000 tides, overlapping waves. The spear swept forward, not as a blunt force strike, but invoking the immense power of water elements, forming a surging, layered blue energy tsunami. This tsunami was not a tangible flow of water, but a highly concentrated wave of water elemental shock, imbued with tremendous force and relentless impact. Thunderous roars, like true raging waves crashing upon the shore. The first few corpse puppets of Soul Emperor level were caught at the forefront, instantly torn apart, as if swept into an underwater current by the overwhelming force of the waves. The subsequent Soul King puppets were left reeling, bones splintering and sinews snapping. Even the 3 Soul Lord level corpses were violently pushed back several steps, their sturdy defensive soul techniques flickering fiercely. In just one move, a massive breach was torn open in the encirclement formed by the 15 corpse puppets. Amidst the chaos, severed limbs and crushed, desiccated tissues, shattered by the onslaught of water elements, scattered in every direction. Perfect, utterly exquisite. Morlaudi upon the altar felt no sorrow. Instead, he was consumed by an exhilarating fervor. His pale red hair thrashing wildly, his eyes alight with a morbid zeal. Such formidable power, such exquisite control. It was as if the heavens had bestowed upon him the finest puppet imaginable. His maniacal laughter echoed through the blood-soaked cavern. Wu Xuanmao, indifferent to the madman's ramblings, surveyed the relentless corpses that, undeterred by their own demise, dragged their mangled bodies forward once more. With a flourish, he wielded his spear anew, the power of the water elements deepening and intensifying. The second form of the wild tide spear technique, abyssal dragon against the sea. The chaotic destruction spear thrust forward with ferocity, its tip drawing forth the raging water elements, coalescing into a fearsome, roaring deep blue water dragon. This dragon was composed of a multitude of high-speed, razor-sharp water blades, akin to a terrifying vortex that annihilated all within the depths of the sea. With an inaudible roar, the water dragon ensnared the remaining corpses that dared to charge again. A cacophony of slicing sounds erupted, whether they were Soul Sect or Soul King level. Before the water blade vortex, imbued with the essence of annihilation, they crumbled like decayed wood and withered grass. Sturdy bones and soul-powered defenses were mercilessly shredded by the tempestuous water element, obliterated in an instant. Within mere breaths, the remnants of the corpses, along with the severed limbs, were utterly reduced to a swirling cloud of dark red powder, gently cascading down to blend with the viscous blood on the cavern floor. Silence enveloped the cavern, save for Morlaud's heavy breathing and the faint, measured breaths of Wu Xuanmao, standing resolute with his spear. Alas, such a pity, Morlaudi lamented, gazing at the debris strewn about, his tone laced with regret. Collecting these fine puppets consumed a considerable amount of my time, but this regret was fleeting. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with an insatiable greed and exhilaration. Yet, soon, I shall possess new, even more perfect puppets. You shall serve as the finest material. Fifth soul skill, Vengeful Bell's Web. The blood spirit bell in Morlaud's grasp trembled violently. This time, it emitted not a shrill sound wave, but countless near-transparent, spider silk-thin blood-colored sound wave threads. These threads, silent and cold, bore a sinister aura of resentment, coiling towards Wu Xuanmao from all directions, piercing through with alarming speed and precision. Wu Xuanmao's gaze sharpened, his insight eye activated to its fullest. Those blood-colored threads, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, appeared as luminous fireflies against the backdrop of night in his vision. The wind element swirled beneath his feet as he glided like a specter through the dense web of threads, evading them with each calculated movement. However, it seemed these threads sought more than just Wu Xuanmao himself. Many of them passed through his afterimages, striking the ground where the shredded remnants of the corpses lay, along with the scattered, severed limbs. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fragmented bones, morsels of flesh, and even the desiccated scabs struck by the crimson thread seemed to respond to an unseen summons, gradually levitating as if suspended in a state of weightlessness. Subsequently, they converged frantically towards Morlaudi, as if drawn by the force of sound waves. With a series of explosive pops, the assembled remains erupted violently before Morlaudi. Thick, foul, dark red plasma sprayed forth like a fountain. Yet, rather than descending to the ground, this blood was forcibly gathered and compressed by an invisible force. In an instant, a massive blood sphere, half the height of a man and writhing continuously, hovered in front of Morlaudi. The surface of the sphere shimmered with countless anguished, contorted faces, emitting silent wails and exuding an aura of malevolence that sent chills through the soul. With a sinister grin, Morlaudi extended his emaciated finger, caressing the enormous blood sphere with an expression of rapture. My martial spirit, the Blood Soul Bell, encompasses more than mere sound wave attacks and puppet control. Its core power lies in the absolute dominion over blood. Whether it be the blood of my adversaries or my own, it shall transform into my most formidable weapon. He cast a venomous gaze towards Wu Xuanmao, his eyes glinting like those of a viper. Do you comprehend why I share this with you? He rhetorically questioned, his tone abruptly shifting to a shrill pitch, because the dead do not divulge secrets. With a sudden flourish, Morlaudi shook the Blood Soul Bell. The colossal blood sphere instantly contracted violently, condensing in size yet acquiring the hue of solidified dark red gemstones. Following this, the surface of the sphere erupted, releasing a myriad of tiny blood droplets, thousands in number. Each droplet, no larger than a grain of rice, harbored terrifying penetrating and corrosive powers, raining down upon Wu Xuanmao like a tempest of needle-like projectiles, covering all avenues of evasion. Confronted with this unavoidable barrage of blood droplets, Wu Xuanmao's gaze sharpened. First form of the raging tide gun technique, 1,000 tides, overlapping waves. The chaotic destruction gun swept across once more. This time, the summoned water element tsunami was even more solidified, more ferocious. It surged forth like a colossal wave, relentlessly charging against the dense rain of blood droplets. The azure tsunami collided violently with the dark red blood rain. The water element and the vile blood forces clashed, eroding and annihilating one another. Most of the blood droplets were shattered and purified by the overwhelming force of the tsunami, yet a few still pierced through the watery curtain, whistling towards Wu Xuanma. Just as the droplets were about to reach him, a holy light flashed in Wu Xuanma's eyes. Light element amplification, second soul skill, divine judgment purification /. The tip of the chaotic destruction gun erupted with resplendent, divine radiance. It was as though a miniature sun coalesced at the gun's point. With both hands grasping the gun, Wu Xuanma swung it down fiercely towards more Laudi upon the altar. A golden light blade, honed to perfection and composed purely of sanctified purifying power, tore through the residual blood and filth in its path, wielding the will to cleanse all evil from the world, aimed directly at more Laudi. Wherever the light blade passed, the lingering grievances and blood droplets in the air were instantaneously evaporated and purified. What? More Laudi felt the terrifying, purifying power contained within that light blade. His expression shifting dramatically, he fervently shook the blood spirit bell, causing a torrent of viscous blood energy to surge forth from the blood, orbs, and himself, instantly coalescing before him into a substantial, dark red blood shield, swirling with the phantoms of vengeful souls. Block this. With a thunderous crash, the divine light blade struck fiercely against the blood shield. The sound was akin to a searing iron pressed against foul grease, accompanied by a sharp, hissing noise as dense, white smoke billowed forth. The anguished wails of the phantoms within the blood shield melted away under the radiant light, barely enduring for less than a second. With a sharp crack, the blood shield, reputed to withstand the might of soul battles, crumbled as easily as paper before the purifying force of the judgmental cleansing /, infused with the attributes of chaotic obliteration and the essence of light. The residual force of the blade continued unabated, crashing down upon the hastily raised arms of more Laudi. A piercing scream, more beastly than human, echoed throughout the cavern. Morlaud's arms instantly charred, flesh dissolving in the sacred light as if boiling oil met snow, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The searing agony transcended mere physical pain. It gnawed at the very core of his soul. The intensity of his suffering nearly rendered him unconscious. Seizing the moment, Wu Xuanma understood the treachery of Morlaud's tactics and knew he must not grant him a moment's reprieve. As the judgmental cleansing / descended, the power of light elemental surged within him once more. The fifth soul skill, Holy Light Catastrophe, amplified the light element. The radiance at the tip of the chaos obliteration spear transformed from resplendent gold to an even purer, more condensed form, as if it could pierce the very void. A spear of blinding white light, no thicker than an arm, yet imbued with the essence to purify all things, tore through the fabric of space, striking true as more Laudi. Momentarily lost in agony, was pierced through the chest. Morlaud's face contorted in disbelief, frozen in a grimace of pain and horror as he beheld the smooth, mirror-like hole in his chest, exuding wisps of purifying white smoke. He could feel his very vitality and soul being rapidly cleansed, annihilated by this terrifying holy light. No, it can't be. He uttered his final, indistinct syllables, the crimson light in his eyes extinguishing completely. His body, devoid of all support, collapsed limply onto the foul altar. Subsequently, under the relentless purification of the blinding holy light, his emaciated form swiftly crumbled into grayish-white dust, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace of blood. Even in death, he could not comprehend why a seemingly youthful soul saint possessed such formidable light attribute soul skills. Had he exerted his full strength from the outset, unleashing his true martial soul, perhaps a glimmer of hope would have remained. Yet, arrogance and greed exacted the ultimate price. This powerful evil soul master ultimately succumbed to his own hubris. Once assured of Morlaud's complete obliteration, with even the faintest soul fluctuations dissipated, Wu Xuanma slowly retracted his martial soul. The pervasive stench of blood and malevolence within the cavern began to wane, yet the sight before him remained repugnant. With an icy glare, he flipped his palm, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire elemental power. The raging flames instantaneously engulfed the entire blood-soaked cavern, consuming the altar, severed limbs, bloodstains, and every trace left by more Laudi in a roaring inferno. The flames consumed all impurities, crackling and illuminating the serene, yet lethal visage of Wu Xuanma. Only after ensuring that every trace of malevolence had been thoroughly eradicated did he turn away, leaving behind a hellscape reduced to charred earth by the inferno. Upon his return to the village, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, though wounded and unsteady, had utilized their formidable strength and seamless teamwork to vanquish the remaining wolf bandits. The The colossal corpse of the bandit leader lay sprawled on the ground, with a strangely shaped right leg bone emitting a greenish glow hovering above it. Xuanma, you've returned. Are you unharmed? Tangan inquired with a sigh of relief upon spotting Wu Xuanma. Wu Xuanma nodded, stating, I dealt with the source, a malevolent soul master, and have taken care of him. What about you? We've managed to resolve the situation. It's just that the fat one is quite severely injured, Tangan replied, gesturing toward Dai Mubai, who was seated cross-legged, absorbing the soul bone, and then looking toward the village direction. Xiang and the fat one are tending to the villagers. At that moment, Dai Mubai opened his eyes after completing the absorption, a mix of joy and gravity upon his face. Xiao-san, you were right. This soul bone is known as the bloodthirsty frenzy right leg bone. Its ability is called bloodthirst, allowing me to instantly enter a frenzied state, enhancing my attack, defense, and speed by 100%. It's incredibly powerful. Tangan furrowed his brow at this revelation. While doubling your attack is astonishing, the frenzied state can easily lead one to lose their sanity, distinguishing friend from foe, and the risks are too great. Dai, it would be wise to refrain from utilizing this soul bone's ability for now. Let us first find you a suitable head soul bone to enhance your mental strength, allowing you to control the frenzy before employing it. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. I understand. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. He then turned to Wu Xuanma. What of your encounter? Was the malevolent soul master difficult to handle? Wu Xuanma briefly recounted the circumstances within the cave, omitting the specifics of his newly devised marksmanship and light element soul technique, merely stating, he was a soul master capable of controlling and attacking with sound waves and blood, at the soul sage level, possessing bizarre abilities. However, he was overly complacent, allowing me to seize the opportunity to eliminate him with minimal injury. Just then, Bai Qinxiang staggered over, supporting the blood-soaked and nearly unconscious Ma Hongjun. A deep claw mark, exposing bone, marred his chest, blood staining half of his body. His complexion as pale as a sheet. Fatty, Dai Mubai and Wu Xuanma rushed forward, carefully taking Ma Hongjun and laying him flat in the carriage. Wu Xuanma gathered a gentle light element at his fingertips, illuminating the wound like a lantern, while the pure power of water element intermingled with radiant healing energy delicately enveloped the edges of Ma Hongjun's gruesome injury, alleviating his pain and attempting to staunch the bleeding. Yet, the wound was far too deep and extensive. Mere elemental healing would not suffice. The wound is too severe. It must be sutured, Wu Xuanma declared solemnly. I will do it. Bai Qinxiang replied without hesitation, tears welling in her eyes, yet resolutely determined. She swiftly retrieved a needle and thread from her first aid kit, disinfected them with strong liquor, took a deep breath, and began the arduous task of stitching Ma Hongjun's wound. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, they were marked by intense focus and care. Mist Shuama continuously channeled the elements of light and water, alleviating Ma Hongjun's suffering and stabilizing his injuries. Dai Mubai pressed firmly on Ma Hongjun's shoulder to prevent him from moving restlessly in response to his pain. The atmosphere within the carriage was tense, punctuated only by the faint sound of needle-piercing flesh and the suppressed breaths of Bai Qinxiang. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the final stitch was finally completed. Bai Qinxiang snipped the thread and gazed at the neatly sutured wound, letting out a long sigh of relief, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Now, let him rest well. Miss Shuama withdrew his elemental power, and Ma Hongjun's furrowed brow eased slightly, his breathing becoming more even. The group quietly exited the carriage, leaving the space for the unconscious Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang to tend to him. Outside, the night was profound. The village, having endured a catastrophe, appeared particularly silent. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood and the weariness of survival. Chapter 98. On the brink of life and death. Ma Hongjun lay gravely injured and unconscious, weighing heavily on the hearts of the Shrek members like a burdensome stone. Bai Qinxiang vigilantly remained by the carriage day and night, meticulously caring for him, providing water and wiping his body, her eyes often glistening with tears of concern and sorrow. Though the sounds of the fatty's snoring were soft, they became the most reassuring presence in the camp. Dai Mubai, Tangan, and others took turns keeping watch, alert to any potential dangers while also seizing the opportunity to recover from their previous exertions. The journey's tribulations did not cease with the demise of the wolf bandits. A few days later, during one dusky evening, as the group camped in a clearing near a stream, an unexpected crisis arose. Help! Help me! A girl's scream, filled with terror and despair, tore through the tranquility of the woods, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a tattered, dirt-covered girl stumbling from the dense forest, desperately racing towards their camp. Hot on her heels were three soul masters clad in the standard uniforms of the Spirit Hall, their menacing laughter echoing ominously. Spirit Hall members? Dai Mubai's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. How dare they act so brazenly in broad daylight? Bai Zhuqing's voice was icy. Save her. Tangan commanded decisively. Without further ado, Dai Mubai, Bai Zhuqing, and Miss Shanhua surged forward. Dai Mubai charged like an enraged lion, his white tiger barrier activated, sending the foremost spirit hall soul master flying. Bai Zhuqing moved like a specter, unleashing her ghostly prowl, her sharp claws swiftly slicing through the throat of another soul master. Miss Shanhua's movements were succinct. Without even summoning his martial spirit, he merely concentrated a thread of highly compressed wind blades at his fingertips, piercing through the heart of the last soul master like an invisible arrow. The 3 soul masters, of the Soul King rank, fell before the might of Shrek's trio. As easily as mere chickens, the still-shaken girl collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, trembling uncontrollably. Ning Rongrong and Oscar hurried to assist her, offering her water. Thank you. Thank you all, the young girl spoke through tears, her voice trembling. I am Zhang Menghan. They are from the Spirit Hall. They captured me and many others, taking us to a camp. I managed to escape, but they found me and chased me all the way here, she said, pointing towards the direction from which her pursuers had come, her eyes filled with terror. A camp? There are still many people being held? Tangan's expression turned grave. Zhang Menghan nodded vigorously, yes. Not too far from here, in a valley, there are many guards. And those who were captured are young spirit masters or ordinary people like me. Dai Mubai exclaimed angrily. Once again, it's the Spirit Hall. Those brutes. Wu Xuanma stood to the side, his gaze fixed on Zhang Menghan. The girl appeared pitiful and terrified, her narrative coherent and reasonable. Yet, for some reason, he felt an unsettling sensation arise within him, as if something was amiss. Was it the fleeting calmness in her eyes that seemed at odds with her fear? Or perhaps the overly specific details of her description of the camp's location? Or was it the faint, elusive chill that seemed to emanate from her? Wu Xuanma activated his insight, but found no significant fluctuations of spirit power or traces of abnormal energy. He attributed it to her being in shock. He buried his concerns deep within. We cannot stand idly by, Tangan declared solemnly. We must rescue them. The Spirit Hall's audacity in capturing civilians and spirit masters must have a sinister motive. After a discussion, they made their decision. Oscar and Ning Rongrong would stay behind to care for the still unconscious Ma Hongjun, while they would protect the vulnerable Xiao Wu with Bai Qinxiang. The camp required guarding. Dai Mubai, Tangan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma would set out, guided by Zhang Menghan, to the camp where the captives were held, aiming to rescue those trapped. Wu Xuanma would be responsible for safeguarding Zhang Menghan, as he was the strongest among them, more than capable of protecting a weak girl. More importantly, his lingering doubts prompted him to keep this potentially unstable factor under close observation, ensuring the safety of the others as well. Before departing, Wu Xuanma discreetly glanced at the few left behind in the camp, particularly at the unconscious Ma Hongjun and the vigilant Bai Qinxiang by his side. His unease seemed to intensify, yet he refrained from voicing it. As night deepened, the 4, Dai Mubai, Tangan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma, silently advanced under Zhang Menghan's guidance. She appeared quite familiar with the terrain, leading them swiftly through the rugged forest. Wu Xuanma remained at the rear, maintaining high vigilance, his insight scanning the surroundings. But no ambush or pursuers were detected. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the concealed entrance of a hollow. Glancing down by the light of the moon, they indeed spotted a brightly lit camp in the valley below. Several rudimentary tents were pitched, and a bonfire blazed at the center. Around 15 spirit masters clad in Spirit Hall attire patrolled or rested within the camp. On the outskirts, several wooden stakes bore 4 or 5 ragged, listless young individuals bound to them. That's out the place. Zhang Menghan pointed towards the camp, her voice trembling with fear. The guards were strict, and it seemed their leader was inside the large central tent. Tangan observed for a moment and whispered, the situation appears to be largely accurate. Dai Lauda, Xianmo, Zhu Qing, we shall proceed according to plan. Dai Lauda and I will draw the majority of the guards' attention to create chaos. Zhu Qing, your speed is unmatched, and your movements are most discreet. Seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil to rescue those who are bound. Xianmo, you and Miss Zhang will remain on the periphery to provide support while ensuring her safety. Once Zhu Qing has succeeded, we will retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. He paused, adding, we should aim to incapacitate the soul masters of the Spirit Hall rather than take their lives unless absolutely necessary. Our primary objective is to rescue the captives while avoiding unnecessary casualties and escalation of conflict. Tangan considered the broader implications, wishing to avoid a complete rupture with the Spirit Hall on their journey to Sea God Island, which would invite even more fervent pursuit. The group nodded in understanding. Wu Xianmo also nodded. This arrangement was reasonable, and keeping Zhang Menghan close aligned with his own desires. Let us commence. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai exchanged a glance, and like arrows released from a bowstring, they suddenly dashed down from the hillside, charging towards the camp's entrance. Who goes there? An attack. The soul masters within the camp were immediately alerted, shouts erupting all around. A dozen soul masters quickly gathered, their spirit rings glowing as they converged on Tang San and Dai Mu Bai's direction. As planned, the majority of the guards' attention was drawn away. Zhu Zhuqing's figure transformed into a shadow merging with the night, silently slipping along the camp's edge like a true nocturnal sprite, swiftly approaching the bound captives. The clamor of the camp and the sounds of battle resonated clearly. Wu Xianmo and Zhang Menghan remained in the shadows near the entrance of the hillside, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Wu Gu, do you think they will be all right? Zhang Menghan inched closer to Wu Xianmo, her voice laced with worry, her body trembling slightly from fear as she instinctively reached for his arm for reassurance. Wu Xianmo subtly stepped aside, avoiding her touch. His gaze fixed on the battlefield below, his tone calm. Do not worry, they can handle this. The peculiar sensation in his heart had not dissipated. Rather, it sharpened as Zhang Menghan drew near, an exceedingly subtle chill seeming to grow clearer. He heightened his vigilance, the phantom of the chaotic destruction gun coalescing in his consciousness, ready to be unleashed at any moment. At that moment, two soul masters tasked with guarding the captives appeared to have heard their comrades' shouts and ran towards the camp entrance to provide support. Almost all the attention within the camp was captivated by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, creating a brief opening at the captive location. A golden opportunity. Wu Xianmo whispered, Miss Zhang, remain here and do not move. I will create greater chaos to cover Zhu Zhuqing's rescue. He needed a reason to temporarily distance himself from Zhang Menghan while testing her reaction. Wu Gu, please be careful, Zhang Menghan said with concern, her gaze quickly darting towards the camp entrance. Wu Xuanma no longer hesitated. With a flicker of his form, he appeared like a wraith behind a colossal rock near the entrance of the camp. He did not unleash his martial soul. Instead, he concentrated highly compressed fire elemental energy at his fingertips and, pointing towards a vacant space amidst the clutter in the center of the camp, flicked his fingers. Thunderous roars erupted as a blazing fireball materialized out of thin air, exploding fiercely. Fiery light shot skyward, and shockwaves rippled through the air, although no casualties ensued. The tremendous noise and brilliance of the blast instantly captivated the attention of the remaining guards within the camp, as well as those who had been drawn back by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai to investigate. There are still enemies. Quickly, let us check it out. Immediately, 7 or 8 soul masters surged towards the site of the explosion. Wu Xuanma was gratified to see his plan come to fruition and was about to return to Zhang Menghan's side. However, when he turned back to where he had hidden moments ago, his pupils constricted in alarm. Zhang Menghan was nowhere to be seen. A powerful sense of crisis seized Wu Xuanma's heart. He swiftly activated his Eye of Insight, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness to lock onto his target. To his dismay, Zhang Menghan had not heeded his instruction to remain in place. Instead, she was stumbling towards the camp's entrance, the very location he had ignited the explosion. As she ran, her voice trembled with fear, calling out, Brother Wu, where are you? Help me. Don't leave me alone. Her actions instantly exposed her to the soul masters of the spirit hall who had been drawn by the explosion. Damn it, Wu Xuanma cursed inwardly. Having no time to ponder why Zhang Menghan had so foolishly walked into danger, saving her was paramount. The elemental power of wind surged beneath his feet, transforming his form into a streak of azure light as he dashed towards Zhang Menghan. Little girl, it's you again. Do you dare to bring help to meddle? A particularly burly and fierce-looking soul master leader bellowed, flanked by 2 subordinates, positioning themselves directly in front of Zhang Menghan. Behind them loomed 7 more, their gazes fixed with ferocity upon Wu Xuanma and Zhang Menghan, evidently recognizing her. At that moment, Wu Xuanma stood protectively before Zhang Menghan, shielding her behind him. He surveyed the trio before him, a subtle frown crossing his brow. Although they donned the attire of the spirit hall, their ferocious demeanor and the wildness in their eyes starkly contrasted with the haughty or rigid temperament he associated with the soul masters of the spirit hall. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation compelled him to refrain from further contemplation. The menacing leader, witnessing Wu Xuanma shielding Zhang Menghan, sneered, Humph, little girl, last time you escaped. Consider yourself fortunate. Do you think bringing a helper will save you this time? Soon, I shall capture both of you, and let us see how you flee. He brandished his large blade martial soul, exuding an aggressive aura. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuanma felt his wariness towards Zhang Menghan diminish slightly. The leader's words seemed to affirm her status as a victim. Stay behind me and do not move, Wu Xuanma instructed Zhang Menghan quietly without turning his head. He then ceased his words, and as his soul rings emerged, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 7 soul rings radiated formidable pressure beneath the night sky. The chaos destruction gun materialized in his grasp, its tip swirling with a vortex of 9 elements, exuding a heart-stopping aura. A soul sage. The formidable leader and the 9 soul masters behind him were clearly daunted by the might of the 7 soul rings, their faces betraying expressions of horror as they instinctively retreated a step. Wu Xuanma had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He merely sought to incapacitate the 3 individuals swiftly and then escort Zhang Menghan away from this perilous place to assist Zhu Zhuqing in her rescue mission. In a fluid motion, he advanced, wielding the chaos destruction gun without employing any soul skills, relying solely on his exquisite marksmanship and soul power suppression. Akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, the gun shadows danced, swift as lightning. Bang, 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 bang. In mere moments, the 9 soul masters of the spirit hall at the forefront, including the 2 flanking the leader, were struck down as if by a colossal hammer, unable to unleash their martial souls before darkness enveloped their vision, collapsing to the ground, entirely unconscious. Wu Xuanma had exercised remarkable restraint, merely stunning them. The battle concluded with efficiency and finesse. Standing with his gun in hand, Wu Xuanma surveyed the sprawled guards, then turned his gaze toward the camp. It appeared that Tang San and Dai Mubai had also regained control of the situation, while Zhu Zhuqing's figure emerged among the captives, swiftly severing their bindings. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, just as Wu Xuanma's taut nerves began to relax slightly, preparing to check on Zhang Menghan's condition, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A chilling, viscous, and excruciatingly painful sensation, devoid of any forewarning, suddenly pierced through his back, slightly above the heart. The sound of a sharp weapon penetrating flesh and bone resounded in Wu Xuanma's ears like thunder. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze, only to find a glimmering, dark purple-black stinger, resembling a scorpion's tail, protruding from his chest. A drop of viscous purple-black venom slowly dripped from the tip of the stinger. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Wu Xuanma's movements became entirely paralyzed. An indescribable chill, numbness, and a soul-rending agony surged from the wound, radiating throughout his body. The soul power within him felt as if it had transformed into a frozen river, abruptly stagnating. The brilliance of the chaos destruction gun dimmed in an instant, nearly slipping from his grasp. With great difficulty and excruciating slowness, he turned his head. What met his eyes was Zhang Menghan's face, still somewhat soiled, yet utterly devoid of any trace of fear or fragility. A cruel, triumphant, and endlessly mocking smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with a cold, venomous glint, reminiscent of a serpent. Where was the pitiable figure of moments before? Ha. Zhang Menghan emitted a manic, piercing laugh, her voice filled with twisted delight. I thought I would have to exert considerable effort, perhaps even risk exposing my true self to eliminate you, the strongest adversary. Yet, how unexpected. You were so foolish. So easily turned your back to your predator. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. The spectral manifestation of her martial soul had already emerged. Not the feeble guise she had previously donned, but a grotesque and terrifying giant scorpion, entirely encased in a purple-black shell, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. 7 soul rings slowly rotated beneath her feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. She was undeniably a soul sage. You are a sinister soul master. Wu Xuanma managed to utter, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. He could feel the terrifying toxin from the scorpion tail's venomous stinger relentlessly eroding his flesh, meridians, and even the very essence of his soul. His vision began to blur, as darkness surged like a tidal wave. Astute. Alas, too late. Zhang Menghan, or rather this disguised malevolent soul master, spoke in a hoarse voice filled with malice. Remember my name, Blood Scorpion. To perish under my soul-devouring stinger is your honor. Rest assured, you shall not journey alone on the road to the underworld. I shall swiftly send your companions down one by one to accompany you. Especially that handsome lad with blue hair. His soul, oh, it smells utterly delectable. With a swift motion, she withdrew the scorpion tail's stinger. The intense secondary injury forced Wu Xuanma to stifle a groan, his body collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. 2 gaping wounds pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground beneath him. The chill and numbness completely engulfed his consciousness. And the last image he beheld was Zhang Menghan's malevolent grin, accompanied by her purple-black scorpion spirit and the imposing figure of the fierce leader approaching her side. Bowing in reverence, Boss, what are your next arrangements? The fierce leader's voice faded into indistinctness, as if separated by vast mountains and rivers. Zhang Menghan, Blood Scorpion, seemed to utter something, but Wu Xuanma's hearing was swiftly consumed by the encroaching darkness. The final remnants of his awareness were overwhelmed by boundless cold and excruciating pain, alongside an intense feeling of resentment and fury emanating from the depths of his soul. He had been careless. He had underestimated the enemy's cunning and cruelty. He had betrayed the trust of his comrades. Shawa had yet to recover. The fatty was still gravely injured, and Rong, Oscar, Xiang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, they would all find themselves in dire straits due to his naivete. Before his consciousness sank into oblivion, Wu Xuanma felt as if he were plunging into an endless, viscous, frigid abyss of darkness. There was no light, no sound. Only the relentless silence and bone-chilling cold. He sensed his body sinking deeper into the mire, ever colder, as if his soul were on the verge of freezing and tearing apart. Is it over? Just like that, is it finished? The remnants of his thoughts cried out silently in the darkness. Yet, just as his consciousness was about to completely dissipate and plummet into the eternal abyss of darkness. Buzz. A faint yet tenacious pulse erupted from deep within his heart, at the edge of the wound pierced by the stinger, quietly igniting. It was as if a stone had been cast into a silent abyss, creating the first ripples. Chapter 99, Restoration, the conclusion of events. Blood Scorpion, accompanied by her remaining subordinates, stealthily melded into the shadows of the camp like hyenas scenting blood, their target set on the fierce battle involving Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the recently liberated, still trembling captives. At the entrance of the camp, only Wu Xuanma's cold body remained. Alongside the Black Bear, the leading soul master from the previous chapter, and his two subordinates, dispatched to clear the area. 3 men, resembling black bears, brandished knives with cruel grins etched upon their faces, advancing step by step towards the fallen Wuxuanmo. The leader, indeed formidable, could even bring down a soul saint. One underling licked his lips, casting a greedy glance at the gruesome wound that pierced through Wuxuanmo's chest. This lad must possess something of value. Move swiftly. The black bear growled. Strip him bare. The body shall serve the master's cultivation. As the trio approached Wuxuanmo, the black bear bent down, his coarse hand reaching for Wuxuanmo's storage ring. Yet, just as his fingers were about to graze the ring, a faint yet ancient pulse, reminiscent of primordial chaos, emanated unexpectedly from the depths of Wuxuanmo's chest wound. The black bear's hand froze in midair, his gaze transfixed on the horrific injury. The wound, though terrifying, seemed to show signs of life, as the flesh around its edges appeared to wriggle ever so slowly, as if something was gestating within, throbbing with vitality. An indescribable aura, one that sent shivers through the very core of his being, began to seep from the wound. Though feeble, it bore an air of unassailable authority. Brother Bear, what SMS? One of his subordinates stuttered, sensing the disquiet, his voice trembling. The black bear's countenance shifted, an ominous premonition seizing him. He straightened abruptly, his voice sharp. Something is wrong. Quickly, sever his head. Before he could finish his command, his blade descended with a whistling wind, aimed viciously at Wuxuanmo's neck. The other two, regaining their senses, lunged with their weapons towards Wuxuanmo's head. In that critical moment, deep within Wuxuanmo, the 9-colored chaotic vortex at the heart of his wound erupted with an unprecedented brilliance and gravitational force. The body of the all-devouring was thoroughly activated by the chaotic bloodline. No longer passive, it transformed into an insatiable, boundless black hole. Under the guidance of the Yuan vortex induction technique, the chaotic bloodline surged into action with astonishing speed. Boom. The essence of the world within 100 feet of the camp was instantaneously drawn forth. The elements of wind, fire, water, earth, ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space coalesced, as if summoned by a sovereign, forming countless shimmering energy orbs, creating 9 vibrant torrents of energy that rushed fervently towards Wuxuanmo's body, particularly converging upon the penetrating wound in his chest. The spectacle resembled rivers returning to the sea, or the Milky Way flowing backward. The immense and pure essence of the world was forcibly seized and devoured. As the black bear and his comrades' weapons were about to strike Wuxuanmo, they encountered an invisible wall composed of pure energy. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding echoes rang out. The black bear's blade was violently repelled, causing his grip to fracture. The weapons of the other 2 flew from their hands. The trio was forcefully hurled back by the sudden surge of overwhelming energy, crashing several yards away, spitting blood. Their eyes filled with horror and despair. A monster. He is a monster. 3 individuals screamed in terror, desperately attempting to flee the area. yet their bodies felt ensnared by invisible shackles, rendering them immobile. They could only watch in horror as the nine-colored torrent of energy, akin to a divine miracle, continuously flowed into the lifeless body. The penetrating wound on Wu Xuanma's chest had become the focal point of this energy convergence. The nine-colored chaotic vortex, under the immense influx of energy, spun with unparalleled velocity, resembling an efficient furnace and a cradle of life. The lethal venom, which lingered deep within the wound, in the blood, and had even infiltrated the marrow and nerves, was forcibly stripped away and absorbed by the vortex, under the chaotic force of 9 intertwined elements. It was as if the impurities cast into a hellish furnace were decomposed, assimilated, and utterly annihilated. The corrosive, paralyzing, and soul-eroding powers of the poison proved feeble and vulnerable before the primal chaos. The necrotic tissue surrounding the wound, tainted by toxins, along with the decayed flesh, severed nerves, and ruptured blood vessel walls, were precisely identified and consumed by the vortex, purified, and transformed into the purest life energy. In the midst of expelling toxins and dead tissue, the vortex unleashed a magnificent chaotic force brimming with boundless vitality, facilitating the perfect collaboration of the 9 elements. Fresh blood and flesh cells divided and proliferated at an unprecedented speed. Severed blood vessels extended like ethereal serpents, reconnecting with one another. Fractured ribs mended under reconstruction, becoming even more resilient. The wound that pierced through his body began to visibly constrict and heal, while new skin, akin to jade, enveloped it, leaving only 2 faint pink marks that rapidly faded. All of this transpired silently, yet with breathtaking intensity. The 9-colored energy points converging externally formed pillars of light that pierced the night sky, illuminating the camp entrance as if it were daylight. However, at the core of the vortex, all energy was perfectly contained and utilized, with not a trace of waste or violent fluctuation escaping. Wu Xuanma's consciousness remained submerged in a cold, boundless abyss of darkness. He felt the passage of time slip away, oblivious to his own corporeal existence, enveloped only by an infinite stillness and bone-chilling cold that dragged his soul deeper into the void, as if destined to plunge into eternal nothingness. Despair, reluctance, and rage swirled within him like stones sinking to the ocean floor, growing heavier, while the light of consciousness dimmed. Was it the end? Was he destined to perish? The remnants of his thought emitted a silent lament. Just as the flame of consciousness was about to extinguish completely, a faint glimmer emerged in the unfathomable depths of darkness. This was not the light of the outside world, but a spark from the very depths of his own soul, ignited by the chaotic bloodline, a fragment of his essence. Soon after, a second, a third, and countless warm, gentle points of light, each radiating different hues, the blue of the wind, the red of fire, the blue of water, the brown of earth, the white of ice, the purple of thunder, the gold of light, the ink of darkness, and the silver of space, manifested around his submerged consciousness like the first stars birthed in the dark cosmos. These luminous points represented the primal vitality of the 9 elements, surging in a frenzied return after being assimilated by the chaotic vortex. They penetrated the dark mire of the soul, conveying a faint yet immensely resilient warmth and call to the consciousness core of Wu Xuanma, which was on the verge of dissipating. The icy, bone-chilling darkness began to be illuminated and dispersed by this 9-colored starlight. The sensation of warmth flowed like a gentle stream, nurturing the parched and withered soul. The feeling of sinking ceased, and he seemed to float within this sea of consciousness, illuminated by the 9-colored starlight. The points of light grew brighter and denser, ultimately converging into a warm, encompassing, soft white glow that brimmed with endless vitality and possibilities, completely enveloping him. Buzz. It felt like the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe. The white light filled the entire space of consciousness, dispelling all shadows and coldness. Soon after, the brilliance slowly receded, and the consciousness space returned to tranquility, no longer a dead silence of darkness, but a profound stillness, as if it contained infinite power within a chaotic primal hue. Wu Xuanma suddenly opened his eyes. At the entrance of the camp, the 9-colored energy pillars gradually dissipated, and the last speck of light merged into Wu Xuanma's chest. The ghastly penetrating wound had vanished, leaving only 2 barely perceptible light pink new scars. His face, once pale as paper, now regained its rosy hue, even more radiant than before, as if infused with boundless vitality. Wu Xuanma's fingers twitched slightly. Then his long eyelashes fluttered, and his tightly shut eyelids struggled to part, creating a narrow slit. Initially, his vision was a blur, with only the blinding light remaining. He instinctively blinked, attempting to focus. Gradually, his sight became clearer. He saw the night sky above, dotted with countless stars. Then, he attempted to lift his head, moving it with excruciating slowness. Like a rusty machine, his gaze swept around. The familiar camp entrance, the 3 unconscious black bears sprawled on the ground, and the distant sounds of fierce soul power clashes and calls from the center of the camp. Memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Zhang Minghan, blood scorpion, poison stinger piercing through, the chilling grip of near death, the peril of his companions. Blood scorpion. A tide of furious wrath and icy murderous intent exploded from the depths of Wu Xuanma's heart. He desperately sought to prop himself up. Alas, a wave of stiff, aching sensations coursed through his body, as if he had slumbered for a millennium. On the first attempt, his arm faltered, and he failed to succeed. He took a deep breath. The chaotic bloodline surged within him, and the Yuan vortex induction technique naturally flowed, as his soul power awakened like a slumbering dragon, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. His rigid muscles and bones emitted faint cracking sounds. On the second attempt, he forcefully pressed his arms against the ground, and his body sprang up like a cheetah breaking free from shackles. He instinctively looked down at his chest. 2 shocking gaping holes marred his clothing, starkly revealing the recent fatal wound. Yet beneath the fabric, his skin was smooth and intact, with scars barely visible. Within him, the terrifying toxin that had once frozen his soul power and submerged his consciousness had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sensation, brimming with surging power and vibrant life. Just then, a sound echoed. Ding! The universal sign-in system announced. Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden accomplishment. Life and death on the line. The requirements for this achievement are to endure injuries that could be fatal and to successfully reverse the brink of death, restoring oneself. The rewards for this achievement are as follows. 1. Complete awakening of the chaotic bloodline, ultimate form. The potential of the bloodline is thoroughly unleashed, encompassing elemental mastery, chaotic domain, physical strength, recovery ability, and the quality of soul energy undergoes a comprehensive transformation. 2. Comprehensive enhancement of the elemental rift armor set, 6-piece set. Optimization of spirit bone skill power, effects, cooldown times, increased set defense, and duration. 3. Evolution of the 9 fundamental elements, with a significant enhancement in affinity and control. Evolution of elemental mastery talent, and a dramatic increase in the power of elemental combination techniques. 4. Strengthening of the source of the chaotic destruction gun martial soul. Enhancement of destruction attributes, expanded attack range, and increased intensity. As the system's notification faded, an immense, sacred power, more profound than the previous convergence of the world's elemental forces, erupted from within the body of Wu Xuanmao without warning. Ascending into the heavens was no longer a lang of 9 colors, but a singularly pure beam of chaotic light, capable of purifying all worldly filth. Embodying the might of creation itself, this beam radiated the primal color of chaos, within which the birth and demise of galaxies and elemental transformations could be perceived, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers through the very souls of onlookers. The pillar pierced the sky, illuminating the night as if it were day across several miles of terrain. The entire camp, and even the distant forests, were enveloped by this sudden, miraculous radiance. Both sides engaged in battle were momentarily daunted by this unprecedented, awe-inspiring beam of chaos. Tangan was struggling to fend off the unrelenting poison stings of the blood scorpion, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were besieged by several minions, forced to split their focus to protect the trembling captives. The blood scorpion wore a cruel smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, her attacks vicious and cunning, often feinting towards Dai Mubai or Zhu Zhuqing just as Tangan sought to retaliate, compelling him to defend and leaving him in a state of frustration. She incessantly provoked them with her words. Tisk, TSK, Tangan, your soul fluctuations are remarkably pure and powerful. Rest assured, once I deal with you, I shall savor every moment. That Wu Xuanmao. Huh. I sent him to meet the king of hell long ago. A gaping hole in his chest, dead beyond measure. You shall be next. Her taunts pierced like venomous stings into the hearts of Tangan and his companions, inciting both fear and fury, intensifying the perilous atmosphere surrounding them. Just as the blood scorpion feigned an attack on Dai Mubai, drawing Tangan's aid and preparing to strike him from behind with her venomous tail, the chaotic light pillars soared skyward. The vast, sacred aura, imbued with the terrifying essence of destruction and rebirth, instantly engulfed the entire camp. All present instinctively ceased their actions, gazing in horror towards the direction of the rising light, the camp's entrance. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. What a terrifying aura! Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled slightly. Tangan's heart raced, an unbelievable thought flashing through his mind. Could it be Xuanmao? The smile on Blood Scorpion's face froze completely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and disbelief. She stared intently at the chaotic beam of light, her voice rising in a shriek. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was clearly dead. I pierced his heart with my own hands. My soul-devouring poison is unsolvable. How could he possibly? The chaotic light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, lasting less than 3 breaths of time before retracting like a great whale drawing in water, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the miraculous illumination that had momentarily brightened the heavens and the earth was merely an illusion. Yet, the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from the direction of the camp's entrance did not dissipate. Instead, it weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present. Blood Scorpion's internal alarms blared as an unprecedented sense of lethal danger caused every hair on her body to stand on end. She could no longer afford to consider Tangan and the others, letting out a piercing scream. Retreat. Her figure transformed into a streak of dark violet light, attempting to flee the camp. At that moment, nothing was more important than her own life. However, just as she moved, a blade of azure wind, honed to perfection and faster than the limits of visual perception, appeared silently before her escape route like the scythe of death. What? Blood Scorpion felt her soul shiver as she abruptly halted, rolling backward in a most disheveled manner. Boom. The wind blade grazed the tip of her nose, crashing into the ground before her and creating a deep pit, scattering stones and dirt, filling the air with dust. Before the dust could settle, a figure descended from the heavens like a falling star, landing heavily between Blood Scorpion and Tangan's group. Though the landing produced no thunderous sound, it emanated a terrifying aura that could suppress all, instantly pushing the swirling dust to the sides. As the dust cleared, the newcomer, clad in dark attire, bore 2 conspicuous gaping holes in the chest area, revealing flawless skin beneath. His inky hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, and on his handsome, composed face lay a layer of chillingly cold, murderous intent. He wielded a silver-long spear, the tip swirling with 9 elemental vortices, exuding a heart-stopping aura of annihilation. It was none other than Wuxuanma. Wuxuanma, Tangan, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison, their hearts that had been hanging in suspense now returning to their chests, though they could not comprehend the miracle that had transpired. Wuxuanma was alive and seemed to have grown even stronger. This was the best news they could have hoped for. Wuxuanma did not turn back. His gaze, as deep as a cold pond, was firmly locked onto the horrified Blood Scorpion. His voice was calm, like ancient ice, yet contained the fury of a raging inferno. Blood Scorpion, I have clawed my way back from hell. Now, are you ready to bear my vengeance? No, impossible. It must be an illusion. Blood Scorpion gazed at Wuxuanma's unharmed chest, at the spear in his hand that radiated an aura so piercing it struck at her very soul, and she completely broke down. Her worldview was shattered in that instant. The deadly poison she had once prided herself on, her unsolvable, soul-devouring poison, seemed mere child's play before this man. Fear coiled around her heart like a cold serpent, nearly suffocating her. Flee. She must escape. Immediately. Right now? As long as there is a chance to survive, there remains an opportunity for resurgence. This thought consumed the entirety of the Blood Scorpion's mind. She dared not linger for even a moment, nor could she afford the luxury of uttering harsh words. Her soul power erupted recklessly. The ethereal manifestation of her purple-black scorpion martial soul reemerged, and her 7th spirit ring flickered ominously with the promise of activation. She yearned to flee with the utmost speed from this place that instilled in her an overwhelming sense of dread. Her body surged forth. Like an arrow loosed from its bow, she darted in the opposite direction of Wuxuanma, fleeing for her life. However, at the very instant her body sprang into action, her vision inexplicably tilted downward, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. What had transpired? A fleeting blankness enveloped the Blood Scorpion's thoughts. She beheld the rapidly approaching ground, strewn with debris and blood, witnessed her own headless body maintaining a forward thrust, and saw the blood gushing forth from her severed neck like a crimson fountain. Oh, so it is my head that has flown away. This thought barely took root before a dull thud echoed. The head of the Blood Scorpion, adorned with a visage of horror, fear, and disbelief, plummeted heavily onto the frigid ground, rolling a few times while staring unblinking at the heavens. The final expression etched upon her face was one of profound confusion. She had not even discerned how her opponent had struck. Only after her head met the earth did the blood from her neck erupt with the force of a long-suppressed geyser, soaring skyward with immense pressure. The overwhelming scent of blood instantly permeated the air. Silence. An oppressive stillness. Within the camp, whether it be Tangan and his companions, the captives, or the 3 remaining minions of the Blood Scorpion, all were rendered immobile as if ensnared by a spell, their eyes wide with disbelief at this sudden, yet gruesomely vivid spectacle. A formidable, cunning, and dreadfully venomous evil soul sage was thus vanquished in an instant, not even granted a chance to react or scream. Wu Xuanma slowly withdrew his finger that had been pointed toward the blood scorpion. At its tip, a wisp of azure wind elemental power quietly dissipated. The wind blade that had just decimated the blood scorpion was unleashed in silence, derived from his fully awakened chaos bloodline, evolved to its zenith, compressed to an extreme, and released instantaneously. Its speed and concentrated might far surpassed anything before. The blood scorpion's pride in her swiftness and reflexes appeared as mere folly when faced with such absolute power and velocity. His gaze turned frostily toward the 3 dazed minions of the blood scorpion. With a mere thought, 3 elemental avatars, composed purely of elemental energy and identical to Wu Xuanma himself, materialized beside him. The wind avatar, azure, the fire avatar, crimson, and the water avatar, blue. The 3 elemental avatars appeared like phantoms behind the minions, their hands imbued with elemental force clamping down on their necks with the precision of iron pincers, lifting them as one would a hapless chick. "Please, spare us. Have mercy, my lord. It is not our doing." The blood scorpion forced our hand. The 3, feeling the terrifying power upon their throats and the deathly threat posed by the formless elements, were utterly terrified, tears streaming down their faces as they begged for mercy. The embodiment of Wu Xuanma approached the 3 individuals, the chaos destruction gun angled ominously towards the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Answer my question. From whence did the attire of the spirit hall you wear originate?" "Stolen, stolen," one minion hastily interjected, fear gripping him as if his life depended on his speed. "Yes. Yes, boss." The blood scorpion ambushed a small supply convoy from the spirit hall that was passing by, slaughtered them all, and seized their clothing and tokens. "How many times have you employed such a deceptive ruse?" Wu Xuanma pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Many, many times." Another minion trembled in response. "Boss, she specifically targets isolated or seemingly gullible spirit masters or merchant teams. With this tactic, she has deceived at least 20 individuals, draining their souls." The thought of their tragic fates caused him to shudder involuntarily. The cold glint in Wu Xuanma's eyes intensified. "What do you know about the true identity and information regarding Blood Scorpion? Her origins? Her lair?" Just as the 3 minions were about to speak, their expressions turned ghastly pale. It was as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, their faces rapidly darkening to a purplish hue. Their eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild. Gasping painfully, they emitted sounds akin to a broken windbag, their bodies beginning to twitch violently. With a sudden eruption, dark purplish blood spewed uncontrollably from their mouths and nostrils. In mere moments, their convulsions ceased, the spark in their eyes extinguished entirely, their bodies collapsing like lifeless clay, discarded by the elemental doppelganger, lifeless and utterly defeated. Their demise was exceedingly tragic. Simultaneously, those blood scorpion subordinates, previously rendered unconscious by Wu Xuanma, Tangan, and others, including the trio at the camp's entrance, began to convulse violently, expelling dark purplish toxic blood. Succumbing swiftly in their unconscious state, Tangan hastened forward to inspect the corpses, returning to Wu Xuanma with a grave expression. "They are beyond saving. Blood Scorpion has implanted deadly poison within them, likely linked to her very essence. Upon her death, the toxins within them would erupt instantaneously, leading to their demise, silencing them to prevent any information from leaking." Such a vicious tactic. Wu Xuanma silently regarded the headless corpse of Blood Scorpion and the grim fates of her subordinates surrounding him. The night breeze tousled his ebony hair, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. The flickering light of the campfire cast shifting shadows upon his serene profile, oscillating between light and dark. The seemingly weak may not be genuinely feeble. They could merely be the prey using deception to ensnare the hunter. Yet more likely, they are a demon concealing its lethal fangs beneath a perfect facade. Clad in a guise of vulnerability and innocence, they traverse the sunlit realm, hiding the deepest malice and venom within seemingly innocuous shadows, poised to strike at the most opportune moment, delivering a fatal blow to those who place their trust in them. Demons often disguise themselves as the needy and helpless. Tangan approached Wu Xuanma, gazing at Blood Scorpion's severed head, his voice low and icy, luring the benevolent closer, only to reveal their fangs. Chapter 100. The resounding tides of the vast sea, shadows of dread. After bidding farewell to the terrified captives, who expressed their utmost gratitude, Daimu Bai, Tangan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xianmo returned to their temporary encampment. The camp was intact, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong vigilantly guarding it, while Bai Qinxiang diligently attended to the still unconscious Ma Hongjun. Upon the return of the 4, particularly the sight of Wu Xianmo unharmed, despite the 2 conspicuous holes in his clothing, The remaining members finally sighed in relief, their anxious hearts settling back into place. Wu Xianmo briefly recounted the demise of the Blood Scorpion and his minions. Although the group felt a shiver of fear, they also rejoiced at the eradication of this menace. In the following days, the group chose to rest at the camp rather than hastily continue their journey. Wu Xianmo's penetrating wound had healed remarkably well, with scars nearly invisible, yet the turmoil within him remained unresolved. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were also regaining their strength from the previous exertions. Most gratifyingly, under the attentive care of the others and by Qinxiang's tireless vigilance, Ma Hongjuan's condition finally stabilized and began to improve rapidly. Although the portly figure could not yet frolic about, his spirits had considerably lifted, as he clamored for the roasted meat prepared by Wu Xianmo to regain his strength. After a few days of recuperation, the group resumed their journey. The carriage carried them along the official road, ultimately arriving at the grand coastal city of Hanhai, the foremost maritime city on the western frontier of the Tindo Empire. As the carriage entered the broad city gates of Hanhai, a vibrant atmosphere distinct from the inland regions enveloped them. The streets were wide and clean, lined with numerous shops adorned with fluttering banners. The air was infused with the briny scent of seafood, the aroma of spices, and a moist vitality unique to the sea. The throngs of people, dressed in a variety of styles, included the simple attire of local fishermen and the opulent garments of merchants from various regions of the mainland, even showcasing some exotic faces with slightly darker skin and peculiar adornments. The distant clamor of the docks could be faintly heard, a unique symphony of ships' horns, merchants' calls, and the cries of seagulls. Wow, how lively! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, lifting the carriage curtain to curiously survey the outside. It's even more prosperous than when I was 8. Wu Xianmo, gazing out at the towering buildings and the ceaseless flow of people, couldn't help but reflect. The Hanhai of his memories, though a grand city, lacked the vibrant and affluent air that it now possessed. Dai Mu Bai, observing the faintly visible azure horizon, laughed heartily. Hanhai City, truly deserving of its title as the leading port on the western frontier of the Tindo Empire. It rivals even Tindo City. The carriage progressed slowly through the bustling streets. Oscar, staring at the endless blue sea where it met the sky, furrowed his brow slightly. However, this vast ocean is boundless. How shall we reach Sea God Island? We can't possibly swim there, can we? Tang San, clearly having prepared for this, responded calmly. We need to go to the harbor in the west of the city to rent a sufficiently sturdy vessel, then set sail. According to the map and the information provided by our teacher, if all goes smoothly, it will take approximately 10 days of sailing to reach the waters near Sea God Island. Rent a ship? Ning Rongrong patted her bulging purse at her waist, confidently declaring, Don't worry, Big Brother San. The funds are ample. I guarantee we will secure the largest and most stable ship. The carriage came to a halt near the city center. As the crowd disembarked, they resolved to stroll through the enchanting coastal city and immerse themselves in its unique charm. Flanking the streets were numerous vendors, enthusiastically calling out to passers-by. Freshly steamed, piping hot meat buns wafted an enticing aroma, while stalls displayed an array of lively fish, freshly caught from the sea, still wriggling with vitality. Exquisite trinkets crafted from shells, coral, and pearls glimmered under the sun, reflecting a captivating brilliance. Zhu Zhuqing slightly wrinkled her delicate nose and murmured, There seems to be a peculiar scent in the air, quite strange. A local fisherman passing by overheard and cheerfully replied, You must be visiting our Hanhai city for the first time. What you smell is the essence of the sea. It's salty, with a hint of seaweed, isn't it? To the west of our Hanhai city lies the boundless ocean, and the sea breeze brings that essence into our town. You'll get used to it. It's a hallmark of Hanhai City. Tang San politely thanked the fisherman and then inquired, Excuse me, sir. Could you direct us to the Grand Sol Arena of Hanhai City? The fisherman pointed towards a grand edifice in the city center, adorned with a colossal shell sculpture atop, and said, There it is. The most prominent building in the city is the Grand Sol Arena of Hanhai. It's easy to find. The Sol Arena? Oscar looked puzzled. Aren't we supposed to head to Sea God Island? Why do we need to compete in the Sol Arena? Tang San glanced at his companions and elucidated, Before our departure, the teacher specifically advised me. The combat style of Sea Soul Masters significantly differs from the terrestrial combat modes we are accustomed to. Their martial souls are predominantly associated with water and marine creatures, and their battles usually occur in or above water. If we can engage and familiarize ourselves with true Sea Soul Masters at the Grand Sol Arena in Hanhai City, it will be immensely beneficial for the challenges we shall face upon reaching Sea God Island. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in countless battles. Fighting? Count me in. Ma Hongjun perked up at the mention, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he forgot about the fishball in his hand. I've been itching for a good fight. After all this traveling, I feel like my bones are rusting. It's a perfect opportunity to stretch my muscles and see what makes the Sea Soul Masters different. He brandished his fists, eager for the challenge. Tangan chuckled, his gaze resting on Ma Hongjun. Fatty, you will indeed be the main contender in this competition. Whoa, cough. Ma Hongjun nearly choked on the fishball he had just stuffed into his mouth, staring at Tangan wide-eyed. Me? Are you joking, Sanji? Though he was combative, he was not foolish and understood the significant home field advantage of the Sea Soul Masters. Tangan nodded earnestly. I'm not joking. Tomorrow, you and Xiang will form a duo to compete. The next day, the group arrived at the iconic structure of Hanhai City, the Grand Soul Arena. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an intense marine ambience. The vast dome was designed to resemble waves, with the interior adorned in a harmonious blend of blue and white hues, incorporating elements like shells, coral, and starfish. Most striking was the central Soul Arena, which was not a flat surface, but a colossal circular pool, several meters deep, filled with crystal-clear seawater. The edges of the pool featured a narrow platform suitable for standing. The audience seating ascends in a tiered fashion around the pool, a cacophony of voices reverberating, nearly threatening to overturn the dome above. The air is saturated with the distinctive briny scent of seawater mingled with the fervent cheers of the crowd. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Wu Xuanma, found themselves in an exquisitely positioned viewing chamber. A vast one-way glass wall offered a clear view of the fierce battles occurring within the soul fighting pool below. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. Tangan stood before the glass wall, observing an intense underwater chase unfolding, where two sea spirit masters darted through the depths with the agility of fish, engaging in combat that sent sprays of water flying, as soul techniques erupted beneath the surface with resounding booms and dazzling light, evoking a sense of awe. Oscar, equally captivated, exclaimed, the dynamics of fighting underwater, the speed, the force application, the utilization of soul techniques, are entirely distinct from our terrestrial encounters. The limitations are immense. After a moment of observation, Ning Rongrong turned to Tang San, inquiring, Brother San, why did you only send Fatty and Xiang to compete against the Sea Spirit Masters? Look at Fatty's swagger. She pointed to the preparation area below, where Ma Hongjun stood puffed up with pride, conversing animatedly with Bai Qinxiang, who appeared somewhat anxious, her head bowed. The others in the viewing chamber recalled Ma Hongjun's haughty demeanor upon hearing the arrangements the previous day, prompting Ning Rongrong and Oscar to simultaneously facepalm in exasperation. Tangan elucidated, Rongrong, there are 3 reasons. First, our numbers are substantial. Registering for high-level team battles would reveal too much of our strength, potentially drawing unnecessary attention, especially from the Spirit Hall-S spies. In this remote maritime territory, caution is paramount. Second, Fatty and Xiang are participating in a duo competition at the 50-level tier. With Fatty nearing 60-level soul power, combined with his top-tier Phoenix martial spirit and explosive strength, he possesses a significant advantage. More importantly, both have flight capabilities. Fatty with his Phoenix wings and Xiang with her swift tail, swallow martial spirit. In the aquatic battleground, these abilities can mitigate the adverse effects of the environment, granting them enhanced mobility and tactical options. As for Xuanma, Tangan glanced at the quietly standing Wu Xuanma. His strength is beyond question. Should he intervene, he could effortlessly neutralize the disadvantages of the arena or even overpower his opponents. However, his prowess is so formidable that revealing it in the soul fighting arena, especially with his unique martial spirit and combat style, would inevitably cause a stir. Our objective is to discreetly travel to Sea God Island, avoiding unnecessary complications. Thus, we let Fatty and Xiang take the lead to gain experience. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. I see now. Brother San has indeed considered everything meticulously. Soon, the host's voice boomed through the amplification soul device, filled with fervor. Next, the much-anticipated duo soul battle, presenting the star combination from Hanhai City, the Sea Spirit Brothers, against the challengers from afar, the Phoenix and Fragrance duo. Sea Spirit, Sea Spirit, Sea Spirit. The deafening cheers erupted instantaneously, indicating the Sea Spirit Brothers' immense popularity in the locale. The host passionately introduced the Sea Spirit Brothers. Members, Hai Bai, Hai Gui. They are inseparable twin brothers. Their martial spirits, both formidable sea soul beasts, the ironclad seals. Soul power level, 58. Their soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 3 purple, united in purpose. Their strength is unyielding. Their achievements in the Grand Soul Arena are renowned. The Fengxiang duo. Members, Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. Their martial spirits, the Evil Fire Phoenix and the Sharp-Tailed Swift. Soul power level, Ma Hongjun at 59 and Bai Qinxiang at 45. Their soul ring configuration, Ma Hongjun with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, Bai Qinxiang with 2 yellow and 2 purple. Will this pair be able to challenge the dominant position of our Sea Spirit brothers in unfamiliar territory? Let us await the outcome. The audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch, with cheers, whistles, and chants blending into a fervent atmosphere. The battle commenced. The Sea Spirit brothers exhibited remarkable synergy, letting out a low growl as they simultaneously leapt into the deep pool. Their bodies moved with extraordinary agility in the water, instantly cloaked in thick, shimmering, metallic-hued armor, martial spirit embodiment. They darted through the water like torpedoes, creating enormous waves, striving to draw the battlefield into their favored aquatic realm. Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang swiftly activated their flight capabilities. Ma Hongjun's fiery wings unfurled behind him as he soared into the air, while Bai Qinxiang transformed into a delicate azure streak, gracefully hovering above the pool. From their elevated vantage point, they continuously unleashed ranged soul techniques to harass their opponents. The Sea Spirit brothers' defenses were formidable, a characteristic of the ironclad seal martial spirit. Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames were diminished by the moisture, and Bai Qinxiang's attacks struggled to penetrate their defenses. The Sea brothers, Hai Bai and Hai Gui, relentlessly unleashed water arrows, water cannons, and even created whirlpools and water prisons in an attempt to restrict and down their airborne adversaries. The battle reached a stalemate. In the observation room, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and others were anxiously monitoring the unfolding battle, analyzing the combat characteristics of the Sea Soul Masters and the implications of the pool environment. However, although Wu Xuanma's gaze was fixed on the battle below, his thoughts had already drifted into the depths of shadowy uncertainties. Ever since he had swiftly defeated the Blood Scorpion at the camp entrance, a profound question lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. At the moment the Blood Scorpion fell, out of caution and a habit formed by enhanced insight from his system tasks, he instinctively activated his inside eye, augmented by soul bone enhancement, scanning the corpse of the Blood Scorpion. However, the information that returned sent a chilling wave through him. In the system's auxiliary vision, the section where the Blood Scorpion's life information should have been displayed was now obscured by a series of glaring question marks. Name, Blood Scorpion. The code is not the name, hence the question marks. Soul power, a large question mark. Identity, martial spirit. Soul devouring poison scorpion form. Only the form was displayed, the essence being a question mark. Soul rings. Affiliation. Status, deceased. Residual soul power, level 32. Wu Xuanma was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? The Blood Scorpion was a bona fide soul sage, possessing 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The speed and strength she exhibited, particularly that terrifying poisonous stinger attack, were undoubtedly indicative of a soul sage's formidable prowess. This sentiment resonated most profoundly with Tang San, who had engaged her in battle, and was equally discernible to Wu Xuanma. However, in the fleeting moment following her demise, while her body still retained warmth and her soul power had yet to dissipate entirely, the Eye of Insight revealed a soul power fluctuation intensity of merely level 32. This was barely at the threshold of a soul emperor. Upon a soul master's death, their soul power gradually dissipates, with the rate of decay contingent upon the manner of death, the severity of injuries, and their inherent soul power attributes. Yet, even in the event of an instantaneous demise, there remains a relatively gradual decline in the residual soul power fluctuations. To plummet from the soul sage level to that of a soul emperor, such a precipitous drop defies all logic. It was akin to a majestic mountain abruptly transforming into a mere hillock. Even more perplexing were the myriad of question marks that filled the screen. The enhanced Eye of Insight, fortified by system assistance, possessed investigative capabilities far exceeding previous iterations. Even in the presence of a Titled Douluo, Wu Xuanma could discern the vast majority of information. Yet, upon examining the corpse of the Blood Scorpion, aside from a codename and a description of its form, all other critical information, including the fundamental soul power level, was inexplicably obscured by an unknown force. Only the chilling question marks and that hauntingly low level 32 remained. This was no mere coincidence. Wu Xuanma's thoughts swiftly coalesced. One Claude, the Lord of Emerald Forest City. That lord had utilized his own child and other youths for cultivation and intended to exploit the entire populace for the same purpose as a malevolent soul master. His methods, though brutal, were within the realm of comprehension, and he ultimately fell to Wu Xuanma's blade. However, the lack of investigation into any underlying forces at play was now a point of contention, particularly given the malevolent techniques unearthed from the Lord's estate. 2. The malevolent soul master, Morlaudi, a manipulator of wolf bandits, adept at controlling corpses and toying with blood and souls, wielding the martial soul known as the Blood Bell. His fourth soul ring was a black 10,000-year variant. His abilities were far more sinister than Claude's, and he too was vanquished by Wu Xuanma. Nevertheless, the means by which one individual could dominate a pack of wolf bandits remains a mystery. 3. The imposter, Blood Scorpion, the most cunning and perilous of them all. Disguising itself as a victim, it exploited the innate kindness of humanity to set lethal traps, its martial soul being the soul-devouring scorpion, whose toxin could corrode the very essence of the soul. Following its death, the information surrounding it was shrouded, and its soul power plummeted in a most peculiar manner, suggesting it may not have fully perished. The convergence of these three formidable malevolent soul masters appeared coincidental in terms of timing and location. However, their shared capability framework, cruel and clandestine modus operandi, along with a sense of uncanny malevolence that transcended ordinary malevolent soul masters, subtly hinted at an underlying connection. Emerald Forest City, Morlaudi-S Cavern. Blood Scorpion-S deceptive encampment. Wu Xuanma pondered in silence. Could this merely be a loose collaboration among malevolent soul masters? Or perhaps, a more terrifying and unsettling thought emerged. Above them, there exists a vast and secretive evil organization, of which we remain unaware. This organization may possess means to obscure detection, and even upon the demise of its members, forcibly extract the majority of their primordial power, leaving behind only a confounding shell, or perhaps even summoning their souls back. Alternatively, the gaze of Wu Xuanma deepened with an ominous gravity, as if it were a manifestation of an unfathomable existence beyond the confines of established norms. Was it akin to a malevolent pantheon-s legacy? While bestowing power upon these apostles, did it simultaneously impose inscrutable restrictions? Regardless of the possibility, it suggested that their adversaries were not solely the overt threats posed by the Spirit Hall. In the deeper shadows lurked a force that was more enigmatic and perilous. This power was akin to a colossal beast lurking in the abyss, revealing only the merest tip of the iceberg, its entirety and intentions obscured within a dense fog. Wu Xuanma silently admonished himself to prepare for the worst. This implied that the future would demand not only a defense against the overt attacks of the Spirit Hall, but also vigilance against the covert strikes from an unknown darkness. It became paramount to enhance one's strength, maintain alertness, and delve deeply into the clues at hand. Just as Wu Xuanma was ensnared in this weighty contemplation, a resounding cheer erupted from the spirit fighting pool below, jolting him back to reality. The battle had concluded. Above the pool, Ma Hongjun was engulfed in flames. Resembling an enraged fire phoenix, bravely enduring the powerful water cannon unleashed by the Sea Spirit Brothers, a highly compressed phoenix burst struck with precision, exploiting the brief vulnerability exposed by the brothers during their soul technique release. The searing flames billowed into thick white mist, and with a piercing scream, Hai Bai and Hai Gui were hurled from the pool, crashing heavily onto the edge platform, their bodies charred and devoid of combat capability. The victors were the Phoenix Aroma Duo. The host's voice resonated throughout the arena. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and gasps of admiration, although the local team had lost. The thrilling aerial duel against the underwater opponents had nonetheless earned respect. In the observation room, everyone rejoiced at the triumph of Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. Well done, Fatty. That last strike was fierce, Dai Mubai exclaimed. Xiangxiang's support was crucial. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Fatty to find an opening, Zhu Zhuqing added. Tang Sen also wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, their cooperation was commendable, and they have begun to adapt to the combat rhythm of Sea Spirit Masters. As Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang returned to the observation room, they were immediately surrounded by eager comrades. Fatty, tell us, did that last water cannon hurt? Xiangxiang, how was the vantage point from above? Was it easy to predict the underwater movements of the Sea Spirit Masters? That armored sea seal had formidable defense. Fatty, how much did you feel your flames were diminished? A chorus of inquiries brimmed with concern and curiosity. Ma Hongjun reveled in the attention, animatedly recounting the details of the battle, occasionally boasting of his prowess. Bai Qinxiang stood quietly beside him, her face flushed with the glow of victory mixed with a hint of fatigue, her head slightly bowed as she listened to Ma Hongjun's narrative. All eyes were fixated on the exuberant Ma Hongjun and the slightly bashful Bai Qinxiang, sharing in the joy of victory and discussing the characteristics of the Sea Spirit Masters. No one noticed that before the grand glass wall, Wu Xuanma remained standing alone, absorbed in his thoughts. He stood with his back to the crowd, his profound gaze penetrating the glass as he beheld the now desolate, shimmering surface of the Soul Arena's waters below, seemingly transcending the surface to gaze into the unfathomable depths of the distant ocean. The waning rays of the setting sun filtered through the glass, casting a long, solitary shadow upon him. The previous clamor of the arena starkly contrasted with the weighty solemnity within his heart. The revelry belonged to them. While his thoughts had already plunged into the icy, enigmatic mists of the deep sea, formed by the question marks left upon the corpses of the blood scorpions. The future, perhaps, harbored dangers far more perilous than anticipated.